an SSS-ranked beast tamer, yet on the day of the universal job transition, he was publicly mocked as a money-burning loser. My name is Ning Chen. After transmigrating to Blue Star for 3 years, I finally turned 18 and reached the day of my job transition. 300 years ago, games and reality merged, monsters ran rampant, and humans could reclass into profession-based warriors to combat them. Profession grades range from F to SSS, and the outcome of the change depends entirely on luck. Next, Ning Chen. The teacher's voice rang out, drawing the gaze of the entire school in an instant. I was the legendary academic genius with the top theoretical scores at Beihai High School, but changing careers has nothing to do with theory. Some expect me to be at least A rank, if not S rank or higher, while others mock that switching to a civilian vocation would be a joke. Suppressing my thoughts, I step onto the vocation-changing platform and place my hand on the cold, crystalline surface. A blinding light shoots straight into the sky, and a massive screen displays, SSS rank vocation, Beastmaster. The entire venue falls into stunned silence, followed by an uproar of tidal wave-like discussions. An SSS rank vocation? Beastmaster is notoriously the most money-burning, useless profession ever. It requires massive resources to cultivate beast companions, along with investing significant time and effort to nurture emotional bonds, otherwise, the creatures may turn hostile and slay their masters. A complete sucker, spending countless resources to nurture someone who might not even stand a chance against an A-rank combat professional. Amidst the undisguised mockery and schadenfreude from below, a smile flickered across my face, one that no one else could comprehend. Congratulations to player Ning Chen for successfully changing professions. Profession, Beast Tamer, SSS-tier. Congratulations to player Ning Chen for awakening the talent, Infinite Entries, Mythic Tier. Unlimited Entries, Divine Level. Each time your level increases by 1, you can draw a golden affix, which can be bestowed upon your beast. After granting a golden trait, the loyalty of this royal beast towards you will instantly increase to 100 points, absolute maximum loyalty. A divine tier talent. This concept only exists in legends, yet I've actually awakened one. Is this the benefit of being a transmigrator? I secretly reveled in joy. Detected that the player is currently level 1 and has 1 chance to draw a trait. Would you like to draw now? Draw immediately. Ding, congratulations, host, for obtaining the golden trait Ancestral Dragon Bloodline. Ancestral Dragon Bloodline. The supreme origin bloodline of the dragons, hailed as the progenitor of all dragons, capable of controlling every draconic force in the world. Those who possess this bloodline can command all scaled beings and dominate the winds and clouds. Ancestral Dragon Bloodline. Suppressing my excitement, I stepped down from the profession selection platform. How could the orphan Ning Chen afford to raise a beast? Just wait to starve to death. The mockery from the crowd grew even louder. I didn't care at all and walked straight out of the school gate. Such is human nature, they can't stand to see others do well. The core of a beastmaster lies in forming contracts with the offspring of powerful ferocious beasts. But now I'm an orphan, with only a few hundred credits to my name, I can't even afford the lowest grade beast cub and desperately need startup funds. Just as I was fretting over this, a somewhat timid figure blocked my path. It's Su Wanning, a shy and introverted girl from my class. I've stepped in to help her out a few times. Her head lowered, cheeks flushed, she tremblingly handed me a brand new bank card. Ning Chen, I believe you can definitely succeed. There are 20,000 credits inside, not much, but I hope it can help you a little. I understood immediately in my heart. This is her way of expressing fondness towards me. She comes from an ordinary family, and those 20,000 credits were likely all her savings. Such sincerity and trust are truly precious. I reached out to take the bank card and said earnestly, "Thank you, Su Wanning. These 20,000 credit points, I consider them borrowed from you, and I will definitely pay you back within a month." Su Wanning frantically waved her hands, "And no need to repay it, Ning Chen. This is something I willingly gave you." Seeing her resolute expression, I smiled faintly and said solemnly, "Alright, Su Wanning, don't worry, in the future, I will definitely live up to this kindness of yours." He silently resolved in his heart never to let down this girl's affection. Su Wanning shyly lowered her head and softly murmured an acknowledgement. After bidding her a brief farewell, I hailed a hover taxi. "Driver, to the Professionals Guild." "You got it, hold on tight." Chapter 3, Green Snake, plus Ancestral Dragon Bloodline equals Sacred Spirit Ancestral Dragon. The hover taxi glided smoothly to a halt before a towering edifice radiating cutting-edge technology. Ning Chen stepped out and looked up. Professional Center, Beihai Branch. The gilded characters, written in a sweeping, elegant style, shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. This was the official comprehensive service facility established by Blue Star specifically for all successfully transformed professionals. From equipment, potions, and skill manuals to accepting and delivering various quests, even including the sale of ferocious beast cubs, it offered everything imaginable. Ning Chen walked through the center's doors with practiced ease, heading straight for the section dedicated to selling ferocious beast cubs. The moment he entered, a dazzling array of display cases filled with all manner of ferocious beast cubs caught his eye. Each display case bore labels detailing the beast's name, bloodline grade, and price. Greenwood Wolf Cub. Bloodline, C grade. Price, 1.88 million credit points. Fiery Lizard Cub. Bloodline, C grade. Price, 2.1 million credits. Ning Chen couldn't help but whistle inwardly. Wow! Beast bloodlines, much like professional ranks, had clear tiers. An Emercy grade bloodline Greenwood Wolf Cub was priced at 1.88 million credits. And that was just the purchase price for the cub. The countless resources, food, and training required for its subsequent cultivation were a bottomless pit. The Beastmaster profession truly lived up to its reputation as Blue Star's most notoriously expensive occupation. Glancing at the mere 20,000 credit points Su Wanling had deposited into his account, Ning Chen couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. This paltry sum wouldn't even cover a C-grade beast cub, let alone an E-grade one. After a thorough search, he finally spotted an option he might be able to afford in a display case tucked away in a corner, nearly forgotten by everyone. Green Snake Cub. Bloodline, F grade. Price, 18,888 credit points. Ning Chen's eye twitched. What a ripoff! A F-rank bloodline green snake hatchling basically useless in combat and widely regarded as a complete noob was going for nearly 20,000 credits. This purchase would practically drain his entire savings. But he had no other choice right now. He couldn't possibly venture into the beginner's secret realm empty-handed. This one it is. Ning Chen made up his mind, picked up the transparent terrarium holding the young snake, and walked to the front desk to pay. The female attendant took the tank, glanced at the limp, somewhat misshapen green snake inside, then looked at Ning Chen. A fleeting, subtle oddity flashed in her eyes. After all, this snake had been sitting in the store for days, ignored by every customer. Its hideous appearance and solitary, vicious temperament had made it an unwanted item, destined to be returned as surplus stock. She couldn't fathom why this clean-cut, handsome-looking youth would choose such an unwanted piece of junk. However, her professional demeanor prevented her from asking questions. She simply completed the transaction efficiently. After settling the payment, Ning Chen did not leave immediately. Right in front of the saleswoman, he pricked his fingertip, squeezed out a drop of blood, and let it fall onto the young green snake's forehead. He silently chanted the contract spell. A faint white light flickered, and the contract was sealed. The attendant's pupils suddenly contracted. This youth was actually a Beastmaster. Ning Chen paid no heed to her expression. With a flick of his thoughts, he opened the interface panel for the newly contracted green snake. Green Snake Juvenile. Level, LV.1. Bloodline, F rank. Strength, 5, Speed, 5, Defense, 5, Spirit, 5. Loyalty, 60. Skill, Bite. After reading it, Ning Chen couldn't help but twitch his lips again. This was truly a rock-bottom combat stat sheet. These attributes were shockingly low. But it didn't matter. He was the man blessed with the god-tier talent infinite attributes. Soon, he'd give this little green snake a complete makeover. He stroked his chin, gazing at the slender little green snake in the terrarium. Looks just like a spicy snack stick. From now on, I'll call you Spicy Stick. The female receptionist at the front desk was utterly flustered upon hearing this. What on earth was wrong with this world? A genius Beastmaster actually came to contract an ugly green snake with an F-grade bloodline? The sheer incongruity felt like a blow to her worldview. Ning Chen, however, was in high spirits as he carried Spicy Snack away from the professional center. Back in his rented shack in the old district, he eagerly placed the terrarium on the table. System, grant the Spicy Strips a golden trait, Ancestral Dragon Bloodline. Ding! Ancestral Dragon Bloodline attribute being granted. Assignment successful. Detected F-grade bloodline green snake perfectly compatible with god tier trait Ancestral Dragon Bloodline. Initiating evolution. In an instant, the spicy strips lying quietly in the eco-box erupted with an overwhelmingly dazzling golden light. The intensity of the radiance nearly transformed the entire humble rental apartment into a sacred golden sanctuary. Hiss. Roar. A youthful yet supremely majestic hiss erupted from the golden light, no longer the sound of a serpent, but more akin to a dragon's roar echoing from the primordial chaos. Làtiáo's originally frail body underwent earth-shattering changes at a visible speed within the golden light. The green scales covering its body shattered and peeled away inch by inch, replaced by brand new dragon scales that seemed cast from molten gold. Two small fleshy bumps rose atop its head, fatally revealing the nascent form of jagged dragon horns. Its body stretched and elongated, growing more agile and powerful, while four fearsome dragon claws, covered in fine scales, sprouted beneath its belly. An indescribable, colossal dragonic presence radiated from its small form, filling the entire room. The golden light gradually faded. The once unremarkable F-rank little green snake vanished without a trace. In its place stood a miniature divine dragon, its entire body covered in dazzling golden scales, its horns towering majestically, its aura awe-inspiring. It hovered silently mid-air, its pair of golden vertical pupils brimming with intelligence and majesty as it curiously scrutinized Ning Chen. Ning Chen excitedly opened the attribute panel of the evolved Spicy Strip. Spicy Snack Sacred Spirit Ancestral Dragon Juvenile. Level, LV.1. Bloodline, SSS grade. Strength, 500. Speed, 450. Defense, 480. Spirit, 520. Loyalty, 100. Skills, Dragon's Might, Primordial Dragon Breath, Dragon Scale Guard, Instant Shadow Dragon Claw. Dragon's Might SSS rank, passive skill. Exerts overwhelming intimidation on targets of lower level or bloodline, drastically reducing all attributes. Has a chance to inflict fear or submission status. Primordial Dragon Breath SSS rank, active skill. Breathes the primordial dragon's breath, imbued with the power to split heaven and earth, dealing devastating damage to the target. Inflicts annihilation, armor break, and healing block effects. Dragon Scale Guard SSS rank, passive skill. Ancestral Dragon Scales grant ultra-high physical and elemental resistance. When attacked, has a chance to reflect a portion of the damage. Blink Claw Strike SSS-tier, active skill. Delivers a lightning-fast, razor-sharp claw strike that ignores part of the target's defense, with a high chance to inflict tear and bleed effects. Ning Chen's heart surged with excitement. From F-rank bloodline to SSS rank in one leap. These 4 core attributes. And these 4 SSS-tier skills. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Moreover, loyalty was instantly maxed out at 100 points. This means Làtiáo will never betray me, becoming my most loyal companion and strongest ally. Ning Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement, a confident smile curving his lips. Tomorrow's newbie secret realm. He would prove it with facts, shutting up every single person who ever mocked him. He would make everyone know that Ning Chen was back. Stowing the spicy strips back into his beast taming space, Ning Chen drifted into a deep sleep, his heart brimming with anticipation and excitement. Chapter 4, Ao Yao Yao. Early the next morning, Ning Chen arrived at the entrance to the novice secret realm ahead of schedule. The place was already bustling with activity. Many students had arrived early, huddled in small groups discussing team formations. Powerful warrior seeking party. Can tank and deal damage. Need a reliable healer. A healer is like a mother. Any reliable ranged DPS? Someone steady who won't slack off? The clamor of recruitment calls rose and fell in waves. After all, most students had awakened to C-tier professions. Attempting the beginner's dungeon solo carried a high risk of injury or even death. Moreover, the more players in a party, the higher the experience bonus, making it a worthwhile endeavor. Ning Chen's arrival instantly drew everyone's attention. Look, isn't that Ning Chen? He actually dared to show up? Did he buy a beastling cub right after his class change yesterday? No way. He's an orphan. Where would he get the money for a beastling? Even if he did, it's probably the crappiest one with 0 combat potential. Exactly. I bet he's here to leech experience. Anyone who teams up with him is doomed. Contemptuous and schadenfreude-filled stares landed on Ning Chen, the murmurs of discussion completely unrestrained. Ning Chen paid them no mind. To him, soloing or teaming up made no difference. After all, with Làtiáo by his side, he could easily overpower any monster in the secret realm. As long as he didn't do something stupid, he wouldn't die. And even if he did, the spicy strips might just save him at the last moment. Just then, a slightly bashful figure hurried over to Ning Chen. Ning Chen, may I join your party? Su Wanning kept her head bowed, her voice soft as she nervously twisted the hem of her skirt, her cheeks flushed with an adorable blush. Everyone watching nearly popped their eyes out of their sockets. What's going on? Su Wanning actually wants to team up with Ning Chen? Has she lost her mind? Ning Chen's a useless beastmaster. Exactly. So many people asked Su Wanning to team up before, and she turned them all down. Why pick Ning Chen of all people? Look at her expression. She's probably got a crush on Ning Chen. No way. What does Ning Chen have going for him? Su Wanning just transferred to the S-rank profession, Frost Singer. She's one of the top geniuses in our school. A prodigy like her? How could she possibly fancy a deadweight like Ning Chen? Exclamations and doubts erupted non-stop. Hearing everyone discuss her feelings for Ning Chen, Su Wanning's cheeks flushed even brighter, as if they might bleed. Though it was indeed her true feeling, having it voiced so publicly made her feel incredibly embarrassed. Ning Chen watched Su Wanning's adorably bashful expression and couldn't help but curve his lips into a faint smile. This little girl was truly innocent and adorable. All right. He answered decisively, then immediately sent Su Wanling a party invitation. Seeing this, Su Wanning's eyes flashed with delight as she hastily accepted the invitation. She silently cheered herself on to go, Su Wanling. You've got to win Ning Chen over. Just then, the roar of engines grew louder from afar. Soon, a sleek black hovering luxury car glided to a stop at the entrance of the secret realm. A driver in a black suit swiftly exited the vehicle and respectfully opened the rear door. A pair of long, shapely legs encased in black stockings stepped out first, followed by a young woman gliding gracefully from the vehicle. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, her skin as fair as snow. A cascade of auburn, wavy long hair fell casually over her shoulders. Her demeanor was cool and proud, like a thorny rose. Her appearance immediately stirred another wave of commotion. Oh my god. It's the school beauty, Ao Yao Yao. Isn't Ao's family super rich? Why is she joining our school's newbie dungeon run? Miss Ao, look at me. Look at me. Team up with me. I'm super brave. Pfft, you? Ao Yao Yao is definitely here for Ning Chen. Exactly. For years, Ning Chen's scores have consistently outshone hers in theory exams. She's probably been seething with resentment. Now that she's successfully changed her class, she's likely here to settle the score and humiliate Ning Chen. Exactly. Ao is the only student in Beihai First High's history to awaken an SS class profession. SS class? Blazing Flame Dragon Maiden. Just the name tells you how powerful it is. She's gorgeous, comes from such a prestigious family, and awakens such a powerful class it's downright enviable. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Ning Chen also turned his gaze toward the girl. Ao Yao Yao. The eldest daughter of the Ao family, one of Beihai City's 4 prominent clans. Moreover, she proved herself worthy by successfully advancing to the SS class combat class, Blazing Dragon Maiden. Whether by family background or innate talent, she was undoubtedly Beihai City's most dazzling prodigy of the year. However, Ning Chen was well aware that Ao Yao Yao seemed to have always looked down on him. It was likely because his theoretical knowledge scores consistently outshone hers year after year. At this moment, Ao Yao Yao's sharp, beautiful eyes were fixed coldly on Ning Chen, a faint, almost imperceptible curve playing at the corners of her lips. She strode forward with her long, straight legs, heading straight toward Ning Chen. Seeing Ao Yao Yao's aggressive approach, Su Wanning instinctively took a small step forward, positioning herself slightly in front of Ning Chen. Summoning her courage, she tried to shield Ning Chen from whatever might come. Seeing this, Ao Yao Yao's icy, beautiful face twisted with a hint of scorn. Her red lips parted slightly. Ning Chen, is hiding behind a woman all you know how to do? Ning Chen gently patted Su Wannin's shoulder and said softly, Wan Nin, there's no need for this. Don't worry, I'm fine. Su Wanning glanced back at Ning Chen. Seeing his calm expression, she hesitated before nodding and stepping aside. Yet her watery eyes remained filled with worry. After all, the Ao family wielded considerable influence in Beihai City. She wasn't afraid for herself, she only feared Ning Chen might suffer harm because of them. Ao Yao Yao watched the subtle gestures between Ning Chen and Su Wanling, her teeth clenching unconsciously. She had always regarded him as a rival, yet here he was, blatantly flirting with another woman as if no one else existed. How utterly despicable. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, the anger in her eyes faded, replaced by a knowing smile. Ning Chen had switched to that useless, all show and no substance Beastmaster class. Being an orphan himself, he had no money to cultivate his beast. He was now far inferior to her. After all, growing up as the Ao family's heiress, Ao Yao Yao had been synonymous with extraordinary talent. Her academic performance had consistently secured the top spot in her grade. Yet ever since entering high school and encountering that freak, Ning Chen, she had never once retained her top spot. Time and again, he had surpassed her. She had fought relentlessly, yet never managed to surpass him. This fueled an unyielding spirit within her. Over these 3 years, she had competed with Ning Chen openly and covertly countless times, yet never once emerged victorious. This relentless defeat had dealt a crushing blow to her pride. But this time, with her class awakening, she had transformed into a powerful SSS rank combat class, the Blazing Flame Dragon Maiden. While Ning Chen had awakened as an SSS class Beastmaster, it was widely regarded as a useless, money sink class. She was convinced that this time, she would finally surpass Ning Chen. Therefore, today she would reclaim every shred of lost pride. Chapter 5, Entering the Secret Realm. Ning Chen, dare you take my bet? Ao Yao Yao tilted her chin slightly, her tone laced with challenge. I bet that after this beginner's secret realm ends, my level will definitely be higher than yours. Ning Chen heard this and shook his head helplessly. This proud young lady hadn't changed a bit, still as restless as ever. Over the past few years, she'd constantly challenged him to academic showdowns, even making bets about it multiple times. The outcome? Naturally, he'd pocketed thousands upon thousands of credit points each time. A significant portion of his school expenses and tuition during his studies could be attributed to this generous sponsorship from Miss Ao. But this time, Ning Chen felt there was really no need to bet again. Otherwise, it felt like he was taking advantage of this proud young lady who wasn't exactly the sharpest tool in the shed. No bet, he replied flatly. Seeing Ning Chen refuse, Ao Yao Yao furrowed her delicate brows. The wager is 10,000 credit points. If you win, I'll give you 10,000. If you lose, all you have to do is publicly admit that I, Ao Yao Yao, am indeed stronger than you, Ning Chen. As long as you honor the wager, I'll still give you the 10,000 credit points. Ning Chen felt a flicker of temptation, but still shook his head calmly. Forget it, Ao Yao Yao. You can't beat me. Ao Yao Yao was instantly furious. This Ning Chen had agreed to every bet before. Now that she was finally about to turn the tables, he refused to bet. How dare he? 100,000 credit points. Gritting her teeth, she immediately raised the stakes. Ning Chen's eyebrow twitched almost imperceptibly. He was somewhat startled by Ao Yao Yao's financial clout. True to her status as the Ao family's heiress, she casually threw down 100,000 credit points, nearly several times the startup capital he'd previously borrowed from Su Wanling. Seeing Ning Chen still hesitating, Ao Yao Yao assumed he was still unwilling, and her anger flared. Was she, the esteemed eldest daughter of the AO family, to be treated with such disrespect? 1 million. She blurted out a figure that made everyone around them gasp in shock. You lost. Just admit I'm better than you. I'll pay up. This time, Ning Chen was genuinely stunned. Holy. 1 million credit points, casually thrown down as a bet? This wasn't just being rich, she was a total money grubber among the wealthy. He feared AO Yaoyao might change her mind the next second. Alright. Ning Chen agreed decisively. The driver standing beside the luxury car paled at the figure, whispering urgently to AO Yaoyao, Miss, 1 million credit points? Isn't that a bit much? After all, his own monthly salary was only 50,000 credit points. This 1 million credit points would be enough for him to work hard for 2 whole years. AO Yaoyao narrowed her beautiful eyes. What's a million? As long as I'm happy. The driver, startled by her glare, quickly bowed his head and replied respectfully, Yes, miss. Su Wanning listened nearby, her worries deepening. She walked over to Ning Chen and whispered, Ning Chen, don't worry. I'll do my best to help you. I won't let you lose. Ning Chen looked at her earnest little face and smiled helplessly. It's okay, Wan Nin. Don't worry. The surrounding students were now in an uproar. Ha! That Ning Chen actually dared to accept the challenge. He's just a useless beastmaster. Even with Su Wanning, that S-rank frost chantress, helping him, there's no way he can beat the school's beauty, AO. Exactly. Does Ning Chen really think he's still that genius who used to ace every subject? Are you guys stupid? That's a million credit points. He still has to pay up if he loses. Who wouldn't be tempted by that? Exactly. If it were me, I'd take it too. So what if you lose face admitting someone's better than you? Big deal. Just as the crowd was buzzing with discussion, the principal arrived at the secret realm's entrance, accompanied by a group of teachers. The principal cleared his throat and announced in a resonant voice, Students, quiet down. Once the crowd quieted, the principal continued, Now, I declare the North Sea First High School Novice Secret Realm officially open for this year. Once inside the secret realm, you must proceed with caution. While the monsters within the Novice Secret Realm aren't exceptionally powerful, dangers still lurk within. You must handle everything with care. Safety comes first. The students below the stage responded in unison, Yes, principal. The principal nodded with satisfaction and added, Students, this year's class has produced many talented individuals. I hope you will strive to surpass the records set by your predecessors. As he spoke, a teacher beside him gestured toward a massive stone stele standing near the entrance. The stele was densely inscribed with numerous names and ranks. At the very top, in the first position, stood out in bold, Wang Yan, rank 5. Alright, good luck to you all. Now, enter the secret realm. The principal waved his hand decisively. The students, who had been waiting for quite some time, began moving toward the entrance of the secret realm in an orderly fashion, following their class order. Seeing this, AO Yaoyao coldly remarked, Ning Chen. Who would have thought a mere million credit points could buy your dignity? In this novice secret realm, I'll make you understand just how vast the gap between us truly is. I'll crush you completely beneath my feet. With that, she strode into the secret realm's light gate without looking back. Ning Chen cursed silently in his heart. Why didn't you say you could afford that much earlier? If I'd known you were this generous, forget admitting you're better than me back during exams, I could have deliberately scored 0 just to let you take first place. Dignity? What the hell is dignity worth when faced with a pile of shiny credit points? At that moment, Su Wanning tugged gently at Ning Chen's sleeve and whispered, Ning Chen, let's hurry into the secret realm too. I'll work hard to defeat monsters and level up, so you can win that bet. Ning Chen nodded, watching her earnest expression. Then, the two stepped forward together, entering the secret realm's entrance that pulsed with spatial fluctuations. After they entered, the dean of students smiled and said to the principal beside him, Principal, do you think any of this year's students could break the record set by Wang Yan 3 years ago? If I recall correctly, he was an S-class profession back then. When he finally cleared the beginner's secret realm, his level reached 5. That record won't be easy to break. The principal responded with a confident smile, if anyone can break that record, it's definitely AO Yaoyao. An SS-class profession, the Blazing Flame Dragon Maiden, that's the highest tier profession ever seen since Beihai First High was founded. Barring any surprises, her breaking Wang Yan's record should be a sure thing. The dean of students nodded vigorously. Exactly. AO Yaoyao truly is a prodigy. And Su Wanan's S-rank profession, Frost Singer, also shows tremendous potential. She might break the record too, though she'll likely fall just short of AO Yaoyao. The principal's smile broadened. During his current term, the school had produced 1 SS-class profession and 1 S-class profession. Combined with his accumulated achievements, he might just secure another promotion this year. Suddenly recalling something, he inquired, I noticed that Su Wannin seems to be teaming up with someone else? Who is that boy beside her? Looking at his back, why does he feel somewhat familiar? Chapter 6, Su Wannin possesses legendary talent? The dean of students immediately replied, Principal, that's Ning Chen, our former top student at Beihai No. 1 High School. You should know him, he consistently ranked first in theoretical subjects, without fail. Ah, it's such a pity. He awakened as a Beastmaster, which basically ruined his academic future. The principal recalled upon hearing this, oh, that boy. It really is a pity. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, Ning Chen and Su Wannin were traversing an environment resembling a dense, primeval forest. Towering ancient trees blocked out the sky, the air thick with the damp scent of earth and a faint, elusive hint of danger. Just then, the bushes ahead rustled violently. Suddenly, 7 or 8 creatures burst forth entirely emerald green, with sharp fangs, resembling wild wolves in form but the size of small calves. Above each creature's head, their respective information appeared. Jungle Wolves. Level, LV1. Bloodline, D class. Strength, 10, Speed, 10, Defense, 10, Spirit, 10. Skill, Ferocious Bite. Ning Chen raised an eyebrow, contemplating whether to summon Spicy Snack for a trial run. But before he could make a move, Su Wannin beside him had already acted. With a light flick of her ordinary, low-grade wooden novice staff, she uttered a crisp, cold command, Permafrost Domain. In an instant, an extreme chill radiated outward from Su Wannin, engulfing the pack of jungle wolves. A visible ice-blue halo rapidly expanded, completely enveloping the 7 or 8 jungle wolves within its grasp. Trapped within the domain, the wolves let out restless, anxious growls as they struggled to break free. Yet, under the influence of the ice-blue halo, their movements grew increasingly sluggish. Several weaker wolves, unable to even struggle, froze instantly into lifelike ice sculptures. Within mere seconds, the once ferocious pack of jungle wolves lay utterly vanquished. Successfully killed level 1 jungle wolves, experience points plus 10. Successfully killed level 1 jungle wolves, experience plus 10. Successful kill, level 1 jungle wolf, experience plus 10. A series of system notifications sounded simultaneously in Ning Chen and Su Wannin's ears. A hint of surprise flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. Ha! Was he being carried? And wasn't Su Wannin's class an S-rank Frost Singer? While S-rank classes were already formidable, the sheer power of that last move seemed beyond the ordinary. Could it be? Su Wannin had awakened a talent too? Ning Chen pondered this internally but refrained from asking outright. After all, talents were the most private trump cards for any class user. Even if one awakens one, few are willing to reveal it lightly. A smile then spread across Ning Chen's face as he praised, Wannin, you're actually this powerful. Hearing Ning Chen's praise, a charming blush spread across Su Wannin's fair cheeks. She murmured shyly, no, I'm not. It's just because I awakened a talent. Without hesitation, Su Wanning displayed her talent information for Ning Chen to examine. Legendary talent, Ice Heart Clarity. 1. Absolute 0, all your ice element skills have a 20% fixed chance to trigger the absolute freeze effect upon attack. This effect ignores all target resistances and level suppression, forcibly immobilizing the target for 3 seconds. 2. Spirit Resonance, each frozen enemy you successfully defeat instantly restores 10% of your maximum mana. 3. Ice Elemental Enhancement, all damage dealt by your ice attribute skills and the ice attribute damage applied by your basic attacks is permanently increased by 100%. 4. Frost Prophecy, you gain powerful foresight. When facing lethal damage, an Ice Mirror Doppelganger automatically materializes to absorb the blow, teleporting you to a nearby safe zone 24-hour cooldown. Ning Chen inwardly exclaimed, holy crap. He hadn't guessed wrong. Su Wannin had indeed awakened a talent, and it was a legendary tier talent, second only to his own god tier talent. Talents of this caliber were essentially the pinnacle achievable. After all, his own god tier talent was a singular existence. It could be said that although Su Wanning was only an S-tier Frost Singer, with the enhancement of this legendary talent, Ice Heart Illumination, her actual combat power was likely far superior to that of some SSS-tier professionals without talents. Of course, this assumes that SSS-tier professionals haven't awakened their talents. Ning Chen, let's keep moving forward, Su Wannin declared, her fighting spirit surging. I'll do my absolute best to win that bet for you. Ning Chen nodded with a smile. It seemed he could relax and take it easy for a while on the upcoming leveling journey. Thus, for the next stretch, the secret realm echoed with Su Wannin's clear shouts as she unleashed skills, punctuated by system notifications of monsters frozen and slain. Successfully defeated level 1 Fanged Rabbit. Experience plus 15. Level 2 Venomous Vine successfully slain. Experience plus 40. Ding. Congratulations to player Ning Chen for reaching level 2. Ding. Congratulations to player Su Wannin for reaching level 2. Thanks to Su Wannin's efficient monster clearing skills, after over an hour of grinding, both players successfully reached level 2. Ning Chen paused and said to Su Wannin, Wannin, most monsters in this outer zone are no higher than level 3, and the EXP gains are starting to dwindle. Why don't we head straight to the inner zone? Ning Chen wasn't the least bit worried about encountering any unexpected dangers deeper inside. After all, Su Wannin possessed the formidable combination of an S-tier class and legendary tier talent. And on his side, he still had the even more god-tier Spicy Snack as his ultimate trump card. With this setup, if they didn't venture into the inner zone now, when would they? Besides, defeating monsters of higher levels granted extra experience bonuses. Su Wannin naturally had no objections to Ning Chen's proposal, nodding obediently. The pair immediately ventured deeper into the inner regions of the secret realm. Sure enough, the moment they stepped into the inner zone, the monsters they encountered were noticeably stronger and higher leveled. However, these posed little challenge to Su Wannin, who possessed a legendary tier talent. Thanks to the powerful effects of her Ice Heart Clarity talent, defeating monsters far above her level was second nature to her. Ning Chen, on the other hand, was quite content to sit back and relax, letting her handle everything while his experience points steadily climbed. Soon, as another wave of monsters fell, both of them leveled up again, reaching level 3 together. Just then, a deafening roar echoed from the distance ahead. Chapter 7, Ning Chen actually has such a powerful beast tamer. Immediately, a colossal rhino-like monster appeared in their sight. Over 3 meters tall, its body was covered in thick black armor, a fearsome horn protruding from its forehead, and its eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty red light. Black Armor Blast Flame Rhino Elite. Level, LV.5. Bloodline, B grade. Strength, 400, Speed, 250, Defense, 550, Spirit, 60. Skills, Savage Charge, Flamethrower, Hardened Skin. Ning Chen quickly scanned the elite monster's stats panel. Good grief, this thing's stats were far beyond what Su Wanling could handle at her current stage. Su Wanling's pretty face paled slightly as she nervously suggested, Ning Chen, I might not be able to defeat this monster. How about we retreat for now and come back later? Ning Chen merely smiled faintly, replying casually, no need. I'll handle it. Su Wanning gasped in shock, immediately protesting, no, Ning Chen. I can't let your beast contract die for nothing. This monster is far too powerful. In her eyes, even with Ning Chen's beast contract, facing this level 5 elite monster would likely mean nothing more than cannon fodder. Ning Chen's lips curved upward into a confident smile. Just watch my beast, and you'll see. With that, he summoned Spicy Snack from his beast space with a thought. In an instant, a flash of golden light erupted. A miniature divine dragon appeared before Ning Chen, small in stature yet covered in dazzling golden dragon scales, its head and horns imposing, radiating an awe-inspiring divine presence. Spicy Snack Sacred Spirit Ancestral Dragon Juvenile. Level, LV.3. Bloodline, SSS grade. Strength, 780. Speed, 730. Defense, 760. Spirit, 700. Loyalty, 100. Skills, Dragon's Might SSS rank, Primordial Dragon Breath SSS rank, Dragon Scale Guard SSS rank, Instant Shadow Dragon Claw SSS rank. Làtiáo's attribute panel clearly materialized mid-air. Ning Chen chose not to conceal it. Since the Beastmaster and Beast leveled up synchronously, when he reached level 3, Làtiáo also hit level 3, causing its 4 core attributes to surge dramatically once more. Su Wannin stared at Làtiáo's terrifying attribute panel, her beautiful eyes widening in shock as her mouth formed a perfect O of astonishment. Too powerful. This majestic golden dragon was actually Ning Chen's beast companion? SSS grade bloodline. And those 4-dimensional stats that were practically off the charts. Recalling how she'd earlier given him 20,000 credit points out of concern he couldn't afford to train his beast, Su Wanning's cheeks flushed with embarrassment and shame. What did her measly contribution amount to in the face of Ning Chen's incredibly powerful beast? Perhaps Ning Chen didn't need those 20,000 credit points at all. She stammered out a flustered explanation, Ning Chen, I genuinely had no idea you'd contracted such an incredible beast. I absolutely didn't join your team because I was after your beast. Watching her flustered, adorable expression, Ning Chen couldn't help but smile as he reached out and gently ruffled her hair. I know that, he said gently. Su Wanning's cheeks flushed even redder at Ning Chen's unexpected head pat, her heart pounding wildly like a frightened deer. Ning Chen withdrew his hand, his gaze shifting to the level 5 elite monster, the Black Armor Explosive Flame Rhino. A confident curve lifted the corners of his mouth. Làtiáo, go get it! Roar! Làtiáo let out a commanding, yet youthful dragon roar. Its small form transformed into a golden streak of lightning, instantly charging toward the Black Armor Explosive Flame Rhinoceros. The Black Armor Blast Rhinoceros clearly sensed the terrifying dragon aura emanating from Làtiáo. A flicker of apprehension passed through its bloodthirsty red eyes as it let out an uneasy roar. The single horn atop its head ignited with searing flames, unleashing a thick pillar of fire that shot straight toward Làtiáo. Yet Làtiáo's speed was beyond compare. With a nimble twist mid-air, it effortlessly evaded the fiery blast. In the next instant, it appeared at the Black Armor Explosive Flame Rhino's side, its golden dragon scaled claws striking out like lightning. Shadow Claw. Squish. The sharp dragon claws sliced through the Black Armor Explosive Flame Rhinoceros's thick, prideful armor as easily as cutting tofu, leaving several deep gashes that exposed bone. 5,888. A terrifying damage number floated above the Black Armor Blast Flame Rhino's head. The Black Armor Blast Flame Rhino let out a piercing, agonized howl as its massive body crashed to the ground, its life force extinguished. Instant kill. A true instant kill. Ding. Congratulations to player Ning Chen for successfully defeating the level 5 Black Armor Explosive Flame Rhino Elite. Experience points plus 500. Ding. Congratulations to player Ning Chen for advancing to level 4. Ding. Congratulations to player Su Wan for reaching level 4. A satisfied smile spread across Ning Chen's face. Not bad, level 4 already. If that spoiled brat Yao found out how fast I'm leveling up, she'd probably faint on the spot. Let's go, Wan Ning. We'll continue, he said to Su Wanning. From then on, Ning Chen stopped completely coasting and occasionally directed Làtiáo to take the initiative. With Làtiáo joining the fray, their monster-clearing speed shot up another notch. They practically ran rampant through the inner regions of the secret realm. Most monsters they encountered along the way were one-hit kills for Làtiáo. Successfully defeated level 3 Shadow Panther. Experience plus 70. Successfully defeated level 4 Ironclad Earth Dragon, experience plus 150. Successfully defeated level 5 Windblade Demon Wolf, EXP plus 280. After effortlessly dispatching another level 5 common monster, Ning Chen and Su Wanen's experience bars surged significantly once more. Just then, a blood-curdling tiger roar echoed from the distance, mingled with the clamor of fierce combat and a young woman's shouts. Ning Chen was taken aback. Someone was clearly in serious trouble. Let's go, Wanling. We should check it out, he said to Su Wanning. The two swiftly headed toward the source of the noise. Soon, they discovered the combatants in a ravaged clearing. It was Yao. Ning Chen was somewhat surprised. Talk about mentioning Cao Cao, and here he comes. The very moment he thought of Yao, a haughty young lady appeared before him. At that moment, Yao stood clutching a flaming longsword, entangled in a fierce struggle with an abnormally massive tiger. The tiger was entirely black, its fur streaked with eerie dark gold patterns. Its blood-red eyes radiated savagery and a thirst for slaughter. Though Yao's SS-class profession, the Blazing Dragon Maiden, was formidable, she was clearly at a disadvantage against this ferocious beast. She attempted several times to outrun it, only to be relentlessly pursued, unable to shake its grasp. Ning Chen's gaze sharpened as he swiftly scanned the tiger's attribute panel. Chapter 8, Yao. Is this dragon Ning Chen's beast? Shadow Demon Tiger Boss. Level, LV.7. Bloodline, a grade. Strength, 850, Speed, 700, Defense, 700, Spirit, 520. Skills, Shadow Assault, Demon Roar, Soul-Shattering Claws. A flicker of surprise crossed Ning Chen's eyes. He hadn't expected to encounter the final boss monster of this beginner's secret realm here. But since it was here, he might as well take it down. More importantly, he couldn't let Yao, his big spender, meet her end so easily. Besides, if the Ao family's young miss truly perished in the beginner's dungeon organized by Beihai First High School, wouldn't the Ao family blow the entire school to smithereens? With that thought, Ning Chen decisively said to Su Wanling, "Come on, Wanling, let's go take on that tiger." Su Wanning had already witnessed Làtiáo's terrifying strength. Naturally, she had no objections to Ning Chen's suggestion. She obediently hummed in agreement and nodded firmly. The pair immediately ceased concealing their presence and charged straight toward the battlefield. Frost Path. Su Wanling struck first, lightly tapping her staff. An icy blue path instantly spread beneath the Shadow Demon Tiger's feet, severely restricting its movement speed. Roar! The Shadow Demon Tiger roared in pain and fury, turning to lunge at Su Wanning. Làtiáo, Primordial Dragon Breath. Ning Chen commanded calmly. Làtiáo understood, its small body suddenly inhaling sharply before opening its mouth to unleash a golden dragon's breath filled with destructive energy, slamming it fiercely toward the Shadow Demon Tiger. Boom! The furious dragon's breath instantly knocked the Shadow Demon Tiger's massive body off balance, successfully forcing it back. Yao seized the moment, narrowly escaping the fray and retreating to the side. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock as she stared at the suddenly appearing Ning Chen and Su Wanling, along with that majestic little golden dragon. How could it be Ning Chen? Where did this dragon come from? Wait, it seemed this dragon was Ning Chen's beast companion? Where on earth did he contract such an outrageously powerful dragon-type beast? Ning Chen had no time to spare for Yao now. His full attention was focused on the Shadow Demon Tiger. Làtiáo, keep attacking. Shadow Dragon Claw. Làtiáo transformed into a golden lightning bolt once more, ignoring the Shadow Demon Tiger's death throes as its razor-sharp dragon claws carved bone-deep gashes into its flesh. Though the Shadow Demon Tiger was a level 7 boss monster, it was no match for Làtiáo, whose level had surged to 4, causing all its attributes to skyrocket once more. Moreover, Làtiáo's skills were all SSS-tier divine abilities, further amplified by the passive suppression effect of Dragon's Might. The battle unfolded as a one-sided, crushing rout. Finally, under another primordial dragon breath imbued with annihilation, the Shadow Demon Tiger let out a final, unwilling howl. Its massive body crashed to the ground, utterly lifeless. Ding! Congratulations to player Ning Chen for successfully defeating the level 7 Shadow Demon Tiger area boss, earning plus 1200 EXP. Ding! Congratulations to player Ning Chen for advancing to level 5. Ding! Congratulations to player Su Wannin for gaining plus 600 EXP. Ning Chen's level had successfully broken through to level 5. Ao Yaoyao, standing nearby, remained utterly stunned. She glanced uncertainly at Su Wannin, her voice trembling slightly as she asked, Su Wannin, that dragon, was it really Ning Chen's mount? Su Wannin nodded obediently, softly murmuring, Upon receiving confirmation, Ao Yaoyao felt her entire worldview crumbling. She had always believed that after Ning Chen's career change into a worthless beast tamer, he would never surpass her in this lifetime. But this golden dragon before her, powerful to an outrageous degree, felt like a resounding slap across her face. Ning Chen withdrew the spicy strips, strolling leisurely toward Ao Yaoyao with a hint of mocking amusement on his lips. Well then, Miss Ao, looks like you'll need to prepare that million credit points ahead of schedule. Ao Yaoyao's face flushed alternately crimson and ashen as she stared at Ning Chen with a complex expression. She refused to accept this. I won't admit defeat, she declared stubbornly. However, the thought that Ning Chen had indeed saved her life moments ago caused her tone to soften involuntarily. But you did save this young lady's life just now. I'll remember this favor, and I'll give you ample compensation. Ning Chen smiled and waved his hand dismissively. No need, Miss Ao. 1 million credit points is more than enough. Ao Yaoyao, however, reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, immediately retorting, Humph. A mere million? Does this young lady's life only cost that much? Ning Chen sighed helplessly. Fine. You're precious, so whatever you say goes. Just then, the entire newbie secret realm suddenly began to violently tremble without warning. Boom! 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 As if the heavens were splitting apart, the ground shook violently and trees all around collapsed. Ning Chen's brows furrowed tightly as a sense of foreboding rose within him. What was happening? Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, a teacher responsible for monitoring the secret realm's conditions suddenly leapt from his seat, his face drained of color. His voice trembling, he cried out to the principal. No good. Principal. The novice secret realm. An unknown mutation has occurred inside the novice secret realm. All monsters have undergone significant enhancement and have begun a collective uprising. Energy fluctuation readings indicate deep within the realm, it's highly likely a hidden boss of level 10 has emerged. Upon hearing the teacher's terrified report, the dean's face instantly turned as white as paper, his voice cracking. What did you say? Mutation. It's over. This is absolutely disastrous. All the students are still inside. And that young lady from the AO family too. The principal's face darkened so intensely it seemed ready to drip with water, his mood sinking to an absolute low. Just a moment ago, he had been lost in a dream of his impending promotion and pay raise. The next, reality had violently yanked him from the clouds and hurled him into an endless abyss. An aberration in the secret realm. This catastrophic scenario, existing only in theory with odds lower than winning the lottery jackpot by countless times, had actually occurred in their Beihai First High School's novice secret realm. If he didn't handle this properly, not only would his career as principal be over, but he might even lose his life. The other teachers were all frantic, pacing around like ants on a hot pan. Once a secret realm mutates, its internal space becomes extremely unstable, making it impossible for outsiders to forcibly open or close the entrance. Unless, that is, someone could eliminate the source of the anomaly from within the hidden boss lurking inside, a monstrous level 10 threat. But how could that be possible? The ones entering the novice secret realm were mostly first-year students who had just completed their class change, with an average level barely reaching 3. Expecting them to take down a level 10 hidden boss? That's nothing short of a pipe dream, pure fantasy. Chapter 9, Dungeon Mutation. Hidden Boss. The principal's vision darkened, nearly causing him to collapse on the spot, his heart filled with utter despair. He was utterly finished now. With the dungeon mutating, all the students would likely perish. When higher-ups investigated, he'd face unimaginable punishment. Even if, by some miracle, the higher-ups didn't hold him accountable afterward, if that young lady from the AO family met with any misfortune in the secret realm, given the AO family's style, they would absolutely come looking for him to settle the score. By then, his life would truly be forfeit. Within the secret realm. The violent tremors made Ao Yaoyao's face pale. She gasped in shock, This is a secret realm mutation. The secret realm has mutated. There must be a hidden boss monster. Su Wanning's face turned pale with fear, her voice trembling with tears. What? A hidden boss? What should we do now? Ning Chen's brows furrowed deeply, yet his tone remained unnaturally steady. Don't panic. The more you panic at times like this, the more deadly it becomes. Ning Chen lowered his head in deep thought. If we don't take down the hidden boss, we're done for. I'm still so young I refuse to die here. A shiver ran down Ning Chen's spine. He quickly turned to Ao Yaoyao and asked calmly, Ao Yaoyao, what level are you now? Ao Yaoyao took a deep breath, forcing herself to steady her nerves before replying, just hit level 4. Ning Chen nodded, then without hesitation, sent Ao Yaoyao a party invitation. Given our current situation, the three of us combined should be the strongest combat force in this secret realm. You two support me. First, we need to figure out how to deal with this wave of beasts. Once we've boosted our strength, we'll hunt down that hidden boss and finish it off for good. Làtiáo gazed into Ning Chen's eyes, still calm and composed even in this critical moment, and inexplicably, her own panic began to subside. Without further words, she accepted Ning Chen's party invitation. Without further delay, the trio set off immediately, heading toward the likely gathering point of the students. Before long, they spotted a vast open area not far ahead. A surging tide of enhanced monsters, a relentless wave of beasts, was madly chasing after their classmates. Most of these monsters, enhanced by mutated energy, had reached the terrifying level 4. Among them were numerous elite monsters soaring as high as level 6, and even level 7. Many students, either too slow to react or lacking sufficient strength, had already been swallowed by the tide, unable to utter more than a few agonized screams. Move! We must deal with that horde first. Otherwise, we'll all die here. Ning Chen made a decisive call, his voice deep and commanding. While these monsters were terrifying foes beyond the capabilities of most students. But for Ning Chen now, they were nothing. Before his words had even faded, he charged headlong into the surging tide of beasts. Su Wanning and Làtiáo followed closely behind. The trio stood directly in front of the panicked students, like pillars holding firm against the torrent, facing the terrifying flood of monsters head-on. Làtiáo, unleash your full dragon might. Primordial dragon breath, clear the area. Ning Chen commanded calmly. Roar! Làtiáo let out a thunderous dragon roar, unleashing its terrifying SSS-tier dragon might that instantly engulfed the entire battlefield. The once ferocious enhanced monsters, sensing this absolute suppression rooted in their very bloodline, visibly slowed and froze in terror. Immediately, devastating primordial dragon breaths erupted from Làtiáo's maw, like countless indestructible golden blades plunging viciously into the monster horde. Blazing sword dance. Làtiáo let out a fierce cry as her blazing longsword erupted in dazzling light. Scorching sword chi crisscrossed the air, slicing through every monster that dared to charge close. Frost storm. Su Wanning showed no sign of weakness either. With a wave of her staff, a frost storm containing extreme cold materialized out of thin air, freezing a large group of monsters in place, unable to move. The trio worked in perfect harmony, balancing offense and defense. Ning Chen's spicy strips functioned like a battlefield meat grinder, relentlessly reaping the monsters' lives. Làtiáo and Su Wanning provided powerful fire support and crowd control effects from the flanks. Level 4 Berserk Demon Ape successfully slain. Experience plus 180. Successfully defeated level 6 Enhanced Gargoyle, experience plus 450. A barrage of system notifications blared incessantly in their ears as their experience bars surged upward at a visible pace. Meanwhile, the once overwhelming tide of monsters rapidly diminished in numbers at an astonishing rate. Behind them, the students who had been on the brink of despair stared in stunned silence at this scene that seemed like divine intervention. Gee, goodness gracious. It's Ning Chen and Su Wanling. And AO, the school beauty. They'd become this powerful already. That golden dragon, could it be Ning Chen's beast companion? My goodness, it's so powerful. It's practically a divine beast. Whispers of awe and astonishment rippled through the crowd. Many students who had mocked Ning Chen during the class change ceremony now felt utterly ashamed, their faces burning with embarrassment. Others were overcome with guilt. They recalled how they had once mocked Ning Chen without restraint. Yet now, when they faced life-threatening peril, Ning Chen had set aside past grievances to pull them back from the brink of death. For a moment, the gaze everyone cast upon Ning Chen was filled with gratitude. Feeling their gazes, Ning Chen gave a wry smile. Could these people stop flattering themselves? I did it to save my own skin, damn it. Thoughts aside, he was still frantically fending off the relentless tide of beasts. His level was also rising at a terrifyingly rapid pace. Ding! Congratulations to player Ning Chen for reaching level 6. Ding! Congratulations to player Ning Chen for reaching level 7. Just as Ning Chen's level skyrocketed to 7, the tremors throughout the entire secret realm space reached their peak. Boom! A deafening roar shook the heavens as space itself tore apart in the distant sky. From within, black mist continuously seeped out, as if some terrifying entity was about to descend. Immediately after, a creature entirely pitch black, towering over 10 meters tall, and resembling a monstrous, upright beast slowly stepped out of the rift. 3 curved demonic horns protruded from its head, its eyes blazing with an eerie purple abyssal fire. Visible black mist swirled around its form, and merely standing there, it radiated a terrifying aura powerful enough to make all creatures bow in submission. Abyssal Rift Devourer Boss. Level, LV.10. Bloodline, S. Strength, 1600, Speed, 1200, Defense, 1200, Spirit, 1750. Skills, Abyssal Roar, Rift Tier, Soul Devour, Shadow Burst. Chapter 10, Infinite Entries. Activate. Ning Chen's expression grew grave as he stared at the Abyssal Rift Devourer. No wonder the dungeon mutated, it was because monsters from the game had forcibly invaded. 300 years ago, the game merged with reality that virtual realm was actually a real world. Now the game continues to merge with Blue Star, but I never imagined it would spread into this beginner's secret realm. And this level 10 hidden boss? Absolutely no pushover. Su Wanan's face instantly drained of color, her voice trembling. A level 10 hidden boss. Can Làtiáo really handle it? Though Làtiáo had displayed godlike power before, this was a genuine level 10 hidden boss. Yaoyao bit her red lips tightly, turning to Ning Chen and demanding in a low voice, Ning Chen, can your beast companion actually handle this? Ning Chen took a deep breath, his eyes burning with resolve. Rest assured. Even if it can't, it has to. His resolute tone eased their nerves considerably. The students who had been rescued along the way now watched Ning Chen and his companions with tense expressions. They had to win. Ning Chen was their only hope now. Someone in the crowd called out with concern, Ning Chen, be careful. Ning Chen caught their expressions out of the corner of his eye and curled his lips in disdain. Human nature was truly ugly. They fawned over you when they needed you, then discarded you like a worn-out shoe when you were no longer useful. If he weren't in mortal danger himself, he wouldn't give a damn about these hypocrites. Ning Chen's sharp gaze locked onto the abyssal rift devourer. He knew full well that with Làtiao's current level 7 strength, taking on this hidden level 10 boss with S-grade bloodline alone was a long shot. But he, Ning Chen, was a man who could cheat the system. Infinite attributes. Activate. Ding. Host currently possesses 8 opportunities to draw golden traits. Random selection in progress. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the following golden attributes: Chaos Dragon Scale, Undying Battle Will, Beast Mastery Feedback 2, Timeless Shadow, Eternal Heart, God Devouring Fang, Elemental Core, Eye of Divine Retribution. System detecting. Filtering the most compatible golden entries for the host's beast spicy snack. Screening complete. Recommended golden traits to bestow: Chaos Dragon Scale, Undying Battle Will, Beastmaster's Rebirth, God Devouring Fangs. Would you like to view the details and grant them immediately? Ning Chen's heart surged with excitement as he hastily silently recited to view. Chaotic Dragon Scales, your beast companion gains powerful chaos attributes. Immortal Battle Will, when your beast companion's health falls below 40%, it will instantly enter the Immortal Battle Will state. God Devouring Fangs, each attack from your beast companion deals true damage equal to 5% of the target's maximum health. Beastmaster's Feedback, your beast will permanently transfer 10% of its 4 core attributes to you, the Beastmaster, enhancing all your physical stats. Ning Chen felt his heart surge with excitement, his breathing growing slightly ragged. Holy crap! These 4 golden traits were each more mind-blowing than the last, each more astonishing than the previous. Chaos Dragon Scales had damage reflection and elemental effects. Immortal Battle will grants burst damage on low health and control immunity. God Devouring Fangs delivered percentage-based true damage and permanent attribute growth, granting the spicy snack infinite potential for growth. And the final Beastmaster's Rebirth? It directly boosts his own power. This is nothing short of an epic buff. Bestow them all. Ning Chen issued the command without hesitation in his mind. Ding. Golden trait bestowal in progress. Bestowal successful. In an instant, the already dazzling golden body of the spicy strip erupted with an even more blinding radiance. A terrifying dragon aura, even more formidable than before and tinged with hints of chaos and immortality, surged forth from its tiny form. Its dragon scales seemed to grow deeper and heavier, with chaotic energy swirling within. Within its golden dragon eyes, the flames of fierce battle intent blazed fiercely. Roar! A dragon's roar, filled with supreme majesty, reverberated throughout the entire secret realm. The transformed Làtiáo, its aura now several times more powerful than before, charged headlong toward the abyssal rift devourer. At the same moment, outside the secret realm, at the gates of Beihai First High School, several figures radiating immense power materialized amidst spatial ripples. Leading them was a middle-aged man clad in black traditional attire, his countenance commanding respect without a trace of anger, the current head of the Ao family and father of Yaoyao, Aotian. At this moment, Aotian's expression was as dark as storm clouds, his eyes burning with uncontrollable fury. He had never approved of his precious daughter participating in this school-organized, riddled with flaws novice secret realm. To him, it was nothing short of treating safety as a joke. But his daughter was stubborn and insisted, leaving him no choice but to reluctantly agree. Yet he never imagined such a colossal failure would actually occur. The secret realm had mutated. If he could turn back time, he would stop at nothing to prevent his daughter from entering this damn beginner's secret realm. Principal. Aotian's icy glare pierced the already sweat-drenched principal like a dagger. If my daughter suffers even the slightest harm in this secret realm, you should know the consequences. The principal felt his legs go weak, barely able to stand. His voice trembled as he stammered, Mr. Ao. Mr. Ao, please calm down. This matter hasn't reached its final stage yet. Perhaps, a miracle could still happen. Of course, he didn't believe a single word he was saying. A group of students averaging less than level 5 facing a level 10 mutated hidden boss whose power rivaled that of a level 20 ordinary professional? What miracle could possibly happen? Unless the sun rose in the west. I hope you're right that a miracle does happen. Aotian snorted coldly, saying no more, but his icy eyes remained fixed on the entrance to the secret realm. Within the secret realm, the transformed Làtiáo now clashed head-on with the abyssal rift devourer. Boom! 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 Each collision erupted with earth-shattering roars, terrifying energy ripples spreading wildly in all directions, carving vicious gullies into the ground. Shockingly, empowered by 4 divine golden attributes, the spicy snack actually held its own against the level 10 hidden boss, trading blows evenly. Both combatants' health bars plummeted at a visible rate. Ning Chen's eyes sharpened as his mind raced, constantly monitoring every detail on the battlefield and issuing commands without pause. Làtiáo, watch out for its rending fissure skill. Now, use Shadow Dragon Claw. Chapter 11, SSS rank Golden Dragon emerges. The entire arena stunned. Roar! Làtiao's figure streaked through the air like a golden bolt of lightning. The instant Shadow Dragon Claw, wielded with unmatched sharpness, savagely ripped through the abyssal rift devourer's resilient, pitch-black flesh. Rip! A wound deep enough to expose bone appeared, spurting dark green blood. Arg! The abyssal rift devourer let out a deafening roar, agony filling its deep purple eyes. It had completely lost control. Abyssal roar! Rift tear! Shadow burst! Multiple skills erupted from its body in near simultaneous bursts, causing the entire secret realm to tremble. Black energy pillars and invisible blades that tore through space rained down upon Làtiáo. A flash of golden light erupted from Làtiáo as the effect of Chaos Dragon scales activated. Part of the elemental damage was directly negated, and several attacks, upon touching its scales, bizarrely reversed course, crashing back toward the devourer itself. Even so, the explosive assault disrupted Làtiao's aura, causing its health to begin declining. The instant its health dipped below 40%. Immortal Battle will activate. A fiercer crimson gold light erupted from Làtiao's body, unleashing a frenzied, unmatched battle intent that pierced the heavens. Its attack power surged threefold in an instant. Its form swelled by a full size, its golden dragon eyes blazing with an unyielding flame. Ning Chen's eyelid twitched, his heart clenching in response. This boss's death throes were indeed ferocious. His mind raced as he calmly issued commands. Làtiáo, watch out for its soul devouring. Use Dragon Scale Guard. Between the abyssal rift devourer's massive claws, a deep purple orb of soul energy rapidly coalesced. It was one of its signature moves. Soul Devour. At the critical moment, Làtiao's dragon body trembled. Golden scales erupted across its form, flaring into a solid golden light barrier that perfectly shielded it within. Hum! The violet soul energy sphere slammed into the golden barrier and vanished without a trace. Now! A sharp gleam flashed in Ning Chen's eyes, primordial dragon breath. Receiving the command, Làtiáo let out a piercing dragon's roar, opening its maw wide as the long-accumulated energy erupted forth. A golden dragon's breath, denser than any before, carrying terror-inducing power akin to the creation of the heavens and earth, struck with pinpoint accuracy upon the monstrous head of the abyssal rift devourer. Arg! The abyssal rift devourer let out a piercing, agonized howl. Its massive body shook violently, the glow in its dark purple eyes rapidly fading. Crash! The colossal creature crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. A dazzling golden light shot skyward from its corpse, exploding mid-air into a shower of sparkling points of light. Simultaneously, crisp and melodious system notifications sounded consecutively in Ning Chen and Su Wanan's ears. Ding! Congratulations to player Ning Chen for successfully defeating the level 10 Abyssal Rift Devourer Dungeon Lord and achieving a perfect clear. Experience points plus 10,000. Ding! Congratulations to player Ning Chen for advancing to level 8. Ding! Congratulations to player Su Wanin for gaining plus 5,000 EXP. Leveled up to level 6. Outside the secret realm. As the purifying light pillars shot skyward from the dungeon's core, Principal Aotian and Su Wanin, who had been on edge the entire time, simultaneously exhaled in relief. They did it! They succeeded! The principal's voice cracked with excitement as he turned to Aotian, his face plastered with an obsequious grin. Head of the AO family, I told you so. Miss AO possesses extraordinary talent. Blessed souls are destined for good fortune. She truly is the pride of North Sea First High School. A look of satisfaction finally appeared on Aotian's stern face. He gave a slight nod, his gaze fixed intently on the secret realm gates slowly opening. Yao Yao should be coming out now. Gleaming light flared as the gates swung wide open. A tall, slender figure emerged first, stepping out with composed grace. It wasn't Ao Yao Yao. It was Ning Chen. The smile on Aotian's face froze momentarily. The principal's expression also froze. Before anyone could react, a massive light screen materialized above the secret realm's entrance, clearly displaying the final rankings for this novice secret realm. Novice Secret Realm Mutated Clear Rankings. First place, Ning Chen, Su Wanin MVP, Ning Chen. Second place, Whoosh! The entire venue fell silent for a moment before erupting into a thunderous roar of astonishment. The students waiting anxiously outside all stared wide-eyed. First place? Ning Chen and Su Wanning? MVP. Ning Chen? How is that possible? A boy who had previously mocked Ning Chen shrieked, "This must be a mistake. How could the MVP be that useless beast tamer Ning Chen? His beast tamer skills are practically useless. The secret realm system must have malfunctioned." Exactly. School beauty AO is so strong, and she has her SS grade blazing flame dragon maiden. There's no way Ning Chen deserves MVP. Doubts echoed throughout the crowd. Hearing this, Ning Chen's lips curved into a faint, mocking smile, his eyes flashing with disdain. He focused his intent. Roar! A dragon's roar, youthful yet filled with supreme majesty, echoed through the air. A miniature divine dragon, its body covered in dazzling golden scales, its head adorned with sharp horns, and its aura commanding awe, materialized on his shoulder. With a pair of golden vertical pupils, it surveyed the crowd indifferently. That terrifying dragon's aura, even in its juvenile form, sent a wave of dread through every student present. This is a dragon? My god! An SSS grade spirit beast? No, this aura, this pressure, it surpasses even SSS grade. A spirit beast of this caliber would cost at least 20 million credit points. Ning Chen is an orphan, a penniless beggar. How could he possibly afford it? Could it be? Could he be some hidden top-tier rich kid? Just as everyone was reeling in shock, a fiery red figure emerged from the secret realm, none other than Ao Yaoyao. Her expression was complex as she glanced at Ning Chen before stepping forward. She retrieved an anonymous credit card from her storage bracelet and handed it to him. Ning Chen, here's 1 million credit points. Ao Yaoyao lifted her snow-white chin, her tone still tinged with pride. This lady keeps her word. You did well this time saving my life. I, Ao Yaoyao, owe you this favor. But just you wait. Sooner or later, I will surpass you fair and square. With that, she gave a slight snort and turned her head away, looking somewhat awkward. Ning Chen accepted the credit card, observing her demeanor with a faint smile. I'll be waiting. Ao Tian's deep, hawk-like eyes scanned Ning Chen from head to toe. This kid, so young, yet he remains completely unfazed in such a situation. His composure far surpassed that of his peers. Not to mention the unfathomable mini-dragon and the MVP title. A talent worth molding. A plan formed in Ao Tian's mind. He turned his head and spoke in a deep voice to the principal beside him, who wore a fawning expression. Principal Zhang, this Ning Chen is a promising prospect. My Ao family is willing to fund his intensive training. Chapter 12, Dual SSS Beast Taming in Hand. He wants to keep a low profile. The principal's eyes lit up instantly. His face broke into a wide smile as he rubbed his hands together excitedly. Oh my! The Ao family head has such foresight. Student Ning Chen possesses extraordinary talent. This time, he single-handedly turned the tide, rescuing his classmates from peril. He is the hero of our Beihai First High School. The school has decided to hold a full school commendation ceremony for Ning Chen to honor his achievements. Listening to their conversation, Ning Chen remained expressionless, merely nodding politely. A commendation ceremony? Seeking the spotlight? He wasn't particularly interested. His mind was entirely occupied with how to spend the 1 million credit points Ao Yaoyao had given him. One spicy snack had already proven so powerful. If he got another one. Ning Chen couldn't be bothered with the stares from all around. After exchanging a few perfunctory words with the principal and Ao Tian, he excused himself, citing the need for rest, and promptly left the school grounds. The moment he stepped outside the gates, Ning Chen eagerly hailed a hover taxi. Driver, take me to the professional center. The professional center bustled with activity, teeming with people as always. Ning Chen made his way confidently to the Beastmaster trading zone, his gaze darting swiftly across the various ecological display cases. He wasn't short on attackers now. Làtiáo's damage output was already explosive enough. What he needed now were beasts with more versatile functions or ones that could compensate for Làtiáo's shortcomings. That million credit points might sound substantial, but it barely scratched the surface when it came to purchasing a high-quality beast egg or youngling. Finally, his gaze settled on a corner, resting upon an unassuming glass tank. Inside lay a palm-sized frog, entirely emerald green, its skin covered in bumpy patterns. It looked utterly ordinary. The label beside it read, D-Class Beast Swamp Frog, price 990,000 credits. That's the one. Ning Chen paid with his card without hesitation. The sales staff and other customers around him exchanged peculiar glances. Spending nearly 1 million credits on a D-rank frog? This guy must have a screw loose. Ning Chen couldn't care less about others' opinions. Clutching the frog's habitat box, he swiftly exited the professional center. He found a secluded, deserted alleyway, set the tank on the ground, and opened the contract interface through mental communication. A faint glow flickered as the contract was established. The frog's attribute panel appeared before Ning Chen's eyes. Frog juvenile. Level, LV.1. Bloodline, D grade. Strength 5, Speed 5, Defense 5, Spirit 5. Loyalty 60. Skill, Swallow. Ning Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. Ingestion? This skill, could it be the ability to swallow things and then spit them out? Wouldn't that make it like a mobile storage space? Interesting. But these base stats are pitifully low, utterly weak. It absolutely needs an attribute upgrade, otherwise it's completely useless. Ning Chen's mind flickered and he opened his system panel. After slaying the Abyssal Rift Devourer, besides leveling up, he gained one chance to draw an attribute. Now! A confident smile curved Ning Chen's lips as he silently commanded. System, extract an attribute. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the golden attribute Golden Toad Power. Power of the Golden Toad? A flash of wild excitement lit up Ning Chen's eyes. This is absolutely perfect. Perfect. Without hesitation, he immediately issued the command. System, grant the frog the golden trait, Golden Toad Power. Ding! Golden Toad Power attribute being granted. Bestowed successfully. Detected perfect compatibility between D-grade bloodline swamp frog and god tier trait Golden Toad Power. Initiating evolution. In an instant, the once limp little frog inside the terrarium erupted with a blinding, dazzling golden light. Rib bit. A cry unlike any before echoed no longer a common frog croak, but one carrying a peculiar rhythm. The frog's palm-sized body rapidly swelled within the golden glow. Its rough green skin shed inch by inch, replaced by peculiar scales with a jade-like luster covering its back and limbs. Its size ballooned to nearly half a person's height, its round belly appearing adorably plump, while its limbs grew thick and powerful. Most striking of all, the top of its head slowly swelled, eventually solidifying into a lump the size of a pigeon's egg. The golden light gradually faded. The once unremarkable D-grade swamp frog had vanished without a trace. In its place stood a majestic, golden-scaled, three-legged golden toad. Its back adorned with peculiar scales, a jewel atop its head, it radiated both imposing authority and a touch of opulent, festive charm. It crouched on the ground, its two large, bell-like eyes blinking steadily, radiating intelligence. It curiously examined Ning Chen, then croaked a friendly greeting. Ning Chen stroked its head. From now on, you'll be called Wangzai. He eagerly opened Wangzai's evolved attribute panel. Wangzai Sacred Golden Toad Juvenile. Level, LV.1. Bloodline, SSS grade. Strength, 450. Speed, 400. Defense, 800. Spirit, 520. Loyalty, 100. Skills, Cloud Swallowing and Mist Spitting, Infinite Storage, Giant Tongue Venom. Ning Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Another SSS-tier. While its strength and speed couldn't match Spicy Snack, its defense was off the charts. Its mental power is also quite impressive. Loyalty is maxed out. Now for the skills. Cloud Swallowing and Mist Exhaling, offensive and defensive. Infinite Storage, isn't this the perfect storage tool he's been craving? No more worrying about running out of space for loot. Giant Tongue Venom, powerful single target control plus sustained damage. This Wangzai is simply the most perfect support type beast. One excels in offense, devastating the heavens and earth. One specializes in support, offering comprehensive utility. With these two SSS-tier Sacred Spirit Beasts, Spicy Snack and Wangzai, at my side, I could practically walk all over this blue star. Invincible. With two SSS-tier Sacred Spirit Beast companions at my side, dominating Blue Star is just around the corner. Just then, the personal terminal on his wrist suddenly vibrated. An urgent message popped up on the screen. It was from the principal. Ning Chen. Where the hell have you been? The commendation ceremony has started, and we're waiting for you. Get back here immediately. The string of exclamation marks practically made the principal's spit fly through the screen. Commendation ceremony? Ning Chen frowned. He'd almost forgotten about this. Wasn't the plan to use an excuse to skip it? Why was he suddenly expected to attend? What a hassle. Well, since the principal had spoken, it wouldn't be right to skip it. Ning Chen pursed his lips, summoned a thought, and retracted Wangzai into his beast taming space. After all, the little guy was too conspicuous. He quickly smoothed out his clothes, which had become slightly disheveled during his earlier evolution, and hurried toward Beihai First High School. By the time Ning Chen finally dawdled his way to the school auditorium entrance, the place was already buzzing with noise and packed to the rafters. He quietly pushed open a crack in the door and peered inside. Good grief, it was packed to the rafters. On stage, the principal paced anxiously back and forth, a microphone in hand, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Chapter 13, 10 million in the face. The AO family patriarch scheme. Just as Ning Chen was about to sneak into the back rows and find a corner to hide in, the sharp-eyed principal spotted him. He lunged toward the microphone, his voice cracking with excitement as he bellowed to the entire assembly. Students! Teachers! Let us welcome our pride of Beihai First High with the most enthusiastic applause. Our school's undisputed top genius. The one who has dominated the top spot in theoretical exams for 3 consecutive years, and who, in the recently concluded Junior Secret Realm trial, single-handedly took down a level 10 hidden boss to turn the tide, the super genius. Ning Chen. As the principal uttered the final syllable, a blinding spotlight suddenly descended from above, bathing Ning Chen in its piercing glare with pinpoint precision. Thousands of eyes in the hall turned in unison, fixating on Ning Chen's slightly bewildered face. Holy crap! What the hell is this huge fuss for? Ning Chen was utterly bewildered, almost tempted to vanish on the spot. This principal would be wasting his talents if he didn't become a pyramid scheme leader. Ning Chen took a deep breath and stepped inside with a blank expression. The moment his foot crossed the threshold, momentum caused him to inadvertently reveal both of his spirit beasts. On his left was the already somewhat famous Sacred Spirit Ancestral Dragon, Làtiáo. Though small in stature, the faint dragon aura and supremely noble presence surrounding it commanded respect. On the right stood the newly evolved Sacred Spirit Golden Toad, Wangzai, its crown gem sparkling brilliantly. Its aura, radiating opulence yet tinged with an air of mysterious authority, instantly captured everyone's attention. Wow, look! What kind of beast is that besides Senior Ning Chen? It's glowing gold. Good heavens! Isn't that little dragon the one that saved Ao Yao Yao in the secret realm last time? It's already incredibly powerful. And that golden toad beside him, no, it's a golden toad, right? Judging by its aura, it's definitely no ordinary creature. A girl with considerable knowledge of beast tamers covered her mouth, her voice trembling slightly. 2. He actually has 2 spirit beasts of such high quality. Look at the gem on that golden toad's head, and its 3-legged form. I once saw a similar description in an ancient text. Could it be the legendary SSS grade Sacred Spirit Golden Toad? Whoa! Another SSS grade? How is that even possible? Good heavens! Most people would be grateful just to own one top-tier beast, and he has 2. And judging by their appearance, both are terrifyingly high grade. A Sacred Spirit Ancestral Dragon and a Sacred Spirit Golden Toad? That's an outrageously luxurious lineup. Most crucially, beasts of this caliber aren't something you can buy with money alone, right? Where on earth did he get them? Could he be the heir to some hidden clan? Ning Chen could distinctly feel several pairs of eyes, filled with palpable hostility, fixed intently on him. Ning Chen stepped onto the stage one step at a time. The principal grabbed his arm, his face breaking into a wide grin. He excitedly grabbed Ning Chen's hand, his grip so tight it nearly crushed Ning Chen's bones. Come. Ning Chen. Step right up to the center. The principal enthusiastically pulled him to the center. Let us once again, with the warmest applause, welcome the biggest winner of this junior secret realm, Ning Chen. Clap clap clap. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience, lasting for an extended period. However, several classmates sitting in the front rows watched Ning Chen's calm expression on stage with a hint of disdain in their eyes. Pfft, what's he so smug about? Who knows where he snagged that beast spirit from? A sharp-featured boy sneered, his voice dripping with envy. A heavily made-up girl beside him chimed in, exactly. Either he got lucky and contracted 2 mutated ones, or his luck's gonna run out. Sooner or later, someone's gonna expose him and bring him back down to earth. Ning Chen caught snippets of these whispers. He sneered inwardly. Clowns. Still, being stared at by so many people while the principal shook him by the arm made Ning Chen feel thoroughly uncomfortable, his expression stiffening. What's wrong with these people? It's just a secret realm, after all. Is that really necessary? A school-wide commendation? From the VIP seats, Ao Tian's sharp eyes scanned with keen interest between Ning Chen and the imposing spicy snack beside him, as well as the endearing yet formidable Wangzi. This kid, he hadn't misjudged him. Not only was his composure far beyond his years, but he also possessed a second beast companion of such exceptional quality. And it was SSS grade. A Sacred Spirit Ancestral Dragon, specializing in offense. A Sacred Spirit Golden Toad, seemingly inclined toward support and defense. This combination, perfect. Ao Tian silently nodded in approval. If he could recruit this youth, it would greatly benefit both the Ao family's influence and his daughter Yao Yao's cultivation. Though Yao Yao's blazing flame dragon maiden was also SS grade, with a powerful ally like Ning Chen supporting her, her future achievements would be limitless. It seemed his earlier decision to focus on cultivating Ning Chen and proactively befriend him had been the right move. The principal remained unaware of Ning Chen and Ao Tian's respective thoughts. Clearing his throat, his smile broadened as he continued in his infectious voice, students and faculty. Today, we gather for this grand commendation ceremony for Ning Chen for 2 primary reasons. First, we hope every student in this school will take Ning Chen as their role model. Beihai No. 1 High School takes pride in having students like Ning Chen. Let us unite and strive to make our school even more renowned. Another round of obligatory applause erupted from the audience. The principal nodded with satisfaction, then shifted his tone abruptly, his voice rising several octaves. Second, we have tremendous news to share. Our esteemed alumnus, the renowned entrepreneur of Beihai City and head of the AO Group Ao Tian, the patriarch of the AO family, has graciously honored us. In recognition of Ning Chen's exceptional performance in the junior secret realm, it has been decided. From his personal fortune, Ning Chen shall be rewarded 10 million credit points. Boom! 10 million? The figure exploded like a bomb, instantly sending shockwaves rippling through the entire auditorium. Every single student below the stage stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape. Even Ning Chen himself was momentarily stunned upon hearing the figure. Holy crap! Another 10 million? That Ao Yaoyao's dad is way too generous. He instinctively glanced at Ao Tian in the VIP section, who was smiling at him and gave a meaningful nod. Thunderous applause and cheers nearly shook the auditorium's roof off. Ning Chen hadn't expected Ao Tian to be so extravagant. 10 million credit points, and not even a flicker of hesitation. Chapter 14, trying to tie me up? Not a chance. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak, Ao Tian rose from the VIP section and accepted the microphone handed to him by the principal. His face bore the characteristic gentle smile of a superior, his gaze settling on Ning Chen as he gave him a light pat on the shoulder. Ning Chen, to possess such strength and responsibility at such a young age is truly a blessing for Beihai City and an exemplar for our generation. Ao Tian's deep, magnetic voice resonated throughout the auditorium via the microphone. My daughter, Yao Yao, was saved by your heroic actions in the secret realm. This debt of gratitude is deeply etched in my heart. These 10 million credit points represent both the school's recognition of your outstanding performance and my personal token of appreciation for saving her life. After a brief pause, Ao Tian shifted his tone, his smile broadening as he delivered an even more astonishing announcement. Beyond this, I, Ao Tian, in my capacity as head of the Ao family, hereby formally announce. I will make a long-term investment in Ning Chen. From this day forward, all expenses related to Ning Chen's cultivation, studies, and daily life shall be fully covered by me, Ao Tian, and my Ao family. The room erupted in uproar once more. Did I hear that right? Is the Ao family head planning to support senior Ning Chen? Investment. This is a real investment. The savior of the Ao family's eldest daughter. This treatment is beyond belief. The Ao family covering all his expenses from now on? Holy crap! How is this any different from handing him cash? No, this is even more insane. It's a long-term meal ticket and a gold one at that. Ning Chen stood on the stage, listening to Ao Tian's words. His expression remained unchanged, but 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind in an instant. What's this old fox up to? 10 million as a token of gratitude that made sense. But covering all my expenses? Is he trying to bind me permanently to the Ao family's chariot? Make me work like a dog for the Ao family? Ning Chen sneered inwardly. As the saying goes, a debt of gratitude is a debt of servitude. If I agree to this, how could I ever hope to retain my freedom? Not a chance. Money that comes with shackles? I don't want it. With that thought, Ning Chen shifted his body imperceptibly, deftly avoiding Ao Tian's hand still resting on his shoulder. He took a half step back, creating a slight distance between them. Facing Ao Tian, his tone was calm and unruffled, yet tinged with a hint of detachment. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Ao. But regarding the investment, I'd rather decline. I don't accept favors without merit. I'll only take what I'm entitled to. His voice was not loud, yet in the auditorium that had fallen silent for a moment, it reached every ear with crystal clarity. He refused. Ning Chen had actually turned down the olive branch extended by the head of the Ao family. A stiffening froze the smile on Ao Tian's face, a flicker of displeasure deep in his eyes. This kid does have some backbone. But he's also incredibly ungrateful. I, Ao Tian, personally extended this invitation and opportunity countless others would beg for, and he dares to refuse it publicly? Does he really think that just because he contracted 2 decent beasts, he can suddenly think he's hot stuff and look down on everyone? The Ao family certainly doesn't need him. A slight irritation stirred within Ao Tian, yet he maintained his composure outwardly. He withdrew his hand, pulled out a pre-prepared anonymous credit point gold card from his robe, and handed it to Ning Chen, his tone growing noticeably colder. Since you have your own considerations, Ning Chen, I won't press the matter. Take this 10 million credit points. Consider it our final settlement, no debts owed between us from this day forward. The implication was clear, the debt of saving his life was settled with money. Their transaction was settled. He intended to see just how far Ning Chen, a penniless student without the backing of the Ao family, could go. Ning Chen gazed at the gleaming gold card, a faint smile curving his lips. He reached out to take the gold card, his tone crisp and decisive. Deal. 2 words, delivered without the slightest hesitation. This scene left the audience below the stage utterly speechless, momentarily at a loss for how to react. The commendation ceremony concluded in a slightly awkward atmosphere as the students filed out of the auditorium. On the walk back to the dormitory, Ning Chen wore his usual impassive expression, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with him. Unexpectedly, the faint murmurs around him buzzed like flies, penetrating his ears. Did you see that? That Ning Chen, what a big shot. The head of the Ao family personally offered to invest in him, and he actually dared to refuse. A boy lowered his voice, his tone dripping with contempt. Exactly. Does he really think he's some big shot? Just got lucky binding two powerful beasts? What's so great about that? A sharp, biting female voice chimed in. I say, that wasn't a refusal, it was clearly playing hard to get. He'll take the 10 million to keep things stable, then string Master AO along to get even bigger benefits. Trying to have his cake and eat it too disgusting. Every word of this filthy tirade drifted unmistakably into Ning Chen and Su Wanling's ears. Su Wanling's fair, delicate face instantly flushed crimson with fury. How dare they say such things about you? That's outrageous. She clenched her fists, turning to confront the group. But Ning Chen reached out at that moment, grabbing her arm firmly. His palm was warm and firm. Su Wanling paused, turning to look at Ning Chen. Yet he remained as calm and composed as ever. It doesn't matter, Ning Chen said indifferently, his voice devoid of emotion. I never pay attention to such things. Their mouths are their own, let them say whatever they want. I can't control them anyway. Without waiting for Su Wanling to respond, Ning Chen took hold of her slender arm and pulled her toward the classroom building. Let's go back to class. It's not worth getting worked up over a bunch of flies. His touch met soft, smooth skin, carrying the faint, sweet scent unique to young girls. Ning Chen paused, taken aback. Nice feel. He instinctively tightened his grip slightly, pulling that supple, boneless arm closer. Su Wanling felt a wave of warmth wash over her arm, instantly freezing her entire body. A wave of heat surged from her neck straight to her head, quickly staining her cheeks with an intoxicating blush, even her earlobes turning a delicate pink. He took my hand. No, it was her arm, but it felt so close. Her heart pounded so hard it felt like it would leap out of her throat. Head bowed, unable to see the path ahead, she let Ning Chen pull her forward, her steps unsteady. They hadn't gone far when a fiery red figure suddenly blocked their path. Ning Chen! Ao Yaoyao stood with her hands on her hips, her pretty face flushed with anger. Her beautiful phoenix eyes nearly shot flames as she glared fiercely at Ning Chen. Stop right there. I have something to ask you. Ning Chen's eyebrow lifted imperceptibly as he halted his steps. He casually released Su Wanling's arm. The soft warmth vanished, leaving him with a faint sense of loss. TSK. This Miss AO really is like a persistent ghost. He just refused her father, and now she was showing up at his doorstep. Was she here to take revenge for her father? He regarded the fiery dragon princess before him, who seemed ready to explode at any moment, his tone laced with casual indifference. Well, if it isn't Miss AO herself? All fired up like that, what's the commotion about? Chapter 15, the diagnostic exam went completely wild. You! Ao Yaoyao nearly leapt off her feet, enraged by his utterly unconcerned demeanor. Stop grinning at me. I demand an answer. How dare you publicly reject our AO family's invitation? Do you even know what that means? It's my father, it's the AO family showing you favor. Her voice grew louder and more agitated with each word. This bastard. So ungrateful. Hearing this, Ning Chen's smile faded slightly, though his eyes remained dismissive. Miss AO, first, saving you was merely an accident, though undeniably true. Second, your father gave me 10 million as a token of gratitude. We're even. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Ao Yaoyao's defiantly beautiful face. As for your offer of employment, that's your AO family's business. Whether I accept it or not is my business. I, Ning Chen, don't need to explain my actions to anyone. What did she take him for? A begging dog wagging its tail? You, don't get too cocky. Ao Yaoyao nearly choked on her breath at his retort. But she was, after all, the eldest daughter of the AO family. She wouldn't stoop to his level. She lifted her chin, her face radiating pride. You got lucky in the novice secret realm, but that was all thanks to your beast taming skills. She stepped forward, closing the distance to Ning Chen, her eyes blazing with fierce determination. Just you wait. Tomorrow's placement exam tests the raw power of us practitioners. Then, I'll make you see who the real strong one is. I, Ao Yaoyao, will absolutely beat you fair and square. With that, she shot Ning Chen a fierce glare, then glanced at Su Wanling, who had been blushing the entire time. She let out a sharp snort, turned on her heel, and strode away, her fiery red ponytail whipping through the air in a sharp arc. Watching Ao Yaoyao's puffed up yet still spirited retreat, Ning Chen stroked his chin, lost in thought. The power inherent to a professional? Interesting. Looks like this little brat got provoked her competitive streaks back. But innate power. My infinite entries aren't just for beast taming, you know. This train of thought lingered even as Ning Chen returned to his small, dilapidated room in the old district, leaving him somewhat dazed. He tossed his backpack onto the bed and plopped down onto the creaky old wooden chair at his desk. He habitually pulled a pen from the pencil holder, clamped it between his teeth, and stared blankly at the mottled wall before him. Tomorrow, my first placement exam after changing jobs. He murmured, the corners of his mouth curling upward without his noticing. Wonder what kind of thrilling scene awaits. The next morning, Ning Chen arrived at the familiar classroom a bit earlier than usual. Not for any other reason, but mainly because he'd stayed up late last night pondering the inherent power of the profession. He figured he might as well come to school early to catch some sleep, to acclimate to the exam atmosphere. He had barely sat down at his desk, his but not even warm yet, when a slender figure stopped beside his desk. Su Wanning kept her head bowed, her fair cheeks flushed with a cute pink blush. She held a steaming paper bag carefully in both hands. Ning Chen, this is your breakfast. Ning Chen lifted his gaze, noticing her trembling white fingers and her head nearly buried in her chest. A faint smile touched his lips. This girl still couldn't take a joke. Thanks. He reached out to take it, his fingertips accidentally brushing against Su Wanning's hand. His fingers encountered a warm, smooth texture similar to the feel of her arm yesterday, yet even more delicate and supple. Su Wanning flinched as if struck by an electric current, swiftly pulling her hand back. The flush on her cheeks flared even brighter. She murmured, You're welcome, her feet moving as if greased. She turned to flee this place where her heart was pounding so hard it felt like it would leap out of her throat. Wait. Ning Chen's voice was soft but precise, halting Su Wanning's retreat. Su Wanning halted abruptly, her body stiffening as she turned halfway around. Still unable to lift her gaze, her heart pounded wildly. Ning Chen watched her adorable, startled expression, a mischievous glint flashing in his eyes. After school today, are you free? Su Wanning snapped her head up at the question. He was asking her out? Her heart pounded violently, thumping so hard it nearly made her ears ring. Huh? Why yes. The words practically slipped out before she could stop him, her voice tinged with excitement. Okay, I'll take you somewhere after school. Oh, okay. Su Wanning felt her cheeks burning as she nodded vigorously. Then, as if terrified Ning Chen might say something else to throw her into even greater confusion, she practically fled back to her seat. She buried her head in her desk and didn't dare lift it for a long while. Ning Chen watched her hasty yet delightfully carefree retreat, unable to suppress a soft chuckle. What an irresistibly adorable girl to tease. The flirtatious exchange between Ning Chen and Su Wanning naturally didn't escape the notice of the other students in the classroom. Especially those boys who prided themselves on being outstanding and harbored fantasies about Su Wanning the S-tier genius and campus beauty. The looks they shot at Ning Chen were like poisoned daggers. Oomph, what's with the big shot act? He just got lucky in the newbie realm and latched onto Goddess Su's coattails. Does he really think he's someone now? A sour voice piped up. Exactly. Does he really think he's hot stuff? Turning down the AO family's recruitment offer? He must have a screw loose. Total moron, another chimed in, his tone dripping with contempt. Su Wanning must be blind to fancy a poser like Ning Chen. It's like a flower stuck in cow dung. Even harsher words followed. Oomph, just wait and see. Today's placement exam tests raw ability. A beastmaster without their beast is useless. Let's see how arrogant he gets then. The sharp, cutting whispers hadn't yet died down when the homeroom teacher's voice cut through the air, announcing the start of the subsequent matchups for the placement exam. The subsequent match between Ning Chen and Su Wanning utterly humiliated those who had mocked him. Ning Chen stepped onto the field, his face radiating ease and disdain, as if he didn't take the match seriously at all. His movements were so swift they blurred into indistinct motion. His opponent couldn't even graze the hem of his robe before losing the match in confusion, while Ning Chen barely lifted a finger. One of the opponents glared at Ning Chen in defiance. You cheated. How could a beastmaster possess such overwhelming power? Ning Chen shot him a dismissive glance. If you're a man, get lost. Don't be such a sore loser. You. The male student trembled, pointing at him, his eyes filled with venom. Ning Chen, we'll see about that. Beating me is no big deal. I'll see how you get your ass kicked later. The boy cursed at him, his impotent rage plain for all to see. Ning Chen didn't even bother lifting an eyelid. Next. So what if he doesn't use a beast? I'll still kick your ass. Chapter 16, AO Yao Yao outshines Ning Chen to claim first place? His gaze remained calm and still, yet every opponent waiting to step forward felt their hearts pounding and their scalps tingling. Su Wanning took the stage. The formidable power of her S-rank Frost Chantress could no longer be concealed. The moment she stepped onto the arena, she was no longer the blushing, shy girl beside Ning Chen. Her entire aura turned icy cold, radiating an undeniable aura of danger. Her crystal-clear mind talent granted her mastery over the battlefield. Often, before opponents could even move, her frost spells had already sealed their actions. You win. Her crisp, cool voice delivered a decisive victory. When she got serious, this girl truly embodied the aura of an Ice Queen goddess. Watching Su Wanning on the distant combat platform, radiating an icy aura as she effortlessly defeated yet another opponent, Ning Chen couldn't help but curve his lips into a faint smile. Still, she was far cuter when flustered and blushing from teasing. After round of fierce competition, the class elimination tournament finally drew to a close. The spots to represent the class in the grade-wide tournament went to 3 individuals: Ning Chen, Su Wanning, and a rank fighter Wang Hao. Many in the class privately murmured about Wang Hao securing the 3rd spot. After all, he had lost to Ning Chen in the very first round. But the rules of the preliminary exam were complex, not a pure single elimination format. Based on overall performance and points accumulated across multiple rounds, Wang Hao, leveraging his A-class fighter foundation, had indeed shown remarkable skill in subsequent battles, forcing his way into the top 3. These 3 truly represented the class's highest combat strength. Stepping out of the classroom, they headed toward the broader stage for the Great White Competition, the school's main sports field. The field was already teeming with a sea of people, the roar of the crowd deafening. In the central area, 30 students who had emerged victorious from their respective class preliminaries stood clearly separated. Their expressions varied, each representing the cream of their respective classes. Surrounding them was a dense crowd of spectators, their enthusiasm palpable. On the elevated platform, school administrators and homeroom teachers had already taken their seats. A resonant voice boomed through the loudspeaker across the entire field. Now, we announce the top 3 students and individual scores from the preliminary round of this diagnostic exam. All eyes instantly focused on the 30 victors in the center of the field. Third place, S-rank frost singer, Su Wanning. As Su Wanning's name was called, applause immediately erupted from the crowd. She pursed her lips slightly, feeling a touch of awkwardness. Second place, SSS-rank Beastmaster, Ning Chen. The moment Ning Chen's name was announced, the atmosphere in the arena grew tense. Some gazed at him with admiration, others with disdain. He remained as unruffled as ever. First place, S-rank Blazing Flame Dragon Maiden, Ao Yaoyao. Whoosh! That name, like a boulder dropped into a tranquil lake, instantly sent ripples across the crowd. The eldest daughter of the AO family, the Blazing Flame Dragon Princess, the other central figure in the newcomer's secret realm incident. She had actually surpassed Ning Chen to claim first place in the preliminary round? A fiery red figure, under the gaze of the crowd, lifted her chin slightly, like a proud phoenix basking in the spotlight. Ao Yaoyao's beautiful phoenix-like eyes fixed directly on Ning Chen nearby, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. See? This lady is the strongest. Without a beast companion, what are you, Ning Chen? Ning Chen felt the scorching gaze and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This young lady really is obsessed with winning. If it weren't for the useless bunch in his class, would Ao Yaoyao even be first? He shot Ao Yaoyao a nonchalant glance, his eyes conveying clear indifference and disdain. Damn it! Ao Yaoyao met Ning Chen's utterly dismissive gaze, her pretty face instantly stiffening. She rolled her eyes at Ning Chen with all her might. That jerk! How dare he ignore this lady? Su Wanning stood quietly nearby, observing every flicker of tension between them. Especially Ao Yaoyao's blatant hostility toward Ning Chen, which stirred an inexplicable pang of jealousy in her heart. Ning Chen, truly outstanding. Even the eldest Miss Ao cares so deeply about him. She had to work even harder. Only by becoming stronger would she have a chance to stand by Ning Chen's side. Su Wanning clenched her fist silently. The atmosphere on the field grew increasingly intense due to the invisible standoff between Ao Yaoyao and Ning Chen. The 30 victors harbored diverse thoughts. Some viewed Ao Yaoyao as a formidable rival, while others secretly observed Ning Chen, plotting their strategies. The surrounding students were utterly electrified, their murmurs surging like a tidal wave. Holy crap! Ao Yaoyao actually took first in the preliminaries. That's insane. No wonder she's an SS-rank Blazing Flame Dragon Maiden. Ning Chen second? Not bad, but Su Wanning trailing behind him? That's a bit surprising. Hey, did you guys hear? Ning Chen's been our school's top student in theory for years straight. Could he pull off another miracle in this placement exam? A timid voice chimed in, seemingly from one of Ning Chen's former admirers. Before the words had even faded, someone scoffed in rebuttal. Put. What good is being top in theory? This placement test measures real combat skills. He's a beastmaster without his beasts by his side. What real talent could he possibly have? Think this is some armchair strategy game? Exactly. If he made it into the top 3 in the preliminary round, it was probably just because he got lucky in the novice's secret realm. The school gave him extra credit and inflated his score. When it comes to actual combat, he's useless. Another sharp voice chimed in immediately. Exactly. He's only made it this far because he's been lucky never facing a truly formidable opponent. Every single person standing here is one of our school's top geniuses. He's just a useless beastmaster with nothing but empty theory. Once he steps onto the field, he'll be knocked out in the first round. Just wait and see. These unsparing remarks echoed clearly across the field. But just as the clamor was reaching its peak, silence. A voice booming like a bell echoed from the elevated platform, instantly silencing all the murmurs. The principal stood at the edge of the platform, microphone in hand, his expression stern as his gaze swept over every student below. The clamor on the field quickly subsided. The final round of the placement exams is about to begin. The principal's voice echoed across the entire field through the megaphone. This final round will again employ a last-place elimination system, divided into 3 rounds. The system will match you with opponents of comparable strength based on your preliminary round rankings. All examinees, prepare yourselves. He paused, his tone growing more emphatic. The final match interface is about to open. Once the battle begins, no one may withdraw or abandon the exam until a winner is determined. Chapter 17, Lightning Whip strikes wildly? He waits for an opening. As the words fell, the expressions of the 30 candidates who had emerged from the preliminary round stiffened in unison. Now, match pairings will begin. At the principal's command, the air before each candidate distorted with shifting light before coalescing into a vast virtual screen. On the screen, 30 names and their point rankings scrolled rapidly like shuffled playing cards before finally settling on the words, random matching in progress. Every heart leapt to their throats. The few seconds of waiting felt like an eternity. Whoosh! The screen flashed, revealing row after row of brand new matchups, crystal clear for all to see. The entire playground erupted in chaos after a moment of stunned silence. Holy crap! Su Wannin vs Ao Yaoyao. Holy crap! Class Beauty vs School Beauty. S-rank Frost Chantress vs SS-rank Blazing Flame Dragon Princess. The ultimate clash of ice and fire. This is gonna be epic. Back when they voted for School Beauty, Goddess Wanning narrowly lost to Ao Yaoyao. Who knows who'll come out on top in this one-on-one battle, exclaimed one of Su Wanning's admirers excitedly. Someone nearby immediately retorted, "Pfft. That contest photo of Su Wanning was a stolen shot, and she was wearing those dorky black-rimmed glasses. And she still got second place. If she actually dressed up, she'd totally outshine Ao Yaoyao." While the heated discussions raged on one side, the hostility toward Ning Chen found a new outlet, surging forth like a flood. The beauty showdown is exciting, but look at that loser Ning Chen. Who did he get matched with? A boy who had always looked down on Ning Chen now wore a smug, gloating smile. Lu Yen? That S-rank combat specialist from Class 5 Lu Yen, the Thunder Spirit Snake Princess? Whoa, she's a natural elemental master, a lightning element combat maiden. One in a century. I heard her attack power is practically unbeatable in one-on-one fights among her grade. Exactly. In terms of raw destructive power and combat skill, Lu Yen might even outshine Su Wanling. After all, the Frost Chantress still leans toward support and control. This is gonna be a show. This exam explicitly bans any Beastmasters or external aids. I can't wait to see how Ning Chen, that armchair theorist, dies without his Beastmaster crutch. Just wait for this SSS-tier Beastmaster to make a fool of himself. Getting beaten to a pulp in the first round, now that'd be spectacular. A barrage of mocking and expectant gazes landed squarely on Ning Chen, utterly unmasked. On the elevated platform, the principal saw the matchups finalized and the candidates settled. Raising his megaphone once more, his voice boomed like thunder, matches confirmed. The preliminary exam finals officially commence. His voice still echoed across the field as his strong, nimble fingers rapidly tapped the control panel before him. Buzz. In an instant, dozens of circular areas along the edge of the field, which had previously only emitted faint halos of light, suddenly blazed with intense radiance. Within each ring, the space rapidly emanated a mysterious aura, forming the rudimentary shape of a teleportation portal. Clatter! In the blink of an eye, 30 light gates had fully materialized, each corresponding to a newly matched pair of combatants. Shimmering light and shadow swirled within the gates, vaguely revealing the outlines of different battlefields clearly. A unique combat illusion had been generated for each pair. Candidates, follow the guidance and enter your designated battlefields. The principal's voice rang out once more. The expressions of the 30 candidates varied. Su Wannin took a deep breath, her cool eyes fixed on the portal marked with her name and opponent Ao Yaoyao. A clash of ice and fire, huh? She would give it her all. Meanwhile, Ao Yaoyao lifted her delicate chin. Her fiery red hair blazed, and the battle intent in her eyes nearly burst forth. Su Wanning? She'd show her the true power of an SS-rank Blazing Flame Dragon maiden. Ning Chen's gaze settled calmly upon the light gate engraved with Ning Chen vs Lu Yen. Beyond the gate lay a desolate valley shrouded in thunderclouds. Without a flicker of emotion, he stepped forward, walking steadily toward the portal. Other candidates followed suit, entering their respective battlefields one after another. A flash of light, and Ning Chen found himself in a dimly lit canyon. Rolling black clouds hung overhead, with purple lightning snakes occasionally darting through the layers. The air was thick with a stifling, burnt odor, and the ground beneath his feet was uneven, charred black earth. Not far ahead, a girl clad in a form-fitting black combat suit, her figure striking, stood with her hair pulled back in a high ponytail. She crossed her arms and stared at him coldly. This girl was none other than Lu Yen. She lifted her chin in disdain. Her gaze sliced through Ning Chen like a knife. An SSS-ranked Beastmaster? Without a beast, what are you? A sharp curve formed at the corners of her lips. A useless nobody who climbed to the top by luck. Let's see what you've got to fight me with. Ning Chen remained unmoved. His deep, piercing eyes remained calmly fixed on Lu Yen. Are we fighting? If you're going to fight, hurry up. Lu Yen was utterly enraged by Ning Chen's contempt. What she despised most were self-important fools like him. She stomped down hard, shattering the scorched ground beneath her feet. ZZZZT. A shrill crackling of electricity erupted. Lu Yen's form transformed into a blinding purple lightning bolt. A frenzied aura of destruction followed in its wake. With speed too swift for the naked eye to follow, she lunged straight for Ning Chen's face. This was the innate ability of the Thunder Spirit Serpent Maiden. Ultimate speed. Ultimate lightning explosive power. Ning Chen's gaze froze. Lu Yan's speed surpassed his expectations. Yet he remained composed. With a deft shift in his stance, his body darted sideways like a phantom, narrowly evading the lightning-fast strike. Boom! The lightning streaked past the hem of his robe, slamming into the rock wall behind him. It exploded into a charred crater, sending fragments of stone flying everywhere. Though her strike missed, Lu Yan's assault continued relentlessly like a storm. Whoosh! 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 Whips of lightning, accompanied by piercing whistles, closed in on Ning Chen from all directions. Ning Chen avoided direct confrontation, weaving through the dense web of lightning. This woman's speed was truly swift, and her lightning power proved quite troublesome. Ning Chen silently assessed. Most of my abilities currently lean toward fire elements and dragon-like intimidation. A direct confrontation won't end well. Moreover, this was a one-on-one battle where summoning beasts was forbidden. Neither Làtiáo nor Wang Zai could directly come to my aid. I had to seize the right moment and strike decisively. Meanwhile, outside the illusion, the spectator seats presented a different scene. The massive light screen clearly showed Ning Chen dodging relentlessly within the lightning flashes. Compared to Lu Yan's ferocious, aggressive attacks, he looked somewhat flustered. Ha! I knew it. Ning Chen really is useless. Without his beast, he's useless. Look how badly Senior Lu Yan is beating him. The power of an S-rank Thunder Spirit Snake Princess isn't just hype. That speed, that explosive force, even a fighter of equal rank might not be able to withstand it. I thought he was something special before, but turns out he's just a weakling who relies on his beast. Chapter 18, Bare-Handed Thunder Capture. Wang Hao stared intently at the light screen, his brow furrowed. Ning Chen. Was he truly just passively taking blows? For some reason, Wang Hao sensed there was more to this than met the eye. Within the illusion, Ning Chen's gaze remained as calm as still water. While he appeared to be scrambling to evade, each dodge was meticulously calculated to anticipate Lu Yan's attack trajectories. This woman's strikes were fierce and lightning-fast, her movements ghostly swift, but a barely perceptible smile played at the corners of Ning Chen's lips. Her attacks relied too heavily on speed and explosive power, chasing an extreme sense of pressure. This very pursuit made the transitions between her moves less fluid. Every forced change of direction and every surge of lightning left a tiny opening. She seemed growing impatient. After prolonged attacks yielded no breakthrough, a flicker of impatience crossed Lu Yan's eyes. She refused to believe she couldn't wear this guy down. Let's see how long you can dodge. Lightning Inferno. Lu Yan's shrill command echoed as the lightning surging around her intensified several-fold. Her hands traced the air, summoning countless slender bolts of lightning that coalesced before her into a colossal net. It descended like a thunderous curtain, closing in on Ning Chen from above. This attack covered an enormous area, nearly sealing off all of Ning Chen's escape routes. She intended to use this move to end this tedious chase once and for all. Now! Just as Lu Yan unleashed her all-out strike, convinced victory was hers, Ning Chen, who had been passively dodging the entire time, suddenly flashed a sharp gleam in his eyes. Instead of retreating, he lunged forward with a fierce step. Hum! An indescribable, scorching aura erupted violently from Ning Chen's right hand. A layer of intricate golden dragon scales materialized on his right hand, shimmering with faint flickers of fire. This was the power of spicy strips. Dragon Breath Incineration. Through his loyalty rating of 100 points, Ning Chen could now preliminarily borrow a portion of the beast's power to enhance himself. Facing the terrifying thunder net, Ning Chen neither dodged nor retreated. His right hand, now covered in the illusory dragon scales, lunged directly at one of the thickest bolts of lightning. Crack! A piercing crackle of electricity erupted. Lu Yan's pupils contracted sharply, her face frozen in utter disbelief. He dared to grab my lightning with his bare hands? Has he lost his mind? Ning Chen gripped the lightning bolt. The dragon scale aura on his palm blazed brightly, and a domineering, scorching force surged through the point of contact, violently injecting itself into Lu Yan's thunder energy. Explode! Ning Chen growled, his eyes flashing with ruthless determination. Boom! A deafening roar erupted across the canyon. The raging thunder energy in Ning Chen's grasp was violently detonated by that sudden surge of scorching power. The lightning net, previously controlled by Lu Yan, instantly lost its balance. Like a chain reaction, it detonated repeatedly, forming a small-scale storm of lightning and fire. Lu Yan bore the brunt of it first, feeling an overwhelming force mixed with scorching airwaves slam into her body, shattering her protective lightning barrier in an instant. Put! She spat out a mouthful of blood, her body flying backward like a crashing violently into the rock wall over 10 meters away. She instantly lost consciousness, the lightning aura around her fading away. The smoke slowly dissipated. Ning Chen stood where he was, the dragon scale aura on his right hand gradually fading. Aside from a few singed edges on his clothes, he was completely unscathed. From the moment Lu Yan struck to Ning Chen's decisive counterattack, the entire exchange lasted less than 3 minutes. Above the illusory battlefield, a flash of light revealed 2 golden characters in clear relief. Ning Chen, victorious. The entire spectator gallery fell into an eerie, deathly silence the instant the result appeared. Students who had mocked Ning Chen's disheveled state just seconds before now erupted in a thunderous roar of astonishment. Holy? What just happened? What was that? He caught Senior Luyan's lightning barehanded? And detonated it? What the hell was that golden-scaled phantom? He didn't summon a Beastmaster beast. Is this even something a Beastmaster could pull off? Wait. How could a Beastmaster use their beast skill? Unless the beast's loyalty reached the legendary 100% mark, enabling skill sharing or rather, power borrowing. 100% loyalty? What kind of joke is this? How long has he even been awakened? Just over a month? That's impossible. Too terrifying. How did Ning Chen pull this off? Is he even human? As the crowd buzzed with speculation over Ning Chen's earth-shattering battle. On another main projection screen in the arena, the peak showdown between Su Wannin and Ao Yaoyao had already reached a fever pitch. On the screen, the vast illusory canyon was cleaved into two distinct halves. One side was Ao Yaoyao's blazing inferno domain, while the other was Su Wannin's icy realm. Boom! Boom! Boom boom boom! True to her reputation as an SS-rank blazing flame dragon maiden, Ao Yaoyao possessed a fiery temperament and her attacks were wildly ferocious. Hovering mid-air, her crimson dragonflame battlesuit flapped wildly in the raging fire element. Scarlet dragonflame fireballs rained down relentlessly upon Su Wannin. Each fireball that struck the ground exploded into a massive, charred crater, unleashing terrifying waves of heat that swept outward. Oof, Su Wannin. Do you really think your pathetic ice shards can withstand this lady's heaven-scorching dragon flame? Ao Yaoyao stood gracefully atop the sea of flames, one hand on her hip, the other pointing down at Su Wannin, who struggled desperately to hold her ground. This woman was truly arrogant to the core. Even in a fight, she couldn't resist striking a pose. Su Wannin's expression remained as perpetually cool and detached as ever. Facing Ao Yaoyao's terrifying onslaught, as fierce as a raging storm, she dodged with agile evasions. Ice heart, crystal clear, all laws returned to stillness. With a graceful flick of her jade-like hand, a thick, crystalline ice wall shot up from the ground, blocking the dragon flame fireball with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! 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 The violent collision of flame and ice crystals erupted in a deafening roar. Yet Su Wannin's ice was never merely for defense. Frostbound chains. Solidify. Her slender index finger tapped the air. Icy blue chains instantly coiled upward from the ground, carrying a bone-chilling cold as they wrapped toward Ao Yaoyao suspended midair. Oomph. Such petty tricks, and you dare show off in front of this lady? Ao Yaoyao sneered with contempt as flames surged several feet around her. The ice chains melted and evaporated the instant they touched the terrifying dragon flames. This lady has no time to waste with you. Fall before me. Blazing dragon incineration. Ao Yaoyao seemed to have lost patience. With a fierce shout, she clasped her hands together before her chest. A terrifying dragon flame power, far surpassing any of her previous attacks, gathered wildly in her palms. It finally coalesced into a colossal flame dragon stretching dozens of meters long. The fiery dragon let out a soul-shaking roar as it turned its head skyward. Its colossal form lunged towards Su Wannin below. This strike carried earth-shattering might. Chapter 19, Crimson Flame Burst. The Fury of Provocation. A flicker of gravity finally crossed Su Wannin's cold, phoenix-like eyes. Her mythical tier talent, Ice Heart Clarity, allowed her to maintain absolute composure at all times, analyzing every detail on the battlefield with precision. Yet between SS rank and S rank, an insurmountable chasm remained. Especially when faced with Ao Yaoyao's reckless, all-out burst that pushed her power to its absolute limit, the suppression of rank was laid bare in all its brutality. Ice blue energy surged wildly from her body, pouring recklessly into the defenses before her. Absolute zero domain, eternal freeze. In an instant, an extreme chill radiated outward from Su Wannin at its epicenter, spreading madly in all directions. Everything was encased in a thick layer of solid ice, as if the entire canyon had been plunged into an eternal ice age in that instant. The once arrogant flame dragon charged into this frigid domain. Its massive form visibly faltered, the flames engulfing its body visibly dimming at a rapid pace as it emitted a series of reluctant growls. But this was ultimately the full power strike of an SS-rank blazing flame dragon maiden. Roar! Shatter this for me! With Ao Yaoyao's furious shout, the flame dragon seemed to receive some command, suddenly unleashing its final might. With an earth-shattering roar, it violently shattered layer upon layer of icy barriers, crashing headlong into Su Wannin's hastily formed final and thickest ice crystal shield. Crack! A crisp shattering sound echoed as the ice shield, which had absorbed all of Su Wannin's strength, held out for less than a second before shattering like fragile glass. Put! Su Wannin's slender body shook violently as a mouthful of crimson blood gushed uncontrollably from her lips. Her body flew backward like a scarecrow struck by a giant hammer, crashing heavily onto the ice layer over 10 meters away. Her face instantly turned as pale as paper, drained of all color. Above the illusory battlefield, a flash of light revealed 3 golden characters in stark relief: Ao Yaoyao, victory. She won. Senior Ao Yaoyao won. Truly worthy of an SS rank blazing flame dragon maiden. So powerful. So fierce. Senior Su Wannin fought with honor and defeat. To push SS rank Senior Ao Yaoyao to this extent is already incredibly impressive. This clash of ice and fire was a visual feast. Absolutely spectacular. Thunderous cheers and applause erupted once more from the spectator stands. As the crowd went wild celebrating Ao Yaoyao's victory, battles in other sub-arenas also concluded one after another. The final 4 contenders for the Grade Y competition were about to be fully revealed. Su Wanning was teleported out of the illusory battlefield. Her fair face remained deathly pale, a faint trace of crimson blood still lingering at the corner of her mouth, making her look pitifully vulnerable. Ignoring the stares around her, she stood rooted to the spot, her expression dazed and lost. Her gaze fixed intently on Ning Chen, who had just finished his battle nearby and was now slowly descending from the contestant platform. She refused to accept it. She had pushed herself to the absolute limit, unleashing every ounce of her talent and strength. Yet still, she had lost. Lost to that arrogant Ao Yaoyao. Ning Chen, of course, noticed her gaze immediately. His stride faltered slightly. He turned, his piercing gaze meeting Su Wanning's eyes, now misty with unshed tears. He said nothing, only silently took a step forward, walking straight toward Su Wannin. As Su Wannin watched Ning Chen approach step by step, her stubborn heart began to race uncontrollably, thumping faster and faster. She instinctively lowered her head, her voice breaking as she stammered, "Ning. I lost." Ning Chen looked at her. With her head bowed, she resembled a wronged young animal. He raised his hand, his fingers gently resting atop Su Wannin's head. His touch brushed her slightly bowed head with a familiarity that felt rehearsed 1,000 times over. Su Wanning stiffened abruptly, her blood boiling instantly, rushing straight to her temples. Her mind went blank. All the disappointment born of defeat vanished in an instant, swept away by this sudden intimacy. Ning Chen's voice echoed above her. "Don't worry. I'll get it back for you." His deep words stirred ripples in her heart, the burning sensation soothed by that gentle promise. He said he'd get it back for her? In an instant, all her unease vanished. This man always spoke the most moving words with the most ordinary tone. She wanted to speak, but her cheeks remained fiery hot. She looked up at Ning Chen. The tender atmosphere was torn apart by a furious shout. Ao Yaoyao's face flushed crimson, her chest heaving violently. Her beautiful phoenix eyes nearly shot flames. She had defeated Su Wanning. If Ning Chen didn't come to congratulate her, that was one thing. But how dare he go comfort that defeated opponent right in front of her? And what was this about getting revenge for her? What was this? Was he implying that Ao Yaoyao had won unfairly? Or was Ning Chen planning to discipline her on Su Wanning's behalf? Ao Yaoyao trembled with rage. First, he refused the Ao family's recruitment offer. Now, he openly provoked her for another woman. She was an SS-ranked blazing flame dragon princess, the eldest daughter of the Ao family. Had she ever endured such humiliation? Scarlet blast. Rage consumed Ao Yaoyao. Her temper flared as she swept her right hand through the air. A fiery orb the size of a human head, carrying scorching heat waves, hurtled straight toward Ning Chen's back. She would teach this ungrateful fool a lesson. The instant Ao Yaoyao raised her hand, Ning Chen sensed the energy fluctuations behind him. His brow furrowed slightly, but he didn't even turn his head. His left hand swept back casually. Boom! The fireball exploded, scattering into a shower of sparks across the sky. Not even the hem of his robe was grazed. Chapter 20, SSS Grade Pressure, with no room to retreat. Ning Chen slowly turned to face Ao Yaoyao, whose beautiful face was twisted with fury. His gaze remained calm and unruffled. This guy actually blocked my crimson flame explosion so effortlessly? Ao Yaoyao's fury intensified, yet a faint, barely perceptible shock also stirred within her. Though delivered with fury, her strike was far from something an ordinary A-rank professional could easily withstand. This minor interruption on the stage didn't last long. As the host announced the match would resume, the other victors began their next bouts. Ning Chen and Ao Yaoyao, however, shone like the brightest stars, each crushing their opponents with overwhelming power. In the subsequent elimination rounds, they swept aside every obstacle in their paths with almost effortless ease. Finally, amid the deafening cheers of the entire audience, the two of them stood atop the ultimate stage that would decide the champion of this year's grade tournament. The massive light screen illuminated once more, slowly revealing the terrain of the illusory canyon. This time, Ning Chen and Ao Yaoyao stood at opposite ends of the canyon. All eyes in the arena were fixed on them, the tension reaching its peak. On one side stood Ning Chen, the enigmatic SSS-tier Beastmaster who had repeatedly defied expectations. On the other side stood Ao Yaoyao, the S-rank blazing flame dragon maiden, whose power was unmatched and utterly overwhelming. This was undoubtedly a clash of titans, a battle between equals. Ao Yaoyao crossed her arms, chin slightly raised, her gaze fixed intently on Ning Chen. Her voice rang out, clear and sharp. Ning Chen! Last time in the secret realm, you got lucky. This time, on this stage before everyone, this lady will make you pay. I'll show you who the real top student of our year is. Oomph, that guy. After what he did to Su Wanling, now he acts all nonchalant. Just wait until he knocks her teeth out, then let's see how arrogant she gets. Hearing this, Ning Chen's lips curved into a faint, almost imperceptible smile. He neither refuted nor showed anger, merely extending a lazy gesture of invitation toward Ao Yao Yao. That nonchalant gesture ignited Ao Yao Yao's fury to its core. What does this jerk think he's doing? Does he look down on this lady? Think she's not worthy of his full effort? How dare he? Ning Chen! Die for this lady! Ao Yao Yao roared, unable to contain herself any longer. The terrifying aura of an SS-rank blazing flame dragon maiden erupted violently. Her right hand shot forward, conjuring a ball of searing crimson flame that coalesced into a monstrous, fiery whip. It lashed out toward Ning Chen like a bolt of lightning. Dragon Flame Lash. The scorching gale swept toward him, its searing heat palpable even in the spectator stands. Ning Chen's gaze remained serene as he faced this fierce assault. He merely shifted his stance slightly, his body drifting aside like weightless willow fluff, narrowly evading the fiery lash by mere inches. The whip struck the arena's energy shield with a thunderous crack, sending ripples of energy outward. You dare dodge? Failing to land a hit only fueled Ao Yao Yao's fury. Her wrist flickered, unleashing a torrent of dragon flame whip that swept toward Ning Chen like a storm. Fiery Dragon Rampage. In an instant, flames erupted skyward across the arena. Crimson whip shadows nearly sealed off all of Ning Chen's evasion space. Each strike carried heat capable of melting iron, every move deadly. Ning Chen's brow furrowed imperceptibly. This guy really was a firecracker that ignited at the slightest spark. Ning Chen's figure darted in and out of the dense whip shadows, narrowly evading each strike. The fiery whip grazed the hem of his robe, sending a wave of scorching air in its wake, yet he didn't even flinch. He only dodged, never striking back. His effortless demeanor made it seem like he was toying with her. Ao Yao Yao's fierce attacks repeatedly missed their mark, her face flushing crimson with fury as her temper flared. She stomped her foot so hard the stage shook, shrieking, Ning Chen. What do you think you're doing? Why aren't you fighting back? You look down on me, Ao Yao Yao, don't you? Hearing her accusation, Ning Chen finally stopped dodging. Watching Ao Yao Yao panting heavily, her chest rising and falling, he spoke slowly. I was afraid you couldn't handle it. His tone was flat, yet somehow impossible to doubt. You! Ao Yao Yao nearly shattered her silver teeth. Worried I couldn't handle it? What utter humiliation! She, Ao Yao Yao SS-rank blazing flame dragon princess, eldest daughter of the Ao family, had been a prodigy since birth. When had anyone ever looked down on her like this? This is intolerable. Ning Chen, take this! Rage completely shattered Ao Yao Yao's reason. With a shriek, the dragon flame power within her erupted without restraint. The fiery whip in her hand roared as it lunged toward Ning Chen once more. This strike was unleashed with her full might, faster, fiercer than before. This time, Ning Chen did not fully evade. Crack! A sharp crack echoed. The wildly dancing dragon flame whip sliced past Ning Chen's cheek, leaving a faint scorch mark. In that instant, the entire arena seemed to fall silent. Ao Yao Yao froze in shock. She hadn't expected to actually hit him and on the face. This guy, why didn't he dodge? Whoosh! The crowd erupted in an instant. She hit him. Ao Yao Yao hit Ning Chen in the face. Holy crap! Is Ning Chen hurt? I knew it. He's no match for Ao Yao Yao. Su Wanning sat in the VIP section, her heart clenching as her small hands gripped the hem of her dress. Those classmates who had always looked down on Ning Chen now gloated with schadenfreude. See? I told you he'd fail. Look at him, his face is all bruised. What a phony expert. Miss Ao taught him a lesson. On the stage, Ning Chen slowly raised his hand to touch the stinging wound on his cheek. A trace of blood stained his fingertips. His gaze finally shifted. Gone was the previous calm detachment, replaced by a hint of displeasure. I've backed down step by step, giving you face. Yet you push your luck, thinking I have no temper? Fine. Since you want to lose in such a humiliating way, I'll grant you your wish. No need to spare your pride any longer. Buzz. A terrifying aura erupted from Ning Chen's body. Golden trait bestowed. Ning Chen growled lowly, a flash of golden light darting across his eyes. In an instant, his entire aura transformed. What had been an ordinary presence now became unfathomably deep. This overwhelming pressure sent a chill through Ao Yao Yao's heart. What was happening? This guy's aura. Ao Yao Yao's heart lurched, but the arrow was already on the string. She had no choice but to fire. Gritting her teeth, she whipped her dragon flame whip forward once more, aiming straight for Ning Chen's face. Fall before me. Facing this furious strike, Ning Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. He merely shifted his stance slightly, and the powerful dragon flame whip whizzed past, grazing the hem of his robe without even grazing him. Fast. Too fast. Ao Yao Yao's pupils suddenly contracted. Before she could react. Roar. Chapter 21, a single move decided the outcome. Ning Chen let out a low growl, his right fist clenched as golden light swirled around it. With a simple punch, he unleashed a devastating blow. Thud! A surge of force shattered Ao Yaoyao's defenses, slamming viciously into her chest. Put! She spat out a mouthful of blood as her petite frame crashed heavily against the edge of the ring, kicking up a cloud of dust. The fire in her eyes instantly extinguished. How could this be? Almost the moment Ao Yaoyao hit the ground, the illusory canyon before them receded like a tide. After a blinding flash of white light, the two reappeared on the massive stage of the real world. The outcome was decided. The massive light screen above the arena flickered, revealing the final rankings. Grade Tournament Finals Rankings. Number 1, Ning Chen. Number 2, Ao Yaoyao. Dead silence fell over the entire arena. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared in disbelief at the results displayed on the light screen, then shifted their gaze to Ning Chen on the stage, his expression still impassive, and Ao Yaoyao, who struggled to rise but collapsed back down, utterly drained. One move. A single move decided the outcome? Even the principal in the VIP section had his mouth agape. Just how much strength was Ning Chen still hiding? Ahem, let us give the most enthusiastic applause to congratulate Ning Chen. He has won the championship of this year's grade competition. The host's voice broke the silence. Clap clap clap. A thunderous roar of applause and cheers erupted throughout the entire arena. Ning Chen! Ning Chen! Ning Chen! Especially the girls, their faces flushed with excitement, their eyes filled with admiration as they gazed at Ning Chen. This man was too strong. Too handsome. Meanwhile, most of the male students wore expressions like they'd swallowed a fly, their faces brimming with resentment. Pfft, what's there to be proud of? Ao Yaoyao must have underestimated him. Exactly. What kind of skill is that, relying on a sneak attack? She'll slip up sooner or later. Jealousy flared wildly within them. But no matter how resentful they felt, the facts were undeniable. Ning Chen had ascended to the top of the class with an undeniable dominance. On the stage, Ao Yaoyao struggled to her feet, her fair face deathly pale, a trace of blood still clinging to the corner of her mouth. She glared at Ning Chen with such intensity, her eyes seemed ready to devour him alive. How could this be? This lady, the esteemed SS-rank Blazing Flame Dragon Princess, the eldest daughter of the AO family, had actually been knocked out in one punch by this guy? This absolutely cannot be. He must have used some underhanded trick. Ning Chen watched her unwilling expression, a faint smile curling his lips. He strolled leisurely before her, towering over her with a lazy drawl. Young miss, what do you say? Convinced? You. Ao Yaoyao was so furious she nearly shattered her teeth. Convinced? That word doesn't even exist in this lady's dictionary. She suddenly raised her foot and stomped down hard on Ning Chen's instep. Ouch. Ning Chen hadn't expected this fiery little thing to resort to violence after losing. The sharp pain in his foot made him raise an eyebrow slightly. Alright, she's got some spunk. After stomping on him, Ao Yaoyao let out a heavy snort and turned to walk away. With Ao Yaoyao's indignant retreat, the school-wide preliminary exam that had caused such a stir finally drew to a close. And Ning Chen had made a name for himself in the academy overnight. The dismissal bell rang. Instead of heading home immediately, Ning Chen scanned the crowd and instantly spotted that delicate figure. He strode forward and, before Su Wanling could react, seized her slightly cool hand. Ah! Su Wanling gasped softly, her entire body stiffening. Ning, what are you doing? Su Wanling's voice carried a barely perceptible edge of panic. She instinctively tried to pull her hand away, but Ning Chen tightened his grip. Ning Chen turned his head, meeting her startled eyes with a faint smile. Come with me. Without waiting for Su Wanling to ask any further questions, he pulled her toward the school exit. His destination was clear, the largest credit point bank in Beihai City. Standing before the brightly lit bank entrance, Su Wanling remained utterly bewildered. Why bring her to the bank? Could it be? Ning Chen pulled her straight into the VIP lane, deftly operating the smart terminal. Soon, a brand new, anonymous credit point card appeared in his hand. He turned and held the card out to Su Wanning. Wanning, this card holds 100,000 credit points, my repayment to you. Thank you for your help earlier. The sound of Wanling sent ripples through Su Wanling's heart once more. She hastily waved her hands, shaking her head vigorously. No. Ning, I can't accept this. Back then, I only wanted to do my small part. It was a voluntary investment in you, not a loan. When she had handed over that 100,000 credit points, she never expected Ning Chen to repay her. In her eyes, Ning Chen's talent was worth it. Her earnest little expression warmed Ning Chen's heart. This girl was adorably naive. 100,000 credit points just like that, she was giving it away. Ning Chen couldn't force it back on her either, that would only make things awkward. He scratched his head, wearing a slightly troubled expression, yet his eyes darted towards Su Wanning with a hint of testing. Well then, how about I treat you to a meal? I should at least show my gratitude, right? Ha? Meal? Su Wanning clearly hadn't expected Ning Chen to say that. Her fair cheeks flushed instantly, and she stammered slightly. Ning Chen wanted to treat her to a meal? Just the two of them? The thought sent her heart pounding wildly out of control once more. Seeing her frozen in place, Ning Chen asked again, "What? Is it inconvenient?" "No. No. It's fine." As if afraid he might change his mind, Su Wanning nodded rapidly like a chick pecking at grain. "Then let's go." A triumphant smile curved Ning Chen's lips. With effortless ease, he reached out once more and gently enclosed Su Wanning's delicate, boneless hand in his own. Ugh! Su Wanning stiffened, her palm instantly breaking out in a fine sheen of sweat. His hand was so large, so warm. Being held like this felt so reassuring. But, holding hands like this in broad daylight, wasn't that too conspicuous? What if the other students saw? What would they think? Forget it. She'd thrown caution to the wind. Su Wanning stole a glance at Ning Chen's sharply defined profile out of the corner of her eye. Her heart pounded wildly, yet her feet obediently followed his lead. Hand in hand, they left the Credit Point Bank under the astonished gazes of surrounding students and headed toward a Western-style restaurant. Inside, melodious piano music flowed softly. The waiter respectfully guided Ning Chen and Su Wanning to a window-side table. After they sat down, the waiter smiled and handed them an exquisitely crafted menu. Without looking at Su Wanning, Ning Chen took the menu. His slender fingers lightly traced the smooth pages before he began ordering. 1 prime filet mignon, medium rare. 1 pan-seared foie gras with black truffles. Add a cream of mushroom soup and a Caesar salad. He ordered several signature dishes that sounded pricey in one breath, adding one last request. "We'll decide on dessert later. Bring these first." Chapter 22. He ordered with effortless ease, but Su Wanning listened with her heart pounding. Good heavens! Filet mignon? Seared foie gras? Black truffles? She'd only ever seen these things in gourmet magazines. She peeked over her shoulder, her eyes darting across the menu Ning Chen had opened. When she saw the long string of zeros following each dish, her face instantly paled. One dish costing hundreds, even thousands of credit points? He ordered so many. This meal alone would cost thousands, maybe even tens of thousands of credits? A Beastmaster would have plenty of opportunities to spend money later. Buying materials to upgrade gear, enhancing skills, every single one of those is a money pit. He's at the stage where he needs to accumulate resources and build a solid foundation. He can't afford such extravagance. Su Wanning couldn't sit still any longer. She cautiously reached out her small hand and gently tugged at Ning Chen's sleeve. Ning, this place, it's way too expensive. Should we go somewhere else? I know a little shop that's really tasty and affordable. She truly didn't want Ning Chen to think she was a gold digger when it came to meals. That wouldn't be good. She wasn't some gold digger. She tugged at Ning Chen's sleeve cautiously, her small face filled with concern. Seeing her delicate, guilt-ridden expression, Ning Chen curved his lips into a smile. This little girl was adorably naive. Even now, she was still wholeheartedly trying to save him money. His heart warmed. He reached out and gently patted her small hand resting on the table. Eat freely. This little bit of money is nothing. He paused, noticing her still anxious expression, and added. Besides, you forgot I just won the championship. The prize money is substantial. Treating you to a nice meal is only right. But? Su Wanning still wore a look of worry, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Seeing her so anxious, Ning Chen grinned mischievously, reaching out to pinch Su Wanning's soft cheek. Well, Miss Su, starting to look out for me already? Want to be my wife early? Swish. Su Wanning's face instantly flushed, the crimson blush spreading all the way to her pale earlobes. Ugh. You, what nonsense are you spouting? She shot Ning Chen a reproachful glare. She quickly turned her head away, unable to meet his smiling eyes. Her heart pounded wildly, yet the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve upward. This guy. Just then, Su Wanning's phone buzzed on the table. She frowned slightly, glancing at the caller ID, an unfamiliar number. Who could it be? What terrible timing. She frowned slightly and swiped to answer. Hello? A frantic female voice answered. Hello, may I speak with a family member of Ms. Wang Xiaomei? The hospital has issued a critical condition notice today. Her situation is extremely urgent. Please come to the central hospital immediately to prepare for the patient's final arrangements. Critical condition notice? Prepare for her final arrangements? Those words felt like a hammer, pounding relentlessly in Su Wanning's head, making it buzz. Her entire body went numb. Her hand went limp, and the phone clattered to the floor. Beads of tears the size of beans rolled uncontrollably from her eyes. Mom! Mom? Seeing her reaction, Ning Chen's heart skipped a beat. He knew something was terribly wrong. He quickly picked up the phone. The screen was cracked, but the call hadn't disconnected. He pressed it to his ear and listened for just a few seconds before his expression darkened instantly. Wan Ning, what's wrong? Is Auntie? Su Wanling sounded as if all her strength had been drained, her voice choked with emotion. My mom, she's critically ill. Without touching a single bite of food on the table, the two rushed out of the restaurant in a panic, heading straight for the central hospital. By the time they reached the ward door, panting and breathless, Su Wanling's legs buckled as she pushed open the door, nearly collapsing to her knees. Wang Xiaomei lay on the hospital bed, her eyes tightly shut. Her face was as pale as paper, her lips tinged with a bluish-purple hue. Only the faint rise and fall of her chest indicated that a faint glimmer of life still lingered within her. "Mom!" Su Wanling let out a shrill cry and collapsed beside the bed. "Mom! What happened to you, Mom? Wake up! I can't live without you." "Wha?" She grabbed the arm of a doctor in a white coat standing nearby, her voice hoarse with desperation. "Doctor! Doctor, please! Save my mother! I beg you! I'll pay whatever it takes! Just save her!" The doctor shook his head helplessly, gently prying her fingers from his arm and sighing. "Miss Su, please calm down. We've done everything we can." Mrs. Wang suffered a sudden massive cerebral infarction. While medication has temporarily stabilized her vital signs, she's now in a deep coma. To bring her back, we'd need an extremely rare medicinal ingredient, one unavailable at our hospital or anywhere in the entire city. Ning Chen, who had remained silent until now, suddenly sharpened his gaze. He looked up at the doctor. "Doctor, what kind of herb is it?" The doctor glanced at him, his brow slightly furrowed. "This herb is exceedingly rare. It is called the Moon Spirit Herb. Legend has it that it grows only within the mythical medicine spirit secret realm, gathering the essence of heaven and earth. It may take tens of thousands of years for a single plant to emerge. Only those with profound destiny might ever obtain it." "Medicinal spirit realm? Moon Spirit Herb?" Ning Chen frowned deeply, lost in thought. "No matter how difficult it is, I must try." His gaze hardened as he turned back to the doctor. "Then, how does one reach the medicine spirit secret realm?" The doctor shook his head. "The medicine spirit secret realm? Ah, it's an elusive thing. They say that only on the 15th day of each month, at the 3rd hour of noon, might the entrance briefly open in a specific location. But exactly where? No one can say for certain. Over the years, countless adventurers have ventured in, drawn by rare herbs and treasures as numerous as fish crossing the river. Yet only a handful have ever emerged with anything of value. Most return empty-handed, and some..." The doctor paused, his expression growing somber. "Many have even lost their lives within. The ferocious beasts guarding those heavenly treasures are terrifying beyond measure, far beyond what ordinary mortals can handle. The medicine spirit secret realm. Monstrous beasts." Ning Chen pondered inwardly. This place sounded anything but benign. But then he thought of Su Wanling's mother. Chapter 23, High-Grade Spirit Stones. Su Wanling's already pallid face drained of all color at the words. She instinctively pulled out her phone and glanced at the date displayed. Today is the 15th. Her voice was soft, yet in the silent hospital room, it reached every ear with startling clarity. Tonight is the 15th? That meant if they couldn't find the entrance tonight, or if they entered and failed to retrieve the medicine, they'd have to wait another month? A whole month. Auntie couldn't possibly wait that long. "Doctor!" Su Wanling lunged forward again, clutching the doctor's white coat desperately. Tears streamed down her face like beads from a broken string. "Doctor, please. You must find a way to help my mother hold on a little longer. I beg you. I will find the Moon Spirit Herb." The doctor sighed deeply and gently pried her hands away. "Miss Su, please calm down. Mrs. Wang's condition, even with the best medication keeping her alive, she has at most 3 days left. Whether you can find the Moon Spirit Herb before then depends entirely on your luck." 3 days. Only 3 days. The words struck like a thunderbolt. Su Wanling felt darkness engulf her vision, the world spinning violently. Her legs buckled, and she was about to collapse to the floor. Fortunately, Ning Chen reacted swiftly, stepping forward in a flash to steady her. He could feel the person in his arms trembling violently. Ning Chen's heart clenched in response. He patted Su Wanling's back. "Wan Nin, don't worry. Auntie will be fine. I will get you that Moon Spirit Herb. Trust me." His words made Su Wanling slowly lift her head, her tear-filled eyes gazing at him. She opened her mouth to speak, but choked on her words, managing only a heavy nod. The urgent task now was to find the medicine spirit's secret realm. Ning Chen made a quick decision, supporting Su Wanling as he said firmly, "Wanling, let's go to the school library and look up information about the medicine spirit's secret realm. Since someone has been inside before, there must be clues to follow." Su Wanling, utterly distraught, clung to his words like a drowning person grasping a lifeline. She nodded urgently. "All right. Let's hurry." The two rushed back to school and dove straight into the ancient text section of the library. The yellowed pages that usually gave them headaches now became their only hope. And sure enough, after an enormous effort, they finally found scattered references to the medicine spirit secret realm tucked away in the corner of a tattered volume of the Annals of the Strange. The medicine spirit secret realm often manifests in places of exceptional natural beauty, especially in the depths of ancient forests where moonlight is most intense. Deep within ancient forests, where moonlight is most potent, Ning Chen and Su Wanling exchanged glances, seeing unwavering resolve in each other's eyes. Let's go! Without a moment's hesitation, the pair set off once more, heading straight for the depths of the Blackwind Forest, a place notorious for its treacherous terrain at the city's edge. Night deepened. The Blackwind Forest was eerily silent. Su Wanling's fair face was deathly pale as she leaned against a thick ancient tree. The glimmer of hope that had flickered in her eyes earlier had now faded completely. Her voice was so soft it seemed the wind might carry it away as she murmured to herself, "We've searched for so long. Dawn is almost here. What place of intense moonlight? What land of divine beauty? There's nothing here. What should I do?" Ning Chen watched her dazed and disoriented state, a heavy knot forming in his chest. He walked over to Su Wanling, gently patted her shoulder, and then pulled her slightly chilled body into his embrace. "Stop overthinking. I told you Auntie will be fine, and she will be. Trust me." Su Wanling's tense body instantly softened as she felt the warmth of Ning Chen's embrace. She buried her face in Ning Chen's chest, her shoulders trembling slightly as suppressed sobs escaped her intermittently. Ning Chen felt the fabric against his chest gradually dampen. Without a word, he simply tightened his embrace around her. A fierce determination burned within him. "Moon Spirit Grass, today, I will get it for you, no matter what." The forest grew colder by the minute. Su Wanling cried herself exhausted, clinging to his embrace for what little warmth she could draw from him. In that dead silence, the darkness overhead seemed to be diluted by something. It wasn't moonlight, but a softer glow filtering through the gaps in the canopy, illuminating the surroundings brightly. The light gathered in the clearing before them, suddenly forming the outline of a massive gate several meters tall. Unfathomable symbols flowed across the doorframe, revealing another world beyond. "Is this the entrance to the secret realm? Let's go. We'll enter together." "All right." As the two stepped through the gate, it slowly closed behind them. Immediately, a system interface appeared before their eyes, accompanied by a voice. "Congratulations to players Ning Chen and Su Wanling on entering the Medicine Spirit's secret realm. This realm contains various treasures and medicinal herbs. Players may obtain corresponding rewards by defeating the designated beasts. This round consists of 10 stages. Please proceed at your own pace." Immediately after, a map drifted down from the air and landed in Ning Chen's hand. The map shimmered with golden light, marking various treasures and medicinal herbs. Guided by the map, they advanced step by step. Soon, they triggered the first stage. Guarding the entrance was an adorable little rabbit. System notice. First gate Guardian Beast. Moon Shadow Rabbit, Grade A, appears adorably clumsy yet is savagely vicious. Skills: Moon Shadow Fist, Teleportation. Reward: several high-grade spirit stones. Note: high-grade spirit stones are used to enhance one's cultivation, forge magical artifacts, and boost beast taming abilities. They possess bone marrow cleansing effects. Holy crap! High-grade spirit stones. Ning Chen was absolutely thrilled inside. This stuff was legit hard currency. They boost cultivation, forge magical artifacts, refine beast taming aptitudes, and raise ability caps. It's practically a jack of all trades. To offer such a generous reward in the very first stage, this Medicine Spirit secret realm was generous. However, when he saw the words Moon Shadow Rabbit, his brows furrowed involuntarily. What the heck? The guardian beast for the first gate is just a rabbit? The name sounds cute enough, but is this secret realm trying to make him experience cute equals justice or something? This is downright insulting. Just as Ning Chen was inwardly grumbling, a tiny snow-white figure shot forward with a whoosh, appearing not far ahead of them. Ning Chen squinted to look. Hey, it really was a rabbit. A pair of ruby-like eyes darted around, sizing them up. Its tiny three-lobed mouth twitched slightly, looking utterly harmless, even a little adorable. Seeing this little creature, Ning Chen almost couldn't resist the urge to reach out and pet it. Just then, the rabbit suddenly spoke. Hey! You two blind fools! Don't you dare stare at this rabbit lord's majestic face without kneeling and kowtowing. Its voice was high-pitched and squeaky, yet oddly tinged with a defiant arrogance. If you know what's good for you, scram. Then kowtow 100 times to this rabbit lord before you get the hell out of here. Chapter 24, Capturing the Moon Shadow Rabbit. Ning Chen's face darkened instantly. Holy crap! These days, even rabbits are this arrogant? Hey! You little beast, not even fully grown yet, and you've got some nerve. Ning Chen didn't grow angry but instead smiled, though that smile held a chill. Today, I'm in a good mood and didn't plan to stoop to your level. But since you're begging for death, don't blame me for showing no mercy. I'll skin you alive and make your rabbit pelt into a hand warmer for Wan Ning. As an SSS-tier Beastmaster, wasn't he treated with utmost respect wherever he went? And today? He got humiliated by a measly rabbit. Could he possibly tolerate this? What did you say? You dare call this master a little beast? At those words, the Moon Shadow Rabbit's ruby-like eyes instantly filled with blood, turning a deep crimson. A savage, frenzied aura erupted violently from its body. Foolish mortal! You have successfully enraged the great Lord Moon Shadow Rabbit. I shall tear you limb from limb and scatter your bones to the winds. Before the words had even faded, the moon shadow rabbit erupted in a blinding crimson light. Buzz! The light was so intense that Ning Chen and Su Wanling both instinctively squinted. When the light finally faded, the palm-sized, snow-white, adorable little rabbit had vanished. In its place stood a colossal beast over 5 meters tall. Now, it radiated a fierce aura from head to toe. Those blood-red, enormous eyes fixed on Ning Chen, filled with a murderous intent that dripped with bloodlust. Kee. The giant rabbit emitted a bone-chilling, eerie laugh. Now, you know who the real boss is. Insignificant human, pay the price for your ignorance and arrogance. Boom! The giant rabbit's words had barely faded when its massive claws, thicker than water barrels, slammed down toward Ning Chen's face. The speed and force were so immense that the gust of wind it generated blew Ning Chen's hair backward. Ning Chen's pupils contracted sharply. Holy! Did this rabbit eat gold pellets or inject itself with super soldier serum? It just grew like that, and its ing scaled proportionally. This plot twist is way too sudden. In the blink of an eye, Ning Chen's toes lightly tapped the ground as his body drifted backward several meters. Boom! A thunderous crash. The rabbit's massive claw grazed the hem of Ning Chen's robe before slamming into the ground where he had just stood. In an instant, shards of rock flew everywhere, dust billowing into the air. A terrifying crater over 3 meters in diameter gaped where he had stood. Ning Chen's eye twitched violently. The moon shadow rabbit continued its relentless assault. Each punch was powerful and forceful, striking the ground and sending sparks flying. Ning Chen's form flickered and shifted within the dense swarm of fiery fist shadows. He dodged one deadly strike after another. He calmly observed every movement of the moon shadow rabbit, slowly identifying its weaknesses. This rabbit possessed impressive burst power, and its attacks carried fire elemental damage truly befitting an A-rank ferocious beast. But its attack patterns were riddled with flaws. Ning Chen's mind raced through calculations. If he summoned Spicy Snack now, the might of the Sacred Spirit Ancestral Dragon would surely incinerate this A-rank rabbit into dust with a single dragon's breath. The problem was, Làtiáo's skills were too devastating. An attack like Primordial Dragon Breath could easily obliterate this entire area along with those precious spiritual herbs if mishandled. The map clearly marked numerous aged spiritual herbs nearby. If the battle's aftermath destroyed them, it would be a colossal loss. Forget it. Dealing with a rabbit that only knows how to act cute didn't warrant deploying his ace beast tamer. He had to finish this quickly and not waste too much time here. Su Wannin's mother's illness couldn't wait. Meanwhile, Su Wannin watched Ning Chen dodge the colossal moon shadow rabbit's ferocious attacks, her heart leaping into her throat as her face paled. She gripped her ice crystal staff so tightly her knuckles turned slightly white from the pressure. Ning Chen. Is he going to be okay? That rabbit is so fierce. So terrifying. Its fists were as big as fists, and it unleashed such fierce flames. Even though Ning Chen was an SSS-tier Beastmaster, he hadn't summoned his beast yet. Could he handle this alone? Su Wannin grew increasingly uneasy with each passing thought, her worried gaze never straying from Ning Chen. Just then, she noticed that every time the giant rabbit swiped its claws, it was accompanied by blazing, scorching flames. A sudden flash of insight struck her mind. Fire type? That rabbit was a fire-type beast. And she, an S-rank frost singer, possessed the mythical talent Ice Heart Clarity, whose ice element spells could counter it perfectly. A resolute gleam flashed in Su Wannin's icy eyes as the unique frigid aura of an S-rank frost singer instantly radiated from her. Ice Heart Illumination, condense. Su Wannin uttered a sharp command as her slender, pale fingers swiftly formed intricate seals before her. Ice spikes. With her sharp command, dozens of sharp ice spikes, shimmering with a faint blue-white glow, materialized out of thin air and shot toward the giant moon shadow rabbit. HM? An ice elemental brat? The colossal moon shadow rabbit's crimson eyes swept toward Su Wannin, its fan-like ears twitching. With a casual swipe of its massive paw, the blazing flame claws effortlessly shattered the incoming ice spikes. Trivial tricks. The giant moon shadow rabbit snorted disdainfully. Yet the next instant, it felt a bone-chilling cold seep out from the shattered ice fragments. Undeterred, Su Wannin lightly tapped her staff against the ground. Frost wall. A thick, sturdy wall of ice shot up from the ground, blocking Ning Chen's path and temporarily halting the giant moon shadow rabbit's pursuit. Frost breath. Taking a deep breath, she expelled a torrent of frigid air from her pale pink lips, sweeping toward the giant moon shadow rabbit. Oh whoa! The giant moon shadow rabbit was caught squarely by this sudden blast of frigid air, shivering violently as its movements slowed considerably. It shook its fluffy head, its gaze toward Su Wannin now holding a hint less of contempt. Hey, you little brat, you've got some skills. To think you could hold off this rabbit lord for so long, you even made me feel a bit chilly. The giant moon shadow rabbit grinned its three-lobed mouth, its tone tinged with playful admiration. I underestimated you. Cut the crap. Come and get it. Su Wannin's face was as cold as ice. Her icy eyes held no flicker of emotion, only a fierce killing intent. Without another word, she raised her staff once more. An even more colossal surge of ice energy began to gather, threatening to form a blizzard. Ha ha ha. Interesting. That's got some punch. Seeing Su Wanni not only refuse to retreat but intensify her assault, the colossal moon shadow rabbit. Its massive form crouched slightly, the crimson glow on its chest suddenly blazing brighter. Since you're so eager to die, this rabbit lord shall grant your wish. Chapter 25, Perfect Clear. The moon shadow rabbit let out a wicked grin, violently raising its left fist covered in vicious bone spines, channeling its power into it with frenzied intensity. Taste this. Blazing explosion fist. Boom. A colossal flame fist, several times larger than any previous attack, slammed toward Su Wanling. Wanling. Ning Chen, who had been calmly observing the battle, suddenly saw the moon shadow rabbit unleash the strike, channeling all its power. His pupils contracted sharply. The sheer power of this punch was absolutely beyond what Su Wanning could withstand head-on. Damn it! Ning Chen inwardly cursed. Though Su Wanning possessed extraordinary talent, her techniques were still unrefined. A direct confrontation would be disastrous. At this critical moment, Ning Chen's gaze locked onto the moon shadow rabbit's chest. I found its weakness. A cold smile curved Ning Chen's lips. He anchored his chi in his dantian. Infinite attribute, bestow, breaking army. Ding. Golden skill breaker of armies successfully granted. Host's next attack will inflict armor break, critical wound, and 500% strength amplification effects. In an instant, a dazzling golden light erupted from Ning Chen's body. Golden light condensed upon his right fist. Break, for me. Ning Chen roared with fury, thrusting his foot forward with explosive force, aiming straight for the moon shadow rabbit's chest. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. Ning Chen's fist, enveloped in dazzling golden light, slammed squarely into the giant moon shadow rabbit's chest. Crack! A sound like something shattering echoed through the air. The colossal moon shadow rabbit's massive body stiffened abruptly. The crimson glow on its chest instantly dimmed, and the condensed flame fist shattered mid-air with a thunderous roar. Put! A mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of its own entrails spurted violently from the moon shadow rabbit's mouth. Its 5-meter-tall colossal form was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the ground dozens of meters away, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ding! Congratulations to player Ning Chen for defeating the A-rank moon shadow rabbit and achieving a perfect clear. Experience points plus 600. Ding! Congratulations to player Ning Chen for leveling up to LV.9. Ding! Congratulations to player Ning Chen for successfully obtaining one item draw opportunity. The system notifications echoed consecutively in Ning Chen's mind. The dust slowly settled, revealing a terrifyingly large crater in the ground. At the pit's center, the once imposing beast was nowhere to be seen. Only a tiny creature, barely the size of a palm, lay sprawled there. Its fur was disheveled, and a thread of blood hung from the corner of its mouth. As Ning Chen approached step by step, it trembled violently like a sieve, instinctively covering its head with its tiny front paws. Whoa. Don't kill me. Ning Chen walked up to it, saying nothing, only slowly raising his hand. Ah! Hero, spare my life. Little bunny promises never again. It shrieked in terror, I'll give you all the good stuff here, spirit stones and everything. Please, don't turn me into a hand warmer. Ning Chen watched the little rabbit trembling in its adorable stupor. It was like night and day compared to the ferocious, raging giant beast from moments ago, and he couldn't help but find it amusing. This little guy had decent combat prowess, and after growing larger, its imposing aura was quite intimidating. If he could tame it, it would make a perfect spirit pet for one Ning, cute and cuddly for everyday use, yet capable of fighting in critical moments. That seemed rather appealing. A meaningful smile spread across Ning Chen's face as he slowly asked, "Oh? You want to live?" The moon shadow rabbit nodded frantically like a chick pecking at grain, its long ears drooping pitifully as it gazed at Ning Chen. "Would you be willing to follow me?" Ning Chen offered the olive branch in a leisurely tone. Yes. 100 times yes. 1,000 times yes. At those words, the moon shadow rabbit's eyes lit up. Its will to survive surged, and it nodded repeatedly. As long as you spare my life, Rabbit Lord, no little rabbit will do anything you ask. Not only will little bunny follow you, serving you hand and foot, fetching tea and water, but I can also help you find the moon spirit grass deep within this secret realm. Yes, the moon spirit grass. It's the finest ingredient for refining supreme grade elixirs. As it spoke, it pointed its tiny paw toward the scattered high-grade spirit stones nearby, along with some glittering it had stashed away in several unusual medicinal herbs. These treasures all come from my territory. I'm offering them all to you. As a token of my respect. Seeing the rabbit so eager to please, Ning Chen nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, it knows how to play the game. Without hesitation, he swept his hand, storing all the treasures offered by the moon shadow rabbit into Wang Zi's storage space. Alright, since you're so cooperative, you'll be sticking with me from now on. Ning Chen patted the moon shadow rabbit's little head. The moon shadow rabbit felt as if it had been granted a pardon, rubbing its fluffy little face excitedly against Ning Chen's fingers. And so, Ning Chen successfully tamed this great moon shadow rabbit, a creature capable of shifting size, blending cuteness with ferocity. Su Wannin remained unharmed, though she had expended a bit of spiritual energy. With the moon shadow rabbit eagerly leading the way, they swiftly traversed this spirit energy-rich area and headed toward the second gate of the secret realm. Before Ning Chen and Su Wannim could fully survey their surroundings, a nauseating stench assaulted their senses. Ding! The guardian beast of the second gate has appeared. Name: Emerald Wave Beast. Grade: A class. Appearance: green-faced with fangs, hideously ugly, emitting an unbearable stench. Skills: Savage Roar, Venomous Gas Blast. Kill reward: Smelting Furnace 1. The system alert had barely faded when a creature over 3 meters tall, its head crowned with sparse, pus-filled tentacles, fixed them with a menacing stare. Worse still, a stench so thick it felt tangible poured from the creature, making their heads spin and eyes water. Damn it! What the hell is this thing? Ning Chen's brows instantly furrowed into a deep crease as he instinctively covered his nose, his face twisted in disgust. The little bunnies in the first stage were so cute. How did the boss of the second stage suddenly turn into this ugly, stinking abomination? The gap in aesthetic sense was just too vast. Su Wanning also furrowed her delicate brows, instinctively lifting her sleeve to cover her mouth and nose. This thing is disgusting. Hold the line, guys, I'm cheering you on mentally. Hang in there, hang in there. Moon Shadow Rabbit was even more dramatic, darting behind a large rock dozens of meters behind Ning Chen. Peeking out only with a tiny head, she pinched her nose and shouted in a muffled voice. Ning Chen's brow furrowed even deeper. Another rank ferocious beast. From the Moon Shadow Rabbit to this Green Wave Beast, the fights weren't overly difficult, but grinding through each obstacle at this pace? It would take forever. He had to find a solution, preferably one that would solve this problem once and for all. Ning Chen's gaze sharpened like an eagle's, instantly locking onto the Moon Shadow Rabbit several dozen meters away. It was clinging to the crevices of a large boulder, peeking out furtively. Since this creature was a native inhabitant of this secret realm, it must know something. The thought flashed through his mind, and Ning Chen's form flickered. In a single bound, he appeared behind the massive boulder. Chapter 26, Challenging the Secret Realm's Final Boss. A sharp cry of ouch rang out. The next second, Ning Chen strode back, dragging the creature by its neck. Talk! Ning Chen's icy gaze fixed on the Moon Shadow Rabbit, dangling upside down in his palm and kicking wildly. Is there any way to clear this place fast? Ow ow ow. It hurts, it hurts. The Moon Shadow Rabbit, its ears painfully tugged, nearly cried tears as it flailed its front paws wildly. Big brother! Spare me! Why grab my ears? Please put me down first. Su Wanning watched the Moon Shadow Rabbit's pitiful state and couldn't help but twitch her lips slightly. This guy, his mood swings are way too fast. Wasn't he being so cocky just a moment ago? Ning Chen released his grip expressionlessly. Thud! The Moon Shadow Rabbit hit the ground hard. Gritting its teeth, it scrambled to its feet, clutching its bright red ears like precious treasures with both front paws while its little body twitched uncontrollably. That jerk! He hit way too hard. Doesn't he know how to treat little animals gently? The Moon Shadow Rabbit mentally cursed Ning Chen 1,000 times over, but upon catching sight of his piercing black eyes that seemed to see through everything, the complaints on its tongue were swallowed back. Methods, well, they do exist. But that path? It's a suicide mission, you know. Oh. Ning Chen's eyebrow arched, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. A 1 in 1,000 chance? The greater the peril, the greater the opportunity. Ning Chen, feared no challenge. What method? Su Wanning also looked over curiously. She too wanted to end this secret realm journey as soon as possible. Her mother's illness awaited her. Seeing that it had successfully piqued Ning Chen's interest, the Moon Shadow Rabbit's little face immediately lit up with a touch of smugness. Clearing its throat, it tucked its little paws behind its back, adopting the air of a profound sage. Ahem! Listen up! This secret realm is actually divided into 10 stages. Each stage has a fierce guardian beast like that stinky monster we just encountered. It pointed a paw toward the Emerald Wave Beast in the distance, still reeking of foul odor. You could fight your way through each stage one by one, but that's too slow. Plus, the beasts get fiercer and tougher as you progress. It shifted its tone, lowering its voice mysteriously. But this rabbit knows a shortcut. You can challenge the final boss of this secret realm directly. Take down the final boss, and every treasure in this secret realm will be yours for the taking. But... Its voice shot up sharply, its little face turning serious. To challenge the final boss directly, you need to pass a strict qualification test. At the very least, you'd have to be an SSS-class superpowered pro to even have the slightest chance of trying. SSS-tier class? A confident curve lifted the corners of Ning Chen's mouth. Wasn't this tailor-made for him? How is the verification conducted? He pressed eagerly. Seeing Ning Chen take the bait, the Moon Shadow Rabbit nodded smugly. With a swift kick of its stubby legs, it leapt from the ground and landed steadily on a clean rock nearby. It turned around and beckoned Ning Chen with its front paw. Follow me. This rabbit will lead you there. The Moon Shadow Rabbit's stubby legs moved swiftly as it dashed ahead, with Ning Chen and Su Wannim close behind. They traversed a dense forest so thick the sky was barely visible, until suddenly, the path opened up. In the center of a circular clearing stood a massive stone monument. The monument was easily 10 meters tall, jet black in color, its surface covered in ancient runes. Each rune pulsed faintly, emitting a dim, eerie glow. Moon Shadow Rabbit bounded onto the monument's base, paws on hips, and pointed at the mirror-smooth surface, tilting its chin toward Ning Chen. There. Right here. Place your hand, on it, then focus your mental energy. The rest is up to your own destiny. Ning Chen nodded slightly, stepping forward without hesitation. Su Wanning followed beside him, her gaze fixed on the stone monument radiating an ominous aura, a hint of worry in her eyes. Ning Chen extended his hand and pressed it directly against the cold stone surface. In an instant, the ancient runes on the steel erupted with a dazzling crimson glow. A crimson beam of light shot forth from the steel, instantly enveloping Ning Chen entirely. Su Wanning's heart clenched, and she instinctively cried out in alarm. Ning Chen! She tried to rush forward, but an invisible force held her back. Helplessly, she watched as Ning Chen was swallowed by the crimson pillar of light. Enveloped by the beam, Ning Chen felt a colossal, boundless power surge through his entire body. Ding! Detected, test subject possesses SSS-tier innate talent with infinite attributes. Detected SSS-tier bloodline, Ancestral Dragon Bloodline. Verifying aptitude. Qualification verification passed. Player Ning Chen, congratulations on passing the Chosen One qualification verification. You may directly challenge the final boss of the Secret Realm and advance straight to the 10th stage. The cold system notification echoed in Ning Chen's mind. It worked! A wild, unrestrained grin suddenly spread across Ning Chen's lips. This so-called life or death ordeal was nothing but child's play before him. The crimson light pillar abruptly dissipated, revealing Ning Chen's figure once more. He stood rooted to the spot, his aura now even more fierce and intimidating. Before Su Wanning could even breathe a sigh of relief, the once dense forest ahead suddenly emitted a series of eerie creaking sounds. The towering trees seemed to come alive, shifting and rearranging themselves. Within mere seconds, the impenetrable wall of trees forcibly parted, revealing a narrow, deep path barely wide enough for two to walk side by side, leading straight into the deepest recesses of the secret realm. The Moon Shadow Rabbit leapt down from the stone tablet and scampered to Ning Chen's side, clasping its front paws together. Congratulations, big brother! Heartfelt congratulations! You truly are the chosen one. Such extraordinary talent is something this little rabbit has never seen before in my entire life. Its eyes darted around as its tone abruptly shifted. Big bro, the path's open now. You go in on your own. I won't be joining you. That final boss is no joke. He's brutally vicious. If anything were to happen to you, I wouldn't want to go down with you, you know? As it spoke, it pitifully wiped away imaginary tears, its stubby legs already retreating unconsciously. Trying to run? A cold smile curled at Ning Chen's lips. His gaze instantly turned icy and piercing as he fixed it on the Moon Shadow Rabbit. No. You're my pet now. Wherever I go, you come. This little creature had just led them here like it was showing off a treasure, and now that the path was open, it wanted to bolt? Think again. The Moon Shadow Rabbit shivered violently under Ning Chen's gaze, its legs going weak until it nearly collapsed onto the ground. It knelt down with a thud, its front paws clutching Ning Chen's pant leg desperately. No. Big bro. Ancestor. I've got an 80-year-old mother to support and starving brats to feed. Ugh. Fine, I'm a lonely old bachelor with nothing to lose, but I really don't want to die. That boss could swallow me whole in one bite, not even spitting out a single rabbit hair. Ning Chen frowned, clearly impatient with its wailing. He simply raised his hand and waved. Whoosh! The Moon Shadow Rabbit saw only a blur before being hurled into Wangzi's pitch-black storage space. No, please. Big brother. Chapter 27, Ghost Hunting Shadow Snake. The shrill screams abruptly ceased. The world fell silent. The two stared at the eerie, terrifying path before them, their expressions instantly turning grave. Su Wanning instinctively reached out and grabbed Ning Chen's arm. Ning, maybe I should go in alone? It must be incredibly dangerous in there. I'm afraid I'll drag you down with me. Seeing Su Wanning's teary-eyed expression, Ning Chen felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. He reached out and gently pinched her cheek. Silly girl, what nonsense are you talking? With me here, how could I ever leave you alone? Don't worry. I'll definitely get you that moon spirit herb. Su Wanling was startled by this sudden display of affection, her cheeks flushing crimson in an instant. The fear in her heart seemed to dissipate considerably with that single touch. Boo but. She stammered, still uneasy, her eyes brimming with worry. No buts about it. Ning Chen had no patience for her hesitation, grabbing her soft, boneless hand firmly. Ning Chen led Su Wanling by the hand, striding purposefully into the deep, eerie path. They wound through twists and turns as the shifting light and shadows of the surrounding trees played out. After an unknown length of time, the scene before them abruptly changed, causing both of them to gasp in unison. Before them lay a distinct marshland. Emerald green mud pools stretched endlessly, bubbling with nauseating gurgles. A faint yellowish poisonous mist hung in the air, tightening their throats with every breath. What sent chills down their spines even more were the stark white bones scattered everywhere along the swamp's edges and atop slightly elevated black mounds of earth. Is this even a place for humans to live? It was practically the entrance to hell. Ning Chen felt the girl beside him trembling violently. His brows furrowed slightly as he reached back to clasp Su Wanning's icy cold hand. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Those 4 words flowed like a warm current into Su Wanning's frozen heart. She squeezed his hand tightly in return, tilting her head slightly to gaze at Ning Chen's resolute profile. No matter what he faced, he seemed to remain calm. With him by her side, even the most terrifying place wouldn't feel so unbearable. Ning Chen said no more, leading her into the marshland. Each step was taken with utmost caution. The depth of the muddy pits was unknown, and who knew what lurked within? Sink into it, and not even bone fragments would remain. Ning Chen probed the ground beneath his feet, choosing solid patches or rocky spots to place his steps. Su Wanning followed closely behind him, stepping precisely where he had trodden. She dared not breathe loudly, fearful of disturbing whatever lurked in the darkness. Just then, ha 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 ha, an eerie laugh erupted without warning from the depths of the marsh. The sound was shrill and piercing, like rusty metal scraping against glass. Ah! Su Wanning jumped in fright. Ning Chen instantly wrapped his arms around her, his gaze sharpening as he fixed his eyes on the source of the sound. It came from the very center of the swamp. His aura turned dangerous, his fighting spirit surging. Was it finally coming? The ultimate guardian of this secret realm. Judging by that laughter, it wasn't going to be a walk in the park. Just as Ning Chen was on high alert, the swamp water ahead, churning with dark green bubbles, suddenly erupted into violent turmoil. Splash! Gurgle, gurgle. A colossal creature slowly rose from the dark green muddy depths. It was a snake. No, to be precise, it was a terrifying giant python of unimaginable proportions. Its body was thicker than several grown men could encircle, its scales bearing eerie patterns and exuding a sickening, blood-curdling stench. But what was most horrifying of all was that this colossal serpent possessed a full 9 hideous, ferocious heads. Each head was uniquely shaped, sending shivers down the spine. 18 cold, ruthless vertical pupils locked onto Ning Chen and Su Wanling, the 2 unwelcome intruders. The suffocating aura of the SSS-grade monstrous beast swept over them, crushing Su Wanning until she could barely breathe. Even Ning Chen felt the crushing weight of its presence. Just as the 9-headed colossal serpent fully revealed itself and locked onto them, a cold, mechanical prompt sounded precisely at that moment. Ding! Congratulations to players Ning Chen and Su Wanning on successfully reaching the 10th stage of the Secret Realm Ghost Marsh. System Notice, 10th Stage Guardian Beast. Name, Spectral Shadow Serpent. Rank, SSS Class. Abilities, Nether Coil, Venomous Spray, Soul Devour. Defeat Reward, Moon Spirit Grass, All Secret Realm Treasures. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, sizing up the colossal beast before him. An SSS rank ferocious beast, the Ghost Hunter Shadow Snake. It certainly wasn't a pushover. Su Wanning clutched Ning Chen's sleeve tightly, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. Those 18 icy snake eyes made her whole body tremble uncontrollably. Her voice trembled noticeably, the words barely escaping through gritted teeth. Ning. Can we beat it? Ning Chen sensed the fear radiating from the girl beside him and sighed softly. He turned his hand, gripping Su Wanning's icy small hand even tighter. Don't be afraid. Trust me. We can do this. These words weren't just for Su Wanning, they were for himself too. The Moon Spirit Grass, he was determined to obtain it. Ning Chen stepped forward half a pace, shielding Su Wanning completely behind him. Be careful, this thing is about to attack, he warned in a low voice. Almost the instant his words fell. Roar! The Ghost Hunter Snake's 9 ferocious serpent heads shot upward, unleashing a deafening roar. Immediately after, 9 gaping maws opened simultaneously. Put! 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 9 streams of dark green venom erupted, unleashing a torrential barrage toward the 2. Wherever the venom touched, it instantly turned into pools of black water, billowing thick smoke. Such intense corrosiveness. Su Wanning's face drained of color in terror, her eyes instinctively fluttering shut. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed sharply. Grabbing Su Wanning's wrist, he shifted his stance, his figure darting through the gaps in the venom like a ghostly apparition. Swish! 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 Several streams of venom whizzed past, grazing the hems of their clothes. Close call. This creature's attack range is far too wide. Ning Chen's brows furrowed slightly. Evading alone wouldn't suffice. He thought to himself. Spicy snack, come out. Roar! A dragon's roar of supreme majesty suddenly echoed throughout the entire ghost marsh. Golden light erupted in a blinding flash. The moment Làtiáo appeared, that colossal dragon's might swept out. The 18 vicious serpent eyes of the ghost hunter shadow snake all contracted in unison. They never imagined these 2 insignificant humans could command such a formidable beast. Làtiáo turned its head, affectionately rubbing against Ning Chen's arm and letting out a low dragon's roar. Leave it to me, master. A faint smile touched Ning Chen's lips as he stroked Làtiao's dragon head. Go on, beat it up for me. Chapter 28 Làtiáo is so strong. Roar! Receiving the command, Làtiao's dragon wings flapped violently, transforming into a golden lightning bolt as it charged head-on toward the nine-headed giant serpent. The golden dragon and the dark green nine-headed serpent collided fiercely in the swamp sky. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as shockwaves rolled across the land. Làtiáo showed no fear. Swinging its dragon claws, it unleashed a barrage of golden claw shadows, fiercely striking at the ghost hunter serpents' heads. Flash claw strike. Hiss! One of the shadow hunter serpents' heads couldn't dodge in time, getting slammed squarely by Làtiao's dragon claw. Several dark green scales were instantly torn apart, spurting out dark green blood. The head let out an agonized hiss. Nice work, Làtiáo! A flash of admiration crossed Ning Chen's eyes. Làtiao's attack power truly hadn't disappointed him. The pain made the ghost shadow snake's 9 heads grow even more frenzied. The remaining 8 heads frantically spewed venom at Làtiáo. Làtiáo moved with agile precision, dodging relentlessly amidst the 9 heads' assault while gathering dragon's breath in his mouth. Primordial Dragon Breath. A golden dragon's breath struck the main head of the ghost hunter shadow snake with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! The main head of the ghost hunter shadow snake whipped violently, narrowly evading the direct hit of the dragon's breath. Yet the breath grazed its neck, leaving a scorched, charred wound. It let out a piercing, agonized hiss, and the speed and frequency of its venom spitting visibly slowed. Effective! Ning Chen's heart leapt with delight. At this rate, wearing down this beast might not be impossible. Su Wannin watched from the sidelines, her heart pounding with fear, yet she also breathed a sigh of relief. Spicy snack is so powerful. Ning Chen's beast-taming ability could actually suppress an SSS-tier ferocious beast. Just then, Ning Chen's expression shifted slightly. He saw a strange, eerie light flash simultaneously in the eyes of all 9 heads of the ghost hunter shadow snake. No! Làtiáo, watch out for its ghostly coils. Ning Chen warned urgently, his mental energy intensely focused, ready to assist at any moment. Before his words had fully left his mouth, the 9 serpent heads of the ghost hunter shadow snake which had previously fought independently suddenly seemed to share a unified consciousness. They ceased their chaotic attacks and abruptly coiled backward, 9 black chains erupting from all directions to bind Làtiáo. So this was the nether coil? Truly troublesome. Làtiáo flapped its dragon wings frantically, trying to create distance, but the serpent heads shadowed its every move with astonishing speed. One head was about to wrap around the dragon's hind leg. Làtiáo, left. The one below will lock down your movement. Yes, surge upward, then charge right forward. Ning Chen barked out frantic commands. His mind raced, analyzing the attack patterns and intentions of all 9 serpent heads. Lottie trusted Ning Chen's commands implicitly and immediately acted on his instructions. The golden figure darted through the encircling net of 9 black chains, dodging danger by the narrowest of margins. This way. Dodge that sweeping attack. Over there. It's going to ram you with its body. Under Ning Chen's pinpoint accurate direction, Làtiáo held its ground amidst the relentless pursuit and blockades of the 9 serpent heads. The ghost hunter snake clearly hadn't anticipated its signature move being countered so decisively. It began to grow agitated. Now, Làtiáo. Circle around them. A sharp gleam flashed in Ning Chen's eyes as he seized the opportunity. Làtiáo understood instantly. It accelerated sharply, exploiting the instant a snake head's attack missed a dart through an extremely narrow gap. Simultaneously, its dragon tail swept through with divine precision. Hiss! One snake head, pursuing too aggressively, couldn't turn in time and collided head-on with another charging snakehead. Immediately after, under Ning Chen's command, Làtiáo darted swiftly between the 9 serpent heads. 1, 2, 3. The 9 heads of the ghost shadow snake, which had intended to coil around the spicy strips, instead became entangled with each other and collided. Boom! The 9 heads were now jammed together, locked in place, unable to move, emitting only frustrated hissing sounds. Put! Su Wannin couldn't help but laugh at the sight. This is just too ridiculous. The mighty 9-headed serpent had actually tangled itself into a dead knot? Ning Chen's mouth twitched. Nice work, spicy strips. That move was nothing short of a stroke of genius. But before they could celebrate for long. Roar! Roar! A furious roar erupted from the center of the knotted snakeheads. The knotted snakehead jerked violently. Snap! Snap! They had actually forced their necks free from the deadly knot. They had been outmaneuvered by 2 insignificant humans and a mere dragon cub. This SSS-ranked beast, whose age was beyond reckoning, was utterly enraged. It would tear these 2 ants who dared to mock it to shreds. With a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, 9 heads of the spectral shadow serpent simultaneously blazed with multicolored light. Multiple skills of varying attributes erupted simultaneously from all 9 serpentine heads, unleashing their full fury upon Làtiáo without restraint. The sheer power surpassed any previous attack. Ning Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. Oh no! This beast is truly enraged. Though Làtiáo was an SSS-tier Sacred Spirit Ancestral Dragon, its level was still relatively low. Facing such an all-out assault, Ning Chen's brows furrowed deeply. a thought flashed through his mind. Làtiáo won't survive this wave. He couldn't let Làtiáo take this head on. Ning Chen's eyes sharpened. His mind raced and he made a decision in an instant. Wangzi, come out. With his low command, a dazzling golden light erupted before him. Rib bit. A deep, resonant frog-like croak echoed across the marsh. As the golden light dissipated, a strange golden toad, entirely golden in color, materialized out of thin air. The moment Wangzi appeared, its 3 round eyes locked onto the fearsome 9-headed giant python. It opened its massive jaws and let out a roar that showed no sign of weakness. Despite the vast disparity in size, the overwhelming pressure emanating from its SSS-grade Sacred Spirit Bloodline was utterly unyielding. Boom! The soul-hunting shadow serpent's devastating combined assault descended like a storm. Làtiáo let out a piercing dragon's roar. Golden scales shimmered as it prepared to meet the onslaught head-on. At that very moment, Wangzi moved. Its tiny body suddenly puffed up, instantly unfurling a golden light shield that enveloped both itself and Làtiáo. Golden Toad's protection. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Countless skills slammed viciously against the golden shield. The shield trembled violently, its color fading slightly. But it held firm. Làtiáo and Wangzi remained unscathed beneath the shield. Ning Chen breathed a slight sigh of relief. Thankfully, Wangzi's defensive skill proved more than capable. Truly worthy of the title Sacred Spirit Golden Toad. Yet, upon seeing its full power strike blocked, the spectral shadow snake descended into utter fury. Hiss. Wah! 9 serpent heads roared furiously toward the heavens. Chapter 29, Soul-Devouring Storm. Its massive body shook violently, causing the entire ghost marsh to tremble violently. Immediately, the eerily glowing exotic plants and strange, buried bones deep within the marsh seemed to respond to some summoning. They erupted in bursts of multicolored light, surging ceaselessly into the soul-hunting shadow serpent's body. Then, the wounds on the ghost hunter shadow snake's body rapidly healed, and its scales grew even darker. Its entire serpentine form radiated a suffocating aura of utter destruction. Ning Chen's expression changed completely. Holy! This thing can absorb the rare treasures within the secret realm to strengthen itself? How the hell were they supposed to fight this? If this continued, forget about killing it, all 3 of them might end up dying here today. Su Waning's face had drained completely of color. She could sense that the aura emanating from the 9-headed serpent was more terrifying than ever before. This was simply beyond their level to contend with. Are we going to die? Ning Chen took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. The more critical the situation, the more he must avoid panic. Conventional methods were clearly useless. He had to find another way. A flash of inspiration struck his mind. Right. The infinite entries. He still had 1 chance left to draw an entry. This was his last hope. System, draw an entry immediately. Ning Chen roared inwardly. Ding. System is drawing an entry. Ding. Congratulations to player Ning Chen for drawing the golden entry, Soul-Devouring Storm. A golden entry. Ning Chen's heart leapt with joy. It felt like grabbing a lifeline. Soul-Devouring Storm? The name alone sounded formidable. Who cares what it does? Use it first. Làtiáo, activate immediately, he commanded without hesitation in his mind. Almost the instant the thought formed, the spicy strips struggling desperately alongside Wangzi suddenly erupted with a strange transformation. Roar! A dragon's roar rang out, higher pitched and more majestic than before. The spicy strip's aura became erratic and elusive in that instant. The ghost hunter serpent paid no heed to this. It had descended into utter madness, its 9 heads once again unleashing a torrent of devastating attacks. More frenzied, more relentless than before. Yet, a bizarre spectacle unfolded. The instant those skills touched the shadowy glow enveloping Làtiáo. Sizzle. They were instantly swallowed by that shadowy glow, vanishing into nothingness. What? Su Waning's beautiful eyes widened in utter disbelief. Ning Chen watched with his heart pounding wildly. Effective. This soul-devouring storm ability was utterly insane? Directly devouring the attack? For the first time, fear flickered within the 18 murderous eyes of the ghost hunter shadow snake. Its attack had actually failed? Ning Chen's eyes blazed with intensity. The moment had arrived. Now. Wangzi, suppress it with poison. Làtiáo, beat the crap out of it. Quack. Upon receiving the command, Wangzi opened its massive jaws. Golden venom spewed forth like a shower of golden swords, striking the 9 heads of the ghost hunter shadow snake with pinpoint accuracy. Though unable to inflict fatal damage, the intense venom still left the ghost shadow snake writhing in agony, halting its assault. Roar! Làtiao's fighting spirit soared to the heavens. With the soul-devouring storm shielding him, he had nothing to fear. Golden dragon wings beat fiercely as it charged head-on toward the ghost shadow snake. Shadow Claw. Primordial Dragon Breath. Golden Dragon Breath, carrying the aura of destruction, blasted toward its vital point like a beam of judgmental light. This time, the ghost hunter's shadow snake could no longer respond with its usual composure. Its attacks were devoured, while Wangzi's venom continued its relentless harassment. Splatter! Splatter! Golden dragon claws tore through its resilient scales, sending spatters of blood flying. The golden dragon's breath slammed directly into the neck of one of its serpent heads, blasting open a charred, bloody hole. The ghost shadow snake let out a piercing, agonized howl, striking the main head of the ghost hunter shadow snake. It was instantly reduced to a bloody mess. The spectral shadow serpent let out a despairing wail, its massive body convulsing violently. It could no longer muster a counterattack. Splash! Its massive body crashed heavily into the swamp. Without hesitation, it twisted its wounded body and plunged into the murky depths of the swamp mud at astonishing speed, vanishing from sight in an instant. It escaped. The formidable SSS rank beast, the ghost hunter shadow snake, had actually been driven away. Ning Chen exhaled a long, heavy breath, his taut nerves finally relaxing a little. Làtiáo and Wang Zai obediently returned to his side, their little heads affectionately rubbing against his pant legs, as if seeking praise. Just then, a series of cold yet melodious system notifications sounded. Ding! Congratulations to player Ning Chen for successfully repelling the SSS-tier Ghost Hunter Shadow Snake Secret Realm Lord. Dungeon clear rating, perfect. Gained EXP plus 10,000. Ding! Congratulations to player Ning Chen for advancing to level 10. Ding! Congratulations to player Ning Chen for obtaining all treasures within the secret realm. Ding! Congratulations to player Ning Chen for receiving an additional reward, 9 attribute draw opportunities. Ning Chen's pupils dilated instantly, his breathing quickening noticeably. 10,000 EXP, instantly leveling up to 10. Plus all the treasures from the secret realm. But none of that was what truly sent his heart racing. What truly made his heart race was the final line. 9 times. A full 9 chances to draw an item. Holy moly! This was far more substantial than any secret realm treasure. Ning Chen was so excited he nearly jumped out of his skin. After all, a single golden soul devouring storm trait could make the spicy strips nearly unbeatable. Now with 9 chances, if he could get a few more golden ones or even higher tier traits. The thought was too thrilling to bear. Who would dare mess with him after this? He'd swat them all down with a single slap. This is amazing. Ning Chen! We won! You're incredible! Just as Ning Chen was basking in immense joy, Su Wannin threw herself into his arms. Ning Chen's body froze instantly. Holy crap! This girl, she's hugging way too tight. Though, it felt pretty damn good. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Ning Chen had weathered every storm imaginable, but honestly, this kind of scene, a campus beauty throwing herself into his arms, was something he'd never really experienced before. A wave of heat surged uncontrollably to his cheeks. Just as Ning Chen hesitated between offering gentlemanly comfort or taking advantage of the moment. Buzz! A faint vibration emanated from the center of the swamp. Immediately after, the ground in the area where the 9-headed giant serpent had coiled for the longest time slowly cracked open. A mystical herb radiating multicolored light rose from the swamp. The moon spirit herb it was. With this, Wan Ning's mother could be saved. Ning Chen nodded with satisfaction, carefully storing the moon spirit grass in his storage space. Then, his gaze swept across the entire ghost marsh. The system prompt had clearly stated that all treasures within the secret realm belonged to him. Having existed for so many years, the ghost marsh surely concealed many more treasures besides this moon spirit herb. Those strange flowers and plants glowing faintly, and the unknown minerals possibly buried deep in the mud. If he had to search for them one by one, how long would that take? A mischievous grin tugged at Ning Chen's lips. He had a professional porter. Wang Zai, time to get to work. Chapter 30, Wang Zai's hidden skill revealed. At his call, a flash of golden light erupted. Wang Zai, the fist-sized sacred spirit golden toad, reappeared before him, brimming with energy. Its round, wide eyes gazed at him expectantly. See this entire swamp? Ning Chen pointed across the ghostly marsh with sweeping grandeur. Pack up every single valuable thing here and bring it back with me. Quack! Quack! Upon hearing this, Wang Zai croaked excitedly twice, as if pumped full of adrenaline. Its tiny body suddenly puffed up, then opened its gaping maw. Whoosh! In an instant, the entire ghost marsh erupted. Everything transformed into a multicolored torrent of energy, surging madly toward Wang Zai's tiny mouth. Yet Wang Zai's belly seemed like a true bottomless pit. It accepted everything without hesitation, swallowing as much as it could without even blinking. Su Wannin watched from the side, her mouth slightly agape, her beautiful eyes wide with utter disbelief. This seemingly harmless, even somewhat adorable little golden toad actually possessed such power? Ning Chen watched Wang Zai unleash its mighty power, stroking his chin with satisfaction. Truly worthy of its name as the sacred golden toad born with an innate affinity for wealth. This devouring heaven and earth ability was simply the ultimate skill for plundering secret realms, home life, travel, ahem, thrift and frugality. Whatever treasures lay within this secret realm, scoop them all up first, ask questions later. Before long, thanks to Wang Zai's relentless, carpet-bombing-style scavenging, the once lush ghost marsh had been reduced to a barren, muddy wasteland. Wang Zi belched contentedly, his body seemingly unchanged, then nimbly hopped back onto Ning Chen's shoulder. Well done, Wang Zi. You'll get extra chicken drumsticks when we get back. Ning Chen chuckled, patting its little head as his mood lifted considerably. He stowed both the spicy strips and Wang Zai back into the beast taming space, both thoroughly satisfied. The primary objective of this secret realm expedition had been achieved, and the gains far exceeded expectations. This place was no longer safe to linger in. It was time to leave. Ning Chen turned his head to look at Su Wannin beside him. The flush hadn't fully faded from her cheeks, and her eyes still sparkled brightly as she looked at him. His heart stirred, and he instinctively reached out, gently taking hold of Su Wannin's soft, delicate hand. Su Wannin's cheeks flared even redder, as if they might bleed, and she lowered her head slightly, unable to meet Ning Chen's eyes. Let's go outside, Ning Chen murmured, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Su Wanning murmured a soft MHM. She let Ning Chen lead her by the hand as they walked side by side toward the entrance of the secret realm etched in her memory. After exiting the forest, they hailed a taxi and sped straight to Beihai City First People's Hospital. When the pair reappeared before the attending physician, his jaw nearly dropped to the floor. You too. The doctor pointed at them, his face frozen in disbelief. It's only been a day, no, not even a full day. And you're back already? That moon spirit herb was a treasure of the medicine spirit secret realm, guarded by an SSS-tier guardian beast. How could they have returned so quickly? Could they have just picked some random herb to fool him? Su Wannin grabbed the doctor's sleeve. Her voice trembled slightly. Doctor! The moon spirit herb. We've already retrieved it. Please save my mother. At the same time, Ning Chen produced the moon spirit herb. Instantly, a refreshingly sweet fragrance filled the office. The leaves, as translucent and delicate as jade carvings, emitted a faint halo along their edges. The doctor's gaze was instantly captivated by this extraordinary spirit herb. He took the moon spirit herb and examined it closely. Good heavens! This quality. In all my years as a doctor, I've never seen a spiritual herb of such exceptional grade. This was truly the finest of the finest. Who on earth were these two young people? How had they managed to obtain such a treasure? He patted his chest and declared firmly to Su Wannin, young lady, rest assured. With this divine moon spirit herb, Mrs. Wang Xiumei will definitely be safe and sound. The doctor wasted no time. Clutching the moon spirit herb, he immediately ordered nurses to wheel Wang Xiumei, who had been kept on life support, into the operating room. The three characters' surgery in progress lit up above the operating room door. Su Wannin stood outside the door, her heart aching as if it were being wrenched. She paced the corridor in a daze, her nerves frayed. Ning Chen watched her distracted state, sighed, and stepped forward to pull her into his arms. Don't worry, Auntie will be fine. No matter what happens, I'll be right here with you. The boy's crisp, cool breath enveloped her. Su Wanning's taut nerves found release in that moment. Her nose stung, and her eyes instantly reddened. Tears she'd held back for so long finally spilled over, rolling down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string. She buried her small face deep into his chest, greedily soaking up this unexpected comfort. Suddenly, a sharp, deliberate cough echoed from the nearby corridor corner. Ahem! Ahem! The sound wasn't loud, but it carried a distinct hint of displeasure. Ning Chen's eyebrow lifted imperceptibly. Su Wanning also startled awake from his embrace, quickly lifting her head to look in the direction of the sound. There stood Ao Yaoyao, arms crossed over her chest, standing prettily at the doorway of the neighboring cardiology ward. Her snow-white chin was lifted, her gaze fixed intently on the two of them. What was she doing here? A flicker of surprise crossed Ning Chen's mind. Ao Yaoyao stepped forward, her legs carrying her steadily toward them. Her gaze fell upon the two of them, still inseparable, and her frown deepened. I said. Ao Yaoyao drew out her words, her voice tinged with her usual haughty tone. What era is this? In broad daylight, you two are hugging and kissing in a public place like a hospital. Don't you fear setting a bad example and tarnishing the reputation of our Beihai First High School? The moment those words left her mouth, the air seemed to chill several degrees. Su Wanning, singled out by name, felt her already tear-stained cheeks flush crimson as if they might bleed, even her ears burning. Embarrassed and flustered, she hurriedly took a step back from Ning Chen, lowering her head in confusion as she stammered a defense. Ao, you misunderstand. It's not what you think. It's... Ao Yaoyao didn't give Su Wanning a chance to finish. Rolling her eyes in exasperation, she snorted coldly and cut her off. Misunderstanding? My eyes aren't blind. Chapter 31, The Proud School Flowers Counterattack. I saw it perfectly clearly. She pursed her lips, her tone growing sharper and more biting. You two skipped class for 2 whole days without a word, and now look at you actually having the nerve to flirt here. What's there to explain? This is utterly disgraceful. Shameless. Ning Chen shook his head helplessly. Explaining anything to this spoiled princess who thrived on chaos was like talking to a wall. He stepped forward half a pace, subtly shielding Su Wanning behind him. He lifted his eyes to meet Ao Yaoyao's furious glare, yet a faint, almost imperceptible curve touched his lips, a hint of amusement, a touch of mockery. Miss Ao, the campus beauty. He spoke slowly and deliberately, his voice not loud but clear enough to echo through the quiet corridor. May I ask, does your family live by the sea? Ao Yaoyao froze. What? Ning Chen smile deepened, though it didn't reach his eyes. If you don't live by the sea, then you're being a bit too nosy, aren't you? The moment those words left his mouth, Ao Yaoyao's bright, pretty face instantly flushed crimson with anger. Ning Chen! You! Her chest heaved with fury as she pointed an accusing finger at Ning Chen, her voice rising 8 octaves in sheer agitation. Ning Chen! How dare you speak to this lady like that? All her life, wherever Ao Yaoyao went, she was treated like royalty. Who dared speak to her in such a tone? This Ning Chen had absolutely no sense of his own place. Ning Chen didn't even bother lifting an eyelid, instead giving her a huge, contemptuous roll of his eyes. We're just waiting here peacefully. It's not like we're bothering you, Miss Ao. His tone was flat and emotionless, yet each word felt like a tiny knife, stabbing precisely into Ao Yaoyao's proud ego. You're the one who came over here on your own, pointing fingers and stirring up trouble, aren't you? With spoiled, arrogant princesses like this, you couldn't indulge them. The more you indulged, the worse they got. You're talking nonsense. Ao Yaoyao was so choked up by his barbed words that she nearly couldn't breathe. Her finger trembled slightly as she pointed at Ning Chen, clearly seething with anger. This lady is concerned about the school's reputation as a member of Beihai First High. She puffed out her petite chest, trying desperately to appear righteous. Do you think I enjoy meddling in your messy little affairs? If it weren't for the two of you skipping class for 2 days without a reason, bringing such shame upon our school and our grade, I wouldn't bother with you at all. Even she could tell her words lacked conviction, her voice trailing off into a whisper. What about the school's reputation? What about disgrace? She just couldn't stand seeing Ning Chen so close with other girls. Especially this Su Wanning. How dare she? That girl had been cold as ice toward her before, giving her the silent treatment, yet now she was actually hugging another girl to comfort her. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. The more she thought about it, the more unjust it felt. Ning Chen listened to her voice growing fainter and fainter, clearly lacking conviction, and understood perfectly well. For the school's reputation? Bull. He gave Ao Yaoyao a once-over, his gaze carrying a mix of understanding and mockery. Oh? A playful curve lifted at the corner of Ning Chen's lips as he spoke lazily. So Miss Ao here is paying me such close attention? Ao Yaoyao was struck right in the heart by his words. Her snow-white cheeks instantly flushed with 2 suspicious crimson clouds. Guilty. She instinctively spun around, turning her back to Ning Chen, her voice tinged with unnatural stiffness. You, don't get too full of yourself. Who's following you? This lady isn't that bored. Her desperate attempt to cover it up only made it more obvious. Ning Chen watched her tense silhouette, the amusement in his eyes deepening. He strolled leisurely up behind Ao Yaoyao. Then, he leaned down slightly, his warm breath gently brushing against Ao Yaoyao's sensitive earlobe. In a voice only the two of them could hear, he drawled teasingly. Hey, Miss Popularity. You wouldn't happen to be falling for me, would you? Boom. The words exploded in Ao Yaoyao's mind like a thunderclap out of nowhere. Her body froze instantly, as if struck by a petrification spell, unable to move. Immediately, an uncontrollable wave of heat surged from the soles of her feet straight to the top of her head. Ao Yaoyao's cheeks flushed crimson at a visible pace. Ah! Her entire body jerked backward as if electrocuted, leaping several steps in an instant and instantly creating a gap of 3 or 4 meters between her and Ning Chen. Her trembling jade-like fingers pointed at Ning Chen, her words stumbling out. You're talking nonsense. Stop flattering yourself. Who would ever like you? Let me tell you this, even if every man on earth were to die out, this lady would absolutely never look at a narcissistic, arrogant jerk like you. The words poured out in a near shout. After the outburst, Ao Yaoyao seemed to have expended every ounce of her strength, her chest heaving violently. She dared not look at Ning Chen's face, still wearing that mischievous grin, and dared not linger. Stomping her foot, she spun around and dashed toward the far end of the corridor without looking back. Her speed was as if some terrifying beast were chasing her. Ning Chen watched her retreating figure, the amusement in his eyes deepening. Su Wanning, standing nearby, had witnessed their entire exchange from start to finish. She watched Ao Yaoyao's flushed and humiliated figure, almost fleeing in panic, then glanced at the faint, lingering smile on Ning Chen's face. A strange pang of bitterness welled up in her heart. Ning Chen, he really is exceptional. Even Ao Yaoyao, the school's top beauty with her nose in the air, seemed to be. She bit her lower lip lightly, her heart filled with a whirlwind of emotions. Just then, at the end of the corridor, above the tightly closed operating room door, the 3 bright red, eye-catching characters surgery in progress finally faded. Almost simultaneously, the operating room door swung open from the inside. A doctor clad in green scrubs and a surgical mask emerged. Su Wanning's heart instantly leapt into her throat. Forgetting all about Ao Yaoyao, she rushed forward in sheer panic. Doctor. Her voice trembled slightly as her hands clenched tightly together. My mother, how is she? The doctor lifted a hand, removing the mask from his face to reveal a face wearing a relieved smile. Don't worry, young lady. Mrs. Wang Xiaomei's surgery was a complete success. She's out of danger now. All vital signs have stabilized. She's still quite weak, though, and will need some time to rest and recover. Once the anesthesia wears off, she should wake up soon. Chapter 32, Ecstasy. Wang Zai's treasure trove explodes. Boom! These words finally relaxed Su Wanan's taut nerves. Wonderful, just wonderful. Overwhelmed with joy, tears streamed down her face like beads on a broken string, impossible to stem. Ning Chen watched the scene unfold, a weight lifting from his own heart. What followed would surely be a tender moment of mother and daughter pouring out their hearts to each other. As a grown man standing there, he felt somewhat out of place. Besides, he was itching to get back and tally up the treasures from the medicine spirit's secret realm. With that thought, Ning Chen stepped forward and gently patted Su Wanan's shoulder. Since Auntie is fine now, I'll head back. You two have a good chat. Su Waning lifted her tear-filled eyes and looked at him gratefully. Ning Chen, today, I really can't thank you enough. If it weren't for you. Alright, no need to be so formal with me. Ning Chen waved his hand, cutting off her polite words, his expression unchanged. You've been tired all day. Get some rest. With that, he said no more, turning to walk toward the elevator. After leaving the hospital, Ning Chen hailed a cab straight home. The moment he closed the door, he didn't even pause to take a sip of water. Impatiently, he focused his mind. Wang Zai, come out. Rib bit. A familiar croak echoed through the room as the golden sacred spirit toad materialized on the living room floor. It's too large, bell-like eyes darted around, fixated on Ning Chen. Ning Chen rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling with excitement, his voice tinged with impatience. Quick, spit out the treasures from the medicine spirit's secret realm for me to see. Upon hearing this, Wang Zai opened its wide mouth, its belly suddenly swelling up. Judging by the look of it, it was preparing to dump everything out all at once. Seeing this, Ning Chen's expression changed abruptly. Holy crap! All those things piled together might just blow the roof off his house. Wait! Ning Chen snapped out of his shock and shouted urgently, interrupting Wang Zai's precast animation. He rushed over to Wang Zai in 2 strides, patted its big head, and softened his tone. Ahem, Wang Zai, how about you open your mouth so I can take a look inside? Wang Zai blinked its big eyes a couple of times, looking slightly puzzled, but obediently opened its gaping maw wide enough to swallow a cow whole. Ning Chen crouched low and slipped inside. The moment his feet touched the ground, the space before him suddenly opened up. An endless gray expanse stretched out before him, vast and silent. Suspended at the very center of this space hung a translucent light panel, emitting a soft white glow. As Ning Chen approached, he could make out rows of fine text slowly scrolling upward. Grade A Spirit Beast, Moon Shadow Rabbit, Live Specimen, Extractable. High-grade Spirit Stones 99999. Secret Realm Specialty, Smelting Furnace Incomplete 1. Special Grade Immortal Herb Moonlight Do 10,000 Plants. Spectral Shadow Snake Shed Skin 3 Rare Material. Century-Old Swamp Ironwood Cores 50. Ning Chen's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Holy moly! 99,999 high-grade Spirit Stones. Each one of these things is worth a fortune outside, and here they're piled up like a mountain? And all those rare materials too. I'm rich. This time I've truly struck it rich. This trip to the medicine spirit's secret realm was a life or death gamble, but it was totally worth it. Ning Chen rubbed his hands together excitedly, feeling the blood rushing through his veins. His finger lightly swiped across the light screen, his gaze finally locking onto the entry for Smelting Furnace Incomplete 1. You're the one. With a flicker of his thoughts, the text glowed faintly. Thud. A dull thud echoed as a cauldron-like object, taller than half a person, jet black and covered in ancient patterns, crashed heavily onto the empty ground before him. This thing is the smelting furnace? It looks utterly ordinary. Ning Chen felt a surge of curiosity. He reached out and ran his fingers over the cold, rough surface of the furnace. The moment his fingers touched it, a new line of text materialized before his eyes, like an instruction manual built into the furnace itself. Smelting Furnace Incomplete can be used for forging magical artifacts, refining elixirs, and purifying materials. Power requirements, level 3 or higher Spirit Fire. Note, due to missing core components, only basic functions are currently operational. Level 3 Spirit Fire? What the heck is this? Spirit Fire has levels? It's just using fire to burn things. What's the big deal? Ning Chen might lack many things, but he knew a thing or two about fire-based spells. With that thought, he casually pulled some herbs he'd randomly plucked from the secret realm earlier and tossed them inside. Then, forming his fingers into a sword-like shape, he chanted incantations. A ball of crimson flame flared up at his fingertips. With a flick of his finger, he sent it shooting precisely into the fire inlet at the bottom of the smelting furnace. But 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The smelting furnace remained utterly still, not even a hint of warmth emanating from it. The herbs he'd tossed in lay forlornly at the bottom. Huh, this is weird. Ning Chen scratched his head, his face etched with confusion. It really isn't reacting at all? Does it absolutely require that so-called third-grade spirit fire to activate? Where on earth was he supposed to find that? He didn't even know what a level 1 spirit fire looked like. Wait. A flash of insight struck Ning Chen. For professional matters, he needed to consult a professional. His gaze returned to the light panel, and his fingers swiftly swiped across the screen. Soon, he found the entry, Greatest Spirit Beast, Moon Shadow Rabbit, Live Specimen, Extractable. You're the one. He selected the Moon Shadow Rabbit and mentally confirmed the extraction. A soft whoosh sounded, immediately followed by a wail of pain. The Moon Shadow Rabbit sprawled on the ground, its two ruby-like eyes staring wide with terror at Ning Chen. Big brother? You're not dead? Hearing this, Ning Chen curled his lip in annoyance. He walked over and gently nudged its fluffy rear with the tip of his shoe. What's that supposed to mean? See me jumping around like crazy? You look kinda disappointed. No. Not at all. The Moon Shadow Rabbit shuddered in fright, scrambling to its feet with a roll. Big brother, you're blessed with such great fortune. How could you possibly die? If anything happened to you, this little rabbit, I'd be stuck in this godforsaken place forever, with no chance of ever escaping. That survival instinct was truly something else. Ning Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with it. He simply sat cross-legged before it and cut straight to the chase. Enough with the nonsense. Answer me this, have you heard of third-grade spirit fire? Where can one obtain it? Spirit fire? At the sound of those two words, the Moon Shadow Rabbit's long ears shot straight up, its red eyes widened to their fullest, and its voice shot up an octave. Brother, are you talking about the heavenly treasure of the fire spirit secret realm spirit fire? Judging by its reaction, there was hope. Ning Chen felt more confident, though his expression remained impassive as he gave a faint nod. Brother, you've asked the right rabbit. This spirit fire exists in the fire spirit secret realm. It's a treasure unique to that realm. They say the fire spirit secret realm is incredibly dangerous, with only one gate guarded by a powerful fire spirit beast. Chapter 33 Arrogant Report. Rumors swirl. He paused, swallowed hard, his eyes brimming with longing. Spirit fire comes in 10 tiers. The one you just acquired is in its most basic state. Practitioners must cultivate it themselves to gradually enhance its tier and power. Higher tier spirit fire? Its attributes? Well, it's downright world-shattering. As for its uses? Endless possibilities. You can unleash it directly on enemies. Its power blows ordinary fire spells out of the water. It's also perfect for alchemy. They say pills crafted with high-grade spirit fire see a massive leap in quality. And if all else fails, just use it for cooking. The aroma alone will waft for miles. This guy, does he ever stop talking? Ning Chen's brow furrowed as he impatiently waved his hand, cutting off the rabbit's lengthy monologue. Shut up. Cut the nonsense and get to the point. At his sharp rebuke, the rabbit's neck retracted, and it forced the rest of its words back down, sheepishly shutting its mouth. Seeing its cowed expression, Ning Chen didn't bother asking further. He'd grasped the gist anyway. The fire spirit secret realm and fire spirit beasts, it sounded like something beyond his current capabilities. It seemed the smelting furnace wouldn't be of use anytime soon. He stepped out of Wangzi's space and glanced at the sky outside the window, now tinged with the first light of dawn. Only then did a wave of exhaustion wash over him. He collapsed onto the bed and drifted off to sleep without realizing it. He was roused again when the sun was already high in the sky, the culprit being his phone vibrating wildly on the nightstand. Still half asleep, Ning Chen reached for the phone without opening his eyes. He swiped to answer and mumbled a weak hello? Ning Chen. Where the hell have you been these past few days? Huh? Do you even realize you've skipped class for days on end? The roar on the other end, full of energy yet clearly suppressing anger, nearly shattered Ning Chen's eardrums. It was the principal's voice. Ning Chen jolted awake, his drowsiness vanishing almost instantly. He rubbed his bleary eyes, glanced at the time on his phone screen, and mumbled, got it, principal. I'll be right there. What the hell? It's barely morning, class doesn't start until this afternoon. What the hell are you mumbling about? The principal's voice remained furious. I'm warning you, someone reported you and Sue wanting for early romance. Is it true or not? You're such a handful. Huh? The moment Ning Chen heard the words premature romance, his mind went blank. An inexplicable rage flared up inside him. He shot up from the bed like a spring-loaded fish, his voice rising sharply. Dating? Me and Sue wanting? Who reported it? Tell them to come out here. Who's been spreading rumors about me? What if Wan Ning got scared? Never mind who reported it. The principal's voice brooked no argument. You get your ass back to school immediately. The entire grade is going on a spring outing this afternoon. If you dare skip class again, I'll give you a major disciplinary warning. Got it? Click. The principal hung up the phone without a second thought. Ning Chen stared at the busy signal, his brow knotted in frustration. He sprang out of bed, quickly washed up, changed into his blue and white school uniform, grabbed the keys and phone from his desk, and hopped on his rickety old bicycle. The only thing quiet about it was the bell racing toward school. The moment Ning Chen arrived at the school gate, he spotted Ao Yaoyao stepping out of a sports car. Hey, what a small world. Ning Chen took a quick step forward to block her path. She stood with her arms crossed over her chest, chin slightly raised, glancing at him out of the corner of her eye. Her voice carried a deliberately raised pitch. Ning Chen, why are you blocking this lady's way? Ning Chen gave a cold laugh. Ao Yaoyao, answer me this, did you spread lies to the principal about me and Su Wanning being in a relationship? Poof. Ao Yaoyao's lips curled into a defiant smirk. Yes, this lady did say it. So what? Did I get it wrong? What kind of spectacle was that yesterday at the hospital, the two of you hugging and cuddling like that? This lady is speaking up for justice, to prevent certain people from corrupting the school's atmosphere. Her righteous indignation made her seem like the very embodiment of justice. Ning Chen watched her performance and felt nothing but a headache coming on. Say whatever you want. Ning Chen shot her an impatient glance, unwilling to waste any more breath on her. I honestly have no idea what I, Ning Chen, ever did to offend you so much that you go out of your way to target me like this. Without waiting for Ao Yaoyao to respond, he pushed off with his foot. His bicycle creaked as he pedaled around her and headed into the campus. This girl only dared to act this way because she was a woman. Otherwise, watching Ning Chen ride away without a single glance back, not even bothering to retort, Ao Yaoyao felt like the punch she'd been building up for so long had landed squarely on cotton. He actually dared to ignore this lady? Hey! Ning Chen! Stop right there! Ao Yaoyao's face flushed crimson with anger. Her dainty leather boots stomped the ground with force, thudding hollowly. But Ning Chen didn't even glance back. His bicycle had already turned into the shadow of the teaching building and vanished from sight. Damn it! Damn Ning Chen! This lady won't let this slide. Ao Yaoyao's stomping, mingled with muffled grumbles of frustration, faded away in the morning breeze. Ning Chen shoved the beat-up bicycle into the bike shed, then headed straight upstairs to his classroom, Class 3. No sooner had he sat down at his desk than his gaze drifted instinctively to a corner of the classroom, Su Wanning's seat. She sat there quietly, head bowed, lost in either a book or her own thoughts. Before Ning Chen could ponder further, the hushed yet distinctly audible whispers from the class buzzed into his ears like flies. Did you hear? That loser Ning Chen actually hooked up with Su Wanning. How could Su Wanling possibly fall for that idiot Ning Chen? He's got no money and looks, well, okay, he's passable, but he's still no match for our class beauty, a sour male voice chimed in. Exactly. They barely spoke before this is moving way too fast. I bet Ning Chen sweet-talked our innocent class beauty, another girl chimed in, her voice dripping with contempt. Sigh, Su Wanning must be blind. With all those rich playboys chasing her, she goes and picks Ning Chen potential stock? Put. He's just a muscle-bound good-for-nothing. She's beyond stupid. Each cutting remark landed like a blow to Ning Chen's heart. They could criticize him, but to call Su Wanling blind? To call her stupid? A surge of unnamed fury flared up from deep within Ning Chen. His eyes turned cold, and just as he was about to stand up, the class bell interrupted him. Ding dong ding dong. Ning Chen's movement froze as he watched their homeroom teacher, Yi Ting, stride in through the front door, her high heels clicking against the floor as she carried her lesson plan. Ning Chen took a deep breath, forcing down his anger, and could only sit back down at his desk. Chapter 34, Team Up Fever. Ning Chen protects the flower. Quiet. I have an announcement to make. This afternoon, the entire school will embark on a 4-day spring outing. A secret realm combat exercise will be arranged, requiring everyone to form teams of 4 to participate. You may form your own teams, but I recommend choosing members with different professions to increase your chances of winning. The winning team will receive the school's grand prize. The classroom erupted in excitement as students immediately launched into heated discussions. Class monitor Yi Ting, seeing this, banged her fist hard on the desk. The sharp sound successfully drew the students' attention back. Quiet. Discuss team formation after class. Once your teams are set, report them to class monitor Wang Xinxin. She paused, adjusted her glasses on her nose, and continued, now, let's proceed with the theoretical knowledge briefing. While the danger level of the spring outing's secret realm is manageable, having the necessary theoretical knowledge can save lives in critical moments. Eyes drifted aimlessly, clearly not absorbing much of Yi Ting's earnest advice. Ning Chen was no exception. Propping his chin on one hand, his gaze unfocused, he was lost in thoughts about the spring outing. It felt like an eternity before the tedious theory class finally ended. The dismissal bell sounded like a trumpet of liberation. The moment Yi Ting announced the end of class, the classroom erupted in a roar. Ning Chen! Ning Chen! Join our team. We need a strong damage dealer. Ning Chen! Take me with you. I can wash clothes, cook meals, make beds, and fold blankets. My life skills are maxed out. Ning Chen, pick me. I can cheer you on. Ning Chen felt a blur before his eyes as his desk was instantly swarmed by a chattering crowd of girls, leaving no room to breathe. Leading the charge was none other than class monitor Wang Xinxin. She boasted an SSS-tier life skills title sounded impressive, but her combat effectiveness was practically zero, placing her among the weakest in the SSS tier. Now she was pushing through the crowd, her face plastered with a formulaic sweet smile. Ning Chen, I'm an SSS-tier life master. Look. Before Wang Xinxin could finish, another voice cut in. Ning Chen, look at me. I'm Lin Wanner and A rank support. I can boost your attack and defense, and even heal you a little. I'm absolutely your best partner for home, travel, murder, and robbery. Lin Wanner had delicate features but an unusually loud voice. She was currently tugging at the shoulders of the girl in front of her, waving energetically at Ning Chen. Beyond her, a crowd of unnamed C and D rank combat specialists stared at Ning Chen, each wearing that pick me, I'm super sweet look. Did these girls really think a spring outing was some kind of make-believe game? Ning Chen's brow furrowed imperceptibly. He had no interest in playing babysitter. Just as Ning Chen found himself completely surrounded, contemplating how to extricate himself, the corner of his eye caught sight of Su Wanning in the classroom's far corner. Her head, which had been bowed, lifted slightly. Her gaze was complex as she watched herself being swarmed by the crowd. A few girls who usually got along well with her approached, trying to strike up a conversation and invite her to join their group. Su Wanning merely shook her head gently before standing up and silently walking out of the classroom. Watching Su Wanning's solitary figure vanish through the doorway, Ning Chen felt a sudden pang in his heart. Something was off with this girl, definitely off. That damn rumor spread by Ao Yao Yao must have really upset her. Move. Everyone move. Ning Chen didn't bother explaining to the chattering girls. He pushed through the crowd and rushed after her. Who cares about some class monitor or support role? Nothing mattered more than Su Wanning. Outside the classroom building, on the playground, Su Wanning walked alone, head bowed, her figure looking somewhat desolate. Ning Chen caught up in a few strides and grabbed her wrist. Her skin felt cold and smooth to the touch. Su Wanling's body visibly stiffened. She turned her head, her eyes slightly reddened, and looked at him without speaking. Seeing her like this, Ning Chen felt an inexplicable pang of guilt. Wan Nin. He forced his voice to sound gentle. I'm sorry about the rumors about us. This girl was clearly hurting, yet she insisted on putting on a brave face. Su Wanning sniffed, lowered her head, and replied in a muffled voice, it's okay. The moment Ning Chen heard those words, he knew it absolutely mattered. Scratching his head, he watched the faint glisten on her lowered lashes and felt flustered. Doesn't this hurt your reputation? As a guy, he didn't care much, but girls were sensitive. Gossip like this could really hurt. Su Wanning kept her head down, her shoulders twitching slightly, refusing to speak. Oh no, this little girl wasn't crying, was she? Ning Chen's heart was racing with anxiety. You troublemaker, Ao Yao Yao. Just you wait until I get my hands on you. He was usually decisive and quick-witted, but right now, facing Su Wanning, he was utterly at a loss. Su Wanning, Ning Chen began awkwardly, trying to lighten the mood. Look at me. I can do magic tricks. He forced a grimace he thought was hilarious. Su Wanning showed no reaction. How about I tell you a joke? Once upon a time, there was a mountain, and in that mountain was a temple. Su Wanning remained silent, her shoulders shaking even harder. Ning Chen gritted his teeth, decided to go for it, and held out his arm toward her. Or, bite me to let off some steam? I promise I won't dodge. Go ahead, bite me anywhere. He'd never been this submissive in his life. Yet the anticipated burst of laughter never came. Instead, quiet sobs escaped from beneath Su Wanning's bowed head. Woo! Ning Chen panicked completely, bumbling frantically, Hey, don't cry. I'm sorry, okay? It's all my fault. Please don't cry. Damn it, this is bad. She's actually crying. What do I do now? Just as Ning Chen was pacing frantically, a sudden idea struck him. Wait. I have a gift for you. He grabbed onto it like a lifeline. With a thought, he pulled out the moon shadow rabbit again. I was planning to change its element to ice after the spring outing and give it to you then. But now, consider this an early apology. Please don't be mad anymore, okay? The moon shadow rabbit in his palm seemed displeased with this grand entrance, wearing a look of resentment. Hey! You humans falling in love, what the hell does that have to do with this rabbit lord? And changing my element? Is that polite? This rabbit lord is a noble moon shadow rabbit. Ning Chen's mouth twitched. Su Wanning burst into laughter at this unexpected scene, her eyes still glistening with tears. Her tear-streaked face stirred something deep within Ning Chen. She extended a finger, gently brushing the moon shadow rabbit's soft fur before shaking her head. Thank you, Ning Chen. It's adorable, but I'm not very good at raising beasts, and besides, I have nowhere to keep it. As long as you're smiling, that's all that matters. Ning Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him as he smoothly withdrew the still grumbling moon shadow rabbit into his beast space. Alright then. He cleared his throat, returning to the matter at hand. So, about the spring outing teams. Chapter 35, I only want to be in your team. At that mention, Su Wanning's cheeks, which had just relaxed, puffed up again slightly. She pouted softly, humph. There were so many girls in the classroom just now scrambling to team up with you, the class monitor, the rank support player. Do you really need me too? This little jealousy pot was actually quite adorable. Ning Chen watched her slightly reddened eyes and the hint of hurt in her expression. His heart softened inexplicably, and before he knew it, he reached out and gently pinched her pert little nose. You did. How could you not? I only want to be in your group. Su Wanning shuddered at his intimate gesture, her cheeks flushing bright red in an instant. Her eyes darted away, unable to meet his gaze, her voice barely above a whisper. What do you mean? The moment had arrived. He couldn't delay any longer. This girl clearly felt the same way about him. Ning Chen took a deep breath, his expression turning intensely serious. He gently cupped Su Wanning's shoulders, forcing her to meet his gaze. Su Wanling, his voice was low and clear. I like you. I didn't start the rumors, but my feelings for you are real. He liked her? Su Wanning was completely stunned, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. Ning Chen's earnest face was clearly reflected in them. She was both shocked and delighted. Her heart pounded wildly, as if it might leap out of her throat. Was she not into me? Or just scared? Seeing her frozen expression, Ning Chen's heart leapt nervously into his throat. He waited a few seconds, but when Su Wanning still showed no reaction, half the courage he'd mustered for his confession instantly deflated. He let go of her shoulders with a hint of disappointment, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. Sorry, I guess I was a bit abrupt. With that, Ning Chen just wanted to leave quickly, saving himself some dignity. He feared staying any longer would expose him to the humiliation of seeing her refusal. He turned awkwardly, ready to make his escape. Just as Ning Chen took a step, ready to make a hasty retreat, a soft yet firm grip closed around his waist from behind. Su Wanning had actually wrapped her arms tightly around his waist from behind. Her warm body pressed against his back, the soft sensation making him stiffen. Her cheek buried itself in his vest, her warm breath tickling the back of his neck through the thin fabric of his school uniform, trembling ever so slightly. Ning. A soft, almost inaudible voice, tinged with a hint of tears, drifted from behind him. Actually, I've liked you for a long time. Ning Chen froze for 2 seconds, his mind going blank. This girl actually initiated a hug? He instinctively turned around, pulling Su Wanning into his arms faster than his thoughts could register. Her arms wrapped tightly around his waist, as if afraid she might lose him the next second. Ning Chen felt as though something had slammed into his heart, leaving it throbbing and warm. Silly girl, he murmured softly, brushing a stray strand of hair from her forehead before pressing a kiss to her smooth skin. From now on, no matter what anyone says, I'll always be by your side. Su Wanning curled completely into his embrace, her face flushing an unnatural crimson. Yet she didn't pull away, merely murmuring a soft "MHM." That soft yet stubborn little expression made Ning Chen want to offer her the very best the world had to offer. This feeling was even more exhilarating than landing a golden skill. The two stood embraced in the corner of the playground for a long while. Yet this entire scene was clearly observed by Làtiáo, peering through a second-floor classroom window. Watching them get so lovey-dovey, she finally couldn't take it anymore. She kicked over a nearby trash can with one foot, sending plastic bottles clattering all over the ground and drawing glances from passing students. Ugh! What's so great about showing off your love? Làtiáo muttered through gritted teeth, that cold fish, just because she's cute. Meanwhile, Su Wanling kept her head down, her voice barely audible. Ning Chen, can we keep this private at school for now? She gripped the hem of her uniform, then looked up at him, her eyes flashing with stubbornness. Let's focus on our studies first. After we get assigned to different classes in sophomore year, we'll aim to get into the same class and then the same university. Ning Chen swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue. Seeing her earnest yet nervous expression, he couldn't help but smile and ruffle her hair. Fine, I'll listen to you. He added, but when we form teams for the spring outing later, you'd better be on my team. She pressed her lips together and gave a soft nod, shyly lowering her head. They walked side by side in silence, yet the air seemed thick with sweetness. Passing couples couldn't help but glance their way. The classroom was bustling with noise as everyone crowded around the podium. Wang Xinxin was taking attendance with her notebook. When she looked up and saw Ning Chen and Su Wanling entering one after the other, her expression darkened slightly. She chewed on her pen cap, staring at them. Ning, have you chosen your group yet? Ning Chen lifted his gaze slightly to meet Wang Xinxin's eyes. Me and Wan Nin. We need a life skills student and an assistant. He was essentially a walking resource library himself, so having a support role made little difference. But they needed at least one life-skilled player, otherwise, they'd starve to death on their adventures. No sooner had he finished speaking than the girls nearby swarmed around him. Ning Chen, look at me. I can handle logistics. I'm strong. Lin Wanner pushed her way to the front, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. I'll be the support. Think about it? Ning Chen felt a headache coming on from the commotion. Why were they all girls? Though their potential was promising, he didn't want Wan Ning to get jealous. He glanced at Su Wanling. You take it. Su Wanling's gaze swept over the eager faces before settling on Wang Xinxin and Lin Wanner in the corner. Both of them had decent attributes. She tugged lightly at Ning Chen's sleeve. Let's go with these two. What do you think? Ning Chen nodded, and the list was settled. The classroom erupted in an instant. What gives? Wang Xinxin has that SSS-tier life skill. Why does she get to be on his team? That useless dog got way too lucky. Pfft, what can a lifestyle class do? Our support is S-tier. Ning Chen's team is only a tier. Who knows who'd win in a real fight? Ning Chen curled his lip, not bothering to respond. With all the spirit grass and spirit stones in my pockets, I could crush you guys even without a support, okay? After the teams were set, Ting started distributing the essentials for the spring outing. Tents, flashlights, and a few packets of seasoning powder tossed into plastic bags were handed out haphazardly. Ting scanned the group with a stern expression. Although floating Jade Mountain is safe, be vigilant about protection at night. Everyone must be careful. Students gathered their gear in small groups, some excited, others sullen. Who knew what adventures the spring outing would bring? Just then, the familiar, authoritative voice of the principal boomed over the loudspeaker. All classes are to assemble on the playground within half an hour. The announcement sent the entire class into an immediate uproar. Chapter 36, Ao Yao Yao is willing to vouch for him. Ting waved her hand, urging everyone to quickly gather their belongings before leading the group toward the playground. Ning Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Fuyu Mountain? That name definitely sounded promising. Ning Chen silently repeated in his mind, System, hurry up and tell me what kind of place this floating Jade Mountain is. In the blink of an eye, the system's emotionless electronic voice sounded precisely in his mind. Ding host, Mount Floating Jade is quite the place. It holds many treasures, but most crucially, it conceals a hidden fire spirit secret realm. Fire spirit secret realm. Ning Chen's heart skipped a beat, nearly cracking his cool guy facade. Could this mean salvation for my dilapidated smelting furnace? Spirit fire. If I could get my hands on it, not only could I power up my smelting furnace, but my combat strength would skyrocket. This spirit fire secret realm? I'm going for it. No one's stopping me. Su Wanning had been watching Ning Chen's strange expression out of the corner of her eye. She couldn't help but tug at his sleeve. Ning Chen, what are you thinking about? You look so happy. Ning Chen instinctively glanced left and right, confirming no one was looking their way. This little minx had sharp eyes. A mischievous grin tugged at his lips. Before Su Wanling could react, his fingers swiftly pinched the soft flesh at her waist. Yeah. Su Wanling's body trembled slightly, her entire pretty face flushing bright red in an instant. Just wait. After this spring outing, I'll get you something special. Guaranteed to satisfy you. Ning Chen leaned close to her ear, his voice low and husky, tinged with a hint of mystery and boastfulness. Su Wanning was both embarrassed and annoyed. She raised her hand to punch him, but midway, she gently lowered it. She quickly lowered her head, her cheeks burning so fiercely she felt she could fry an egg on them. Led by Ting, the class line soon moved on to the playground. Whoa, the field was already packed like sardines, teeming with students from every class, chattering away even livelier than the morning market. The principal stood as always, steady and unshakable atop the makeshift, rickety platform at the very center of the field. The volume on the tin megaphone in his hand was cranked to the max, its buzzing sound making everyone's ears tingle. Quiet, everyone. The annual spring outing is about to begin. However, this time there will be no teachers accompanying you. You'll be entirely on your own. Before we depart, I must select 3 teams to ensure everyone's safety. The principal's words had barely faded when a low murmur rippled through the crowd. Grade 10, Class 3 Ning Chen. Grade 10, Class 1, Ao Yao Yao. Grade 10, Class 3, Su Wanning. Grade 10, Class 5, Lu Yen. Swish, swish, swish. The 4 students called stepped forward, drawing countless envious, jealous, and slightly resentful glances as they took their places at the front of their respective class lines. Ning Chen's eyebrows twitched. Su Wanning was on his team, he had no complaints. Ao Yao Yao, an SS rank Blazing Flame Dragon Maiden, and Lu Yen, an S rank Thunder Spirit Serpent Maiden. The principal certainly had an eye for talent, selecting only the toughest candidates. The principal scanned the 4 who had stepped forward, his expression satisfied. Excellent, excellent. The 4 of you will each lead a group. During the spring outing, the safety of our entire freshman class rests on your shoulders. Do you have confidence? Ning Chen wasn't buying his pie in the sky promises. He raised his hand lazily. Reporting, principal. His voice was neither loud nor soft, just clear enough for those on stage to hear. Miss Su Wanning and I have already formed a team. Wouldn't you agree this creates a bit of redundancy? Perhaps you could select someone else from the remaining candidates? The moment those words left his mouth, not just the principal, but even Ao Yao Yao, who'd been standing beside him with a cold expression, looking down her nose at everyone, saw her face flush red. He was actually cozying up to that Su Wanning girl again? What on earth was so great about that girl? Ao Yao Yao snorted lightly through her nose, her eyes darting around. Suddenly, she reached out and yanked a boy out of their class 1 line without warning. The boy was likely still lost in thought when she yanked him forward, causing him to stumble to the front of the line. Principal Zheng. Ao Yaoyao lifted her chin, her voice crisp and bright, tinged with her characteristic pride. This is Wu Haoren from Class 1. An SS grade Lon Blade warrior. Last time during the preliminary assessment, he was unlucky enough to have a high fever. Otherwise, his name would definitely be number 1 on the score sheet. Having him lead the team is more than sufficient. Wu Haoren stood before the line, his expression solemn and upright. The principal scrutinized him from head to toe, his brow furrowing slightly. An SS rank Stormblade warrior? A troublemaker? Come to think of it, that did ring a bell. He recalled the homeroom teacher of Class 1 mentioning it during a grade level meeting earlier. She'd said there was an SS grade top student in the class who'd missed the placement exam due to illness, which was a real shame. So this was the kid they'd been talking about. But, the principal's heart began to race. Wu Haoren's rank was undeniably impressive. SS class placed him among the elite few in the entire freshman class. The problem was, this kid had no prior reputation. His true strength remained unproven. Just as the principal's brow furrowed, Ao Yaoyao, who had been seething with pent-up frustration beside him, couldn't wait any longer. If this deal fell through, where would the face of Miss Ao go? She stepped forward, pounding her chest in assurance. Principal Zheng. Rest assured. I, Ao Yaoyao, vouch for Wu Haoren. If anything goes wrong with the team he leads, I'll take full responsibility. I, Ao Yaoyao, will vouch for him. Those words carried weight. What kind of family was the Ao family? Could someone personally vouched for by Miss Ao be a coward? The principal's face instantly cleared of clouds, breaking into a smile as he nodded repeatedly. Excellent. Excellent. Since Miss Ao has spoken so decisively, there's certainly no issue. Anyone the Ao family took an interest in, even if they hadn't made a name for themselves before, couldn't be too bad. Besides, with an SS grade foundation to begin with, why not give it a shot? What if he truly was a promising talent? He cleared his throat, raised the metal megaphone once more, and his voice boomed even louder than before. Ahem. With that, the safety patrol team for this spring outing is officially confirmed. They are Ning Chen from Class 3, Grade 10. Ao Yaoyao from Class 1, Grade 10. Su Wanning from Class 3, Grade 10. Wu Haoren from Class 1, Grade 10. And Lu Yan from Class 5, Grade 10. Everyone, give them a round of applause. After a sparse round of applause, the principal continued, now, all students, immediately line up in class order and proceed to the school gate in an orderly fashion. The buses are already waiting there. I hope every student gains valuable experience and returns enriched from this spring outing to Fuyu Mountain. After boarding the bus, Ning Chen scanned the cabin with sharp eyes and immediately claimed a middle window seat. Just as he turned to motion for Su Wanning to join him, a figure swept in with a trail of perfume, cheerfully plopping down in the empty seat beside him. Wang Xinxin. The girl, perhaps misinterpreting his glance earlier, had thought Ning Chen was beckoning her. And Ning. Wang Xinxin's cheeks flushed slightly as she carefully presented a delicate snack box to him, her voice soft and sweet. This is osmanthus cake and some snacks I made myself this morning. We still have some time before reaching Floating Jade Mountain. If you're hungry, you can try some to keep your energy up. Chapter 37, the spiritual energy here is so abundant. Ning Chen stared at the food box wafting a faint osmanthus fragrance, his entire body stiffening. He could distinctly sense several pairs of eyes, intentional or not, glancing their way. Especially from Su Wanling in the front row. Though she hadn't turned around, the slight tension in the line of her neck radiated an undeniable aura of displeasure. So, should he accept these pastries or not? Refusing it? The young lady, the class monitor, no less, an SSS-tier master of life skills, had gone to such trouble to make it. Turning her down in front of everyone would be a huge blow to her pride. She was so sensitive, she'd probably burst into tears on the spot. But if he accepted it? What about Lan Ning's jealousy? Sigh, might as well take it. We're in the same group, we'll see each other all the time. I'll just not eat it. Ning Chen forced a smile and took the lunchbox. Thanks, class representative, you went out of your way. Wang Xinxin's eyes lit up, her cheeks flushing rosy as her voice grew lighter. You're welcome. Ning, please take care of me on the way. Ning Chen nodded stiffly, feeling uneasy inside. The moment he nodded, he felt a piercing gaze land on him. Su Wanning tilted her head slightly, her gaze carrying a hint of reproach as it fixed directly on him. Ning Chen shuddered. Forgetting everything else, he hurriedly said to Wang Xinxin, his tone slightly urgent, Class monitor Wang, why don't you go over to Wanner first? Su Wanling and I need to discuss the arrangements for going into the mountains. The smile on Wang Xinxin's face froze instantly. The carriage fell silent. Ning Chen, Wang Xinxin, and Su Wanning, who was clearly pricking up her ears, made for an atmosphere that was, well. Just as the tension grew thick enough to cut with a knife, a crisp voice suddenly rang out from the back seat. Whether Lin Wanner genuinely hadn't noticed the undercurrent of tension or was deliberately trying to break the ice, she leaned forward. She poked her head forward, her big round eyes blinking as she waved energetically toward Ning Chen and the others. Ning Chen, Su, class monitor Wang. Why don't we sit in the back? We're in the same group, so sitting together would make it easier to discuss the mountain trip. The moment those words left her mouth, Wang Xinxin clung to them like a lifeline, her eyes instantly lighting up. She grabbed Su Wanning's wrist beside her, her face lighting up with an enthusiastic smile again. Turning to Ning Chen, she spoke rapidly, as if fearing the opportunity would slip away if she paused for even a second. Exactly. Exactly. Lin Wanner makes a good point. Ning, we can discuss things better if we sit together. Su, don't you agree? She deliberately emphasized the word Su classmate as she spoke. Su Wanning was startled by Wang Xinxin's sudden grab, the warm, soft touch on her wrist making her pause. This Wang Xinxin. First she offered pastries, now she's grabbing my arm. But since Wang Xinxin had spoken up like this, and in front of so many people, well, she might as well go along with it. She gave a slight nod, her voice barely a whisper as she forced out a single word, yes. Receiving Su Wanning's consent, as faint as a mosquito's buzz, Wang Xinxin felt as if she'd been granted a pardon. She immediately grabbed Su Wanning's hand and excitedly pulled her toward the back row where Lin Wanner was seated, chattering away, this is perfect. This is perfect. Wanner saved us seats. Her urgency seemed to fear that Ning Chen or Su Wanning might change their minds even a second later. Ning Chen's lips twitched. Sigh. Just when he thought he could enjoy some alone time, these two troublesome girls had to ruin it. If only he hadn't been tempted by their support and life skills, picking any random strangers to team up with would have been far less trouble. Ning Chen sighed heavily inwardly, yet his face remained composed. Resignedly, he stood up, grabbed his backpack, and followed them over. The back row featured two connected seats. Lin Wanner had already claimed the window seat, grinning cheerfully at them. Ning Chen had figured he'd at least sit next to Su Wanling. That way, he could slip in a few words and lighten the mood from earlier. But Wang Xinxin pulled Su Wanling over. She swiftly plopped down into the empty seat next to Lin Wanner, then enthusiastically patted the empty seat beside her. Smiling brightly at Su Wanling, she said, Su, sit here. It'll be easier for us three girls to chat together. What else could Su Wanning say? Sandwiched between Wang Xinxin and Lin Wanner, she could only silently take her seat. Thus, Ning Chen had no choice but to sit on Su Wanning's other side the aisle seat. Between him and Su Wanning sat Wang Xinxin, not a seat more, not a seat less. Ning Chen's brows instantly knitted into a distinct character. Was Wang Xinxin genuinely clueless or just playing dumb? She had absolutely no sense of tact. How on earth did she become the SSS-tier life skills class monitor? Was it by charming people with cuteness and baking treats? Just as Ning Chen was silently grumbling to himself, considering whether to find an excuse to switch seats, the bus driver, presumably seeing everyone was on board, had already started the engine. Oh well, whatever. Lin Wanner looked at Ning Chen with excitement. Ning God. Didn't you say earlier we'd discuss the arrangements for going into the mountains and the cooperation details? Now that everyone's here, can we get started? Ning Chen rolled his eyes inwardly. Discuss? He wanted some alone time with Wan Ning. He took a deep breath, forcing down the irritation and nameless anger welling up inside him. He squeezed out a strained smile, his voice sounding weak. He closed his eyes and leaned back against the seat, one hand dramatically pressed to his forehead as he said weakly, I'm a bit carsick. The bumpy ride is getting to me. Maybe we should talk about it once we reach our destination. Faking motion sickness, though a cliché, never failed to work in a pinch. Wang Xinxin had intended to say something more, but seeing Ning Chen's closed eyes, she felt awkward continuing. She thought catching some sleep in the car would be nice, but no sooner had Ning Chen closed his eyes than the vehicle slammed on its brakes. Startled, Ning Chen sat up abruptly. He scanned his surroundings warily, only to find a raging storm brewing with dark clouds gathering overhead. A monstrous roar tore through the sky. The students were terrified, huddling together in fear, wailing and crying out for their parents. Oh my God, what are we going to do? We're dying before we even get started. We haven't even reached Fuyu Mountain yet. Are we really going to die here? Ning Chen silently rolled his eyes at them in his mind. Most of the people in the vehicle were career changers. How could their mental fortitude be so weak? When trouble hits, all they can do is wail and cry. What a disgrace to Beihai First High School. Being classmates with this bunch of idiots was beyond words. After venting his frustration, Ning Chen stood up without another word and walked up to the driver. Open the door. He uttered the two words flatly, his tone devoid of any warmth. After the door opened, Ning Chen stepped out leisurely. Before him stood a hideously ugly monster, reeking of foul odor. Holy crap! What the hell is this thing? How could a spirit beast look like this? It roared and charged at Ning Chen. But its skill was boogers? This utterly disgusted Ning Chen. I can't take it. I absolutely can't take it. Without a second thought, Ning Chen unleashed the primordial dragon breath of the spicy snack, sending this bizarre spirit beast flying with a single strike. The sky finally returned to normal. Ning Chen waved his hand dismissively and strode confidently toward the vehicle. All right, let's go. The students stared at Ning Chen in utter astonishment. Just how terrifying was this guy? 30 seconds. Just 30 seconds. None of them had even seen how Ning Chen had attacked, yet such a massive monster had been taken down in an instant. Truly terrifying. After roughly 2 hours, traversing 2 deep tunnels, the bus finally came to a steady halt at the foot of floating Jade Mountain. Ning Chen feigned waking up, stretched lazily, then slowly followed the crowd off the bus. The moment his feet touched solid ground, an exceptionally dense spiritual energy washed over him, far purer than anything he'd encountered at school, or even in the medicine spirit secret realm he'd visited before. This place, is it really this rich in spiritual energy? Ning Chen's eyes lit up slightly as he thought to himself, looks like this is definitely a prime location for boosting my strength. Just as he was silently plotting how to harness this dense spiritual energy, a few suppressed coughs sounded nearby. It was Su Wanning. Ning Chen turned almost instinctively, his brow furrowing slightly as his voice softened unconsciously. Su Wanling, are you alright? Did you catch a chill? He nearly slipped and called her Wanning again, but managed to catch himself just in time. Damn that habit. Chapter 38, come on, take it on one-on-one. A faint, unusual flush tinged Su Wanning's fair cheeks. She shook her head gently. I'm fine. It's just that the mountain air is a bit chilly, and my throat feels slightly uncomfortable. The mountain temperatures are low, with big differences between morning and evening. Without a second thought, Ning Chen pulled off his school uniform jacket and draped it over Su Wanning's shoulders. You tend to run cold, so you need to stay warm. Don't get sick, it'll mess up our upcoming mission. Well, as the team leader, caring about the physical condition of his teammates was only natural. Su Wanning's slender frame trembled slightly as she felt the faint scent of him lingering on the jacket. Her cheeks flushed deeper, and she lowered her head. Thank you, Ning Chen. This jacket, it's so warm. This scene naturally caught the attention of several female classmates who had just stepped off the bus, stretching lazily as they surveyed their surroundings. One girl with wavy hair, dressed quite fashionably, immediately let out an exaggerated gasp. Oh my goodness, look at that. Our class beauty Su Wanling really has charm, doesn't she? Ning Chen is showing her special care and attention. Why don't we get that kind of treatment? The girls beside her giggled in agreement, their eyes darting suggestively between Ning Chen and Su Wanling. Su Wanning's face flushed bright red in an instant, turning as crimson as a boiled shrimp. She waved her hands frantically, stammering in explanation. No, it's not like that. Don't get the wrong idea. Ning, he's the team leader. It's perfectly normal for him to care about his teammates. But the explanation sounded so feeble and unconvincing. Just then, Wang Xinxin strode over. Her usually bright face now bore a frosty, displeased expression. She stepped in front of Su Wanning, blocking the probing stares. Exactly. Ning is the team leader, it's his duty to care for his members. We're all classmates here, so stop making wild assumptions. The girl with the wavy hair, stung by her retort, looked slightly embarrassed. She shot Wang Xinxin a sidelong glance and curled her lips in a slight sneer. Oh, Captain Wang, what's the rush? Afraid we'll say something wrong? Her gaze swept over Wang Xinxin before she snorted derisively. Or is it that you have ulterior motives? Seeing Ning Chen become the school's rising star, you want to jump on the bandwagon and latch onto his coattails? Otherwise, with your useless career of cooking and gardening, coming to floating Jade Mountain where beasts roam just don't slow down our god-tier Ning. You. The words useless profession stabbed Wang Xinxin like needles, her face instantly flushing crimson. She lunged forward, grabbing the girl by the collar. Explain yourself. Who's the useless one? An SSS-tier life skill, how could that be useless? This was sheer ignorance. As the two girls looked poised to come to blows, classmates began crowding around to watch the spectacle. What a hassle. Ning Chen sighed, stepping forward and gently pushing between them. His movement appeared slow, yet the force was deft. Wang Xinxin felt a gentle yet unyielding pressure wash over her, causing her hands clutching the other girl's collar to relax involuntarily. Quiet. Ning Chen's voice wasn't loud, yet the surrounding clamor vanished instantly. Wang Xinxin and the girl with the wavy hair both shut their mouths, though they continued to glare fiercely at each other, neither willing to concede. Ning Chen's expression darkened. These little brats. If I don't show them some color, they'll think this field trip is just a picnic. He cleared his throat, his voice rising sharply. Since teacher he has put me in charge of safety patrol for this spring outing, I'm announcing the first rule right now. From this moment on, no one is permitted to start trouble for any reason. Fighting and brawling are absolutely forbidden. We're all classmates. This outing is for relaxation and growth, not for infighting. Anyone caught instigating trouble or participating in fights will be immediately disqualified from the trip and sent straight back home, no exceptions. The moment these words left his mouth, the expressions of students who had been watching with a spectator's mindset instantly changed. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted like a boiling pot, instantly erupting into chaos. No way. What gives him the right? Does he really think he's some big shot? Just because he's the captain appointed by the principal? He just got lucky awakening as an SSS rank Beastmaster. What gives him the right to act so arrogant? He's acting like he owns the place, thinking he's some big shot. Who does he think he is? Does he think he can control everything, even our arguments? Exactly. Our quarrel is none of his damn business. The barbed whispers reached Ning Chen's ears. A cold smile curled at the corners of Ning Chen's mouth. Seems like empty words won't cut it. Some people just won't see reason until they're forced to. He wasted no more words. With a flick of his thoughts, he summoned his precious spicy strips. Snack stick, come out for some fresh air. Roar! A deafening dragon's roar echoed through the valley. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed sharply as he pointed at the most rowdy students, coldly commanding, spicy snack, give them a taste of the primordial dragon's breath. Control the power, don't hurt anyone, just scare them. Receiving the command, the massive dragon head lifted slightly. The next instant, a jet of azure gold dragon's breath shot forth like a laser beam, striking an open patch of ground not far from where they stood. Boom! The earth shook violently. A violent hurricane erupted from the dragon's breath's impact point, violently spreading outward in all directions. Ah! Help! I can't stand. The students struggled to withstand the force of the impact. One boy, who prided himself on his strength, even deployed a pale blue energy shield in an attempt to withstand the onslaught. Yet the raging wind relentlessly battered his shield, which was on the verge of collapsing. His face drained of color as beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Finally, unable to hold back, he screamed at Ning Chen in midair with every ounce of strength. Ning Chen! What are you doing? You just said classmates should stick together and help each other. What the hell are you doing now? Are you trying to kill us? Hearing this, the cold smile on Ning Chen's lips deepened. Now you're scared? Where was that fear earlier? He gestured to Làtiáo, signaling it to stop. The spicy snack growled in frustration before slowly reining in its dragon breath. Ning Chen finally turned his gaze to the disheveled students on the ground, speaking with utter indifference. My temper has never been particularly good. I won't repeat myself. Anyone who disagrees can step forward. We'll settle this one-on-one, no holds barred. His icy voice, devoid of emotion, sent a chill down the spine of everyone who met his gaze. One-on-one? Challenge this monster who could summon such a terrifying dragon? Wasn't that suicide? Chapter 39, 4 in one tent? The students who had been chattering moments ago instantly fell silent, lowering their heads, utterly afraid to meet Ning Chen's gaze. The scene fell deathly silent. Ning Chen surveyed the room from his elevated position, satisfied with the outcome. Next time, it won't be a mere warning. I'll throw you off this mountain. With that, he turned away, his gaze drifting toward the distant horizon. A mountain breeze swept through, carrying a hint of coolness as the main peak of floating Jade Mountain appeared and disappeared amidst the drifting clouds and mist. It truly was a splendid place. He pulled out his phone and glanced at the time, 4 in the afternoon. The sun was already beginning to dip toward the west. Nights fell early in the mountains. Get moving. Find spots to pitch your tents. Ning Chen's voice wasn't loud, but everyone heard him clearly. Camp close together. If anything happens tonight, you'll have each other to watch out for. This time, no one dared to dawdle. A rustling sound rippled through the crowd. Though the students still looked shaken, they obediently began rummaging through their storage gear. Heads bowed, hands and feet moving swiftly as they claimed spots on the clearing, not daring to glance at Ning Chen again. Soon, colorful tents began popping up one after another in the forest clearing. Only when the crooked, assorted tents finally stood upright across the clearing did Ning Chen withdraw his gaze. His expression unchanged, he turned and walked toward his own squad. He strolled over to Lin Wanner, who was in charge of supplies, and held out his hand. Tent. Lin Wanner, still shaken by his earlier display, quickly retrieved a folded tent from her storage bracelet. Ning Chen took it, weighed it in his hand, and was about to find a flatter spot to set it up. But when he looked closely at what he held, his movements froze. Just one? His brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Ha? Wanner, just one tent? Ning Chen looked up at her. Lin Wanner felt a bit nervous under his gaze and nodded stiffly. Yes, Ning Chen. Teacher, he said, supplies are limited, so each group only gets one tent. He wants everyone to overcome the difficulties. Overcome difficulties? Ning Chen's eyelid twitched involuntarily. One tent? He instinctively glanced at the members of his team. 3 stunning beauties, plus himself, a young man in the prime of his youth. And this was supposed to be overcoming difficulties? This was something most guys would kill for. Ning Chen glanced behind him, feeling a bit uneasy. Sure enough, the stares from the other guys could kill. But so what? In this era of universal class changes, strength reigns supreme. Why should they blame the losers for failing to catch the beauty's attention? Still, the thought of sharing a tent with 3 beauties left him utterly flustered. With beauties in his arms, could he truly remain composed? Hold on. Calm down. This is no big deal. A strong man deserves special treatment. So what if there are 3 beauties? Besides, he always prided himself on being a man of integrity. Resisting temptation was basic etiquette. What was there to fear? Suan Nin, sharp as ice, instantly spotted the fleeting embarrassment on Ning Chen's face. Summoning her courage, she stepped forward, extended her delicate hand, and gently tugged at Ning Chen's sleeve. Ning Chen, it's okay. Her voice was soft and gentle, as if afraid he might overthink it. We're here on a spring outing for training. Conditions are naturally rough. Everyone, just squeeze in a bit. Ning Chen lowered his gaze, meeting Su Wanning's clear eyes, tinged with a hint of bashfulness. Wow, this little Su Wanning sure is thoughtful. The slight annoyance he'd felt earlier over the tent shortage instantly vanished into thin air. Squeeze together? That word sounded rather pleasant to his ears. Ning Chen felt utterly delighted inside, yet his expression remained calm and composed as he gave a light nod. Fine, one tent it is. No big deal. Ning Chen cleared his throat, set the tent down on the ground, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to get to work. Putting up a tent? Piece of cake. Hey! Ning Chen, wait a minute. Just as he bent down, a small, delicate hand grabbed his wrist, halting his movement. Wang Xinxin had appeared beside him at some point, blinking her bright, lively eyes. Rough work like pitching a tent? How could I let a hero like you do it yourself? Have you forgotten what my profession is? Ning Chen froze, then snapped to attention. Oh right, I almost forgot our team has a hidden SSS-tier master of life skills. You bet. Wang Xinxin lifted her petite chin proudly. She stepped forward, waved her small hand, and murmured a few incomprehensible syllables. One-click luxury residence. A shimmering glow filled the air, and in the blink of an eye, a luxurious tent appeared before everyone's eyes, visibly sturdy and surprisingly spacious and comfortable inside. The tent fabric was smooth and pristine, its support structure exceptionally sturdy. Even the four corner stakes were deeply embedded in the ground, and a small moisture-proof doormat was thoughtfully laid at the entrance. The entire process unfolded with fluid precision, so swift it left them dazzled. Holy! Even Ning Chen couldn't help but let out a curse, his eyes widening in astonishment. Boss, this skill of yours is insane. He hurried over, circling the luxurious-looking tent clearly a cut above the others twice, marveling at its craftsmanship. It had taken merely 2 seconds. SSS-tier life skills were no joke. Meanwhile, not far away, the other teams were still in a flurry of frantic activity. Some were still scratching their heads over the manual, either pulling things crooked or snapping support poles. Ning Chen stroked his chin, a look of puzzlement crossing his face as he turned to Wang Xinxin. Something's off, Xinxin. I remember teacher he specifically mentioned when assigning groups that each team was supposed to have a life skills student to assist. Why are they still struggling so much over there? Hearing this, Wang Xinxin lifted her head even higher. Ning Chen, you're not aware of this, are you? She cleared her throat. Their life skills majors are at best A rank or B rank. If they can even master basic construction techniques, that's already pretty good. How could they compare to me? My one-click luxury shelter is an exclusive god-tier skill only attainable by SSS rank life skills. Not only does it build at absurd speeds, but it also automatically optimizes the tent's comfort and defense. Oh, so that's how it is. Ning Chen nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this, a look of understanding spreading across his face. Makes sense. After all, it is SSS tier. It has to have some special abilities that others can't even dream of. If you painstakingly awaken an SSS tier profession only to find its abilities on par with run-of-the-mill skills, then the value of those 3 S's would be pretty low indeed. Chapter 40, Taking Support into the Wilderness. Ning Chen withdrew his gaze from the luxurious tent, his estimation of Wang Xinxin's SSS tier life skill rising even higher. No matter how many tricks it held, now wasn't the time to delve deeper. He turned, cleared his throat, and addressed the 3 members of his squad. Now that the tent is sorted, I'll head into the mountains to see if I can find any useful supplies. Ning Chen paused, his gaze sweeping over Su Wanning, Wang Xinxin, and Lin Wanner in turn. However, the situation in the mountains is uncertain. I need one person to accompany me. This left Ning Chen thoroughly stumped. Go with Su Wanning? That girl was an S-rank frost singer with formidable combat prowess, and they worked together seamlessly. But the problem was, only Wang Xinxin and Lin Wanner remained at the camp. Wang Xinxin might be an SSS tier life support specialist, but her combat prowess? Probably close to 0. Lin Wanner was merely an A-rank support. If they encountered a powerful magical beast or some reckless fool, she'd be lucky to save herself. If anything went wrong at camp while Su Wanling was gone, he'd regret it bitterly. And then there were his own little schemes. The thought of going into the mountains alone with Su Wanning was thrilling. But the girl was so innocent. If they actually encountered danger, getting distracted to protect her would only make things worse. What about Wang Xinxin? Making her an SSS tier master of life skills, trek through mountains and rivers with him to scavenge supplies? No matter how he looked at it, it felt like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Far too much talent for such a trivial task. Besides, with her petite frame, she'd probably be complaining of exhaustion after just a few steps. As for Lin Wanner, an A-tier support, theoretically the best fit to handle logistics and backup for him. But just the 2 of them? That doesn't seem quite right. Ning Chen's brow furrowed imperceptibly as he hesitated, unable to decide. Ning Chen, Su Wanning spoke up, her voice calm, you should go with Lin Wanner. She turned her head and offered a reassuring smile to the flustered Lin Wanner. Class monitor Xinxin and I will guard the camp. It's perfectly safe here, no need to worry. Ning Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. Su Wanan's arrangement was indeed the most prudent choice. Fine. This would be a good chance to see just how capable Lin Wanner and her rank support really was. He nodded, turning his gaze to Lin Wanner. It's settled then. You're coming with me. Ha? Why yes. Classmate Ning Chen. Lin Wanner froze for a moment before her face flushed bright red, a mix of nervousness and excitement washing over her. The chance to work alongside the top-ranked SSS-tier Beastmaster filled her with anticipation. She nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with excitement. And so, under the watchful eyes of Su Waning and Wang Xinxin, Ning Chen led the excited Lin Wanner into the deep, dense forests of floating jade mountain, one following the other. The mountain path was rugged and winding, the forest dense and gloomy. Ning Chen led the way, his expression calm and composed. Lin Wanner followed closely behind him, her small hand clutching her staff tightly as she scanned her surroundings warily, fearing some terrifying beast might suddenly leap out from a hidden corner. After walking for about 15 minutes, the atmosphere grew somewhat stifling. Lin Wanner tried several times to say something, but seeing Ning Chen's expressionless profile, she swallowed her words each time. This guy, his aura is way too intense. Lin Wanner silently complained in her mind. He looked about her age, yet carried himself like a battle-hardened veteran, making anyone hesitate to cross him. Ning Chen naturally sensed the awkwardness behind him. He wasn't deliberately putting on airs, he was simply accustomed to going it alone and wasn't adept at striking up conversations with strangers, especially girls. To break the ice-cold awkwardness and boost their reconnaissance efficiency, Ning Chen made a mental decision. Come out, little one. The moon shadow rabbit was summoned once more. Ha! Big bro, why'd you call me out again? This rabbit lord was on a date with Zhou Gong's daughter, it was heavenly. The little rabbit spoke in human words, its voice tinged with a childish whine of complaint. Ning Chen's mouth twitched as he delivered a firm slap to its round little head. Stop sleeping. Get to work. He snapped irritably, scout the road ahead for us. Check for any hazards, or valuable herbs and spiritual fruits. Ow! The moon shadow rabbit jolted awake, its long ears drooping in hurt. Rubbing its sore little head, it glared at Ning Chen with its ruby red eyes, filled with resentment. Truly, a rabbit in a flatland is bullied by its master. This rabbit was, after all, a spirit beast that had lived for over 10,000 years, knowledgeable and powerful. And now I have to put up with this brat's nonsense. To ask this rabbit for a favor and be so rude, not even a hint of gentleness, humph. Just as the moon shadow rabbit was grumbling inwardly, a voice filled with astonishment and delight rang out from nearby. Good heavens! Ning Chen! You actually have such an adorable spirit pet? Lin Wanner's beautiful eyes widened instantly, fixated on the fluffy little rabbit in Ning Chen's hands, utterly thrilled. That snow-white fur, those lively big eyes, that petite, delicate form had hit her cute spot perfectly. Her inner child erupted completely in that moment. It can talk. How adorable is that? Lin Wanner almost instinctively reached out, wanting to stroke the moon shadow rabbit's head, which looked incredibly soft to the touch. The moon shadow rabbit, still wallowing in the resentment of being bullied by Ning Chen, suddenly sensed an unfamiliar presence approaching and a hand reaching for its noble head. Is this rabbit lord's head something any Tom, Dick, or Harry can just touch? A flash of displeasure and wariness flickered in its ruby-like eyes. Whoosh! Almost the instant Lin Wanner's fingers were about to touch its fur, a powerful aura erupted violently from the moon shadow rabbit's tiny body. The snow-white rabbit, once palm-sized, suddenly ballooned in size. In the blink of an eye, it transformed from a harmless little creature into a giant rabbit over half a person's height, radiating a fierce aura and bearing sharp fangs. Its ruby-like eyes now brimmed with savage ferocity, fixed intently on Lin Wanner. How dare you? Who gave you permission to touch this rabbit lord's sacred presence? A low growl, brimming with authority and fury, erupted from the giant rabbit's mouth. Ah! Lin Wanner had never witnessed such a scene. One moment, it was an adorable little bunny that could melt anyone's heart. The next, it transformed into a monstrous beast of terrifying ferocity. The stark contrast left her mind blank. The sudden surge of malevolent energy sent a chill through her body. Her legs buckled, and with a thud, she plopped down onto the ground, completely losing her composure. This rabbit, how did it get so big? Chapter 41, the support wants to pet the rabbit's head, but the boss swallows the sky spring instead. Lin Wanner's face drained of color as she pointed at the imposing giant rabbit, her voice trembling so badly she could barely form coherent words. Ning Chen sighed inwardly. This stupid rabbit sure knows how to put on a show. He raised his fist and delivered a punch neither too light nor too heavy straight to the moon shadow rabbit's massive head. Thud! The giant rabbit, which had been menacing moments ago, deflated like a punctured balloon, shrinking back instantly. It transformed back into the palm-sized, snow-white bunny that could fit in the palm of one's hand. Wah! Stunned by the punch, the moon shadow rabbit lay on its back in Ning Chen's palm, its eyes spinning with stars as it whimpered pitifully. Ning Chen shot a disapproving glare. Showing off your size, huh? Scaring a little girl feeling pretty accomplished, aren't you? What if it really scared someone into trouble? Then he'd have to lug it back down the mountain himself, what a hassle. The moon shadow rabbit shook its dizzy head, its long ears drooping as it rubbed them with its tiny paws. I know, big bro. I just like to show off sometimes. It whimpered in a high-pitched voice, looking utterly aggrieved. Lin Wanner stood nearby, her mouth slightly agape. She glanced at Ning Chen, then at the pitiful little creature in his palm, momentarily forgetting her fear. Ning Chen weighed the rabbit in his hand, his patience wearing thin. Enough chatter. Get to work. Scout the surroundings. The moon shadow rabbit jolted awake, scrambling to its feet and shaking its fur. It perked up, its ruby-like eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Oh my goodness. Brother. The moon shadow rabbit's voice cracked with excitement. This place, this spiritual energy. No mistake about it, this is definitely floating Jade Mountain. Ning Chen rolled his eyes again. Good to know it's floating Jade Mountain. I was worried I dragged you to a mass grave instead, he said flatly. Cut the drama. We're here to find useful supplies, not for you to critique the feng shui. Moon Shadow Rabbit choked on his words, coughing dryly twice before immediately falling silent, daring not to utter another sound. Got it. This rabbit will give Big Brother a proper look around. It took a deep breath, and its tiny body flashed with light once more. This time, it didn't transform into the monstrous beast form from before. Instead, it stood about half a meter tall, its lines much softer and more graceful, appearing agile and nimble. Clearly, this form was better suited for reconnaissance. The enlarged Moon Shadow Rabbit's long ears twitched like radar, its ruby eyes glinting with an eerie light as it carefully sensed everything around it. Lin Wanner had already climbed to her feet, brushing dust from her clothes as she watched this wondrous scene with curiosity laced with a hint of awe. Ning Chen stood calmly by with his arms crossed, waiting patiently. After about 2 or 3 minutes, the glow on the Moon Shadow Rabbit gradually faded, and its body rapidly shrank back to its palm-sized, adorable form, hopping back into Ning Chen's palm. The moment it landed, its tiny body trembled with excitement as it gazed at Ning Chen with sparkling eyes. Big brother. Big brother. We found it. A major discovery. East. About 500 meters to the east, there's a natural spirit spring. The spring water contains pure wood attribute spiritual energy. Ordinary people who drink it will strengthen their bodies and extend their lifespans. For cultivators, it will boost chi, fortify the spleen, and solidify cultivation foundations. Ning Chen's eyes flickered slightly at the news. A spirit spring? That was indeed a promising discovery. Seeing Ning Chen's interest, Moon Shadow Rabbit grew even more animated. And there's more. To the west. About a kilometer west, there's a wild orchard. It's laden with all sorts of strange fruits. From the scent this rabbit detects, they shouldn't be poisonous, perfect for filling your belly. As for their specific effects, well, you'd have to taste them to find out. It licked its little lips, looking quite greedy. Ning Chen nodded. This was useful information too. As for the north. Moon Shadow Rabbit tilted its little head, its ears drooping slightly as it said dejectedly. The north. There's nothing of value there. It's just a barren wasteland. Ning Chen glanced at the little creature in his palm, its long ears twitching as if seeking praise. Got it. Lead the way. His tone was flat, betraying no emotion. This stupid rabbit sure talks a lot. It's just a spirit spring, why get so worked up? Still, it could replenish energy, strengthen the body, and solidify cultivation, a decent bonus after all. Got it, big bro. Upon receiving the order, the Moon Shadow Rabbit leapt from Ning Chen's palm and scampered ahead, leading the way with nimble steps. Lin Wanner followed closely behind Ning Chen. This Ning Chen fellow seemed even more unfathomable than the rumors suggested. After walking for about 7 or 8 minutes through a slightly dense thicket of shrubs, the scene suddenly opened up before them. A spring pool, roughly the size of a basketball court, lay quietly before them, its waters clear as crystal. A refreshing fragrance filled the air, invigorating the senses. Gulp. Ning Chen's Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed. This water, such pure spiritual energy. It was even more potent than the high-grade spirit stones he'd obtained in the medicine spirit's secret realm. If only he could drain this entire spiritual spring. Ning Chen's heart burned with excitement, yet his expression remained unchanged. He cleared his throat with a couple of dry coughs. Ahem, rabbit. He turned his head to glance at the Moon Shadow Rabbit at his feet, staring longingly at the spiritual spring, drool practically dripping from its mouth. You take Lin Wanner over to that orchard in the west. Pick some wild fruits for us. I'll stay here and study this spring. Ha? Oh, okay, big bro. Though the Moon Shadow Rabbit coveted the spring water too, Big Brother's orders came first. It nodded obediently. Lin Wanner opened her mouth to speak, but upon meeting Ning Chen's calm, unruffled gaze, she swallowed her words. She couldn't shake the feeling that this big shot didn't need anyone's concern. Well. Ning Chen, be careful, Lin Wanner murmured softly before following Moon Shadow Rabbit, glancing back every few steps as they headed west. Only after watching them disappear into the trees did a faint smile curve Ning Chen's lips. Researching the spirit spring? Indeed, it deserved thorough investigation. With a thought, he summoned Wangzi. Quack. Wangzi, see that? Swallow this thing for me. Not a single drop left. Quack quack. Wangzi let out 2 excited croaks. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a giant golden toad the size of a calf. The golden toad tilted its head back, opening its massive jaws wide enough to swallow a full-grown wild boar and aimed straight for the spirit spring. Whoosh! A terrifying suction force erupted suddenly. The spring water quickly drained dry. Several spirit fish that had been leisurely swimming at the bottom were swept up by the sudden suction, panicking as they were carried toward Wangzi's gaping maw. Wait! Ning Chen acted swiftly, channeling his spiritual energy to seize control of the 2 plumpest-looking spirit fish. He forcibly yanked them from the suction and flung them onto the grassy shore. Even a mosquito is meat. These 2 fish seemed to have decent spiritual energy, perfect to take back and try as a delicacy. Chapter 42 Moon Shadow Rabbit clings to legs, begging for mercy. Within minutes, the once turquoise spiritual spring had completely drained dry, leaving only wet mud and a few bare rocks. Burp! Wangzi let out a loud, satisfied burp as his body slowly shrank back to its palm-sized, adorable form. Ning Chen nodded with satisfaction and tucked it away. Taking some back for Wan Ning and the others to drink would definitely help. Before leaving, he didn't forget to grab the 2 fish. However, after Ning Chen turned to leave, the bottom of the spring, now drained of water, silently began to emit a faint wisp of black mist. It carried a subtle chill and an ominous aura. Ning Chen carried the 2 spirit fish, still twitching faintly, in a bucket that sloshed with barely audible water. He walked steadily toward the direction where the Moon Shadow Rabbit and Lin Wanner had departed earlier. Before long, he found Lin Wanner beneath a grove of fruit trees. She was crouched on the ground, a small pile of colorful wild berries already gathered before her harvest looking quite bountiful. Hearing footsteps, Lin Wanner looked up. Her eyes lit up instantly when she saw the fish in Ning Chen's hands. Good heavens, Ning Chen, you're incredible. Not only are you number 1 in both theory and practice at school, but now you can even catch fish out here. Lin Wanner stood up, her voice brimming with awe and admiration as her gaze darted back and forth between Ning Chen and the 2 fish. A faint smile played at the corners of Ning Chen's lips. We've got our dessert and our protein covered. He weighed the fish in his hands. Let's head north and see what else we can find. The Moon Shadow Rabbit's evasive attitude toward the north earlier didn't suggest there was nothing there. That little creature was definitely hiding something. Sure enough, the moment Ning Chen finished speaking, the Moon Shadow Rabbit, which had been quietly perched on his shoulder, leapt down with a thud. Its tiny body blocked Ning Chen's path, its long ears twitching anxiously. Big brother, why go north? There's nothing there. The Moon Shadow Rabbit's voice carried a hint of urgency. Ning Chen curved his lips and promptly pinched the rabbit's ears. Is it truly empty, or is there something fishy going on there? Moon Shadow Rabbit's ears were pinched, and his whole body went limp. His eyes darted around as he whispered a defense. I swear there's nothing. I was just worried you'd take a wrong turn. Ning Chen shot him a dismissive glance. Poof. A cold, disdainful snort escaped his throat. He released the Moon Shadow Rabbit and turned his gaze to Lin Wanner beside him. Let's go. To the north. Lin Wanner hesitated for a moment before following without a second thought. Though she couldn't fathom the boss's thoughts, following him was always the right move. The 2 moved one after the other, pushing through a few troublesome bushes to reach the northern grassland. In the clearing, a dozen or so fluffy creatures huddled together, mostly rabbits, along with a few squirrels and fledglings. Ning Chen's gaze swept over the plump wild rabbits before settling back on the Moon Shadow Rabbit at his feet, which looked as if it wanted to sink into a hole in the ground. The faint smile at the corner of his mouth deepened. So that's how it was. This little guy was afraid I'd stew all its distant relatives in one pot? Me, Ning Chen. Do I look like the cruel type? A sudden idea struck Ning Chen. He stepped forward, grabbed a rabbit, and looked at Lin Wanner with a half smile. Miss Lin, what do you think? Would this rabbit be better charcoal grilled for a crispy exterior and tender meat, or simmered in soup for its nourishing properties? Lin Wanner. Her lips twitched, unsure how to respond. Ning, usually so aloof, yet privately has such wild tastes? Wah woo woo woo. Just then, the Moon Shadow Rabbit pounced with lightning speed, wrapping its arms around Ning Chen's calf. Its long ears drooped limply, and its large, sapphire blue eyes quickly filled with tears, plopping down one after another. Big bro. No, big bro. It wailed, rubbing its fluffy little head desperately against Ning Chen's pant leg. Bunny's so cute. How could you eat Bunny? Wah? Ning Chen. An indescribable chill shot up his spine, straight to the top of his head. Goosebumps erupted all over his skin, his stomach churned violently, threatening to expel his entire lunch. Good grief. This damn rabbit, a centuries-old demon, was actually acting all coy and cute. Ugh. Shut up. Ning Chen practically ground the words out between clenched teeth. He flicked the Moon Shadow Rabbit off his lap with a light kick, then flung the terrified, fat rabbit back onto the grass like it was a scalding hot potato. Ning Chen watched it scamper away. His gaze darted around like a blade, swiftly locking onto a new target. Not far away, a wild pheasant was bent low, pecking at insects. That'll do. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Ning Chen's form shot forward like an arrow released from its string. The next second, a pheasant was clutched in his hand. He glanced at Lin Wanner. Alright, let's head back. The moon shadow rabbit lay limp on the ground, utterly motionless. It stared at the unfortunate pheasant in Ning Chen's grasp, then gazed toward the distance where its companions had vanished entirely. Phew! Thank goodness, Big Brother just wanted some wild game to eat, not to pick on this rabbit. Life as a rabbit is tough. Soon, Ning Chen and Lin Wanner returned to the picnic campsite carrying a bucket of spirit spring water, 2 half-dead spirit fish, and a fresh wild pheasant. Several classmates helping prepare lunch nearly popped their eyes out when they saw the dazzling hard currency in Ning Chen's hands. Holy crap! Ning Chen! Fish! And a pheasant? A boy tending the fire nearly dropped his fan into the flames in sheer excitement. Ning Chen, you're too awesome! Where did you even get these amazing things? Another girl, busy chopping vegetables, rushed over, her eyes filled with admiration as she stared at Ning Chen. Getting to eat fresh fish and chicken on a spring outing? That was practically a royal feast. Ning Chen remained utterly unfazed, as if he'd merely picked a few leaves off a tree. No big deal, right? His gaze drifted casually toward Su Wanning, who stood nearby. The girl lifted her chin slightly and gave him an affirming nod. My man is just amazing. Ning Chen smiled, about to say something, when a wave of perfume suddenly swept past him. Wang Xinxin ran up to him and hooked her arm through his. Wow! Brother Chen! You're just too amazing. Her soft body pressed almost against his. Ning Chen. This Wang Xinxin, isn't she being a bit too forward? What if Wan Ning misunderstands? Meeting Su Wanling's icy glare, Ning Chen felt his scalp tighten. He yanked his arm away, breaking free from Wang Xinxin's grasp. He took a large step back to create distance between them. Ahem, no problem. Perfect timing, you handle these. His eyes darted around as he casually tossed the items to Wang Xinxin. Chapter 43, Signal Blocked. Wang Xinxin's cheeks flushed slightly as she awkwardly picked up the ingredients to prepare them. With a casual incantation, she commanded the tools to operate autonomously. The chicken and fish, which had seemed extremely difficult to prepare, were served on the table in the blink of an eye. Ning Chen stared at the feast before him, utterly astonished. An SSS-tier life skill truly living up to its reputation. Wang Xinxin clapped her hands, beaming as she pulled out chopsticks to hand out to Ning Chen and the others. Alright. Stop staring. Dig in. The group took small bites. They all praised it highly. First up was Lin Wanner. Oh my gosh, no wonder you're the class monitor. This is amazing. SSS-tier really isn't just for show. Su Wan nodded in agreement. We really owe the class monitor big time for letting us taste something this amazing. Ning Chen was especially effusive. We should just lock this combo in permanently. Hearing this, Wang Xinxin curved her lips into a smile and shyly lowered her head. She was confident that given time, Ning Chen would definitely notice her. Just then, thick smoke suddenly billowed from another corner nearby, mingled with the acrid smell of burning fabric. Cough cough cough. My tent! A frantic shriek pierced the camp's bustling noise. Everyone turned to look and saw flames licking wildly at the top of a tent that was clearly far more luxurious than the others. Beside it, a red-haired girl in a red dress flapped her arms frantically, but her efforts were futile. Wasn't that Miss Ao Yao Yao from Class 1? How did she manage to set her tent on fire? Ao Yao Yao's face was now streaked with soot, her skin patchy and discolored. She stomped her feet in fury, watching the specially fireproof tent they just set up not long ago billow smoke and burst into flames. She felt like her lungs were about to explode. She'd wanted to show off like Wang Xinxin did, but... Ning Chen watched the scene unfold, a faint smile playing on his lips. Well, if it isn't our big spending Miss Ao? He strolled over leisurely, holding a cup of ice-cold spirit spring water that Wang Xinxin had just poured. TSK, Miss Ao, are you staging a chain reaction fire here? Ning Chen's voice was neither loud nor soft, just loud enough for the fuming Ao Yao Yao to hear. What a grand gesture it had to be you. Ao Yao Yao was already seething with pent-up anger. Hearing that familiar mocking voice only poured fuel on the fire. She whipped her head around, her fiery eyes fixed on Ning Chen. Crack! A fiery red whip shot out like a venomous snake emerging from its hole, cutting through the air with a sharp whistling sound as it lashed straight toward Ning Chen's face. This woman still the same old self, resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed, yet he neither flinched nor dodged. As the whip's shadow neared his body, he shot out his hand with lightning speed. He seized the whip's tip firmly in his hand, mere inches from his nose. Miss Ao, your temper's still as fiery as ever, Ning Chen remarked, holding the whip in one hand while idly swirling ice cubes in his glass with the other. He regarded her with a faint, mocking smile. I didn't come here just to mock you. I saw you in trouble and thought I'd lend a hand. Ao Yao Yao tugged hard at the whip, only to find it welded to Ning Chen's hand, not budging an inch. Shock and fury surged within her. This guy, his power has grown even stronger. Who needs your help? Let go. Ao Yao Yao gritted her teeth. No need to get so worked up, Ning Chen replied, his smile unchanged as he took a step closer, lowering his voice. Look, you just handed me all that money for no reason. Don't you think I should show some appreciation? That tent of yours probably won't be usable anymore. If you just say a few nice things to me now, I'll give you a brand new tent. How about it? A hint of perfectly measured smugness played across Ning Chen's face. Yao, the spoiled rich girl, had always been stubborn and unruly. Wang Xinxin could definitely be fixed. Today was the perfect chance to knock some sense into her, teach her a lesson about the proper attitude when asking for favors. But to his surprise, Yao didn't budge an inch. Instead, she bristled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. You're dreaming. She suddenly raised her foot, the one clad in expensive custom-made boots, and slammed it down hard on Ning Chen's instep. Ning Chen, ouch. The blow was no light tap. But Yao paid no heed, her almond-shaped eyes wide and glaring at him indignantly. Me, Yao? I'd rather sleep on the streets than beg someone like you. And I certainly don't need your charity. With that, she snatched her whip back. Ning Chen hadn't anticipated this move, loosening his grip just enough for her to seize it. Yao immediately pulled out her latest custom-made communication phone and began dialing without a word. Yet the bright red no-signal icon on the screen seemed to mock her mercilessly. Beep, beep. Sorry, the number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. The cold system prompt sounded. Refusing to give up, Yao tried several other numbers, only to get the same result each time. This secret realm of Fuyu Mountain had such strong signal jamming. Arg, this is infuriating. Yao was furious. She spun around and lashed out wildly with her whip at an innocent tree nearby. Nearby, her classmates from the same group watched their spoiled princess lose her mind. Their eyes darted between her and the tent reduced to charred bones, their faces turning green. Finally, someone couldn't hold back and began muttering under their breath. If this princess hadn't insisted on showing off and competing for first place, would we even be without a place to stay? Exactly. Our group didn't even have a survival specialist who could start a fire or cook, but she had to go and compete with Class 3 overcooking skills. Now look, the tents burned to the ground. Another girl joined in the complaints. What terrible luck to be stuck in the same group as her. Shoo! Keep your voice down. If she hears us, we'll be in big trouble. Though they tried to keep their voices down, there was no way these remarks could escape Yao's ears. Already seething with anger, these words made her tremble with rage. What? Blame me? When have I ever suffered such injustice? What did you say? Yao spun around abruptly, her eyes red and brimming with tears as she glared fiercely at the cowering team members. Not much skill, but plenty of resentment. If you're so unwilling to be in a group with Yao, if you think I'm holding you back, fine. Her chest heaved violently as she shouted, her voice breaking with tears, then we'll disband right now. From now on, we'll go our separate ways. No one will get in anyone else's way. With that, Yao abandoned all pretense of composure. Pushing through the crowd, she plunged headlong into the pitch-black forest. Ning Chen watched her furious retreating figure, a faint smile curling his lips. This spoiled princess was throwing another tantrum. Fine. Let her cool off alone and learn a lesson. The minor commotion sparked by the tent fire soon subsided. The other students, their nerves finally settled, returned to their own tents to rest. Chapter 44, The Black Hand of the Spirit Spring Strikes. As night deepened, the secret realm of floating Jade Mountain remained far from tranquil. Occasional low beastly roars echoed through the woods, sending shivers down the spines of those still awake. Su Wannin stared fixedly at the direction Yao had vanished, her delicate brows furrowed. Her exquisite little face was etched with worry. She grew restless, gently clutching Ning Chen's arm, her voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. Ning Chen, Yao, she still hasn't returned. It's so dark now, and the forest isn't safe. Do you think something might have happened to her? Ning Chen glanced at the time on his communicator. 8:57 p.m. His brow furrowed slightly, and the faint sense of schadenfreude he'd felt earlier faded. An indescribable foreboding settled in his heart. This girl, though a bit spoiled at times, wasn't fundamentally bad, and she wasn't particularly bold either. Her prolonged absence was indeed unusual. I'll go look for her. Ning Chen stood up, his tone calm. Turning to Su Wanning, his gaze softened slightly. Stay at the camp with Wang Xinxin and the others. Keep an eye on everyone, don't wander off, and contact me via communicator if anything happens. Su Wanning nodded firmly, her clear eyes brimming with concern. Just be careful yourself, stay safe, and bring her back soon. Ning Chen hummed an acknowledgement, reaching out to ruffle the soft hair on her head as he always did. Don't worry. I'll be back soon. With that, Ning Chen swiftly vanished at the edge of the camp, blending into the vast night. Meanwhile, deep within a corner of floating Jade Mountain, the very spot where Ning Chen and his companions had discovered the spiritual spring that day, Yao sat alone on a cold stone, hugging her knees. She fought back sobs, choking them back in her throat, but her trembling shoulders betrayed her emotions. Why is it all my fault? Before the spring outing, everyone fawned over me, begging to be in my team. Now that something's gone wrong, they're dumping all the blame on me. The more she thought about it, the more wrong she felt. Tears fell like beads from a broken string, plopping onto her hand, leaving a cold, wet patch. And that Ning Chen. Stupid Ning Chen. Big jerk. He actually expects this lady to grovel and beg him. No way. He's just a creep. A super creep. Làtiáo cursed while roughly wiping her tears with the back of her hand. Her little face was flushed red, her nose twitching with each sob. Just then, a familiar voice tinged with mockery sounded unexpectedly from behind her. Well, if it isn't our runaway Miss A.O. What brings you hiding in these deep old woods, secretly wiping away tears? The voice was both teasing and familiar, sending a shiver down Làtiáo's spine. She instinctively turned her head toward the sound. A blinding beam of light suddenly struck her face, forcing her eyes shut. Ah! She cried out in alarm. Already perched precariously on the edge of a rock, her panic caused her feet to slip. Her body lost balance instantly, sending her tumbling sideways. Just as she was about to hit the ground hard, a hand shot out like lightning, catching her waist firmly. Simultaneously, the flashlight beam shifted downward, illuminating her twisted ankle, clearly sprained as she lay on her side. Ning Chen looked down at the pale young lady in his arms, his tone tinged with teasing. How clumsy can you be? You really are delicate, one touch and you'll shatter? Làtiáo was still shaken, his crisp scent lingering on her nose, her cheeks instantly flushing red enough to boil an egg. She hastily wiped away the tears streaking her face with the back of her hand, struggling to free herself from his embrace. Her head stubbornly turned away, refusing to meet his gaze. Who asked you to come? I didn't beg you to show up. Her voice still trembled with tears, yet she forced herself to sound fierce. This guy, even now, still putting on a tough front. Ning Chen felt the faint tremors in the body pressed against his chest. The hurt and unease hidden beneath her defiance were so palpable he couldn't bring himself to truly hold it against her. This young lady's stubborn pride was truly ingrained in her bones. He released her, letting her steady herself, though her sprained ankle made her stumble slightly. Ning Chen watched her expressionless, his voice flat and emotionless. Can you still walk? Làtiáo sniffed, her nose red and swollen from crying, her eyes still wet. None of your business. She shoved away Ning Chen's hand as it seemed to reach out again, biting her lip to stifle the stabbing pain in her ankle as she limped forward. Her stubborn defiance made her resemble a wounded little beast putting on a brave front. Watching her swaying, unsteady retreat, Ning Chen shook his head with a hint of resignation, yet a faint smile touched his lips. Hey, it's pitch black out here. Do you even know the way? Or can you see at all? Làtiáo's footsteps halted abruptly. Damn it! How did he know? She'd stormed out in a huff, only to find the deep forest pitch black, unable to tell directions. With no cell signal, she'd sat here alone, growing increasingly upset and scared the more she thought about it. Now that he'd called her out, her face burned fiercely. She whipped her head around, her eyes red and glaring fiercely at Ning Chen. Her voice was much quieter, lacking confidence, but her posture remained haughty. Oomph. Then you lead the way. Even when begging for help, she remained so unapologetically righteous. Truly the heiress of the A.O. family. Ning Chen chuckled inwardly. Alright, considering she'd suffered her share of humiliation today, he wouldn't bother arguing with her. He snapped off a sturdy branch nearby and held it out to her. Here. Grab this and follow behind me. Ning Chen waved the branch in his hand, gripping the other end himself as the flashlight's beam steadily illuminated the dark, winding path ahead. I'll lead you out. Wan Ning and the others are all worried about you. Làtiáo sniffed, finally reaching out. Her reluctance mingled with a hint of dependence. She hadn't even noticed herself as she gently grasped the other end of the branch. Her pouty little expression nearly made Ning Chen laugh out loud. The two walked one behind the other, slowly making their way along the rugged mountain path by the light of the flashlight. Neither spoke, the atmosphere slightly awkward. But neither of them noticed that not far behind them, beneath the calm surface of the spirit spring, a strangely colored black hand was silently and slowly emerging. It crept silently toward Làtiáo, who lagged behind. Ning Chen gripped one end of the branch, sensing the faint pressure transmitted through it. While carefully illuminating the path with his flashlight, he couldn't resist launching into his usual stream of complaints. Hey, Missy, hold on tight. This path's treacherous in the pitch dark. If you let go and get lost, don't expect me to come back for you. Làtiáo heard the teasing edge in his voice. Her ankle still throbbed faintly, and the gratitude that had just begun to stir in her heart dissipated in a wave of irritation. She snorted indignantly through her nose. Got it. You're so annoying. Chapter 45, Twisted your ankle in the dark? Ning Chen seemed oblivious to her impatience, continuing at a leisurely pace. Come to think of it, young lady, counting that previous time, this should be the second time I've saved you, right? He paused, a hint of amusement in his voice, and asked slowly, so, how do you plan to repay me this time? Làtiáo was momentarily speechless at his matter-of-fact tone. She instinctively wanted to retort, but the words stuck in her throat. After all, he had saved her once more, that was undeniable. And, this guy, didn't seem quite as annoying as she'd thought? As she silently grumbled to herself, the ground beneath her feet, shrouded in darkness, suddenly shifted. Ugh! A short, muffled groan escaped her throat, cut off before it could fully form. Làtiáo felt a sudden tightness around her ankle, accompanied by a cold, slimy sensation. Then, an irresistible force suddenly yanked her backward, toward the direction of the spirit spring. Ning Chen waited leisurely for Ao Yaoyao's response, ready to savor her adorable, flustered reaction once more. But the expected angry rebuke or proud defense never came. Could this girl actually be planning to renege on her promise? Or had he hit too close to home, leaving her too embarrassed to speak? He pondered silently, but suddenly the branch in his hand grew light. The tugging sensation vanished entirely. Ning Chen frowned. Something's wrong. He whipped his head around, the beam of his flashlight sweeping behind him. Hey, young lady, you. His teasing words cut off abruptly. Behind him, there was nothing. There was no trace of Ao Yaoyao. Ao Yaoyao. Ning Chen's heart clenched violently, a chill racing from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. His wrist whipped around, and the blinding beam of his flashlight swept wildly through the pitch-black forest like a sword. Ao Yaoyao. His desperate cries echoed through the woods, but only his own voice reverberated back. All he could see were swaying tree shadows. Damn it! Just as his gaze swept toward the direction of the spirit spring, the corner of his eye caught a strange disturbance. A dense, ink-black mist enveloped a blurred human form, rapidly sinking toward the central depression of the spiritual spring. That figure was unmistakably Ao Yaoyao. You're asking for death. Ning Chen roared with fury, thrusting his feet off the ground as his entire body shot forward like an arrow released from its string. In the blink of an eye, he reached the edge of the spiritual spring. As the black mist was about to vanish completely below, he shot out his hand like lightning, reaching fiercely toward Ao Yaoyao's figure. Come back here. His fingertips barely brushed against a soft piece of fabric. Yet the pulling force was too strange and overwhelming. A faint tearing sound echoed. Ning Chen felt his palm go empty, clutching only a shredded corner of her garment. Ao Yaoyao's figure, along with the dark mist, vanished completely above the spirit spring, disappearing into a pitch-black hole that appeared out of thin air. Even more absurdly, the black hole flickered and vanished in an instant, as if it had never existed at all. Damn it! Ning Chen slammed his fist into the mud beside him, veins bulging on his forehead. He had watched helplessly as Ao Yaoyao was taken away right before his eyes. He was responsible for their safety. He couldn't let anything happen to his classmates. He paced back and forth in place, his mind in turmoil. How could this happen? Where did they take her? That black mist, that black hole, they were clearly no ordinary phenomena. After a moment of agitation, Ning Chen forced himself to calm down. Now was not the time for panic. He took a deep breath and turned his gaze back to the spiritual spring. Above the muddy surface, wisps of black mist still lingered, refusing to dissipate. Ning Chen crouched down, scrutinizing the scene closely. Could it be? Had he drained the spiritual spring dry, disrupting some balance here and causing this eerie black mist to appear? If that were the case, then Ao Yaoyao's abduction meant he bore indirect responsibility? No, he had to find her. Ning Chen's eyes sharpened as he immediately communicated with his beast taming space. Moon Shadow Rabbit, come out. Big brother, what are your orders? The Moon Shadow Rabbit wiggled its adorable three-lobed mouth, its voice clear and crisp. Ning Chen pointed at the dried-up spirit spring, his tone urgent. Rabbit, just now, one of my classmates was taken away by a strange black mist from here. Do you know what that thing was? Can you track her whereabouts? Moon Shadow Rabbit tilted its head, its ruby-like eyes scanning the surroundings carefully while its tiny nose sniffed the air. After a moment, it shook its head in confusion. The spatial fluctuations here are chaotic, and that black mist's energy is peculiar. I can't identify its origin just yet, nor sense a clear direction it took. Even the Moon Shadow Rabbit didn't know? Ning Chen's frown deepened. He walked to the edge of the spirit spring, disregarding the filth, and scooped up a handful of mud from the bottom of the pool. He brought it close to his nose and sniffed. Beyond the fishy stench and faint earthy scent, there seemed to be another, faint, elusive, peculiar odor. Ning Chen sniffed carefully. This scent, it almost has a faint hint of gunpowder? Gunpowder! The Moon Shadow Rabbit, which had been quietly observing, perked up instantly at the word gunpowder. Its ears shot straight up, and its eyes widened in a flash, revealing an expression of extreme shock and excitement. Master! I remember now. The Moon Shadow Rabbit hopped excitedly in place twice. I recall reading in an ancient text from our clan's forbidden grounds that in certain spirit spring areas rich with spiritual energy, there's an extremely small chance a secret realm might exist beneath or nearby. Since this soil carries the scent of gunpowder, it's highly likely to be a fire spirit's secret realm. Fire spirit's secret realm? Ning Chen's eyes narrowed sharply. This was an unexpected clue. How does one enter this fire spirit's secret realm? He pressed immediately, a barely perceptible urgency in his voice. Rescuing someone was like fighting a fire. Though Ao Yaoyao was a bit of a tsundere, he couldn't let anything happen to her. The Moon Shadow Rabbit's long ears flicked back and forth anxiously, its tiny paws even pounding its own ears in near frustration. Oh dear. This knowledge fails us when we need it most. I don't recall the exact method to open the entrance. It paced frantically in circles. But the Moon Shadow Rabbit seemed to recall something, its eyes lighting up. Didn't you, properly store everything you could loot from the medicine spirit secret realm? Maybe there's a record of it in there."
At those words, a sharp gleam flashed in Ning Chen's eyes.
Right. There were quite a few texts. What if there really were clues inside?
He nodded, then without another word, focused his mind.
"Wangzi, come out."
Summoning Wangzi, he grabbed the rabbit and stuffed it into its mouth without hesitation. Ning Chen pulled up a storage list resembling a system panel, his fingers swiping swiftly across the light screen. Various ores, herbs.
Huh, is this the underwear dropped by the last dungeon boss? How did that get stored here too?
He muttered to himself as he swiftly sorted through the items.
Chapter 46, Blood of Living Creatures as the Catalyst? How am I supposed to get that?
Soon, his gaze locked onto a slightly weathered leather bound cover, the Secret Realm Atlas.
Rabbit, is this the one?
Ning Chen plucked the thick leather bound tome into his hands and turned to the Moon Shadow Rabbit beside him. The Moon Shadow Rabbit tilted its fluffy head, scratched its chin with a tiny paw, and replied uncertainly,
Looks kinda familiar. The aura on the cover seems like it? This little creature was still unreliable when it mattered most. Ning Chen didn't bother arguing with it.
He pulled out the Secret Realm Atlas, swept it with his spiritual sense, and began flipping through its pages. The leather-bound pages recorded various strange tales and little-known information about secret realms. Sure enough, among the entries on elemental secret realms, he found the section on the Fire Spirit Secret Realm. The Fire Spirit Secret Realm, a convergence point for the essence of heaven and earth's fire elements. Legend has it that it nurtures the supreme inheritance of fire-based magical arts.
Ning Chen's eyes lit up. Should one successfully defeat the realm's ultimate lord, the Fire Spirit Beast, there lies an opportunity to obtain the primordial spirit fire within its body, the sacred flame of the Fire Spirit. This fire is a rare treasure of heaven and earth, capable of incinerating all things while also tempering the body. It aids fire element practitioners in undergoing a complete transformation, unlocking boundless potential. Wow, what a treasure! However, there was a line of small print below. However, the Fire Spirit Beast is ferocious and savage, bloodthirsty by nature. It is no foe for the ordinary. To open the secret realm's gate, one must use sufficient blood from living beings as a catalyst.
The more potent the blood essence, the more stable the entrance becomes. The Moon Shadow Rabbit beside her leaned in to read the inscription. Its ears, which had perked up slightly at the discovery of a clue, instantly drooped back down.
Its little face turned pale in an instant. It gave a nervous chuckle and retracted its neck. This Fire Spirit Secret Realm sounds terrifying. And that Fire Spirit Beast? Just the name makes it sound ferocious.
The Moon Shadow Rabbit's eyes darted around as it offered a flattering suggestion. If you really want to go in, then please go by yourself.
I won't hold you back.
I'll just stay in Wangzi's space, cheering you on from afar. And, rest up, gather my strength, and wait for your triumphant return.
With that, it patted its little chest.
Ning Chen glanced at it, the corners of his lips curling into a meaningful smile.
All right.
He didn't expect this timid rabbit to be of much help. It would be good enough if it didn't cause trouble.
Besides, in an unknown secret realm like this, traveling alone was actually more convenient.
With a flick of his thoughts, Ning Chen left Wangzi's storage space alone and returned to the outside world. He frowned slightly at the muddy ground before him, which carried a faint scent of gunpowder.
A sufficient quantity of living blood as the catalyst, the more potent the blood essence. How was he supposed to do that? Could it be that meaning? A resolute gleam flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he extended his right index finger, drew his dagger, and made a light cut across his left index finger.
SSSH. A tiny wound split open, crimson blood gushing forth.
Every drop contained the immense vital energy of his SSS rank beast tamer.
Almost the instant the blood touched the mud.
SSSH.
The previously lifeless black mud suddenly emitted a faint, peculiar sound. Immediately after, the faint black mist that had lingered earlier seemed drawn by some mysterious force, rushing madly toward the spot where Ning Chen's blood had fallen. Beneath the mud, an eerie crimson glow began to faintly seep through. This could work. A flicker of joy crossed Ning Chen's eyes, tempered by a hint of solemnity. Within moments, all the black mist had gathered at the center of the spirit spring. Finally, a pitch-black opening materialized out of thin air. Now! Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Chen thrust his feet forward, tracing a swift arc through the air as he plummeted toward the pitch-black opening with pinpoint precision. Almost the instant his body vanished into the opening, a mechanical, synthesized voice abruptly echoed in his mind. Welcome player Ning Chen to the Fire Spirit Secret Realm. Core Guardian Beast of this secret realm, Fire Spirit Beast Lord Tier.
Defeat the Fire Spirit Beast to obtain the secret realm's ultimate treasure, Spirit Fire.
Please explore at your own discretion. Good luck. The mechanical voice had barely faded when Ning Chen immediately scanned his surroundings with heightened alertness. As far as the eye could see lay a sea of flames. Beneath his feet lay scorched, cracked earth, while the air thickened with the pungent stench of sulfur.
All around, flames roared fiercely, some forming walls of fire, others rising as pillars drenching the entire space in a crimson glow. Wave after wave of scorching heat washed over him, threatening to roast him alive. Sizzles so hot.
Ning Chen wiped the sweat that instantly beaded on his forehead, inwardly screaming he couldn't take it anymore. This hellish place truly lived up to its name, the fire spirit's secret realm, and was no place for humans.
If he lingered any longer, he'd likely be roasted into jerky. Sigh, if only that girl Wan Ning were here. Her ice element abilities would be like natural air conditioning in a place like this. But daydreaming wouldn't solve his immediate problem.
With a flick of his thoughts, a pale blue energy shield instantly enveloped him.
The scorching sensation eased considerably, though the stifling heat remained unbearable.
He took a deep breath and stepped toward the deepest part of the secret realm where the flames burned brightest, calling out at the same time.
Miss Ao. Ao Yao Yao. Where are you? If you're alive, give me a sign.
His voice carried far through the crackling flames, yet no response came for a long time. After walking for several minutes, just as Ning Chen was about to lose patience, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from ahead.
Boom!
Immediately after, a colossal black shadow, accompanied by a scorching gale, burst forth from behind a nearby flaming hill. It was a monstrous beast of immense size, its entire body engulfed in raging flames. Most terrifying of all, it bore 3 ferocious dragon heads. Each head spewed flames of different hues, radiating an awe-inspiring might. Fire Spirit Beast. Ning Chen's pupils contracted slightly, yet his face betrayed little panic. Instead, a hint of excitement? This guy looks pretty impressive. Truly worthy of a lord-level boss. So the spirit fire was hidden within its body? Before Ning Chen could get a closer look, the fire spirit beast violently whipped its thick neck. A petite figure tumbled off its back with a thud, landing awkwardly on the scorching ground. It was Ao Yao Yao. Her hair was disheveled, scorched burns marred her skin, and a vivid crimson streak of blood hung from the corner of her mouth. She was clearly badly injured. Ning Chen frowned, abandoning his pursuit of the fire spirit beast. He lunged forward in a single stride, reaching out to help her up. Hey, are you okay? Ao Yao Yao forced her head up. Recognizing Ning Chen, she froze for a moment before stubbornly turning her face away. Her voice carried a thread of weakness yet remained defiantly proud. Who told you to come? This lady can handle it herself. She struggled to rise on her own, but the movement tore at her wounds, causing her to suck in a sharp breath of pain. Great. Even in this state, the young miss still puts on airs? Truly, a dog-biting Lu Dongbin failing to recognize a kind heart. Chapter 47, What kind of magical potion is this? Ning Chen shook his head helplessly, yet a playful curve tugged at the corners of his mouth. Fine. If you can handle it, then handle it yourself. I won't meddle in your affairs. Ning Chen let go, and Ao Yao Yao landed flat on her butt. Ao Yao Yao pointed an accusing finger at Ning Chen. Hey! Are you even a man? How could you? Ning Chen raised an eyebrow, his face brimming with amusement. Didn't you just say you didn't need my help? What's this now? Miss Ao has changed her mind and wants me to save you? Ao Yao Yao bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes as she stubbornly turned her head away. This guy really has no manners. Seeing her pouting expression, Ning Chen suddenly felt he'd gone too far. He crouched down to help her up. Get up first. Isn't the ground hot? He half lifted, half carried Ao Yao Yao to her feet. Her skin was scorching hot to the touch, and he finally noticed the distinct burn marks on her exposed arms and legs. Some areas were even raw and bleeding, a sight that was truly shocking. TSK. This delicate young lady probably never endured such suffering in her life. Ning Chen felt a pang of pity. Then again, if I hadn't been so damn curious and drained that spiritual spring dry, she probably wouldn't have ended up dragged into this hellhole. Ah well, I guess I owe her for this. With that thought, Ning Chen wasted no more words. A single thought flashed through his mind, and an exquisite jade cup materialized in his hand, brimming with the sacred spring water. Here. Drink this. It'll help your injuries. He held the cup to Ao Yao Yao's lips. Ao Yao Yao, grimacing in pain, froze at his words. Her delicate brows furrowed as she stared at the seemingly ordinary cup of water, her tone tinged with displeasure and suspicion. This guy gives me this to drink when I'm injured like this? What's the difference between this and those clueless guys telling you to drink more hot water? He doesn't even know how to comfort someone. What is this? I'm not. Before she could finish, Ning Chen had no time to explain or indulge her temper tantrum. As the three-headed fire spirit beast turned its 3 ferocious heads, its 6 flaming eyes glaring menacingly at them, Ning Chen grabbed Ao Yao Yao's chin and forced the cup of spirit spring water down her throat without another word. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Caught off guard by this sudden action, Ao Yao Yao choked, her eyes rolling back in her head. She tried to resist but found her body utterly limp. The sweet, cool spring water touched her throat, and instantly, a wave of refreshing chill surged from her throat to every limb and bone. The searing pain in her wounds seemed to be soothed by sweet rain, the burning sensation rapidly fading. The spiritual energy depleted within her body began to recover at an astonishing rate. The cool sensation coursed through her entire body, leaving Ao Yao Yao feeling incredibly light. Those gruesome burn scars were healing at a visible pace. Soon, they were smooth and flawless as if brand new.
What kind of divine elixir is this? Ao Yaoyao's almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief. The effect of this thing he casually pulled out was simply too outrageous.
Just as she was about to demand an explanation from Ning Chen, the three-headed fire spirit beast, which had been watching them menacingly all along, clearly lost its patience. Roar! Amidst the deafening roar, all three dragon heads simultaneously opened their gaping maws, spewing countless fireballs that slammed down toward the two like a torrential downpour. The air itself warped from the intense heat. Watch out! Ning Chen's pupils contracted sharply. Almost instinctively, he barked the warning, yanking the still-dazed Ao Yaoyao behind him with his left hand while thrusting his right forward. Buzz! A thicker, pale blue energy shield instantly expanded before him, enveloping both of them completely. Fireballs slammed into the shield one after another, their dull thuds merging into a continuous roar. Damn it, this beast packs some serious power. The thought barely crossed his mind before the next fireball slammed down. The pale blue shield could no longer hold, shattering completely with a loud crash. Scorching air waves, sparks flying, slammed into their faces. Ning Chen! Ao Yaoyao's face drained of color. Forgetting all traces of her prim and proper demeanor, she grabbed his arm. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Her eyes locked on him, filled with unmistakable worry. Ning Chen shook his head, signaling he was fine. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the fire spirit beast, which had raised its three heads once more, preparing to launch another attack. This beast seemed enraged. Sure enough, before the two could catch their breath, the three-headed fire spirit beast launched another assault. With no other choice, Ning Chen grabbed Ao Yaoyao and pulled her aside. Boom! Where they had stood moments before, three pillars of fire instantly blasted a massive scorched crater, molten lava churning within. Seeing its initial strike fail, the fire spirit beast seemed to grow more enraged with each attack. Roaring incessantly, it unleashed a relentless barrage of fireballs, pillars of flame, and fiery breath, relentlessly bombarding the pair. Ning Chen dragged Ao Yaoyao through the fiery chaos, dodging and weaving in utter disarray. A surge of rage welled up inside him. Damn it! I've held back time and again, and this bastard actually thinks he can push me around. Just because I haven't shown my claws yet, you think I'm a sickly cat? A cold gleam flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. He abruptly halted, shoving Ao Yaoyao behind a relatively safe boulder. Hide well. Then, with a thought, a streak of light shot from his brow. Làtiáo, come out. Beat the crap out of it. Oh whoa! The sacred spirit ancestral dragon Làtiáo materialized abruptly, launching an attack without giving the fire spirit beast a moment to react. Làtiao's assault was ferocious beyond measure, swiftly tearing a section of the fire spirit beast's scales from its body. Seeing this, Ning Chen's face lit up with delight. Nice work, spicy snack. All that pampering hasn't been wasted. However, just as Ning Chen thought the spicy strips could suppress, or even defeat, the fire spirit beast, a sudden change occurred. Enraged by the spicy strip's ferocity, the fire spirit beast's three ferocious dragon heads simultaneously let out a deafening, earth-shaking roar. Roar! In the next instant, the flames covering its entire body abruptly retracted. Then, a far more terrifying flame than before erupted simultaneously from all three dragon mouths. This was no ordinary flame, it was spirit fire, imbued with the primordial essence of fire itself. Three streams of spirit fire intertwined, forming a devastating pillar of flame that slammed into the spicy snack's massive body with lightning speed. Roar! Làtiáo let out a piercing, agonized scream. The intense agony caused its massive body to writhe frantically, yet it could not escape the searing flames. Within mere breaths, the once imposing ancestral dragon form rapidly shrank, finally plopping onto the scorching ground and reverting to a palm-sized snake. Làtiáo! Ning Chen's heart clenched violently, his eyes widening in horror. He lunged forward in a single bound, cradling Làtiáo in his hands with utmost care, his heart aching unbearably. Forgetting the terrifying fire spirit beast, he hurriedly retrieved a small vial of spirit spring water and the divine herb seed found in the medicine spirit secret realm from his storage space. He carefully fed them to Làtiáo. Soon, Làtiáo was back to its usual self. Ning Chen gently stroked Làtiao's tiny head, his brow furrowing deeply. This fire spirit beast was indeed no pushover. The spiritual fire it had unleashed at the end was terrifyingly powerful, far beyond what Làtiáo could withstand at its current stage. Clearly, defeating this creature and seizing its so-called primordial spirit fire wouldn't be possible by relying solely on Làtiao's brute strength. Another approach was necessary. Chapter 48, playing that card again? Wait. A flash of insight struck Ning Chen's mind. Right. The last time the system rewarded me, there were still 9 unused infinite attribute draws left. With that thought, he wasted no time. A single mental command sent him communicating directly with the system in his mind. System, draw entries. Ding. Extracting attributes for the host. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a gold tier trait Thunderous Wrath. A golden entry? Ning Chen's eyelid twitched as a surge of wild excitement filled his heart. Thunderous Wrath. Just the name alone radiated an earth-shattering, world-ending aura. It was practically tailor-made for this very moment. System, activate immediately. Almost the instant he issued the command, a sudden change occurred. Boom! Amidst the fiery chaos above the secret realm, a deafening thunderclap erupted from nowhere. The spicy strips suddenly floated upward without warning, restoring the majestic presence of the sacred spirit Ancestral Dragon. Crackle! Blinding lightning instantly engulfed the tiny body of the spicy snack, forming a colossal cocoon of thunderous light. This commotion was even more terrifying than when the three fire spirit beasts unleashed their fury earlier. Within the lightning cocoon, a terrifying aura far surpassing anything before surged rapidly. In mere breaths, the cocoon violently exploded. Roar! With a roar like a dragon's cry echoing through the heavens, Làtiáo's massive form transformed into a purple-gold bolt of lightning. Wrapped in the overwhelming might of 10,000 June of thunder, it shot toward the three-headed fire spirit beast. A flicker of terror flashed in the fire spirit beast's eyes, its predatory nature as a lord-level beast fully ignited. Roar! All three dragon heads roared simultaneously, gathering crimson spirit flames once more, attempting to repeat their previous tactic. Trying that trick again? Ning Chen sneered coldly. This creature truly never learns. Just as the three-headed fire spirit beast was about to spew its spirit fire, a clear command rang out. Wretched beast! Take this whip! Làtiáo had emerged from behind the boulder at some point, her hand gripping the long whip she always carried. Flame-like patterns danced along its length. With a flick of her wrist, the whip shot forward like a nimble fire serpent. Cutting through the air with a sharp whistle, it wrapped itself around the largest dragon head in the center of the three fire spirit beasts with pinpoint accuracy. She yanked it back with all her might. Arg! The fire spirit beast cried out in pain as its gathered spirit fire was disrupted, its massive head jerking back with the force of the pull. Perfect opportunity. Làtiáo. Now! Primordial Dragon Breath. Thunderous Wrath. Receiving the command, Làtiáo sprang into action. A dazzling purple-gold thunderball rapidly coalesced and compressed within its jaws. Within that thunderball, it seemed to contain world-shattering power. Roar! Accompanied by a thunderous dragon's roar, Làtiáo's attack struck the fire spirit beast with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! An indescribably massive explosion reverberated throughout the entire secret realm. Terrifying shockwaves of lightning spread wildly in all directions, stripping away a layer of the ground. The three fire spirit beasts didn't even manage a complete scream before being utterly reduced to ash. Only a fist-sized, deep crimson crystal stone, radiating the pure essence of flame, remained suspended in midair. Phew! Ning Chen exhaled a long breath, his lips curving upward as he gazed at Làtiáo's imposing presence. Làtiáo never failed to surprise him. Ning Chen stowed Làtiáo away. This little guy was exhausted today. Once he got the spirit fire, he'd definitely brew some potent medicine to help Làtiáo recover. Just then, a cold mechanical voice sounded simultaneously in Ning Chen and Làtiáo's ears. Congratulations to players Ning Chen and Làtiáo for defeating the Fire Spirit Secret Realm Lord Fire Spirit Beast Enhanced Elite. Calculating rewards? Congratulations to players Ning Chen and Làtiáo for obtaining the Secret Realm Core Reward Primordial Spirit Fire Shared. No sooner had the voice faded than the deep crimson crystal suspended midair suddenly blazed with intense light. Instantly, it split into two streams of pure fire, shooting toward Ning Chen and Làtiáo respectively. Ugh! Simultaneously, both felt a searing current of heat surge into their bodies, swiftly coursing through their meridians. Wherever that heat passed, it felt as though a flame were burning. Yet there was no pain whatsoever, only a warm, incredibly comfortable sensation. Ning Chen could distinctly feel his affinity for fire elements rapidly increasing, while the spiritual energy within his body seemed to become more condensed. As for Làtiáo, being an SS rank blazing flame dragon maiden, the benefits of this rudimentary spiritual fire were even more pronounced for her. A healthy flush spread across her fair, delicate face, and her eyes sparkled with delight. This power, so potent. The spirit fire soon merged completely into their bodies, and the surrounding sea of flames and black mist began to dissipate. Before long, the scene before them twisted, and they left the fire spirit secret realm. Làtiáo stood rooted to the spot, feeling somewhat dazed. She could distinctly feel a scorching, pure energy coursing through every fiber of her being. Spirit fire, what exactly is it? She murmured to herself instinctively, a trace of bewilderment lingering between her brows. Primordial spirit fire. It sounded incredibly powerful. With a flicker of thought, Làtiáo tentatively opened her pale, delicate palm. Whoosh! A cluster of crimson flames ignited out of thin air, dancing upon her palm. This power. Làtiáo's almond-shaped eyes widened instantly. She could feel that this flame she'd casually summoned possessed at least 3 times the destructive power of before. No, perhaps even 5 times. Ning Chen, look! Unable to contain her excitement, she whirled to face Ning Chen beside her, her fair, delicate face flushed with thrill. This secret treasure for clearing the level is absolutely tailor-made for me. It's amazing. Her jubilant tone was a stark contrast to the haughty young lady she usually was. Ning Chen glanced at her, a faint, almost imperceptible curve lifting the corner of his mouth. Oh? That's all thanks to me.
The words fell like a bucket of cold water, instantly dousing Ao Yaoyao's excitement.
Her smile froze on her face.
Thanks to him?
A surge of anger shot straight from her heart to her temples.
You! Ao Yaoyao stomped her foot in fury. Without a second thought, she slammed her heel down hard on Ning Chen's instep. As if I'm riding your coattails. Oomph. If it weren't for this lady, you wouldn't even have touched the door of that crappy secret realm. She lifted her petite chin defiantly. It's you who's riding on this lady's coattails. Ouch. This girl really knows how to kick hard. Ning Chen grimaced inwardly, the sharp pain in his foot making him wince. Fine. I rode your coattails, Miss Ao. Is that better? He waves dismissively, unwilling to engage with this bristling cat. Then, shifting his tone to something more serious, he continued. This basic spirit fire packs a serious punch and has tons of uses. For an SS rank blazing flame dragon maiden like you, it'll be like adding wings to a tiger. Master it well, and it'll be a huge boost to your future growth. Ao Yaoyao had been puffing out her cheeks, ready to argue further. But upon hearing Ning Chen's words, she paused, slightly taken aback. Was he actually giving me genuine guidance? The inexplicable anger in her heart quietly dissipated. At least he still has a shred of conscience. Chapter 49, has he changed his ways today? Ao Yaoyao muttered to herself, forcing her expression to appear calm, though her ears flushed crimson. Well, we should head back. She turned her head away, her voice noticeably softer than before, tinged with a barely perceptible awkwardness. Ha! Ning Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise. This young lady, has she changed her ways today? She calmed down so quickly, and she's even being unusually gentle? It was like the sun rising in the west. He instinctively raised his hand and glanced at the tactical watch on his wrist. The next second, the slight ease on his face vanished. 4:57 a.m. 5 full hours had passed since he'd been swept into the spirit spring. 5 hours. Dawn was approaching. Ning Chen's brows instantly knitted together. A sense of foreboding welled up within him. Oh no! Wan Ning must be worried sick. Ning Chen muttered under his breath without thinking, his voice tinged with a hint of anxiety he hadn't even noticed himself. Ao Yaoyao's brows furrowed slightly. Wan Ning? Her expression, which had just brightened slightly, darkened instantly. That fleeting, inexplicable sense of ease vanished completely. That's Su Wanling again. This guy couldn't go 3 sentences without mentioning that woman. Ao Yaoyao shot Ning Chen a fierce glare, then without another word, she turned on her heel and strode purposefully toward the camp. What's wrong now? Ning Chen was baffled, but he couldn't be bothered to decipher the capricious mind of this spoiled young lady. Ning Chen hurried toward the camp, his mind heavy with worry. The night was deep, and the camp lay quiet, save for a few campfires still giving off their last faint warmth. He'd assumed everyone was asleep, but to his surprise, a solitary figure stood at the edge of the camp, looking lonely in the night breeze. As he drew closer, he recognized the figure. It was Su Wanning. Ning Chen halted in his tracks. Why wasn't she asleep yet? As he pondered this, Su Wanning seemed to hear the sound and abruptly turned around. Recognizing Ning Chen, the bloodshot eyes that had been burning from sleeplessness first lit up, then quickly clouded over with moisture. Ning Chen, she cried out, her voice thick with tears, hoarse and raspy. The moment the words left her lips, she threw herself forward with all her strength, crashing headfirst into Ning Chen's arms. Her entire body trembled, radiating a chill. Ning Chen froze for a moment before instinctively wrapping his arms around her. The person in his arms shook violently, her scalding tears quickly soaking through his shirt. Where did you go, Sniff? I thought something happened to you. Su Wanning's words came out in broken, tearful bursts. This girl. Ning Chen's eyes filled with heartache. I couldn't find you anywhere, couldn't send any messages either. I thought something had happened to you. She choked on her words, unable to continue, clutching Ning Chen's clothes desperately. If you hadn't come back, I would've gone looking for you. Sniff. Ning Chen's heart tightened, and his arms wrapped around her even tighter. He could imagine how she'd spent those 5 hours, consumed by fear and worry. It's okay. I'm back now, aren't I? Everything's fine. Ning Chen murmured softly, his hand gently patting her back. I'm sorry for making you worry. It's my fault. Wan Ning, don't worry. I'll give you a gift soon. Ning Chen leaned down and whispered in her ear, his tone tinged with mystery. Su Wanling suddenly lifted her head, her tear-stained eyes fixed on him as she shook her head vigorously. Her tear-streaked face nearly melted Ning Chen's heart. I don't want any gift from you. All I want is for you to be safe, that's all. As long as he was safe. A simple sentence, yet heavier than 1,000 pounds. The smile on Ning Chen's face faltered slightly before deepening into tender warmth. He raised his hand, gently wiping away the tear streaks on Su Wanning's cheek with his fingertips. Silly girl. His voice was hoarse, filled with heartache. Not far away, Ao Yaoyao, who had reached the edge of the camp first but halted upon spotting Su Wanning, witnessed the entire scene. She stood with her arms crossed, leaning against a large tree, her expression dark and sullen.
Especially when she saw Su Wanling clinging to Ning Chen like an octopus, while Ning Chen wiped her tears with such tenderness, a surge of inexplicable rage shot straight up inside Ao. How dare he show concern for this lady while also getting all cozy with another girl? How dare he? The more Ao thought about it, the angrier she became, her teeth clenched tightly. She lifted her dainty foot clad in exquisite combat boots and delivered a vicious kick to the innocent tree beside her. How utterly indecent. Was she jealous? Just then, the tent flapped open as Wang Xinxin and Lin Wanner emerged, rubbing their sleepy eyes. Spotting Ning Chen standing there unharmed, they both ran over joyfully. Ning Chen. Lin Wanner was the first to hurry over, her voice still hoarse from sleep. You're finally back. You scared us to death. When you and Ao suddenly vanished, we thought something terrible had happened to you. Wang Xinxin followed close behind, her eyes filled with concern as she looked at Ning Chen. Yeah, Brother Chen, I'm just glad you're okay. You scared the life out of me. He scratched his head awkwardly. I'm fine. It's still early. You should go back and rest a bit. We have to go up the mountain tomorrow. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Wang Xinxin stepped closer. Her fair little face was etched with worry as she took his hand without waiting for an answer. Her small hand was soft and slightly cool. Brother Chen, come sleep inside with us. Wang Xinxin's tone carried an insistence that brooked no argument. You're responsible for the safety of our entire grade. How can you do that if you're not well rested? Ning Chen felt a slight tingle at his scalp and instinctively pulled his hand away. This girl, why does she keep getting so close? What is she trying to do? Ning Chen waved awkwardly. No thanks. Dawn won't be long anyway. I'll just keep watch outside. No way. Lin Wanner's clear voice rang out immediately, filled with determination. You must sleep. She stepped forward, hands on her hips. You can only protect us better if you protect yourself. Surely you understand that? After speaking, she deliberately glanced at Su Wanning beside her. Su, don't you agree? Su Wanning, singled out by Lin Wanner, instantly snapped out of her daze. She glanced at Ning Chen, then at the resolute Wang Xinxin and Lin Wanner, the flush on her cheeks deepening slightly. Sleep with Ning Chen? Was that really appropriate? Chapter 50. Her spirit soared with unprecedented vigor. She nodded shyly, her voice barely above a whisper. Wang Xinxin puffed out her little chest, her tone tinged with a hint of petulance. If Brother Chen doesn't sleep, we won't either. We'll stay awake with you until dawn. After saying this, she deliberately yawned softly and rubbed her eyes, as if she were truly exhausted. Ning Chen looked at the three girls before him, their expressions unwaveringly determined, and shook his head helplessly. Were these girls genuinely clueless or just pretending? He was a grown man, did they genuinely not fear him if he slept with them? But since the girls had spoken up, backing down now would be a huge loss of face. Refusing a beautiful woman's invitation would make him look like a fool. But he would be the proper gentleman. He sighed, scratched his head, and felt a bit shy after all. This was his first time being so intimate with a girl. Fine, I'll sleep, okay? Upon receiving Ning Chen's affirmative reply, Wang Xinxin and Lin Wanner immediately grabbed Su Wanling, still a bit dazed, and ushered Ning Chen into the tent. The tent flap lifted, releasing a faint, sweet fragrance mingled with the girl's unique scent. Ning Chen's footsteps faltered slightly. This truly tested his resolve. Before long, Wang Xinxin had practically pushed him inside. The interior was surprisingly spacious, lined with soft animal hides, and several backpacks were tucked away in the corner. Following Wang Xinxin's arrangement, Ning Chen slept on the side closest to the tent's edge. Next came Su Wanning, followed by Lin Wanner, with Wang Xinxin at the innermost position. This wasn't sleeping, it was pure torture. The tent was warm and cozy, filled with a pleasant fragrance. But with three girls lying beside him, Ning Chen lay wide awake, not a shred of sleepiness in sight. Su Wanning's breathing was light and faintly nasal. She must have cried herself to exhaustion, sinking into a deep sleep the moment her head hit the mat. Ning Chen watched the girl's peaceful slumber and gently tickled her nose. Then it hit him. No! What was he doing? No, he absolutely couldn't let himself think about anything else. Go to sleep. He quietly shifted toward the edge of the tent, trying to distance himself from Su Wanning. But the animal skin mat was so small, and the warmth radiating from the girl's body behind him still seeped through the fabric. His throat felt dry. He swallowed hard, feeling utterly uncomfortable all over. What the hell am I thinking? Ning Chen silently scolded himself. He had to lead the team up the mountain tomorrow. He couldn't afford to be tired. He rolled over, pressing his face against the slightly cool tent fabric, listening to the wind rustling outside, forcing himself to fall asleep quickly. But just as he'd made up his mind, his eyelids grew heavy, and his consciousness began to blur. A faint rustling sound suddenly came from beside him. Immediately after, a soft, warm little hand tinged with a hint of coolness gently rested on his waist. Then, a body equally soft and warm, carrying the sweet scent unique to young girls, pressed close. That little head rubbed against his arm, as if she'd found a comfortable pillow. It was Su Wanning. She rolled over and, actually, just hugged him like that.
Ning Chen's entire body froze instantly, as if struck by an invisible electric current.
The sensation radiating from his waist was so vivid it made his scalp tingle. That soft touch, the warmth of her body, her breath mere inches away. He sucked in a sharp breath, every muscle in his body tensing instinctively as he shrank back. The drowsiness he'd barely suppressed moments ago vanished completely. His spirit surged with unprecedented vigor. This girl. Was she asleep or doing this on purpose? Ning Chen's mind went blank, filled only with the sensation of that small hand at his waist magnifying infinitely. This is making it impossible to sleep? Ning Chen could almost hear his own heart pounding like a drum. The softness against his waist felt like a flame, igniting at the point of contact and swiftly spreading throughout his entire body. Her warm breath brushed lightly against his neck, carrying a faint, sweet scent that felt like the most deadly catalyst. Ning Chen swallowed hard, his throat parched as if it were on fire. He tilted his head slightly. Su Wanan's serene sleeping face was mere inches away, her raven feather lashes fluttering gently with each steady breath. What a temptress! Ning Chen curved his lips, unable to resist reaching out. His fingertips trembled slightly as they gently brushed her smooth, delicate cheek. So soft. A certain restless part of his body had already given an unmistakably honest response. If this continued, he would lose his mind. As if possessed, Ning Chen's head slowly lowered, his nose nearly brushing against her lips. Just a little closer. At that very moment. Ahem! From the farthest corner of the tent, Wang Xinshan let out a cough. Ning Chen jolted upright, his entire body snapping back as if electrocuted, nearly tumbling off the animal skin mat. Damn it! This girl did that on purpose. Absolutely. He scrambled backward toward the tent's edge, pulling away from Su Wannin as his heart pounded wildly in his chest. Just now he almost... Cold sweat instantly soaked through the fabric on his back. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently, unable to bring himself to look at Su Wannin again. Beside him, Su Wannin seemed slightly disturbed by the commotion. She gave a soft click of her tongue, rolled over, and continued sleeping with her back to him, her breathing still steady. Ning Chen. Great. Forget about sleeping now. His eyes remained wide open, staring at the tent ceiling as his mind spun in chaos. Everything that had just happened replayed endlessly in his head. He lay awake, enduring the agony and wild thoughts, forcing himself to stay awake until the first light of dawn. The next morning, Ning Chen, sporting faint dark circles under his eyes, gently tapped Su Wanling, who was still fast asleep. Mum. The girl murmured cutely, rubbing her eyes as she opened them sleepily, peering at Ning Chen through half-closed lids. What time is it? Her voice was soft and sticky like glutinous rice cake. His heart skipped a beat. He quickly averted his gaze, cleared his throat, and lowered his voice unnaturally. It's daylight. Time to get up. We're heading into the mountains today. At the mention of heading into the mountains, Su Wanning's last traces of sleep vanished instantly. She sat up briskly, tossing aside the animal skin blanket. All right. Her hands and feet moved swiftly as she nudged Lin Wanner and Wang Xinshin beside her. Wang Xinshin rubbed her eyes, muttering, Brother Chen, it's way too early, though her hands moved swiftly as she began gathering her things. Lin Wanner remained her usual quiet self, silently folding her bedding. The tent felt stuffy, and Ning Chen was the first to crawl out. The cool morning air hit him, clearing his muddled mind a bit. Outside, someone had already lit a fire, and a pot was bubbling away. Soon, Su Wanning and the other two emerged as well, rubbing sleep from their eyes as they huddled by the fire for warmth. Wang Xinshin stood before the tent, waving her small hand while murmuring incantations. The next moment, the tent along with the animal skin mats inside and all the miscellaneous items they'd used the night before rapidly shrank within a soft white glow. It finally transformed into a small package no bigger than a palm, falling back into Wang Xinshin's hands. An SSS-tier life skill truly formidable. Chapter 51. The group split up and soon roused the other students still asleep in the camp. Before long, the entire makeshift camp bustled with renewed energy. Ning Chen gathered the core combatants together. Su Wanning, Ao Yaoyao, Wu Haoren, and Lu Yan the Thunder Spirit Snake Princess who had sparred with Ning Chen last time. What are your thoughts on the direction and objectives for entering the mountains? Ning Chen cut straight to the point. They were gathered around a simple map provided by the school, which only marked the general mountain ranges and a few known danger zones. Wu Haoren pointed to a specific location on the map, analyzing the potential distribution of spirit beasts. Just then, Ao Yaoyao pursed her lips, her expression clearly saying, "You guys are so behind the times." She pulled out a brand new phone from her elegant little bag. "Here," she said smugly, tilting her chin and holding the phone screen toward the group. "Why bother with that crappy map? This lady's got high definition." The phone screen displayed a vivid bird's eye view, clearly marking the entire mountain range's topography and even some hidden valleys. Is this the entire topographic map of the mountains? Su Wannin gasped, her mouth slightly agape. Of course. Ao Yaoyao lifted her chin even higher. My dad sent people out last night with military drones armed helicopters to capture aerial footage. They transmitted it to me overnight. Signal? My phone has a dedicated satellite line, got it? Wu Haoren was utterly speechless, pointing at the phone and stammering, Miss AO, you're incredible. AO Yao Yao lifted her petite face. For me? Piece of cake. Her tone was light and airy, as if solving signal and mapping issues were as simple as snapping her fingers.
But it wasn't that easy at all.
AO Yao Yao snorted softly to herself.
It was all thanks to absorbing that rudimentary spirit fire last night.
Her blazing flame dragon maiden bloodline had advanced, propelling her spellcasting practice to a new level. And then there was that. The mere thought of Ning Chen and Su Wanling practically glued together in that tent last night made her seethe with anger. She tossed and turned like a pancake flipping in a pan. How could she possibly sleep?
Fine, this lady would just sit up and cultivate.
Unexpectedly, misfortune brought fortune. It allowed her to grasp the new skill of transmitting sound across distances. She immediately contacted her father.
The result?
AO Tian not only pulled strings overnight to have an armed helicopter comb every inch of the floating Jade Mountains, but also had a military-grade signal tower hastily erected nearby for her.
Oomph, country bumpkin, AO Yao Yao added silently in her mind.
Seeing Wu Haoren's stunned expression, her vanity was immensely satisfied. She lifted her snow-white chin, her gaze sweeping over the crowd, lingering meaningfully on Ning Chen's face for a moment.
If you don't believe me, pull out your phones right now and see if you have signal. Ning Chen's heart stirred.
Almost simultaneously, he, Su Wanning, Wu Haoren, and Lu Yan pulled out their cadet-issued phones.
The screens lit up.
The bright red X vanished, replaced by a full bar signal icon.
Holy! It really works!
Wu Haoren's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Lu Yan looked utterly astonished.
The influence of this AO family heiress was simply too outrageous.
Su Wanning let out a soft gasp, her gaze toward AO Yao Yao now tinged with a hint of scrutiny.
Ning Chen exhaled a long breath. Truly the eldest daughter of the AO family. That sheer financial clout was truly breathtaking.
Seeing everyone cowed by her display, AO Yao Yao felt so smug her tail nearly wagged. Clearing her throat, she stood up decisively and took command. Alright, since this lady has already handled minor matters like maps and signals, the route into the mountains will naturally be decided by me. She extended her slender finger and tapped the high-definition aerial map on her phone screen. We can ascend from here this eastern path. Her fingertip traced a clear red path across the screen. Then we'll follow this path deep into the mountains. This way, we'll cover all the major spirit beast territories without missing a single corner. As she spoke, her fingers circled emphatically around the center of the map, marking a large lake.
The key spot is here, the island in the lake.
AO Yao Yao's tone carried a hint of mystery. My dad mentioned that the school has set up a massive secret realm on the lake island this time, hiding quite a few beginner-level treasures suitable for our current stage. Our goal is to get as many capable students as possible to reach it. Ning Chen listened quietly, his gaze fixed on the route AO Yao Yao had mapped out on his phone screen. He had to admit, the route was meticulously planned, enabling broad exploration while directly targeting the core objective. He lifted his head to meet AO Yao Yao's bright, sparkling eyes, his expression serious as he spoke earnestly.
I agree with AO Yao Yao's proposal. We'll ascend the mountain from the east.
Upon hearing this, AO Yao Yao's heart surged with sudden joy.
He actually agreed to my plans so readily.
A wave of warmth surged uncontrollably to her cheeks, tinging the tips of her fair ears with a charming blush. This was the first time he'd ever acknowledged me so clearly.
Oomph, you know what you're doing.
This lady's plan is obviously the best. Seeing Ning Chen nod in agreement, Su Wanning naturally had no objections and gave a light nod of her own.
Wu Haoren nodded like a chick pecking at grain, no objections whatsoever. Miss AO is awesome.
Lu Yan also stated plainly, I'll follow the plan. With the core team's consensus reached, things became much easier to handle.
Ning Chen glanced at the sky. Everyone go back and notify your classmates. Assemble at the edge of the camp in 10 minutes. We'll be setting out.
About 10 minutes later, the students, led by the core members of their respective classes, set off in a large group toward the eastern foothills of floating Jade Mountain. The mountain path beneath their feet was riddled with potholes and strewn with loose rocks, making each step uneven and laborious. The trees lining the path were lush and green, but deep within the forest, occasional hissing sounds echoed, whether from lurking creatures or not, no one could say. Among the group, some timid girls had already turned pale. As the faint glimmer of water came into view ahead, suggesting the secret realm of the lake island was near, sudden chaos erupted from the rear of the group. Help! The unlucky souls bringing up the rear had no time to react before being swallowed whole by the sudden black hole. Not even a splash remained.
What the hell? Behind us. People are disappearing.
Panic spread like a plague through the nearly 1,000-strong group.
Another one sucked in. Piercing screams echoed in rapid succession, plunging the entire group into utter chaos. The pitch-black vortex seemed alive, steadily expanding as its terrifying suction grew ever stronger. Chapter 52, I couldn't let my classmates die for nothing. Some quick-thinking students frantically clung to nearby tree trunks as thick as bowls, trying to steady themselves. But it was useless. Snap! Entire groves of trees were uprooted by the colossal force, dragging the students clinging desperately to the trunks into the boundless darkness. Thunder Serpent Shield. Lu Yan shouted fiercely as lightning flickered around her.
A pale blue serpentine light shield enveloped her. Yet, before the bottomless, pitch-black vortex, her S-rank defensive skill proved as fragile as a sheet of window paper. With a pop, it shattered completely, unable to block even a fraction of the force. She herself was pulled back by a tremendous force, stumbling backward. Ning Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. This scene how eerily similar to when Ao Yaoyao was swept away yesterday? Could it be the damned secret realm entrance again? His heart sank. No! He couldn't let these classmates die for nothing. The thought flashed through his mind, triggering an almost instinctive reaction. His feet surged forward with explosive force, his body darting like lightning against the crowd, charging headlong toward the ever-expanding black hole. Ning Chen! Ao Yaoyao cried out in alarm, watching Ning Chen advance instead of retreat. A flicker of panic crossed her beautiful phoenix-like eyes. This guy, is he trying to be a lone hero again? Gritting her teeth, flames erupted beneath her feet as she followed without hesitation. Su Waning's face drained of color, but seeing both Ning Chen and Ao Yaoyao charge in, she hesitated not a moment. Wherever Ning Chen went, she would follow. Frost power crystallized beneath her feet as her form transformed into an icy blue streak of light, chasing after them. Within mere seconds of their entry, nearly 1,000 students were swallowed whole by the black hole, not a single one spared. Immediately after, the terrifying vortex emitted a dull hum, slowly shrinking until it vanished entirely, as if it had never existed, leaving only utter chaos in its wake. The group felt the world spin violently. When their feet finally touched solid ground again, an emotionless mechanical prompt sounded in their ears. Deep life signs detected and stable. Welcome, all first-year students, to Phase 2 of the Floating Jade Mountain Novice Secret Realm. This secret realm is a comprehensive training experience specially prepared by the school to enhance your combat skills and teamwork spirit. Opportunities and dangers coexist within the realm. Explore cautiously, strive to obtain your own treasures, and may your martial fortunes flourish. Upon hearing the mechanical voice, Ning Chen nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. The school's behind this? 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind. Why didn't they just say so earlier? If they just said it was the school's arrangement, why make such a huge fuss, like the world was ending? And it made him think it was some deadly trap again, wasting his nerves for nothing. What the hell? You scared the crap out of me. I thought we were all going to die. This school is so inconsiderate. They'll give us heart attacks. The students, having narrowly escaped death, began venting their frustration once safety was confirmed. Clearly, they were far from pleased with this surprise entrance. Ning Chen, his head throbbing from the noise, finally spoke up, "Quiet, everyone. It's just a trial the school arranged. Why are you all acting like you've lost your minds? Hurry up, form your teams, keep your eyes peeled, and watch your backs." His words seemed to anchor the chaotic crowd. They exchanged glances, then scattered in small groups, each choosing a direction and cautiously feeling their way forward. On Ning Chen's side, Su Wanning naturally stayed glued to his side. Wang Xinxin and Lin Wan'er followed suit without a word. With these two powerhouses by their side, their sense of security was sky high. But just as they rounded a clump of waist-high bushes, Ning Chen's footsteps halted abruptly. Behind them, a steady, unhurried footsteps echoed, as if deliberately meant for them to hear. He turned around, and sure enough, Ao Yaoyao stood not far away, arms crossed over her chest, chin slightly raised. Her phoenix-like eyes fixed on him, the intensity in her gaze bordering on defiance. Ning Chen was growing impatient. He couldn't be bothered with her games, his voice growing colder. "Miss Ao, what is it? Or perhaps you think tagging along might bring you some advantage, a chance to reap ready-made benefits?" Ning Chen's words were like a lit fuse, instantly igniting Ao Yaoyao's powder keg. Benefit? Reap benefits? Ao Yaoyao's pretty face flushed crimson in an instant, her phoenix-like eyes nearly shooting flames. When in her life had she endured such humiliation, being accused outright of seeking advantage? Absolutely outrageous. What do you take this lady for? What do you think my background is? That I'd even glance at your measly mosquito legs? Ning Chen! What kind of joke is this? What do you think you have that's worth this lady's attention? Ning Chen watched her bristle with indignation, and that wicked sense of amusement surfaced in his heart once more. This eldest Miss Ao, fiery-tempered, spoiled, yet oddly naive and innocent. Teasing her was far more entertaining than dealing with ordinary people. He raised an eyebrow slightly, a faint, ambiguous smile curling his lips as he spoke deliberately. "Oh? Truly nothing worth Miss Ao's attention?" He paused, his gaze lingering suggestively over her before drawing out his words. "Then where did that rudimentary spirit flame of yours come from? Could it be you?" Ao Yaoyao felt as if an invisible hand had clamped down on her throat, her words instantly stumbling to a halt. Damn it! This guy really knows how to rub salt in the wound. How could she save face in front of all these people? Her cheeks flared crimson, blushing even deeper than before, like a ripe apple. She wished the ground would swallow her whole. Overcome with both shame and fury, she nearly blurted out in a low growl, "Shut up! Don't say another word! Don't you dare bring that up!" Seeing her reach the peak of humiliation and fury, on the verge of losing control, Ning Chen finally chuckled softly and knew when to stop. Teasing her any further might truly provoke this little dragon, and dealing with her rage would be no easy task.
Fine, I won't say another word.
He spread his hands, the playful smile fading from his face as he resumed his usual detached, aloof expression.
Since Miss Ao insists, then please be my guest. Different paths, different goals, you're no longer with us.
Ao Yaoyao bit down hard on her crimson lower lip, nearly drawing blood.
Her phoenix-like eyes shot a fierce glare at Ning Chen.
This Ning Chen was like a stone in a latrine, stubborn and foul. This young lady couldn't care less about engaging with an ungrateful fool like you. She snorted loudly, flung her head back, and stormed off with her team.
Su Wanning stood beside Ning Chen, silently observing the verbal sparring between him and Ao Yaoyao.
Inside, her emotions churned like an overturned jar of mixed flavors, ultimately coalescing into an indescribable pang of bitterness.
Spirit fire. What had transpired between them that she was unaware of? She could keenly sense that Ning Chen's attitude toward Ao Yaoyao seemed subtly different from how he treated others. This inexplicable feeling caused a dull ache in her chest, as if something had gently lodged there. Ning Chen was no ordinary man. He sensed the slightest flicker in Su Wanling's emotions the instant it occurred.
He turned his head and saw the girl's delicate brows slightly furrowed. This girl, with her pure heart, was probably overthinking things again. He sighed softly within, then reached out and gave Su Wan a smooth-handed gentle pat. They exchanged a knowing smile and stepped into the secret realm.
Chapter 53, The First Gate of the Secret Realm. The four arrived beneath a massive tree radiating golden light. At its very top hung several golden fruits.
Ning Chen immediately spotted the fruits, gleaming brightly. As if compelled by some unseen force, he reached out, his fingertips tinged with curiosity, and gently touched the glowing trunk. The moment his fingertip touched the bark, the ground beneath his feet suddenly shook violently. The golden tree erupted in a blinding burst of light, condensing into a powerful force that shot straight toward his forehead. The attack was swift and fierce. Even with Ning Chen's quick reflexes, he stumbled backward, stunned.
Damn it!
Ning Chen steadied himself, his temper flaring instantly.
What the hell? A mere tree dared to ambush him?
Just as he was about to erupt, a pair of enormous amber eyes slowly opened on the gleaming trunk. An ancient voice boomed forth, making ears ring.
Who dares disturb this one's seclusion, you upstart? Oh my! The tree is talking.
Lin Wanner gaped in shock, her mouth agape.
This was truly something to witness in a lifetime.
Wang Xinxin shrieked in fright, ducking her neck and burrowing behind Ning Chen.
Ning Chen frowned.
This tree spirit possessed considerable power. He shifted his body, shielding Wang Xinxin and Lin Wanner behind him. Su Wanning instinctively stood beside him, radiating a chill as she watched the strange tree warily. Ning Chen lifted his gaze to meet those amber eyes. His voice was quiet but clear. Elder, we mean no offense. We're just passing through and wish to borrow the path. If he could avoid fighting, he'd never bother to fight. Those amber eyes studied him for a moment, silent. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept across the open ground, blowing so hard it was hard to keep one's eyes open. When the wind finally subsided, the group opened their eyes to find the golden tree gone. In its place stood an old man clad in tattered robes. His hair and beard were entirely white, yet his face bore few wrinkles. He gazed at Ning Chen with a warm, smiling expression. The old man stroked his white beard and chuckled, his tone tinged with playful teasing.
You want to pass by me? Fine.
He paused, then tapped Ning Chen with his finger. But first, you'll have to beat this old man.
What do you say, kid? Got the guts? Beat him?
Ning Chen heard this and actually smiled, the corners of his mouth curling up. He snorted derisively, that fearless spirit surging back into him.
What a joke! Is there anything in this world that Ning Chen wouldn't dare to do? Your challenge I accept.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than a cold, mechanical voice echoed in everyone's minds. Welcome player Ning Chen and his party to the first stage of the Fuyu Mountain Novice Secret Realm. First Gate Guardian, Sacred Tree. Reward for success, 3 Sacred Spirit Fruits. Sacred Spirit Fruit effects significantly enhances the user's cultivation level and markedly purifies internal spiritual energy.
Ning Chen's lips curved into a smile.
This effect is quite promising. Having only obtained the basic spiritual fire yesterday, his foundation was still shallow.
He desperately needed these sacred spirit fruits to advance.
His mind settled and spiritual energy began to quietly circulate within him. His expression grew solemn as he prepared to step forward.
Ning Chen!
Su Wanning's cool voice rang out beside him, tinged with an unwavering resolve. She stepped forward, blocking Ning Chen's path.
Conserve your strength. Let me handle this obstacle.
The girl's profile appeared exceptionally earnest in the dim light of the secret realm, her clear eyes reflecting unmasked concern.
Ning Chen looked at her, a faint warmth stirring in his heart, though his expression remained as impassive as ever.
He smiled faintly, reaching out to gently pat Su Wanning's arm as she stood before him.
No need. As a man, a pillar of strength, when had it ever been his place to let his woman stand in front of him, risking life and limb for him? Absolutely not.
Stepping past Su Wanning, Ning Chen made no move to summon his beast companion.
Unaccompanied, he walked straight toward the ancient tree's human form.
His expression remained calm. Go ahead. The Divine Tree Elder's lips curved into a smile. Well done, you're bold enough. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he suddenly planted himself in a horse stance, his aura shifting abruptly. Rustling. Countless vines, glowing green, sprouted from the air behind him, slithering toward Ning Chen like venomous snakes. Ning Chen, watch out. Brother Chen. Lin Wanner and Wang Xinxin's hearts leapt into their throats as they cried out in alarm. Su Wanning clenched her delicate hands, her small face etched with worry. They thought Ning Chen would be engulfed by the surging vines, but he merely raised his right hand, and a burst of flame erupted. In the blink of an eye, most of the vines filling the sky were incinerated. What? The smile froze on the ancient tree elder's face, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. This kid, he actually possesses spirit fire? Before he could react further, Ning Chen's figure had already moved. With a single step, his form vanished from the spot like a ghost. In the next instant, he materialized before the Divine Tree Elder, his right hand still ablaze with spirit fire. With a simple, direct punch, he struck out. Before the fist even reached him, the scorching wind it carried sent a chill down the Divine Tree Elder's spine. He tried to dodge, only to find the space around him seemingly bound by an invisible force, his movements becoming unbearably sluggish. Boom! A dull thud echoed. That fist slammed squarely into the old man's chest. Before the old man could even utter a scream, his human form flickered violently, like a sand painting scattered by the wind. His entire body began to disintegrate, reverting into the faint, dimly glowing phantom of a great tree. Spirit fire. How is this possible? Before the words faded, the entire phantom vanished completely. The forest air fell silent, leaving only 3 fruits glowing with a soft, sacred light, suspended motionless in midair. Ning Chen casually beckoned, and the 3 sacred spirit fruits landed in his palm. He turned and offered one to Su Wannin. Yours. Su Wannin looked at him, the icy chill in her eyes melting slightly as she reached out to take it. Ning Chen picked up another and tossed it casually to Lin Wanner. This one's for you. Ha! Lin Wanner fumbled to catch it, utterly stunned. Thank you, Ning Chen. Wang Xinxin stood nearby, a flicker of disappointment crossing her face when he didn't offer her one. Ning Chen shook the last fruit in his hand and explained to Wang Xinxin, class monitor, these are mainly pure spiritual energy, used to enhance cultivation. For someone with an SSS-tier life skill like you, consuming them would be a waste. In the next stage, if there's anything suitable for you, I'll prioritize you. Hearing this, the gloom in Wang Xinxin's eyes instantly lifted, and a smile blossomed on her face once more. I knew Brother Chen was the best to me. She nodded happily, even stepping forward on her own initiative to naturally take hold of Ning Chen's arm and give it a gentle tug. Ning Chen's brow furrowed imperceptibly. He tightened his grip slightly, subtly withdrawing his arm from Wang Xinxin's soft, warm hand. This girl, she casually flatters you, and you actually believe her? While the sacred spirit fruit offered limited direct combat enhancement for life-oriented professions, its pure spiritual energy was a tangible benefit to anyone. How could it possibly be useless? I'm not giving it to you not because it's useless to you. It's because this last one has a crucial purpose for me. I need it to elevate my spirit fire rank so I can finally refine the damn marrow washing pill and give the moon shadow rabbit to Wan Ning as a pet. But you? You actually think you're special? You're just flattering yourself. Chapter 54, what? It's over already? Ning Chen silently cursed under his breath, yet his expression remained impassive. He turned to the group and said, this place isn't safe for lingering. We should keep moving. With that, he led the way, guiding them deeper into the secret realm. Just as Ning Chen and the 3 women had taken a few steps, that cold, familiar mechanical voice echoed once more from above the secret realm. Congratulations to player Ning Chen's party for clearing the first stage. The passage to the second stage of the secret realm has been unlocked. Please proceed to locate it independently. The announcement sent ripples through the previously quiet crowd, like a boulder dropped into a tranquil lake, instantly sending shockwaves through the assembly. What's going on? We passed already? A student who had been struggling to find clues stared in disbelief. 1 minute. Are you kidding me? We didn't even use a full minute. Another student shrieked, his voice cracking. Is Ning Chen some kind of monster? How did he even do that? What's the point of us even being here? Just for show? He gets all the meat, and we don't even get the broth. Exactly. He snatched up all the good stuff. We're just here to make up the numbers. Don't even bother inviting us to these secret realms anymore. He takes all the treasures anyway. We're nothing but window dressing. The complaints rose in waves. Ao Yaoyao had already been seething over the earlier accusations that Ning Chen was riding her coattails. Hearing these sour remarks now, her anger flared instantly. She whipped her head around, her beautiful phoenix-like eyes flashing with sharpness as she glared at the whispering students. If you're not skilled enough, find ways to improve yourselves. Instead of wasting time here complaining, hurry up and find the entrance to the second stage. This lady won't let that guy hog all the glory. This second stage Ao Yaoyao, will be the first to conquer it. With that, Ao Yaoyao didn't even look back. Her form shot forward, transforming into a fiery red streak as she sped off in one direction.
Her outburst snapped the surrounding students back to their senses. Right. Miss Ao's absolutely right. Instead of wallowing in envy and resentment, we should get moving. What if the second stage holds even more treasures?
With that, many stopped complaining and scattered with their groups to explore different paths. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Su Wannin finally tugged lightly at Ning Chen's sleeve. Ning Chen, maybe we should slow down a bit? Her voice was soft, tinged with a hint of negotiation. There should be plenty of good stuff in this secret realm. Let's give the other students a chance too, okay? This girl, really. Ning Chen sighed inwardly. Kindness is a virtue, but in this dog-eat-dog world, excessive kindness borders on saintly naivety. It not only harms oneself but also drags others down. Ning Chen shook his head, his voice calm yet unwavering. Wan Ning, this is a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong.
Opportunity is something you seize for yourself.
Everyone must carve out their own path through blood and sweat, relying on their own abilities, not hoping for the mercy of the strong. Today he might slow his pace for fairness, but tomorrow, when life or death peril strikes, who will pity them then?
Su Wanling paused, then understood Ning Chen's meaning. Yes, Ning Chen was right.
This world was inherently cruel. She nodded gently, saying nothing more, and silently followed behind Ning Chen.
Wang Xinxin and Lin Wanner followed closely behind, naturally taking Ning Chen as their guide.
But after taking only a few steps forward, Ning Chen's body suddenly halted as if colliding with an invisible glass wall.
Ugh!
He grunted softly, instinctively reaching out to touch the barrier. His fingers met nothingness, yet it felt incredibly resilient as if an invisible barrier stretched before them.
What's going on?
Wang Xinxin and Lin Wanner collided with it as well, exclaiming in surprise. Su Wanning reacted faster, halting her steps in time.
She frowned, staring ahead. It seems like a wall? Ning Chen's expression darkened slightly as he swiftly took a few steps back to survey their surroundings. It wasn't just ahead, they seemed to be completely enclosed by an invisible barrier on all sides. What was going on? How had they been completely surrounded? Ning Chen's eyes narrowed.
He formed his right hand into a sword-like gesture, and a primal spirit flame shot up with a hiss. It transformed into a slender, fiery whip that lashed viciously at the invisible barrier.
Bang! A dull thud echoed as sparks flew.
The invisible wall merely trembled slightly, rippling like water before returning to stillness.
Ning Chen's eyes widened in shock.
The searing heat of the spirit flame had no effect whatsoever.
Seeing this, Su Wanning immediately sprang into action.
Her pale hand flickered as ice-blue runes danced at her fingertips, unleashing a relentless barrage of ice spikes that slammed into the invisible barrier.
Clang! Clang! The crisp clangs echoed incessantly, yet not even a single crack appeared. Her spell proved equally ineffective.
The four of them were trapped in this tiny space, pacing anxiously in circles.
What was this? Treating them like monkeys?
They had just cleared the first stage. How had they become caged birds in the blink of an eye? Just then, that cold, familiar mechanical voice echoed in their ears. No, throughout the entire secret realm. Welcome to the second stage of the secret realm, Mysterious Illusion.
Second stage Guardian, Xiao Mengdai. Abilities, Zhuangzhou's Butterfly Dream, Illusion Binding Toxin. Rewards, Instant Shadow Shift, Immunity to all poisons.
The mechanical voice abruptly ceased. Ning Chen and the others froze for a moment, then their expressions darkened.
So that's how it works.
Once a team successfully located and activated the secret passage to the second stage, all other teams yet to find the entrance would be temporarily sealed off by this invisible barrier.
Was this to prevent later arrivals from interfering, or was it itself a screening mechanism?
Ning Chen exhaled a long breath, tinged with resignation. We're still a step too late.
That woman, Ao Yaoyao, truly possessed astonishing initiative.
Still, Wu Haoren and Lu Yen keeping pace with her shows they're no slouches either.
Shadow Shift. Immunity to all poisons?
Wang Xinxin murmured to herself, her beautiful face etched with loneliness and longing. Ning Chen glanced at her, catching the unguarded expression on her face.
A thought struck him, and he asked, Class Monitor, do you want those skills? Wang Xinxin nodded blankly. Of course I do. She gave a bitter smile. For someone with a life-oriented profession like mine, my direct combat ability is practically zero. Strength can't be boosted as dramatically as it can for combat professions like yours. If I had defensive skills like these, it would undoubtedly be a huge added layer of protection for me. At least in dangerous situations, I wouldn't be such an easy liability to everyone else. As an SSS-tier life-oriented class, her survival skills were otherworldly, yet in this realm, they rendered her useless. Chapter 55, Instant Shadow 100 Poisons. Secret Realm Clearance.
Ning Chen watched the gloom in Wang Xinxin's eyes and fell silent for a moment. As the team leader, having brought them together, he naturally felt responsible for meeting his teammates' needs as much as possible. Especially for a top-tier support like Wang Xinxin, the stronger her survival skills, the greater her contribution to the entire team. Since they had missed the passage Ao Yaoyao had discovered, then they would forge a new passage themselves. Ning Chen's gaze suddenly sharpened. He refused to believe that in such a vast secret realm, there could be only one entrance.
Could they really just rely on luck like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse?
A cold gleam flashed in Ning Chen's eyes as a sharp curve lifted the corners of his mouth.
Trying to trap him with such petty tricks? How naive.
If there was no path, then he would forge one. With a flick of his thoughts, he summoned the spicy strips.
The Sacred Spirit Ancestral Dragon reappeared before them. Spicy snack, smash this damn wall open for me.
Ning Chen's words were concise and to the point, his tone carrying an unquestionable command.
Roar. Receiving the command, Làtiáo let out a deafening roar of excitement.
The air seemed to freeze in the wake of this dragon's cry, a savage, overpowering aura sweeping out in all directions. Ning Chen's eyes flickered as he unleashed his basic spirit flame to coordinate with Làtiáo.
Boom crack. A deafening explosion shook the heavens.
The impenetrable invisible barrier shattered under the furious assault of Làtiáo, enveloped in spiritual fire.
Countless transparent shards scattered in all directions.
In mere minutes, this seemingly inescapable prison had been shattered by Ning Chen.
Wang Xinxin and Lin Wanner stared in utter disbelief. It's broken? Ning Chen is just too amazing. Truly worthy of the title Ning Chen.
The instant the barrier shattered, that cold mechanical voice echoed in their ears once more.
Detected abnormal barrier breach. Rules being recalibrated.
Congratulations to player Ning Chen and his team for successfully advancing to the second stage of the secret realm, Mysterious Illusion.
Ning Chen's lips curved into a smile.
He knew it all along, the rules of this secret realm weren't absolute. With enough strength, one could shatter the conventions.
Let's go. Let's take a look inside.
Without a moment's hesitation, he strode first into the mist-shrouded passage ahead.
Su Wanning, Wang Xinxin, and Lin Wanner hurried to follow.
However, the moment the four of them stepped into the so-called mysterious illusion, the scene before them left them all stunned. Not far ahead, battle cries shook the heavens, spiritual energy flared everywhere, and chaos reigned.
Ao Yaoyao's fiery red battlesuit stood out vividly.
Wielding a long whip, she danced fiery flames like writhing serpents while being surrounded and attacked by the other class changers.
Each student wore a crazed expression, striking without mercy, every blow aimed at Ao Yaoyao's vital points.
Even with Ao Yaoyao's formidable strength, she now faced imminent danger, gradually showing signs of struggling to hold her ground, her forehead glistening with sweat.
What was going on? An internal conflict? Su Wannen's delicate brows furrowed in an almost instinctive reaction. She couldn't stand witnessing such a mob attack.
Instantly, she flicked her wrist. A surge of cold energy coalesced into several ice spikes that shot toward the flank of the attacking students, temporarily forcing them back.
Ao Yao, what's going on? Why are they attacking their own?
Su Wannin flashed to Ao Yaoyao's side, her expression grave as she demanded. Ao Yaoyao whipped back an attacker, catching her breath as fine beads of sweat dotted her delicate face. Her voice carried urgency and irritation.
Who knows?
That ghost dream butterfly is so treacherous it releases an illusion-inducing poison gas. These guys have all lost their minds, mistaking me for an enemy. They're acting like mad dogs. She spoke while keeping a wary eye on the students closing in once more. Su Wannin's heart sank at her words, and she instinctively glanced at Ning Chen.
How had Ao Yaoyao avoided being affected? Then what about you?
Su Wannin was about to ask why Ao Yaoyao showed no reaction when she saw Ao Yaoyao merely shake her head in irritation. I don't know why I'm fine either. Maybe this lady is just naturally beautiful and immune to all poisons.
Ao Yaoyao couldn't be bothered with such thoughts now. She just wanted to resolve this trouble quickly.
Ning Chen observed everything clearly from the sidelines, his understanding growing deeper. A barely perceptible smile touched the corner of his lips.
The spirit spring water truly was a remarkable substance.
Back in the fire spirit's secret realm, he had not only used the spring water to heal Ao Yaoyao, but Su Wanning and the others had also drunk it. That water not only healed wounds but also cleansed the body and mind, offering powerful immunity against illusory toxins like these. The reason they were unharmed was precisely because they had consumed the spirit spring water.
Let's get this over with quickly.
Ning Chen spoke indifferently.
He had no interest in watching the show.
Before his words had fully faded, Su Wannin and Ao Yaoyao had already joined forces once more. The forces of ice and fire intertwined in a strange harmony at that moment, one piercingly cold, the other blazing fiercely. With their seamless coordination, the deluded students were swiftly defeated, no match for these two brilliant beauties.
Ning Chen didn't rush to search for that so-called Xiaoming butterfly.
Instead, his gaze swept over the fallen students, his brow furrowing slightly.
How could he save them?
As he pondered, a pink mist silently began to spread from the corner.
Again?
Ning Chen snorted coldly, his thoughts stirring once more. Wang Zai, time to get to work. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Zai materialized before him.
Wang Zai seemed to have just woken up, yawning widely.
Ning Chen's expression turned stern as he pointed at the Xiaomeng butterfly nearby.
Wang Zai, take care of it.
In an instant, Wang Zai had sealed it away into his storage space.
The surrounding pink mist also faded away. The entire space suddenly grew much brighter.
A cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed in everyone's minds. Congratulations to the team of players Ning Chen, Ao Yaoyao, Lu Yan, and Wu Haoren for successfully clearing the second stage of the Secret Realm. Rewards distributed: Instant Shadow Shift Skill Book, Immunity to All Poisons, Special Constitution. The moment the voice faded, the illusory world before them dissolved like a watercolor painting being washed away. In its place emerged a pure, gentle white light that enveloped them all. A radiant glow emanated from Ning Chen and Su Waning's bodies. Not far away, Lu Yan and Wu Haoren's figures materialized, their expressions blank with confusion. Two streams of information flooded directly into their minds. One contained techniques to make their movements ghostly swift, while the other imparted knowledge of various toxins and methods to render their bodies immune to them. Wang Xinxin felt an immediate lightness wash over her, as if an invisible burden had been lifted. She had always worried about her lack of survival skills, and now her small face was filled with uncontrollable delight. She instinctively clenched her fist, feeling the newfound mystical understanding within her body. Her eyes grew slightly red with excitement. Was this the feeling of power? Shadow Shift. Immunity to all poisons. These were the very life-saving techniques she'd always dreamed of. Chapter 56, Third Stage, Grind Fest. And all of this was because of Ning Chen. She whipped her head around to look at Ning Chen, her face brimming with admiration. Brother Chen, thank you. Ning Chen gave her a casual glance. It was just something I did on impulse. Put. A barely audible snort came from nearby. Ao Yaoyao stood arms crossed, chin slightly raised. Her exquisite phoenix-like eyes shot a subtle glance at Wang Xinxin before her lips curled into a dismissive sneer, rolling her eyes dramatically. Another one. Was Ning Chen's romantic luck just too strong? First there was Su Wanling, and now this Wang Xinxin has popped up. The way she calls him Brother Chen is just disgusting. What exactly does he have that makes these girls lose their minds over him? Sure, he's got decent looks, solid skills, and a sharp mind. I guess he's okay. Put. This lady couldn't care less. She snorted lightly through her nose, shifted her feet, and deliberately bumped her shoulder into Wang Xinxin's arm. Ouch! Still basking in the joy of her reward, Wang Xinxin stumbled from the impact and looked up in confusion. Ao Yaoyao didn't even spare her a glance, her chin still held high like a proud little peacock. Let's go! She waved to her teammates and strode confidently down another path without looking back. Her teammates were unfazed, their young mistress's temper was just par for the course. But who could have guessed that their young miss was actually jealous? Ning Chen watched Ao Yaoyao storming retreat, a faint, resigned smile curling his lips. This young lady really did have a temper that flared at the slightest provocation. But who cares? Without her chattering away, things were actually quite peaceful. He turned around and led Su Waning and the others forward to continue their exploration. The school's getting stingier and stingier with these rewards, Ning Chen muttered casually as they walked. This is the second stage already, and all they give us is a skill book and a special physique? Are they trying to fob us off like beggars? It wasn't that the rewards were bad, but for someone of his SSS-tier caliber, this level of reward was frankly a bit underwhelming. Lin Wanner, hearing this, immediately nodded in agreement as if she'd found an ally. Exactly. I thought this spring outing to the Secret Realm would yield some earth-shattering treasure, but this? Not even enough to fill a tooth gap. Seeing this, Su Wanning spoke softly. Everyone, calm down. I believe greater surprises await us ahead. The group composed themselves and continued following Ning Chen forward. But before they had taken a few steps, the ground beneath their feet began to shake violently. Immediately, the ground began to collapse, and soon, black cracks appeared everywhere. Large sections of the ground caved in, forming terrifying, bottomless chasms. Many students, unable to dodge in time, fell straight into the abysses. Shrieks of terror erupted once more from the crowd, and a wave of despair instantly swept through the air. Many combat-oriented class changers reacted with lightning speed. Using their agile movements and various displacement skills, they narrowly dodged the collapsing edges and escaped to safety. But most students lacked such skill or luck. Lower-level combat class job changers could only desperately cling to the shrinking footholds. As for the students with life or support classes, confronted by this natural disaster-like scene, their faces turned ashen and they were utterly helpless. Beyond screaming, they could do almost nothing effective. Ning Chen looked utterly bewildered, completely at a loss. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Yan watched as one classmate after another screamed and plummeted into the abyss. Her heart was in her throat, and she was filled with anxiety. With Ning Chen and the others gone, how could she possibly save them on her own? As more and more students fell into the abyss, Lu Yan's brows furrowed. Damn it! There's no time. Lu Yan clenched her teeth, lightning flashing in her beautiful eyes. In her desperation, she held nothing back. Thunder Serpent Dance. Lu Yan's fierce cry echoed as thunderous light surged around her body, the full might of an S-rank Thunder Spirit Snake Princess revealed in that moment. Blinding bolts of lightning erupted from her palms, instantly coalescing into several agile and ferocious thunder serpents. These thunder serpents seemed alive, coiling precisely around the students on the brink of falling, forcibly dragging them back from the edge of death. Hold on tight. Just a little longer. To save a student on the verge of being completely swallowed, Lu Yen had no choice but to unleash even greater power. A thick pillar of thunderous light slammed into the cliff face, which was on the verge of complete collapse. Boom! The cliff face across the chasm shattered under the furious impact, sending debris flying and dust billowing into the air. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, when the dust settled, the area struck by the thunderbolt did not collapse further as expected. Instead, the cliff face shattered inch by inch like a fragile eggshell, revealing a deep, vortex-like entrance. An energy fluctuation far colder and more sinister than the previous illusory realm seeped out from the newly revealed entrance. The entrance to the third secret realm had been forcibly shattered by her single, devastating strike. A mechanical voice echoed among the students. Welcome, students, to the third stage of the secret realm, the Abyssal Grand Canyon. Third Gate Guardian, Abyssal Serpent. Abilities: Abyssal Maelstrom. The serpent is shrouded in pitch-black miasma. When attacking, it instantly transforms into countless serpentine chains composed of energy. These chains are covered in spikes and barbs, automatically tightening upon contact with a target. Chaos Breath. The serpent opens its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of gray-black corrosive energy. Wherever the torrent passes, space warps, and any substance it touches is swiftly reduced to dust. 10,000 serpents return to the abyss as the colossal serpent roars. It forms a dark crimson energy field centered upon itself. Clear rewards: Abyssal Crystal, Ning Chen Shedding, Bloodline Inheritance. That cold mechanical voice struck like a boulder dropped into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of shock through every surviving student's heart. Abyssal Crystal. Ning Chen Shed Skin. Bloodline Inheritance. Each name radiated a deadly allure, enough to make any class changer's heart race with envy. Students who had been listless moments ago, still reeling from narrowly escaping death, suddenly seemed electrified. Eyes gleaming, breaths growing heavier. Exhaustion vanished without a trace. This was the kind of reward a secret realm should offer. Ning Chen stood at the front of the group. Hearing these rewards so lavish they made one's jaw drop, a barely perceptible flicker finally crossed his usually impassive, dark eyes. Abyssal Serpent? That sounded far superior to the previous bunch of misfits. He snorted coldly inside. Now this was getting interesting. It was worth the trip after all. These things? Ning Chen intended to claim them all. Without a moment's hesitation, and without so much as a glance at the others, Ning Chen spoke. Follow me closely. He uttered the three words indifferently before striding ahead, heading straight for the source of the ominous aura emanating from the deep, swirling vortex. Chapter 57. Su Wanning pressed her lips together, asking no further questions. She immediately led Lin Wanner and the others to follow closely behind. Passing through the gap in the cliff face blasted open by Lu Yan's thunderous strike, the scene abruptly darkened. A cold, damp chill washed over them, mingled with the thick stench of blood. No sooner had they entered the Abyssal Grand Canyon than a deafening roar seized everyone's attention. In the center of the vast battlefield within the chasm, a lithe figure battled relentlessly against a colossal creature. That figure was none other than S-rank Thunder Spirit Snake Princess Lu Yan. Her opponent was none other than the guardian beast of the third gate, the Abyssal Serpent. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes, observing the scene before him. If this woman truly had the skill to take down that beast, he wouldn't mind letting her have the spoils. He wasn't unreasonable. Everything had to follow the principle of first come, first served. Unfortunately, within just 2 or 3 exchanges, Lu Yan clearly couldn't hold her ground. Her attacks became disorganized and chaotic, leaving her riddled with openings. The giant serpent seized an opening, its gaping maw snapping forward as a jet of dark green venom spurted out, striking Lu Yan squarely on her blocking arm. SSS. Lu Yan shuddered in pain, her body swaying dangerously close to collapse. The flesh where the venom struck visibly blackened and rotted at a rapid pace, a clear sign of potent poison. Ning Chen's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly as he shook his head with a hint of resignation. Damn it, I guess I have to do this myself. He muttered inwardly. This S-rank might look formidable, but when faced with a real tough nut, it still fell short. He couldn't just stand by and watch someone die here. Besides, those rewards weren't going to fall into this beast's hands. In the next instant, Ning Chen vanished from his spot. In a blur, he materialized beside Lu Yan like a ghostly apparition. Just as the giant python's tail was about to strike her, he swept his arm around her swaying waist. Still reeling from the shock, Lu Yan felt herself fall into a firm embrace tinged with a faint chill, her nose brushing against a subtle, refreshing fragrance. Startled, she looked up to meet Ning Chen's deep, serene eyes. Before she could speak, Ning Chen steadied her with one hand while the other produced a jade bottle from somewhere, pressing it directly to her lips. Drink it. His tone brooked no argument. Lu Yan instinctively opened her mouth. A cool, sweet liquid slid down her throat, instantly transforming into a surge of vitality that rushed toward her injured arm. The rapidly spreading black-purple poison began visibly receding at a visible pace, the wound healing swiftly. Even the depleted spiritual energy was recovering significantly. This. Lu Yan felt the changes within her body, utterly shocked beyond words. The quality of this spiritual spring water was utterly unprecedented. Ning Chen gave her no time for further astonishment, gently pushing her out of the battle circle. Stay over there. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he stood alone, facing the abyssal serpent head-on. The serpent's crimson vertical pupils locked onto Ning Chen with deadly focus. It let out a deafening hiss, its massive body churning the miasma of the abyss as it lunged forward. Su Wannin's heart clenched at the sight. Staring at Ning Chen's retreating figure, Su Wannin bit her lower lip hard.
This guy, trying to take it on alone again. No.
The air temperature plummeted several degrees as an icy blue chill swirled around her. In an instant, she was by Ning Chen's side. I'm coming too, she said, her voice clear and cold, yet unwavering. Ning Chen turned his head, glancing at her. Her small face was taut, her eyes bright, the chill radiating from her body pushing back the surrounding miasma. The corner of his expressionless mouth suddenly curved upward. All right then, Wan Ning, Ning Chen said lazily, his tone tinged with amusement. When I rip its heart out later, I'll string it onto your staff as a pendant. How does that sound? No sooner had the words left his mouth than an urgent, exasperated female voice echoed from behind, brimming with unwillingness.
Ning Chen! Su Wan Ning!
A fiery red figure, like a blazing inferno, stormed over.
Hearing Ning Chen's earlier words, she was nearly boiling over with rage. Why? Why does Su Wan Ning get all the good stuff? Last time it was Wang Xinxin, and now it's Su Wan Ning. He hadn't even thought of her once? This time, I'm determined to have him. No one will take him from me. This beast's life belongs to me. As Ao Yaoyao roared this, she charged forward, her long whip lashing directly at the giant python's side. Ning Chen's eye twitched almost imperceptibly. Fine, another one. More lively, at least he wouldn't have to struggle alone. Su Wanning hesitated for only half a second, her hand seals continuing uninterrupted. She anticipated Ao Yaoyao's charging trajectory and instinctively sidestepped backward, positioning herself to form a triangular encirclement with Ning Chen and Ao Yaoyao. Now this was getting interesting. Frost and flames, one crept along the ground, the other roared through the air, scorching everything in its path. Ao Yaoyao's style was the most ruthless. Her whip had transformed into a spear at some point, plunging into the giant serpent's body and churning violently. The dragon flames scorched the snake's skin until it oozed oil, the acrid smell stinging the nostrils and making one's forehead ache. The serpent writhed in agony, thrashing wildly to shake her off. But Su Wannin's frigid aura had already frozen a vast expanse beneath it. The slippery ice layer caused its massive body to nearly lose control several times. This gave Ning Chen his chance. Ning Chen targeted the serpent's weak spot and struck with brutal force. On the battlefield, frost and dragon flames intertwined. Swordlight danced like a dragon, continuously inflicting fresh wounds upon the abyssal serpent. Yet, as the three battled the colossal beast in a fierce, deadlocked struggle, the atmosphere in the principal's office of Beihai First High School, far away, grew tense. Beads of sweat formed on the principal's forehead as his gaze remained fixed on the enormous projection screen before him, clearly displaying the fierce battle unfolding within the secret realm's abyss. His heart was in his throat. This abyssal serpent was a genuine level 10 colossal beast. Was sending a group of students with an average level below 5 to confront it a bit too much like pulling up seedlings to help them grow? The principal stole a glance at Ao Tian beside him, who remained calm and composed. Hesitating, he spoke up, Mr. Ao, perhaps our ambitions for this secret realm were a bit too grand? This abyssal serpent might prove too formidable for the students to handle. At these words, Ao Tian's lips curved into an almost imperceptible smile, yet his gaze remained as sharp as an eagle's, fixed intently on the light screen. It matters not. He spoke calmly, his tone carrying an unwavering confidence. Among the candidates this time, aren't there several top talents? Taking it down won't be a problem. Ao Tian had his own calculations. His primary reason for agreeing to release such an exceptionally formidable beast was to witness firsthand just how much skill that youngster named Ning Chen truly possessed. So far, the boy certainly hadn't disappointed him. Meanwhile, deep within the abyss Grand Canyon of the secret realm, Ning Chen understood the situation perfectly. These two girls were putting on quite a show, but neither had hit the right spot. The creature's weakness lay nowhere beneath its scales. He had long observed that whenever the giant serpent took a heavy blow, it would instinctively curl up to protect the area below its belly, near its vital spot. Something peculiar must lie there. Looks like I'll have to handle this myself. Chapter 58, Spicy Snack, give it a good thrashing. Ning Chen muttered inwardly, halting abruptly. Instead of circling, he confronted the serpent head-on, locking eyes with its savage crimson vertical pupils. Just a little snake. How dare you act so brazen in front of your ancestor? Ning Chen's voice wasn't loud, yet it rang clearly in every ear present. In the next instant, he flipped his wrist, and a dazzling light of the contract shot skyward. Come forth, Làtiáo! Roar! The contract light shot skyward, followed by a deep, thunderous dragon's roar that drowned out every other sound in the arena. Within the golden light, a colossal form slowly unfolded, its size matching that of the abyssal serpent in every way. That was his lifebound battle pet, the Sacred Spirit Ancestral Dragon, Spicy Snack, evolved from a god-tier talent with infinite attributes. The abyssal serpent's movements visibly froze. its pair of crimson vertical pupils fixed intently on the uninvited guest in the sky.
The massive serpent head seemed weighed down by something, involuntarily lowering itself slightly. A primal fear, rooted in its very bloodline, dimmed the fierce aura radiating from its entire body.
Làtiáo, hit it hard, go for the weak spot. Ning Chen's lips curled upward as he issued the command offhandedly.
Làtiáo roared like a dragon once more, its massive golden body twisting midair before transforming into a golden afterimage as it lunged forward.
Its speed was terrifying.
The abyssal serpent tried to dodge, but under the overwhelming dragon's might, its once proud body now felt strangely unresponsive.
Thud.
The golden dragon claws, devoid of any fiery aura, pierced with pinpoint accuracy into the area beneath the giant serpent's belly that Ning Chen had been eyeing for half a minute. That was its most vital spot. The serpent let out a piercing, agonized howl, its massive body thrashing and rolling like a mad beast, shaking the entire rift valley to its foundations.
Black-purple venomous blood gushed from the wound like a burst dam.
But it was too late. That single claw strike from Làtiáo had shattered its core.
The giant serpent's struggles grew weaker by the second, the savage glint in its eyes rapidly fading.
Soon, its massive body ceased convulsing, its form growing ethereal, slowly dispersing like ink in water. Finally, it dissolved into a sky full of sparkling points of light, vanishing completely. With the serpent's vanishing, the ground previously torn apart by its rampage began repairing itself. In an instant, it returned to its original state, as if the fierce battle had never occurred. The group stood frozen in place, still reeling from the sudden turn of events.
A cold, mechanical system notification echoed throughout the entire secret realm.
Congratulations to player Ning Chen for defeating the abyssal serpent.
Rewards have been distributed. Please check your inventory. As the notification faded, a dark purple gem materialized in the air.
Ning Chen reached out, and the gem floated lightly into his palm. Its touch was cool and smooth, containing a significant amount of chaotic energy. He glanced at Su Wanning beside him, who was still visibly shaken. A faint smile touched his lips.
This thing. Wan Nin would probably be thrilled to have it. Wan Nin, this is for you.
Ning Chen directly handed the dark purple gem to Su Wanling.
Su Wanning paused, staring at the gem that clearly wasn't an ordinary piece, feeling a bit incredulous. Ning Chen, it's far too valuable.
She instinctively tried to refuse. But Ning Chen didn't give her a chance.
He grabbed her ice crystal staff and swiftly set the gem into the recess at its tip. The moment the gemstone perfectly aligned with the staff, a dazzling dark purple radiance erupted from it, bathing Su Wanning's snow-white cheeks in a magnificent glow. A surge of energy far surpassing the wand's previous power emanated from it. Ning Chen gazed at the transformed staff, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes as he urged. Try it out. How does it feel?
Su Wanning felt the surging power within the staff, nodded, and pointed her finger at a boulder half a person's height nearby.
A crystalline ice spike, trailing tendrils of dark purple lightning, shot forth from the staff's tip. Boom! Without an earth-shattering roar, the boulder shattered into pieces the instant it touched the ice spike. With a soft puff, it turned into a cloud of dust, scattering in the wind. Not a single scrap remained. Su Wanning's rosy lips parted slightly, her almond-shaped eyes brimming with astonishment. This power is too immense. Her original attack had been sharp, but it could never achieve such complete annihilation. Ning Chen watched her face, radiant with joy and excitement, and felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Yet, outwardly, he merely scratched his head nonchalantly. As long as you like it.
His nonchalant demeanor, casually gifting divine gear, left many girls around them staring wide-eyed.
Oh my gosh, our class beauty is so lucky.
I saw early on that Ning classmate was a hidden gem, and now he's really taking off.
Yeah. That gemstone clearly isn't ordinary. Ning just gives it away like it's nothing. How spoiled is that? It's so envy-inducing. Whispers filled the air, thick with undisguised envy. Not far away, Ao Yaoyao overheard these remarks and saw Su Wanning's beaming expression.
Her face flushed crimson with fury as she gritted her teeth, unable to resist stomping her foot heavily.
Whether it was jealousy or pure envy, she couldn't tell. What's so great about that?
She couldn't help but raise her voice, her tone dripping with bitterness.
It's just because she has a powerful beast tamer, right? If you're so confident, why don't you face me in a fair fight? I'll see if you're still so lucky in the next round. This woman was at it again.
Hearing her, Ning Chen turned with an amused smile, watching her bristling, defiant expression before striding over.
He stopped before Ao Yaoyao, raising an eyebrow slightly. From what Miss Ao says, does that mean you want me to not use my beast tamer in the next round?
Ao Yaoyao felt slightly uncomfortable under his gaze, yet she stubbornly lifted her chin and nodded.
Exactly. Haven't you always relied on external help to win? That's because our professional attributes differ. I won't hold it against you.
But if you don't rely on outside help and fight solely with your own strength, who knows who'll win or lose?
Ning Chen listened to Ao Yaoyao's clearly sour-tongued rant and found himself amused.
This young miss was textbook tsundere, her words sharp as a knife, yet her eyes brimmed with envy. Still, her suggestion held a certain appeal. A playful smile curved his lips.
Fine.
That single, decisive word caught Ao Yaoyao off guard, her defiant neck still stiffly held high. Ning Chen calmly studied her stubborn little face as he continued slowly.
Since Miss Ao has spoken, then the next challenge is settled.
His gaze swept over her obviously expensive gear before he shifted his tone. No one is allowed to cheat by relying on external aids.
Put away your beast tamers, equipment, skills, everything.
He paused deliberately, as if choosing his words carefully, before enunciating the final 3 characters with particular clarity.
Of course, that includes money power. Ao Yaoyao's face flushed crimson in an instant, the blush spreading all the way to the nape of her neck. This guy was definitely doing it on purpose. Was he implying she'd bribed someone earlier? Chapter 59, Who asked you to save me? Of course, Ning Chen added slowly, if Miss Ao happens to encounter some unsolvable danger. He deliberately stretched out his tone, watching Ao Yaoyao's expression darken before continuing. Don't expect me to lift a finger to save you. After all, you said it yourself, you'd rely solely on your own strength, right? The words had barely left his mouth when Ao Yaoyao felt her lungs threaten to burst with rage. What did he mean, if you happen to encounter danger? Who needs your help? Ao Yaoyao's voice shot up sharply. Ning Chen. Stop looking down on me. In the next round, I'll make sure you know who the real strong one is. Watching her look as if she wanted to pounce and bite him, Ning Chen gave a noncommittal chuckle. This young lady really couldn't take a joke. It only took a few words to set her off. Still, her competitive spirit was undeniably fierce. He didn't continue provoking her. Turning away, he strode toward the patch of white light ahead. Teasing aside, business mustn't be neglected. The second stage had already unleashed a level 10 abyssal serpent, causing many to suffer heavy losses. And then there was the third stage. The relaxed expression on Ning Chen's face gradually faded, his gaze sharpening. From this point onward, there could be no room for complacency. Under Ning Chen's guidance, the group cautiously pressed forward. Ao Yaoyao seethed inwardly, her anger growing with every thought. Why did Ning Chen get all the glory? She was the esteemed eldest daughter of the AO family, an SS rank blazing flame dragon maiden. Did she really need him to succeed? With that thought, she thrust out her chest. Her beautiful face flushed with defiance as she huffed loudly, quickened her pace, and surged past Ning Chen, charging forward in a huff. Oomph. She, Ao Yaoyao, didn't need anyone. But after just a few steps, the scene ahead abruptly shifted. The pervasive white light seemed swept aside by an invisible hand, revealing a bizarre and fantastical world before their eyes. Countless irregular crystal prisms stood erect, refracting dazzling, multicolored light. Before the students could react, they were swept into this vast prism maze. Holy crap! What the hell is this place? My eyes. So many shadows. A wave of startled cries and commotion erupted once more from the crowd. A slightly bolder male student couldn't resist reaching out to touch a nearby prism glowing with a faint blue light. SSS-tier. A sharp intake of breath followed as the reckless boy yanked his hand back. A clean, sharp cut had appeared on his fingertip, beads of blood forming and rolling down. Holy crap, this thing's like a razor blade. His outburst caused the already tense crowd to immediately back away from the crystals, as if avoiding some plague. Ning Chen ignored the commotion over there. Frowning, he scanned the prism-shaped world around him. Something was off this time. The previous stages had been single-player combination challenges, but now it was clearly a group scenario. Something was definitely fishy. At that moment, the mechanical system voice sounded. Welcome to the 4th dungeon, Eternal Night Prism. 4th stage Guardian Beast, Shadow Winged Scorpion Lion. Abilities, Shadow Dash, Shadow Corroded Tail Sting, Eternal Night Domain, Shadow Blade Storm. Rewards, Shadow Crystal Core, Apocalyptic Poison Blade, Shadow Summon. But the moment Ning Chen heard the words Doomsday Venom Blade, his eyes suddenly blazed with an astonishing light. Holy crap! This reward was simply irresistible. He licked his dry lips, a surge of excitement coursing through him. Up until now, he truly hadn't possessed a single decent weapon. This stage, I will conquer. Ning Chen made up his mind almost instantly, his blood seeming to surge through his veins at that very moment. Without another word, he thrust his foot against the crystal prism wall beside him. Thud. A dull thud echoed as his figure shot skyward like an arrow released from a bow. Mid-air, his movements were agile and fluid as he stepped from one protruding crystal prism to the next, turning this razor-sharp maze into his stepping stones. His target lay deep within the labyrinth, drawn by the faint, low growl the direction of the shadow-winged scorpion lion. Ning Chen! Su Wanning's fair face instantly clouded with worry as she cried out in alarm. Be careful! Her clear eyes brimmed with tears, overflowing with unhidden concern. This guy! Su Wanning bit her lower lip lightly, her heart heavy with worry. She knew Ning Chen was a man of his word. Having promised Ao Yaoyao he wouldn't use his beast taming power, he would undoubtedly choose to face this alone. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Wanning's slender feet pushed off, propelling her onto the prism as well. She leapt after him, keeping close behind.
Even if the path ahead was a sea of fire and swords, she wanted to be by his side. Seeing Ning Chen charge ahead, Su Wannin followed without a second thought. Ao Yaoyao's beautiful face instantly flushed crimson. Him again. Ning Chen again. Why him? Ao Yaoyao gritted her teeth, her chest heaving violently. Oomph. Ning Chen, this time, Ao Yaoyao, will never lose to you again. She spat defiantly, her fiery dragon aura rippling faintly. Then, she leapt forward, chasing after Ning Chen's retreating figure. The other students, those with slightly bolder spirits or greater confidence in their abilities, hesitated briefly before gritting their teeth and following suit. In the blink of an eye, Ning Chen's figure appeared like a ghostly apparition on a relatively open crystal platform deep within the maze. Before him stood a monstrous beast, its form comparable to a small mountain. Covered in dark, shimmering scales, it bore jet-black bat wings from its ribs and a scorpion tail raised high. Its fierce gaze fixed on Ning Chen through a pair of blood-red, beastly eyes. Shadow-winged scorpion lion. Roar! The thunderous roar nearly shattered the surrounding crystal prisms. In the next instant, its massive body surged forward, stirring a foul wind as it lunged toward Ning Chen with a deadly strike. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed sharply as every muscle tensed, ready to strike. Ning Chen! A shrill cry rang out first. Ao Yaoyao had somehow caught up to him, panting heavily as she pointed at him. Don't you dare forget what you promised earlier. If you go back on your word, I, Ao Yaoyao, will be the first to look down on you. Hearing this, Ning Chen's movements froze. He rolled his eyes dramatically in Ao Yaoyao's direction with obvious impatience. This woman, is she some kind of human tape recorder? You think I'm you? He scoffed. Talking like you're passing gas? That's not something I, Ning Chen, would ever do. Ao Yaoyao's face flushed crimson as his words left her speechless, nearly choking on her own breath. Before Ao Yaoyao could say another word, Ning Chen had already lost interest in her. His gaze refocused on the shadow-winged scorpion lion before him. He thrust his legs forward with explosive force, launching himself into the air to meet the terrifying guardian beast head-on. Chapter 60. This gemstone truly belongs to the right person. Roar! The shadow-winged scorpion lion roared furiously, its jet-black scorpion tail glinting with a metallic sheen lashed out violently. Whoosh! A stream of dark purple venom, condensed to its absolute limit, shot forth like an arrow from the venomous barb at the tip of its scorpion tail, aiming straight for Ning Chen in midair. Shadow eclipsing tail sting. So fast. Ning Chen's pupils contracted sharply. His waist twisted impossibly mid-air, narrowly evading the venomous strike. The dark purple venom whizzed past the hem of his robe, slamming heavily onto the crystalline floor below. A bizarre scene unfolded. The crystal prism, hard enough to easily slice through human skin, was corroded into a deep pit in the blink of an eye. Holy! Ning Chen steadied himself, staring at the shocking corrosion marks below. Even with his bold nature, he couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath, a chill running down his spine. Good heavens, this toxicity is terrifying. If even a speck touched him, not a bone fragment would remain. Classmates watching through the prism's cracks turned pale with fear, letting out horrified whispers. What is that thing? It can melt crystals? If that venom hits someone, will they even survive? Has the school lost its mind? Why would they assign such a terrifying guardian beast for us freshmen to face? A boy's voice trembled. Who'd dare go up now? Senior Ning Chen is an SSS-tier Beastmaster, and he's struggling on his own. Going up there would be pure suicide. Exactly. This isn't even the same level of battle. In an instant, fear spread like a plague through the crowd. Several classmates who had just been eager to join the fray now stood frozen, their legs shaking violently, unable to move an inch. Ning Chen heard their cries and retreat, but he couldn't spare a thought for them now. His full attention was focused on dodging the relentless barrage of venom spewed by the shadow-winged scorpion lions. This time, he was determined to succeed. It wasn't just about the bet with Ao Yaoyao, it was about discovering the true extent of his own strength. Su Wanning watched with her heart clenched, her eyes brimming with worry. What if that venom touched Ning Chen? The consequences would be unimaginable. She instinctively gripped the ice crystal staff in her hand. The spiritual spring water Ning Chen had given her earlier, she didn't know if it would work against a toxin of this caliber. No, she couldn't let him risk it alone. She drew a deep breath. The ice crystal staff in her hand, embedded with the essence of the abyssal serpent's heart, now emitted a faint, dark purple glow. Ning Chen, I'll help you. Her crisp voice rang out as Su Wanning's delicate foot touched the crystal prism. Her slender form leapt lightly into the air, the staff raised high in her hand. Extreme ice, violet lightning shatter. A razor-sharp ice spike, crackling with strands of dark purple lightning, hurtled toward the shadow-winged scorpion lion. Put! Arg! The strike landed with pinpoint accuracy on the shadow-winged scorpion lion. Ravaged by agony, the shadow-winged scorpion lion's crimson eyes instantly locked onto the human woman who dared ambush it. Its fearsome scorpion tail lashed out violently, abandoning its pursuit of Ning Chen. Instead, it fired several thicker streams of dark purple venom toward Su Wanling's direction.
Wan Nin, watch out.
Seeing this, Ning Chen's heart skipped a beat as he shouted urgently.
Run. You're no match for it.
He knew full well that though Su Wan Nin possessed extraordinary talent, her lack of experience meant her strength paled in comparison to the shadow-winged scorpion lion.
Su Wanning stubbornly shook her head. No. I won't let you face this danger alone.
She let out a fierce cry as frost-infused spiritual energy surged forth from her body without restraint, causing the ice crystal staff in her hand to glow even brighter.
Ice Realm, Frost Sky.
Caught off guard by this sudden barrage of attacks, the shadow-winged scorpion lion stumbled backward, its massive form forced into retreat as it let out a series of furious, unwilling roars.
Ning Chen watched the scene unfold, a look of unmistakable astonishment flashing across his face. Late Lemon, she was this powerful?
It seemed the hard essence of the abyssal serpent had amplified her power far beyond his expectations. This gemstone truly went to the right person. Watching Su Wanling unleash her formidable power on the battlefield, her techniques now far surpassing her previous strength, driving the shadow-winged scorpion lion into a relentless retreat. In the corner, Ao Yao Yao gritted her teeth, her exquisitely painted face flushing slightly with jealousy and resentment. Why did that woman, Su Wannin, always manage to steal the spotlight before her? She, Ao Yao Yao, was the strongest. Ning Chen was hers first. No, she had her eye on him first.
Oomph.
Such petty tricks, and you dare flaunt them before this lady? A sharp rebuke echoed across the battlefield, followed by a dazzling crimson figure shooting forward like an arrow released from its string.
It was Ao Yao Yao, unable to contain herself any longer.
With a flick of her slender wrist, a magnificent spear blazing with raging flames materialized from thin air, its tip aimed directly at the shadow-winged scorpion lion.
Blazing dragon explosion.
The sheer scale of this attack seemed to surpass even Su Wanling's extreme ice, violet lightning break.
Su Wannin paused slightly, glancing sideways at the fiery figure. Ao Yao Yao? How could she?
But now was not the time for such thoughts.
A flicker of complexity crossed Su Wannin's eyes, swiftly replaced by resolve. One more person meant one more force.
It would allow them to deal with this beast faster, reducing the danger to Ning Chen.
Boom! Searing waves of fire swept outward, crackling and popping.
The shadow-winged scorpion lion roared again, clearly suffering from the blow.
The fury in its crimson beastly eyes intensified.
The attention it had been focusing entirely on Su Wanling was now split, half directed at this newly arrived flaming little girl.
Damn it! She hadn't managed to cripple it with a single strike.
Ao Yao Yao frowned slightly at the sight, her temper flaring.
She was an SS-rank blazing flame dragon maiden. Could she really not even instantly kill a wounded beast? If word got out, wouldn't people laugh their heads off? Again! Flame dragon dance! Ao Yao Yao commanded in a sharp voice.
Her blazing spear whirled like the wind, unleashing a torrent of fiery spear shadows toward the shadow-winged scorpion lion.
Seeing Ao Yao Yao's fierce assault, Su Wannin refused to be outdone.
She drew a deep breath as her ice crystal staff blazed with renewed brilliance.
Frostbite, Lament of Frost. Countless ice spikes, crackling with dark purple lightning, materialized from thin air. Carrying a bone-chilling cold, they joined Ao Yao Yao's fiery spear shadows, ice and fire converging to pincer the shadow-winged scorpion lion from both sides. These two little brats dared to toy with this king. The shadow-winged scorpion lion was utterly enraged by these two. Roar! The shadow-winged scorpion lion unleashed an earth-shattering roar. With that furious roar, the dark purple scales covering its body suddenly bristled upward, and a terrifying aura that made hearts tremble erupted wildly from its body. No! Ning Chen's pupils contracted sharply as alarm bells rang in his mind. This beast was about to unleash its full power. Chapter 61, he charged in wearing snakeskin armor. True to form, the next instant, the shadow-winged scorpion lion's massive body shook violently. Realm of Eternal Night. A low, sinister voice seemed to echo from the depths of hell itself. In an instant, an indescribably dense darkness energy erupted from the shadow-winged scorpion lion, spreading outward like a raging storm. A massive black energy dome completely enveloped Su Wannin and Ao Yao Yao. Even more terrifying, within this eternal night domain, countless razor-sharp blades materialized out of thin air, forming an impenetrable shadow blade storm. Whoosh! 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 Countless shadow blades whirled in from all directions, closing in to slaughter Su Wannin and Ao Yao Yao trapped at the domain center. Damn it! Ao Yao Yao's fair face paled. This shadow-winged scorpion lion actually had such a hidden trump card. With so many shadow blades, there was simply no way to dodge them all. Dragon Flame Shield. Ao Yao Yao acted decisively, thrusting her flaming spear forward to form a thick shield of fire, enveloping both herself and Su Wannin within its protection. Su Wannin's expression was equally grave. She hadn't anticipated the shadow-winged scorpion lion's death throes would be so terrifying. Ice Crystal Guard. She channeled her spiritual energy, layering an ice crystal shield flickering with dark purple lightning arcs over the fiery barrier. Dual protection of ice and fire. Clang! 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 Put! Put! Dense shadow blades slashed frantically against the dual shields, emitting a teeth-grindingly shrill sound.
The flame shield and ice crystal shield visibly dimmed, cracks spreading rapidly. Within mere breaths, a crisp snap echoed as the flame shield shattered first. Immediately after, the ice shield was covered in cracks, teetering on the brink of collapse. Put! A stray shadow blade sliced through Ao Yaoyao's arm, drawing a string of blood beads. Ugh! Ao Yaoyao sucked in a sharp breath of pain but gritted her teeth and persevered. Su Wannin wasn't faring much better. A shadow blade had grazed her cheek, leaving a shallow, stinging wound. Standing back to back, they clung tightly together, their expressions grim and intense. This shadow blade storm seemed endless. Their defenses were on the verge of collapse. Wannin! Ao Yaoyao! Ning Chen watched from outside, his eyes bulging, his heart nearly leaping out of his throat. Those two idiots! What were they trying to prove? He couldn't wait any longer. A resolute glint flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. With a flick of his thoughts, a soft snakescale armor, shimmering with a dark sheen and covered in fine scales, instantly enveloped his entire body. It was the supreme defensive gear he had obtained in the previous stage the Python God's shed. Break! Ning Chen roared furiously, thrusting his feet forward with explosive force as he charged straight toward the massive black energy barrier. Boom! A dull thud echoed as Ning Chen's figure pierced through the barrier of the Eternal Night Realm, plunging headlong into the dark space filled with a storm of shadow blades. The moment he entered, countless shadow blades swarmed toward him like sharks sensing blood in the water. Clang! Clang! The shadow blades sliced against the Python God's shed skin, yet only produced a series of metallic clangs. Sparks flew everywhere, yet not even a single white mark was left behind. The defensive power of the Serpent God's molt was terrifying indeed. Ning Chen! Ning Chen? Su Wannin and Ao Yaoyao cried out in unison, their eyes flashing with disbelief at the sight of Ning Chen. How did he get in? It's so dangerous in here. You two idiots, back off! Ning Chen growled, not even glancing at them as his gaze locked onto the shadow-winged scorpion lion nearby. His right hand flipped, and a deep, scorching flame blazed fiercely in his palm, the very spirit fire he had absorbed earlier. You beast, I am your opponent. Ning Chen's figure flickered as he charged toward the shadow blades. Simultaneously, his left hand clenched silently, and a familiar power began to surge. Spirit flame, scorching heaven. Ning Chen slammed the spirit flame forward with all his might. Arg! The shadow-winged scorpion lion let out another piercing scream. Its prideful shadow blade storm struck Ning Chen like a mere tickle. Yet Ning Chen effortlessly tore through its scaled defenses, piercing deep into its flesh and scorching its very soul. The Python God's shedding granted immunity to physical attacks, the spirit flame countered shadow energy, and the terrifying amplification from the spicy snack skill. After several exchanges, the shadow-winged scorpion lion bore more and more wounds, its aura growing increasingly weary. Its massive form retreated step by step under Ning Chen's storm of attacks, until finally crashing heavily to the ground with a thunderous thud. Damn it! He saved her again. Ao Yaoyao watched Ning Chen unleash his formidable power, then glanced at the wound on her own arm, feeling bitterly resentful. She, the esteemed young miss of the AO family, an SS-rank blazing flame dragon maiden, had once again been reduced to needing Ning Chen's rescue. No, she couldn't swallow this humiliation. The instant the shadow-winged scorpion lion lay dying on the ground, a fierce glint flashed in Ao Yaoyao's beautiful eyes. Fiery dragon, final sting. She let out a fierce cry, forcing back the pain in her arm as she channeled every last ounce of her remaining spiritual energy into the blazing spear. Her entire form transformed into a crimson streak of light, plunging viciously toward the shadow-winged scorpion lion's heart. This strike consumed every ounce of her strength. Thud! The spear, engulfed in raging flames, pierced the shadow-winged scorpion lion's heart with pinpoint accuracy. A faint howl escaped its throat. The shadow-winged scorpion lion let out a faint, mournful cry. Its massive form began to dissolve into specks of light, vanishing into the air. Simultaneously, with the shadow-winged scorpion lion's demise, the eternal night domain enveloping the three shattered like a broken mirror, cracking apart inch by inch until it vanished entirely. Everything blurred before their eyes, and they found themselves back on the ground covered in crystal prisms. The blinding sunlight momentarily disoriented the students. Beneath their feet, everything had returned to normal. Just then, the cold mechanical voice sounded once more. Congratulations to players Ning Chen and Ao Yaoyao for defeating the shadow-winged scorpion lion together. The voice seemed to deliver the final verdict on the heart-pounding battle that had just unfolded. Congratulations to player Ning Chen for gaining plus 10,000 EXP. Ning Chen's eyebrows arched slightly. 10,000 experience points, not bad. Congratulations to players Su Wannin and Ao Yaoyao for gaining plus 5,000 EXP. Su Wanning let out a soft sigh of relief. Helping Ning Chen mattered more to her than the exact amount of experience gained. Ao Yaoyao, however, pursed her lips. Only 5,000? Why was it half of Ning Chen's? Still, the thought of working together with Ning Chen strangely eased her slight annoyance. Congratulations to players Lin Wanner and Wang Xinxin on gaining plus 1,000 EXP. Lin Weiner and Wang Xinxin, positioned at the rear of the party, exchanged glances. They'd basically been spectators the entire time. Getting 1,000 experience points was pure luck from riding someone else's coattails.
Big shot Ning Chen, truly a legend forever.
The mechanical voice paused briefly, as if gathering its thoughts.
Congratulations to player Ning Chen for claiming all rewards. Congratulations to players Ao Yaoyao and Su Wannin for obtaining Shadow Crystal Cores. All rewards?
A flicker of surprise crossed Ning Chen's eyes. Immediately, a segment of the pitch-black scorpion tail, the remnant left behind by the shadow-winged scorpion lion after its demise, materialized mid-air before him. A ghostly glow swirled around the scorpion tail, which then began to violently deform,
as if an invisible giant hand were forging it into some sort of weapon.
Moments later, enveloped in the eerie glow, the scorpion tail completely shed its original form, transforming into a uniquely shaped, jet-black blade that hovered silently in the air.
Approximately 3 feet long, the blade was narrow and elongated, covered in intricate dark purple patterns.
At its pommel sat a menacing scorpion head, emanating a heart-stopping aura of sharpness. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed as he reached out almost instinctively. The jet-black blade transformed into a streak of light, settling firmly into his palm. It felt slightly heavy in his hand, carrying a hint of icy coolness, yet it fit his palm perfectly.
Was this truly the scorpion tail of the shadow-winged scorpion lion? Chapter 62, The Fifth Gate. Something was amiss with the ground.
Ning Chen's heart stirred slightly as his gaze swept over a crystal rock boulder half a person's height nearby. With a casual flick of his wrist, his arm left a trail of afterimages. Whoosh! A jet-black blade aura, dense as solid matter, shot from his hand with blinding speed. The incredibly hard crystal boulder was silently cleaved in two the instant it met the blade's edge, the cut smooth as a mirror. Several unnamed giant trees nearby were severed cleanly at the waist, crashing down with a thunderous roar. Whoosh! A collective gasp of astonishment filled the air. Wang Hao's mouth gaped wide, almost large enough to fit a fist inside. Lu Yan's enchanting eyes brimmed with utter shock. Terrifying. That power. A casual strike unleashed such overwhelming force. Good heavens. With this weapon, Ning Chen is like a tiger with wings. This blade is so damn cool. And it packs such a punch. Envious murmurs rippled through the crowd. Even the gaze directed at Ning Chen was filled with awe. Ao Yaoyao's beautiful eyes fixed on Ning Chen's silhouette as he stood holding the blade. Deep within her gaze, a hint of admiration flashed, one even she hadn't noticed. This guy, he was so powerful just now, and now he's got such a formidable weapon. Ning Chen seemed to sense something. He slowly turned his head, his deep gaze locking with Ao Yaoyao's eyes. Their gazes locked. Swish! Ao Yaoyao's delicate face flushed crimson in an instant, even her ears tinged with a blush. She snapped her gaze away as if electrocuted, whirling her head to the side as her heart pounded wildly against her chest. How utterly mortifying. How could I have looked at him like that? He must have seen it. Damn it. This guy definitely did it on purpose. Ning Chen watched her react like a startled kitten, a barely perceptible curve lifting the corners of his mouth. Su Wanning, who had been quietly observing Ning Chen, naturally noticed the brief exchange of glances between him and Ao Yaoyao. A wave of inexplicable bitterness welled up inside her. That Ao Yaoyao. The next moment, Su Wannin glided gracefully over to Ning Chen's side. Then, under the slightly astonished gazes of those around them, she reached out her snow-white, delicate hand and took his arm. Feeling the softness against his arm, Ning Chen felt an indescribable sense of ease wash over him. This girl finally took the initiative. Just as he raised his hand to take hers, before he could make a move, Su Wannin's pearly white teeth gently bit her lower lip. Two charming blushes rose on her exquisite, lovely face. Seeming to notice the countless gazes around them, she ultimately felt a bit shy and quietly released the arm she had been holding. She took a half step back, head bowed, her ears burning. Had she been too forward just now? Ning Chen's outstretched hand froze mid-air before he nonchalantly withdrew it and slipped it into his pocket. The smile vanished from his face in an instant, replaced by a barely perceptible trace of disappointment. Sigh. He sighed softly to himself. When would they be able to stop having this secretive relationship? Why was it so hard to just hold hands openly? This entire scene, of course, was witnessed word for word by Ao Yaoyao, who stood not far away. Her phoenix-like eyes betrayed an undeniable sense of resentment and a hint of sourness she hadn't even noticed herself. Oomph. Ao Yaoyao snorted loudly in her heart. So what if someone beat me to it? What this lady sets her sights on will be mine sooner or later. Just you wait, this Ao Yaoyao will snatch him away. As this tense atmosphere lingered between the three, someone in the crowd finally couldn't hold back and murmurs began to rise. How many more trials are there in this secret realm? When will we ever get out of here? Exactly. We were promised a spring outing to Floating Jade Mountain, but what do we get? Nothing but fighting the whole time. I haven't even gotten a proper look at what Floating Jade Mountain looks like. Another girl joined in the complaints, her voice thick with frustration. Exactly. We got the experience points, but we nearly lost our lives doing it. What do we do now? Keep moving forward? For a moment, voices intertwined, carrying confusion and a hint of panic. Finally, all eyes instinctively turned to Ning Chen. Ning Chen. Ning Chen. Let us out of here. That's right, Ning Chen.
Whether we get out safely depends entirely on you.
Wang Hao shouted at the top of his lungs. Ning Chen's gaze swept over the group, meeting the hope in their eyes.
He nodded, saying nothing more. Everyone, follow me.
His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. He took a step forward and headed in one direction. Su Wanning immediately followed, still walking beside him, though this time she maintained a half-step distance. Ao Yaoyao hesitated for a split second, stamped her foot, and followed suit but positioned herself on Ning Chen's other side, subtly forming a standoff with Su Wanning. Lin Wanner and Wang Xinchen exchanged a glance before hurrying to keep pace.
The massive student procession thus marched on in full force, trailing behind Ning Chen and his peculiar trio. The path seemed endless, the crystal prism floor still flickering with an eerie glow.
After walking for about 5 or 6 minutes, Ning Chen, who had been silently observing his surroundings, suddenly halted his steps. He keenly sensed that the texture beneath his feet had changed. No longer the hard, cold crystals of before, but an indescribable softness. It felt as though he were stepping on a massive sponge saturated with water.
Ning Chen's expression instantly turned wary. Everyone, stop.
His voice carried clearly to every ear, carrying an authority that brooked no argument. The group halted immediately, all eyes turning nervously toward Ning Chen.
Ning Chen didn't explain immediately.
Instead, he stepped forward alone, carefully observing the surroundings. A faint, almost imperceptible dampness seemed to permeate the air, starkly different from the previous dryness.
The light itself felt thin and dim.
Most significantly, the ground beneath their feet grew increasingly soft the further they advanced. In some spots, even a light step caused it to sink slightly. His brow furrowed slightly. This feeling, something was terribly wrong. After a moment, he turned and addressed his classmates, who were holding their breath in tense concentration behind him, his voice low and firm.
Everyone, pay attention.
If I'm not mistaken, the entrance to the 5th stage's secret realm is likely somewhere nearby. This place is likely no safe haven. The moment the words left his mouth, the air around them seemed to freeze. The crowd, still buzzing with excitement from their recent victory, fell silent instantly.
Wary expressions were etched clearly on every face.
Ning Chen's foot lightly touched the ground, and his entire body shot upward into the air. Whoosh! A ball of intensely condensed spirit fire appeared in his palm. In the next instant, he flung the ball of spirit fire toward a crystalline giant tree nearby.
Boom! The spiritual flame struck the thick trunk, and a bizarre scene unfolded.
The flame seemed to be sucked into an invisible sponge, vanishing without a trace in an instant.
Chapter 63, The Final Trial. Ha! Ning Chen's suspended form paused slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Interesting.
Refusing to believe it, he flung out several more balls of spirit fire in quick succession, only to see the same result each time.
This tree is definitely up to something.
A sudden flash of insight struck Ning Chen's mind, as if he'd grasped some crucial piece of information. His slightly furrowed brows relaxed.
Everyone, follow me. I've found the entrance to the 5th gate. Entrance? Where? Ning Chen, what did you discover?
Wang Hao was the quickest to react, scrambling over to Ning Chen's side, his face brimming with curiosity. The other students, no longer bothered by the eerie, spongy sensation beneath their feet, swarmed toward the direction Ning Chen was pointing. There, at the center of the once solid tree trunk, a dark vortex about 2 meters in diameter slowly materialized, spinning steadily.
Just as he suspected. Ning Chen understood immediately.
Without a moment's hesitation, he nodded to the others and strode forward, stepping boldly into the dark, deep vortex. His figure vanished instantly. Su Wanning pursed her lips and followed closely behind.
Ao Yaoyao snorted, seemingly unwilling to be left behind.
She straightened her posture and followed in. Lin Wanner and Wang Xinchen exchanged glances, gave each other a quick pep talk, and hurried after them. With the leaders gone, the remaining students, though still anxious, trusted Ning Chen enough to file in one after another.
A faint, disorienting dizziness washed over them, then swiftly receded.
When everyone opened their eyes again, the scene before them had completely transformed. Simultaneously, the cold, emotionless mechanical prompt sounded clearly in each ear, punctual as ever. Welcome, players, to the 5th gate of the secret realm Cloud Abyss of the Returned Void.
5th gate Guardian Beast, Candle Shadow Wyvern. Abilities, Haunting Gaze, Spatial Rift, Sonic Slaughter. Rewards, Chaos Fire Seed, Chi Pattern Scales. Holy crap! Chaos Fire Seed. And Chi Pattern Scales. These rewards are insane.
Just the names scream top tier. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into a chorus of suppressed gasps and whispers.
So this must be the final stage of the floating Jade Mountain secret realm, right? A boy ventured an uncertain guess. Just as everyone was still processing the flood of information from the system prompt and buzzing with discussion. Roar! A terrifying roar, as if it could tear the heavens apart, suddenly thundered from the distant horizon. Their hearts skipped a beat. Many students with weaker cultivation bases turned deathly pale on the spot, their legs giving way as they nearly collapsed to the ground. Then, under the horrified stares of everyone present, a colossal, sky-obscuring entity tore through the thick clouds in the distance and soared into the air. With a terrifying, world-shattering momentum, it rapidly closed in on the group's location.
It was a monster. Its entire body was covered in ancient, dark green scales, each as large as a basin, gleaming with a cold, metallic sheen. Its body coiled and twisted like a mythical dragon, its length visually exceeding 50 meters. Its height reached a staggering 20 stories. When its enormous wings large enough to cover half the sky suddenly spread, the violent gale they stirred nearly swept the tiny students on the ground away in an instant. Its pair of dark gold, menacing vertical pupils, larger than lanterns, gazed down coldly and indifferently.
This was no foe for humans to contend with. Ning Chen's brows knitted tightly, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixed unwaveringly on the colossal beast. Holy! This thing is insane. I've never seen anything this massive in my entire life, combined. Holy! Quick, retreat! The students screamed, instinctively retreating backward. The color drained from their faces, leaving only helpless panic. Many felt their legs go weak, nearly losing their footing. Làtiáo watched her classmates, who looked like frightened birds, her pretty face darkening as she rolled her eyes in disdain. A bunch of cowards. Afraid of everything, retreating at the crucial moment utterly useless. Count on them? Forget it. This lady's the one to watch. The thought barely formed when the crimson whip in Làtiáo's hand whipped out of thin air with a sharp crack. She let out a sharp command, her slender yet powerful body erupting with astonishing strength. Her toes dug into the ground, propelling her fiercely into the air. Her target, the candle shadow Wyrm's ferocious head. Before the mountain-like form of the candle shadow wyvern, Làtiáo's petite figure was smaller than even one of its enormous eyes. Wretched beast! No matter what ancient monster you are, you shall bow before this young lady. Hovering mid-air, Làtiáo's face was etched with fierce killing intent. Her whip danced like a dragon, crackling with searing flame energy as it lashed viciously toward the candle shadow Wyrm. Crack! The whip's shadow flashed, leaving a clear scorched mark on the Candeline cheese dark green scales. Crack! 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 Làtiáo moved with agile grace, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. Wave after wave of whip shadows struck the candle shadow Wyrm, each blow carrying the immense power of an SS-rank blazing flame dragon maiden. In an instant, over a dozen crimson whip marks of varying depths appeared across the candle shadow Wyrm's massive form. Yet to it, insignificant, unable to shake it in the slightest. Below, the students watched in stunned silence as Làtiáo's fierce assault actually left visible wounds on the candle shadow Wyrm. Wow! Miss Ao is so fierce. That big guy doesn't seem so formidable after all? Just a bit larger, right? Yeah, look how slow its reactions are. The students, who had been scared out of their wits moments before, now saw that their fears were unfounded. Yeah, the guardian beast of the final stage might be huge, but it seemed not exactly invincible? Guys, we can't just stand by and watch. Let's go. Exactly. We can't just be spectators on a trip to the secret realm. It's the final stage, let's go all out. All together now. With this many of us, we can overwhelm it. No one knew who shouted first, but immediately, thousands of fighters from every class and profession surged toward the candle shadow Wyrm. A dazzling array of skill effects flared instantly, raining down in a dense barrage upon the massive form of the candle shadow Wyrm. Roar! Faced with this swarm of ants' provocation, a flash of savage fury finally flickered in the candle shadow Wyrm's cold, dark gold vertical pupils. It snapped open its gaping maw, large enough to devour everything, unleashing a deafening roar that shook the heavens. In the next instant, tangible sound waves spread like a tsunami in all directions. Soundwave slaughter. Ah, my ears. Bad. Defend yourselves. Chapter 64, The Chaos Fire Seed. Under the sonic assault, weaker students saw their protective spiritual light shatter instantly. Blood gushed from their 7 orifices as they collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony, their fate unknown. The combined assault of thousands crumbled instantly under this sonic slaughter. Ning Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. Damn it! This creature's area of effect attack was far too devastating. Ning Chen saw clearly, while the candle shadow wyvern's defenses might be average, its sheer size combined with this indiscriminate, clearing the field attack meant that no matter how many people charged in, they were simply walking into certain death. Trying to wear it down with sheer numbers was utterly futile. Only a creature of equal stature could stand toe-to-toe with it. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed, hesitation vanishing. With a thought, a complex seal glowed in the palm of his hand. Wangzai! Come forth! Instantly, a massive, golden 3-legged toad materialized before the crowd. The prosperity toad makes its entrance. Holy crap! A golden toad? What the hell is that? It's Ning Chen's beast. The legendary SSS-tier prosperity toad. Holy crap, this is the first time I've ever seen Ning Chen unleash it in battle. The students, who had just narrowly escaped death, stared dumbfounded at the golden giant toad holding its own against the candle shadow wyvern. Their jaws nearly hit the floor. Their admiration for Ning Chen skyrocketed to unprecedented heights in that instant. A boy clutching his still bleeding nose wore a look of pure envy. Man, this Ning Chen. I have no idea what kind of crazy luck he's got, ending up with all these insane things. The boy's words were truly music to the ears. Lucky?
That's called skill, got it?
Ning Chen couldn't be bothered to waste words on someone consumed by envy and resentment.
His sharp gaze had already locked onto the distant candle shadow wyvern. This beast would remain a constant nuisance unless dealt with completely.
Wang Kai, move.
Finish it quickly. At the command, its 3 thick, stubby legs kicked out violently, causing the crystal floor of the Guichu cloud abyss to tremble 3 times.
Rib bit. A deep, piercing croak reverberated, making ears ache. Immediately after, one-size enormous jaws snapped open. In the next instant, a torrent of venom thick as black jade and reeking of a sickly sweet stench roared toward the candle shadow wyvern. Holy crap, that thing looks like it's off the charts toxic. The candle shadow WIRM had just finished unleashing its sonic strangle, clearly drained from the effort. Faced with this sudden venom attack, its massive body seemed clumsy and awkward, unable to dodge in time. Sizzle! The venomous liquid poured down relentlessly, drenching the candle shadow WIRM's dark green scales. The moment it touched the scales, thick smoke billowed from the surface, accompanied by a hissing sound. Roar! The candle shadow wyvern let out a piercing scream of agony. Just as it tried to gather strength to fight back, its body glowed brightly. But Wang Kai, standing opposite, puffed out its chest and belly, opening its massive jaws once more. This time, a powerful suction erupted from its maw. Before the candle shadow WIRM could unleash its attack, the energy was forcibly ripped from its body, transforming into a stream of light surging toward Wang Kai. Swallow, the swallow skill?
Ning Chen himself was stunned, his eyelids twitching wildly.
This SSS-tier beast tamer was just too cool.
The candle shadow wyvern's massive body thrashed violently, struggling to break free from this bizarre suction, but all efforts were futile. The energy it had gathered, even a portion of its own primordial power, was being voraciously devoured by Wang-sized toad. The once imposing dragon visibly withered before their eyes, its roar growing weak and hollow. Burp! The prosperity toad seemed sated, letting out a loud belch that sent a small shockwave rippling out from its body. A fleeting, almost human look of contempt flashed across its copper bell eyes before it opened its mouth once more. This time, a furious pillar of dark green energy erupted from its maw, crashing directly into the already exhausted candle shadow dragon. Boom! After the earth-shattering RO, everything fell silent. The once mighty candle shadow WIRM vanished without a trace, reduced to nothing but ashes in the blink of an eye, swallowed and expelled by the wealthy toad. The entire battlefield fell deathly silent. Everyone gaped in stunned silence, staring at the golden giant toad that had just belched contentedly. Seconds later, the cold, familiar mechanical prompt finally echoed out. Congratulations, player, on clearing the 5th stage of the secret realm. Congratulations to player Ning Chen for gaining plus 10,000 EXP. Congratulations to player AO Yaoyao for gaining plus 5,000 EXP. Congratulations to players Su Wannin, Lin Wanner, and Wang Xinxin for gaining plus 1,000 EXP. A string of names followed in the broadcast, all students who had mustered the courage to attack the candle shadow wyvern earlier. Between them, they received a total of 500 experience points. 10,000 experience points, not bad at all. That little minx AO Yaoyao got a piece of the action too, and Su Wanning and the others weren't too shabby either. Ning Chen silently calculated in his mind. The moment the system notification faded, the entire space of the Guichu cloud abyss began violently trembling. The surrounding crystals emitted cracking sounds under the strain, swiftly dissolving into scattered points of light. The secret realm was collapsing. The next moment, the world spun violently. In a flash before their eyes, everyone found themselves back at the familiar lakeside. Ning Chen felt the newly acquired treasures in his storage space, a faint smile curling his lips. The scorpion tail black blade, the of the candle shadow wyvern, and a constantly pulsating, precious item. This secret realm expedition had been a bloody profit. Before he could even begin to sort through his spoils, a wave of fragrant air accompanied by chattering voices surrounded him. Oh my, Ning Chen, you're just too handsome. Several female classmates from different classes, all strikingly beautiful, gazed at Ning Chen with stars in their eyes. One of them, a sweet-looking girl with a bit more courage, pouted her lips and spoke with a hint of playful reproach. Ning Chen, we finally got to enter the secret realm, but you got almost all the best stuff. We worked our butts off and didn't get a single good thing. Wah? Another girl nodded in agreement, her voice dripping with envy. Exactly, Ning Chen. We're so jealous of you. Your sacred spirit golden toad is just too amazing. Hearing this, Ning Chen's smile grew noticeably wider. Envy? Ha! What do you know? His mind was now more immersed in that one item within his storage space. Chaos Fire Seed. According to the system prompt, this thing was the grand finale reward for the final stage. It possessed unimaginable destructive power. If integrated into his own spirit fire, it would not only cause its power to surge dramatically but also give rise to all sorts of incredible applications. But that wasn't the most crucial aspect. The crucial point was that this Chaos Fire Seed possessed a god-defying trait: it could incinerate and purify all heart demons and illusions. Mental demons, illusions, these were the greatest obstacles on the path of cultivation. Chapter 65, Splitting the Reward? Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He recalled how, earlier in the secret realm, many classmates had easily fallen prey to various illusions, making fools of themselves and nearly losing their lives. Even S-rank cultivators like Su Wanning and Ao Yaoyao struggled when confronted with certain mental attacks. What if he shared some of this Chaos Fire Seed's power with them? Wouldn't that give them the strength to resist similar troubles in the future? With that thought, he raised his hand and pressed it down gently. The female students who had been chattering around him, along with other nearby students who had noticed the commotion, instinctively fell silent.
All eyes turned to him. Everyone, calm down. I've been thinking. We all work together to overcome this fifth secret realm.
Although Wang Kai and I defeated that Candle Shadow Wyvern together in the end, it feels unfair that I alone received all the rewards. The moment these words left his mouth, the surrounding area erupted in an uproar. What on earth was Ning Chen implying? Was he actually going to share the rewards he'd earned? Many faces wore expressions of utter disbelief. Ignoring the stunned reactions, Ning Chen continued, "Therefore, I've decided to share the Chaos Fire Seed we obtained in this secret realm with everyone. Now, please sit cross-legged where you are, focus your minds, and prepare to receive it." As soon as Ning Chen finished speaking, the students by the lakeside froze for a moment before erupting into cheers far more enthusiastic than anything heard before.
Oh my god. Ning Chen, you're my hero.
A girl's eyes welled up with tears, her voice trembling with emotion.
Take my kneel. Ning Chen, you're my big brother from now on. If you tell me to go east, I won't go west.
Another boy was even more dramatic, making a move to kneel down before being pulled back by someone beside him.
Most students couldn't believe it. This was the Chaos Fire Seed. Ning Chen was actually willing to share it? What immense courage. What extraordinary magnanimity. Yet, in the corners of the crowd, a few discordant voices emerged. Several well-dressed boys, who had contributed little since the secret realm began yet now sought a share of the spoils, wore obvious scorn on their faces. Pfft, it's just a matter of luck.
His summoned creature is powerful, that's all. One of them muttered to his companion in a hushed voice.
Exactly. Does he really think he's invincible? Sharing opportunities? What a big shot.
Another boy curled his lip, his eyes brimming with envy. We'll see how long that lasts.
I doubt you'll keep showing off forever. Don't assume we'll all fawn over you like those idiots.
Ning Chen naturally sensed the subtle negative emotions, but he didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. Bothering with these clowns was a complete waste of time. He drew a deep breath, and with a flick of his thoughts, his entire body slowly rose, hovering several feet above the ground. He opened his palm, revealing the fist-sized Chaos Fire Seed, shrouded in its eerie, dark flames, floating peacefully within his hand.
Go!
He uttered a light command, flicking his fingers in rapid succession. Dozens, perhaps hundreds, of dark gold streaks of light shot downward with precision, as if alive, targeting each student seated cross-legged below. The students, already in a state of deep concentration, felt only a faint warmth at their brow. In the next instant, a pure and gentle warmth surged from their third eye, coursing through every limb and bone before converging at the Dantian Sea of Qi. The unique burning sensation and purifying power of the Chaos Fire Seed slowly circulated within them. A faint crimson glow began to emanate from each person's body, their faces softening into expressions of comfort and contentment.
Is this the power of the Chaos Fire Seed? So warm, so comfortable. It feels like the impurities within my body have been purified. It's incredible. Just a sliver of this power makes me feel my bottleneck loosening. Yet amidst this atmosphere of near-universal joy, one figure stood out like a sore thumb. Ao Yaoyao remained frozen in place, arms crossed over her chest. Not a trace of joy graced her lovely face as she watched everything unfold with a cold gaze. The stream of Chaos Fire Seed light destined for her was suddenly repelled by a surge of blazing dragon flames erupting from her body just as it was about to touch her. Ning Chen naturally noticed the anomaly. Once everyone had successfully received the seed's power, he flickered and landed silently before Ao Yaoyao. Why aren't you taking it?
His voice remained calm, betraying no emotion.
Ao Yaoyao lifted her sharp chin, glancing at him out of the corner of her eye.
This lady has no need for such lowly things. At her words, Ning Chen's pupils suddenly contracted.
Lowly?
This Chaos Fire Seed was a supreme treasure capable of burning away and purifying all inner demons and illusions.
Even god-tier powerhouses couldn't guarantee they'd survive the heart demon tribulation. And she dared call this thing low grade? Ao Yaoyao seemed quite pleased with the fleeting look of astonishment on Ning Chen's face.
She snorted lightly and continued, "This lady was born with a powerful dragon soul and unwavering will. I have no inner demons, and I certainly won't be deceived by some petty illusion." She paused, a hint of challenge in her eyes.
This thing?
It makes no difference to me whether I have it or not.
You want me, Ao Yaoyao, to owe you a favor? Dream on. Ning Chen couldn't help but laugh at her righteous indignation.
Well, this young lady's temperament truly was as peculiar and stubborn as ever. He shook his head, choosing not to press the matter.
But it didn't matter.
She had consumed quite a bit of the spirit spring water back in the fourth stage.
Spiritual spring water inherently possessed purifying and healing properties.
It seemed she truly didn't need this after all. He shook his head, not pressing the matter. Ning Chen withdrew his gaze, no longer bothering with this stubborn young lady, and turned toward Su Wannin. Meanwhile, Yao watched Ning Chen's retreating figure, her teeth clenched lightly. The arms crossed over her chest tightened involuntarily. She wasn't the least bit interested in his little things.
Absolutely not. After the Secret Realm trial concluded, the students nearby finally breathed a sigh of relief.
A cheerful atmosphere began to spread across the lake island. Lin Wanner stood by the lakeside, basking in the breeze as she stretched lazily. "The air here is just amazing," she exclaimed, then suddenly winked mischievously. "Since our trial's over, why don't we just camp out here?" The moment the suggestion was made, others immediately joined in the clamor. Ning Chen walked over to her, surveyed the surrounding green mountains and clear waters, and smiled.
The setting is indeed splendid."
His voice wasn't loud, yet it silenced the noisy crowd.
"Let's spend the day here and head back tomorrow."
With those words, Ning Chen had effectively settled the matter.
"Yay! Ning Chen, you rock! Camping! Camping!"
The students who just received their treasures erupted in a fresh wave of cheers.
"What are we waiting for? Let's fire up the grill." Wang Xinxin, the class monitor with an SSS-tier life skills profession, finally found her moment to shine.
She waved her hand excitedly.
The next second, a brand new grill clattered down onto the open ground.
Beside it were stacks of charcoal boxes and several large insulated coolers filled with all kinds of marinated meat skewers.
"This is way too professional."
Many students were stunned.
Was this the true power of an SSS-tier life skills class?
Soon, the aroma of grilled meat wafted across the entire lake island, with chunks of meat sizzling on the grill.
Chapter 66, he can refine marrow cleansing pills now?
Several sweet-looking girls approached Ning Chen shyly, holding skewers of freshly grilled golden deer meat.
"Ning Chen, try what I grilled." "Ning Chen, I have honey-glazed wings here, want to try?"
He was practically surrounded by their enthusiasm, while the boys who'd been cooking for themselves watched with envy.
Why must the gap between people be so vast?
After the barbecue ended, most classmates found places to rest, but Ning Chen felt no sleepiness. Alone, he silently made his way to a mountaintop. Gazing up at the bright moon on the horizon, he lost himself in thought.
Could the sacred spirit fruit elevate the rank of spiritual fire? With a flicker of thought, Ning Chen opened his palm.
The sacred spirit fruit appeared quietly in his palm. Without a moment's hesitation, he began to refine it. The Holy Spirit fruit slowly dissolved in his palm, transforming into a torrent of incredibly pure energy. It surged through the meridians in his arms, flowing into every limb and bone. Moments later, the energy was fully absorbed. Ning Chen closed his eyes slightly, guiding this newly born power to precisely infuse into his Dantian Sea of Qi, nourishing the spiritual fire within his body. Ning Chen distinctly felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Almost simultaneously, the cold, mechanical prompt sounded in his mind as expected. "Congratulations, host, on successfully advancing your primary spirit flame to Tier 2.
It worked!"
Ning Chen's eyes snapped open, a flash of sharp brilliance darting across them.
Already reached Tier 2 so quickly? Did that mean he could refine the marrow washing pill? Could he give her the moon shadow rabbit before Wan Ning's birthday? Once the thought took root, it could no longer be suppressed.
Without another word, Ning Chen sprang into action. He crossed his legs and sat down, retrieving a smelting furnace and dozens of herbs of varying ages from his storage space. Following the formula recorded in the Secret Realm Atlas in his mind, he added each herb to the furnace in sequence. With a flick of his fingertip, a roar of second-tier spirit fire erupted, blazing fiercely beneath the smelting furnace.
He controlled the flame's temperature with exquisite precision.
On the other side of the mountain forest, inside a makeshift tent, Yao tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Her mind was filled with images of Ning Chen.
Damn it! Why did he appear in every dream? Just as her mind was in turmoil, an extremely unusual blow on the distant mountaintop caught her attention. Was that a spirit flame? Ning Chen? What was he doing out so late? Driven by curiosity, she quietly slipped out of the tent and hurried toward the mountain peak. She hid behind a massive boulder, peeking out with her small head, and secretly glanced toward Ning Chen's direction. She saw Ning Chen, his expression focused, fingers flying as he cast spell after spell into the smelting furnace, his movements flowing like clouds in water. This guy, he actually knows how to refine pills? Yao watched, completely absorbed. About 10 minutes passed. Ning Chen's eyes suddenly sharpened. He barked a command, "Condense." He slammed his palm against the smelting furnace. The furnace lid shot skyward. A pill the size of a longan, crystal clear and radiating a vibrant energy, rose slowly from within, carrying a faint fragrance as it hovered midair. The marrow washing pill was complete. The fragrance of the completed pill mingled with the cool night air atop the mountain, dispersing through the atmosphere. Ning Chen gazed at the washing marrow pill, suspended mid-air with its essence swirling, a smile spreading across his lips. With a thought, Ning Chen reached into his storage space and pulled out a fluffy creature. Moon Shadow Rabbit. The little creature seemed still half asleep. Roughly pulled out like that, it shook its head in displeasure, stretched lazily, and looked utterly weary. Big bro, what do you need me for now?
A soft, childlike voice echoed in Ning Chen's mind, tinged with the hoarseness of sleepiness.
Ning Chen didn't waste words.
With a flick of his finger, the crystal-clear washing marrow pill floated before the moon shadow rabbit.
Eat it. From now on, you'll be ice attributed.
He spoke with casual indifference, as if stating the most ordinary of matters. Yet to the moon shadow rabbit, these words struck like thunder.
Its sleepy eyes instantly widened in shock, filled with utter resistance. I don't want it. It protested fiercely, its voice rising sharply. This rabbit lord has maintained fire attributes for so long, why should I switch to ice? This little creature dared to bargain with him?
Ning Chen raised an eyebrow, curled his finger, and tapped its little head with just the right amount of force.
Disobeying me?
The moon shadow rabbit whimpered in pain, its ears, which had been perked up moments ago, instantly drooping.
That last shred of dignity vanished in an instant. It knew resistance was futile.
I only recognize you as my master. The moon shadow rabbit's voice was filled with dejection, tinged with a hint of pleading.
I know you want to give me as a gift to that little girl, but I really don't want to. Ning Chen rolled her eyes dramatically at this. Now it was putting on a sad act.
He didn't give the moon shadow rabbit a chance to protest further. His movements were lightning fast as he pried open its mouth and shoved the marrow washing pill straight inside.
MMMPH.
The pill melted the moment it touched its tongue. The next second, the moon shadow rabbit erupted in blinding crimson light. But immediately, a surge of blue-white radiance burst forth from its body, voraciously devouring the fiery glow. Two utterly different energies collided violently within its tiny body, tearing at each other.
After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the light faded.
The once fiery red moon shadow rabbit had completely transformed into an entirely new creature, now pure white, its fur tinged with faint ice blue halos.
Even its eyes had turned a deep, ice crystal blue. It worked! Ning Chen couldn't hide his excitement. Wonderful! Wan Ning will love it. Yet the joy was all his. The moon shadow rabbit looked down at its brand new blue and white paws, then turned its head to glance at its similarly transformed tail. Its face was filled with disgust, as if it were staring at something filthy. It was dissatisfied. It was extremely dissatisfied. Master, why should I suffer because you're in love? It lifted its head, glaring accusingly at Ning Chen as it transmitted its voice, filled with sorrow and indignation. You turned me into this attribute, and I'm not even used to it yet. What if I encounter danger later and can't even use my skills?
Hearing this complaint, Ning Chen felt not a shred of guilt, but rather a touch of amusement. He reached out and casually stroked the moon shadow rabbit's little head. The touch was cool and refreshingly pleasant. Don't worry. The new master I found for you is a top-tier ice elemental powerhouse. Ning Chen's voice carried an unwavering certainty.
Staying by her side will bring you plenty of benefits.
The moon shadow rabbit stiffened under the touch on its head, but ultimately yielded to Ning Chen's imposing presence.
What else could it do? It was utterly hopeless. The little creature sighed dejectedly, its voice resigned as it transmitted its thoughts. I hope so. Chapter 67, they've been taken. However, this exchange, which seemed perfectly ordinary to Ning Chen, fell into the ears of another nearby figure like pouring oil on a fire. Làtiáo stood frozen in place, listening to Ning Chen's almost tender tone as he painstakingly modified the pet beast for another girl. An inexplicable rage flared up in her chest, shooting straight to the top of her head. It was Su Wan Nin again. Why? Why should that brat get all the advantages? In terms of family background, her AO family was among the top clans in Dragon City. In terms of strength, she was an SS-rank Blazing Flame Dragon Maiden. Could she really be outmatched by an S-rank Frost Chantress? When it comes to fighting side by side, it was clearly her and Ning Chen who delivered the final blow to the Shadow-Winged Scorpion Lion just now. Yet in Ning Chen's eyes, it seemed like there was only ever that Su Wanling. And now, he's actually gone out of his way to prepare such a one-of-a-kind gift just for Su Wanling's birthday. That bastard. That blind fool. And that fox spirit Su Wanling. It's all her fault. Làtiáo grew angrier by the second, her pretty face flushing crimson as she gritted her teeth so hard they nearly shattered. She stomped her foot, flipped her wrist, and a dark red dragon vein whip cracked into her palm. Gripping the whip tightly, she turned and strode purposefully towards Su Wanlin's tent. Such commotion naturally didn't escape the notice of the other students in the camp. Hey, isn't that Làtiáo from Class 1? What's she up to? She's got such an intimidating aura. Looks like she's heading toward Class 3's camp. Class 3? Isn't that where Su Wanling and Ning Chen are? Just as the whispers were spreading, a sharp, furious shriek pierced the air, echoing across the entire mountaintop camp. Su Wanling, get out here! Inside the tent, Su Wanling, who had been meditating to recover, jolted awake at the sound of the roar. She recognized the voice as Làtiáo's. But she had no idea what was going on. When had she ever offended this young miss from the AO family? Pulling back the tent flap, she stepped out with a puzzled expression, meeting Làtiáo's eyes that seemed ready to shoot fire. Miss AO, what's wrong? Is something the matter? Làtiáo's anger flared even more at the sight of Su Wanlin's innocent, pure expression.
Without another word, a fiery blaze erupted from the dragon tendon whip in her hand, lashing out towards Su Wannin.
Su Wannin, stop pretending. If you've got the guts, fight me. The intense battle intent washed over her. Su Wannin's brows furrowed slightly. She wasn't stupid. Her womanly intuition, combined with Ao Yaoyao's recent subtle hostility toward her, instantly revealed the other's true intentions. It was all about Ning Chen again.
Seeing the growing crowd of classmates gathering around, Su Wannin didn't want to escalate things and cause trouble for him. Su Wannin met her gaze, then glanced at the growing crowd. She didn't want to make a scene here and cause him trouble.
If you want to fight, let's do it somewhere else. With that, she didn't even glance back at Ao Yaoyao.
Turning, she retrieved her ice crystal staff from the tent and strode straight toward the woods behind the camp.
Ao Yaoyao snorted coldly and followed suit. A mountain breeze swept through the woods, stirring a few fallen leaves.
Su Wannin halted, turned, and asked bluntly, Aoyao, I don't recall ever wronging you.
What's this about?
Ao Yaoyao crossed her arms, lifted her chin, and shot her a sidelong glance.
I can't be bothered with your nonsense.
Her tone dripped with the arrogance of a spoiled young lady.
I've set my sights on Ning Chen.
You'd better know your place and stay away from him.
Otherwise, my whip doesn't have eyes. Just as expected.
Su Wannin's grip on her wand tightened, her knuckles turning white. She lifted her head, meeting Ao Yaoyao's gaze, her words deliberate and measured.
Impossible. Brave, Ao Yaoyao's eyes instantly turned cold.
The dragon vein whip in her hand cracked against the ground, sending sparks flying. Su Wannin, since you refuse to recognize your place, we'll settle this with our skills.
Whoever loses must never show their face before Ning Chen again.
The mountain wind howled, filling the forest with a grim, murderous atmosphere. Su Wannin's icy gaze locked with Ao Yaoyao's eyes, which burned with fire, showing no sign of retreat. She tapped her ice crystal staff lightly before her. The ground cracked with a sharp snap, instantly crystallizing into a sheet of frost.
As you wish.
The moment the words fell, Ao Yaoyao flickered her wrist. The crimson dragon vein whip, trailing scorching heat, lashed straight for Su Wannin's face.
Su Wannin neither dodged nor retreated.
With a flick of her staff, a sharply angled ice shield rose from the ground.
Crash!
The fiery whip struck the ice shield with brutal force, sending plumes of scalding steam into the air as shards of ice and sparks flew in all directions. Frustrated by the failed strike, Ao Yaoyao intensified her assault. Whip shadows multiplied, weaving an impenetrable net of flames that enveloped Su Wannin. Su Wannin, however, stood atop an ice lotus, her form elusive as she glided through the fiery net with composure.
Icicles crystallized at her fingertips, raining down like a storm toward Ao Yaoyao's vital points.
The clash of ice and fire instantly transformed the woodland into a battlefield of dual extremes.
The commotion naturally alerted the others in the camp. They're fighting. They're really fighting. Holy crap, an SS-rank Blazing Flame Dragon Maiden versus an S-rank Frost Chantress? This is like gods battling. Look at that hilltop half bathed in crimson light, half in azure. It's insane.
The crowd buzzed with excitement, craning their necks to catch a glimpse of the battle.
Yet, at the very moment the ice and fire energies collided with peak intensity, a sudden, bizarre change occurred.
A jarringly incongruous deep blue tornado erupted without warning, shooting skyward right at the center of their battlefield. Within the vortex, a shadowy figure cloaked in darkness could be faintly discerned.
What was this? Ao Yaoyao and Su Wannin's attacks halted simultaneously.
Both were startled,
instinctively attempting to retreat. But it was too late.
The whirlwind seemed to possess an irresistible suction force, leaving them no time to react. With a single spin, it swept their petite bodies into its vortex, vanishing them from the spot in an instant. The storm came swiftly and departed just as quickly. In less than 2 seconds, the tornado vanished along with the black-clad figure, Ao Yaoyao, and Su Wannin, leaving only a devastated forest behind.
Oh no! Yaoyao is in danger. Su Wannin.
Within the crowd, Wu Haoren and Lu Yan from Class 5 reacted almost simultaneously. Wu Haoren's form shifted, transforming into a streak of azure light as he raced toward the direction the black-clad figure had vanished.
Thunder Serpent Bind.
Lu Yan hesitated not a moment, forming seals with both hands. A thick, thunderous serpent roared forth from her palms, attempting to coil around the lingering remnants of the storm that had yet to fully dissipate. Yet, they faced nothing but absolute power crushing down upon them. From within the receding tornado, 2 slender wind blades seemed to be casually split off.
Put! Wu Haoren's pride and joy, his SS-grade Gale Blade attack, was instantly shredded. He himself was struck as if by a heavy blow, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Lu Yan's Thunder Serpent blade struggled briefly before being cleaved clean in two by another wind blade. It dissolved into a sky-filling burst of lightning, while the powerful backlash made her face pale as she staggered back several steps. One move. In a single move, without even catching a glimpse of their opponent, SS-ranked Wu Haoren and S-ranked Lu Yan suffered a complete defeat. The entire camp fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was stunned into silence by this sudden turn of events, helplessly watching as 2 prodigies were snatched away right before their eyes by a mysterious figure. What do we do? What do we do?
Lu Yan stared at the empty forest, her eyes reddening with panic. Her eyes instinctively scanned the chaotic crowd, searching for the only figure she could think to rely on. Just then, a tall, slender figure strolled leisurely back from the other end of the camp, cradling a snow-white rabbit. Lu Yan saw him as her savior and scrambled toward him.
Ning Chen.
She had run so fast she was still gasping for breath, her voice breaking with tears.
Ning Chen. It's bad. Su Wanling. Su Wanling and Ao Yao Yao, they've been captured.
Ning Chen had just calmed the sulking moon shadow rabbit in his arms when he looked up to see Lu Yan rushing toward him, her face etched with panic. The calm expression vanished instantly from his face, his gaze sharpening.
What did you say?
His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a bone-chilling coldness.
When did this happen? Just now.
Lu Yan gasped, pointing toward the rear mountain. Those two started fighting in the woods for some reason, and then suddenly this guy in a black robe appeared and swept them both away in a gust of wind.
A figure in black robes? Chapter 68, Clues in the Fire Spirit's Secret Realm. Ning Chen's brow furrowed.
Seeing his grave expression, Lu Yan hurriedly added, that black-clad figure was incredibly powerful.
Wu Haoran and I tried to intervene, but we couldn't even withstand a single blow. We were knocked back instantly. Hearing this, Ning Chen's pupils contracted slightly. Wu Haoran, an SS-rank Wind Blade warrior who wielded wind elemental power. Lu Yan, an S-rank Thunder Spirit Snake Princess whose prowess stood out even among her peers. These two combined couldn't even withstand a single strike from the enemy?
It seemed this enemy was no pushover.
But what was their purpose in abducting Su Wanling and Ao Yao Yao? Ransom? Or revenge?
Countless thoughts flashed through Ning Chen's mind in an instant, but the most pressing issue now was that he had no clue where to even begin searching for them. Ning Chen stood rooted to the spot, his expression as still as water.
Stay calm.
The more critical the situation, the more crucial it was to stay composed. He lifted his gaze to meet Lu Yan's tear-streaked face.
Don't panic. Which direction did they go?
She sniffed hard, trying to piece together the chaos of moments ago.
The wind, that terrifying black tornado.
Suddenly, as if remembering something, she pointed sharply toward the dense forest in the northwest.
Northwest. Yes, northwest. That wind was heading that way, moving incredibly fast.
Before she could finish speaking, Ning Chen's figure had already blurred into a trail of afterimages, vanishing from the spot.
The next second, he materialized in the mountain forest where Su Wanning and Ao Yao Yao were fighting.
Frost still clung to the ground, while scorching heat lingered in the air, leaving behind utter devastation.
Ning Chen's gaze swept over every inch of the land like a hawk's. Nothing. Nothing at all.
Beyond the lingering traces of ice and fire energy, the black-robed figure vanished without a trace, as if he had never been there at all.
It was clean, to an almost disturbing degree.
Just then, his gaze locked onto a massive tree nearby, scarred by the battle's aftermath. On the trunk, alongside the scorched whip marks left by Ao Yao Yao's dragon whip and the frost white holes pierced by Su Wanling's ice spikes, there were several deeply carved, barely noticeable gashes. At the edges of those gouges, a faint, almost imperceptible wisp of dark energy lingered. Ning Chen extended a finger and lightly touched one of the gouges.
A cold, eerie sensation washed over his fingertip. This aura.
His brows instantly knitted into a deep frown.
So familiar. This feeling was just like the Fire Spirit's secret realm.
It's the malevolent aura from the Fire Spirit's secret realm.
Could it be that those who abducted them were from the Fire Spirit's secret realm?
But why would they do such a thing?
Kidnapping? What's the point?
Just as Ning Chen was racking his brains in confusion, a commotion erupted behind him. A group of students had followed him, led by Wu Haoran, who clutched his chest and looked pale.
Seeing Ning Chen's expression, he knew something was amiss. Ning, how are you? Wu Haoran forced himself forward despite his injuries and asked, did you find anything?
Ning Chen snapped out of his thoughts and shook his head.
Not entirely sure.
Glancing at the worried faces around him, he changed the subject.
But I know a place that might be connected to this. We need to check it out first to be sure.
He couldn't mention the Fire Spirit's secret realm here, it would only cause greater panic. At his words, Lu Yan was the first to step forward. Wiping away her tears, her eyes gleamed with resolve.
I'll go with you. More hands make light work. Count me in.
Wu Haoran immediately chimed in, gripping his lawn/blade tightly. The crushing defeat earlier had left him seething with pent-up rage. He was going to redeem himself. Ning Chen looked at the two of them and shook his head. His gaze was solemn.
No.
His voice was quiet, yet it silenced everyone. Among the grade teams, only the three of us are still capable of fighting.
If both you and I leave, what happens to the others if something else goes wrong at camp? The words instantly cooled the heated spirits of Lu Yan and Wu Haoran.
Lu Yan bit her lower lip, unable to hold back the question, but that black-robed figure is so powerful.
Going alone, are you really sure you can handle it?
Her words voiced the thoughts of everyone present.
Even SS-ranked Wu Haoran had been taken down in a single move. Even if he were SSS-tier, it would likely be a struggle.
Hearing this, Ning Chen's previously tense expression suddenly softened into a faint smile.
Don't worry. I'll be fine.
He paused, his gaze sweeping over every person present.
This place is no longer safe. I've already notified the principal in advance. The school will send someone to pick you up early. Wu Haoren, Lu Yan. He called out 2 names. You two are responsible for ensuring every single student is safely returned to the school. As for Wan Ning and Ao Yao Yao.
Ning Chen turned, gazing into the deep, endless northwest forest. A flash of murderous intent flickered in his dark eyes. I will bring them back, both of them, in one piece. The moment the words fell, Ning Chen showed not a hint of hesitation. He turned, poised to become a dark shadow, about to vanish into the unknown depths of the forest. The resolute killing intent radiating from his back made the air itself grow colder. Just as he was about to move, a soft hand seized his arm. The grip was gentle, yet firm. Ning Chen halted, turning to find Lin Wanner standing before him. The A-class support class girl bore none of her usual gentle demeanor. Instead, her face held an unwavering seriousness. Ning Chen, I'm coming with you. Her voice was soft, yet it reached Ning Chen's ears with crystal clarity. You don't know the background of that mysterious person, nor their purpose. With me as your support, you'll at least have one more layer of protection. Ning Chen's brow instinctively furrowed. Lin Wanner was right. When facing an unknown enemy, a skilled support could prove more valuable than a pure combat specialist. His thoughts raced, taking no more than a second. Ning Chen's furrowed brow relaxed as he nodded. Very well. 2 words, crisp and decisive. The next instant, their figures shot forward like arrows released from a bow, plunging together into the northwest forest shrouded in night. The wind through the trees carried a damp, chilling cold, whistling past their ears. 10 minutes later, their footsteps halted beside a lake shrouded in deathly stillness. Not long ago, the entrance to the Fire Spirit's secret realm had been emitting nauseating black mist. But now, the lake's surface was as still as a mirror, the surrounding trees had regained their normal hues, and the foul, violent aura of death had vanished without a trace. It was clean, as if nothing had ever happened. Ning Chen stood rooted to the spot, his gaze sharp as a blade, scanning every inch of the land. The Fire Spirit's secret realm had vanished, and the malevolent aura was gone. Just as Ning Chen was lost in thought, Lin Wanner beside him seemed to notice something. Her gaze fixed intently on a patch of damp, muddy soil by the lakeshore. In the center of that patch of black earth, several eerie purple blossoms bloomed quietly. Her pupils suddenly contracted. Yun Luo flowers. How could they appear here? Chapter 69, The Anomaly of the Yun Luo Flowers. Lin Wanner murmured instinctively. That faint murmur struck Ning Chen like a thunderclap. He whipped his head around, his gaze darting like lightning toward Lin Wanner. What did you just say? What Yun Luo flower? Startled by his sudden reaction, Lin Wanner nonetheless immediately pointed at the purple blossoms in the center of the mud. That one, the Yun Luo flower. Her tone grew slightly agitated, tinged with confusion. This flower has extremely demanding requirements for its growing environment. I've only seen records of it in rare books at the library, stating it mostly grows in extremely arid volcanic rock crevices. How could it possibly thrive in this damp, cold, muddy ground? I've never seen it before. Ning Chen's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Is there something special about this flower? Lin Wanner couldn't help but smile at the question. Of course it's special. The Yun Luo flower is the ultimate tonic that every class changer dreams of. It allows spellcasters to dramatically boost their spiritual power and spell potency in a short time, and best of all, it has absolutely no side effects. Her excitement grew with every word, her eyes beginning to sparkle. This stuff is priceless, hard to find even if you search high and low. Who'd have thought we'd stumble upon it? Picking a few blooms to take home would be a treasure beyond measure. Treasure? Hearing that word, Ning Chen felt not a shred of joy. Instead, the taut string in his heart gave a sharp tug and plummeted to the depths. His brows instantly knitted into a deep frown. Countless clues began to connect frantically in his mind. Wu Haoren was an SS rank Wind Blade Warrior, while Lu Yan was an S rank Thunder Spirit Snake Princess. One wielded wind, the other thunder, both masters of devastating natural forces. Even when facing Lu Yan alone, he'd need to exchange several blows. But what had Lu Yan just said? That cloaked figure had used only one move. A single tornado strike had crushed both of them simultaneously, leaving them no chance to resist. Such power should never exist at this stage, when the era of universal class change has only just begun. Unless he's harnessing external power. Ning Chen's gaze locked onto those eerie purple Yun Luo flowers. That's it. Without a word, Ning Chen bent down, reached out with a finger, and plucked the most vibrant Yun Luo flower from the mud. His movements were clean and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. Yet the instant the flower left the soil, an intense, peculiar fragrance assaulted his nostrils. This fragrance carried an unsettling, decaying quality that stirred unease in the soul. Ning Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. This scent. It was almost identical to the foul, malevolent aura that had seeped from the entrance to that Fire Spirit's secret realm earlier. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. That black-robed figure couldn't have gone far. He was nearby. Just then, a faint yet crystal clear voice sounded directly within his mind, without warning. The voice carried a perfectly measured urgency and a commanding, spoiled tone.
It was Ao Yao Yao. Ning Chen, hurry and save me. I'm at the bottom of the lake.
Buzz.
Ning Chen's mind went blank for an instant.
He snapped his head up, his piercing gaze sweeping across the still lake surface and the surrounding pitch-black woods like two unsheathed blades.
No one was there.
He turned his head to look at Lin Wanner beside him, his brow furrowed.
Did you hear anything? A sound? Lin Wanner blinked in confusion and shook her head. No, Ning Chen. It's perfectly quiet here. Nothing but the wind. Was I the only one who heard it?
Ning Chen's gaze returned to the patch of slippery mud, his mind deep in thought.
That definitely wasn't an auditory hallucination. Ao Yao Yao's voice, he couldn't have misheard it. But how did she transmit her voice over here? That woman. She'd managed to have a signal tower erected overnight in this desolate wilderness.
Now she'd conjured up a skill akin to transmitting sound across 1,000 miles. It hardly seemed out of the ordinary.
Never mind.
Now wasn't the time to dwell on that. She said she was at the bottom of the lake. Ning Chen's gaze darted back and forth between the tranquil lake surface and the muddy patch where the Yunluo flowers grew. He recalled how he had opened the entrance to that fire spirit's secret realm not long ago. It required blood. The next instant, he extended his left hand without hesitation. With his right hand, fingers drawn like a blade, the sharp tip of the scorpion tail's phantom form made a light cut across the tip of his index finger. A tiny wound split open, and a crimson droplet of blood instantly seeped out. He flicked his finger. A single drop of blood landed precisely at the center of the muddy patch where the Yunluo flowers grew.
Sure enough.
The instant the blood mingled with the soil, the entire muddy patch convulsed violently. The remaining Yunluo flowers instantly burst into an eerie, dark purple glow, casting an unnerving hue over the surrounding night. The light flickered, and then, like melting ice, the muddy ground silently collapsed downward, forming a bottomless vortex entrance. Lin Wanner, standing nearby, had long since gaped in astonishment at this scene defying all logic, her eyes brimming with disbelief.
Stay close to me.
Before Lin Wanner could react, Ning Chen grabbed her wrist and pulled her directly into the vortex.
The dizzying sensation of spinning vanished in an instant as solid ground met their feet.
Instead of the dreaded scene he'd anticipated, they found themselves inside a small wooden hut. The walls were rough-hewn logs, and in the corner sat a dusty iron stove, a sight that seemed utterly incongruous with the eerie vortex outside. Ning Chen's brow furrowed as his senses instantly spread out. Outside the cabin, the silence was as thick as a graveyard. He squeezed Lin Wanner's hand, signaling her to stay silent, then stepped forward and pushed open the slightly ajar wooden door beside him.
The hinges creaked. The sight inside made Ning Chen's breath catch for a moment. Su Wanning and Ao Yao Yao were bound separately to two wooden chairs. Their limbs were tightly bound with ropes that glowed with a sinister black light. Seeing Ning Chen, Su Wanning's ice blue eyes filled with worry and urgency. Ao Yao Yao beside her instinctively lifted her chin, yet the relief and delight in her eyes were impossible to conceal. A surge of anger shot straight to Ning Chen's head. Without a second thought, he lunged forward, his scorpion tail blade springing from his fingertips as he slashed at the black rope. But before his fingertips could touch the rope, buzz! An invisible force exploded between him and the two girls. It stopped him dead in his tracks. The force was heavy and muffled, sending Ning Chen flying backward. Ning Chen! Su Wanning's anxious voice rang in his ears. With a thud, Ning Chen forced himself to steady midair before landing, his chest churning violently. Before he could catch his breath, a dark whirlwind screeched from the shadows in the corner of the room, hurtling straight toward him. Chapter 70, Who the hell are you? Too fast. Ning Chen reacted swiftly, summoning a translucent shield before him. But the moment the black wind collided with it, the shield shattered with a crack. The residual force slammed into his chest, sending dust swirling through the room and knocking him back several steps. A metallic taste rose in his throat. Ning Chen! Su Wanning and Ao Yao Yao's alarmed cries of concern rang out almost simultaneously beside his ears. Ning Chen! Lin Wanner's face turned pale with fright as she rushed over to steady him. Seeing he was merely pale, she breathed a sigh of relief. Ning Chen pushed her hand away, clutching his throbbing chest. His gaze, sharp as knives, fixed on the figure emerging from the shadows. The figure wore a loose black robe, their face concealed by a plain white mask devoid of any patterns. Who the hell are you? Ning Chen's voice was as cold as ice. A hoarse chuckle echoed from beneath the mask, dripping with contempt. Oh? So you're Ning Chen, the SSS-ranked Beastmaster from North Sea First High? The cloaked figure clapped slowly. I expected more. You don't look particularly impressive. This guy knew his identity, even his school. He was definitely connected to the school. Could it be he was actually one of them? Cut the crap. Ning Chen's eyes turned completely cold. If you know who I am, then leave your life behind. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a slender, crimson gold flame flickered from his fingertip, shooting out silently. The attack was swift and stealthy. The cloaked figure clearly hadn't expected him to strike back after taking two heavy blows, instinctively jerking his head aside. Sizzle.
The flame skimmed past his mask, leaving a searing red mark on his ear from the intense heat. The cloaked figure snatched his hand to his ear, his eyes beneath the mask revealing astonishment for the first time. Feeling the stinging pain, his hoarse voice finally turned serious. Impressive.
You've got some skills.
His gaze locked onto the flickering flames at Ning Chen's fingertips, his tone suddenly turning scorching.
All these years searching for the spirit flame, and it's been on you all alone. The spirit flame was only taken from the secret realm yesterday. The black-robed figure slowly straightened, as if trying to see through Ning Chen. In a single day, you've cultivated it to the second stage? Ning Chen, it seems I underestimated you.
The black-robed man's face was filled with caution. In the next instant, he dissolved into a blurred shadow. Solid black wind blades materialized around him, coiling toward Ning Chen from all directions.
Before the blades struck, their razor-sharp aura alone stung the skin. SSSH. SSSH. SSSH.
Several fine lines of blood instantly burst forth from Ning Chen's arm. The blade tips had already pierced his skin. As the blades closed in, his mind raced.
Roar! Làtiáo's S-rank talent dragon scale protection manifested upon Ning Chen's body. Countless wind blades slammed into the dragon scale protection, unable to advance even an inch. The pupils beneath the black-robed figure's mask suddenly contracted.
Blocked? Before he could react, Ning Chen had already raised his head, gathering a fiery dragon's breath within his mouth. Golden light illuminated his stern face, making him appear like a deity.
Primordial dragon breath. Boom!
A thick torrent of crimson gold energy, carrying an aura of utter destruction, erupted from Ning Chen's palm. The force was savage to the extreme, instantly engulfing the black-robed figure along with the dark whirlwind swirling around him. The wooden hut shook violently, cracks appearing in the walls.
Put!
As the energy torrent dissipated, Ning Chen collapsed to one knee, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the floor. Forcibly activating a beast-taming talent beyond his current level placed an immense strain on him. Through the swirling dust, the cloaked figure emerged, robes torn and tattered. He staggered back several steps before regaining his footing, clearly having suffered considerable damage himself. You little brat, not bad. He curled his lips into a hoarse, cold laugh, though the laughter concealed a chilling intent to kill.
But I wonder if you'll be able to withstand what comes next. Before the words faded, his figure vanished once more. This time, he abandoned the flashy yet ineffective wind blades. Instead, he channeled all his power into his palm, slamming it straight toward Ning Chen's chest. Fast. Too fast. Ning Chen's pupils contracted sharply. Just as he tried to summon his power, the searing pain in his chest made his reaction half a beat too slow. Thud. A dull thud echoed as Ning Chen was sent flying backward, slamming hard into the wooden wall behind him. The impact shook the entire room.
Another mouthful of blood spurted out, his face instantly turning as pale as paper. Clutching his agonized chest, Ning Chen leaned against the wall, his brows knitted tightly together.
Something was wrong. This guy's strength was absurdly powerful.
In the instant their palms met, he had faintly detected the scent of Yunluo flowers emanating from the cloaked figure.
Could this thing truly elevate one's cultivation to such heights in such a short time? Ning Chen's mind raced.
He didn't know the exact effects of this flower, and he'd never touched something that clearly belonged to the dark arts.
The righteous path was the only true way. So now, how should he fight? Calm down.
Seeing his deathly pale face and forehead covered in fine beads of cold sweat, Lin Wanner pushed aside her own fear and rushed forward. Her small hand pressed against his lower back, and a soft green glow began to radiate.
Warm healing energy surged into his body.
The excruciating pain in Ning Chen's chest and the turbulent chi and blood within him began to subside at a visible pace. Within mere breaths, he felt himself nearly fully restored. Ning Chen turned his head and gave Lin Wanner a grateful look.
Thank you.
The black-robed figure watched the scene unfold, a sneer of utter contempt escaping beneath his mask.
Put. Is that all you've got? Can't win a fight and need a woman to heal you?
What a useless piece of trash. Ning Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly straightened his body. He lifted his head, the weakness in his eyes vanishing completely, replaced by a sharpness as cold as a blade.
Poof. And what about you?
Hiding behind a pathetic mask, too cowardly to even show your face. What kind of skill is that? You're nothing but a clown living in the gutter.
You're asking for death. The cloaked figure was clearly struck at his core, erupting in fury.
You're the one who deserves to die. Ning Chen's gaze was as cold as 10,000-year-old ice.
He hesitated no longer. Come out, my companions. Hum. Two massive summoning arrays, one on each side, instantly unfolded before Ning Chen. Roar. Woof. Accompanied by a domineering dragon's roar and a majestic frog's croak, two colossal figures stepped out of the arrays, standing shoulder to shoulder before the hooded figure. On one side stood the Sacred Spirit Ancestral Dragon Làtiáo. On the other side stood the Sacred Spirit Golden Toad, Wang Zai. The simultaneous appearance of two SSS-tier spirit beasts unleashed a terrifying pressure like two mountains, instantly crushing down upon the black-robed figure. The air within the room seemed to freeze solid.
One could distinctly sense that beneath the black-robed figure's white mask, fear flickered in their eyes for the very first time, a terror impossible to conceal.
2 SSS rank beasts. Chapter 71 Ning Chen, beware of him. His hoarse voice was thick with disbelief. Now, the game is over. Ning Chen's voice sounded like the Grim Reaper's verdict. The cloaked figure snapped out of his shock, his eyes turning frenzied. He fought back with fury, the black winds swirling around him once more. Yet before absolute power, all external force proved futile. Làtiáo didn't even bother using dragon breath. Its massive tail swept casually, carrying mockery and contempt. Crack! The black wind the cloaked figure had conjured was shattered into nothingness by that single tail strike. His entire body was flung backward by an irresistible force, tumbling awkwardly through the air several times before he finally landed. Before he could steady himself, Làtiáo executed a divine dragon's tail flick, sending him hurtling in another direction. Crack! 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 In an instant, the formidable mysterious warrior was tossed around the small wooden hut like a soccer ball by Làtiáo's massive tail, utterly helpless to fight back. The black-robed figure's expression was frantic, his hair disheveled, utterly defeated. He knew that if this continued, he would surely die. In his despair, a glint of mad determination flashed in his eyes as he suddenly pulled another eerie purple flower from his robe. It was the Yun Luo flower. Seizing a moment's opening, he attempted to shove the flower back into his own mouth. Upon seeing this, Su Wannin frantically warned Ning Chen. Ning Chen, watch out for him.
Before her words had fully left her lips, Ning Chen's figure had already faded from the spot.
A near imperceptible afterimage instantly tore through the air. He materialized directly before the black-clad figure. The black-clad figure didn't even have time to react. Swoosh! With a gentle flick of Ning Chen's fingertip, the Yun Luo flower flew from his grasp, landing steadily in his palm. The black-robed figure froze in place, every hair on his body standing on end. Ning Chen lowered his gaze, staring at the purple flower in his palm that exuded a decaying, seductive aura. His eyes held undisguised contempt. His fingertips exerted a slight pressure. Put! A soft pop. The Yun Luo flower, capable of driving countless low-tier practitioners mad, dissolved in his palm into a sticky purple liquid, dripping through his fingers. A transferee who neglects to hone his own skills, yet spends his days pursuing such unorthodox methods. Ning Chen lifted his eyes, his gaze like two blades tempered in ice, piercing straight into the soul of the black-robed man. You've brought utter shame upon us job changers. His voice held not a shred of warmth, each word landing like ice shards striking the ground. Spicy strips. Ning Chen spoke indifferently, his eyes devoid of any warmth. Take care of him. Roar! The crimson gold flame dragon let out a roar that shook the heavens and earth. This time, it showed no mercy. Its overwhelming dragon might solidified into tangible force, locking the black-robed figure in place. Its jaws snapped open, gathering a crimson gold light 100 times more intense than when Ning Chen had previously unleashed it. Primordial dragon breath. Ah! The black-robed figure let out a piercing scream. Before he could utter a single threat, he was blasted by the dragon's breath, spitting blood as his form dissolved into a pitiful cloud of black smoke. He crashed through the remaining roof and fled desperately into the distance. Is that all he's got? Wang Zai didn't even have to lift a finger. What a useless piece of trash. Ning Chen snorted coldly with disdain. With a flick of his thoughts, the spicy strips and Wang Zai were stowed away. Without a moment's delay, Ning Chen turned and strode swiftly to Su Wanling's side. The icy glare that had frozen like ancient glacier a second before instantly melted into anxious concern the moment he saw her. He crouched down, untangling the ropes binding her, his voice hushed and laced with a tension he hadn't even noticed himself. How are you? Wanling, are you hurt? He scanned Su Wanling from head to toe, carefully checking for any marks left by the light ropes. Su Wanling shook her head. Her clear eyes reflected his face mere inches away. Feeling the warmth radiating from his fingertips, a wave of calm washed over her, washing away all traces of fear. Meanwhile, Ao Yaoyao, also freed from her restraints by Lin Wanner, watched the scene unfold, biting her lower lip hard. Ao Yaoyao's gaze was fixed on Ning Chen's hand supporting Su Wanling, her eyes blazing with fury. Why must your eyes always see only her? She whipped her head away, chin thrust high, mustering every ounce of strength to preserve her pride. Put! A faint snort escaped her tightly pursed lips as she walked away without looking back. Ning Chen watched her retreating figure with utter bewilderment. This young lady was truly a proud and stubborn one. He had saved her, yet she didn't even say thank you. The more Ning Chen thought about it, the angrier he grew, so he called out to her. Hey, young lady! I saved you, and you just walk off like that? Hearing Ning Chen speak, Ao Yaoyao felt an inexplicable surge of irritation. Oomph! I'm just making room for you too. Ao Yaoyao's face flushed crimson, her tone tinged with a bitterness she didn't even notice herself. Ning Chen pursed his lips, unwilling to engage with her. He scanned the surroundings, unwilling to waste time, fearing unknown dangers lurked nearby. He simply helped Su Wanling and Lin Wanner out of the place. But the moment they stepped outside, a SUV was parked right before their eyes. Ao Yaoyao sat in the passenger seat, chin held high in pride. Lin Wanner was thrilled beyond words, practically skipping over to Ao Yaoyao's side. Ms. Ao, did you come here just to wait for us? Ao Yaoyao turned her head away haughtily. This godforsaken mountain is full of dangers. As the safety officer for our grade, I can't take responsibility if anything happens to you again. Her tone was stiff and formal, as if her presence here was purely a matter of duty. Ning Chen couldn't be bothered to call out her lame excuse. He merely gave her a dismissive glance before helping Su Wanling, whose legs still trembled slightly, into the car. Inside the spacious car, the atmosphere felt tense. Su Wanling sat beside Ning Chen, head bowed, her ears flushing crimson. Ao Yaoyao, meanwhile, had claimed the farthest seat alone, arms crossed as she stared out the window. If it weren't for Ning Chen being here, she'd never have agreed to give Su Wanling a ride. About an hour later, the car arrived at the academy gates. The expected quiet was nowhere to be found. The entrance was packed with a dense crowd, noisy as a bustling market. A glaring red banner stretched across the crowd, its gold-embossed characters dancing wildly, dazzling from a distance. The moment Ning Chen stepped out of the car, he was engulfed by a tidal wave of voices. It's Ning Chen! Ning Chen is back! Ning Chen is the best! Ning Chen is awesome! Ah, Ning Chen, look at me! Boom! The crowd surged forward like a burst dam, instantly swarming around him. Ning Chen froze in place, his feet instinctively halting. For the first time, a trace of bewilderment flickered across his face, a face that had weathered life and death battles without much flicker. What the hell is going on? Immediately, several men in black suits forcefully pushed through the crowd, carving a path straight to his front. The leader, moving with crisp precision, presented a pure black card with both hands. Mr. Ning, this is the credit card prepared for you by the AO family. It contains 10 million points with no spending restrictions whatsoever. 10 million? Chapter 72. This damn money power is absolutely insane. Ning Chen's pupils contracted slightly. Before he could react, the second man handed him a set of car keys and a property deed. This is the latest Lamborghini model. And a standalone villa in the Linhai Garden estate. All property rights have been transferred to your name. The third person presented an exquisitely crafted sandalwood box. A commercial property in Zone A of Haicheng's prime central business district. Here are the land deed and ownership certificate. Credit scorecards, top-tier luxury cars, standalone villas, prime commercial properties in the heart of the business district. Any one of these would be enough to keep an ordinary worker striving for a lifetime. And now, they were being shoved into his arms like they were cabbages. Ning Chen stared at the items in his hands, momentarily speechless with astonishment. What was going on? When did the school's rewards become so extravagant? Even as the dungeon MVP, this seemed absurdly excessive. Just as his mind was filled with questions, the crowd parted automatically. An elderly man with salt and pepper hair, dressed immaculately in a vintage butler's uniform, emerged slowly, surrounded by a retinue of black-clad attendants. A warm smile graced his face, yet his slightly cloudy eyes betrayed a shrewdness that seemed to see through the world. The old man bowed deeply to Ning Chen. Mr. Ning, thank you for saving our young mistress during this crisis. His voice was gentle and steady, yet it struck Ning Chen like a thunderclap. These are merely small tokens of our family's gratitude. They are but a token of our appreciation, but we implore you to accept them. Ning Chen's body froze instantly. Our young lady? Almost mechanically, he turned his head. His gaze pierced through the crowd, landing precisely on the figure behind him, arms crossed, gazing haughtily toward the horizon. Ao Yaoyao. Holy crap! In that moment, even Ning Chen's lifetime composure couldn't suppress the words screaming across his mind like a relentless screen refresh. Miss Ao's power is just too insane. Just casually pulling out 10 million points and all that fixed assets. This damn cash power is just insane. As if sensing his utterly stunned gaze, Ao Yaoyao finally turned her head slowly, her molten gold eyes locking with his. She lifted her chin haughtily, like a peacock triumphant after a fight, a smug curve playing at the corners of her lips. What are you staring at me for? Her voice was soft, yet clear enough for Ning Chen to hear. Didn't you say this lady doesn't even know how to say thank you? Poof. What good are empty words? Of course, it's time for some real action. Ning Chen's brain, which had been knocked offline by that terrifying barrage of little gifts, finally began to reboot. The raw shock faded, replaced by an almost absurd glee bubbling up from deep within. This damn money power was just too sweet. Ning Chen cleared his throat, trying to maintain his cold expression, but the corners of his mouth refused to stay down. He gave up on controlling his face altogether. Ahem, he said, his voice taking on a warmth he hadn't even noticed himself. Since Miss Ao was being so gracious, if there's anything you need help with in the future, just ask. I've got you covered. One sentence made Ao Yaoyao's eyes, like molten gold, light up instantly. The tension in her jawline finally softened, and a radiant smile curved her lips. Victory! Yet the glare of that victory stung another pair of eyes nearby. Su Wanning stared at the overflowing bundle in Ning Chen's hands, then looked down at her own empty palms. Ao Yaoyao could give him a car, a house, and enough credit points to last him a lifetime. And me? I only drag him down, putting him in danger.
A wave of helplessness clenched her heart, sending a chill through her fingertips.
Ao Yao Yao keenly caught the shift in her expression.
She turned her head, her gaze sweeping toward Su Wannin like a sharp blade. The defiance and declaration in her eyes were utterly unmasked. Su Wannin's shoulders trembled slightly. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms.
So what?
A stubborn flame ignited within her heart.
I will grow stronger. I will become someone who stands beside you, not someone hiding behind you. For you, I will become a better person.
The commotion at the school gate hadn't subsided yet, countless eyes fixed intently on the storm's center. Among the crowd, several boys' eyes turned red with envy.
Damn it, what kind of bull luck did Ning Chen get? The Ao family's eldest daughter, that's the Ao family, for crying out loud. He only saved her once. Is all this stuff really necessary? That kid's gonna walk all over everyone from now on.
A boy with a dark look in his eyes whispered to his companion.
We absolutely can't let that kid get away with this.
His companion flashed a vicious grin at the words.
Don't worry, just wait and see. He's been showing off so much during the spring outing. I've already got people lined up. Just then, the principal, seeing everyone present, took attendance and granted the students a 2-day break.
Su Wanning was heading to the hospital, and Ning Chen had his own business to attend to. The stack of property deeds and land contracts still swirled in his mind, while the Lamborghini keys weighed heavily in his pocket. Now that he had the car, he needed to get his driver's license sorted out ASAP. He couldn't let Miss Ao's generous gift, which bordered on extravagance, gather dust in the garage. He straddled his second-hand bicycle, a clunker that rattled everywhere except the bell, and pedaled creakily toward the driving school. The sun was shining brightly, the breeze was gentle, and Ning Chen felt so good he almost whistled. But just as he turned into a quiet alley, planning to take a shortcut, a dark figure darted out from the side without warning and kicked his wheel.
Damn it!
The handlebars jerked violently, sending Ning Chen stumbling forward. The tires screeched against the pavement as he managed to steady himself, narrowly avoiding a faceplant. A surge of rage shot straight up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head.
Damn it! I just got a Lamborghini and now someone's kicking my bike? Did they think I was easy to bully, or did they think my beat-up bike was easy to bully?
Ning Chen steadied himself, his eyes instantly turning cold, a surge of uncontrollable rage welling up as he whipped his head around.
Who the hell is so bored? Get your ass out here!
No sooner had the words left his mouth than 3 figures emerged slowly from the shadows at the alley entrance. The leader was tall and burly, wearing the uniform of the neighboring city's No. 2 high school. His hands were stuffed in his pockets, his chin held high as if it might touch the sky. 2 underlings followed behind him, wearing identical uniforms and sporting sycophantic grins. The leader scanned Ning Chen up and down, then glanced at his beat-up bicycle. A blatant sneer spread across his lips.
You're Ning Chen from First High? Chapter 73, 3 Moves to Humiliate the Rogue.
His tone was brimming with arrogance. In all his life, Ning Chen had never encountered someone so brazenly looking for a fight.
He didn't bother responding, instead sizing up the guy from head to toe with an equally appraising gaze.
Then, with utter disdain, he rolled his eyes.
Psycho. Good dogs don't block the path, scram.
Those words were like a lit match tossed into a powder keg. Before the leader could react, his sidekick leaped forward, pointing a finger at Ning Chen's nose and yelling.
Kid, watch your ing mouth when you talk to me. You know who our boss is? He's the legendary SSS-tier Infinite Shadow at Second High.
Watch your step or we'll knock your teeth out.
Infinite Shadow? SSS-tier? Oh.
Hearing those words, the mockery in Ning Chen's eyes deepened, tinged with a hint of playful realization. He curled his lips as if he'd stumbled upon the biggest joke in the world. Oh, so you're that Huang Bo from Second High. He deliberately drew out that O with drawn-out emphasis.
I've heard about you. You chased Ao Yao Yao for ages, even bragging you'd marry into the Ao family. And what happened? The Ao family couldn't care less about you, and Ao Yao Yao never even gave you a proper look.
Ning Chen took a step forward, his gaze pinning the other man's face as it flushed crimson. His voice was quiet, but each word was like a knife, striking precisely at Huang Bo's most vulnerable spot.
So what? Can't get your goddess, so you're lashing out in anger? So you came looking for trouble with me to vent your frustration? UING. Huang Bo exploded completely.
His once handsome face twisted into a hideous grimace of rage, the veins on his temples throbbing violently.
Having his most humiliating wound exposed in public was more unbearable than a direct slap across the face. He glared at Ning Chen, grinding out the words through clenched teeth. Ning Chen, cut the bull. If you've got the guts, fight me. Ning Chen looked at him as if he were a wild monkey begging to be locked up in a zoo. A fight? With scum like this? What a waste of life. He scratched his ear, giving him a careless glance. That contempt radiating from his very bones was more devastating than any venomous words. Fine, Ning Chen drawled, his voice devoid of emotion. I'll fight you. But, you're wasting my precious time. How do we settle that? Huang Bo's fists clenched so tightly his knuckles cracked, his chest heaving violently as he fought the urge to attack on the spot. He ground out a single word through clenched teeth. Talk. Simple enough. Ning Chen crossed his arms over his chest, chin tilted slightly upward.
Next week, our first high seems to be holding some big placement exam.
They'll set up a combat arena in front of the entire school.
If I win, you in front of your second high and all my classmates will walk over to me, kowtow 3 times, then immediately squat there and shout 10 times at the top of your lungs, "Dad, I was wrong." The air seemed to freeze solid in that moment. The alley fell deathly silent, broken only by the rustling of plastic bags fluttering in the breeze at the corner. Huang Bo's face changed visibly, turning from crimson to liver pink, then finally to a deathly pallor.
This wasn't just humiliation, it was like peeling his face off, tossing it on the ground, and grinding it into dust with his boot.
"Fine," he nearly roared. "What if you lose?"
Ning Chen snorted as if hearing the most ridiculous joke imaginable.
"Me? I'll never lose." That nonchalant tone, that air of absolute certainty, was the spark that ignited the fuse beside him.
Put. One of Huang Bo's henchmen couldn't hold back any longer.
He stepped forward and spat a thick lob of phlegm onto the ground not far from Ning Chen's feet.
"Who the hell do you think you are? Think you're hot stuff now? Still talking big like this?
You." Before he could finish his sentence.
Smack!
A sharp, piercing slap echoed through the narrow alley, its crisp sound carrying a faint echo. Huang Bo and his other henchmen only saw Ning Chen's figure blur like smoke scattered by the wind. When their vision cleared, he had already returned to his original spot, not even changing the posture of his arms crossed over his chest. The thug who had been ranting moments ago spun like a top twice in place before collapsing with a thud. His left cheek swelled alarmingly fast, a vivid red handprint stamped across it, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His face was blank with terror, his mind a blank slate. It took several seconds before he processed what had happened. Clutching his face, he scrambled and crawled behind Huang Bo, his voice trembling.
"Boss, he's way too arrogant." Ning Chen didn't even bother to glance at him again.
Instead, he examined Huang Bo now being used as a human shield with keen interest, his laughter growing louder. Well, look at this. A grown man who hides behind others when trouble comes." His voice dripped with undisguised scorn, each word stinging like needles.
"Truth is, there's nothing wrong with clinging to the strong.
But you should at least pick the right person." Ning Chen's gaze lingered on Huang Bo's face, twisted with fury. He shook his head inside, as if lamenting some colossal folly. "Choosing such a weakling as your protector? Are you out of your mind?"
"Ning Chen!"
Huang Bo exploded with rage. The last thread of his sanity snapped with a sharp crack. Publicly exposed for his failed pursuit of the goddess, humiliated by a humiliating wager, and now in front of his own men called a weakling to his face.
"I'll cripple you today." As the roar erupted, a faint black mist instantly rose from Huang Bo's body.
Like an arrow released from its string, he charged forward with a chilling gust of wind, his fist hurtling straight toward Ning Chen's face. Facing this furious, full-power strike, Ning Chen didn't even lift an eyelid. He merely shifted his feet slightly. His body drifted like weightless willow fluff, evading the fist at an impossible angle by the narrowest of margins. In his mind, he calmly counted. 1 move. Huang Bo, his strike having missed, burned with even greater fury. His assault instantly became a storm of fists and kicks, the whipping wind stinging the cheeks. Black shadow energy swirled around his limbs, each strike aimed precisely at Ning Chen's vital points. Yet Ning Chen remained steadfast, like a solitary boat amidst raging waves. Though seemingly on the verge of capsizing, he consistently evaded every strike at the most critical moments with the least effort. He didn't even need to raise his hands. 2 moves. 3 moves. After 3 strikes, Huang Bo's offensive faltered for a moment. Panting heavily, he paused and looked at Ning Chen before him, a man who only evaded, never counterattacked, a look of utter contempt spreading across his face.
"Put."
He spat, the arrogance returning to his eyes.
"I thought you were something special. Turns out you're just a coward who can only dodge but never strike back."
He believed he had seen through Ning Chen's true colors.
"Looks like your first high school isn't all that after all."
Huang Bo sneered, his voice growing increasingly brazen as he deliberately raised his volume.
"All that hype about being an SSS-tier Beastmaster?
Turns out you're nothing but hot air.
Bull?"
A barely perceptible sneer curved the corners of Ning Chen's mouth.
"You really are adorably stupid. You think I'm hiding because I'm scared? I was merely toying with you."
Ning Chen's voice was light and airy, dripping with contempt.
"Toying with me? Play?"
Those 2 words seared into Huang Bo's mind like 2 red-hot branding irons.
All his pride was utterly crushed in that instant, evaporating without a trace. All that remained was boundless rage. "You're asking for it." Chapter 74, the broke student pulls out his black gold card. Huang Bo transformed into a blurred shadow, a savage beast utterly enraged, lunging once more at Ning Chen. Yet Ning Chen didn't even bat an eyelid. Just an ordinary kick. Huang Bo was sent crashing into the wall. "Put." A mouthful of blood mixed with stomach acid spurted from his mouth, splattering into a glaring crimson flower on the floor. The entire venue fell deathly silent. The henchman who had been hiding behind Huang Bo moments ago was now utterly dumbfounded. His mouth hung open, eyes bulging so wide they seemed ready to pop out of their sockets, breath forgotten. What just happened? The boss got kicked, just one kick? Huang Bo lay on the ground, ignoring the pain. Only one thought filled his mind. How could this happen? He hadn't even used his hands, just casually lifted his foot. Where did that terrifying, unstoppable force come from? Impossible. He was an SSS-ranked infinite shadow. The pride of second high. How could he be kicked into this state by a single blow? Impossible. I refuse to accept this. Ning Chen stepped before him, towering over him with a condescending gaze, that playful sneer returning to the corner of his mouth. You refuse to accept it? Fine. Today I'll beat you into submission. Before the words had even finished echoing, Huang Bo felt a flash before his eyes. Smack! A sharp slap landed on his right cheek, not hard, but utterly humiliating. This slap is for all of first high. Who gave you the nerve to look down on us? Just as Huang Bo was about to curse back, Ning Chen's figure flickered again. Smack! His left cheek took another blow. This slap is for Ao Yao Yao. A toad dreaming of swan meat. You should take a good look at yourself in the mirror first. You. Smack! Ning Chen struck again with his backhand, cutting him off mid-sentence. This slap is to teach you some manners. Next time you see someone stronger, remember to take the long way around. Ning Chen's movements weren't swift, and his force was perfectly measured enough to make him feel the pain, yet not enough to knock him unconscious. He struck again and again, as if teasing a defenseless pet. Huang Bo was utterly stunned. He wanted to fight back, but he couldn't even reach the hem of his opponent's clothes. He tried to dodge, yet no matter how he rolled or crawled, the next slap always landed precisely on his face. Each strike felt like a merciless verdict, peeling away layer by layer the pride of his SSS-tier genius status, tossing it to the ground and crushing it underfoot. He had no idea how long it lasted, maybe 10 blows, maybe more. Huang Bo finally broke. He abandoned all resistance, slumping to the ground, his face bruised and swollen, hair disheveled, gasping for breath. His eyes were filled with terror and despair. Stop, please stop. His voice was hoarse and tearful, like a bullied elementary school student. I surrender. I surrender. Please, stop hitting me. Only then did Ning Chen stop. He clapped his hands idly, as if he'd merely brushed off some dust. He looked down at the muddy mess on the ground and curled his lips into a smirk. All right, surrender is fine. His gaze swept over Huang Bo's face, now swollen like a pig's head. Next week's placement exams. The bet. Remember it. With that, Ning Chen didn't spare him another glance. He turned and strode leisurely out of the alley. Huang Bo and his henchmen sat frozen in place. It took Huang Bo a long while to snap back to reality. Clenching his fist, he summoned every ounce of strength and slammed it hard into the wall beside him. Thud. Bricks shattered, blood trickled through his knuckles, yet he felt no pain. Ning Chen. He ground out the two syllables through clenched teeth, each one dripping with murderous intent. You're dead to me. I absolutely won't let you off. Moments later, Ning Chen pedaled his old-school bicycle, wobbling his way to a driving school on the outskirts of town. Sign me up. He parked his bike by the entrance and walked into the slightly noisy registration hall. Several men in instructor uniforms, huddled together smoking and shooting the breeze, lazily lifted their heads at the sound. They eyed him up and down, their gazes simultaneously revealing undisguised contempt. Another broke student. The instructors stubbed out their cigarettes, casting a lazy glance at him. Their eyes lingered on his beat-up bicycle, their lips curling into condescending smirks. The forms are over there. Fill them out yourself. Ning Chen ignored them and headed toward the registration desk. Suddenly, a foot shot out silently. He was deep in thought when he was suddenly tripped, stumbling forward. The lobby erupted in laughter. Amidst the laughter, a jingle sounded as a set of car keys flew out of his pocket, rolling far away. The gleaming gold bull emblem on them dazzled the eyes. Next to fall was a jet-black card that slammed onto the floor with a thud. It felt thick and substantial, with only a subtle gold trim along the edges. The shrill laughter abruptly stopped, as if someone had grabbed them by the throat. Contempt and mockery froze on the coaches' faces as their eyes fixed on the two objects on the ground. Lamborghini car keys. And that, black gold card? The beer-bellied coach's foot, still extended, froze mid-retraction. His mouth hung open slightly, making him look like a frog struck by lightning. This kid drives a Lamborghini? Then is he riding this beat-up bike to experience life? Just as everyone's thoughts ran wild and the lobby fell deathly silent, a graceful figure suddenly moved. A stunningly curvaceous female trainer, her figure accentuated by tight workout gear, bent down in high heels to pick up the car keys and black card from the floor before approaching Ning Chen. Hey, handsome, here to sign up? She handed the items to Ning Chen with a voice sweet enough to make one sick, her almond-shaped eyes narrowing as they locked onto him. Ning Chen nodded expressionlessly. Driving schools had instructors of this caliber? The next second, a soft, boneless hand grabbed his arm and pulled him up from the ground. The beautiful instructor practically pressed herself against him. Come on, handsome, follow your sister over here, she declared, pulling Ning Chen toward the registration desk without waiting for a response.
Her body brushed against his arm, seemingly by accident, her voice growing even more coquettish.
Sign up with your sister, and I'll give you exclusive one-on-one service. Guaranteed to get your license in just 2 weeks. This woman.
Ning Chen felt slightly uncomfortable under her touch. The soft sensation on his arm made his body stiffen. He was, after all, a perfectly normal man in the prime of his youth. Out of the corner of his eye, he accidentally caught sight of the deep valley accentuated by her bent posture.
Gulp. He swallowed nervously. I don't have that much time to learn. Ning Chen's voice sounded a bit dry.
Oh, that's exactly why you need to sign up for one-on-one lessons with me.
Chapter 75. The villa neighbor is the Tsundere school beauty. The beautiful coach took his hand and gave it a playful shake, her breath fragrant. With private lessons, you can come whenever you want.
I'll be here waiting for you anytime.
How does that sound? That actually made sense. Ning Chen finally caught on. Private lessons would indeed save him the hassle of waiting in line and accommodating others. He wasn't one to drag his feet anyway. Alright, one-on-one it is. Ning Chen didn't even hesitate, sealing the deal immediately.
The beautiful instructor's smile grew even brighter as she swiftly produced a form and a POS machine. One-on-one VIP class, 15,000. She paused, then fluttered her eyelashes at Ning Chen.
But looking at you, handsome, you don't seem to be 18 yet, right? If you want to expedite getting your license, you'll need to pull some strings.
She held up 5 slender fingers.
Add another 5,000, and I'll make it happen for you.
Without a word, Ning Chen pulled out his black card and handed it over.
20,000 yuan to resolve one problem, worth it. Swipe, sign done in one fluid motion.
The beautiful instructor giggled, her body shaking with laughter, and proactively pulled out her phone. Handsome guy, let's connect on WeChat.
It'll make it easier to coordinate driving lessons later.
After signing up, Ning Chen ignored the bitter looks of regret from the instructors behind him. Under the reluctant gaze of the beautiful instructor, he hopped onto his old-school bicycle and rode off. After adding her on WeChat and bidding farewell to the fiery-tempered instructor, Ning Chen pedaled straight toward his new home in the city.
It was a detached villa in the affluent Yunding Mountain neighborhood on the eastern outskirts. It was his reward for saving Miss AO.
However, the villa district was far from the city center, and it took Ning Chen a full 2 hours to reach it by bicycle. By the time he finally spotted the luxurious complex nestled among the green trees, he was panting heavily, his forehead drenched in sweat. Damn it, living in a villa was great, but this commute was exhausting. Ning Chen grumbled to himself as he followed the address to locate his own villa. When the 3-story villa spanning nearly 1,000 square meters with its own private pool and garden came into view, he couldn't help but gasp in awe. All his previous fatigue vanished instantly.
Worth it. Those 2 hours of exhaustion were worth it.
Excitedly, he parked his bike by the entrance and reached for his keys to unlock the door.
Just then, the gate of the neighboring villa clicked open.
A graceful figure in a fiery red dress emerged, strolling out leisurely.
It was Ao Yao Yao. Ning Chen frowned. Miss Ao, what are you doing here?
Ao Yao Yao crossed her arms over her chest, accentuating her already stunning curves. Her smile bloomed like a flower as she tilted her head, looking at Ning Chen and speaking with utter confidence.
This is my home. What's wrong with me being here? Ao Yao Yao's matter-of-fact tone caused Ning Chen's mind to freeze for a moment.
This was the most luxurious establishment in Haicheng. Her presence here wasn't surprising at all.
So, this is your home? That means, we're neighbors now? This reaction was nothing like the surprise or flattery Ao Yao Yao had anticipated. Too plain. What was this? Disdain? Ao Yao Yao's beautiful brows instantly furrowed.
She placed her hands on her slender waist, striking a confrontational pose as if demanding an explanation, her fiery red skirt swaying slightly with her movements.
Hey! What's with that look?
The young lady's voice rose several pitches, thick with displeasure.
Is being my neighbor such a burden? Does it bother you? What kind of nonsense was this woman thinking?
Ning Chen found her bristling demeanor rather amusing and quickly waved his hands.
Of course not.
Being neighbors with Miss AO is a blessing most people would beg for and never get. A light-hearted compliment instantly soothed the dragon princess's ruffled feathers.
The displeasure vanished from Ao Yao Yao's face, replaced by an unmistakable smugness that she couldn't suppress.
The corners of her mouth curled upward uncontrollably.
Oomph, that's more like it. She cleared her throat, feigning magnanimity.
In that case, this lady will show some kindness. Considering how far this place is from school, I'll give you a ride on my way there from now on.
We can go to school together. Go to school together?
Ning Chen's breath caught and he froze in place.
Ao Yao Yao's cheeks flushed. Oh no. He must have seen right through my little scheme. You, don't get the wrong idea. I'm only doing this to repay you for saving my life. Yes, it's all about gratitude. Anyway, the driver has to drive anyway, one more person won't make a difference. Please don't read too much into it.
Her words came faster and faster, her cheeks flushing slightly as if desperately trying to distance herself from something. This desperate attempt to cover something up only made it more obvious. Ning Chen watched her, the amusement in his eyes deepening. He didn't call her out on it, merely nodding with a calm tone that suggested he hadn't noticed a thing.
I understand. Then I'll be relying on you, Miss AO.
He shifted gears and reminded her the grade placement exams are on Monday.
Don't oversleep and be late. Don't worry.
Seeing his prompt agreement, AO Yaoyao instantly relaxed, her lips curling into a smug smile. She turned with a flourish, leaving Ning Chen with a fiery red silhouette as she walked through the gates of her family's villa. The moment the door closed, AO Yaoyao leaned against it and clenched her fist triumphantly.
This lady won't believe it. I'll be hanging around you every single day from now on. We'll be seeing each other constantly. How could I possibly lose to that deadbeat Su Wanning?
The brief weekend flew by, and before they knew it, Monday arrived, the day of the placement exams. Early that morning, a black extended wheelbase Rolls-Royce Phantom glided to a smooth stop at the gates of Haicheng First High School, drawing envious stares from countless students. The license plate number, A88888, further emphasized the owner's status as someone who was either extremely wealthy or of noble birth. Under the crowd's gaze, the chauffeur stepped out briskly and opened the rear door.
AO Yaoyao and Ning Chen stepped out one after the other. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, escorted by a luxury car.
This scene exploded like a bombshell, instantly setting the crowd at the school gate abuzz.
Holy crap! Miss AO and Ning Chen. How could they be together? Could the rumors be true they're actually dating? A girl's shriek rang out, brimming with shock and gossip. No way! Isn't Ning Chen supposed to be with our school's other goddess, Su Wanling? I saw them walking together just the other day. Pfft, what couple? To me, he's just a deadbeat leech.
A tall guy chimed in sourly, his voice dripping with envy.
First S-tier Su Wanning, now SS-tier AO Yaoyao? He must be rolling in luck. What a disgrace to us men. Exactly. He's just riding on some life-saving favor. Does that debt last forever?
Just wait, when Miss AO gets bored, he'll get kicked to the curb. The murmurs of gossip washed over them like a tide, seeping into every ear. Not far away, Su Wanning, who had just stepped off the bus, stood quietly at the back of the crowd. Wearing a faded school uniform and clutching several books, her exquisitely beautiful face bore no expression. Only her clear, water-like eyes remained fixed, unblinking, on the two figures at the school gate. Every harsh whisper drifted into her ears, not a single word missed. Her heart felt as though an invisible hand had clenched it tightly, sending a faint yet distinct twinge of pain through her.
When did they become so close?
Yesterday, she had sent him a message, but he hadn't replied.
So, he was with AO Yaoyao? The commotion at the school gate hadn't subsided yet. The whispers, laced with jealousy and contempt, grew increasingly piercing. Just then, a sharp, piercing electrical crackle blared through the campus PA system, instantly drowning out every voice. Immediately after, the principal's resonant yet slightly distorted roar echoed throughout the campus. All first-year students. Immediately. Right now. Assemble on the playground. The grade-level placement exams begin now. Chapter 76, what are we waiting for? Let's go.
The words had barely left his mouth when the students gathered at the school gates froze in shock. 1 second they were savoring the gossip, the next, it was kicked away like trash.
Holy crap? Starting now? Wasn't it supposed to be at 9? We're still 10 minutes away. What are you standing around for? Run! After a brief moment of shock, the crowd erupted. Everyone sprinted toward the playground, terrified that even a second of delay would disqualify them. In an instant, the playground was packed with people. On the elevated stage, the principal held a large metal megaphone, his stern gaze sweeping over every young face below. The rules for this major exam are simple. Odd-numbered classes get 1 secret realm arena, even-numbered classes get 1 secret realm arena.
Once inside, there are no rules, no restrictions.
Your only task is to defeat everyone you see by any means necessary.
The 30 individuals who ultimately remain standing in each instance will be assigned to the rocket class.
The rest of you will be placed into either the elite class or the regular class based on the order in which you are eliminated. Understood? Now, prepare yourselves.
Before his words faded, the space behind the principal abruptly warped. Ning Chen stood within Class 3's formation, utterly disinterested in the principal's speech. He scanned his surroundings, a faint golden light imperceptible to ordinary eyes flickering in his gaze. This was the rudimentary spirit energy detection spell he had mastered over the weekend. Though basic, it was more than sufficient for locating individuals.
His spiritual sense swept swiftly across the entire playground. Where was Huang Bo? Ning Chen frowned. That bastard actually dared to stand me up? What about bowing down and calling me daddy? With that little guts, he dares to talk big in front of me? Looks like he won't learn his lesson until he's pushed to the edge. Fine. Wait until the grand exam ends. Then you'll see how I deal with you.
In the instant his thoughts churned, the space behind the martial arts platform tore apart completely. 2 enormous black vortexes, like gaping abysses, materialized out of thin air. Odd-numbered classes, enter the left. Even-numbered classes, enter the right. Now! At the principal's command, thousands of students surged toward their respective portals like a herd of driven fish.
Ning Chen and Su Wanling were both in Class 3, so they naturally fell into the left queue. Ning Chen instinctively reached out, intending to take Su Wanling's hand as he always did. But the moment his hand reached out, Su Wanling jerked hers back as if scalded, taking a small step to the side. The movement was slight, yet carried a resolute sense of distance. Ning Chen's hand froze mid-air. He looked at Su Wanling in confusion. The girl kept her head bowed, her long lashes lowered, concealing all emotion in her eyes, making it impossible to discern her thoughts. Wan Nin, what's wrong? Su Wanling's shoulders trembled slightly. She didn't lift her head, her voice barely above a whisper. You and AO. The words died on her lips. Those two words felt like a fishbone lodged in Su Wanling's throat. She couldn't spit them out nor swallow them down, leaving only a bitter ache and deep sense of injustice in her heart. Ning Chen saw her expression and instantly understood. This little girl was jealous. Ning Chen felt both exasperated and amused. He waved his hand helplessly, softening his tone. What nonsense are you thinking? I don't have a single penny's worth of connection with her. I just got a ride with her since we were going the same way. Hearing this, Su Wanling lowered her head and chuckled softly, her cheeks flushing slightly. He's explaining it to me. Seeing Su Wanling like this, Ning Chen felt a surge of protective instinct. He simply took her hand. Come on, let's go in together. But Su Wanling pulled her hand away again. Her watery eyes brimmed with stubbornness. We should go our separate ways. Her voice was soft but each word was clear. This class placement exam ranks individuals. Going together would be inconvenient. Seeing Ning Chen's furrowed brow, Su Wanling took a deep breath, as if gathering her courage. But don't worry, she added, I'll definitely end up in the same class as you. With that, she turned away from Ning Chen without another glance, choosing a different path and disappearing headlong into the eerie jungle deep within the secret realm. Her slender silhouette radiated an unyielding spirit. Ning Chen looked at his hand, which she had pushed away, then glanced in the direction she had vanished. He smiled and nodded. I believe you. Ning Chen didn't linger either. He chose a direction diametrically opposed to Su Wanling's and strode off. The moment they parted ways, several pairs of eyes watched Ning Chen's retreating figure intently from the shadows near the entrance. Poof. A freeloading good-for-nothing like him deserves Wanling's attention? He really doesn't know his place. The leader, clad in an expensive combat suit, glared with a sinister expression. His name was Li Shaoan, the head of this group. Today, I'll teach him a lesson. But... Li Shao. A lanky boy beside him trembled, his voice quivering. That guy is Ning Chen. Even Huang Bo was. What's there to fear? Li Shaoan cut him off impatiently, his eyes brimming with contempt. Huang Bo? That piece of trash? He's not even in our league. All four of us are genuine SS rank job changers. No matter how tough Ning Chen is, can he take on all four of us alone? Another burly man with a face full of fleshy rolls chimed in, his voice deep and booming. Exactly. Besides, young Master Li brought the Li family's ancestral treasure this time. Taking him down will be a piece of cake. Exactly. Once we get our hands on him, we'll break both his legs first. See how he keeps living off others then. Make him kneel on the ground and lick the soles of our shoes clean. Hearing this, the previously timid boy's fear instantly gave way to excitement. If that's the case, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Just as those self-important fools crept silently behind him, Ning Chen, on the other side of the secret realm, halted his steps without warning. He moved cautiously across this unfamiliar terrain, surrounded by eerie plants towering as tall as a person, the air thick with a damp, putrid stench. Suddenly, he sensed something in the dead silence behind him, additional breaths and heartbeats that weren't his own. Faint, yet impossible to miss. Ning Chen's brow furrowed, a cold curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Without even turning his head, he stood still. Who's there? Come out. Chapter 77, What Brass Brick? That's a divine scripture. Before the words had fully faded, rustling footsteps echoed from all directions. Tree shadows swayed as four boys, each dressed differently but all wearing the same malicious grin, emerged from different directions, encircling Ning Chen at the center. Leading them was none other than that Li Shaoan fellow. Beside him stood the lanky Dong Liang, the muscular Zhang Feng, and Ho Liangping dressed in extravagant, ostentatious attire that screamed nouveau riche. The four of them, from four directions, blocked every possible escape route completely. Ning Chen's gaze swept over each of their faces, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. So it was these clowns. Li Shaoan, what do you want? Li Shaoan crossed his arms, chin slightly raised, looking down on Ning Chen with a condescending gaze. Well, Ning Chen. Seems you still recognize us. If you know what's good for you, get down on your knees right now, kowtow 3 times to this young master, and beg for mercy 10 times. Maybe, if I'm in a good mood, I'll spare your worthless life. Hearing this, Ning Chen didn't grow angry. Instead, he looked as if he'd heard the funniest joke in the world. The icy aura on his face instantly gave way to amusement. Oh? He raised an eyebrow. Who gave you the confidence to think the four of you could beat me? Ning Chen. Cut the nouveau riche Ho Liangping, standing nearby, exploded instantly.
Pointing his finger at Ning Chen's nose, he cursed, "Don't think beating trash like Huang Bo makes you invincible.
Today, we have 4 SS-level fighters here, and young Master Li even brought his family heirloom treasure to deal with you. Taking you down is more than enough."
His words were meant to intimidate Ning Chen, but instead, the smile on Ning Chen's face grew even broader.
He dramatically patted his chest, feigning profound shock. Oh my, I'm so scared." His gaze shot past Ho Liangping, locking onto young Master Li with a teasing glint. "An ancestral treasure? Quick. Bring it out for this young master to see. Let's see what this marvelous thing is." "Oomph. Still talking big when you're about to die."
Li Shaoan's blood boiled at Ning Chen's insolence, but the thought of his trump card restored his confidence. A cruel, cold smile curled his lips. His hands swept over his storage ring, and a gleaming, brick-shaped object materialized in his palm. "Since you wish to see, this young master shall grant your wish.
Behold, this is my Li family's ancestral treasure, the brass brick."
Li Shaoan smugly weighed the brass brick in his hand, its golden glow making his grin look even more sinister. Yet the moment the bronze brick materialized, the playful smile on Ning Chen's face froze.
His pupils suddenly contracted. A brass brick?
This was clearly the wordless heavenly book.
Fool.
If the Li family ancestors knew their descendants were using the Book of Heaven without words as a brick to smash people, they'd probably rise from the dead in fury. Since such a divine artifact had come to him on its own, he wouldn't be blamed for taking advantage of it.
Ning Chen's expression darkened as he sneered, "Ha! Is that all? You call this piece of junk a family heirloom? Li Shaoan, you're something else."
The words ignited Li Shaoan's powder keg.
"Ning Chen! You're asking for it."
Li Shaoan's face instantly turned the color of liver, veins bulging on his arms as he clutched the wordless heavenly book and advanced.
"Come and get it,"
he roared, mustering every ounce of strength to hurl the brass brick with all his might toward Ning Chen's forehead. A golden streak sliced through the air, trailing a piercing whistle. Fearing the precious artifact might get damaged, Ning Chen didn't even think of blocking the blow. He lightly pushed off with his foot and slid out of the way.
Boom!
The wordless heavenly book grazed the hem of his robe as it flew past, crashing into the massive boulder behind him. Contrary to the expected deafening crash, the stone slab taller than a man simply disintegrated into dust the instant it made contact, crumbling silently to the ground.
Its power was truly terrifying. Alas, it was like casting pearls before swine. Such a divine artifact in the hands of this brat was the greatest waste in the world. Ning Chen executed a graceful somersault, landing steadily atop another massive boulder. From his elevated vantage point, he looked down upon the 4 figures below. He extended a finger and shook it gently. "Hold on, don't attack yet." Li Shaoan, his strike having missed, was about to activate his treasure again when his movements halted at the command. He withdrew the wordless heavenly book, glaring up at Ning Chen with utter disdain, his tone dripping with smug confidence. "What? Scared now? I warn you, begging for mercy is too late now. Not only will you kneel and lick the soles of all 4 of our shoes clean, but from this day forward, you are forbidden from ever appearing before Wan Ning again." The curve of Ning Chen's lips grew more amused. "You're overthinking it. I just want to tell you that the 4 of you aren't even worthy of me truly stepping in." His gaze fixed on the blank scroll in Li Shaoan's hands, his intentions unmistakable. "Want to fight me? Fine. Let's make a wager. If I win, the treasure in your hands is mine."
Li Shaoan snorted as if hearing the most absurd claim, his tone dripping with scorn.
Fine. No problem. I just doubt you have the skill to take it."
A flash of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes.
"And what if you lose? I'll destroy my own talent and then get the hell out of Beihai first high."
Ning Chen's lips curved into a smile, his response crisp and decisive.
"Deal. Whoever backs out is a coward."
The moment the words fell, Ning Chen's figure moved. Without even summoning his beast mount, he launched himself like an arrow from the giant rock, plunging toward Li Shaoan with overwhelming force.
No unnecessary words.
Ning Chen's assault was relentless, his fists whistling through the air, his legs lashing like whips, each strike targeting Li Shaoan's vital points. Li Shaoan, an SS-tier powerhouse, now realized with horror that his vaunted speed and strength seemed laughable against Ning Chen. He could only block desperately, retreating step by step, quickly finding himself completely overwhelmed.
Attack together.
Seeing this, Dong Liang and Zhang Feng exchanged glances before roaring and charging in from both sides to pincer him.
The nouveau riche Ho Liangping also plucked up his courage, channeling energy to launch a distant attack.
Facing 4 opponents alone, Ning Chen showed no fear. He couldn't be bothered wasting time on these clowns.
"This farce must end," he murmured.
Energy erupted violently from within him, unleashing a powerful shockwave that radiated outward from his center.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Dong Liang, Zhang Feng, and Ho Liangping were struck head-on as if by an invisible giant hammer. Blood spurted from their mouths as they screamed and flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground, instantly incapacitated.
One move. Just one move. 3 SS-tier powerhouses defeated in seconds. Dead silence fell over the entire arena.
Only Li Shaoan remained, standing pale and trembling in place.
He refused to accept it. He couldn't accept it. Ning Chen. I'll kill you. Chapter 78, The Li family's heirloom. Li Shaoan, raging like a madman, squeezed every last ounce of energy from his body and hurled the wordless heavenly book at Ning Chen once more. This time, Ning Chen did not dodge. He stood still, slowly extending his right hand. To Li Shaoan's horrified gaze, the celestial book halted abruptly an inch from Ning Chen's face. It was caught effortlessly by his hand. Ning Chen's left hand, which had somehow transformed into a blade, swept lightly toward Li Shaoan. A palm wind, condensed to its utmost, tore through the air. Thud! Li Shaoan was struck as if by lightning, his body curling into a shrimp-like position as he fell backward, utterly unconscious. Ning Chen weighed the warm, substantial, wordless heavenly book in his hand, a satisfied smile curling his lips. The instant Ning Chen tucked the book away, a cold, mechanical voice abruptly echoed in the ears of every student within the dungeon. Congratulations to player Ning Chen for defeating 4 SS rank combatants. Points added, 70. Ning Chen's movements didn't falter for a second. He didn't even bother to glance at the unconscious Li Shaoan lying on the ground. A faint surge of spiritual energy flowed from his fingertips, slicing open his index finger. A single drop of crimson blood fell precisely onto the ancient brass pages. Hum. The wordless celestial book emitted a faint hum. As if possessed of life itself, the drop of blood swiftly seeped into the pages, transforming into countless intricate golden patterns that spread along the book's veins. A flash of light flickered and vanished. Bonding complete. Cough, cough, cough. At that very moment, Li Shaoan slowly regained consciousness. Clutching his painfully throbbing chest, his gaze immediately fell upon the wordless heavenly book in Ning Chen's hands. The bloodline markings belonging to their Li family had vanished without a trace. In its place was Ning Chen's aura, one that filled him with utter loathing. Ning Chen! Li Shaoan's eyes blazed crimson as he struggled to his feet, his finger trembling as it pointed at Ning Chen. You shameless scoundrel! How dare you steal our Li family's heirloom? A cold smile curved Ning Chen's lips as he casually tossed the wordless heavenly book in his hand. Young Master Li, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever you want. Everyone here heard the wager we made just now. You lost. The treasure is mine. He stepped forward, towering over the feigning fierceness but fear within Li Shaoan. What? Trying to back out? He paused, a hint of mockery in his voice. Oh, and just a friendly reminder, your points are still at 0. Instead of throwing a tantrum, why not focus on earning points so you can be in the same class as your goddess? With that, Ning Chen wasted no time. His figure blurred into a trail of afterimages, vanishing deep into the dense forest in a few swift bounds. Li Shaoan was left standing alone, frozen in place. A humiliating disgrace. This was the most humiliating defeat he had ever suffered in his entire life. Put. He could no longer suppress the surging blood in his chest, and a mouthful of blood spurted forth. Clutching his chest, Li Shaoan's knees buckled. He collapsed heavily to his knees, pounding the ground frantically with his fists. Ning Chen! I, Li Shaoan, swear to heaven I will make you pay with your life. At that very moment. Inside the instance, chaos erupted. That system notification felt like a depth charge dropped into a tranquil lake. Holy! Did I hear that right? Ning Chen? Defeated 4 SS rank combatants? One person is one thing, but it happened in less than 5 minutes from the start. Damn it! The entire dungeon only requires 100 points to clear, and he just completed 70% of it in one go? How are us regular folks supposed to compete now? Ning Chen. From today on, you're my one and only bro. Everyone was left speechless by this terrifying feat, their scalps tingling with shock. Meanwhile, Ning Chen's figure appeared beside a secluded lake. He sat cross-legged, placing the blank celestial book flat on his knees. With a thought, his divine sense probed within. Rustle, rustle. The ancient pages turned swiftly, moving without wind. A soft golden light surged from the book, coalescing before Ning Chen into a translucent spirit roughly the size of a palm. The little spirit fluttered its translucent wings, circling Ning Chen curiously before settling before him. With a crisp, playful voice, it bowed respectfully. Master, what are your orders? It worked. It truly was a divine artifact. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Ning Chen's eyes. He extended a finger and waved it lightly. Nothing. You may withdraw for now. Yes, Master. The little spirit bowed once more, transforming into a golden light that re-entered the heavenly book. Only after confirming the artifact was completely secure did Ning Chen feel at ease storing it away in his storage space. Now was not the time to study it. The urgent task at hand was to clear this dungeon. Ning Chen quickly rose, assessed his bearings, and strode purposefully deeper into the dungeon. Dappled sunlight filtered through the forest canopy. He hadn't gone far when a rustling sound reached his ears from ahead. Ning Chen halted abruptly, his gaze sharpening instantly. Every muscle tensed as he readied himself for battle. But the very next second, the scene unfolding before him made him swallow his carefully prepared combo whole. 5 figures burst out of the dense forest ahead, students from other classes at his school. Upon seeing Ning Chen, they froze stiffly, then recoiled as if they'd seen a ghost, their faces etched with terror.
Then, as if rehearsed, the five retreated in perfect unison to either side, forcibly clearing a wide, starlit path for Ning Chen along the forest trail. The leader, a boy named Làtiáo, even managed to squeeze out a sycophantic grin that looked worse than a cry.
Ning Chen, you go ahead. We can't beat you. We admit defeat. Ning Chen froze in place. Holy crap. This kind of move? Surrendering without a fight? Why aren't these guys playing by the rules? He raised an eyebrow, watching the students before him who looked like they wanted to bury their heads in the ground. He found it amusing, but he furrowed his brow and feigned seriousness. Hey, you lot, what's going on here? As the elite of Beihai First High School, the future pillars of Dragon Nation, how could you surrender without even putting up a fight? This won't do. It'll be an absolute embarrassment if word gets out. He delivered this with deadpan seriousness, but the group nearly burst into tears upon hearing it. A stocky boy named Zhang Chang scratched the back of his head and gave a nervous chuckle. Calm down, sir, please don't tease us. Taking you on would be suicide. We're saving our energy for a shot at luck later. Fu Ruweifeng, standing nearby, nodded repeatedly, his expression earnest. Yeah, Ning Chen, remember the spring outing? If it weren't for you, our whole grade would have been finished. How could we ever lay a finger on you? Wang Songliang stuck out his neck, his face brimming with admiration. Ning Chen, you're my big brother. Just give us a shout if you ever need anything. Chapter 79. With these guys chiming in one after another, Ning Chen couldn't keep up his stern facade any longer. A smile slipped onto his lips. He walked over and patted each of them on the shoulder in turn, like some old-school cadre. Alright, you guys are sharp. In a generous mood, he decided to be magnanimous with them. Ning Chen swept his hand through the air, and several herbs glowing with a faint, luminous light appeared in his palm loot he'd gathered from the medicine spirit's secret realm. He tossed them over casually, as if handing out candy beans. Here, take these. Rejuvenation grass a reward for you. If you ever get badly hurt, as long as you've still got a breath left, chew these and you'll be back on your feet in no time. The others looked down at the items in their hands, their breath catching for a moment. Rejuvenation grass? That was something they'd only ever heard about in books and now it was right in their hands? Zhang Chang's hands began to tremble. His mouth hung open for ages, unable to utter a single word. Fu Ruweifeng stammered, and Ning Chen, this. Wang Songliang was the most direct. He carefully tucked the herb into his robe, guarding it as if it were his most precious possession, his face flushing with excitement. Brother! From now on, my life belongs to you. Just then, that cold mechanical voice sounded again, perfectly timed. Congratulations, player Ning Chen. You have successfully defeated 5 Class A combatants, earning 10 additional points. Ning Chen's lips curved into a smile. This grade exam was surprisingly easy. Ning Chen continued walking forward, followed by a group of grateful subordinates who were practically ready to worship him. Along the way, whenever they encountered students from other teams, every single one of them would veer far out of the way from a distance, as if Ning Chen were some kind of prehistoric beast walking among them. Ning Chen shook his head helplessly, unable to suppress a silent sigh. Ah, invincibility, what utter loneliness it brings. Just as he was lamenting his overwhelming strength that left him friendless, a surge of air simultaneously scorching hot and bitterly cold swept toward him from the distance, accompanied by faint booms of energy. His figure flickered, and in a few bounds, he followed the sound. Before him, the scene suddenly opened up. Before him lay a battle-scarred clearing. Ao Yaoyao stood poised and formidable, a long whip in hand. Opposite her, not far away, Su Wannin knelt pale-faced on the ground, a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Her ice-blue robes were torn in several places, and her aura seemed weak. The outcome was clear. Unsurprisingly, Su Wannin had lost once again. Ning Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. The boredom that had lingered on his face just a moment ago vanished without a trace. In its place was unmasked concern. He practically blurred into a streak of light, instantly dashing to Su Wannin's side. He carefully helped her to her feet, his voice tinged with a tension he hadn't even noticed himself. Wanling, are you okay? Under the gaze of those eyes filled with anxiety, Su Wanning's heart skipped a beat. A faint blush involuntarily spread across her cheeks. But she quickly suppressed that strange sensation, gently pushing away Ning Chen's supporting hand and stubbornly straightening her own body. She shook her head, her voice cool yet tinged with an almost imperceptible melancholy. I'm fine. I lost to AO. I accept it wholeheartedly. She refused to let Ning Chen see her vulnerable side, much less appear weak in his eyes. With those words, Su Wanning didn't even glance back at Ning Chen. She turned and vanished into the dense forest like a streak of icy blue light. She still needed 30 more points. She had to find her next opponent. She had to be in the same class as Ning Chen. Ning Chen's outstretched hand froze mid-air. Watching that resolute figure vanish, he finally let it fall helplessly, letting out a long sigh. That little girl was still so stubborn. Just then, a crisp female voice tinged with teasing drifted over from the side. Hey! She's already gone. Still staring? Ao Yaoyao had tucked away her long whip at some point. Now, arms crossed over her chest and chin slightly raised, she scrutinized Ning Chen with a critical gaze. Stop staring. Su Wanning isn't as weak as you think. She's already got 70 points, she's practically guaranteed a spot in the rocket class. Huh? Ning Chen spun around abruptly, his surprise evident as he stared at Ao Làtiáo. Was this really the same Ao family heiress who wanted to tear him limb from limb the moment they met? Why was she suddenly offering him comfort today? The sun rising in the west?
Before Ning Chen could unravel the twists and turns of this situation, impatience already filled Ao Làtiáo's lovely face. With a flick of her wrist, the crimson flame whip was once again clenched tightly in her hand. The whip's tip cracked through the air with a thunderous snap, as if igniting the very atmosphere.
Ning Chen! Stop dawdling and get moving. Let's get this over with quickly. Right. The last vestiges of doubt vanished from Ning Chen's mind, leaving only a bitter smile. Change her ways? Change her ways my ass. This young lady was dead set on a fight. But, get it over with quickly? A playful curve slowly formed at the corner of Ning Chen's mouth. Fine. Since you want it over quickly, I'll grant your wish. Crack. A crisp, explosive crack echoed as Ao Làtiáo moved. The fiery whip, like a dragon awakening from slumber, lashed out at Ning Chen's face at an impossibly angle. She held nothing back, unleashing her full power from the very first strike. Yet, facing this strike that would send any S-rank professional reeling, Ning Chen didn't even blink. At the very instant the burning tip of the whip was about to touch his nose. He moved. No summoned beasts. No flashy skills. He simply extended his right hand. Fast. Accurate. Deadly. His fingers clamped down like iron pincers, gripping the high-speed flaming whip dead in his hand. What? Ao Làtiáo's pupils dilated in shock. A tremendous pulling force surged from the whip's shaft, nearly wrenching the handle from her grasp. Her first instinct was to pull back with all her might. But it was too late. Ning Chen's hand gripping the whip yanked it backward with brutal force. A terrifying force erupted, overwhelming Ao Làtiáo's resistance. Ah! Ao Làtiáo let out a startled cry as her entire body was violently yanked off her feet by the force, sending her hurtling uncontrollably toward Ning Chen. Even more astonishing, the fiery whip in her grasp slipped from her hands under the tug, snatched effortlessly by Ning Chen. Her weapon gone? As she watched herself about to crash into Ning Chen in an utterly humiliating position, Ao Làtiáo was so ashamed and enraged she nearly fainted on the spot. Yet the expected searing pain never came. A strong arm wrapped securely around her soft waist, effortlessly scooping her up just as she was about to make intimate contact with the ground. Their eyes locked, so close they could feel each other's breath. The air seemed to freeze in that moment. Ao Làtiáo was utterly dumbfounded. She stared blankly at the handsome face mere inches from hers, her mind going completely blank. What just happened? The fight was over? From the moment I struck, to having my weapon seized, to him catching me, the entire sequence, did it even last 3 seconds? I couldn't even land a single complete attack in front of him? Her face was etched with disbelief as she blurted out instinctively. How did you become so powerful? Chapter 80, The Transfer Student, Zhang Huai. Hearing this, the playful curve of Ning Chen's lips grew even more pronounced. He leaned close to Ao Làtiáo's ear, his warm breath making her ears flush instantly. What? Already starting to worship me? Miss Ao, that look in your eyes doesn't seem like you at all. You. Ning Chen's breath, mere inches from her face, jolted Ao Làtiáo out of her daze. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, she shoved Ning Chen away violently. Her cheeks flushed so bright red they seemed ready to bleed, whether from embarrassment or anger, she couldn't tell. She shot Ning Chen a fierce glare, rolling her eyes dramatically. Who said I admire you? Stop flattering yourself. Though her words remained sharp, Ao Làtiáo's heart was churning with turmoil. This guy was ridiculously strong. Her SS-ranked blazing flame dragon maiden, striking with all her might, had been met with his bare hands catching a blade, no, disarming a whip. The entire sequence was fluid and seamless. She hadn't even had time to react, completely powerless to retaliate. The gap between them was simply too vast. She drew a deep breath, forcing down the turmoil within. For the first time, her proud and arrogant features softened into a complex, solemn expression. But I admit it. Right now, I'm no match for you. Continuing this fight would be pointless. You deserve first place this time. She lifted her snow-white chin like a proud little peacock, refusing to lose her poise even in defeat. But mark my words, young lady. One day, I will defeat you fair and square. With that, she rose decisively from his embrace. I concede. Ha! The smugness on Ning Chen's face froze instantly, replaced by utter astonishment. He stared blankly at the girl standing before him, her head held high, momentarily unable to process what had just happened. She just conceded defeat? Was this really the same Ao family heiress who'd bristled at their first meeting, vowing not to rest until she'd beaten him senseless, with a competitive streak etched into her very DNA? She actually conceded defeat? The sun must be rising in the west. But, after spending time together lately, this proud and stubborn young lady didn't seem quite so unreasonable anymore. Instead, had she perhaps softened just a tiny bit?
Just as Ning Chen was lost in thought, a cold mechanical voice echoed simultaneously in both his and Ao Yaoyao's minds.
Congratulations to player Ning Chen for defeating an SS class combatant. Earned 20 points.
Congratulations to player Ning Chen for achieving maximum points, clearing the secret realm, and ranking number 1.
The announcement instantly sent the entire crowd into an uproar. Holy! From entering to exiting, it only took 20 minutes? 20 minutes? Full points? Is that even humanly possible? He must be cheating. A monster. He's definitely a monster. A genius that comes along once in a century. I gotta grind those points fast. I'm getting into Ning Chen's class. Ning Chen listened to the admiration around him, a faint smile playing on his lips. Being worshipped like a god felt damn good. Sigh, this grade level exam was so boring, not even enough room to fight. Ning Chen waved his hand dismissively and stepped out of the secret realm space. The vast martial arts arena stood empty except for him. Just as he was feeling smug, a tall, slender figure emerged from the secret realm on the right, striding out with deliberate, unhurried steps. It was a male student, dressed in bespoke attire, his appearance both dashing and extraordinary. HM? The smug smile on Ning Chen's face slowly faded, his brows furrowing involuntarily. He scrutinized the unfamiliar boy from head to toe, a hint of gravity flashing in his eyes. Who was this guy? When did the even-numbered classes acquire someone like this? School had been in session for quite some time now, and he'd participated in numerous events, big and small. Yet, he had absolutely no recollection of this face. To achieve a perfect score at nearly the same time, his abilities were absolutely not to be underestimated. As if sensing Ning Chen's scrutinizing gaze, the boy turned his head toward him and offered a gentle smile. He walked straight toward Ning Chen, stopping 3 paces away and extending his right hand. Hello, you must be Ning Chen? I've heard your name mentioned many times. His voice was warm and magnetic, like a gentle spring breeze. My name is Jiang Huai. I'm the new transfer student. Jiang Huai? A transfer student? The solemn expression hadn't yet faded from Ning Chen's face. Staring at the gentle smile before him, his mind momentarily froze. This guy cleared the game almost simultaneously with me. He definitely wasn't someone to be underestimated. Looks like he's SSS-tier 2. And to come off so familiar right off the bat, even addressing me by name. Something fishy was definitely afoot. Thoughts raced through Ning Chen's mind, yet his expression remained unchanged. After a half-second pause, he extended his hand and gently clasped Jiang Huai's warm, firm hand with its clearly defined knuckles. Hello. 2 words, dry and perfunctory, dripping with formality. He genuinely didn't know what else to say, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. It was Jiang Huai who broke the silence. Releasing the hand, his deep eyes held a hint of admiration as he appraised Ning Chen from head to toe. Ning, you're quite skilled. We'll likely be in the same class going forward, he said, the smile lingering on his lips. If the opportunity arises, I'd love to spar with you sometime. Sure thing. Ning Chen gave a non-committal nod, though the guard in his heart tightened further. This guy is definitely targeting me. A spar? That's just a cover. He's testing me, right? Whatever. I'll meet force with force, water with earth. Want to test my limits? We'll see if you've got what it takes. As the tension simmered between them, the secret realm gate representing the odd-numbered classes hummed to life with a soft glow. A fiery red figure strode out, head held high and chest thrust out. It was none other than the familiar young Miss Ao Yaoyao. The moment she stepped out, she spotted Jiang Huai standing shoulder to shoulder with Ning Chen. Her haughty, beautiful face instantly froze in shock. She rushed toward Jiang Huai in a few strides, pointing a slender finger at him, her voice rising an octave. Jiang Huai, what are you doing here? I thought you were abroad? A trace of affection flashed in Jiang Huai's eyes. He raised his hand and casually ruffled Ao Yaoyao's fiery red hair. Of course I missed you, so I came back quickly. His voice was so tender it could melt butter. Ao Yaoyao swatted his hand away. Flirting again. All these years, you haven't changed a bit. Ning Chen stood frozen in place, watching their interaction, feeling so awkward he could practically dig a 3-bedroom apartment into the soles of his shoes. He silently shifted 2 steps to the side, ready to slip away, only to have his arm suddenly grabbed by a small hand. Ning Chen, don't go. Let me introduce you, this is Jiang Huai, my childhood friend. After saying this, she deliberately turned around, hooked her arm around Jiang Huai's, and nestled her head affectionately against his shoulder. Yet her beautiful eyes remained fixed on Ning Chen, her little scheme as clear as day. Trying to get to me with this? Want to see me get jealous? Oomph, you little brat, have you got the wrong idea about me? My target has always been and will always be my Wan Ning. Ning Chen chuckled inwardly, but his face showed a look of sudden understanding as he gave a solemn oh. Oh, I see. Since I already know Jiang, there's no need for you to introduce us. He spread his hands and grinned. Since you two are reuniting after so long and have so much to whisper about, I won't be the third wheel here. You two chat away. Before the words had even finished echoing, Ning Chen turned and slipped away. He practically ran to the entrance of the odd-numbered class's secret realm, waiting for Su Wannin to emerge.
Left behind, Ao Yaoyao clung to Jiang Huai's arm, her smug smile instantly freezing.
He just walked away like that? Without so much as a reaction? Could it be that this lady's charm is truly so insignificant? Chapter 81, The Secret Realm closes.
Another 10 minutes passed before the light gate flickered once more.
Su Wanning's cool, aloof figure appeared first.
Behind her, Lu Yan, Wu Haoren, and even Li Shaoan, whose ancestral treasure had been snatched by Ning Chen, emerged one after another.
Ning Chen's eyes instantly lit up.
All background figures blurred into the distance as the world narrowed to the white-dressed girl walking toward him. He rushed forward eagerly, his gaze filled with concern.
Wan Ning, how is it? You didn't run into any trouble, did you? Su Wanling saw the tension in his eyes, and the slight jealousy she'd felt earlier over Ao Yaoyao instantly vanished, replaced by warmth.
A captivating curve lifted the corners of her lips as she smiled knowingly.
Don't worry, full marks.
Hearing this, the worry in Ning Chen's eyes faded, replaced by a gentle smile so subtle it went almost unnoticed.
Good. As long as his Wan Ning was safe. As for the others, who cares?
In the mere seconds they shared that glance, the secret realm's light gate opened like a floodgate, spewing people out in a frenzy.
Survivors from both odd-numbered and even-numbered classes emerged one after another, instantly crowding the martial arts arena. A buzzing murmur coalesced into a cacophonous roar. Quiet. Everyone, quiet. From the elevated platform, the principal's resonant voice instantly drowned out the entire crowd's clamor. Surveying the sea of students below, he cleared his throat. All students returning from the secret realm, immediately return to your designated areas within your respective classes and form lines. Quickly. At the command, the previously chaotic students sprang into action. Under their homeroom teacher's guidance, they swiftly found their places. Ning Chen and Su Wanling naturally returned to the third-class formation. Once the principal saw the situation under control, he continued his announcement. This grade-wide competition will officially conclude in half an hour. At that time, the school will rank all participants based on their points to select members for the rocket class. In cases of tied points, rankings will be determined by completion time. Those with shorter times will be ranked higher. Half an hour. Ning Chen glanced up at the two secret realm portals still flickering with light, then looked back at the sparse group of several dozen students from his own class. Of the thousands of freshmen across the entire school, less than a third remained standing here now. This elimination rate was truly brutal. As time ticked away, the crowd waiting on the martial arts field shifted from initial excitement to growing restlessness. Finally, the moment the 30-minute countdown ended, the principal lost patience. With a sweeping gesture, he declared, "Time's up. Withdraw." Buzz. Accompanied by a violent spatial tremor, the two massive black vortex portals on the training ground vanished into thin air, as if they had never existed. Immediately afterward, over 300 figures materialized in a flurry of rustling sounds. They staggered about, their faces etched with the bitter resentment of being forcibly teleported out due to insufficient points. Finally, it was over. Ning Chen glanced at the dejected losers on the stage, shrugging lazily. At last, he could return to sleep soundly. "All right. Everyone, please calm down." The principal raised the megaphone once more, his voice echoing throughout the venue. "Verifying the results will take time. For now, all students should return to their classrooms to rest. The class assignments will be announced later via the campus broadcast system." The moment the words fell, the tense atmosphere instantly relaxed, and the crowd dispersed like a tide toward the academic buildings. Just as Ning Chen was about to take a step, a conversation between two boys ahead caught his ear. They seemed to be from class 6. The one on the left, Wang Peng, looked at his companion Li Yixing with lingering fear. "Damn, did you see that? In our even-numbered secret realm, this guy Jiang Hui Total Beast earned enough points to clear it in under half an hour. That's insane." Saw it. Li Yixing nodded vigorously. "I thought Ning Chen going to the odd-numbered realm would lighten our load. Who knew a wild card like this would show up out of nowhere?" This hit a nerve with Wang Peng. He lowered his voice and continued gossiping. "Yeah. I thought our biggest rival this time would be that Thunder Spirit Snake Princess Lu Yan. Who knew this Jiang Hui is the real boss? What's his deal? Which class is he in? Judging by his strength, he's probably on par with that Ning Chen from class 3, right? Heard he's a transfer student from abroad," Li Yixing said mysteriously, "and apparently has a special connection with that Ao Yaoyao from class 1 childhood sweethearts, they say." As the two walked away chatting, they didn't notice a figure slowly halting its steps in the shadows behind them. Li Shaoan. His face, perpetually darkened by the loss of his ancestral treasure, now bore a deep frown, his brows knitting into a pronounced character. Jiang Hui. Earlier at the entrance to the secret realm, he had seen that kid standing with Ao Yaoyao, their posture intimate. Now he heard these two fools say he'd returned from abroad, and had an unusual connection to the Ao family. A thought flashed through Li Shaoan's mind like lightning. Could it be the Jiang family rumored to have generations of friendship with the Ao family, who had long since relocated overseas? Li Shaoan's heart clenched violently, his breathing quickening. He remembered now rumors had long circulated in their social circle that the young master of the Jiang family had harbored a secret crush on Ao Yaoyao, the darling of the elite, for years. It was practically an open secret.
A mad thought ignited like wildfire, instantly setting ablaze Li Shaoan's eyes, already bloodshot with jealousy. Jiang Huai liked Ao Yaoyao, and that foolish woman, Ao Yaoyao, was now throwing herself headlong at Ning Chen. Wasn't this the perfect setup for a rivalry? If only Jiang Huai also saw Ning Chen as a romantic rival. Ha 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 ha. Li Shaoan could barely suppress the maniacal laughter bubbling up inside him.
Ning Chen, you bastard, your time is up. All I need to do is make overtures to Jiang Hua, then embellish the story about Ning Chen and Ao Yaoyao. Use someone else's blade, the Jiang family's blade, to take your life, you dog. Brilliant. It's as if heaven itself is aiding me.
A twisted, savage grin finally spread across Li Shaoan's sullen face.
As Li Shaoan reveled in his vicious scheme, the crowd at the martial arts field had long dispersed, surging toward the academic buildings.
Along the way, nearly every student was passionately discussing the Grade Y competition that had just concluded.
Holy crap, hey, did you guys hear? That transfer student Jiang Huai is no human. He was dominating over there at the double number secret realm. Is he even as good as Ning Chen? What's Ning Chen got on him?
This time, first place is definitely Jiang Huai's. The entire first high school buzzed with talk about this Jiang Huai phenomenon, and Class 3's classroom was no exception. The noise was deafening. Ning Chen buried his head in his arms, desperate for sleep. Fresh out of the secret realm, his mental energy felt drained dry.
He simply couldn't take it anymore. But the constant buzzing noise refused to let him rest. Finally, Ning Chen lifted his head and stood up, unable to take it anymore. His voice wasn't loud, but it felt like a bucket of ice water, instantly dousing the entire classroom's commotion. Quiet down, everyone. Just because the teacher isn't here doesn't mean you can ignore discipline, does it? Chapter 82. This time, first place is definitely his. The classroom fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was stunned by Ning Chen's sudden, low-pressure aura, instinctively shutting their mouths. Yet, as always, a few old-timed voices insisted on breaking the silence. Oh, come on, Ning Chen, stop showing off.
A sarcastic voice rang out. It was Li Yiliang speaking, and Wang Lichong, sitting beside him, let out a dismissive snort. These two were notorious members of Su Wanling's personal guard squad in the class, long harboring resentment toward Ning Chen for his constant proximity to Su Wanling. Now that they had their chance, they naturally seized the opportunity to kick him while he was down.
Li Yiliang shot Ning Chen a glance, his eyes practically overflowing with envy. You haven't heard? This semester's transfer student, Jiang Huai, apparently the only son of school director Jiang Yi, is an SSS-tier combat talent. First place this time? My guess is it's his for the taking.
Wang Lichong beside him immediately chimed in, pouring scorn into every word.
You bet. After all this time pretending to be something you're not, your true colors were bound to show. That top spot won't be yours for long. What exactly are you gloating about?
Ning Chen listened to the two flies buzzing around him, not even bothering to lift an eyelid, though he felt a bit helpless inside.
He couldn't help but wonder if these people had been kicked in the head by a donkey. The results weren't even out yet, and they were already getting so worked up over some hearsay? Just because Su Wanning glanced at me a few times, they hate me this much? Childish. Pathetic.
Seeing Ning Chen remain silent, acting as if he didn't even acknowledge his existence, Li Yiliang felt like he'd punched a pillow.
His anger only grew hotter.
He deliberately adopted a feigned tone of sympathy, letting out a long sigh.
Ah, Ning Chen, I know you've dominated the rankings for years. Suddenly having a transfer student snatch the top spot must be upsetting. But what can you do? You didn't put in the effort. If you'd spent less time showing off and more time honing your skills, maybe you wouldn't have lost so badly. Ning Chen finally reacted. He slowly lifted his eyes, his dark pupils calm and still, casting a faint glance at Li Yiliang. What? You saw the results? The question instantly silenced Li Yiliang. He hadn't seen the results.
He'd only wanted to use Jiang Huai's reputation to rub salt in Ning Chen's wounds. But he couldn't afford to lose face.
He stiffened his neck and sneered disdainfully. What's there to see? Jiang Huai is an SSS-tier talent. And you? The most useless SSS-tier beast tamer. Isn't the outcome a foregone conclusion? Wang Lichong seized the opening to taunt Ning Chen with scornful sarcasm. Exactly.
We all know you're just sulking because you're afraid of losing face.
But you can't let your mood drag the whole class down with you. How selfish.
With that, many in the class shifted their gaze toward Ning Chen.
Yeah, just because you're in a bad mood, why should we have to keep quiet?
Just then, a sharp, angry female voice cut through the air.
What are you two saying?
Class monitor Wang Xinxin slammed her hand on the desk and leapt to her feet, her almond-shaped eyes blazing at the two troublemakers.
How many of our classmates did Ning Chen help in the secret realm? Have you two no conscience? How dare you bite the hand that feeds you like this?
Wang Xinxin's voice grew angrier with each word, her chest heaving as she struck a nerve. Even if we take a step back, Ning's entry into the rocket class is a sure thing.
What about you two? Do you even have the right to gossip about him behind his back?
Wang Xinxin's words landed like a resounding slap across Li Yiliang's face. He hated it when people brought up his grades. And to make matters worse, these words came from someone he utterly despised, a vocational student. Furious and humiliated, Li Yiliang's face instantly turned the color of liver. He leapt to his feet, finger pointed at Wang Xinxin's nose, and erupted in a torrent of abuse.
You've got no right to speak here. You're just a worthless vocational student who couldn't even scrape by the rocket class entrance requirements, and you have the nerve to come out here seeking attention?
His voice grew increasingly vicious as he took a step forward, raising his fist.
You think I won't punch you?
Before Li Yiliang could finish the word punch, Ning Chen kicked him flying. Thud! Li Yiliang flew backward, his body curled up, crashing through 2 rows of desks before landing with a clatter in the pile of junk at the back of the classroom. The entire classroom fell deathly silent. Everyone, including Wang Xinxin, who had been seething with indignation moments ago, stared in stunned silence at the scene. The instigator, Ning Chen, slowly withdrew his right leg. Not a single wrinkle marred the hem of his school uniform pants. He stood there as if he hadn't just kicked a man weighing over 100 pounds across the room. He looked down at Li Yiliang, who was groaning on the floor, his eyes devoid of anger, filled only with the cold indifference one might reserve for trash. What? He asked, his voice flat and devoid of emotion.
After all these years of schooling, didn't your teachers teach you to respect your classmates? The kick had stunned Li Yiliang, the pain making him grimace and unable to get up for a long while. But the physical agony paled in comparison to the seething rage burning within him at being publicly humiliated. Propping himself up on his arms, he glared at Ning Chen with venom in his eyes. Ning Chen! What are you playing at, acting all high and mighty? Let me tell you. I'm waiting.
Waiting to see you fall from your pedestal. Waiting to see you despised by the entire school. His words grew more frenzied, spittle flying from his mouth. Once you lose the AO family's investment in the school's special funding, I'll see how this penniless bum like you can afford to keep feeding your worthless beast. I'll see how you die. Listening to Li Yiliang's barking like a defeated dog, Ning Chen didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. Is that it? Is this all he's got? Does this even make him worthy of being called his opponent? He couldn't be bothered to utter another word. Stepping forward, he grabbed Li Yiliang by the collar and hoisted him out of the junk pile like a little chicken. Li Yiliang's 100+ pounds felt light as a feather in his grasp, utterly weightless. Ning Chen shot him a dismissive glance, a playful curve tugging at the corner of his mouth. His voice wasn't loud, yet it echoed clearly throughout the deathly silent classroom. You seem quite certain I'll lose to that Jiang Huai? Li Yiliang felt uneasy under his gaze, yet his voice remained defiant. Of course. What kind of man is young Master Jiang? And what are you, anyway? Very well. Ning Chen nodded, his tone as casual as if discussing lunch plans. Then let's make a bet. He paused, savoring the stunned look on Li Yiliang's face before continuing in a drawn-out drawl. If I don't come in first at this grade Y competition, no need for you to say a word. I'll leave Beihai First High School myself and vanish from sight forever. The moment those words left his mouth, the entire class held its breath. Leave Beihai #1 high school of his own accord? That was an enormous wager. This was one of the top 10 key high schools in the country, a place countless students fought tooth and nail to get into. Li Yiliang froze, then his face erupted with wild joy. He could scarcely believe his ears. Had Ning Chen lost his mind? Just because he'd goaded him, he'd dare make such a life or death wager? Fearing Ning Chen might back out, he immediately bellowed, "Fine." Everyone heard that. Be a man and don't back out. Chapter 83, Phantom King? Fine. But, if I come in first, I want you to stand in the center of the playground every day during lunch break and shout for half an hour in front of the entire school. Ning Chen daddy, I was wrong. Li Yiliang's pupils suddenly contracted upon hearing this. That's too cruel. So humiliating. But then he thought there was no way this could happen. Who in the entire school didn't know that this top spot had long been Jiang Huai's for the taking? Ning Chen was just saving face for himself, trying to preserve a shred of dignity before getting kicked out. At that thought, the last vestiges of apprehension vanished from his mind, replaced by a sickening thrill. He would watch with his own eyes as Ning Chen was utterly disgraced and kicked out of school like a dog. Ha 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 ha. Fine. 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 Li Yiliang bellowed as if hearing the most hilarious joke ever, laughing so hard tears nearly streamed from his eyes. All right. No problem. I'll take your bet. Remember your words. Ning Chen released his grip, tossing Li Yiliang to the ground like discarded trash. Without a second glance, he turned and walked back to his seat. The entire classroom of Class 3 fell into an eerie silence after this farce, quiet enough to hear a pin drop. All eyes, whether deliberately or not, converged on Ning Chen. Lin Wanner, seated behind Ning Chen, hesitated for a long moment before leaning forward and whispering softly. Ning Chen, don't get discouraged, and don't waste your energy on people like that. Even if you don't come in first this time, it's okay. I believe you'll do it next time. Her voice was soft and gentle, tinged with cautious reassurance. Ning Chen felt both exasperated and amused. He turned his head to look at her, raising an eyebrow. What? Don't you believe in my abilities? Lin Wanner felt a bit embarrassed under his gaze and shrugged awkwardly.
No, it's not that.
She mumbled softly, falling silent as she quietly returned to her seat. It wasn't that she doubted Ning Chen after all, his formidable strength was undeniable. It was just that Jiang Huai was surrounded by such incredible rumors. They said he moved through the secret realm with effortless ease, and the demonic beasts that gave other class top students headaches were as flimsy as paper in front of him.
Could anyone truly defeat such a monster? The silence in the classroom lasted only a few minutes before the loudspeaker hanging in the corner crackled twice.
Then, the principal's voice came through once more.
Ahem, students, please quiet down.
Before announcing the final results, I wish to introduce one particular student to everyone.
The principal's voice carried a hint of unmistakable excitement.
That student is Jiang Huai, who transferred to our first high school during the spring outing.
He is the second SSS-tier Phantom King at Beihai First High School, following Ning Chen, a truly rare talent.
At these words, Ning Chen's brows instantly furrowed into a deep frown.
Phantom King? What on earth was that?
In the game from his previous life, there had been no records of such a class.
Even among SSS-tier professions, there were distinctions.
Before he could ponder further, the principal cleared his throat and began announcing the most thrilling part. Now, I present the final rankings for this year's grade-wide Secret Realm competition.
Third place, Ao Yao Yao. 100 points, time, 33 minutes 11 seconds.
As each name was called out, the tension in the classroom grew thicker.
Everyone held their breath, especially Li Iliang.
His fists clenched tightly, his face flushed with an unhealthy glow, his eyes filled with both anticipation and venomous resentment.
Soon they'd announce the first-place winner. He couldn't wait to see the look of utter despair on Ning Chen's face. Finally, the principal's voice boomed once more, resonating with the weight of a great bell. First place, Ning Chen. 100 points, time, 19 minutes and 34 seconds. The announcement sent shockwaves through the entire classroom. Li Yiliang's face turned as dark as liver. The principal continued his announcement. Second place, Jiang Huai. 100 points, time, 20 minutes and 49 seconds. Ning Chen was even more astonished upon hearing this. He never imagined Jiang Huai could finish in such a short time. His own speed had been due to many classmates avoiding him altogether. So how had Jiang Huai managed this? Ning Chen's curiosity about him grew even stronger. He was determined to challenge him to a match someday. The voice over the PA system continued, tediously reading out the names and scores of the next several hundred students. But none of that mattered anymore. The entire Class 3 was now deathly quiet. Every pair of eyes instinctively avoided the corner at the back of the classroom. There, Li Iliang lay sprawled on the floor like a pile of mud. His eyes were vacant, his mouth half open, drool trickling down his chin without him noticing. The colors on his face shifting from wild ecstasy to a grotesque grimace, then to a deathly pallor, had finally frozen into a ghastly whiteness. He was finished. Everyone knew he was finished. No one pitied him. Such a clown had brought this humiliation upon himself. About half an hour later, when the last name was called, the broadcast finally fell silent. The classroom door slid open with a sharp sound. Class monitor He Ting practically floated in, clutching a bright red scroll listing the top students in the grade, her face radiating uncontrollable pride. Class. Standing at the front of the classroom, He Ting surveyed her students, her voice trembling with emotion. He Ting. After all these years as a homeroom teacher, I've never felt so proud and vindicated as I do today. She took a deep breath, as if gathering every ounce of strength to shout the two names that filled her with immense pride. I have finally taught two outstanding students who excel in both character and academics. They are Ning Chen and Su Wanling. Let's give them the warmest applause. Congratulations to both of them. With their outstanding achievements ranking first and fourth in the entire school, they have successfully advanced to the rocket class. The moment He Ting finished speaking, the classroom fell into a deathly silence. Then, thunderous applause erupted. Holy crap! Ning Chen is so awesome. Our Class 3 is really taking off this time. Applause and cheers mingled together, nearly shaking the ceiling. Amidst the chaos, Ning Chen remained lazily slumped in his chair, as if the top-ranked student everyone was gawking at wasn't him at all. He merely cast an unobtrusive glance at Su Wanning, who sat not far ahead. Spotting the faint blush creeping into the girl's pale ears, the corners of his mouth lifted into a barely perceptible curve. Smug? Naturally. All right, everyone, quiet down. He Ting pressed her hands down in a gesture of calm, her face flushing even brighter. Clearing her throat, she dropped an even bigger bombshell. Next, I have one more announcement to make. Besides Ning Chen and Su Wanning, two more students from our class have been selected for the rocket class. The moment those words left her mouth, the roaring classroom fell silent as if someone had pressed pause. Stunned expressions spread across every face. What? Others too? No way. Isn't the rocket class supposed to be the gathering place for the school's elite? They only admit 30 students each year. Doubtful murmurs filled the air. In the corner, Wang Hao, a class transferee, felt his breathing quicken. His grades ranked among the top in the class, second only to Ning Chen and Su Wanning. He was the most promising candidate besides those two. The other two spots. One of them is definitely mine.
He clenched his fists, leaping to his feet with excitement, his eyes burning as he stared at Yiting at the lectern.
Teacher! Stop the suspense, just tell us who it is. Chapter 84 successfully advanced to the rocket class. Yiting's gaze swept over Wang Hao's face, etched with anticipation.
A faint smile touched her lips, but her eyes ultimately settled on two other corners of the classroom.
Besides Ning Chen and Su Wanning, our class, Wang Xinxin and Lin Wanner have also successfully advanced to the rocket class. Boom!
It felt like thunderclaps exploded in everyone's minds. Wang Xinxin and Lin Wanner, whose names had been called, snapped their heads up, their beautiful eyes filled with utter disbelief.
The two of them? How could this be? Wang Hao's face, which had been filled with anticipation, instantly froze, turning ashen.
He nearly roared in fury.
Why?
The sharp, abrupt question echoed through the classroom, drawing every pair of eyes toward him. Wang Hao's eyes blazed crimson as he glared at Yiting, roaring in defiance, "I refuse to accept this.
They were eliminated long ago in the secret realm. Their scores weren't even half of mine. How dare they get in and I don't?"
Faced with Wang Hao's outburst, Yiting showed no surprise. She curved her lips into a smile and said, "I know everyone has questions about their advancement. But it was Ning herself who personally recommended them to the principal."
The single sentence sent shockwaves through the entire room.
All eyes instantly shifted back to the youth who had remained impassive throughout. Ignoring the students' shock, Yiting continued her explanation. Although Wang Xinxin is a life support class, she is the only SSS-ranked life support student in the entire school. Her future strategic value is immeasurable. As for Lin Wanner, though her support profession is only a grade, she possesses considerable rare combat experience. Her adaptability demonstrated in the secret realm has also earned the school's recognition.
Most crucially,
Yiting paused, her gaze lingering meaningfully between Ning Chen and Lin Wanner. She has demonstrated exceptional synergy with Ning Chen on multiple occasions. Pairing a top-tier attacker with a support who understands his combat rhythm can yield combat effectiveness far exceeding the sum of their individual strengths. Therefore, following Ning Chen's proposal and careful deliberation by the school leadership, it has been decided to make an exception and admit both of them into the rocket class for intensive cultivation. As the words fell, Wang Hao's face drained of color. He slumped back into his chair, utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Wang Xinxin and Lin Wanner, after a momentary freeze, instantly snapped into action. Swish! Swish! Two pairs of intense gazes simultaneously fixed on Ning Chen at the back of the classroom. Their eyes overflowed with gratitude and an indescribable admiration. Across the classroom, many girls wore undisguised looks of envy and jealousy. Goodness gracious, is that even possible? A single suggestion could decide a spot in the rocket class? If I'd known, I would have tried to cozy up to big shot Ning Chen too, even just to get my face recognized. You bet. I heard the rocket class gets the best teaching resources and dungeon training opportunities in the whole school. It's like hitting the jackpot. Sigh, who could have guessed? Only the class monitor and Lin Wanner got lucky they're close to Ning Chen. Sigh. On the podium, Yiting placed both hands firmly on the lectern, her voice clear and resonant. Alright, everything that needed to be said has been said. Let's give our warmest applause once more to congratulate Ning Chen, Su Wanning, Wang Xinxin, and Lin Wanner. With that, she tossed her head back and swept out of the classroom in her high heels, leaving the roaring, bustling space behind for the group of half-grown teens. Boom! The moment Yiting left, the pent-up atmosphere in the classroom erupted once more. This time, it wasn't just congratulations, it was a torrent of countless complex emotions. Holy crap! 4 spots. Class 3 is going to be on top of the world. Ning Chen. From now on, you're my real brother. Class monitor Xinxin, Wanner. Congratulations. You'll have to look out for us in the rocket class now. After the flattery, Wang Xinxin organized a get-together for the class. After a busy afternoon, the students had finally drawn a close to their freshman year. The class's boisterous energy finally subsided, replaced by the sounds of students packing up in small groups. Li Yiliang kept his head down, hoping to slip out unnoticed in the crowd. A hand gently rested on his shoulder, causing him to freeze completely. He turned his head slowly. Ning Chen was leaning against the nearby desk, staring at him expressionlessly. Don't forget what we agreed on, Ning Chen's voice was soft. Otherwise, you know the consequences. With that, he withdrew his hand, slipped it into his pocket, and walked out of the classroom at a leisurely pace, under the complex gazes of the entire class. At the school gate, a flashy red sports car was parked by the roadside, drawing frequent glances from passing students. As Ning Chen strolled out, the window rolled down, revealing Ao Yaoyao's slightly impatient face. She raised an eyebrow, her tone less than pleasant. What took you so long? I was nearly asleep waiting for you. Ning Chen paused, pointing at himself in surprise. Waiting for me? I had no idea. Put. Caught off guard, Ao Yaoyao felt her face flush. She abruptly turned her head away, her neck stiffening as she retorted, who was waiting specifically for you? I just had nothing else to do on my way back, so I stopped by. Hurry up and get in the car, dawdling. Her words were sharp, but her ears were burning. Seeing her reaction, Ning Chen chuckled softly to himself. Without another word, he opened the door and slid inside. The sports car roared softly, merging into traffic and quickly disappearing from sight.
Not far away, inside a jet-black Maybach sedan radiating an aura of solemn authority,
Jiang Huai's face was as still as water. Through the darkened windows, he stared intently at the receding streak of red light, his brows knitting tightly into a deep frown.
The atmosphere inside the car instantly turned icy. When did Zhao Yao start hanging out with that Ning Chen?
His voice was cold, devoid of any warmth. The driver in the front seat, his expression stern, flinched slightly before replying respectfully. Young master, it's said that this Ning Chen saved Miss Ao 3 times. To express her gratitude, Miss Ao gifted him a villa on Yunding Mountain.
Now, the two of them are neighbors. Neighbors?
A shadow of menace flashed across Jiang Huai's eyes. His hands, resting on his knees, clenched unconsciously, knuckles turning white from the force.
Well done, Ning Chen. Understood.
He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, all emotion had vanished from his gaze, leaving only an unquestionable command.
Clear out that vacant house on Yunding Mountain as soon as possible. I'll be moving in there too. Yes.
Meanwhile, inside the crimson flame sports car, Ao Yao Yao drove while stealing glances at Ning Chen in the passenger seat through the rearview mirror. The youth leaned back in his seat, his expression relaxed. The contours of his profile stood out sharply in the shifting light. As she watched, the corners of her mouth lifted into an involuntary smile.
Hey, Ning Chen.
She cleared her throat, feigning nonchalance.
You're not half bad.
That Jiang Huai, the Jiang family spent a fortune sending him abroad to train in a secret realm for 3 whole years, and he still couldn't hold a candle to you. Ning Chen shrugged lazily at her words, a look of effortless ease on his face. Of course. He turned his head, meeting the bright eyes reflected in the rearview mirror, and curved his lips into a smile.
I'm unbeatable. Chapter 85, Honoring the Pact. This unabashed arrogance made Ao Yao Yao pout and shoot him a flirtatious glare. Blow your own horn.
She snorted lightly, her tone tinged with disdain, yet the amusement in her eyes grew even brighter.
Once you're in the rocket class, surrounded by so many masters, who knows if you'll even be able to beat him? Don't worry. He won't be my match. Ning Chen's reply was simple and decisive.
With a low hum of the engine, the blinding red figure came to a halt under the night sky.
Yunding Mountain Villa District. Arrived. Hey, get out.
Ao Yao Yao didn't even glance sideways, not even sparing the person beside her a glance out of the corner of her eye. Her tone was stiff and cold.
Thanks. Ning Chen didn't bother arguing with her.
He opened the door decisively, stepped out, and headed straight for the villa.
Beep.
The electronic lock emitted a soft beep, and the heavy door swung open. Ning Chen stepped inside as the door automatically closed behind him, sealing out the outside world's clamor. The living room soared nearly 10 meters high. Beyond the massive floor-to-ceiling windows lay the city's dazzling nightscape, while beneath his feet lay marble floors polished to a mirror-like shine.
This opulent scene would leave any ordinary person speechless.
Ning Chen, however, merely tossed his coat onto the sofa and sank lazily into it. He picked up an imported fruit the butler had already prepared on the coffee table, a purple berry he couldn't name. Taking a bite, the cool, sweet juice burst instantly in his mouth. One word, bliss. Crossing his legs, Ning Chen surveyed the villa, which felt almost excessively spacious, raising an eyebrow slightly. Such a huge house, occupied by just him alone, did feel a bit too spacious.
It was practically a waste. A thought sprang unexpectedly into his mind. Once Wan Ning's mother was discharged from the hospital, why not bring both of them here to live? Once the thought took root, it refused to be suppressed. He'd heard bits about Wan Ning's family situation. It wasn't great. Her mother's long-term hospitalization was a huge financial burden. Living here would be 100 times better than their current place, both in terms of environment and security. And it would bring her closer to him. The image of the girl's cool, easily flustered face flashed through his mind, and a faint smile involuntarily curved Ning Chen's lips. It was settled. Yet, a new problem arose. He couldn't very well have the mother and daughter take taxis to his hillside villa, could he? Transportation would be a major issue going forward. As a wealthy man with a car and a house, he couldn't very well remain a clueless fool who relied on his own 2 feet for transportation. Oh, a driver's license. He had to get one immediately, right now. A gleam flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled out his phone and scrolled through his contacts to find a number he hadn't called in ages. The contact was labeled instructor. The call connected after just 2 rings. Ning Chen? Finally remembered your old instructor? Ning Chen held the phone, clearing his throat awkwardly. Ahem. Coach, don't say that. I'd been busy with exams. As soon as I got the break, I called you right away. Put. The beautiful instructor on the other end chuckled at his eager defense. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Spill it. Did your conscience finally kick in, and you're ready to come practice driving? Yes. Ning Chen clutched at this lifeline, nodding frantically. That's exactly it. I want to use this break to finally get my driver's license. No problem. The female instructor agreed readily, her voice tinged with amusement. So, will you come tomorrow? I happen to be free. Yes. Tomorrow it is. Ning Chen was overjoyed.
With that, he swiftly pressed the end call button.
The next morning.
The first rays of sunlight had barely pierced the horizon when Ning Chen opened his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he rolled out of bed and finished his morning routine.
The echo of his footsteps filled the empty villa.
Grabbing a bottle of milk from the fridge, he gazed out the window at the mist-shrouded mountain scenery. The image of Su Wanning's cool, distant face flashed through his mind.
He needed to get his driver's license sorted out quickly.
Finishing his milk, he tossed the empty bottle precisely into the trash bin before hailing a ride directly through his phone, heading straight for Feiqi Driving School on the outskirts of the city. Spanning a vast expanse in an open area far from the city center, Feiqi Driving School was already bustling with students carefully practicing under their instructor's guidance. The moment Ning Chen paid and stepped out of the car, he spotted the figure leaning against the instructor's vehicle. She wore sleek black athletic gear that outlined breathtaking curves, her long hair pulled back into a neat ponytail. Large sunglasses covered her face as she idly fiddled with her car keys.
It was the instructor from yesterday's phone call.
Noticing Ning Chen's gaze, Kochi removed her sunglasses, revealing a pair of alluring almond-shaped eyes and a slight curve to her red lips.
Not bad, you're right on time.
Ning Chen stepped forward, but before he could speak, an arrogantly loud voice abruptly cut in from the side.
Freeze!
Huang Bo stood before him, flanked by his two henchmen. A playful curve lifted the corners of his lips as he spoke indifferently.
I was just about to come looking for you, kid. Never expected you'd come knocking on my door yourself? What? Finally decided to honor our agreement?
Huang Bo's face instantly turned the color of liver, and he leaped to his feet, pointing a finger in Ning Chen's face, spittle flying.
Don't you dare get cocky with me. Today I'll make you kneel. You'll kowtow and apologize.
His eyes flashed with venom and satisfaction. Without another word, he pulled something from his robe.
It wasn't a weapon, nor some magical scroll, it was an ancient, rustic painting. The scroll contained no imagery, only a thick, chaotic ink wash.
Huang Bo grinned savagely, channeling a thread of his energy into it.
The scroll unfolded of its own accord, unfurling abruptly.
An indescribable, terrifying pressure descended like a primordial beast awakening.
Ink-black energy surged forth from the painting, coalescing mid-air. Roar!
A roar that seemed to echo from the primordial chaos shook the entire driving school's ground into a humming vibration.
The sky darkened. Without warning, the sun seemed to be instantly extinguished by an invisible giant hand, plunging the entire suburban area into endless night.
A colossal beast, vast enough to obscure the sky, loomed overhead. Human face, dragon body, crimson from head to tail, stretching for thousands of miles. Its eyes remained tightly shut, yet its mere presence warped space and withered all life. An overwhelming aura of death, thick enough to suffocate, enveloped every living soul.
Candle 9 a supreme beastmaster. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha.
Huang Bo gazed at the coaches and trainees around him, cowering on the ground, trembling in terror, and let out a maniacal laugh. He pointed a finger, gesturing toward the lone figure still standing straight below, his face twisted into a hideous grimace.
Ning Chen. If you don't want to die here today, get down on your knees and apologize to me right now. Otherwise, everyone in this entire driving school will be buried alive with you. Chapter 86, Day and Night Upside Down. The laughter echoed through the deathly silence, piercingly shrill.
Ning Chen slowly raised his head, gazing up at the colossal beast radiating boundless divine might. Far from fear, a cold, disdainful sneer spread across his face.
Apologize? You're dreaming. You're asking for death. Huang Bo's smile froze instantly, replaced by a torrent of savage fury. Then die. Attack. At his command, the cudgel of 9 shadows coiled in the sky let out a soul-shaking roar. Its tightly closed eyes seemed poised to open. Day and night were overturned. Boom. 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 It didn't even need to attack. The sheer aura it radiated had already materialized into tangible disaster. On the driving school's open lot, thick black pillars of energy shot skyward without warning. The hard concrete surface tore apart as easily as paper. Over a dozen training vehicles parked on the lot were instantly hurled into the air by the raging energy, then torn apart like broken toys before crashing back down. Ah! Help! Monster! It's a monster! Instructors and students were scared out of their wits, scrambling and crawling in all directions as shrieks filled the air, the scene descending into utter chaos. Amidst this apocalyptic scene, Ning Chen stood as steady as a rock, not moving an inch. A flash of alertness crossed his face, his gaze sharp as a blade. Yet within his heart, a wave of sorrow washed over him. Zhu Jiuyin. Truly worthy of being the ancient divine beast that governs the flow of time. Yet, the will of an entity of such magnitude was far beyond mortal comprehension. It was the most unruly and the most difficult to control. Huang Bo was no beast tamer. He had merely summoned it by force using some mysterious artifact of unknown origin. This wasn't mastery, it was playing with fire.
One misstep, and if this ancient divine beast were to spiral completely out of control, it would unleash a catastrophe capable of obliterating the entire city.
The entire crowd fell deathly silent. Amidst the apocalyptic scene, only the howling gale and the suffocating pressure emanating from the ancient divine beast could be felt.
Ning Chen stared at Huang Bo, now utterly consumed by madness, his voice as flat as a stone.
Huang Bo, while it hasn't fully materialized yet, you can still back off. It's not too late. Otherwise, you will die a miserable death.
This wasn't a threat, it felt more like a condescending ultimatum.
Ha! Ha ha ha!
Huang Bo seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world, laughing so hard he doubled over, his face contorted with extreme excitement and venomous hatred.
Back off? You're dreaming.
He abruptly stopped laughing, pointing a finger at Ning Chen with vicious intent, looking like a raving madman.
I will make you die.
I will make you die without a burial place. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a resolute glint flashed in his eyes. With reckless abandon, he once again poured the already meager energy within his body into that ancient scroll.
Hum.
The scroll blazed with intense light, and the aura of the candle 9 in the sky surged violently. Roar! A roar far more soul-shaking than before reverberated across the heavens and earth.
Zhu Join's colossal form shifted slightly, and an even more bizarre force descended in an instant. Candle illuminates the wheel of rebirth. Whoosh! No towering inferno. No earth-shattering explosion.
The entire driving school grounds, along with the surrounding open areas, were abruptly engulfed by a layer of eerie, deep blue flames. Silent and soundless, the flames carried a terrifying aura that froze and obliterated all matter. Wherever they passed, whether concrete ground or metallic wreckage, everything silently disintegrated into primordial particles, dissipating into the air.
This sea of eerie blue flames surged toward Ning Chen. Ning Chen's expression remained unchanged as his mind stirred.
A faint golden energy shield instantly materialized around his body, enveloping him securely within its protection. The surging indigo flames crashed against the shield, emitting a hissing sound of erosion, yet they could not breach the thin golden light barrier.
Ha 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 ha! Ning Chen! Do you see this?
Huang Bo watched Ning Chen's helpless plight as he was trapped by the sea of fire, his face twisted into a sickly, maniacal grin.
This is the price you pay for crossing me. Burned to ashes in utter despair.
He continued his triumphant laughter, utterly oblivious to the divine beast he had summoned in the sky, whose aura had grown savagely violent.
For an existence like Candle 9, being forcibly summoned by an ant using an external object was an act of blasphemy. And now, this insect dared to babble incessantly before him. Seeking death.
A divine might far more terrifying than when it had locked onto Ning Chen descended abruptly, pinning the tiny figure on the ground.
Huang Bo's laughter abruptly ceased. The color drained from his face in an instant.
A primal, instinctive fear gripped him, freezing his blood and stiffening his limbs. He sensed it, the cold, merciless killing intent emanating from the ancient divine beast.
This intent was not directed at Ning Chen, but at him. It had gone berserk. No, no! I am your master. I command you kill him. Kill him now.
Huang Bo's voice cracked with terror as he screamed, attempting to control the utterly rampaging divine beast with that laughable command.
Yet the response he received was not Zhu Join's obedience. Instead, destruction. Boom!
The ground beneath Huang Bo's feet erupted violently without warning. A pillar of energy, black as ink, shot skyward with unmatched force, striking him with pinpoint accuracy.
Put!
Huang Bo didn't even manage a full scream. His body shot upward at an absurd speed, instantly soaring hundreds of meters into the air. High in the air, Huang Bo's body hung like a tattered kite, held fast by that jet-black pillar of energy. He struggled, desperate to escape. But that pitch-black energy clung to him like flesh-eating maggots, relentlessly devouring his life force.
Agonizing pain.
A pain that seared his very bones and tore at his soul, pushing him to the brink of collapse.
In that moment, all dignity, all hatred, was crushed into oblivion. All that remained was the most primal fear of death.
His gaze pierced through the chaotic air currents, locking onto the lone figure still standing on the ground, its expression cold and detached.
That was his only hope. Help, help me.
Huang Bo wept uncontrollably, his wails piercing like a pig being slaughtered.
Daddy Ning Chen. I was wrong. Please save me. Ning Chen's eyebrow twitched almost imperceptibly. Save him? This guy deserves to die. But this out-of-control Candle 9 is a valuable asset. If he could harness it, this trip to the driving school would be a total win. In that case, he couldn't let it destroy Huang Bo like this. After all, that scroll was still on him. In an instant, Ning Chen made his decision. Without further hesitation, his hands instantly formed seals before his chest. Hum. A golden formation even more formidable than the Candle 9 suddenly unfolded around Ning Chen. Come out, Làtiáo. Chapter 87. It's going to self-destruct. Roar. A dragon's roar, powerful enough to shake the heavens, suddenly reverberated across the land. In Huang Bo's eyes, wide with terror, a sacred spirit ancestral dragon materialized out of thin air, its entire body covered in dazzling golden scales, its form even more colossal than the Candle 9. Its head was ferocious, its dragon might overwhelming.
The moment the sacred spirit ancestral dragon appeared, its molten gold dragon eyes locked onto Zhu Jiuyin in the sky, hostility erupting instantly. Provoked by a peerless being materializing out of thin air, Zhu Jiuyin erupted in fury. Hiss! It let out a piercing hiss, no longer paying attention to the yellow wave high above. Sun and moon eclipse. In an instant, a pitch-black energy sphere, containing terrifying annihilating power, rapidly took shape, emitting fluctuations powerful enough to warp space itself. Seeing this, Làtiáo showed no sign of weakness.
Primordial Dragon Breath.
A golden dragon's breath, condensed to its absolute limit, erupted like the divine light that split heaven and earth.
Exploding Dragon Claw.
Immediately after, its colossal dragon claw, powerful enough to tear mountains apart, swept toward Zhu Jiuyin's true form with unmatched force.
Two skill sets, flowing like clouds in water, executed in one seamless motion. Boom!
The golden dragon's breath collided violently with the black energy sphere, erupting in a deafening roar. However, Zhu Jiuyin had already expended immense energy, unleashing consecutive ultimate attacks, leaving him at his last gasp. Its energy sphere lasted less than a second before being pierced by the primordial dragon breath. Put! Before it could react, Làtiáo's explosive dragon claws slammed solidly into its body. Scales shattered, flesh ripped apart.
A massive claw mark, deep enough to expose bone, appeared on Zhu Jiuyin's massive body. Roar! Agonizing pain made Zhu Jiuyin let out a furious roar, its enormous eyes instantly turning blood red. An even more frenzied aura began surging wildly from its body. It was about to self-detonate. Yet, just as Zhu Jiuyin was about to fully detonate its energy, a figure transformed into a streak of light, shooting skyward in an instant. Ning Chen materialized beside Huang Bo, who was plummeting rapidly, his mind clouded. Where's the scroll? Huang Bo's mind was a blank.
Hearing the voice, he mechanically, almost instinctively, handed over the ancient scroll. Ning Chen snatched the scroll. Gazing down at the candle 9 about to erupt completely, he wasted no words. He frantically channeled the surging spiritual energy within his body into the scroll.
Seal. Hum.
The scroll blazed with radiant light, instantly drawing the candle 9 within. The driving school finally returned to calm. Yet, as far as the eye could see, the scene was one of utter devastation: destroyed buildings and vehicles, the damage beyond estimation. Thud! Huang Bo's body crashed heavily to the ground from midair. He wasn't dead, but sat blankly on the gravel-strewn ground, his eyes vacant, clearly still trapped in the grip of that extreme terror. Ning Chen descended slowly from the sky, his toes lightly touching the gravel-strewn ground without stirring a speck of dust. He toyed with the ancient scroll in his hand, sensing the restless aura of the candle 9 still stirring within despite its sealing. His gaze turned cold as he looked toward the dazed and disoriented Huang Bo nearby.
To prevent you from harming others with this again, scroll, I'll take it. His voice was quiet, yet it thundered like a bolt of lightning, exploding within Huang Bo's chaotic mind. The scroll. It was the Huang family's heirloom. An SSS-grade forbidden summoning artifact. Huang Bo jolted upright, ignoring the searing pain coursing through his body as he scrambled to his feet. Pointing at Ning Chen, his voice cracked with emotion. How dare you take what's mine? This scroll was brought by me. A cold curve lifted at the corner of Ning Chen's mouth. I subdued the candle 9. I'm keeping it. What's the problem? Huang Bo's face instantly turned the color of liver, and he nearly jumped up and down in fury. You're dreaming. That's my summoned beast. Give it back to me this instant. Ning Chen sneered inwardly. How amusing. One moment he was crying out for help, begging me to save him, and the next, with the danger gone, he dared to bare his teeth at me. The ugliness of human nature never ceases to disgust me, no matter how many times I witness it. Wasting another word on this fool was pointless. Ning Chen couldn't be bothered with further nonsense. His figure vanished from the spot in an instant. Huang Bo felt a flash before his eyes, and suddenly, a hand had seized his arm. The next moment, the world spun wildly. A clean, decisive shoulder throw. Thud. Huang Bo's body slammed hard onto the jagged concrete debris. The violent impact felt like his internal organs had shifted out of place. He couldn't catch his breath and nearly passed out on the spot. Just as he tried to scream in agony, a foot slammed down hard on the back of his hand, grinding it viciously. Snap! The sharp crack of shattering bone echoed piercingly through the silent ruins. Ah! A heart-wrenching howl finally erupted from Huang Bo's throat. Ning Chen looked down at him from above, his eyes utterly still, reflecting only an abyss of cold indifference. His voice seemed to echo from the depths of hell, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. From now on, keep your head down. If you dare provoke me again, I'll cripple you. The surrounding area fell into an eerie silence, broken only by Huang Bo lying in the pile of rubble, groaning in pain. Staring at his ruined hand, his eyes were filled with dumbstruck terror. Just then, a middle-aged man in a driving school uniform peered out from behind the wreckage. Recognizing Ning Chen, he immediately broke into a wide grin and jogged over, bending so low his waist nearly scraped the ground. Mr. Ning, please calm down. Calm down.
The man rubbed his hands together, glancing uneasily at the half-conscious Huang Bo on the ground before pointing mournfully at the devastated site. Look at our driving school, he wrecked the whole place.
My little business. Could you make him compensate us?
Otherwise, our losses are just too huge, too unfair. Ning Chen's gaze swept over the wreckage of the driving school. Crumbling walls, exposed rebar, and massive cracks and pits littered the ground. It was utterly devastated.
He frowned.
That fool Huang Bo had truly broken the rules. Though this world had entered an era of universal class change and was merging with another world called Blue Star, the law of the jungle still reigned supreme, might made right. But order remained a sword of Damocles hanging over every job changer's head. The authorities had repeatedly emphasized that all conflicts among job changers must be resolved within dungeons, secret realms, or battlefields in other worlds. The use of extraordinary powers in real society, especially within cities, to disrupt ordinary people's lives was strictly forbidden. Huang Bo, that bastard, knew exactly what he was doing. His actions were utterly despicable. If such individuals aren't taught a proper lesson, who knows what even greater chaos they might stir up in the future. With that thought, Ning Chen lifted his foot and delivered a kick to Huang Bo's body, neither too hard nor too soft.
Got that? Pay up. Huang Bo shuddered in pain.
He lifted his head, propping himself up with his uninjured hand, and glared fiercely at Ning Chen, grinding out the words through clenched teeth.
You're dreaming.
A fleeting, almost imperceptible glint of amusement flashed in Ning Chen's eyes.
He had some backbone.
Even in this state, he still dared to talk tough.
He was certain I wouldn't dare cripple him completely here, in front of ordinary people? He won't believe it until he sees it. Chapter 88.
Ning Chen couldn't be bothered to exchange another word with him. His right hand shot out like lightning, grabbing Huang Bo's remaining intact arm.
What do you think you're doing? Let go of me.
Huang Bo screamed in terror, struggling violently.
Snap.
Another bone-chilling crack echoed through the air.
Ning Chen, expressionless, crippled his second arm. Ah!
A scream several times more piercing than before echoed throughout the ruins. Huang Bo writhed on the ground in agony, tears and snot streaming down his face. His eyes, fixed on Ning Chen, burned with venomous hatred.
Ning Chen! How dare you do this to me?
The Huang family will never let you off the hook. You just wait.
Smack!
A resounding slap struck Huang Bo's face, instantly silencing the rest of his rant.
Ning Chen crouched down, towering over him with a voice as cold as ice. Shut up.
You should consider yourself lucky I've only crippled your hands.
You know the rules of this world better than I do.
If you don't pay up now, believe me, I'll bundle your glorious deeds along with the video evidence and send it straight to the Transferee Management Bureau.
When that happens, don't think you'll be the only one ruined. Your entire family will go down with you. The Transferee Management Bureau.
Those 5 words felt like a bucket of ice water dumped over Huang Bo's head.
He knew Ning Chen wasn't bluffing.
Stirring up a fight in the city and causing such massive destruction. If the Bureau confirmed these charges, the best outcome would be having all his cultivation and talents stripped, followed by life imprisonment.
Even the Huang family couldn't protect him.
Fear finally overwhelmed the rage that had consumed him.
Huang Bo trembled violently.
Under Ning Chen's icy stare, he struggled for a long moment before finally yielding. In a voice barely audible, he forced out a few words from his throat.
I'll pay.
He painfully turned his head, gesturing toward his pocket.
Ning Chen understood.
He reached into the pocket and pulled out a black metal card, tossing it to the driving school manager. Huang Bo gritted his teeth, uttering the words with utter humiliation. There's 10 million credit points on that card.
No password.
Enough to rebuild this place 10 times over. The driving school manager's hands trembled as he clutched the black card. He bowed and scraped before Ning Chen, overcome with gratitude.
Thank you, Lord Ning. Thank you, Lord Ning. You are our savior.
With that, he grabbed the card and bolted, desperate to escape the chaos of this high-stakes showdown. Ning Chen stood up, releasing his foot from Huang Bo's body. Huang Bo, as if granted a pardon, scrambled to his feet with all his strength, staggering as he tried to flee this nightmare. But just as he took 2 steps forward,
a hand gently pressed against his back. Huang Bo's body froze abruptly. The next second, he felt the spiritual energy within him surge like a floodgate bursting open, rushing madly toward the palm behind him. In a mere instant, 7 or 8 tenths of the spiritual energy he had painstakingly cultivated was drained away. A profound sense of emptiness and powerlessness instantly engulfed his entire body. Huang Bo's legs buckled, nearly causing him to collapse to his knees. He whipped his head around, glaring at Ning Chen with shock and fury, his voice hoarse as he roared. Ning Chen! What did you do to me?
Ning Chen looked down at Huang Bo, who lay limp on the ground, a trace of undisguised contempt curling the corners of his mouth. You should be grateful. He spoke slowly, his voice not loud, yet it pierced Huang Bo's ears like an ice pick. I only drained most of your spiritual energy.
I didn't destroy your foundation.
These words became the final straw that crushed Huang Bo's spirit. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted from sheer terror.
Ning Chen couldn't be bothered to spare him another glance. He turned and walked away without looking back.
Behind him lay nothing but a chaotic ruin and a fool whose fate remained unknown. What rotten luck! He'd come to get his driver's license, but not only did he fail to get it, the damn driving school went out of business.
What kind of mess is this?
Ning Chen wandered aimlessly down the street, feeling irritable when his phone suddenly buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out to find a transfer notification. The driving school had refunded his entire registration fee.
Well, that's something.
At least the manager had some conscience and didn't pocket the money.
Just then, a thought struck Ning Chen. Wait a minute, why did I even need to get a driver's license? As an SSS-tier Beastmaster with both wealth and power, wouldn't it be far cooler to just acquire a flying beast as my mount instead of driving around in a metal box on the ground? Soaring through the skies atop a majestic beast, could any Lamborghini rival that prestige? Once the thought took root, it refused to be suppressed. With that, Ning Chen hesitated no longer. He hailed a taxi by the roadside. "Driver, take me to the practitioner center." Seated in the cab, Ning Chen tallied his assets. He had roughly 20 million credit points. With that much money, it should be enough to buy a decent Beastmaster, right? Moments later, the cab pulled up before the imposing structure of the professional center. Ning Chen walked in with practiced ease, heading straight for the beast tamer sales area. When he saw the price tags on the beast eggs and cubs displayed on the counter, he froze in shock. One marked as SSS grade? He counted the zeros after the price for what felt like forever. 100 billion? Was this robbery? Last time he'd been here, SSS grade beasts had been astronomically priced too, but nowhere near this absurd. In just a few days, inflation had skyrocketed faster than a rocket? Forget it. An SSS grade beast wasn't something he should be considering at this stage anyway. Forcing himself to think about it would only bring frustration and serve no purpose. Ning Chen's gaze shifted away from the dazzling beast egg and swiftly scanned the array of display cases. His goal was clear, a flying beast, not too low in grade, and priced within his 20 million budget. Soon, his gaze was drawn to a small bird emitting a fiery glow at the center of the display. Double bright bird. Bloodline grade A. Price 19,999,999 credit points. This one. The Chongming bird, a legendary divine bird. Though this one possessed only an A-grade bloodline, its potential was undeniable. More importantly, it could fly. And this price? Not a penny more, not a penny less, it'll drain him dry. It's practically tailor-made for him. Ning Chen hesitated not a moment longer. He strode straight to the counter and tapped on the glass. "Hello, I'll take this Chongming bird." The salesperson, who had been dozing behind the counter, lifted their head at the sound. Upon seeing Ning Chen, a fleeting, barely perceptible surprise flashed in their eyes. It was that kid again. He'd been here several times before, always buying some trashy spirit beasts. And today he's actually willing to shell out nearly 20 million for an A-grade Chongming bird? Did he win the lottery or rob a bank? The salesperson muttered to herself, but her hands moved swiftly as she worked, a professional smile plastered on her face. "Certainly, sir. That'll be 19.99 million credit points. This way, please." Ning Chen swiped his card without hesitation. Watching his account balance instantly hit zero, he felt not a shred of regret. Money is meant to be spent. Especially when it comes to enhancing one's strength, no amount is too much. After obtaining the Chongming bird, Ning Chen eagerly opened the contract interface. Chongming bird juvenile. Level, LV.1. Bloodline, a grade. Strength, 20, Speed, 30, Defense, 10, Spirit, 5. Loyalty, 30. Skills, Swift Wing Flap, Immortal Body. Truly worthy of an A-class Beastmaster. Chapter 89, Phoenix Bloodline. Swift Wing is a speed boost, and Immortal Body, just the name sounds mighty and imposing. Though this loyalty rating is a bit too low, isn't it? But no worries, I still have 8 more chances to draw new traits. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Chen summoned the system. System, draw 2 attributes for me. Ding, system is extracting, please wait. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the golden entry Phoenix Bloodline. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the golden entry Rebirth from the Ashes. Holy. Ning Chen felt his breath catch for half a beat, his mind going blank. Phoenix Bloodline. Rebirth from Nirvana. This is way too valuable. It's practically tailor-made for the Chongming bird. He forced down the surge of exhilaration flooding his head, his gaze burning as he stared at the little bird in his palm. The little creature stared back blankly, utterly unaware that its destiny was about to skyrocket. Bestow it now. The moment the words left his lips, 2 blindingly brilliant golden lights erupted from his palm. Like surging lava, they instantly flooded into the Chongming bird's tiny body. Chirp! A piercing, shrill cry rang out, no longer the timid chirp of before, but filled with boundless majesty. The tiny Chongming bird was instantly engulfed in a blazing golden inferno. Within the flames, its form underwent earth-shattering changes at a visible pace, its bones reshaping, its bloodline ascending. A terrifying aura erupted from the contract chamber, sweeping outward. Screech! Accompanied by a phoenix cry piercing through metal and shattering stone, golden flames shot skyward. A magnificent figure, bathed in divine golden fire, broke through the clouds, unfurling wings vast enough to obscure the sky.
Its entire body was covered in magnificent golden red feathers, each seemingly forged from divine metal, radiating an immortal divine glow. A slender neck, a proud head, and eyes blazing with golden flames, like two suns. This was no mere great a heavy-eyed bird. This was clearly a living mythical creature, a phoenix. Ning Chen gazed upward at the majestic figure in the sky and nodded with satisfaction. This display was finally worthy of his status as an SSS rank Beastmaster. He whistled, and the divine bird in the sky immediately let out a joyful cry. It transformed into a golden streak of light, diving down to affectionately rub its noble head against Ning Chen's cheek.
Loyalty already maxed out.
From now on, you'll be called Egg Yolk Pie.
Ning Chen patted its massive head.
It would make a good companion for the spicy strips and winesy cookies at home.
Ning Chen opened the interface, displaying Egg Yolk Pie Sacred Golden Phoenix Juvenile. Level, LV.1. Bloodline, SSS grade. Strength, 600. Speed, 1000. Defense, 800. Spirit, 520. Loyalty, 100.
Skills, Spacetime Resonance, Dominion over all birds, Discerning Eye, Swift Wing, Immortal Body. Ning Chen stared at the panel displaying those truly luxurious stats, his excitement nearly overflowing.
An SSS-tier bloodline, possessing over 1,000 speed points at birth, plus 4 god-tier skills to boot.
This wasn't just a beast companion, it was practically a second cheat code for Ning Chen.
Now, he had only one thought. Fly.
He had to experience the sensation of soaring through the skies atop a phoenix immediately.
Egg Yolk Clan, return to Cloud Peak Mountain.
At Ning Chen's command, Egg Yolk Pie understood instantly, letting out a joyful phoenix cry.
It gently lowered its head, inviting Ning Chen to mount. Ning Chen leapt up and landed steadily on the broad, warm back of Egg Yolk Pie.
The feel of its feathers was more comfortable than the finest carpet.
The next instant, a powerful surge propelled them forward. Boom! The golden giant phoenix flapped its wings, stirring up a violent air current as it soared straight into the clouds. Sports cars?
They were nothing compared to Egg Yolk Pie.
The wind howled past his ears as the cityscape below shrank rapidly into matchbox-sized buildings.
This unparalleled speed and supreme vantage point, trampling the world beneath your feet, was an experience no vehicle could ever deliver.
This is what ING living is all about.
The thought barely formed before the view shifted from the bustling city center to the familiar villa district atop Cloud Peak Mountain.
5 seconds. From the downtown professional center to the suburban Yunding Mountain, it truly took only 5 seconds. The speed of the egg yolk pastry even surpassed the speed of his own thoughts. Yet, a new problem arose. Ning Chen gazed down at the densely packed luxury villas below, his brow instantly furrowing. The egg yolk pie's body was too massive, its wings alone, when spread, could cover half a football field. Its shadow swept like a dark, flowing cloud over the dense rooftops below. Even landing in his own small courtyard was out of the question. A single swipe from egg yolk pie's claw could crush the gazebo to smithereens. Landing on the road was out of the question.
He could already picture tomorrow's headlines. It would paralyze traffic on Cloud Peak Mountain.
This place was simply too cramped.
It seemed not only the villa needed replacing, he'd have to acquire an entire mountain to match the Egg Yolk clan's stature.
The thought alone made Ning Chen's temples throb. Acquiring a mountain required money, and he'd just spent every last penny in his pockets. The exhilaration he'd felt soaring through the sky earlier instantly deflated. He directed Egg Yolk Pie to find a secluded patch of woods nearby, where they barely managed to land before he summoned it back into the beast taming space. Emerging from the woods, he returned to his villa and headed straight for the study. The urgent task at hand: get money. He opened his computer and deftly logged into a website, Darknet, Alliance of Professionals. This was the true domain of professionals.
It didn't feature gossip or entertainment news, but rather real-deal commissions and dungeon challenge missions. Ning Chen skipped the minor tasks, offering tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of credit points, setting his filter to the highest tier. Reward, 50 million credits or more. The page refreshed, instantly filtering out countless entries until only a handful remained. One golden highlighted task at the top instantly captured his full attention.
Commissioner, Anonymous Tycoon of Sea City. Objective, enter the Thunder Source secret realm and obtain 1 Thunder Dragon Tendons. Task description, a family member suffers from an incurable illness. After exhausting all medical options, an ancient formula was discovered requiring Thunder Dragon Tendons as the primary ingredient. This item is perilous, only the strongest may retrieve it. We seek heroes from across the land to aid us. Reward, 100 million credit points. 100 million. Ning Chen's eyes lit up. This sum would easily buy not just a mountain peak, but even a plot of land in the very heart of Haichang. He had heard of the Thunder Source secret realm, one of the most perilous high-level secret realms near Haichang. Perpetually shrouded in thunderstorms, its environment was utterly inhospitable, inhabited solely by ferocious thunder attribute beasts. As for the Thunder Dragon Tendons, they were materials sourced from the sovereign-level demon beasts dwelling deep within the secret realm. No wonder it commanded a sky-high price tag of 100 million. This quest was clearly about using money to buy a miracle. But what was a suicide mission for others? A faint smile touched Ning Chen's lips. Mr. Tycoon, your miracle is on its way. Without a moment's hesitation, he moved his mouse and decisively clicked the Accept Mission button below the task description. Chapter 90, Living Together? That's out of the question. The instant Ning Chen clicked Accept Mission, a cold electronic prompt popped up. Quest application submitted. Awaiting approval from the quest giver. Then, nothing happened. The golden taskbar on the website merely changed from Available to a grayed out Under Review. Ning Chen raised an eyebrow. What the hell? A top-tier task worth 100 million actually requires review? This efficiency is way too slow. Does it even live up to the dark web's reputation? He leaned back in his gaming chair, idly spinning halfway around before deciding the wait was too agonizing. Forget it. Money matters can wait. He pulled out his phone, tapped open the pinned chat window with practiced ease, and typed out a line. Ning Chen, late lemon, what are you up to? Almost the instant the message sent, his phone screen lit up. Su Wanning, I'm at the hospital, getting ready to check out. Hospital? Discharging? Ning Chan's eyes lit up instantly, and the corners of his mouth curled upward uncontrollably. She could be discharged so soon? Wouldn't that mean he could bring Wan Ling and Auntie over to join them? The thought struck him, and Ning Chen began typing rapidly. Ning Chen, Wan Ning, wait for me at the hospital. I'll come pick you up right away. Before Su Wanling could reply, Ning Chen sprang up from his chair, grabbed a jacket on the fly, and strode briskly downstairs. Making money couldn't compare to picking up his wife. Outside the villa lawn, a sudden thought struck him. With a piercing phoenix cry that split the sky, a massive golden figure materialized from thin air, its scorching aura instantly engulfing the surroundings. Egg yolk pie, head to Haicheng First Hospital. The golden red phoenix lowered its noble head, affectionately nudging Ning Chen's shoulder with its beak before crouching down. Ning Chen leapt onto its back with fluid grace. In the next instant, a howling gale shook the villa, its windows trembling as if about to shatter. Egg yolk pie flapped its wings fiercely, transforming into a golden streak of light that tore through the sky and vanished into the horizon in an instant. The nearly 30-kilometer journey from Cloudtop Mountain to the city center hospital was nothing more than a warm-up exercise for Egg yolk pie, a mere stretch of its wings. The howling wind lasted barely 2 minutes before the sprawling complex of Haicheng First Hospital came into view below. Ning Chen guided Egg yolk pie to hover above the sparsely populated rear courtyard. Mid-air, he leapt down and retracted the creature into his beast-taming space. He smoothed his collar and strode briskly into the hospital, then hurried toward the elevator in long strides. Su Wanning had just finished all the procedures at the payment window when she turned around to find Ning Chen standing behind her, carrying a gentle breeze and a smile. She froze completely, her beautiful eyes wide with utter disbelief. Ning Chen? How did you get here so fast? Did you use Flash? This defies logic. Her little brain instantly short-circuited. The Yunding Mountain Villa district was way out in the suburbs. Even if Ao Yao Yao drove her top-of-the-line sports car over, speeding recklessly, it would still take at least 10 to 20 minutes. How could he have arrived in just 2 minutes? Could it be that new ability he gained in the secret realm last time? No. Temporary skills gained in dungeons or secret realms absolutely cannot be used in the real world. That's an ironclad rule for professionals. How on earth did he manage it? Ning Chen watched her adorable expression, her brow furrowed in such deep thought it looked like her brain was about to overheat. He couldn't resist reaching out to gently flick her pert little nose. Wait till I show you something special. You'll understand then. The warm sensation on her nose sent a flush of color racing across Su Wanning's cheeks, turning them as red as ripe apples. She instinctively lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. Okay. After settling the payment, Ning Chen naturally took the small bag from Su Wanning's hands and accompanied her back to the hospital room. In the hospital bed, Su Wanning's mother was leaning against the headboard. As soon as Ning Chen entered, a gentle smile instantly spread across her previously haggard face. Especially when she saw Ning Chen's tall, straight posture, his handsome features, and the unwavering confidence radiating from his brow, the admiration in her eyes nearly overflowed. This young man is truly exceptional. My daughter has such good taste. She smiled and beckoned to Ning Chen, gesturing for him to sit on the chair beside the bed. You must be the Ning student Wan Ning keeps raving about? Come, sit down. Auntie can tell you're a good kid. It seemed his future mother-in-law was quite pleased with him. Her approval made Ning Chen feel incredibly relieved. This felt even better than winning 100 million. Seeing the atmosphere was just right, Ning Chen dropped the pleasantries and stood up from the chair. He walked to Mrs. Su's bedside, his expression more serious than ever. Auntie, I'm here today to take you and Wan Ning home from the hospital. The moment those words left his mouth, the hospital room fell silent. Mrs. Su froze, instinctively glancing at her daughter beside her. Su Wanling was completely frozen, her little mind going blank. Pick us up? Where to? What does he want? Ning Chen watched their reactions, took a deep breath, and spoke with utmost sincerity. I grew up without a mother.
At the most critical moment of my career transition, Wan Ning was the one who helped me tremendously. So, I'd like to invite you and Wan Ning to live with me at my villa on Cloud Peak Mountain. Would that be acceptable? Boom! Su Wanling felt as if a thunderbolt had struck her brain, leaving her entire body numb. Live, together? Though these past few days had indeed been filled with thoughts of this guy, actually living together? How could that be possible? This was way too fast. Way too inappropriate. Her face flushed instantly, turning crimson from her cheeks to her ears like a ripe tomato. She abruptly stood up, head bowed, fingers nervously twisting the hem of her shirt. Ning, this isn't quite right. Ning Chen had anticipated this reaction from the young lady. He curved his lips into a smile, completely ignoring her protests, his gaze remaining sincere as he looked at Mrs. Su. Ah, auntie, you wouldn't understand. That villa is over 400 square meters. It's far too big for just me. It feels eerily empty. Please take pity on me and come help liven it up a bit. Besides, the villa's in the suburbs away from the city's noise. The air's fresh and it's perfect for you to recuperate. I've already cleaned all the rooms. Ning Chen's words, a mix of playing the victim and offering incentives, had effectively paved every possible path for Mrs. Su. Su's mother looked at the sincere-eyed yet shrewd young man before her, then glanced at her daughter beside him, her face flushed crimson, as if she wished the ground would swallow her whole. A long sigh escaped her lips. How could a mother not see through her daughter's thoughts? Fatherless since childhood, she'd endured hardship alongside me, yet her spirit remained stubbornly strong. Now, in this world overrun by monsters and fraught with danger, her own frail body only held her back. Now that she had an S-rank, no, possibly even an SSS-rank young man protecting her, and one she actually liked at that, what was there left to hesitate about? Her daughter's happiness and safety mattered above all else. Realizing this, Su's mother's face softened into a gentle smile, a look of complete relief and acceptance. Then, I'll leave it to you, Xiao Chen. Chapter 91, Another Beast Contracted. With that single sentence, the matter was settled. Su Wanning snapped her head up, her eyes widening in shock. Mom! You really agreed? What the hell just happened? Mom just sold me out? This development is moving way too fast. With the future mother-in-law secured, everything else fell into place effortlessly. Ning Chen hailed a taxi directly from his phone and drove the mother and daughter straight to the Yunding Mountain Villa district. When Su's mother and Su Wanning stood before the palace-like villa, they were stunned once more. Ning Chen didn't give them much time to recover from the shock. After settling Su's mother into her room, he made a phone call right in front of her. Hello, Royal Domestic Services? I need a top-tier full-time live-in housekeeper and caregiver. She needs to come to Villa Number 1, Yunding Mountain immediately. Yes, long-term. Price is no object. Hanging up, Ning Chen turned to Mrs. Su with a reassuring smile. Auntie, please rest well. A professional will be here shortly. I'll take Wanling out for a bit. With that, he pulled Su Wanling, still oblivious to the situation, out the villa gates. Su Wanling felt the warmth of his hand in hers, making her heart skip a beat. Ning Chen, where are we going? Ning Chen turned back, a mysterious and triumphant smile curling his lips. Just as he was about to boast about his new partner, his phone suddenly vibrated. It was an unfamiliar encrypted number. Ning Chen raised an eyebrow and pressed the answer button. A man's voice came through the line. Ning Chen, we've vetted you. You're qualified to challenge the Thunder Source Secret Realm. The deposit of 20 million credit points has been transferred to your account. Please verify it. Good luck. The call ended abruptly. No unnecessary chatter, clean and decisive. Ning Chen froze for a moment before glancing at the push notification on his mobile banking app. Your savings account ending in 8888 received a deposit of 20 million.00 credit points at XX time. Oof. How interesting. This wealthy task giver sure was decisive. In that case, I, Ning Chen, will claim this Thunder Dragon vein. Su Wanning watched the shifting expressions on his face, her own filled with confusion. What dragon tendon? Ning Chen raised an eyebrow with a smile, his gaze intense as he looked at her. The hand he'd been holding earlier naturally interlaced with hers. Wanning, come. Accompany me on a mission. Before Su Wanning could blush or feel her heart race at this intimate gesture, Ning Chen had already pulled her out to the open lawn outside the villa. With a flick of his thoughts, Ning Chen murmured softly. Come out, egg yolk pie. Buzz. A dazzling golden red light shot skyward. Accompanied by a piercing, resonant phoenix cry, a colossal bird with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters materialized out of thin air, its entire body ablaze with golden flames. Its magnificent wings, noble bearing, and all-seeing gaze instantly made the surrounding air feel scorching hot. Su Wanning was utterly dumbfounded, her mouth forming a perfect O, her jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Her beautiful eyes were filled with utter disbelief. Good heavens! Ning Chen, he actually contracted another beast. And it was a phoenix. This was a legendary divine creature. Seeing Su Wanning's jaw drop in shock, Ning Chen could barely contain the smug satisfaction bubbling up inside him. This was exactly the reaction he wanted. Before Su Wannin could react, his long arm swept around her waist. Su Wannin only managed to utter a half cry before her feet left the ground. He lifted her effortlessly, landing her securely on the broad back of the egg yolk pastry. The girl in his arms stiffened, her breathing becoming erratic.
Ning Chen's smile deepened.
He patted Egg Yolk Bun's neck and shouted triumphantly, "Egg Yolk Bun, take off."
Destination, Thunder Source Secret Realm.
Wah! Egg Yolk Pie let out an excited cry, its massive wings beating with force, stirring up a whirlwind. In the next instant, they shot straight into the sky like a streak of golden red light, plunging into the clouds in an instant. The sudden weightlessness startled Su Wannin, causing her to instinctively cling tightly to Ning Chen's waist. When she opened her eyes again, they had already broken through the clouds. Beneath them lay an endless sea of clouds, while blinding sunlight poured down from above.
All traces of her earlier tension vanished instantly.
The wind whipped past her ears, tangling her hair wildly, but she didn't care at all. Su Wanning turned to look at Ning Chen, her eyes shining brightly, a smile impossible to hide on her face. "Ning Chen," she shouted, her voice straining against the wind, "this is amazing.
Absolutely incredible."
Seeing the sparkling eyes of the girl in his arms, Ning Chen could no longer contain the smug satisfaction bubbling within him.
This was exactly the reaction he wanted. Sports cars? Mansions?
Nothing compared to the romance of soaring through the sky with the girl he loved. The curve of Ning Chen's lips grew wider and wider, his face radiating unabashed pride. He leaned close to Su Wanling's ear, his warm breath mingling with the biting high-altitude wind, tickling her ear. "Wanling, from now on, this egg yolk pie will only carry you besides me."
Boom!
Su Wanning's mind went blank, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it would leap out of her throat. The wind that had felt slightly chilly moments ago now felt scorching hot against her skin.
What was he saying? Wasn't this basically a confession?
What did he mean, only carrying me alone? The girl's heart melted instantly. 2 crimson clouds bloomed on her cheeks, even her ears burning scarlet. Too shy to meet Ning Chen's eyes, she lowered her head, burying herself almost entirely against his broad back.
Mum.
He carried a wonderfully pleasant scent. The subtle, flirtatious atmosphere between them fermented above the clouds, even making the egg yolk pastry's flight seem lighter and more graceful. The wind whistled past their ears, the sea of clouds churned beneath their feet, and half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Egg Yolk Pie let out a high-pitched cry and began to slow down and circle. Beneath the clouds, a starkly different scene unfolded before their eyes. A floating island shrouded in endless lightning, thick clouds churning like ink, and purple lightning bolts as thick as water barrels dancing wildly within the clouds, tearing through the sky with deafening roars.
Crack! The terrifying thunderous power nearly solidified into tangible form. The air thickened with a heavy, acrid stench, and one could even feel faint electrical currents pulsing against the skin. This was the entrance to the legendary Thunder Source Secret Realm. Truly worthy of a divine beast. The entrance to this secret realm, which only revealed itself to those with special destiny, had actually been found by the Egg Yolk sect. Egg Yolk Pie possessed dual attributes of fire and light, making him exceptionally sensitive to such pure energy concentrations. Finding this place was hardly surprising. Su Wannin stared at the apocalyptic scene before her, her beautiful face etched with solemnity and caution. The ice elemental spirit energy within her instinctively recoiled upon encountering this raging thunderous aura. Ning Chen, this must be a high-level secret realm, right? The spiritual energy stored here is terrifying. Are the two of us really up for this? Chapter 92, Entering the Thunder Source Secret Realm. Seeing her worried expression, Ning Chen didn't feel nervous at all. Instead, he smiled. One arm remained firmly around Su Wanning's waist, preventing her from falling, while the other hand swept lightly before him. A flash of icy blue light appeared, and a palm-sized rabbit, seemingly carved entirely from ice crystals, materialized in his palm. Ning Chen held out his palm towards Su Wannin, a hint of self-satisfaction in his smile. Wanling, your birthday is in a couple of days. This is my early gift to you. Just then, the ice blue rabbit stretched lazily, yawned, and spoke in a human voice, its tone carrying a sleepy, mischievous edge. Ha! This rabbit lord was practically moldy from sleeping. Finally, I get to stretch my legs. Su Wannin froze solid. She glanced at the impossibly beautiful ice blue rabbit in Ning Chen's palm, then at his smiling face. This is a moon shadow rabbit? Wait. Wasn't the moon shadow rabbit supposed to be red? How did it become like this? Entirely ice blue, and strangely beautiful. Though its aura was restrained, she could sense the terrifyingly pure ice elemental energy it contained. It was practically tailor-made for her. Her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth slightly agape, utterly speechless. Her hand instinctively reached out to touch it, yet fearing she might startle it, she found herself momentarily at a loss. Ning Chen. The moment she spoke, she realized her voice was trembling. This guy. How did he know my birthday? Did he even prepare a gift in advance? And it's so utterly impossible to refuse. Ning Chen watched her adorable expression, a mix of shock and delight, and felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction welling up inside him.
He gently placed the rabbit in Su Wanan's arms, his tone turning more serious.
I was planning to give it to you on your actual birthday. But as you can see, this secret realm is extremely dangerous. Giving it to you early might save your life in a critical moment.
I've tempered this creature, but I haven't tested its abilities in actual combat yet.
It might be a bit awkward working with you at first. Today's the perfect chance for the two of you to get used to each other.
Ning Chen's gaze fixed on her face, earnest and focused. From now on, this moon shadow rabbit will be your exclusive spirit pet.
Exclusive spirit pet.
Those 4 words felt like the warmest electric current, instantly striking the softest part of Su Wanan's heart. He actually gave me something so precious, so casually. The girl cradled the icy blue rabbit in her arms. Its warmth seeped through the thin fabric, but Su Wanin felt her own heart burning hotter than the rabbit's. A whirlwind of emotions surged within her, excitement, joy, and an indescribable sweetness coalescing into a bold impulse. Chew. While Ning Chen was still basking in the satisfaction of his perfect gift, a soft, warm sensation suddenly brushed against his cheek. He froze completely.
Su Wanin kissed him?
Ning Chen slowly turned his head, meeting the girl's eyes, glistening with embarrassment. She had pulled back immediately after the kiss, her entire face flushed crimson as if it might bleed. She kept her head bowed, clutching the moon shadow rabbit tightly, unable to meet his gaze again.
Ning Chen, thank you. Boom.
That single word of thanks carried more force than the thunderous roar of 1,000 thunderbolts. Ning Chen's heart skipped a beat before beginning to pound wildly.
Watching the girl's bashful expression, his Adam's apple bobbed. Is that it? How could a mere cheek kiss suffice? Just as Ning Chen was about to take control and deepen this fleeting kiss, the entire space suddenly shook violently. The surrounding scenery shattered like broken glass, instantly warping. After a dizzying whirl, the egg yolk pastry emitted a piercing phoenix cry and hovered steadily mid-air. They had entered the secret realm. Simultaneously, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice echoed in both their minds. Ding!
Welcome players Ning Chen and Su Wanling to the Thundersource secret realm.
That was it. Just that one simple sentence.
No background information, no quest prompts, not even a hint about the realm's level or danger rating.
This left Su Wannin feeling utterly bewildered.
Previously, when entering lower-level instances, the system prompts were always lengthy.
Why was this one so concise?
Ning Chen, however, wasn't surprised. It matched exactly what he'd discovered.
This Thundersource secret realm was a semi-uncontrolled wild domain.
Without complete world rules, there were naturally no detailed system prompts. Precisely because of this, it was filled with unknowns and deadly dangers. Since the start of the year, countless A-rank and even S-rank powerhouses had fallen here, all chasing the legendary Thunder Dragon tendons. Some sought it to save lives, but most were driven by the astronomical bounties offered by the wealthiest tycoons. While credit points were mere numbers to combat professionals, for beast tamers like them, they represented a path paved with resources, a highway to the heavens. Ning Chen's gaze instantly sharpened like an eagle's.
All traces of jest vanished as he swiftly pulled Su Wanling behind him.
He scanned his surroundings warily as the egg yolk pie beneath them slowly descended onto a massive black reef.
This was a dim world.
No sun, no moon, only streaks of purple lightning slicing through the darkness above served as the sole source of light. The air thick with the pungent stench of sulfur and ozone, the ground beneath their feet not soil but massive, lightning-scarred rocks charred black. Occasionally, purple arcs of electricity danced between the cracks. Ning Chen, holding Su Wanling close, advanced cautiously step by step. Suddenly, a piercing screech erupted from the pitch-black cavern ahead. Immediately after, a vast red cloud swept out from the cavern, engulfing the sky as it surged toward the two of them.
No! It wasn't clouds at all.
It was a swarm of enormous crimson-winged bats, their eyes glowing blood red, each with a wingspan exceeding 2 meters.
By the hundreds, if not thousands. Watch out.
Without a moment to think, Ning Chen unleashed his psychic energy in an instant, forming a translucent golden energy shield that enveloped them both. Almost the moment the shield solidified, the crimson shadow bats lunged forward.
Put. Put. Put.
They opened their hideous mouthparts, spewing streams of dark green venom that pelted the energy shield like a torrential downpour, emitting a hissing, corrosive sound.
A few droplets bypassed the shield, splattering onto the black reef rocks beneath their feet. Sizzle!
The rock-hard reef, upon contact with the venom, melted like ice under a hot iron. Instantly, deep pits corroded into its surface, billowing black smoke as it dissolved into nothingness.
Su Wanning's pupils suddenly contracted as she sucked in a sharp breath. Chapter 93, Bats. Hold on tight.
Ning Chen released his grip, steadying her upright, yet his gaze remained fixed on the swarm of black bats regrouping ahead, his expression grim. Su Wannin snapped out of her brief panic.
Watching the bats swirling and circling with increasingly vicious energy, her pretty face turned deathly pale. She couldn't help but ask, what's going on with these bats? Why do they keep coming back to life after being killed, and each time stronger than before? This was beyond her comprehension.
I don't know, Ning Chen shook his head, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes.
But I don't believe anything is truly indestructible.
Before he finished speaking, he stepped forward, palm open.
Whoosh! Spirit fire instantly coalesced in his palm. Go!
Ning Chen snapped his fingers, and the golden spirit flame transformed into a streak of light, shooting precisely into the swarm of bats. Squeak! The crimson shadow bats touched by the spirit fire instantly let out screams 10 times more piercing than before. Their bodies ignited like paper doused in gasoline, burning fiercely from the inside out. The black corrosive venom sizzled under the intense heat, turning into billowing black smoke before being reduced to the finest ash along with their bodies. It worked! Su Wannin's eyes lit up with delight. Yet, the next second, the joy froze on her face. The powdery ashes of the incinerated bats began to coalesce eerily in midair. In the blink of an eye, they reassembled into the forms of crimson shadow bats once more. This time, their aura carried faint golden flame patterns, their viciousness nearly solidifying into tangible form. Damn it! Even Ning Chen, usually composed, couldn't help but curse under his breath. Was this indestructible cockroach? No, cockroaches can be killed with fire. But burning this thing with spiritual flames only seems to temper and upgrade its body. How the hell was he supposed to fight this? Ning Chen's brows knitted into a deep frown. If the first gate of this secret realm was this absurd, what would the later ones be like? It seemed he couldn't hold back any longer. Spicy snack. A fierce glint flashed in Ning Chen's eyes as he called out in his mind. Roar! A thunderous dragon's roar reverberated throughout the cavern, causing the very space to tremble. Amidst dazzling golden light, a colossal dragon so immense it nearly tore through the cave ceiling materialized out of thin air. Spicy strips, tear these disgusting things to shreds. Ning Chen commanded coldly. Roar! Làtiáo let out an excited roar. It had been itching for this moment. Without giving the bats a moment to react, the dragon's massive jaws snapped open. A torrent of golden dragon breath, carrying the scent of destruction, erupted like a bursting river. Boom! Where the dragon's breath passed, rock walls melted and space itself warped. The dark swarm of bats, faced with overwhelming force, didn't even have time to scream before being vaporized in an instant. But it wasn't over yet. Làtiáo seemed unsatisfied, unleashing 3 or 4 more devastating area of effect skills, relentlessly plowing through the entire cavern again and again. After nearly 20 minutes of relentless destruction, only when Làtiáo snorted in satisfaction, confirming not even a speck of bat dust remained in the cavern, did it finally cease its rampage. But just as Ning Chen and Su Wanling thought it was finally over, a terrifying scene unfolded once more. In the air, where the void had been utterly obliterated by the dragon's breath, tiny black specks began to reappear. They rapidly coalesced. The signs were unmistakable. Another resurrection was imminent. Holy! Ning Chen's face darkened completely. What the hell was this? Even the fiery dragon breath of the spicy strips couldn't kill it. This thing wasn't even in the realm of life anymore. Wangzi! Come out! Ning Chen acted decisively, summoning once more. A flash of light erupted as the sacred spirit golden toad, Wangzi, materialized once more. Devour every last one of these things trying to resurrect. Ning Chen pointed at the gathering black dots and issued the most direct command. Woof! Wangzi let out an excited cry. The next second, it opened its gaping maw, aiming straight for the cluster of black dots. Hum! An irresistible, terrifying suction erupted from its mouth, forming a bottomless black vortex. The crimson shadow bats, freshly formed and before they could even show their arrogance, were sucked into Wangzi's mouth in one go, vanishing without a trace. The entire world fell silent in an instant. At that very moment, a cold mechanical prompt finally sounded in Ning Chen's ears. Ding! Congratulations to player Ning Chen for capturing the crimson shadow bat. Experience points increased by 2,000. Ding! Congratulations to player Su Wannin on gaining 1,000 EXP. Ding! Rewarding player with 1 Lei Yuan secret realm instance key and 1 high-grade healing essence. Hearing the system notification, a playful curve lifted at the corner of Ning Chen's mouth. This is interesting. If this crimson shadow bat were used against enemies. Damn, just releasing one of these would be enough to give any opponent a run for their money. Not a bad deal. Pushing that thought aside for now, Ning Chen's gaze shifted to the soul passageway leading deep into the cavern. Let's go. Our target is the dragon tendon. This is only the first stage. He glanced sideways at Su Wannin and spoke before striding forward. Su Wanning gave a soft nod and quickened her pace to keep up. The earlier harrowing experience still left her trembling, yet staying close to Ning Chen brought her an inexplicable sense of security. The pair strode briskly through the dark passageway. Yet after about 10 minutes, Ning Chen's footsteps abruptly halted. He stopped and scanned his surroundings. Confused, Su Wannin halted as well, looking at him questioningly. What's wrong? Doesn't this feel familiar? Ning Chen frowned slightly, pointing to a stalactite nearby that resembled a human head. This rock, haven't we seen it before? Su Wannin followed his gaze, and her delicate features instantly filled with astonishment. It seems, we have. Right when we first started walking. Ning Chen's eyes turned completely cold. Without another word, he turned and headed back. Su Wanning immediately followed. Yet, after another 10 minutes or so, that familiar stalactite appeared before them once more.
We have been going in circles? Su Wanning's voice trembled with disbelief. This was too bizarre. A ghostly maze?
The thought flashed through Ning Chen's mind, but he dismissed it immediately.
This was a high-tier secret realm, not some rural ghost story. Such a low-level phenomenon couldn't possibly occur here. A faint, sinister aura permeated the surroundings, one he could only detect thanks to his far superior mental senses. Clearly, this wasn't a ghostly wall, it was the second stage of the secret realm. Only this stage seemed to require him to find the triggering mechanism or hidden beasts on his own. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes, trying to pierce the surrounding darkness, but the light here was simply too poor. Visibility was extremely low, and he couldn't make out anything with his naked eyes. Just as he pondered whether to have Egyo Pai spit out some fire for illumination, Su Wanning beside him made a move. She stepped forward, her slender hand flickering as the crystalline frost staff materialized in midair. Frost bloom! She cried out softly, flinging the staff high into the air. Hum! The ice crystal gem at the wand's tip instantly burst into a brilliant yet gentle white light, instantly filling the entire space and illuminating every corner with pinpoint clarity. The darkness was vanished, and the sight before them made both of them gasp in unison. This was no cave passage. It was clearly a vast, desolate wasteland stretching endlessly before them. Chapter 94, The Dragon Emerges. Beneath their feet lay cracked, black earth. In the distance, a towering mountain spanned the heavens and earth, its peak piercing the pitch-black dome with no end in sight. A series of thunderous, rumbling crashes echoed faintly from behind the mountain. The sound of ocean waves. Ning Chen and Su Wanning exchanged a glance, instantly understanding each other's thoughts. It seems the sea of thunderclouds lies beyond that mountain, Ning Chen said in a low voice. The question was, how to get there? The sheer sight of the mountain radiated an insurmountable sense of oppression. Charging headlong was clearly not a wise move. Just as Ning Chen's mind raced, searching for a way out, a pitiful squeak interrupted his thoughts. He looked down to see the moon shadow rabbit, cradled in Su Wanling's arms, clutching its head with both tiny paws. Its expression was one of excruciating headache, and its snow-white body trembled slightly. Bunny, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Su Wanning immediately noticed the moon shadow rabbit's distress, her voice filled with concern. Squeak, squeak. The moon shadow rabbit scratched its ears and cheeks in distress. Its ruby-like eyes brimmed with pain and confusion as it emitted intermittent mental fluctuations. I can't remember. It feels like I've been here before. My head hurts so much. Been here before? Hearing those words, Ning Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. Without pausing to think or ask questions, a gentle golden spiritual energy surged from his right palm, enveloping the moon shadow rabbit's small head. Warm, pure life energy surged into the moon shadow rabbit's body, soothing the stabbing pain in its brain. Within seconds, the trembling ceased. The moon shadow rabbit shook its head, the anguish vanishing from its eyes. As if suddenly recalling something crucial, it jerked its head up and urgently emitted a mental wave. I remember. Master. Sister Su. This Thundersource secret realm isn't what we thought it was at all. There are only two trials here. The first was the Crimson Shadow Bat Swarm we just faced. The rest of the entire area is actually part of a massive hidden map called the Sea of Thunderclouds. An incredibly powerful dragon lies hidden within that sea. Moon Shadow Rabbit's words exploded like a thunderclap within their minds. A hidden map? A dragon? Ning Chen instantly grasped the crux of the matter. He looked at the Moon Shadow Rabbit in his arms, now fully recovered, and asked with burning eyes. Then how do we get to the Sea of Thunderclouds? Startled by Ning Chen's intense gaze, Moon Shadow Rabbit shook its fluffy head vigorously, straining to piece together the fragmented memories in its mind. Its mental fluctuations were intermittent, but the meaning was clear. I remember. The mountains surrounding this wasteland are actually the natural barrier of the Sea of Thunderclouds, a protective mechanism. I remember there being a ship. A protective mechanism? These mountains? A knowing smile instantly curved Ning Chen's lips. If it's a mechanism, there must be a way to bypass it. Since they're stone mountains, what could possibly be their nemesis? I know what to do. He responded calmly, and the next second, his entire body shot skyward without warning. Su Wanning barely registered the blur before Ning Chen's figure hovered mid-air. Before she could register her surprise, a blazing crimson gold light coalesced before him. Spicy strips, time to get to work. With Ning Chen's casual voice, the Sacred Spirit Ancestral Dragon materialized out of thin air. Ning Chen raised his hand, pointing distantly at the towering mountain that spanned the heavens and earth. His tone carried an unquestionable command. Burn it! Burn it through! Roar! Làtiáo roared excitedly upon receiving the command. Its miniature body trembled violently. Instantly, crimson gold dragon flames erupted like a breached volcanic lava, transforming into a torrent of destruction that surged toward the ancient, unchanging stone mountain. Boom! Terrifying heat instantly engulfed the entire space. The rock-hard black walls, upon contact with the dragon flames, skipped even the process of turning red. They melted instantly. Crack, crackle. The rock melted like a lit candle, rapidly forming a bottomless cavern. Scorching magma poured down the mountainside, a scene of utter terror. Boom! Boom! Boom!
In mere moments, the mountain, its core scorched through, could no longer bear its own terrifying weight.
With an earth-shattering roar, it collapsed from the center. Run!
The instant the mountain collapsed, Ning Chen's figure flashed back to Su Wanling's side.
He swept his arm around her slender waist, thrust his feet into the ground, and transformed into a blur of motion, weaving through the gaps between falling boulders. As the pair burst out of the smoke-filled zone, the rumbling of the collapse gradually subsided behind them. Replacing it was the deafening roar of thunder and the crashing sound of ocean waves. An endless expanse of black ocean stretched before them. Waves churning up pitch-black foam, each crash seeming to shake the earth itself. The sky was thick with impenetrable black clouds, torn apart by thick purple lightning bolts that illuminated the terrifying sea below. This was the Sea of Thunderclouds. Su Wanning surveyed her surroundings, sensing the violent thunder and lightning elements in the air. Her delicate brows furrowed. Moon Shadow Rabbit said there was a ship, but where is it? Ning Chen remained silent, his shark gaze sweeping the churning sea like a hawk. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a distant point where sky met sea. Amidst the raging black waves, a faint, soft white glow flickered, appearing and disappearing with the surging tides. Look over there, Ning Chen pointed. Su Wanning immediately followed his gaze and spotted the faint glow. Though faint, that light was strikingly conspicuous. Exchanging a glance, they hesitated no longer and immediately sprinted toward the light. As they neared the shore, the true nature of the luminous object finally came into view. A small boat, crafted entirely from some kind of white bone and engraved with ancient runes, floated quietly in the shallow waters near the shore. The soft white glow emanated from the runes etched into its hull. We've finally found it, Ning Chen thought with certainty. Let's board it. Su Wanning nodded and, one after the other, they cautiously stepped onto the bone vessel. But the moment their feet touched the deck, crash! A deafening roar erupted as the tranquil sea beneath them violently exploded. A shadow so immense it took one's breath away surged from the depths, unleashing towering waves. A colossal dragon, covered in menacing black scales, burst through the water. Its monstrous head resembled a small mountain, with lightning flashing between two powerful horns. A pair of golden vertical pupils, as large as lanterns, brimmed with savagery and murderous intent, locking onto the two unwelcome guests aboard the ship. Oh no! Ning Chen and Su Wanning's faces paled simultaneously. Neither had anticipated the dragon lurking right beside their vessel. Before they could react, a savage wave crashed down with brutal force. Crash! The fragile bone boat shattered like a leaf, instantly crushed by the colossal wave. A tremendous force swept over them, leaving them unable to steady themselves. As the world spun violently, accompanied by an icy, bone-chilling sensation, they were instantly swept into the pitch-black, raging sea. Oh no! Chapter 95, The Bat Turns on Its Master, The Black Dragon Strikes. The moment he hit the water, Ning Chen's heart sank. He and Su Wanling couldn't swim. As for the Moon Shadow Rabbit in his arms, it was a textbook landlubber. What should they do? Were they going to die here? At the critical moment, a resolute gleam flashed in the Moon Shadow Rabbit's eyes, which had been cradled in Su Wanling's arms all along. A brilliant white light erupted from its body. Its originally petite frame swelled dramatically in the wind, transforming in an instant into a giant rabbit 3 or 4 meters tall. Using its soft fur, it forcibly lifted Ning Chen and Su Wanling out of the water. Huff! Cough cough! The two finally breathed in fresh air, gasping for breath. But the danger was far from over. The thundercloud sea was bottomless, its waters seeming to possess an infinite pull. The enlarged Moon Shadow Rabbit's size and weight had increased exponentially. After only a moment of support, it began to sink uncontrollably, its snow-white fur slowly being swallowed by the Black Sea. Ning Chen. Su Wanling watched the Moon Shadow Rabbit's pained expression, her face etched with anxiety. Don't be afraid. Ning Chen's eyes sharpened. His left hand flickered, and light flashed once more. Egg yolk pie, come out. Chirp. A clear, piercing phoenix cry echoed across the heavens. Golden red flames erupted from the void, and a magnificent phoenix divine bird with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters materialized out of thin air. It was none other than the phoenix, Egg Yolk Pie. Hop on. Ning Chen scooped up Su Wanling and, carrying the Moon Shadow Rabbit that was nearly spent, leapt upward, landing steadily on the broad back of Egg Yolk Pie. The immediate danger was averted. Meanwhile, the instigator, the Black Dragon, had already soared into the air, coiling mid-sky with its blood-red eyes fixed intently on this location. The moment it spotted Egg Yolk Pie, its pupils suddenly contracted, revealing a hint of astonishment. It seemed convinced Ning Chen was the leader. With a roar, its massive body transformed into a black lightning bolt, abandoning Su Wanning and lunging directly at Ning Chen. Simultaneously, shrill squeaks pierced the air from all directions. Countless crimson eyes glowed in the darkness. Hundreds upon hundreds of crimson shadow bats swarmed out from the collapsed mountain ruins like a dark cloud pressing down, their targets fixed squarely on Ning Chen and Su Wanning in the air. Moreover, the aura emanating from these crimson shadow bats was far stronger than those encountered earlier in the valley. Ning Chen's brows instantly knitted into a deep frown. This was trouble. In this aerial battle over the sea, Wang Zi's ground abilities were completely useless. While Làtiao's dragon flame was formidable, it had limited effectiveness against such overwhelmingly agile enemies. For now, their only hope rested on Egg Yo Pai. As the deadly net woven by the black dragon and the swarm of bats closed in, Su Wanan's palms grew sweaty with tension. Ning Chen's mind raced at that moment. Wait, doesn't Egg Yo Pai have a special move? Without hesitation, he snapped his head up, his eyes blazing with terrifying intensity. He barked an order at the Egg Yo Pai beneath him, his voice echoing across the thunderous sea. Egg Yo Pai, use that move. All birds bow down. Chirp. Egg Yo Pai seemed to have been waiting for this command for ages. It let out a phoenix cry that shook the heavens and earth. The next instant, blinding sacred golden light erupted from its core like a sun, transforming into a visible golden halo that swept out in all directions. Wherever the halo passed, time seemed to freeze. All the crimson-shadowed bats charging madly halted abruptly, as if paused by an invisible button. Then, a jaw-dropping spectacle unfolded. Hundreds upon hundreds of crimson shadow bats simultaneously turned their heads in unison, bowing low toward Egg Yo Pai mid-air. They resembled subjects before their sovereign, offering the most humble allegiance. Su Wanan's mouth formed a perfect O as she stared in utter disbelief. Ning Chen watched the scene unfold. The tight corners of his mouth finally curved into a wicked smile. He raised his hand, pointing distantly at the black dragon, and issued a new command to his newly subjugated bat army. His tone was as casual as if he were ordering his own servants. All right, my little darlings, charge. Squeak. The moment the command was given, the thousands of crimson shadow bats who had moments before regarded Ning Chen as mortal enemies instantly transformed into a disciplined army of death. Their crimson eyes locked onto the black dragon in unison. Screeching like a black tidal wave of death, they charged fearlessly toward its massive form. In an instant, the air filled with the roar of flapping wings and piercing screeches, the scene descending into utter chaos. Faced with this sudden betrayal, a fleeting look of shock flickered through the black dragon's crimson eyes. It seemed utterly unprepared for its pet, kept captive for nearly a millennium, to turn its fury against it. But it was only a momentary flicker. The next second, that bewilderment transformed into utter contempt. Roar! The black dragon roared, not bothering with elaborate maneuvers. It simply shook its massive body violently. Boom! A visible black shockwave erupted in a ring-shaped explosion, radiating outward from its center. The shockwave carried the fury of thunderous power, crushing everything in its path. All the crimson shadow bats that had charged forward crumbled like paper scraps before this overwhelming force. They didn't even have time to utter a scream before being shattered mid-air into a sky-filling mist of blood, not a single bone left intact. With a single strike, an army of thousands of bats annihilated. The black dragon slowly raised its monstrous head. Its crimson dragon eyes pierced through the layers of rain, locking onto Ning Chen atop the phoenix's back. It spoke in human words, its voice as cold as 10,000 years of ice, dripping with condescending scorn. Human, do you truly believe that petty tricks of bloodline suppression will enable you to command my tamed playthings against me? I have guarded this place for 10,000 years. They are but snacks to pass my boredom. Do you truly believe they could harm me in the slightest? How laughably naive. Now, it's your turn. Prepare to die. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the black dragon's colossal form burst through the clouds, plunging deep into the heart of the black thunderstorm. In the next instant, the entire sky changed color. Crack boom! The black dragon's 100-meter-long body fused with the thunderclouds, vanishing completely. In its place, hundreds upon hundreds of thick, barrel-like bolts of black lightning tore through the sky. With world-shattering might, they crashed down upon Ning Chen and Su Wanling. This strike sealed off any possibility of evasion. Su Wanling's face drained of color instantly. This was far beyond anything she could comprehend in combat. Yet before her, Ning Chen showed not a trace of fear. His gaze, in that moment, was chillingly calm. This guy's strength had likely reached the threshold of a lord-level powerhouse or even beyond. Conventional tactics were utterly useless. Wang Zi. Làtiáo. Come out. With a thought, two beams of light erupted from before him. Woof! A majestic, sacred golden toad named Wang Zi materialized out of thin air. Roar! On the other side, the sacred spirit ancestral dragon Làtiáo let out a dragon's roar and materialized before them. The moment the two spirit beasts materialized, they instantly grasped their master's intent. Hold the line. Chapter 96, Egg Yolk Pie Explodes. Wang Zi suddenly opened its gaping maw, aiming skyward in an attempt to swallow the world-shattering thunderbolts whole. Spicy snack bar refused to be outdone, surging upward like a pillar of fire to confront the thunderous punishment filling the sky. Yet Ning Chen had still underestimated the terror of this 1,000-year-old black dragon. Boom! Black lightning and golden dragon flames collided midair. The standoff lasted less than half a second before both spirit beasts were sent flying. They crashed directly onto the shore, kicking up a vast cloud of dust. Damn it! Witnessing this scene, Ning Chen felt as though an invisible giant hand had clenched his heart, squeezing it with agonizing pain. These were companions he regarded as family.
Impressive, human, the black dragon's voice echoed from all directions, dripping with mockery. To possess such pure-blooded spirit beasts. What a pity. Before this prehistoric colossus that has lived for tens of thousands of years, their pitiful strength isn't even worthy of scratching my itch. Before the words faded, thunderous light coalesced once more, forming the black dragon's monstrous form. Without pause, it charged toward Ning Chen with overwhelming might. This time, its target was Ning Chen himself. Ning Chen's pupils contracted into the most dangerous pinpricks. Every possible countermeasure and hidden card flashed through his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed one by one. Insufficient. All of them were insufficient. Faced with an enemy of this caliber, every tactic he possessed now felt utterly powerless. As that blood-red maw, brimming with savagery and greed, rapidly loomed larger in his vision, the shadow of death descended upon him like never before. At this critical moment, a sudden flash of insight struck Ning Chen's mind. Hadn't he obtained healing essence blood in the previous stage? This healing essence blood could temporarily boost a spirit beast's attack power. Perhaps he could use it to fight back. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Chen retrieved the healing essence blood and dripped it onto the egg yolk pie beneath him. Buzz! The instant the essence blood merged, a dazzling golden divine light erupted from egg yolk pie's body. The entire sea of thunderclouds was completely illuminated by this sacred golden radiance. Its body swelled visibly within the golden radiance, its magnificent wings growing even more resplendent. Each feather seemed forged from pure gold, radiating divine brilliance. Its aura surged relentlessly, shattering some unseen barrier in an instant and reaching a terrifying, indescribable realm. Chirp! A clear, piercing phoenix cry echoed across the heavens and earth. This cry even drowned out the rolling thunder in the sky. Feeling the colossal power surging beneath him, Ning Chen roared, "Egg Yolk Sect, charge!" Without a moment's hesitation, the Egg Yolk Brigade transformed its massive, resplendent form into a golden streak of light that tore through the darkness. With divine might capable of incinerating all things, it charged head-on toward the arrogant, thousand-year-old black dragon. Golden divine flames and black thunder collided violently midair. No deafening explosion followed, only an instant of deathly silence. At the point where energies potent enough to tear apart heaven and earth converged, space itself seemed scorched and warped, emitting a strained hissing sound. For the first time, the arrogant thousand-year-old black dragon's crimson eyes revealed an expression of utter disbelief. What kind of mortal was this? How could he summon the divine phoenix? Ning Chen could feel the impact of these two forces colliding. If he didn't leave immediately, he feared he'd be beaten into mincemeat. In a fraction of a second, Ning Chen seized Su Wanan's wrist beside him and leapt without hesitation from the back of the phoenix egg yolk pie. He clutched the moon shadow rabbit in his arms, shielding it tightly. The three of them plummeted like a pebble toward the churning sea below. High above, the battle between egg yolk pie and the black dragon had only just begun. Ning Chen, carrying both companions, used the momentum of their descent and the cover of waves churned by the battle's aftermath to swim swiftly behind a massive reef far below. Only then did he peek out, gasping for breath as he gazed up at the sky-bound battlefield. Boom! Golden flames and thunder erupted violently. The sacred phoenix true fire blazed like a sun, scorching a massive hole through the thunderclouds filling the sky. The black dragon let out an agonized roar as its massive body was violently slammed back hundreds of meters. Su Wannin watched the scene unfold, a faint flush finally returning to her pale face as shock filled her eyes. Egg yolk pie actually managed to suppress that monster. Ning Chen's heart remained suspended in his throat. The healing essence blood's energy wasn't infinite. After this burst of power, if they still couldn't defeat the black dragon, death would be theirs. Egg yolk pie, you have to win. As if hearing its master's thoughts, the egg yolk pie in the sky let out another piercingly clear phoenix cry. Chirp! Its magnificent wings suddenly spread wide, erupting with a golden radiance 100 times more dazzling than before. Spatial resonance. This supreme divine ability could only be mastered by the Phoenix clan after awakening their bloodline. The instant it was engulfed in golden light, the black dragon let out the most piercing scream it had ever uttered, its voice filled with terror. Its massive body thrashed violently within the golden light, its entire form beginning to turn transparent, as if it would be utterly erased from this spacetime in the next instant. It worked! Ning Chen witnessed this scene, his heart surging with wild joy as his tightly clenched fists finally relaxed slightly. Su Wannin covered her mouth in excitement, her eyes lighting up with the glimmer of hope. Yet, just as Ning Chen believed victory was assured, a sudden twist occurred. Roar! The black dragon, on the verge of dissipation, suddenly let out a roar filled with resentment and venom, its voice echoing toward the heavens. Immediately, a point of pure, intense black light erupted from the core of its ethereal body. Crack! A sound like shattering glass echoed as the golden domain enveloping it was forcibly torn open by that single black light. Then, the black dragon's massive form, drenched in blood, once again shattered the egg yolk sex restraints and reappeared in the world. The joy on Ning Chen's face froze instantly. How could this be? This was a resonance of time and space. It was a true divine beast's innate power. How could it possibly break free? What the hell is this thing? Could it truly have no weaknesses, no way to be killed? A wave of helplessness washed over him once more. Just then, an inconspicuous, faint glow flashed through the crevices of the reef, instantly catching Ning Chen's attention. It was a palm-sized, jet-black scale, still bearing scorch marks from the phoenix's true fire, its edges even slightly curled. It had been forcibly torn off the black dragon as it struggled to break free from the space-time resonance.
Unkillable? No, that couldn't be right. Everything has a weakness. He yanked Su Wanning beside him, his voice hushed. Wanning, look there. It's a dragon scale. We must retrieve it, it might be its Achilles heel. Chapter 97. Su Wanning followed his gaze. The scale lying there quietly reignited a flicker of light in her dull eyes. She nodded firmly, saying nothing more. The moon shadow rabbit in her arms squeaked softly, its tiny paws clenched tightly. The trio exchanged a glance, immediately crouching low. Using the reef as cover, they crept silently toward the scales. The dark shadow tangled high above suddenly froze. The black dragon abandoned the egg yolk pastry, its blood-red eyes fixed intently on them. A deafening roar erupted as it plunged downward, consumed by a torrent of fury. Damn it, we're spotted. Ning Chen's face remained expressionless. A thought flashed through his mind, and two beams of light suddenly appeared. The already injured Wang Zai and Làtiáo were forcibly summoned, their auras pitifully weak. Wang Zai. Làtiáo. Hold it off. His voice was sharp and urgent. Without a moment's hesitation, the two spirit beasts obeyed their master's command, mustering every ounce of strength to block the dragon's path. This was his opening. Ning Chen shot forward like an arrow released from its string, grabbing a piece of the cold, hard dragon scale in his hand. Roar! Seeing its scales snatched away, the black dragon descended into a frenzied rage. Its massive tail lashed out, unleashing a torrent of thunderous energy that shattered Wang Zai and Làtiao's attacks. The two spirit beasts let out mournful cries as they were flung back into the sea, crashing heavily into the waves and sending towering waves crashing skyward. Ning Chen didn't even glance back. He pulled Su Wanning swiftly backward, dodging the attack's aftershock. His entire focus was on the dragon scale in his hand. It felt cold and hard to the touch, but the moment his spiritual energy probed its surface, he immediately sensed something was amiss. At the very center of the scale lay a hairline crack, so fine it was nearly invisible to the naked eye. So that was it. It was already damaged. A cold, ruthless curve finally formed at the corner of Ning Chen's mouth. He snapped his head up and roared at the top of his lungs toward Egg Yolk Pie, who was also dodging the black dragon's frenzied attacks in the sky. Egg Yolk Pie. Use your Phoenix True Fire. Strike it 3 feet below its left flank. That's its old wound. Egg Yolk Pie let out a clear cry, instantly grasping his master's intent. Ceasing its aerial dance with the black dragon, its golden form traced a magnificent arc through the sky, evading a deadly bolt of black lightning. With a powerful flap of its wings, a golden streak of light, condensed to its absolute limit, shot forth like a divine arrow, striking the exact spot Ning Chen had indicated with pinpoint accuracy. Thud! The golden streak struck the black dragon's massive body dead center. Roar! The black dragon let out a scream 100 times more piercing than any before. That spot was precisely where its scales had fallen away, its only vulnerability at that moment. Phoenix True Fire surged through the wound, piercing its bones and searing its flesh as it raced into its body, frantically devouring its life force. Its form grew increasingly ethereal under the excruciating pain. But it wasn't over. A cold gleam flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. Seizing the momentum from Egg Yolk Pie's ascent, he launched himself skyward like a cannonball. He poured all his spiritual energy into the dragon scale in his hand, and the black scale instantly glowed with a blinding, eerie light. Break, now! Mid-air, Ning Chen mustered every ounce of strength, hurling the dragon scale like a flying blade straight into the black dragon's mangled wound. Using the enemy's own weapon against them. Arg! The dragon scale struck the wound dead center. The black dragon, seared by pain, let out a wail that shook the heavens and earth, its massive body thrashing wildly through the air. Ning Chen's figure traced a parabolic arc through the air, caught securely by Egg Yolk Squad, who had arrived just in time, landing safely on its broad back. Yet, gazing down at the black dragon still alive though its aura was weak, Ning Chen's brow furrowed once more. Something was off. How could it still be alive? This creature's vitality is far too resilient. There must be something else I haven't considered. Wait. I've read so many novels, isn't this how the cliché goes? For dragons, whether Eastern or Western, the most vital spot is the reverse growing heartguard scales near their heart. Pull those out, and it doesn't matter if it's a 1,000-year-old black dragon or a 10,000-year-old divine dragon, it dies instantly. Ning Chen's gaze, sharp as a sword, once again fixed upon the black dragon twisting in midair. Sure enough. Right on its chest, 3 distinct scales shimmered with an almost invisible, dark golden glow even in its weakened state. That's the spot. Poof. Ning Chen's lips curled upward, revealing a chilling smile. He gently patted Egg Yolk Pie's neck. His voice was soft, yet tinged with madness. Egg Yolk Pie, take me there. Chirp. Egg Yolk Pie let out a clear chirp, transforming into a golden streak of lightning. Without a single deviation, it delivered Ning Chen with pinpoint accuracy to the very top of that colossal beast. Ning Chen's legs were as solid as rock, anchored firmly atop the black dragon's head.
His hands gripped its horns, knuckles turning white from the force. He was both the rider of this raging beast and its grim reaper.
Lift me up.
Ning Chen roared low, drawing power from his core as spiritual energy surged through his arms.
His fingers transformed into 10 unstoppable blades, piercing through the dragon's tough hide to dig into the gaps between the 3 dark golden scales on the black dragon's chest. The sound of flesh tearing was so piercing it made one's scalp crawl. Arg! The black dragon let out a shrieking roar. It was not a roar of rage, but a wail from the depths of its soul. The heartguard scales were the very core of its essence and vitality. The agony of having them torn away far surpassed any wound it had ever suffered. Its massive body twisted and rolled wildly through the air like a runaway train, trailing towering clouds of water vapor and lightning as it plunged straight toward the sea below. Boom! In an instant, both man and dragon were swallowed by the pitch-black sea, not even a ripple forming in their wake.
On the rocky shore, Su Wanan's beautiful face, still damp with moisture, drained of all color.
The man who had fought alongside her moments ago had simply vanished?
Her heart felt as though an invisible hand had clenched it tightly, leaving her breathless.
Ning Chen!
A tearful scream pierced the sea's eerie silence. Yet, the only response came from the wind and the anxious chirping of the egg yolk pie as it circled anxiously overhead. Beneath the surface, there was not a single sound.
No. He couldn't be dead, he couldn't be dead.
Su Waning's body began to tremble slightly, but the panic that had filled her eyes just moments ago was swiftly replaced by an icy resolve. She slowly raised the staff in her hand. If this sea had swallowed her light, then she would freeze the entire sea itself.
Absolute zero. A cold, emotionless voice.
As her words fell, a visible white chill erupted from her center, spreading wildly in all directions. Moisture in the air instantly crystallized into ice, coating the reefs in a thick layer of frost. The black sea surface that had just swallowed Ning Chen began to freeze at an unnatural speed, starting from the edges and solidifying rapidly.
Crack! Crack, crack, crack. The sound of spreading ice merged into a continuous roar. In the blink of an eye, the sea spanning thousands of meters transformed into a vast, mirror-smooth ice plain. At that very moment, beneath the ice layer several meters thick, a blindingly brilliant fireball erupted. Boom! Chapter 98. A deafening roar echoed as the entire ice plain shattered explosively.
Countless massive ice blocks were hurled hundreds of meters into the air by the terrifying force, then crashed back down like hailstones. Amidst the swirling mist and shards of ice, a massive black figure broke free from its bonds and soared into the sky. Upon its back stood a figure, straight and proud.
It was Ning Chen.
Su Waning stared blankly at the scene. Only when she saw Ning Chen safe and sound did her icy expression instantly melt, tears welling up uncontrollably.
Ning Chen stood atop the dragon's head, looking down at the dying black dragon beneath him.
He slowly opened his left hand. 3 scales, once dark and ominous, now glowed with a golden light in his hand. These were the protective heart scales he had forcibly stripped from the beast. Deprived of its protective scales, the once mighty black dragon could no longer hold itself up. Its massive body crashed down from midair, slamming heavily onto the sandy shore and kicking up a cloud of dust. Only faint gasps remained.
You have one.
A frail, aged voice echoed directly in Ning Chen's ear. The black dragon's enormous golden eyes rapidly dimmed, their light fading as they prepared to close forever.
Just kill it like that? Are you kidding me? An SS-rank prehistoric beast killing it would be such a waste. This thing was a treasure trove from head to toe. And once tamed? That would be capital to walk tall with.
A calculating smile curved Ning Chen's lips. With a thought, a pill radiating intense life energy appeared in his hand. He stepped forward and, under the black dragon's stunned gaze, flicked the pill directly into its mouth. Then, he took out a bottle of spirit spring water and poured it over the bloody, mangled wound on its chest. Only after completing these actions did Ning Chen fold his arms, observing it leisurely with a cold snort.
Want to die? Not so fast.
A prehistoric beast as formidable as you, I'd be a fool to let you just drop dead like that. He paused, his eyes flashing with an unquestionable dominance.
You have 2 choices. 1, die now. 2, acknowledge me as your master. If you agree, I'll spare your life. A flicker of struggle passed through the black dragon's enormous pupils. Yet, sensing the rapidly returning vitality within its body and the overwhelming phoenix aura emanating from the man before it, an aura that commanded even its submission, it ultimately chose to yield. Drip your blood onto the heartguard scale. The contract is sealed. You know your place.
Ning Chen nodded with satisfaction, then without hesitation forced out a drop of his essence blood, letting it fall onto the 3 golden heartguard scales.
A brilliant light erupted.
The 3 dragon scales instantly transformed into streaks of light, sinking into the wound on the black dragon's chest to form an arcane golden seal. Simultaneously, a pillar of light descended from the heavens, enveloping both Ning Chen and the black dragon within its glow. The contract was established.
Ning Chen eagerly opened his interface panel. Sure enough, under the beast taming section, a new name appeared. Dragon Serpent Adult. Level, LV.8. Bloodline, SS class. Strength, 1000. Speed, 700. Defense, 2000. Spirit, 800. Loyalty, 50. Skills, Summon Wind and Rain, Dragon's Might Intimidation, Thunderous Wrath, Spatial Shuttle. Not bad, not bad. These stats are absolutely insane. Especially that Spatial Shuttle skill, it's a god tier ability. This Secret Realm expedition was totally worth it. Not only did I break even, but I scored an SS grade Spirit Beast. Ning Chen's lips curved into a smile, his mood soaring. He stepped forward, reaching out to stroke the dragon's head larger than himself before turning to issue an order to Wang Zai, who stood nearby, equally battered and bruised. Wang Zi, take it. He then produced 3 top-tier healing elixirs, feeding 1 each to Egg Yolk Pie, Wang Zi, and Spicy Snack. Watching their weakened auras rapidly recover, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Job done. Ning Chen brushed the dust off his hands. Before the smile on his lips could fully fade, a crisp, pleasant mechanical voice sounded simultaneously in both his and Su Wanling's minds without warning. Ding! Congratulations to player Ning Chen for defeating the prehistoric dragon and perfectly clearing the Lezay's secret realm. Quest reward, 1 Thunder Dragon Tendons, plus 5000 EXP. Ding! Congratulations to player Ning Chen for leveling up. Current level, LV.11. Obtained 1 chance to draw a golden attribute. Ding! Congratulations to player Su Wannin for assisting in clearing the Lezay secret realm, gaining plus 4500 EXP. The succession of system notifications rang out like a triumphant fanfare, washing away much of the exhaustion from the life or death battle they had just endured. Upon hearing this, Ning Chen's face instantly broke into a dazzling smile and unrestrained, heartfelt expression of pure elation. Finally got it. He'd nearly gambled away his entire fortune for this worthless tendon. Wang Zai and Làtiáo were gravely injured, and he himself had nearly become the Black Dragon's snack. But now, it all seemed worth it. Not only had he snagged an SS grade dragon for free, but he'd also leveled up. Most crucially, he'd earned another chance to draw a golden attribute. This move wasn't just a huge win, it was a win so big it could feed my whole family for generations. Standing nearby, Su Wannin had just roughly wiped away the tears streaking her face with the back of her hand. Her heart was still pounding wildly with relief that Ning Chen was safe and sound. Before she could fully recover from the overwhelming joy of his return, she saw the radiant smile on Ning Chen's face, as bright as sunshine. She was utterly transfixed. He was truly beautiful. Su Wanning's cheeks flushed instantly, turning as red as a ripe apple, heat spreading all the way to her ears. She instinctively lowered her head, her gaze darting away, her heart pounding wildly inside her chest like 100 little rabbits. Ding! Thunder Dragon Vein successfully distributed. Please collect, player. At that moment, a flash of light erupted from Ning Chen's palm. A tendon, roughly half a meter long, appeared out of thin air. It was translucent throughout, its interior seemingly filled with countless tiny golden lightning sparks that constantly danced and flickered within. It was the Thunder Dragon Tendons. It lay quietly in Ning Chen's hand, yet radiated a colossal, boundless thunderous power. Ning Chen gazed down at the prize in his hand, his heart brimming with an unparalleled sense of accomplishment. With this in hand, he could finally fulfill Wang Xinxin's request perfectly. This place was no longer safe to linger. Ning Chen carefully stowed the dragon's sinew away, then lifted his gaze towards Su Wanling nearby. She sat with her head bowed, cradling the moon shadow rabbit, lost in thought, her fair face flushed. He didn't read too much into it, assuming it was merely the lingering afterglow of battle. Let's go. Ning Chen's voice was as concise as ever, yet carried a reassuring strength. With a thought, the egg yolk pie which had just regained some vitality emitted a clear phoenix cry. Its magnificent golden wings spread as it landed steadily before him. Ning Chen swung himself onto its back, then reached out a hand toward Su Wanling. Su Wanling froze for a moment, staring at the hand before her, its bones clearly defined. Her heart skipped a beat, and almost instinctively, she placed her slightly cool hand upon his. Ning Chen exerted a slight pull on his arm, effortlessly lifting her along with the moon shadow rabbit nestled in her embrace onto the phoenix's broad back. Egg yolk pie flapped its wings, stirring a warm current of air as it soared skyward, leaving this place behind. Chapter 99, The Strange Manor. The wind whistled past their ears as egg yolk pie glided smoothly through the sky. Su Wanning sat behind Ning Chen, her hands clutching the hem of his robe on either side. The warmth radiating through the fabric sent her heart, which had just calmed, racing again. She peeked up cautiously, seeing only Ning Chen's straight back and the tips of his hair fluttering slightly in the night wind. He seemed not the least bit tired. Despite having just endured such a harrowing, life or death struggle. An indescribable sense of reassurance filled Su Wanning's heart. It felt as though, with him by her side, even the most formidable troubles could be overcome. Lost in these thoughts, the egg yolk pie's speed began to slow. The scenery below transformed into a landscape of elegantly arranged, luxurious buildings. Yunding Mountain Villa District. They had arrived. Egg yolk pie landed lightly on the lawn in front of a villa, folding its magnificent wings. Ning Chen deftly dismounted, pulling out his phone the instant his feet touched the ground without a second's hesitation. Without even pausing to comfort the exhausted egg yolk pie, he swiped open the screen and dialed an encrypted number. Beep, beep. The call was answered after just 2 rings. Ning Chen cut straight to the chase, his voice cold and efficient. Got the goods. Where's the exchange? A familiar male voice came through the line, equally crisp and decisive. South suburban outskirts, Rose Manor. My people are waiting for you there. Got it.
Ning Chen replied before hanging up immediately.
The entire exchange took less than 10 seconds.
Yet, within those brief seconds, Su Wannin, who had just lifted the moon shadow rabbit off Feng's back, instantly furrowed her brows.
Rose Manor, she repeated instinctively, a hint of uncertainty in her voice.
Ning Chen tucked his phone away and looked at her, his expression clearly puzzled.
What's wrong? Su Wanning didn't answer immediately.
Holding the drowsy moon shadow rabbit in her arms, she paced back and forth on the soft lawn, her fair face etched with deep thought. After a moment, she stopped, lifted her head, and her clear eyes held a hint of gravity.
I remember. Rose Manor was in the news. Ning Chen raised an eyebrow. A mere trading post making the news? What for? He pressed. Su Wanning took a deep breath before speaking slowly. Rose Manor is our city's largest perfume manufacturing facility. About half a year ago, news reports mentioned numerous young girls mysteriously disappearing near the southern part of the city. The last known leads all seemed to point towards Rose Manor. At those words, Ning Chen's brow furrowed even deeper. Young girls disappearing? A perfume factory? The two events seemed completely unrelated. His mind raced, yet he couldn't connect the dots. He voiced his confusion directly. What do missing girls have to do with perfume manufacturing? I only heard. Su Wanning's voice faltered, as if the words she was about to speak seemed absurd even to her own ears. I heard that some unscrupulous merchants, in pursuit of the finest fragrances, would use certain methods to extract the scent from young girls' bodies to make perfume. What the hell? Ning Chen's face finally showed surprise at this claim. Extracting perfume from a young girl's body scent? What kind of international joke is this? Back in the peaceful era before his transmigration, some pervert might have actually believed that nonsense. But what era was this? Mass job changes. Spiritual energy revival. Everyone can awaken extraordinary powers. Who has the time to mess around with some crappy perfume? With that energy, why not hunt a couple of beasts in the secret realm to level up and strengthen yourself? Isn't that far more worthwhile? This makes no logical sense whatsoever. Wait. A bolt of lightning suddenly flashed through Ning Chen's mind. What if it wasn't for making perfume? He narrowed his eyes as a darker thought, one more aligned with the rules of this world, surfaced in his mind. He had once glimpsed a fragment of an ancient text describing an exceptionally vicious dark art, one that could forcibly catalyze and elevate the rank of spirit beasts by plundering the vital essence of living beings. The younger and more vibrant the victim's vitality, the more potent the effect. Could the so-called refinement of body fragrance merely be a pretext? Was the true purpose to feed the life essence of those missing girls to some evil spirit beast? At this thought, Ning Chen's expression darkened instantly. The more he pondered it, the more absurd the whole affair seemed. No, he had to investigate. A cold gleam flashed in Ning Chen's eyes, and all hesitation vanished. He turned to Su Wanling, who still wore a look of concern, his tone leaving no room for argument. You go back to the villa and rest. I'll go check on the situation at that estate. But... Su Wanning tried to protest, but Ning Chen's resolute gaze silenced her. Without further explanation, he flipped over and mounted Egg Yo Pai's back with crisp precision. With a clear, piercing phoenix cry, the magnificent bird soared skyward. In an instant, it became a streak of light, vanishing into the farthest reaches of the night sky. Only Su Wannin remained, frozen in place, her face etched with worry. The night wind bitingly cold, Egg Yo Pai's speed pushed to its absolute limit. Within mere minutes, a sprawling complex enclosed by towering walls came into view below Ning Chen. This was Rose Manor. Egg Yo Pai descended gently onto an open field outside the estate. Ning Chen leapt from the phoenix's back and looked up. The estate was truly vast, at least 3 standard soccer fields in size, by his estimate. The dark, imposing walls sealed everything off from the outside world. But... Ning Chen scanned his surroundings, his eyebrows involuntarily raising. What kind of Rose Manor is this? Not a single rose thorn in sight. I have no idea how it got its name. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. This place was less a Rose Manor and more like a concrete and steel concentration camp. He walked around the high walls for a while, but found not only no gate, not even a doggy door. The entire estate resembled an airtight iron can. Ning Chen stopped in his tracks, pulled out his phone, and sent a text to the encrypted number from before. I'm here. The instant the message was sent. Whoosh! A dark shadow materialized out of thin air before him, completely without warning. This was far too sudden. Even Ning Chen, battle-hardened as he was, felt his heart skip a beat. He instinctively took half a step back. Holy crap! Bro, you're way too fast. Appearing out of nowhere like that, trying to scare me to death? Steeling his nerves, he focused his gaze. Before him stood a man clad in a crisp black suit. Yet this man radiated an indescribable eeriness from head to toe. His face was an eerie, bloodless pallor as white as a corpse left in the morgue for 3 days, appearing particularly unsettling in the night. His movements were sluggish and mechanical, like a puppet pulled by strings.
The man's hollow eyes stared expressionlessly at Ning Chen as he slowly, inch by inch, extended his equally pallid hand.
Leave it to me. Chapter 100 earned 8 golden attribute draw opportunities.
His voice, like his entire being, carried not a shred of life. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes, his guard instantly raised to maximum alert. This place, inside and out, radiated an aura of sinister and unnatural forces.
He didn't hand over the item immediately.
Instead, he held the Thunder Dragon tendon in his hand, waving it slightly as he stared warily at the other man. His voice was cold as he asked, "The item is here.
When will the remaining payment be transferred?"
The man seemed caught off guard by the question, his movements pausing for an imperceptibly brief moment. Then, mechanically, he withdrew his hand, pulled a check from his suit's inner pocket, and handed it over.
"Here's 80 million credit points. Take it."
Ning Chen took the check, scanned it with his psychic energy to confirm its validity, and only then tossed the dragon tendon back. The man caught the dragon tendon, stowed it away immediately, then bowed deeply to Ning Chen with an utterly rigid, yet perfectly formal posture.
"Goodbye."
Ning Chen mentally rolled his eyes at him.
"What the hell?
Sure, we're just exchanging goods for cash, but this dragon tendon cost him his life to obtain.
As the host, he couldn't even manage a polite remark, let alone invite me in for tea. This guy really doesn't understand the first thing about social etiquette. Forget it." Ning Chen couldn't be bothered to waste words on this walking corpse. The host had already given him the boot. Why linger here? It only devalued his standing. Without another word, he turned and walked away. Yet, just as he turned, the corner of his eye caught a shadow beside the estate. It was a mountain that radiated immense spiritual energy even in the darkness of night. Like a massive, uncut spirit crystal, it radiated an aura that stirred the soul beneath the night sky. Ordinary people might not perceive it, but to a practitioner like Ning Chen, that colossal spiritual energy was like a searchlight piercing the darkness blindingly bright. This place was nothing short of a natural treasure trove for cultivation. The Rose Manor, the missing girl case, all of it was pushed to the back of Ning Chen's mind in that moment. Compared to this mountain of spiritual energy before him, those matters could all take a back seat. Wasn't this a tailor-made upgrade package for the black dragon he'd just tamed? Let's go! Ning Chen's heart burned with excitement. He could no longer contain himself, leaping onto Egg Yolk Faction's back and pointing toward the lake shimmering beneath the moonlight at the mountain's base. Egg Yolk Pie, to that lake! A clear phoenix cry rang out as Egg Yolk Pie flapped its wings, instantly covering the distance to the lake. The air by the lake was exceptionally fresh and moist, invigorating with every breath. Ning Chen leapt down from the phoenix's back without a moment's delay, immediately sitting cross-legged on a flat green stone by the lakeside. He closed his eyes, his spiritual energy surging like a tide into the newly formed dragon mark between his eyebrows. "Come forth!" With a low command from his heart, the tranquil lake surface erupted violently. Roar! A deafening dragon's roar echoed through the night sky. Immediately, a colossal black head burst through the water, unleashing towering waves that crashed violently against the shore. The head was covered in dark, solid scales, 2 jagged dragon horns pointing straight toward the heavens. A pair of golden vertical pupils locked onto Ning Chen on the shore, devoid of any emotion. It was none other than the SS-grade black dragon he had forcibly bound to himself. Only its head remained above the surface, its colossal body concealed in the lake's bottomless depths. Its voice, cold and commanding, echoed directly within Ning Chen's mind. "Master, what do you require of me?" Good heavens, that defiant attitude rivals Ao Yao Yao's. A playful curve lifted at Ning Chen's lips. He reached out and gave its icy scales a light, yet firm pat. The black dragon's golden vertical pupils suddenly contracted, clearly taken aback that Ning Chen dared to do this. Yet the power of their contract left it unable to resist. "To upgrade you, of course," Ning Chen replied with a light chuckle, his tone carrying an air of absolute certainty. "Upgrade?" A flicker of emotion flickered in the black dragon's eyes. For any spirit beast, this was an offer impossible to refuse. Ning Chen said no more. With a thought, he directly commanded the system in his mind. "System, draw attributes." Ding! Host currently possesses 8 golden attribute draw opportunities. Proceed with all draws? 8. Ning Chen's breath caught slightly. After emerging from the Lei Zhe secret realm, he had leveled up, earning an additional draw for a perfect clear. Combined with his previous accumulations, it totaled exactly 8. These were all top-tier golden entries. Should he use them all at once? Images of Wangzi, Egg Yolk Pie, and Làtiáo flashed through his mind. They had all sustained significant injuries in the previous battle and desperately needed to boost their strength quickly. "System, draw them all." He spoke without hesitation. With Ning Chen's approval, the system swiftly activated. Ding! Extracting for host. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the following golden traits: Succubus Constitution, Celestial Overlord's Physique, Great 5 Elements Art, Demon Slaying Martial God, Earth Pulse, Chaos Claw, Time Imprint, Stellar Core. A series of system notifications sounded, yet Ning Chen's brows furrowed deeply. Extracting 8 golden attributes in one go, if word got out, it would likely drive every practitioner in the entire Dragon Nation mad. But their quality seemed rather uneven.
Celestial Overlord, Grand 5 Elements Art, Chaos Claw, and Time Imprint were undoubtedly top-tier gems offering both offense and defense, plus special effects.
But what the hell was Succubus Constitution? Enhance a spirit beast's looks? What the hell? Am I supposed to send my spirit beast out on dates, relying on looks to get by? Does the spirit beast world care about looks too?
Ning Chen stared at the 8 gleaming golden icons in his consciousness, his gaze finally settling on the black dragon, still maintaining its cold, indifferent posture. His hand still rested on the cold scales of the black dragon, clearly sensing the suppressed defiance within its body.
Seems I'll have to keep my guard up.
Its loyalty was insufficient, he couldn't let it grow too powerful.
System, grant the Celestial Overlord's body to the black dragon. With a flicker of thought, Ning Chen made his first decision. The instant the command was issued, his palm pressed against the black dragon's head erupted in a blinding golden light. The light wasn't like ordinary illumination, it resembled the embodiment of some fundamental principle, transforming into a surging torrent of golden data that violently poured from Ning Chen's palm into the black dragon's body. Roar! The black dragon's cold, proud golden vertical pupils filled with utter shock. It could feel an indescribable, overwhelmingly domineering force frantically reshaping every inch of its flesh and every scale. Chapter 101, identical to the mysterious figure of floating Jade Mountain. Snap! Crack! Crack! Beneath the water's surface, the colossal body's muscles swelled at a visible pace, radiating explosive power. A domineering aura, as if capable of splitting heaven and earth, thundered out from its body, forcing the entire lake's surface to sink 3 inches. A mere flick of its neck caused the surrounding air to groan under the strain. What kind of terrifying power was this? In a single instant, its physical strength had at least tripled. The black dragon's massive head slowly lowered, its golden vertical pupils fixed intently on Ning Chen. For the first time amidst the shock, a hint of incredulous reverence flickered within its gaze. This human, its master, what kind of being was he? The very next second, as the black dragon's massive body trembled slightly with awe, a cold mechanical prompt sounded precisely within Ning Chen's mind. Ding! Your spirit beast, Black Dragon's loyalty to you has increased by 70 points. Hearing this notification, Ning Chen's previously somewhat satisfied mood instantly cooled. TSK, only 70 points. These mature spirit beasts are such a hassle. Even after slapping on a top-tier golden attribute, it still can't reach absolute loyalty. Not like Làtiáo and the others. Ah well. At least it's SS-tier combat power. I'll take it slow. No need to rush. Ning Chen's gaze shifted away from the black dragon, sweeping over the 3 little ones he'd summoned. They were now curiously watching the black dragon's transformation. Next up, it's your turn. His thoughts plunged back into the system space, where 8 dazzling golden attributes floated silently, like precious gems awaiting selection. Làtiáo is a young dragon. Its future growth path is as an all-purpose artillery platform, so its offensive capabilities must be maxed out. Ning Chen swiftly formulated his plan. System, grant Làtiáo the Chaos Claw, Stellar Core, and Great 5 Elements technique. 3 streams of golden light, even more dazzling than before, shot from Ning Chen's fingertips and instantly merged into Làtiao's body. Woof! Làtiáo looked up in confusion. The next moment, 3 distinct, blinding lights erupted from its tiny body. In an instant, the entire dragon transformed, seemingly surpassing even the black dragon. Ning Chen nodded in satisfaction, his gaze shifting to Wangzai. System, grant Wangzai, Earth Pulse, and Soul-Shattering Martial God. Now that was more like the appearance of a sacred spirit golden toad. Finally, Ning Chen's gaze settled on the most splendid and majestic-looking phoenix egg yolk pie. Timeless Imprint was a divine skill capable of turning the tide in critical moments. It had to go to the most agile egg yolk pie. As for the last one, Ning Chen's eyes flickered over the golden skill description labeled Succubus Constitution, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. This thing felt a bit off no matter who got it. Ah well, the egg yolk pastry was already pretty enough. If it got any prettier, it might just blind the enemy with sheer beauty. Couldn't waste a golden skill slot. System, assign Time Imprint and Succubus Constitution to the egg yolk pie. A silver radiance containing fragments of time and a pinkish-purple aura of enchantment simultaneously enveloped the egg yolk pie. Its feathers seemed freshly washed by the Milky Way, each one shimmering with radiant light. A sacred aura emanated from them, yet it carried an indescribable allure that made it nearly impossible to look away. Ning Chen surveyed his creation with satisfaction, nodding slowly. Basic spirit beast armament complete. With a thought, the massive black dragon transformed into a streak of light and vanished into his storage, restoring the lake's surface to calm. With everything settled, Ning Chen mounted egg yolk pie's back once more and departed. Yet, just as egg yolk pie soared upward and the night breeze brushed against his cheeks, a faint, almost imperceptible fragrance caused Ning Chen's movements to freeze abruptly. His brows instantly knitted into a deep frown. This scent, it was Yun Luo flower. And it was identical to the lingering scent he had detected on that black-clad figure at floating Jade Mountain. How could it be here? Egg yolk pie, over there. Ning Chen barked the order, his voice tinged with icy coldness. Egg yolk pie understood immediately, adjusting their direction and pressing forward.
Moments later, Ning Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. Below, the cluster of buildings that looked particularly eerie and sinister in the night, it was Rose Manor, the very place he had just left. Ning Chen's mind raced as countless clues instantly connected in his mind. Su Wanning had mentioned that Rose Manor was where several girls had mysteriously vanished half a year ago. And that mysterious black-clad figure who had abducted Su Wanning and Ao Yaoyao on floating Jade Mountain had also used Yunluo flowers.
Could it be that the black-clad figure's lair was right here?
The thought sent a bone-chilling chill through Ning Chen's heart.
He refused to endure that helplessness a second time. He had to get to the bottom of this.
A fierce glint flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt from the top of the egg yopai, over 10 meters above the ground. His form fell like a weightless leaf, silently blending into the shadows at the corner of the estate wall. A thin veil of mist enveloped the entire Rose Manor. A deathly silence hung in the air, not even the chirp of an insect could be heard. Every corner radiated an eerie, spine-chilling atmosphere. Ning Chen suppressed all traces of his presence, his eyes sharp as a hawk's as he scanned the surroundings vigilantly, searching for any sign of abnormality. Just then, behind a rockery not far ahead, a mass of ink-black mist suddenly swelled before rapidly contracting back. That aura was cold, sinister, and filled with foreboding. Ning Chen's pupils contracted. Without a moment's hesitation, he darted forward like lightning. The black mist writhed behind the rockery as if alive, eventually coiling into a slender black thread that slid silently along the ground toward a corner deep within the estate.
Ning Chen's heart skipped a beat. This aura. How could it be so similar to that mysterious figure encountered last time on floating Jade Mountain? Could this be the mysterious figure's hiding place? Without a moment's hesitation, he dared not delay, pressing close behind the dark thread. Passing through several flower paths and around a pavilion, the black thread finally halted at an inconspicuous corner of a wall, twisting and coalescing into a vague human form. In the faint moonlight, Ning Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. It was him. The figure before him was none other than the black-clad man who had traded him the Thunder Dragon tendons that evening. Ning Chen instantly darted behind a high wall, holding his breath to the faintest whisper. Only his cold eyes remained exposed, fixed intently on the figure. The cloaked figure glanced warily left and right. Satisfied no one was near, he reached out and began feeling along the unremarkable wall. He tapped and pressed a specific brick with a precise rhythm and sequence. With a soft click, the wall silently caved inward, revealing a pitch-black entrance barely wide enough for one person to slip through. Without a moment's hesitation, the figure darted inside. The wall slowly closed behind him, returning to its original state. Ning Chen's brows instantly knitted into a deep frown. There was actually a hidden door mechanism here. Chapter 102, Blood-Feeding S-Class Beast. Su Wanan's worried face flashed through his mind, along with her mention of the bizarre disappearances at Rose Manor. Could it be someone was practicing some unspeakable, dark sorcery here? Using those missing girls as sacrifices or ingredients? A chilling intent to kill surged from the depths of Ning Chen's heart. He scanned his surroundings warily, pushing his mental senses to their limit. Only after confirming no one else was present did he step out silently. He approached the wall, reached out, and mimicked the black-clad figure's movements from memory. Click! The hidden door swung open. A cold, damp breeze, thick with the sickeningly sweet scent of Yunluo flowers, rushed out from within. Ning Chen held his breath and darted inside without hesitation. The chamber was pitch black, illuminated only by faint green candles flickering on the walls every few meters, barely lighting the path beneath his feet. The Yunluo flower scent here was at least 10 times stronger than outside, thick enough to be almost tangible, making one's head spin. Something was wrong. Yunluo flowers required exacting growing conditions. How could they possibly be cultivated in such a damp, shadowy underground chamber? Unless... A warning bell rang in Ning Chen's mind. He slowed his pace, creeping cautiously inward while focusing all his senses on perceiving his surroundings. Suddenly, his right foot stumbled violently over something, sending him reeling and nearly crashing to the ground. Ning Chen steadied himself instantly, his face darkening as he spun around. By the dim green candlelight, he made out the object that had tripped him, a stark white arm skeleton. Ning Chen's pupils instantly contracted to pinpricks, a chill shooting from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. He instinctively tried to scream, but at the last moment, he clamped his hand over his mouth, forcing all sound back into his throat. His heart pounded wildly, his back instantly drenched in cold sweat. How could human bones be here? Combined with the thick scent of Yunluo flowers, a terrifying thought exploded in his mind. These flowers weren't grown in soil at all. They were cultivated using human flesh and bones as fertilizer. No wonder the aura here was so sinister. Ning Chen forced himself to calm down, his chest heaving violently several times before slowly releasing his hand from his mouth. He scanned the surroundings again, his gaze sharpening like a blade. Along the walls of the dark chamber, shelves were crammed with all manner of oddly shaped bottles and jars. The walls were also adorned with countless talismans he couldn't decipher and bizarrely shaped magical artifacts. Suppressing the queasiness in his stomach, Ning Chen pressed onward through the only passageway.
After a few steps, his path was blocked by a massive stone door.
Could the black-clad figure be here?
Without hesitation, Ning Chen took a deep breath, braced his hands firmly against the door, and thrust forward with all his might.
Boom!
At the very instant Ning Chen's full power was about to erupt, a savage surge of spiritual energy erupted without warning from behind the stone door, violently crashing into his mental perception. His muscles froze instantly, his entire body immobilized as if struck by a petrification spell. His hands, pressed against the door, snapped back like lightning. His heart felt as though gripped by an invisible giant's hand, his face turning pale in an instant.
This, spiritual energy? No! This power was far beyond what any human class changer could possess. It was a spirit beast.
And the sheer intensity of this spirit energy was overwhelmingly domineering, like an erupting volcano.
Even the faint aura emanating from it sent waves of stinging pain across Ning Chen's skin. S rank. This is at least a terrifying spirit beast of S rank or higher. Ning Chen's pupils contracted to their absolute limit as his mind churned violently.
He dared not make a single move, pressing himself flat against the adjacent wall and suppressing his aura to the absolute limit, terrified of alerting the beast.
How could an S-rank spirit beast be imprisoned here? What on earth was going on?
The stone door was incredibly thick, blocking out most sounds. Ning Chen's heart raced with anxiety, yet he dared not launch a reckless assault. Facing an S-rank spirit beast, recklessness was not an option. He pressed his ear cautiously against the cold stone surface, straining every nerve to detect any sound beyond the door.
Roar! A deep, suppressed roar seemed to pierce through the thick rock, exploding directly in his eardrums. The sound was filled with boundless fury, undoubtedly the roar of a spirit beast. Immediately afterward, a faint yet piercingly shrill sound followed. A woman's voice. A wail so faint and piercing, so utterly filled with despair. Ning Chen's brow instantly knotted into a tight knot. Just as he suspected. The agonized howl of that S-rank spirit beast intertwined with this human's wretched scream. There was only one truth: someone was forcibly feeding the spirit beast with the essence and blood of a living person to break through its rank. Such a wicked practice was utterly insane. Ning Chen's gaze turned icy cold. He recalled the faint, cloying sweetness mingled within the spiritual energy fluctuations earlier. It was Yun Luo flower. That stuff could drastically catalyze a spirit beast's ferocity and potential. Combined with living blood, it was the perfect recipe for breeding murderous monsters. If that spirit beast fully absorbed the girl's life force within and fell under the control of the mastermind behind it, the consequences would be unimaginable. A rogue S-class spirit beast could turn the entire school upside down. And what's more, the mastermind behind this most likely knows me. After all, he had casually called out his name on floating Jade Mountain before. Interesting, Ning Chen murmured, a cold smile curling his lips. Practicing dark arts is a grave threat. I won't let you succeed. He hesitated no longer, decisively abandoning his wall-hugging stealth. His form flickered as he straightened his posture. He had to go inside now and eliminate this colossal problem. This time, however, he did not press his hand against the stone door to force entry. Forcing entry was the worst option. Too much noise would only alert the enemy. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, swiftly scanned every inch around the stone door, searching for possible mechanisms. Suddenly, Ning Chen's gaze locked onto an inconspicuous stone platform beside the door. There, resting plainly on the platform, was an ancient, palm-sized bagua mirror. This thing. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the mirror. Just then, a gentle breeze from the passageway caused the flame on the candlestick to flicker slightly. A bizarre phenomenon unfolded. The surface of the mirror shifted ever so slightly, tilting in the direction of the flickering candle flame. Almost simultaneously, a flash of spiritual energy light flickered across the stone door ahead. Ning Chen distinctly felt the indestructible sealing power on the stone door grow even stronger. Holy crap! Ning Chen instantly understood. This damn thing wasn't some door-opening mechanism at all, it was a freaking auto-reinforcing seal array. As long as the candle remained lit, the wind would stir the flame, causing the mirror to rotate and continuously channel energy into fortifying the stone door. The person who designed this mechanism was utterly diabolical. Did they intend to slowly exhaust the people inside to death? Chapter 103, he wasn't weak, he was faking it. In that case, a cold gleam flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. Without another moment's hesitation, he lunged forward and reached out to grab the bagua mirror. The instant his fingertips touched the mirror, boom! The entire passage began to shake violently. The ground beneath his feet trembled like an earthquake, and dust rained down from the ceiling. The layers of spiritual energy light on the stone door, as if drained of all power, instantly dimmed. With a bone-chilling creak, the massive stone door slowly rose upward. I bet right. Ning Chen's face twisted into a cold smile as he cautiously stepped inside. A thick, almost tangible stench of blood mingled with that eerie sweet fragrance assaulted his senses. The growls beyond the door grew louder and more frenzied. The darkness beyond the door was thick and viscous like ink. As soon as Ning Chen's figure flashed inside, he was completely swallowed by the deathly stillness.
He made not a sound, crouching low like a black panther stalking its prey in the night, suppressing his presence to the absolute limit. The deeper he ventured, the beast's roars ceased to be muffled echoes through the stone door. Instead, they pounded against his eardrums like heavy hammers, each strike carrying violent spiritual energy fluctuations. Something was terribly wrong here. The path seemed endless. Each step felt like stomping on the drumbeat of a human heart, oppressive enough to drive one mad. After what felt like 7 or 8 minutes, perhaps longer, the path finally opened up before him. A vast subterranean cavern stretched before Ning Chen. Yet, the moment he took in the scene before him, even Ning Chen, known for his ruthless decisiveness, felt his heart sink violently. Before him, rows upon rows of cold stone coffins stood starkly arranged across the vast, empty space. A quick count revealed over a dozen. Every coffin lid lay wide open, and without exception, each contained a pale, lifeless young maiden. Their eyes were tightly shut, lips pale, as if every drop of vitality had been drained from their bodies, leaving only lifeless shells behind. Damn it! Ning Chen couldn't help but curse inwardly. He lunged toward the nearest stone coffin and extended a finger to test the girl's breath. She was still alive. His heart tightened. He swiftly checked the others nearby. They were all still alive. But each one's breath was as faint as a candle flickering in the wind, their spiritual energy so thin it was almost negligible. Bastard! Is this ING using people as batteries? Ning Chen's fists clenched instantly, his knuckles cracking loudly from the force. Judging by their ages, these girls were clearly academy students. And to be captured with such elaborate effort, only to be left in such a weakened state, their innate talent must be exceptional. This mastermind isn't just sowing chaos, he's strangling the academy, even the future of the Dragon Nation. Who could be so utterly depraved? If this villain succeeded, who could possibly stand against him? Ning Chen suppressed the rage boiling within him. His gaze darted like lightning across the stone coffin array, finally settling on the deepest, most hollow recess. His form shifted again, bypassing the sarcophagi as he stealthily advanced deeper into the darkness. Soon, an even more unnerving sight assaulted his eyes. A mysterious figure cloaked in a wide black robe, its face obscured, stood at the center of a vast crimson formation. Before him, a monstrous beast over 10 meters long, covered in jet-black scales and resembling a prehistoric giant crocodile, roared in agony as it struggled against countless crimson chains binding it. Kneeling around the beast were 3 young girls, bound by bands of energy light. They wailed and struggled, yet their vital life force transformed into 3 visible streams of crimson energy. Guided by the cloaked figure, it flowed ceaselessly into the giant crocodile's body. Stop! Without a moment's hesitation, he thrust his feet off the ground, launching himself forward like a cannonball. A condensed palm strike whistled through the air, striking precisely at the convergence point of the 3 crimson streams. Boom! The array's light flickered violently, and the 3 streams of blood-red energy snapped apart. Put! The ritual was forcibly interrupted. The hooded figure staggered, clearly suffering backlash, yet he uttered no cry of pain. He merely turned slowly, 2 crimson points of light blazing beneath his hooded eyes, locking onto Ning Chen with deadly focus. Ning Chen, you've come after all. The hooded figure raised a hand and slowly pulled back his hood. The moment Ning Chen recognized that face, his pupils instantly contracted. Wasn't this the man who had just taken the dragon's sinew? It's you! Ning Chen's voice turned icy. You were also the one at Floating Jade Mountain last time. Ha! The hooded figure emitted an eerie laugh, like the screech of a night owl. Good memory. He admitted it. Ning Chen's brows instantly knitted into a deep frown. His gaze swept over the black-robed man's face, and one detail sent a jolt through his heart. The man's complexion was ruddy and vibrant, his crimson eyes brimming with unnatural energy. Where was the frailty from their previous transaction, when he'd needed support to stand? No! A thought flashed through Ning Chen's mind like lightning. Dragon tendon. It was that dragon tendon. This man had absorbed its power. Who the hell are you? Ning Chen's voice dripped with extreme caution as his spiritual energy surged violently within him, poised to unleash a thunderous strike at any moment. Who am I? The cloaked figure licked his lips with a wicked grin, his crimson eyes brimming with madness and mockery. The one who's about to send you on your final journey. Before the words faded, he slammed his palm onto the ground. Roar! Awaken, my blood prison demon crocodile. Boom! The massive crocodile, once bound by chains, saw its crimson shackles shatter inch by inch. Its eyes, larger than lanterns, snapped open, their savage, bloodthirsty glare instantly locking onto Ning Chen. The next instant, the earth shook and mountains trembled. The colossal crocodile let out a deafening roar, its foul stench assaulting the air. It opened its gaping maw wide enough to swallow a cow whole and lunged straight for Ning Chen. So fast. Ning Chen's heart sank. This beast's strength was undoubtedly S-class. He thrust his feet into the ground, his body exploding backward, narrowly evading the deadly strike. The crocodile's jaws, bristling with razor-sharp teeth, snapped shut with a deafening crack, shattering the very air. Damn it, this beast's strength remains unknown. Can't go toe-to-toe with it. A cold gleam flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. His thoughts raced, and without hesitation, he activated the beast taming space. Come forth, my companions. Roar! A piercing dragon's roar, filled with supreme majesty, suddenly echoed throughout the entire subterranean space. In an instant, a terrifying pressure far surpassing that of the blood prison crocodile swept across the entire arena like a mountain collapsing or a tidal wave crashing. Behind Ning Chen, a massive spatial fissure opened in midair. A dragon, its entire body covered in silver-white scales and possessing a sleek, powerful frame, thrust its majestic head out. The dragon soared into the air, its colossal form exceeding 20 meters in length, coiling mid-sky, nearly filling the entire subterranean chamber. Golden dragon eyes gazed down upon the minuscule blood prison demon crocodile below, brimming with contempt and disdain. As the silver-scaled dragon's massive form fully emerged from the spatial fissure, the air within the underground cavern seemed to be sucked dry.
It was an absolute suppression emanating from the depths of its bloodline.
The blood prison demon crocodile, which had been ferocious moments before, froze uncontrollably upon meeting the dragon's indifferent golden vertical pupils. A low, whimpering growl escaped its throat, and its vicious aura was instantly dampened by half. This is Chapter 104, The Black-Robed Man's Defeat. The sinister grin on the black-robed man's face, who had been certain of victory, froze solid. He stared fixedly at the dragon coiled midair, its scales still radiating a sacred glow in the dim light. His eyes bulged as if they would leap from their sockets, his voice cracking from utter shock. The prehistoric beast from the Lezé secret realm, a dragon? Impossible. You actually tamed it? He recognized it. Yet Ning Chen merely shot him a cold glance, a hint of undisguised scorn curling his lips. You know quite a lot, don't you? He paused, his tone light yet tinged with a bone-chilling intent to kill. But honestly, I couldn't care less about your identity now. Either way, you're about to die. The moment the words left his mouth, Ning Chen's gaze sharpened like a blade. He raised his hand and pointed distantly at the blood prison crocodile, which had already begun to cower. Attack! Tear it apart! Roar! Receiving the command, the dragon-like creature let out a soul-shaking roar. It ceased projecting its aura of power, instead channeling all its strength into a single, concentrated burst. The next instant, its colossal body surged forward. A silver lightning bolt sliced through the darkness. Without a moment's hesitation, the dragon's claw covered in fine scales slashed out. At its tip, blinding lightning gathered wildly, instantly forming a thunderball the size of a human head. Thunderous wrath. Boom! The thunderball shot forth, carrying an aura of utter destruction, slamming directly into the blood prison demon crocodile's hardened carapace. Roar! The blood prison demon crocodile let out a piercing, agonized howl. The frenzied thunderous energy exploded instantly, countless fine electric snakes madly darting across its body. The acrid smell of burnt flesh and pungent ozone instantly filled the entire space. Its once proud jet-black scales were shattered by the blow, leaving a bull-sized charred and sunken gash. The excruciating pain unleashed its savage fury. Arg! Blood prison demon crocodile violently snapped its head, its crimson beastly eyes once again filled with savage fury. It opened its gaping maw, unleashing a jet-black beam of energy, thick with the scent of blood, toward the dragon soaring midair. The black beam did not strike the dragon directly but instead slammed into the rock wall beside it. A bizarre spectacle unfolded. The moment the black light touched the solid rock, it fizzed like foam doused in concentrated sulfuric acid, emitting a violent corrosive sound. In an instant, it melted into a bottomless pit, billowing thick black smoke. What overwhelmingly corrosive power! Ning Chen's pupils contracted slightly. If even a drop of that stuff touched the dragon, its beautiful scales would be ruined. Fortunately, I came prepared. Ning Chen sneered inwardly. After contracting the dragon, he had immediately bestowed upon it its first golden attribute, Celestial Overlord's Body. This granted it extreme resistance to all elemental attacks. Without this trait, facing this beast's S-rank power combined with that bizarre corrosive energy, today's battle would have been a real struggle. But now, in the face of absolute bloodline and power, your pride and joy trump card is nothing but a joke. Ning Chen stood with arms crossed, observing the spectacle as if watching a play. His divine sense stirred, issuing new commands to the dragon through their mental link. The battle instantly reached a fever pitch. Though the blood prison demon crocodile possessed terrifying offensive power, its colossal 10-meter frame became its greatest liability, utterly cumbersome. It lunged, bit, lashed its tail, and spewed corrosive black light in frenzied bursts only to be evaded each time by the dragon in ways that defied comprehension. Spatial shuttle. The dragon's form flickered in midair one moment before the crocodile, the next, space-warped, and it materialized behind the beast. Swish! Sharp dragon claws flashed with a cold gleam, slicing precisely through the wound the thunderbolt had carved into the demon crocodile's flesh. A howl. The added wounds sent the demon crocodile into a frenzy. It thrashed its massive body violently, its tail lashing out like a steel whip, the gale it generated nearly tearing the air apart. Yet, its attack missed once more. The dragon's form blurred and vanished once more, reappearing directly above the demon crocodile's head. Now! A cold gleam flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. The dragon in midair seemed to share his intent. Its jaws snapped open, gathering an even more ferocious thunderous power than before.
Boom! This time, the lightning no longer formed a sphere.
Instead, it transformed into a thick pillar of thunder that crashed down from the heavens, driving itself deep into the bloody, mangled wound on the back of the blood-prisoned demon crocodile.
Roar!
Wail! The blood-prisoned demon crocodile's roar abruptly ceased, replaced by agonized wails. Its limbs went limp and its massive body crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust.
Its entire body convulsed, electric sparks flickering from its charred wounds. Severely wounded, it was temporarily incapacitated. In just 3 rounds, the outcome was decided. No! My blood-prisoned demon crocodile! The cloaked figure screamed in disbelief at the sight. The mockery in his eyes vanished, replaced by utter terror. This blood-prisoned demon crocodile was an S-class killing machine he had spent countless efforts and resources to create, even resorting to forbidden techniques. And yet, it had been crushed so easily? He couldn't continue fighting. If he did, all his hard work would be wasted. A resolute glint flashed in the black-robed man's eyes. He clenched his teeth fiercely, swiftly forming a hand seal. A beam of light shot forth, pulling the dying blood-prisoned demon crocodile back into his beast summoning space. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and charged toward a nearby stone wall. Trying to escape?
A cold smile curled the corners of Ning Chen's lips. Just as the black-robed figure reached the stone wall and extended his hand toward an inconspicuous protrusion, a ghostly figure materialized behind him without warning. A hand, like an iron clamp, seized his arm with deadly force, pinning his hand just before it could make contact. The cloaked figure stiffened, whipping his head around to meet Ning Chen's utterly emotionless gaze.
Did I give you permission to leave?
Ning Chen's voice was soft, yet it felt like ice from the depths of hell, instantly freezing the air around the cloaked figure. Held fast by that hand, the cloaked figure felt an irresistible force surge through him, as if his own bones were about to shatter. He whipped his head around, meeting Ning Chen's utterly emotionless gaze.
After the shock came endless venom. You! What the hell do you want?
The cloaked figure roared hoarsely.
Ning Chen did not answer him.
He had no habit of wasting words on a man who was about to die. He merely raised his other hand and delivered what appeared to be a light, feathery slap to the black-robed man's chest.
Thud! A dull thud.
The cloaked figure flew backward, slamming hard into a distant stone wall before tumbling to the ground. Before he could catch his breath, a dark shadow flickered, and Ning Chen's figure appeared before him. The next instant, a foot slammed down hard on his chest.
Snap!
The crisp crack of breaking bone echoed through the hollow chamber, sending a chill down the spine.
Chapter 105, Your good days are over. But
the cloaked figure spat out a mouthful of blood, his face contorted in agony.
Feeding a spirit beast with a maiden's vital blood, this was no ordinary practice. The figure beneath his feet let out a hoarse, hollow laugh. You'll never know.
His voice was hoarse as he glared at Ning Chen with venom.
Ning Chen, your good days are over. Cherish the time you have left.
The words barely left his lips when the figure exploded with a boom, disintegrating into a cloud of black mist. The stench of rotten flesh hung heavy in the air as the mist dissipated, leaving nothing behind. Ning Chen's pupils contracted sharply as the ground beneath his feet suddenly vanished, leaving only the cold, hard pavement beneath his feet. Where was he? He scanned the surroundings immediately, spreading his mental energy across the entire cave, yet he couldn't detect even the slightest trace of the man's presence. What the hell? How could someone whose bones he'd crushed vanish right before his eyes? He'd never encountered such an eerie technique before.
He knew my name. Who exactly was he? And who stood behind him?
The cave was eerily quiet, a deathly stillness broken only by a faint moan from the stone platform beside him. Only then did he remember there were still over a dozen victims here.
Enough. Forget about that bizarre creature for now. Since he was already here, he might as well save them.
Ning Chen composed himself and strode to the nearest stone platform. The girl on the stone platform was ice cold, her breath faint and barely perceptible. Her delicate face was as pale as paper, devoid of any color, clearly drained of vitality to the extreme. Yet even so, her breathtaking beauty remained undeniable. Her brows arched like distant mountains, her eyes like autumn waters. Even with her eyelids tightly shut, she radiated a heartrending aura of vulnerability. Her beauty was beyond compare. Ning Chen silently admired her before retrieving a jade bottle from his storage space. Spiritual spring water. The very thing the black-robed man had schemed so hard to obtain.
Since it could strengthen the body and purify the marrow, surely restoring some vitality shouldn't be a problem? Desperate times call for desperate measures.
Ning Chen unscrewed the cap and gently lifted the girl's head, intending to feed her the spring water. But the girl was already in a deep coma, her jaw clenched shut. The water flowed out from the corners of her mouth, impossible to get inside.
What to do now? Ning Chen frowned, staring at the girl's increasingly pale face. An uncontrollable thought surfaced. Mouth-to-mouth feeding? Holy crap! Was that even appropriate? I may be cold on the outside but wild on the inside, but I'm still a decent person. He hesitated.
But seeing the girl on the brink of death, his heart twisted in agony.
He'd come all this way, could he really stand by and let her die? After all that effort to rescue her from the demon crocodile's jaws, only to let her die here?
That would be ridiculous.
Saving a life is better than building 7 tiers of a pagoda. Yes, this was about saving a life. Ning Chen steeled himself, mentally preparing for what was to come.
He tilted his head back, took a sip of the spiritual spring water, and held it in his mouth. Then, drawing a deep breath, he gently pried open the girl's delicate jaw. He leaned down and pressed his lips to hers.
Cold. Soft. That was Ning Chen's only sensation.
He dared not dwell on it, slowly transferring the spiritual spring water from his mouth. After completing the act, he sprang back as if electrocuted, his face flushing slightly. He instinctively scratched his head. Fortunately, the effect was immediate. As the spring water slid down her throat, the faint color returned to the girl's pale cheeks at a visible pace, and her weak breaths gradually steadied and grew stronger. Before long, her long lashes fluttered lightly a few times, and she slowly opened her eyes. She stared blankly at Ning Chen before her, confusion in her eyes at first, then a wave of gratitude washed over her as if she remembered something.
Was it you who saved me? Thank you.
Her voice was still weak.
Ahem.
Ning Chen flushed at her gaze, the memory of the rescue flashing through his mind.
He quickly turned his head away. It was nothing. Just something I happened to do. By the way, what's your name? And why are you here?
At the question, a flicker of terror shot through the girl's clear eyes, and her body shuddered involuntarily.
My name is Yunmeng.
I was supposed to go to school that day, but right after getting off the bus, I
suddenly fainted. When I woke up, I'd already been brought to this godforsaken place. Yunmeng?
The name sent a buzzing sensation through Ning Chen's mind, like a string had been plucked.
That name. Why did it sound so familiar? His gaze sharpened as he scrutinized the pale yet undeniably exquisite face before him. Wait a minute. Yunmeng. The SSS-tier phantom spirit enchantress from Second High? The heiress of the Yun family, one of Haicheng's 4 great families, who'd supposedly been missing for months. Holy. It really is her?
A storm of shock surged within Ning Chen, yet his face remained impassively cold.
Only his brow furrowed slightly as he asked in a deep voice, "You're from the Yun family of Haicheng? Yunmeng, the SSS-tier phantom spirit enchanter from Second High?"
Yunmeng nodded weakly, her clear eyes flickering with surprise that Ning Chen recognized her identity.
Upon receiving confirmation, Ning Chen's breath caught for a split second. Then, a surge of elation flooded his heart. He remembered. While accepting missions on the dark web, he had indeed seen an absurdly high bounty on a wanted notice. It was for this very Yun family heiress. He had counted those zeros over and over back then. But back then, his mind was completely consumed by the Lei secret realm. He figured finding someone would be tough enough, so he hadn't given it a second thought. Who could have imagined that this trip to Rose Manor would not only let him slaughter a demon crocodile, but also land him a walking goldmine for free? This was manna from heaven.
In an instant, Ning Chen's gaze toward Yunmeng shifted. A playful curve involuntarily tugged at the corners of his mouth. Leaning forward slightly, his dark eyes gleaming intensely as he fixed them on Yunmeng, he spoke, "Miss Yun, I saved your life, correct?"
Yunmeng's heart skipped a beat under his sudden, intense pressure, and she nodded instinctively. Then logically speaking, shouldn't you repay me?
Ning Chen's voice carried a hint of teasing enticement.
Repay?
Yunmeng's cheeks flushed instantly, a captivating blush spreading across her pallor as her heart began to race uncontrollably.
What did he mean by that?
Earlier, to save her, he had fed her water with his own mouth. Though it was to save her life, that was still her first kiss. And he was so incredibly handsome, so powerful, the way he'd descended from the heavens to rescue her just now, so commanding. What if the repayment he desired was offering herself to him? It seemed not entirely impossible. At this thought, Yunmeng buried her head even lower, nearly retreating into her neck, her voice barely above a whisper. Little did she know, Ning Chen's next words would shatter every pink bubble in her mind with a pop.
Miss Yun, you see? Ning Chen rubbed his hands together, his face brimming with undisguised excitement.
Actually, I saw the Yun family's missing person notice on the dark web earlier. That reward amount, well, it's quite substantial.
Chapter 106.
Here's my plan, I'll go take that job on the dark web right now, then bring you back safely to the Yun family.
What do you think?
Yunmeng abruptly lifted her head, her clear eyes brimming with an indescribable disappointment.
So all this time, that wasn't what he meant? He was just after the money? A wave of inexplicable hurt washed over her. I, the esteemed young miss of the Yun family, an SSS-tier phantom spirit enchanter in your eyes, am I really worth less than that gingling reward money? But seeing Ning Chen's eyes sparkle at the mention of money, Yunmeng's petty resentment inexplicably melted away. Fine. Wanting a reward was only human. After all, he'd risked his life to save her from that terrifying monster. If money could fix it, it wasn't a big deal. Yunmeng took a deep breath, suppressing the slight disappointment in her heart. She nodded again, her voice regaining a touch of coolness. Fine.
With Yun Meng's consent secured, Ning Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. His gaze swept across the cave, resting on the unconscious girls still lying there.
He couldn't just save one and abandon the rest here, could he?
But the thought of how to rescue them.
Ning Chen's expression grew peculiar. Was he supposed to kiss them one by one? That would be a bit much, wouldn't it? What would people say about him, Ning Chen? A lecherous rogue taking advantage of others?
Just as Ning Chen wrestled with this dilemma, Yun Meng beside him read his thoughts. The thought of Ning Chen potentially rescuing other girls in the same manner weighed heavily on Yun Meng's heart, stirring an inexplicable pang of ache. That was her exclusive privilege. How could he give it to someone else? The words practically burst from her lips. I'll save them. Ning Chen froze, turning to look at her.
You? Yes. Yun Meng's tone was unusually firm.
She straightened her posture slightly, and a confidence and pride befitting a young lady from a distinguished family welled up within her.
Don't forget our Yun family has been one of the most renowned medical clans in the Dragon Kingdom for generations.
Even though I've transitioned into a phantom spirit enchanter, our family has long mastered the art of combining healing abilities with spiritual energy.
Saving lives and healing the wounded is my core calling.
As she spoke, she extended her delicate hand, gesturing for Ning Chen to hand her the jade vial. With your spirit spring water, I'm confident I can revive them all in the shortest time possible.
Ning Chen raised an eyebrow. This was indeed an unexpected blessing. Saving lives while avoiding unnecessary trouble, why not? He promptly handed over the jade bottle.
As Yun Meng took the bottle, a soft green glow began to gather at her fingertips. The light radiated a life-affirming energy, soothing to the soul just to behold. She walked to the nearest stone platform, lightly tapped it with her fingertip, and precisely delivered a strand of green light mixed with a drop of spirit spring water into the young girl's mouth. Visibly, the girl's complexion quickly regained its rosy hue.
1, 2, 3.
Under Yun Meng's methodical care, within mere minutes, every girl in the cave slowly regained consciousness.
Excellent. That saves us trouble.
Ning Chen nodded with satisfaction, surveying the group of disoriented but now stable girls. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, he commanded, "Follow me." He led the way, striding purposefully out of the blood-soaked cave with the girls who had just returned from the brink of death. Outside the cave, the long-awaited sunlight mingled with fresh air, washing over them and dispelling the last lingering gloom from their hearts. The dozen or so girls who had just narrowly escaped death felt their legs go weak the moment they left that blood-soaked place. Yet, as they gazed at the figure leading the way ahead, their eyes brimmed with gratitude.
Our savior. Thank you. We can't thank you enough. Why? If it weren't for you, we would have been doomed today.
No need for thanks for such a great favor from now on, you're like my own brother. The girls swarmed around him, chattering excitedly, their tear-streaked faces radiating adoration.
Ning Chen felt a bit overwhelmed by the scene.
He stopped in his tracks and scratched his head uncomfortably. The feeling of being adored wasn't bad, but admiration alone couldn't put food on the table. He cleared his throat.
Ahem, well.
I appreciate your kindness, Ning Chen surveyed the crowd. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly to every ear. Remember this, I'm Ning Chen from the rocket class at North Sea First High School.
If you ever want to thank me properly, come find me there. He paused, then added with a straight face, fingers tapping, spirit stones? Rare ores? High-grade spirit beast eggs? I'm not picky, I'll take it all.
The room fell instantly silent. All the girls stared wide-eyed, as if seeing this person before them for the very first time.
What kind of move was that?
In typical novels, heroes who save people aren't they supposed to wave their sleeves and leave without taking a single cloud?
Keeping their deeds and fame hidden?
Why did the tone shift so abruptly with him, immediately setting a price tag and demanding payment online? Yun Meng, standing beside Ning Chen, flashed a hint of bewilderment in her clear eyes. It was the first time she'd seen someone so refreshingly unconventional.
She muttered under her breath, a hero saving a damsel in distress, shouldn't they remain nameless? How could someone like you?
Her voice was faint, yet in the still night, it reached Ning Chen's keen ears.
Ning Chen turned his head, meeting Yun Meng's puzzled gaze.
A faint smile curved his lips as he raised his finger and gave her smooth forehead a light flick.
Ouch.
Yun Meng winced, clutching her forehead, her eyes brimming with hurt.
What's running through that little head of yours? Ning Chen said impatiently. You just don't get it, do you? He crossed his arms, chin slightly raised, looking every bit the seasoned master imparting wisdom. Listen up. What era are we in? It's the age of universal class change. Every resource is priceless. That spiritual spring water I gave you just now, you think it's cabbage? That's treasure I risked my life 9 times over to bring back from the secret realm. I risked my life to save you all. Why shouldn't I claim credit? Why shouldn't I demand compensation? Ning Chen's gaze swept over the group, his tone carrying an unquestionable air of authority. I'm no saint, I don't possess such lofty ideals. Doing good deeds deserves reward. That's only natural. The others nodded dumbly, especially Yun Meng. She had always believed that doing good deeds meant remaining anonymous and giving selflessly.
But Ning Chen's words made perfect sense. He had risked his life and sacrificed precious resources. If there was nothing to gain, who would be willing to be a hero in the future? For a moment, Yun Meng's gaze toward Ning Chen shifted. Admiration mingled with a newfound reverence. This man understood life with such profound clarity. She nodded blankly, feeling as though her entire worldview had been refreshed. Under Ning Chen's words of wisdom, the girl snapped back to reality. Far from finding him mercenary, they now saw him as exceptionally genuine, exceptionally endearing. One by one, they nodded emphatically, vowing to bring generous gifts to school to thank him. Soon, as their spiritual energy began to recover, they bid farewell to Ning Chen and headed home in groups. In an instant, the clearing in the woods was left with only Ning Chen and Yun Meng. Once everyone had departed, Yun Meng remembered the matter at hand. Standing beside Ning Chen, she asked softly, "Ning, where should we go now?" Chapter 107, Uninvited Guests at the Foot of Yunding Mountain. Ning Chen stroked his chin, weighing his options. Taking her home directly was out of the question. The bounty would vanish before he even accepted the mission. He needed to find a place for her to stay temporarily. Once he handled his business on the dark web, he could escort her back. How about this? Ning Chen said after a moment's thought. Why don't you come with me back to Yunding Mountain first? Stay at my place for half a day. Once I've finished my business, I'll personally escort you back to the Yun residence. Yunding Mountain? At the mention of that name, Yun Meng froze in place. She snapped her head up, her face brimming with disbelief. Yunding Mountain? My family lives on Yunding Mountain. This time, it was Ning Chen's turn to be astonished. He froze for a second, then slapped his forehead, silently cursing his own stupidity. Damn it, how could he have forgotten? Yunding Mountain was the most exclusive affluent neighborhood in all of Haichang. Only the wealthy or influential resided there. Wasn't it perfectly normal for the Yun family, one of Haicheng's 4 great families, to reside there? He thought of his own modest villa at the foot of the mountain, then imagined the Yun family's sprawling estate that likely covered half the hilltop. Ning Chen suddenly felt a bit awkward. He scratched his head and cleared his throat. It probably wouldn't be that coincidental, right? Like, running into your family members directly? Probably not, Yun Meng replied, unable to suppress a smile at his rare look of discomfort. She shook her head. Yunding Mountain is huge. That's good then. Without another word, Ning Chen focused his mind, and an intricate summoning array instantly materialized beneath his feet. A flash of light erupted as Egg Yo Pai materialized before them. Hop on. Ning Chen stepped onto it first, then instinctively reached out his hand to Yun Meng. But halfway through the motion, he froze abruptly. Something was wrong. A warning bell rang loudly in Ning Chen's mind. He had promised Su Wanling that the backseat of the Egg Yo Pai was her exclusive throne reserved solely for her for the rest of his life. Though it had been a casual, flirtatious remark at the time, a man of his word couldn't back down on something like this. What's wrong? Yun Meng watched Ning Chen's shifting expression, utterly confused. She leaned closer and whispered, wondering if she'd done something wrong. Nothing. Ning Chen nonchalantly withdrew his hand and offered a straight-faced lie. This thing, it's just right for one person. 2 would be too cramped, and it wouldn't fly fast. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he waved his hand, summoning the Egg Yo Pai back into his beast-taming space. Yun Meng. How is a phoenix bigger than 3 soccer fields cramped? Before she could voice her complaint, a spiritual energy pressure 10 times more powerful than when he summoned Egg Yo Pai erupted with a thunderous roar. Roar! A dragon's roar that shook the mountains and forests reverberated through the night sky. The silver-white light of the summoning array shot skyward, whipping up a violent wind that nearly knocked Yun Meng off her feet. She instinctively shielded her eyes with her hands. Through the gaps between her fingers, she witnessed a scene she would never forget. A dragon, its entire body covered in silver-white scales, its form long and agile, its head crowned with a majestic horn, burst through the array and soared into the air. This is a dragon? Yun Meng's mouth formed an O shape, her beautiful eyes filled with utter shock. The phoenix earlier was already a legendary spirit beast, and now a genuine dragon? A single person possessing the bloodlines of both a phoenix and a dragon, 2 supreme spirit beasts? What level of monster is this guy? Is he really just a student at North Sea First High? Even among the most prodigiously gifted geniuses in the entire Dragon Nation, no one had ever heard of anyone possessing such an absurdly powerful combination. Just as Yun Meng froze completely, Ning Chen executed a graceful flip, landing securely astride the dragon's broad back. Looking down at the stunned Yun Meng, a mischievous curve touched his lips as he reached out to her hand again, this time without a moment's hesitation. What are you waiting for? Get on. His hand was long and strong, glowing like jade in the moonlight. Yun Meng felt her heart skip a beat. As if possessed, she reached out her hand. Ning Chen seized her soft little hand, his arm tightening slightly. An irresistible pull drew her upward effortlessly, pressing her body tightly against his back. Hold on tight. Roar. With a dragon's roar, the silver-white dragon flapped its wings, stirring up a whirlwind as it soared skyward. Ah! The sudden loss of gravity made Yun Meng gasp in alarm, instinctively clinging tightly to the solid, warm chest before her. The wind howled in her ears as the forests and earth below rapidly shrank in her vision, transforming into dark silhouettes. Yun Meng had never experienced flight at such breakneck speed, nor the freedom and vastness of having the heavens and earth beneath her feet. Her heart pounded wildly. She couldn't tell if it was from the thrill or the man pressed close behind her. She quietly lifted her head, peering over Ning Chen's shoulder. All she could see were strands of his hair gently lifted by the night wind and the sharp contours of his profile. This man, he was so strong, so reassuring. In that moment, the budding affection in Yun Meng's heart began to grow wildly. What had been gratitude now transformed into pure, unadulterated affection. The dragon's speed was astonishing. The dazzling lights of Yunding Mountain were within sight in mere minutes. Ning Chen landed in a secluded corner, recalled the dragon, and led Yun Meng, her legs still trembling slightly, toward his small villa. Here we are. This is my home, Ning Chen said casually, pointing to the 3-story building ahead. Yun Meng nodded obediently, trailing behind him step by step, her mind still savoring the exhilarating sensation of flying through the air. Ning Chen pulled out his keys and opened the door just a crack. Click. The faint click of the lock turning echoed distinctly in the silent villa. The next second, the door swung open from the outside, and a slender figure practically threw herself forward, her eyes filled with concern. Ning Chen! You're back! Are you hurt? Su Wanning wore adorable bunny pajamas, her hair still damp, clearly having just finished her bath, and waited eagerly in the living room. The moment she finished speaking, her gaze shifted to the other girl standing behind Ning Chen. Her movements froze. A flash of unmistakable surprise flickered across her clear, watery eyes, but in an instant, it dissolved into the calm of a still well. She simply gazed quietly at Ning Chen and asked softly, Ning Chen, who is this? Her tone carried no hint of accusation, yet it felt like a declaration of ownership. Oh, her? Ning Chen scratched his head, stepping aside to reveal Yun Meng behind him. His introduction was straightforward. Her name is Yun Meng. She's the eldest daughter of the Yun family from Haicheng, that SSS-tier phantom spirit enchanter from Second High. Something happened over at Rose Manor, and I happened to rescue her. There's a bounty on her in the dark web. I could make a pretty penny by bringing her in. Chapter 108, A Rival Emerges? The arena reveals the truth. Yun Meng's eye twitched slightly at those words, but her attention was now entirely captivated by the girl named Su Wanling standing before her. So beautiful. And the natural intimacy between her and Ning Chen didn't seem fake at all. A sharp pang of unease instantly coiled around Yun Meng's heart like a vine. Suppressing the turmoil churning within, she forced a polite, composed smile and gave Su Wanling a slight bow. Hello. I apologize for the trouble. Yun Meng's gaze swept unobtrusively over Su Wanling from her adorable pajamas to the mere half-meter distance between her and Ning Chen. Her mind raced, frantically piecing together their relationship. A couple? Or? Su Wanling seemed oblivious to the scrutiny in Yun Meng's eyes. Returning a gentle smile, she stepped aside to clear the doorway, her tone as warm and welcoming as a gracious hostess. No need to be so formal. Please come in quickly, it's windy outside. Yun Meng. That single invitation instantly doused the budding defiance in her heart like a bucket of cold water. The way she spoke, as if this were her own home. What exactly was her relationship with Ning Chen? No, she had to get to the bottom of this. She watched Su Wanling effortlessly pull a pair of men's slippers from the shoe cabinet and place them expertly by Ning Chen's feet. Then she saw Ning Chen slip them on with practiced ease. The unspoken understanding between them felt like sharp needles piercing Yun Meng's heart, driving her mad with jealousy. Yet her face remained frozen in a perfect smile as she asked sweetly, May I ask your name, sister? My name is Su Wanling. You can just call me Wanling, Su Wanling replied gently, gesturing toward the living room sofa. Please sit down. I'll get you a glass of water. Su Wanling. Yun Meng silently repeated the name in her mind as her SSS-tier phantom spirit enchanter talent activated unnoticed, sending out an imperceptible thread of psychic energy. S-rank Frost Singer? Is that all? Yun Meng nearly couldn't control her expression. A mere S-rank, with a talent merely at the mythic tier while decent, how could she possibly be worthy of a peerless prodigy like Ning Chen, who possessed the essence of a true dragon and phoenix? What a waste of talent. How dare she? Just because she knew him first? Yun Meng's gaze shifted instantly. Fine. Very well. Ning Chen attends North Sea First High School, right? The moment I return to the Yun family, my first move will be to transfer to First High. Just an S rank, and she dares to monopolize such an outstanding man? Just wait and see how I snatch him away from her. Ning Chen was completely oblivious to the simmering tension between the two girls. His mind was consumed by the massive reward he was about to claim. He strode straight to the computer in the living room, his fingers flying across the keyboard as he deftly logged into the dark web's bounty interface. Sure enough, the topmost task, highlighted in bright red as urgent, was the search for Yun Meng, the eldest daughter of the Yun family. Reward, 200 million credits. Mission requirements, secure her safe return for 200 million credit points. Informants providing leads will receive 1 million credit points. Ning Chen accepted the mission without hesitation. The next second, the task status changed to in progress, and a psychic contract notarized by the dark web was simultaneously generated. There was no deposit for this type of mission after all, binding people involved too many variables. But as long as the contract was fulfilled, the 200 million would be paid in full, down to the last credit. Poof. Ning Chen stared at the long string of zeros on the screen, unable to resist smacking his lips in admiration. The Yun family of Haicheng truly treasures their daughter.
200 million yuan for her, no wonder.
He absent-mindedly rubbed his chin as another figure suddenly popped into his mind.
Wondered how much that overprotective father of hers would shell out if his spoiled princess Ao Yaoyao went missing? Just as the thought of how much that old man from the AO family would have to shell out flashed through Ning Chen's mind, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out and lit up the screen. It was a text message from an unfamiliar number. He tapped it open, and the sender's name made his eyebrows raise slightly. Jiang Huai. That transfer student who just joined Class 1? The message was brief, even carrying a hint of non-negotiability. Ning Chen, I hear you also reside in the Yunding Mountain Villa district. During the break, would you be free for a spar? Location, the hills behind the Villa district. A duel? A playful curve slowly formed at the corner of Ning Chen's mouth. Interesting. Was he so eager to test my limits right after transferring? Or perhaps he intends to use me as a stepping stone to establish his authority at first high? Whatever the case, a punching bag delivered right to his doorstep was too tempting to pass up. Perfect. Let him see just how much this so-called transfer student is really worth. Ning Chen's fingers flew across the screen, typing out a single word. All right. After sending it, he tucked his phone away, rose decisively, and strode straight toward the villa's front gate. His movement caused the two girls in the living room, each harboring their own thoughts, to react almost simultaneously. Ning Chen, are you going out? Su Wanning's voice carried a hint of tension as she hurried after him, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. Meanwhile, Yun Meng, who had maintained a perfect smile all along, also stood up. Her eyes brimmed with curiosity as she followed closely behind. Ning Chen reached the entryway, changing his shoes without looking back. Feeling slightly exasperated by the two little tails following him, he casually remarked, I'm just going out to have a fight with Jiang Huai. Do you two want to come watch? At those words, Yun Meng's eyes lit up instantly. She nodded without hesitation, her voice brimming with excitement. Of course. I'll definitely cheer you on. This was first-hand intelligence. Seeing Ning Chen's fighting style with her own eyes was far better than hearing about it secondhand. Su Wanning remained silent, standing quietly behind Ning Chen. Ning Chen glanced back at the two of them, one brimming with anticipation, the other filled with worry, and could only shrug helplessly. Fine, if you want to tag along, go ahead. It doesn't matter. Having two more beautiful spectators didn't seem like such a bad thing. Soon, the trio traversed the villa district's tree-lined paths and arrived at the location Jiang Huai had designated. This was a vast, undeveloped wasteland behind the Yunding Mountain Villa complex, overgrown with weeds, littered with gravel, and so desolate not a soul was in sight. It made for a perfect battlefield. Jiang Huai was already waiting there, dressed in an expensive bespoke suit, his eyes brimming with haughty disdain. Ning Chen frowned, studying the man before him. His tone remained level. The transferee center explicitly prohibits initiating private conflicts in the real world. You summoned me here. Before he could finish, Jiang Huai cut him off. Don't worry. Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. Jiang Huai lifted his chin slightly, his calm tone tinged with a hint of smugness. This entire area, including the mountain behind us, belongs to the Jiang family. Here, we can do as we please. Ning Chen. He couldn't help but shrug. Sigh, money really does make things happen. Chapter 109, For Beauties Gather? Wangzi battles the black hole. However, in this era where strength reigns supreme, no matter how powerful money is, it remains an external factor. Without the strength to back it up, no amount of money would prevent one from being seen as nothing more than a sitting duck. Just as the tension in the air grew palpable, a crisp yet haughty female voice cut through the silence without warning. Well, what a lively scene. The crowd turned to see Ao Yaoyao striding toward them. She wore a fiery red outfit that accentuated her voluptuous figure to perfection, her long boots clicking against the floor as she walked, arms crossed over her chest. As her gaze swept across the room, finally settling on Su Wanling beside Ning and Yun Meng, her lovely face instantly clouded with displeasure. What was going on with this Ning Chen? He was like a walking teenage girl magnet. It was bad enough that Su Wanling was glued to him day and night, but now he'd even managed to lure the reclusive young miss of the Yun family from Haicheng into his orbit? A surge of inexplicable fury flared within Ao Yaoyao. She strode over, extending her slender jade-like finger to jab unapologetically at Ning Chen's nose. Hey! Ning Chen! Haven't seen you in a few days, and now you've hooked up with the Yun family's young lady too? Her words were sharp and cutting, instantly freezing the atmosphere on the field. Ning Chen's face darkened instantly. He hated it when people brought this up, making him sound like some freeloading gigolo. Who did he need to be with? What a joke! He didn't even bother to glance at Ao Yaoyao.
Instead, he let out a dismissive snort through his nose, shot her a withering look, and spat out 3 words.
None of your damn business. Those 3 casual words landed like an invisible slap, stinging Ao Yaoyao's haughty, pretty face. Her entire body froze. The air around them seemed to freeze, leaving only the sound of her chest heaving violently. This bastard, how dare he speak to me like that? What gives him the right? A pot of boiling water exploded in Ao Yaoyao's mind. In terms of looks, her face and figure, how did she fall short of Su Wannin and Yun Meng? One was as bland as water, the other sickly and frail, neither possessed her vibrant, alluring charm. When it came to background, she, Ao Yaoyao, was the princess the Ao family cherished like the palm of their hand. Her financial clout was off the charts, she could easily outclass both of them. As for strength, oomph. She was an SS-tier blazing flame dragon maiden noble bloodline, formidable combat prowess. Su Wannin's S-tier frost chantress was nothing special. As for Yun Meng, an SSS-tier phantom spirit enchanter? Sounds intimidating, but who knows if she's just a pretty face who can only cast illusions. In what way was she unworthy of Ning Chen? How dare he treat her with such disdain while getting all cozy with those 2 women? The more she thought about it, the angrier she grew. Flames ignited in Ao Yaoyao's beautiful almond-shaped eyes. She whipped her head around, her slender jade fingers no longer pointing at Ning Chen but now directed at Jiang Huai beside him. Her voice was sharp and commanding, leaving no room for refusal. Jiang Huai. Beat him. Beat him hard. Beat him until he's beaten to a pulp, begging for mercy on his knees. Jiang Huai, called out by name, curved his lips into a smile. Ao Yaoyao's words were exactly what he wanted to hear. He stepped forward, his gaze locking onto Ning Chen like a hawk's. Ning Chen, I hear you're the ace of first high. Today, we'll settle this once and for all. Ning Chen shrugged indifferently, a playful curve returning to the corner of his mouth. Fine. I've been wanting to see what you're really made of if you can knock my teeth out. The moment the words left his mouth, the tension between them ignited into a fiery explosion. Boom! 2 distinct yet equally formidable auras surged skyward, colliding violently mid-air and unleashing a whirlwind that sent pebbles and weeds flying in all directions. Standing nearby, Su Wanning and Yun Meng instantly felt an oppressive pressure that threatened to suffocate them. Su Wanning's face paled slightly as she clenched the hem of her robe, her eyes filled with worry. Yun Meng beside her, however, was positively electrified. Her eyes gleamed as she stared intently at the scene, her body trembling slightly. The tension in the air was thick as a taut string. Jiang Huai's figure suddenly flickered, and in an instant, several copies of him appeared in the same spot. Each one radiated an aura indistinguishable from the real him. In the next instant, he thrust both hands outward. The air behind him twisted and bubbled like boiling water. Several pitch-black holes appeared, empty and void, yet radiating a terrifying suction force that made one's skin crawl. Ning Chen's brow finally twitched. Clones and black holes pretty flashy. Yet his feet seemed rooted to the spot, not moving an inch. He merely raised his right hand, where a golden rune glowed on his knuckles. Time to get to work, Wang Zai. The moment the words left his lips, a blinding burst of golden light erupted from the rune. When the light faded, a sacred golden toad, standing over half a man's height, appeared before him. Though Wang Zai was the weakest of Ning Chen's current beasts, when it came to defense, Wang Zai was second to none. Using it to probe Jiang Huai's true capabilities couldn't be more fitting. The moment Wang Zai appeared, Yun Meng's already sparkling eyes widened in astonishment. Another spirit beast? Moreover, the aura emanating from this golden toad, that sacred and weighty pressure, was clearly on par with the silver-white dragon he had encountered earlier. SSS-tier. Definitely SSS-tier. Ning Chen, just how many hidden cards does he have up his sleeve? How did he manage this? Yun Meng's heart pounded wildly, her gaze fixed on Ning Chen with utter admiration. It wasn't just her. Even Jiang Huai, his opponent in the arena, saw the sacred golden toad and his pupils instantly contracted. He recognized it instantly as an SSS-tier Beastmaster. What truly sent chills down his spine was the look in the sacred spirit golden toad's eyes as it gazed at Ning Chen, that unreserved loyalty. This defied all logic. A Beastmaster's fatal weakness lay in their bond of loyalty with their spirit beast. Yet Ning Chen's beast seemed to have maxed out that loyalty to 100%. This guy was a freak. Jiang Huai's heart raced with alarm. He dared not underestimate him any longer. Summoning every ounce of his strength, he channeled his entire spiritual energy. Phantom black hole. With a thunderous shout, his multiple clones and his main body simultaneously manipulated the pitch-black portals behind them, violently enveloping the sacred spirit golden toad. In an instant, black holes swirled chaotically across the battlefield, their terrifying suction nearly tearing space itself apart. Yet, faced with such a terrifying assault, the sacred spirit golden toad merely croaked disdainfully. Its body erupted in brilliant golden light, forming an incredibly thick golden shield. No matter how the black holes tugged, it stood unshakably firm. Seeing this, Jiang Huai's clones immediately changed tactics, charging at the golden toad from all directions. Their fists and feet struck the golden shield with such force they created sonic booms. Boom! 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 The dull thuds echoed incessantly as the two clashed relentlessly, their battle raging fiercely. The violent energy ripples plowed up the ground within a 100-meter radius. Yunmeng watched intently from the sidelines, her small hands clenched tightly. She had thought Jiang Huai's strength was already astonishing, but now it seemed Ning Chen hadn't even personally intervened yet. Merely with a single beast, he effortlessly withstood the opponent's relentless assault. She couldn't fathom just how powerful Ning Chen truly was. The battle raged on with unrelenting ferocity. Su Wanning's heart was in her throat. Her pale little hands clenched into fists, palms drenched in sweat. Chapter 110. As for Ning Chen, he remained utterly composed and unflappable. Yet the more composed he appeared, the more anxious she felt. Her gaze locked onto Ning Chen's serene profile, silently cheering him on over and over in her mind. Ning Chen, you can win this. You absolutely can. On the other side, Ao Yaoyao's expression was far from pleasant. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes were glued to the arena. Watching Jiang Huai unleash every trick in his arsenal, all those flashy, elaborate moves yet failing to break through even a frog's defense, her cheeks burned with embarrassment. This was nothing short of rubbing her face in the dirt. The fighter she personally selected for this match, is this all he's got? Embarrassing. Utterly humiliating. A surge of unnamed fury flared up again. She clenched her teeth, her heart filled with both anger at Jiang Huai's incompetence and jealousy and resentment toward Ning Chen's calm demeanor. This guy. How could he be so composed? He was merely a beastmaster. Without lifting a finger himself, relying solely on his summoned creatures, he could fight Jiang Huai, an SSS-ranked opponent, to a standstill? How was that possible? Suddenly, from the shadows between the trees, a tall, slender figure emerged, step by step, moving slowly. Clad in a simple black robe and wearing a plain white mask devoid of any patterns, he seemed to blend into the darkness itself. Silent as a shadow, yet radiating an oppressive aura that sent shivers down the spine. Jiang Huai's expression darkened to the extreme. This feeling, he had only ever experienced it when facing his own grandfather, the true pillar of their family. Who the hell was this sudden intruder? Suppressing his shock, he took a step forward and barked, his voice harsh but trembling inside, "Who are you? Don't you know this is Zheng territory? How dare you interfere with our contest?" Yet the cloaked figure seemed oblivious to his words, not even deigning to glance his way. He strode straight across the arena, ignoring everyone, finally halting before Ning Chen, no more than 3 paces away. The eyes hidden behind the mask seemed to pierce through everything, locking firmly onto Ning Chen. After a long moment, a deep, emotionless voice spoke. "Ning Chen, come with me." The entire crowd fell silent. That hoarse, deep voice seemed to carry an undeniable magic, echoing in everyone's ears. Ning Chen's brows instantly knitted into a deep frown. The black-robed figure again. Who is this guy? Why has he been targeting me lately? Moreover, he could clearly sense that the man before him possessed strength far surpassing his own. What the hell was going on? Rather than stand here in a standoff, he might as well go with him and see what he's really up to. Ning Chen, don't go. Su Wanning and Yun Meng spoke almost simultaneously, their faces etched with worry. They instinctively moved to stand on either side of Ning Chen. But before their feet could move, the cloaked figure merely gave them a casual glance. Just one glance. An invisible wall seemed to materialize out of thin air, pinning the two women firmly in place, unable to move forward even an inch. "Stay here." The hooded figure spoke again, his voice as flat as stagnant water. "He'll be fine." At these words, Su Wannin and Yun Meng exchanged glances, seeing only profound helplessness reflected in each other's eyes. Before this cloaked figure, their prized S-rank and SSS-rank talents felt like children's water guns, utterly incapable of posing even the slightest threat. They could only watch helplessly as Ning Chen, facing them, silently mouthed 2 words. "Wait." Before Ning Chen could offer them a reassuring glance, the cloaked figure moved. With a casual sweep of his wide sleeves, the world before Ning Chen instantly collapsed, transforming into a dazzling vortex of light. Holy! Spatial teleportation? What level of powerhouse is this guy? Before the dizziness had fully subsided, Ning Chen's feet touched solid ground. But all around him stretched an endless sea of stars. Countless celestial bodies drifted slowly in the distance, magnificent yet utterly lifeless. "Who the hell are you? What do you want with me here?" Ning Chen's spiritual energy instantly tensed throughout his body. His gaze sharpened like blades as he fixed his eyes on the figure standing not far away. The man didn't respond immediately. Instead, he slowly turned around and raised his hand. With a soft click, he slowly removed the deathly pale mask. The moment Ning Chen saw that face, all his prepared attack stances froze in place. Stunned, his mouth fell slightly open. It wasn't the aged face he'd imagined, nor the hideous visage of some monstrous creature. Instead, it was a face, strikingly handsome to the point of being otherworldly. Sharp brows, piercing eyes, a high, straight nose, yet his gaze held a world weariness utterly incongruous with his youthful appearance. Even more terrifying, as the mask fell away, a spiritual energy pressure 100-fold, 1,000-fold more potent than what had been felt on the back mountain erupted like a bursting river. Put! Ning Chen's pupils contracted sharply.
His entire body felt as though struck by an invisible mountain, his chest tightening as his breath halted for an instant. The impact of this force was even more terrifying than the prehistoric demon crocodile's full power strike. This man was absurdly powerful. Immediately after, the man let out a long sigh. His voice was no longer hoarse, but clear and resonant, carrying a hint of magnetism.
Ning Chen, my name is Mo Xian. I am from Blue Star. Boom.
This statement shocked Ning Chen even more than the earlier spiritual pressure.
Blue Star?
Mo Xian continued in a solemn tone. I sensed an evil organization emerging in this world, attempting to destroy its very foundations. Your spiritual energy shares the same origin as what I felt from that organization's members, yet it is entirely different. Ning Chen's brow furrowed deeper as the image of that inhuman, ghostly figure in the black robes from the Rose Manor underground chamber instantly flashed through his mind. True, I did encounter a similar creature before, he admitted bluntly.
So what exactly are you trying to accomplish by going to such lengths to bring me here today?
I know your abilities are extraordinary. Mo Xian's gaze grew exceptionally serious as he spoke each word deliberately. If that evil organization isn't dealt with, it will threaten the safety of the entire Transcendence world. Mo Xian's voice was quiet, yet it detonated like a heavy bomb, sending shockwaves through Ning Chen's mind.
Save the world? What kind of international joke is this? I'm just a transmigrator who wants to quietly level up with cheat codes and flirt with my beautiful classmate. Now you're telling me the world is ending and I need to be the savior? Did you hand me the wrong script? Ning Chen's mind raced, yet his expression remained impassive, though his brow furrowed deeper. The fate of the world is the concern of the Dragon Nation's high command, of those standing at the pinnacle of power. Me? A first-tier rookie who just got promoted not long ago? Don't you think it's ridiculous to tell me this? He stared intently at Mo Xian, searching his face for even the slightest hint of jest. But there was none. Mo Xian's gaze was terrifyingly earnest, as if he had seen through every thought in Ning Chen's mind. He spoke slowly, his voice carrying a detached calm that seemed to see through everything, because you are special. Within your body lies a sealed power, one that even I find unsettling. This power emerged the very moment you became a transferee. Boom! Another bolt from the blue. Ning Chen's pupils instantly contracted to pinpricks. A sealed power? Emerging only upon becoming a transferee? Could it be? Chapter 111, the one and only signal source? His first thought was his god-tier talent's infinite attribute. But no. Talents are talents, power is power. A heavyweight like Mo Xian wouldn't confuse the two. Wait. A flash of insight struck Ning Chen's mind, suddenly resolving a lingering puzzle. No wonder this Mo Xian guy could call out his name instantly among all those people on the back mountain. Turns out it wasn't because I'm famous, it's because I'm carrying a one-of-a-kind signal source? Watching Ning Chen's shifting expression, Mo Xian continued to escalate, his tone growing heavier than ever before. If that evil organization gets its hands on this power, the consequences will be the complete annihilation of the entire Transcendence world. No one will be spared. Damn it. Ning Chen couldn't help but curse inwardly. He hated this kind of imposed sense of mission the most, yet Mo Xian's words left him unable to refute. An indescribable restlessness and a heavy sense of responsibility weighed on his heart for the first time. Ning Chen, Mo Xian looked at him, shifting his tone abruptly to state the harsh reality without mincing words. You are far too weak right now. So weak that you don't even possess the qualifications to wield this power. Though the word stung, Ning Chen couldn't deny their truth. Before this man, his pride and joy, the SSS-tier Beastmaster, hadn't even gotten a chance to act before being effortlessly subdued. Weak. So very weak. Mo Xian's gaze grew profound. He said no more, merely raising his hand once more. As his sleeves billowed, the boundless sea of stars before them twisted again, transforming into a vibrant, secret realm. Holy. Again? Before Ning Chen could recover from that heavy emotion, a surge of spirit energy so dense it felt almost tangible washed over him, making every pore in his body open up in blissful comfort. His eyes widened in astonishment. That spirit energy, thick enough to liquefy into water, was merely the appetizer of this secret realm. When Ning Chen's eyes finally adjusted to this bizarre and surreal world, he was utterly dumbfounded. Beneath his feet lay not the void of the starry sky, but emerald islands suspended in midair. Between them, silver cascades of spiritual energy plunged downward, coalescing into dazzling rivers of light that meandered through the air. In the distance, colossal beasts, each as massive as mountains, slumbered upon the islands, their breath stirring clouds and winds. Above, flocks of exotic birds soared overhead, their feathers shimmering with the glow of runes. Each one radiated an aura of unfathomable power. Take any one of them out, and it could unleash a catastrophe upon the sea city. Holy crap! What the hell is this, a newbie village welcome package? No, this is ING, like someone just handed me the GM backend. Ning Chen felt his entire worldview being ground into dust by Mo Xian, this enigmatic figure, within mere minutes. Just as Ning Chen's brain was on the verge of crashing from information overload, Mo Xian casually raised his hand, pointing toward a radiant ancient tree beneath a floating immortal island in the distance. Ning Chen, that is my gift to you. Following the direction of his finger, Ning Chen's breath instantly caught in his throat. Beneath the ancient tree, a fox lay lazily curled up. Its body was pure white, yet it trailed 9 long tails, each a different color, as dazzling as a rainbow. Its eyes were tightly shut, and an innate aura of nobility and sanctity radiated from its entire being. As if sensing the gaze, the fox slowly opened its eyes. What eyes they were! Like the purest amethyst, they were deep and spirited, carrying a hint of worldly detachment yet also a mischievousness that seemed untouched by the mundane. Holy crap! A 9-tailed rainbow fox? Ning Chen's heart lurched violently, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. This creature existed only on the very first page of mythological compendiums. A legendary spirit beast. Its rarity and potential even surpassed his own dragon. Every adult 9-tailed fox possessed terrifying power capable of shattering the heavens and overturning the world. Are you kidding me? A divine beast like this, and Mo Xian just hands it over? What's he after? Just because of that so-called signal source inside me? Ning Chen's Adam's apple bobbed as he forced down the pounding in his chest, his mind racing. It can help you better guide and control that power within you, Mo Xian explained in a calm tone, as if reading his doubts. The origin of that power isn't from this world. Ordinary beast tamers can't resonate with it. But this 9-tailed fox has some connection. Connection? Though Ning Chen was filled with questions, he understood this wasn't the time to probe deeper. A legendary beast offered on a silver platter? Why pass it up? This was a steal. He took a deep breath, hesitation gone, and stepped toward the immortal island. As he drew nearer, the 9-tailed rainbow fox rose to its feet. Its 9 magnificent tails swayed slowly behind it, while its amethyst-like eyes fixed intently on him filled with scrutiny and a barely perceptible edge of wariness. Ning Chen could feel an invisible pressure. It wasn't mere power suppression, but a life-level aura of authority noble and distant. He halted about 10 meters from the 9-tailed fox, not advancing further. Instead, he slowly extended his right hand. No words were spoken. This was a form of communication unique to beastmasters and their spirit beasts. Suddenly, a flash of violet light erupted from the 9-tailed rainbow fox's eyes. It seemed to sense something from Ning Chen. The deep-rooted scrutiny and wariness stemming from its bloodline instantly transformed into curiosity and warmth. The next instant, it transformed into a dazzling rainbow streak of light, charging toward Ning Chen without warning. Not an attack. Before Ning Chen could react, the streak of light landed lightly on his palm, transforming into a miniature fox the size of a hand. Its 9 tiny tails brushed affectionately against his palm, tickling him. Simultaneously, an ancient and intricate contract formation flared up around the man and the fox, then vanished into Ning Chen's palm, leaving behind a fleeting mark of a 9-tailed fox. Ding! Congratulations on successfully forging a soul contract with the legendary beast, the 9-tailed rainbow fox. The notification echoing in his mind snapped Ning Chen back to reality. It worked. It actually worked. He looked down at the miniature 9-tailed fox in his palm, nuzzling his finger with its tiny head. Feeling the unbreakable bond emanating from the depths of his soul, a wave of ecstasy surged through him. This was a 9-tailed rainbow fox. With it, plus the boost from his god-tier talent's infinite entries. Holy! I'm about to take flight. Feel it? Mo Xian's voice cut through the ecstasy, pulling Ning Chen back to reality. Power is always a double-edged sword. His gaze fixed on Ning Chen, growing more serious than ever before. This 9-tailed fox, along with this secret realm, is merely the foundation for your journey. You are still weak, so weak you can't even unleash 1/10,000th of its power. To truly master it, to protect those you care about in this world on the brink of collapse, you must train relentlessly. Chapter 112, Secrets Cannot Be Spoken. Ning Chen suppressed the wild joy on his face. The little fox in his palm seemed to sense his emotional shift and grew still. He lifted his head to meet Mo Xian's piercing gaze, nodding firmly with an unprecedented resolve in his eyes. I understand. I will. Very well. Mo Xian watched the fire ignite in Ning Chen's eyes and nodded with satisfaction. Ning Chen, I look forward to your growth. His voice remained unruffled. Remember the secret about you, about me, about everything that happened today. You absolutely must not tell anyone. Absolutely no one. Mo Xian deliberately emphasized the last 2 words. Ning Chen's heart lurched. He understood. This wasn't something to brag about, it was a death warrant that could bring about their demise. Knowing this secret brought no benefit to Su Wannin and the others, only dragging them into an endless vortex of danger. I understand. Ning Chen nodded solemnly, making a solemn promise. Seeing his acceptance, Mo Xian said no more. He casually raised his hand and waved lightly at the void. The gesture was as effortless as brushing dust from the hem of his robe. The next instant, the entire bizarre secret realm along with its surging waterfalls of spiritual energy and slumbering colossal beasts collapsed and dissipated before Ning Chen's eyes, transforming into billions of sparkling starlights. A fleeting sensation of weightlessness washed over him. When Ning Chen opened his eyes again, the air around his nose no longer carried the thick, indelible scent of spiritual energy. Instead, it was the uniquely damp air of Yunding Mountain, a blend of earth and pine needles. He had returned. Ning Chen.
Two trembling cries rang out simultaneously, one crisp and urgent, the other gentle and anxious. Ning Chen turned his head to meet the anxious, frightened faces of Su Wannin and Yun Meng. Yun Meng, in particular, was deathly pale, her eyes red-rimmed, clearly terrified. The moment she saw Ning Chen appear, she didn't hesitate for a second. She took a step forward and rushed straight toward him.
Ning Chen, are you okay? That man just now, you.
Her words tumbled out incoherently. She reached out as if to grab Ning Chen's arm for inspection, yet her hand froze mid-air, betraying her utter disarray. The terrifying aura that had descended like a god, coupled with Ning Chen's bizarre vanishing act, had completely shattered the eldest Miss Yun's understanding of reality.
I'm fine.
Ning Chen shook his head, his voice hoarse yet resonant. His gaze swept over the two girls, confirming they were unharmed, and only then did the weight on his chest lift.
Unlike Yun Meng's impulsiveness, Su Wanning remained composed.
Yet her cold, clear eyes now burned like flames, fixed intently on Ning Chen's face, not missing a single subtle flicker of his expression. She was more composed than Yun Meng, and her thoughts ran deeper. Only after Ning Chen had finished soothing Yun Meng did she step forward, her tone demanding certainty.
Who exactly is that person?
The question crashed like a boulder into the atmosphere that had just begun to ease. Yun Meng instantly stopped her sobs, her eyes darting nervously to Ning Chen, waiting for his answer.
Ning Chen's Adam's apple bobbed. Mo Xian's warning still rang in his ears. What could he possibly say? Say it was some peerless master passing by who, seeing my unique bone structure, bestowed upon me an extraordinary blessing? Bull. Who would believe that? Say it was a powerful being from another world who warned me the world was ending and that I was the chosen one? They'd probably call the mental hospital on the spot. Silence. A long silence.
Finally, Ning Chen merely shook his head slowly and heavily, not uttering a single word. But his gaze grew incredibly solemn, as if bearing the weight of an invisible mountain.
Seeing his reaction, the sharp-witted Su Wannin instantly understood. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, it was that he couldn't. A flicker of heartache crossed her eyes, yet she did not press further. Instead, she silently moved half a step closer to Ning Chen. This small gesture spoke volumes about her stance. Just as the atmosphere grew oppressive once more, a voice slightly hoarse and tinged with regret drifted over from nearby. Ning. All three turned their heads simultaneously.
Jiang Huai, who had somehow regained his ability to move, stood where he was. His face, usually marked by a touch of arrogance, was now etched with complexity. There was alarm, there was confusion, but above all, there was a sense of disappointment, the kind one feels when facing a worthy opponent. He strode up to Ning Chen, his gaze intense as he said in a deep voice, "I never thought we wouldn't get to spar today after all."
This guy was still thinking about fighting?
He really had nerves of steel. Ning Chen mentally rolled his eyes. However, Jiang Huai's next words caught him off guard. "But you are indeed an opponent who commands my respect," Jiang Huai said with utmost sincerity. "I hope we can have a chance to settle this once and for all, without any interference." The challenge in his eyes vanished, replaced by pure, unadulterated respect, the kind only a true powerhouse could command. Clearly, Mo Xian's earth-shattering entrance had startled him, yet it only reinforced his conviction of Ning Chen's unfathomable depth.
Could someone who had been dismissed by such an existence possibly be ordinary? Interesting.
Ning Chen looked at him and suddenly found this transfer student not so detestable after all.
At the very least, he was genuine. The taut lines of his face finally relaxed slightly, a faint curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. I recall there's a school-wide individual PK tournament right after the opening ceremony. Ning Chen met Jiang Huai's fighting spirit with his gaze, a flash of confidence bordering on arrogance lighting up his eyes. By then, we'll have plenty of opportunities. Fine. I'll be waiting. Jiang Huai gave Ning Chen a long, lingering look before turning away without another word, his departure sharp and decisive. Only Ning Chen and his two companions remained. Ning Chen glanced at the terminal on his wrist. Time was running short. He looked at Yun Meng. The girl had clearly been the most frightened today, her face still slightly pale. "I'll take you home first," Ning Chen said to Yun Meng, then turned to Su Wanling with a questioning look. Su Wanning, quick-witted as ever, understood his meaning immediately and nodded softly. "Go ahead. Stay safe." She didn't ask any questions or insist on accompanying him. That perfectly measured consideration warmed Ning Chen's heart. After bidding farewell to Su Wanling, Ning Chen led Yun Meng, who was still visibly shaken, deeper into the Yunding Mountain Villa complex. It must be said, this Yunding Mountain Villa complex was absurdly vast. Walking side by side on the wide private asphalt road, the streetlights stretched their shadows long behind them. Yun Meng seemed to be deliberately taking tiny steps, moving at an agonizingly slow pace. What should have been a 10-minute walk stretched into a half-hour ordeal. Ning Chen noticed it, of course. This girl, she's doing this on purpose, right? Chapter 113. Walking this slow, even a snail could overtake us. He thought to himself, but seeing the lingering fear in the girl beside him, he ultimately kept his thoughts to himself. Fine. She'd just emerged from that hellish place and suffered such a fright. He'd treat this as accompanying her to clear her mind and calm her nerves. After walking a few more minutes, they rounded a bend lined with ginkgo trees.
Ning Chen's footsteps abruptly halted. He froze in place, eyes widening slightly as he stared straight ahead. What appeared before him could hardly be called a villa. It was an estate. Massive wrought iron gates, at least 15 feet tall, flanked by endless white walls stretching out of sight. Within the walls lay gardens meticulously trimmed like works of art. At the estate's deepest recess stood a colossal fountain, flanking a majestic structure reminiscent of a European castle. Brightly lit, it resembled broad daylight. Holy! This isn't a villa, it's a palace. Ning Chen's mind was in turmoil. He knew the Yun family was wealthy, but he never imagined they could be this rich. The world of these elite families was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. If the Yun family could be this extravagant, he couldn't even begin to imagine how magnificent the AO family must be. Having that young miss as his neighbor must be a real hardship for her. He instinctively smoothed out the wrinkles in his collar, feeling his plain casual attire utterly out of place here. Steeling himself, he followed Yun Meng to the imposing entrance. Just as Yun Meng reached for the doorbell, the heavy wrought iron gate creaked open almost instantly. Two figures stumbled out from within. Leading the way was a middle-aged man with scholarly features, now bloodshot-eyed and haggard, accompanied by a woman who still possessed graceful charm but whose eyes were already tear-stained. They were Yun Meng's parents. The moment they saw Yun Meng, the anxiety and despair on their faces instantly gave way to wild joy. Meng, my precious daughter. It really is you. You're finally back. The couple practically threw themselves at her, clutching Yun Meng tightly, holding her close in their arms. The woman's sobs could no longer be contained, and the middle-aged man's eyes instantly turned red, his voice trembling uncontrollably. You've lost weight. Where on earth have you been all these days? Who took you? Are you hurt? They spoke in rapid succession, surrounding Yun Meng like a tight-knit circle, their eyes brimming with the joy of finding her after so long. Being held like this by her parents, Yun Meng's face flushed bright red. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she gently pulled away from their embrace and quietly pointed her small hand toward Ning Chen, who had remained silent all along. Dad, Mom, please don't do this. It's all thanks to Ning Chen. He's the one who saved me. At those words, Yun Ziyu and his wife froze in place. Only then did they notice the young boy standing beside their daughter. A boy about her age, dressed plainly, yet with an unusually calm gaze. The couple scrutinized Ning Chen from head to toe. Him? Yun Ziyu's voice carried a hint of disbelief. He really saved Meng? This kid? Our Yun family mobilized every connection we had, enlisting dozens of renowned masters in Haicheng. We couldn't even catch a glimpse of the kidnappers. And in the end, the one who rescued my daughter was a student who doesn't even look old enough to be an adult? This is more absurd than any fairy tale. Facing Yun Ziyu's skeptical gaze, Ning Chen didn't even lift an eyelid, merely nodding indifferently. One word, utterly nonchalant. His nonchalant attitude only made Yun Ziyu more astonished. This kid was either bragging or, truly had nothing to fear. But regardless, the fact remained that his daughter had returned safely. True to his reputation as the formidable patriarch of a mighty clan, Yun Ziyu suppressed his countless doubts. Without another word, he pulled a pure black metal card from his breast pocket and handed it to Ning Chen. Child, I won't ask about the details. Thank you for bringing Meng back. His tone was solemn. Here is the promised reward, 200 million credit points. No password required. Keep it safe. Ning Chen's gaze fixed on the card as he reached out and took it without hesitation. 200 million? Perfect. The massive amount of cultivation resources he needed to break through to the next level was now secured. Money handed to you on a silver platter, why not take it? He tucked the card into his pocket, his expression unchanged, merely waving casually. No problem. Saving someone's life? It's only right. Ning Chen's casual no big deal felt like a heavy hammer striking Yun Ziyu's heart. He'd seen countless people in his life, those who groveled, those who were insincere and polite, and those who were defiant and unruly. But this youth before him was different. He was neither servile nor arrogant. His calmness radiated from his very core, as if saving Yun Ziyu's daughter was as simple as stepping out to buy a bottle of water. This kid, what on earth was his background? Thoughts raced through Yun Ziyu's mind, yet his face instantly softened into a warm, welcoming smile. The oppressive aura of someone long accustomed to power vanished without a trace. Young man, don't stand at the door. Come in for a cup of tea. You saved Meng, you are a great benefactor to the Yun family. We can't just let you leave like this. Had any other clan leader in Haicheng heard such words, their jaws would have dropped. When had the head of the esteemed Yun family ever shown such courtesy to a mere youth? Yet Ning Chen merely shook his head, declining with crisp, decisive refusal. No, thank you, uncle. I have matters to attend to tonight and wouldn't want to disturb your family gathering. He paused, his dark eyes glancing at Yun Ziyu. A faint, ambiguous smile touched his lips as his tone shifted abruptly, causing Yun Ziyu's eyelids to twitch violently. Should any other tasks arise in the future, feel free to seek me out anytime, uncle. With that, Ning Chen gave his companion no time to respond. He turned and walked away, his posture straight and his stride steady, without the slightest hesitation. Soon, he vanished into the night beyond the estate.
Mission?
Yun Ziyu froze in place, chewing on those two words over and over. His gaze instantly sharpened. This kid wasn't being polite at all. He was telling him outright that he had the capability to handle such troubles and that for him, it was a transaction with a clear price tag. What audacity! What overwhelming confidence! Instead of anger, admiration deepened in Yun Ziyu's eyes. His eye for talent was razor sharp, and he could tell Ning Chen wasn't bluffing. This was a true powerhouse, a hidden dragon lurking beneath the guise of a student. Dad! Yun Meng stared blankly at the direction Ning Chen had departed, her young face radiating unmistakable admiration and a hint of that unique, youthful infatuation. Yun Ziyu snapped back to attention, immediately noticing the unusual expression on his daughter's face. His precious daughter, who had always looked down on everyone since childhood, when had she ever shown such a look toward a boy her age? His heart skipped a beat as he tentatively asked, Meng, what's his name? His name is Ning Chen. Yun Meng practically blurted it out, her voice brimming with pride, as if merely uttering his name was something to boast about. He's in the rocket class at Haicheng No. 1 High School. Dad! I want to transfer schools. I want to be in the same class as him. Chapter 114, a nine-tailed fox emerges in the vast empty room. Meanwhile, Ning Chen, walking home, felt an itch in his nose and sneezed without warning. Achoo! He rubbed his nose and glanced up at the moon in the sky. Who's talking about me behind my back? Never mind, who cares? He muttered under his breath, who knew the autumn wind could be this chilly? Better hurry home. He quickened his pace back to his villa. Pushing open the door, he found the house brightly lit yet eerily quiet. Su Wanning sat on the sofa, seemingly lost in thought, only snapping her head up at the sound of the door opening. Ning Chen scanned the room but didn't see the familiar figure. He casually asked, Wan Nin, where's Aunt Wang? I haven't seen her all day. At the question, Su Wanling visibly stiffened. She avoided Ning Chen's gaze, her eyes darting nervously as her hands unconsciously clenched the hem of her dress. Her troubled expression stirred a sense of foreboding in Ning Chen. Several seconds passed before Su Wanling finally gathered her courage. She lifted her head to meet Ning Chen's gaze, her voice soft and tinged with apology. Ning Chen, my mother, she discussed it with me and felt it wasn't appropriate for her to keep staying here. So, she moved out this afternoon. She paused, seemingly afraid Ning Chen might misunderstand, then hurriedly added, also, Mom found a new job in the city center, and I'm planning to move back too. Ning Chen froze on the spot. He scratched his head, his face etched with utter bewilderment. Move out? Why? Living here meant a free, spacious villa so quiet and perfect for recuperation. Plus, the security was top-notch. What kind of place could Aunt Wang afford to rent downtown on her salary? What was the point? He couldn't fathom this decision at all, staring at Su Wannin with utter bewilderment. Why? Isn't living here just fine? Seeing Ning Chen's clear, puzzled eyes, Su Wanning felt a pang of sadness. Still, she forced a gentle smile and patiently explained. Ning Chen, my mother, she has a strong sense of pride and hates to constantly impose on others. She says we've already received so much kindness from you that she can't in good conscience stay any longer. Besides, she wants to work and support herself. Living up here on Yunding Mountain makes her commute to work every day quite inconvenient. Mom is getting older and needs someone to look after her, so I have to go back too. Su Wanning's voice was soft, yet it felt like a needle gently pricking Ning Chen's heart. Without waiting for Ning Chen to ask more, she turned and dragged a medium-sized suitcase from beside the sofa. Click! The faint sound of wheels scraping against the polished tiles echoed jarringly in the empty living room. Ning Chen's gaze was fixed, unblinkingly, on that suitcase. One moment he'd been basking in the satisfaction of completing a task, the next reality delivered a crushing blow. This villa, where he had grown accustomed to the presence of two living souls, would soon be left with only him. An indescribable sense of loss surged up from his heart like a tide, making the vast house feel suddenly empty and unsettling. He had been alone his entire life. How he wished someone could be there with him. He'd thought things would improve when Lan Ning moved in, but... Sigh. Never mind. He had to respect Wan Ning's wishes. He was a grown man, and Su Wanling was a young woman. Indeed, what would it look like for them to keep living together? The situation had been exceptional before, but now that her mother had found work and wanted to move out, it was only natural. Besides, this apartment was a gift from Ao Yao Yao. If that dragon saw Wan Ning here, he'd probably tear him apart. Ultimately, it had been a momentary impulse on his part. Realizing this, the disappointment in his eyes quickly faded, returning to his usual calm. He nodded, his voice devoid of emotion. All right, I'll walk you out. But Su Wannin turned around, offering him a gentle yet distant smile as she shook her head softly. No need. It's so late, and you've been tired today. You should get some rest. Her smile was beautiful, like a snow lotus blooming silently under the moonlight, pure, yet keeping others at arm's length. With that, Su Wannin showed no further hesitation. She pulled her suitcase and walked step by step toward the door. The sound of the wheels rolling felt like grinding against Ning Chen's heart, once, then again. He opened his mouth, but in the end, no words came out. He wasn't one to drag things out. Since she'd made up her mind, there was no point in trying to keep her. Thud. The villa's front door closed softly, separating two worlds. In the living room, Ning Chen was left alone, surrounded by silence. This damn silence was starting to get on his nerves. Ning Chen took a deep breath, shaking off all the messy emotions swirling in his mind. What good were romantic entanglements compared to the tangible progress of strengthening his abilities? Right. His eyes lit up. He'd nearly forgotten today's greatest gain. He hadn't even properly looked at the divine beast he'd just contracted. With that thought, Ning Chen couldn't be bothered to return to his room. Right there in the empty living room, he focused his mind. Come forth. With his low command, a burst of multicolored radiance erupted from thin air. As the light swirled, a petite figure slowly materialized. It was a snow-white fox cub, graceful in form with slender limbs. Its jet-black, lively eyes shone like the purest obsidian as it curiously scanned its surroundings. But what drew the most attention were the 9 fluffy tails on its back. 9 tails, 9 distinct colors. Scarlet like fire, orange like the sun, gold like lightning, green like forests, azure like wind, blue like the sea, violet like thunder. Each tail radiated a distinct attribute of pure spiritual energy, its luminous glow breathtakingly beautiful. This sight was absolutely breathtaking. Ning Chen felt his heart settle, and he couldn't wait to silently chant in his mind. Panel. The next instant, a pale blue light screen, visible only to him, appeared before his eyes. 9-tailed rainbow fox juvenile. Level, LV.1. Bloodline, SSS grade. Strength, 8,000. Speed, 4,000. Defense, 4,000. Spirit, 1,000. Loyalty, 100. Skills, Fox's dreadful intimidation, life force, illusion manipulation, elemental mastery. Whoa! Even Ning Chen, who prided himself on his broad knowledge and steady composure, couldn't help but gasp at the sight of this dazzlingly extravagant stats panel. His breathing quickened, a wild grin spreading across his face as he nearly burst out laughing. What the hell kind of godly stats are these? SSS-tier bloodline. The pinnacle of existence in the Beastmaster world. Now look at the stats. 8,000 points in strength. Are you kidding me? If he remembered correctly, even a strength-specialized S-rank combat specialist only reached this base strength value around level 20, right? And this kid's only level 1? In his mere juvenile stage, he already rivals an S-class expert? This is beyond absurd. It's absurdity itself, absurd to the extreme. Not to mention those 4 skills just by their names, none of them look like simple stuff. Especially that last one, elemental mastery paired with its 9 tails, each wielding a different element. Ning Chen could almost picture it, once this little guy matures, unleashing all 9 tails to unleash ice, fire, lightning, and thunder simultaneously. The scene would be nothing short of a mobile elemental artillery platform. What a steal! Truly worthy of Blue Star's elite. Even a random spirit beast is this powerful. Chapter 115, Clear the stage and get a reward pack? He suppressed his overwhelming joy, reaching out to gently stroke the fluffy head of the 9-tailed rainbow fox. The little fox purred contentedly, closing its eyes and rubbing its head against his palm. That maxed out 100 loyalty points were no joke. From now on, I'm counting on you. Ning Chen closed the interface and returned the 9-tailed rainbow fox to his beast taming space. After the excitement came calm reflection. Possessing a divine beast was useless if his level couldn't keep up. The fastest ways to boost strength now were either venturing into secret realms or grinding dungeons. Ao Yao, Jiang Huai, none of them were pushovers. To crush that arrogant Jiang Huai in the upcoming school-wide PK tournament after the semester started, he had to level up as fast as possible. Without a word, Ning Chen activated the dungeon key. He channeled his spiritual energy into the rhombic crystal in his hand. With a sharp crack, the crystal shattered. Countless silver sparks erupted, violently tearing a twisted vortex in the air before him. The vortex expanded rapidly, soon becoming a black hole taller than a person. The surrounding silence was eerie, devoid of any sound. Without so much as a flicker of hesitation, he stepped right in. The light before his eyes twisted and distorted. When he steadied himself again, he was no longer in the original living room. This was a gray, hazy space. The floor beneath his feet was cold and hard, possessing a metallic texture. Just as he was about to survey his surroundings, a mechanical voice, devoid of emotion, echoed in his mind. Welcome, player Ning Chen, to the Lazy Dungeon. This instance consists of 6 stages. Successfully completing all stages will grant you a mysterious gift package. Ning Chen raised an eyebrow. This is pretty clever. A reward for clearing it? Mystery gift packs? That's right up his alley. If it contained something valuable, this trip wouldn't be wasted. He thought to himself with delight, his feet never stopping as he walked forward along the only metal passageway. Soon, an open area appeared at the passage's end. The sight before him froze Ning Chen in his tracks. Before him stood hundreds of identical bronze doors, densely packed in rows. Each door was ancient and heavy, carved with intricate patterns he couldn't decipher, exuding a desolate aura. Holy, what the hell is this? Even with his usual composure, Ning Chen couldn't help but curse inwardly. So many doors, which one was the entrance?
If he picked the wrong one, would he be dead meat?
Just as he stood there utterly bewildered, unsure where to begin, that cold mechanical voice chimed in again, perfectly timed. Welcome, player Ning Chen, to the first stage of the dungeon, the Mystical Gate. Within the allotted time, the player must locate the single genuine gate among 108 illusory doors. Failure to locate it within the time limit will result in disqualification from subsequent stages, marking this instance challenge as failed.
Time limit, 1 minute. Countdown begins now. 60, 59, 58. Ning Chen's face instantly darkened. 1 minute? 108 doors? Not even a hint? What kind of joke is this? Who the hell designed this crappy dungeon? Come out and take a beating.
The cold, relentless countdown in his mind felt like a heavy hammer, pounding relentlessly against his heart, bringing an overwhelming sense of pressure.
But the tension lasted only a moment. Ning Chen took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down.
The more critical the situation, the more he had to keep his head.
Since it was an illusion, it couldn't be perfect. There had to be some difference between the phantom and the real thing. Just because it couldn't be seen with the eyes didn't mean it couldn't be detected by other means. His gaze sharpened abruptly, his entire aura shifting as he grew as cold and composed as a 1,000-year-old glacier. He extended his right hand, and with a soft puff, a small speck of pale golden flame leapt from the tip of his index finger. Spirit fire. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Chen manipulated the spirit fire to directly scorch the surrounding metal door. Sizzle.
The moment the flames touched the door, a faint, almost imperceptible white halo appeared on the surface of the seemingly authentic bronze gate.
There's a way in.
Ning Chen's heart leapt with joy as he instantly grasped the crucial point. This white light was the manifestation of unstable energy when the illusion was scorched by spiritual fire. Therefore, the genuine door would never exhibit such a reaction.
He wasted no more time.
Focusing his spiritual energy intensely, he guided the spirit flames like a cruising drone, swiftly gliding past row after row of bronze doors. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Amidst a series of faint crackling sounds, the surface of one door after another glowed with the same white light.
His gaze, sharp as a falcon's, tracked the spirit flame's movement relentlessly. 5, 4, 3. The countdown entered its final moments.
At that moment, Ning Chen's pupils suddenly contracted.
Found it.
In the farthest left corner, a door remained unmoved beneath the spiritual flame's scorching heat.
Ancient bronze texture, heavy, real. It's you.
Without hesitation,
Ning Chen's body shot forward like lightning, closing the distance in a single stride.
With one last second before the countdown ended, he mustered every ounce of strength and shoved open the incredibly heavy bronze door before him.
Boom.
With a deafening roar, the world beyond the door suddenly revealed itself. Yet what greeted him was not a safe passageway, but a foul wind carrying a sickly sweet and putrid stench.
Ning Chen's pupils contracted sharply.
Staring intently, he saw a terrifying beast, as large as a small truck, coiled in the center of the passage. Its roots, like twisted pythons, were embedded in the ground, while its main body resembled an enormous flower bud, gaping with a monstrous maw. Razor-sharp teeth lined the edges of its petals, and droplets of viscous green saliva dripped from the teeth onto the ground, emitting a hissing, corrosive sound.
The man-eating flower beast.
And judging by its size, it's at least elite tier. This dungeon truly leaves no room for respite.
A head-on confrontation was definitely not a good idea. But
he studied its thick roots anchored deep in the ground and the massive bud's botanical structure, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Whether you're an elite or a boss, if you're a plant, don't blame me for playing with fire. This racial suppression is etched into my DNA, no escape.
With that thought, he thrust his foot off the ground.
His body shot upward like an arrow released from a bowstring. Mid-air, he executed a nimble flip, landing steadily on a protruding piece of metal wreckage, his position now level with the carnivorous plant beast's gaping maw.
Taste this.
Ning Chen growled, his right index finger once again igniting with the familiar spirit flame. This time, he held nothing back, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy.
Puff.
The tiny flame instantly ballooned into a half-meter-long fire whip, crackling in his hand as it warped the very air around it. With a flick of his arm, the fire whip lashed out like a living venomous snake, tearing through the air with a sharp whistle as it aimed straight for the gaping maw of the carnivorous beast. In his mind, what followed should have been the beast's agonized roar.
But what unfolded next left Ning Chen's prepared follow-up move stuck in his throat.
Facing the incoming fire whip, the carnivorous beast showed not a shred of fear. Instead, its gaping maw opened wider still, the razor-sharp teeth along its petal edges quivering with excitement, as if welcoming a supreme delicacy.
Chapter 116, indeed, it was poisonous. The next instant, under Ning Chen's stunned gaze, the fire whip whizzed through the air and was sucked entirely into its maw. Not even a bubble surfaced. The entire process was as smooth as downing a whole glass of ice-cold cola. The carnivorous flower beast even belched human-like, its massive bud surface glowing with a satisfied flush. Ning Chen's expression froze. Holy crap!
I thought you were the boss, but you treat me like a cook?
Using my spirit fire to cook you a meal? The designers of this laissez dungeon are truly twisted. This carnivorous plant beast isn't just some ordinary plant-type monster, it's clearly mutated.
Before he could process this absurd situation, the carnivorous plant made its next move. Its massive bud abruptly retracted backward, then thrust forward with tremendous force. Whoosh! A crimson fireball, thicker than the flame whip Ning Chen had just unleashed, shot straight toward his face. In the blink of an eye, Ning Chen's body reacted faster than his brain could process. Driven by pure survival instinct, he twisted his waist with all his might, launching himself backward in an utterly awkward sprawl. Boom! The fireball whizzed past the tip of his nose, slamming into the metal wreckage where he'd stood moments before. It exploded into a massive inferno, instantly melting the thick metal plate into a pool of molten iron. Ning Chen rolled to steady himself, glancing back at the still smoldering pool of molten iron with lingering dread. A cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. Damn it! That power was almost on par with a small caliber artillery shell. This wasn't some elite monster, it was clearly a mini-boss. Going toe-to-toe with it? Only a complete moron would do that. He cautiously backed away from the carnivorous beast, darting across the debris-strewn battlefield to evade its increasingly frenzied attacks while his mind raced for a solution. My spirit fire is useless against it, it just feeds off it. Physical attacks? Judging by its thick roots, its defense must be formidable. Closing in recklessly is far too risky. I need a different approach. As the carnivorous beast sucked in air again, its buds swelling clearly preparing another fireball cannon, Ning Chen's eyes sharpened. No more hesitation. It's decided, you're mine. With a flick of his thoughts, a golden summoning array instantly unfolded beneath his feet, blazing with intense light. Rib bit. Accompanied by a loud, commanding frog croak, Wang's eye reappeared. A terrifying pressure, emanating from the depths of its bloodline, spread like a tidal wave, making the air itself seem to freeze. The once arrogant carnivorous flower beast, sensing this aura, visibly trembled at its massive flower disc and involuntarily retreated half a meter. This could work. Seeing this, Ning Chen's heart leapt with joy. He immediately issued his command. Wangzi, take it down. Quack. Wangzi roared in response, his deafening cry echoing through the air. His seemingly bulky frame suddenly burst with agility that belied his size. With a powerful thrust of his hind legs, his massive body transformed into a golden blur, instantly appearing before the carnivorous flower beast. Before the carnivorous flower beast could react, a massive tongue coated in dark green venom shot out like lightning. With a sharp crack, it lashed viciously against the beast's bud. Squeak! Corrosive fumes of venom rose as the carnivorous plant let out a piercing, agonized scream. Driven mad by the pain, it lashed out wildly, its countless stems whipping like frenzied tentacles, striking Wangzi indiscriminately. Yet these attacks struck Wangzi's golden skin, sparking only a few harmless sparks without leaving even a white mark. Wangzi simply crouched in place, enduring the beast's frenzied assault. His large eyes even betrayed a hint of human-like disdain. Watching the carnivorous plant's futile assault, a brilliant thought suddenly struck Ning Chen. Wait! Since the monsters in this dungeon are real, as a beastmaster, could I possibly tame them? If so, this dungeon wouldn't just be a testing ground for me, it'd be an endless supply base for beasts. The moment this thought took root, it became impossible to suppress. Ning Chen's eyes flashed with excitement, as if he could already envision the magnificent sight of commanding an army of countless magical beasts in the future. He immediately shouted at Wangzi. Wangzi, don't kill it, capture it. Upon receiving the new command, Wangzi opened its massive jaws. This time, instead of a tongue, a faintly glowing silver vortex appeared from its mouth, erupting with a powerful suction force. The man-eating beast, which had been attacking wildly, froze instantly. Its massive body couldn't resist the force, dragged helplessly toward Wangzi's gaping maw. With a whoosh, it was sucked right in. Wangzi belched contentedly. Simultaneously, a cold mechanical voice chimed in his ear. Congratulations! Player Ning Chen has successfully cleared the first stage. Gained plus 500 EXP. Level up. Current level, LV11. The series of notification sounds made Ning Chen raise an eyebrow. He could actually level up directly inside this dungeon? This was truly an unexpected delight. After all, he'd been stuck at level 10 for quite some time. Only by raising his own level could he increase the level cap for his beast tamers. That was the real benefit. This discovery instantly energized Ning Chen. He stretched his limbs and casually touched his face. The spot scorched by the heat wave earlier no longer stung. He looked up to find the bronze door gone, replaced by a shimmering light screen. The second gate, ha! Without hesitation, he stepped forward. A blinding flash of white light swept over him, and the scene before his eyes transformed completely. This was a more open circular arena, devoid of the ornate doors from the first stage. Beneath his feet lay cold, smooth obsidian, while the surrounding walls were engraved with incomprehensible, eerie runes. In the center of the arena, a massive creature lay sprawled out, seemingly asleep. Before he could get a good look, the mechanical voice sounded again. Welcome player Ning Chen to the second stage of the dungeon. Second stage boss, giant-footed worm. Level, LV15. Skills, heavy stomp, shockwave, limb sweep, mass summon, carapace defense. Ning Chen's gaze fell upon the so-called giant-footed worm, and his brow instantly furrowed into a knot. This thing was just plain ugly as hell. It was a colossal arthropod over 10 meters long, less a bug than a monstrous fusion of a millipede and centipede magnified countless times. Its grayish-brown, slime-covered carapace was densely packed with jointed appendages. It possessed no distinct head, only a pair of constantly opening and closing mouthparts dripping with nauseating green saliva.
A wave of disgust surged uncontrollably from the depths of Ning Chen's heart. Damn it, couldn't we get a decent-looking monster?
This hideous thing was so ugly it made him feel cheap just facing it as an opponent.
Taming it? Forget it.
His beast taming space wasn't a garbage dump.
As if sensing Ning Chen's disgust, the giant centipede abruptly roused from its slumber. Countless compound eyes instantly locked onto Ning Chen. Chapter 117.
It let out a shrill hiss, giving Ning Chen no time to prepare. Its thick front legs lifted abruptly, then slammed down onto the ground.
Thud. Heavy footstomp shockwave.
A visible shockwave radiated outward from the impact point, instantly engulfing the entire arena.
The obsidian floor shook violently.
Caught off guard, Ning Chen stumbled, nearly losing his footing.
Before he could regain his footing, a vicious gale swept toward him. The giant-footed insect's long body twisted like a whip. Dozens of jointed legs on the side closest to Ning Chen transformed into a dense wall of blades, sweeping horizontally toward his midsection. Limb sweep. Ning Chen's pupils contracted sharply. He could clearly sense the terrifying force attached to those segments. If he were struck by that sweep, he would be gravely injured if not killed outright. His toes dug into the trembling ground as he leapt backward, shifting his position relentlessly to narrowly evade the relentless storm of blade-like appendages. Clang! Clang! Clang!
Countless appendages swept through empty air, grinding against the ground to produce blinding sparks and a shrill clang of metal on metal. This thing is thick, disgusting, and has a huge attack range. Ning Chen cursed inwardly, unwilling to waste time on such a creature. Spotting an opening, he thrust his legs upward, launching himself skyward. Mid-air, he flipped and landed steadily atop a stone pillar protruding from the wall, towering above the giant-footed insect below. He was just about to summon Wangzi to finish off this hideous creature. However, the giant-footed insect below seemed to anticipate his thoughts. Its massive body suddenly curled up, and the plates on its back opened one by one, revealing countless densely packed, hair-raising holes beneath.
Group summon. Rustling.
The next instant, a scene of terror etched into eternal memory unfolded. Thousands upon thousands of palm-sized, jet-black, hard-shelled insects poured madly out of those holes. They emitted a teeth-grinding friction as a swarming mass spread across the ground, closing in from all directions toward Ning Chen's position.
Thousands of insects instantly blanketed the ground, swallowing everything in sight. Ning Chen's stomach churned violently, nausea overwhelming him.
He couldn't stand these ugly, swarming creatures more than anything in his life.
Damn it, is this some kind of sick joke?
He muttered under his breath, pinching his fingers together to summon a small cluster of crimson spirit fire. With a flick of his wrist, he flung the flame downward. The spirit fire exploded upon impact, spreading like oil set ablaze. A wall of flame shot toward the swarm of insects. Black shells cracked and popped, turning to ash in an instant. The path the wall of fire cleared was now a gaping void. But it was utterly useless. More insects surged forward, trampling over the charred remains of their fallen comrades, as if they could never be eradicated. Ning Chen's brow furrowed. Burning them like this would drain his spiritual energy completely. He needed to find a way to counter this swarm tactic. A sea of insects? A sudden thought struck him, recalling an item he'd obtained earlier in the Lezay's secret realm. That thing, wouldn't it be perfect for this situation? With a thought, dozens of giant shadow-winged bats flew out. Go! At his command, the shadow-winged bats let out piercing screeches as they dove toward the swarm of insects below. These shadow-winged bats possessed little offensive power, but they carried an utterly monstrous trait: immortality. Each time one was killed, it would rebirth from the black mist within 3 seconds, returning with both its attack power and speed enhanced. This was true battle-sustaining warfare, wearing down the enemy through relentless attrition. In an instant, the entire circular arena descended into utter chaos. A black storm of shadow-winged bats collided violently with a black tide of hard-shelled insects. Yet Ning Chen still underestimated the might of the giant-footed beetle. The cooldown for the group summon skill was absurdly short. No sooner had the shadow-winged bats cleared one wave than the giant-footed insect's carapace opened once more, releasing thousands upon thousands of new insects. In an instant, its battle losses were replenished and then some. Though the shadow-winged bats grew stronger with each battle, their kill rate also soared. Their regeneration speed gradually couldn't keep pace with the toll of combat. Tisk, treating the symptoms, not the root cause. Ning Chen's eyes turned cold. He understood unless he took out the big one, these little ones would never end. Without hesitation, he drew the Apocalypse Blade in a swift backhand motion. With a sudden burst of power from his feet, Ning Chen's form shot forward like an arrow released from a bowstring. Stepping on the backs of several shadow-winged bats, he used their momentum to propel himself through the air, landing precisely on the massive body of the giant-footed insect. Suppressing the sickening sensation, he channeled all his strength into his right arm. The world-destroying poison blade traced a deadly arc, plunging viciously into the joint between the giant centipede's carapace plates.
Clang! A shrill clang of metal met metal.
Ning Chen felt a tremendous recoil surge through the dagger, numbing his palm and nearly dislocating his arm. His eyes widened in shock. Not only was there no wound on the giant centipede's back, there wasn't even a single white mark left behind.
Holy, that tough? Ning Chen was stunned.
He knew the sharpness of the apocalypse poison blade all too well. Cutting through iron like mud was an understatement.
Yet now, it couldn't even pierce the shell of this wretched insect? I refuse to believe this. A surge of determination welled up within him.
His eyes narrowed as spiritual energy surged wildly toward the tip of the apocalypse poison blade. The blade, previously only shrouded in purple mist, instantly erupted with blinding purple lightning. Break! With every ounce of strength, he thrust the spirit-infused dagger once more into the same spot.
Thud! This time, there was no crisp clang. The blade tip finally pierced an inch into the carapace, sending a spray of dark green, foul-smelling fluid flying. The giant centipede let out a deafening howl of agony, its massive body convulsing violently. Shell defense. With a series of teeth-grinding cracks, its entire carapace snapped shut. The seams vanished, its color deepening to a metallic sheen as its defense skyrocketed. Then, its body flipped violently. An irresistible force propelled Ning Chen like a flung pebble, hurling him violently backward. Before he could steady himself midair, the giant centipede below unleashed another skill. Group summon. Another wave, no, a swarm even larger than any before surged forth from beneath it. Dense and countless, tens of thousands of insects spread out like a deadly net at the spot where he was about to land. Damn it! Chapter 118. Ning Chen's scalp tingled with dread. Mid-air, with no foothold to brace against, he was about to plunge into the sea of insects. At the critical moment, he violently channeled his spirit energy. A ring of explosive flames erupted around him, forcibly scorching a clearing beneath the insects. Only then did he land awkwardly on the ground, quickly regaining his footing. But the surrounding insects had already closed in once more, endless and relentless, threatening to completely overwhelm him. The shadow-wing bat was nearing its limit, and physical attacks couldn't break through the defenses. Ning Chen's expression darkened to the extreme. With no other choice, he could only play his final trump card. Come forth, spicy snack. At his command, a golden summoning array flared to life before him. Làtiáo materialized before him. But, though Làtiáo was an SSS-tier sacred spirit, the primordial dragon, it was still in its juvenile stage, with a mere level 1. Could it possibly take on a monstrous beast with absurd defense at LV.15? But now, he had no other choice. The giant-footed insect's attack power wasn't particularly high, its true terror lay in its hardened carapace. Làtiáo, go. Use instant shadow dragon claws. Ning Chen ordered in a deep voice. Upon receiving the command, Làtiáo instantly shot skyward. In the next instant, it appeared directly above the giant-footed insect. Shadow Dragon Claw. A crimson claw shadow, condensed to its absolute limit, tore through the air with a piercing shriek and slammed into the giant-footed bug's seemingly indestructible carapace. Clang! A sound, extremely faint, almost laughably feeble. The claw shadow, powerful enough to tear through steel, left only a barely visible white mark on the giant-footed insect's carapace before dissipating into nothingness. Làtiáo's attack failed to scratch it. The air in the entire arena seemed to freeze solid in that instant. Ning Chen's expression froze on his face. The air hung with deathly silence. Ning Chen's expression shifted from bewilderment to shock, finally settling into a grim frown. Expecting a level 1 spicy snack strip's physical attack to breach the defenses of a level 15 elite monster was nothing short of wishful thinking. This giant-footed insect's carapace was likely maxed out in pure physical defense. Physical attacks were useless. But what if it wasn't purely physical? A flash of insight struck Ning Chen's mind as he recalled the spicy strip's other skill. That golden skill he had personally bestowed upon it. Làtiáo. Ning Chen's voice was cold and decisive. Use Chaos Claw. Rip that shell open for me. Làtiáo let out a piercing dragon's roar, its voice youthful yet carrying an awe-inspiring majesty born from its very bloodline. Dragon's might. An invisible pressure radiated outward from its tiny body like a tsunami. The endless black tide of insects on the ground froze in unison the moment it touched this pressure, vanishing instantly. The entire battlefield fell silent in an instant. Even the colossal body of the giant-footed insect trembled violently, clearly affected. Now, Làtiáo vanished once more. This time, it did not appear above the giant-footed insect's head. Instead, it materialized like a ghostly apparition directly above the wound carved by the apocalyptic poison blade. Chaos Claw. No crisp clang of metal against metal, only the sound of a red-hot branding iron searing into rotten flesh.
The chaos claw tore through the carapace without resistance, sinking deep into the giant centipede's flesh before yanking violently. A large chunk of carapace, along with flesh and blood, was torn away. Unprecedented agony made the giant centipede emit a heart-wrenching, frenzied howl. Dark green venom erupted like a fountain from the massive wound, spraying in all directions. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The hard obsidian ground was instantly corroded into smoking pits upon contact with the venom. A nauseating, sour stench filled the air. The giant centipede went completely berserk. Its massive body began thrashing wildly, flinging venom everywhere in a sickening display. Ning Chen's pupils contracted sharply. Before he could even issue a command, his body reacted instinctively. A pale blue aura shield instantly expanded, enveloping him. Spicy snack, dragon scale guard, he roared. Roar! A crimson glow flared around Làtiáo as illusory dragon scales covered its small body, deflecting every spatter of venom. Yet, crackling sounds filled the air. Ning Chen's energy shield rapidly dimmed under the venom's corrosion, spiderweb-like cracks appearing on its surface. It was on the verge of collapsing. This venom was far too corrosive. He couldn't delay any longer. In the blink of an eye, Ning Chen made his decision. Spicy snack. Up! With a thunderous shout, Ning Chen's body shot forward like an arrow released from a bowstring. He stomped the ground with all his might and leapt directly onto Làtiáo's back. Làtiáo understood instantly, soaring skyward with Ning Chen aboard, narrowly evading the toxic swamp beneath them, a pool potent enough to melt steel. Dragon and rider hovered suspended in midair. From their lofty vantage point, the giant centipede's wildly writhing colossal body and the massive, mangled wound torn open by the chaos claw were laid bare before their eyes. Right there! Ning Chen's gaze turned ruthless. Every trace of emotion vanished from his face, replaced only by cold, murderous intent. He wielded no weapon. He merely raised his right hand slowly. Hum! A ball of spirit fire, the size of a basketball, blazed fiercely in his palm. Burn! Ning Chen's face remained impassive as he guided the fiery strip. His aim was precise, targeting the sole vulnerability on the giant-footed insect's back. Splash! Ning Chen slammed the searing spirit flame deep into the giant-footed insect's gaping, mangled flesh wound. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle! An unimaginably violent explosion erupted. Like a living predator, it raced madly through the wound, burrowing toward the giant-footed insect's vital organs. Wah-ah! Flames erupted from the wound, swiftly engulfing its entire body. In mere seconds, this level 15 elite-class giant beast vanished completely in the flames. The entire obsidian arena fell silent once more. Ning Chen's figure descended slowly from midair. His toes lightly touched the ground, and his taut nerves finally relaxed completely at that moment. Done. That disgusting, troublesome beast. Without pausing to inspect the spoils, he immediately turned and strode over to Làtiáo. Extending both hands, he carefully examined its massive body. Are you hurt? Làtiáo nudged Ning Chen's palm with its little head. Instead of showing the slightest fatigue, its eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement, almost as if seeking praise. Seeing Làtiáo safe and sound, the heavy weight on Ning Chen's heart finally lifted. Truly worthy of an SSS-grade beast tamer. Even in its juvenile stage, its constitution was far beyond that of ordinary creatures. Just then, that cold, familiar mechanical voice sounded punctually in his ear. Congratulations, player Ning Chen, on successfully completing the second stage. Experience plus 800. Your spirit beast Làtiáo gains plus 300 EXP. Ha! Ning Chen paused slightly, then a look of delight spread across his face. Spicy strips gain experience too? Chapter 119, The Moon-Devouring Demon Wolf appears. He had always believed that only he could gain experience by slaying monsters. Little did he know that as a summoned beast in battle, he could also get a share of the spoils. The rewards from this high-level instance were indeed generous. He looked at Làtiáo again. A faint red glow flickered across the little creature's body, and its aura seemed slightly stronger than before. Good work. Ning Chen smiled as he patted Làtiáo on the head, then summoned it back into his beast tamer's space with a thought. After a moment of composure, an unprecedented surge of determination welled up within him. Ahead, at the far end of the obsidian arena, space began to warp. A massive portal, formed from pure dark energy, slowly opened. Unlike the previous two gates, this one emitted no light whatsoever. Instead, a bone-chilling, deathly stillness swept over him. It felt as though the gate connected to the endless hells beneath the 9 netherworlds. Ning Chen's gaze sharpened instantly, the ease on his face vanishing as extreme vigilance took its place. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward and walked straight through. The scorching black obsidian battlefield vanished, replaced by an endless, pitch-black forest. Towering ancient trees reached skyward, shrouding the sky and blocking out the moonlight, not even a sliver of it able to penetrate. The air was thick with the damp scent of earth. A deathly silence hung heavy. In this eerie forest, the only sound was the distinct echo of Ning Chen's own footsteps. Ning Chen advanced slowly, his mental energy stretched to its limit as he scanned every dark corner with vigilant eyes, searching for any potential danger lurking in the shadows. The unknown was the most terrifying.
Suddenly, Ning Chen's footsteps halted abruptly. His pupils contracted sharply into pinpricks in the absolute darkness. Rustle. From the bushes ahead and to the left came an extremely faint, almost inaudible disturbance. It's coming. Ning Chen's muscles instantly tensed, like a cheetah poised to strike. Spiritual energy surged silently within him, ready to unleash a thunderous blow at any moment. The next second, a shadow, vast beyond measure, carrying a foul stench, shot out like a black lightning bolt from the depths of the darkness. Its target was none other than Ning Chen's throat. The chilling intent to kill nearly froze the air. In the blink of an eye, Ning Chen had no time to think. His body, relying entirely on battle-hardened instincts, executed the fastest and most precise reaction possible. His toes dug into the ground, propelling his body sideways at an impossible angle, sliding half a step to the right. Whoosh! The sharp whistling of the blade sliced past his neck, severing several strands of black hair that drifted down. Had he been even a fraction of a second slower, his throat would have been torn apart in an instant. The dark figure, its strike missed, executed a nimble flip mid-air. Landing on all four paws without a sound, it came to a steady halt 10 meters before Ning Chen. Only then did Ning Chen finally see its true form. It was a massive wolf, as robust as a lion. Its entire body was covered in glossy, jet-black fur that seemed to absorb all light, its sleek muscles radiating explosive power. But what was most striking were its eyes. Those weren't pupils belonging to a normal creature, but two crimson crescent moons radiating a bloodthirsty killing intent. An overwhelming sense of ferocity pressed down upon him. Ning Chen's heart sank. This creature was undoubtedly far more formidable than that giant-footed insect from earlier. Sure enough, that cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind once more. Player Ning Chen, welcome to the third stage. Third stage Colossus Moon Devouring Demon Wolf. Level, LV.15. Skills, Roar of Intimidation, Claw Attack, Speed Burst, Dark Magic. Ning Chen stared at the Moon Devouring Demon Wolf before him, his heart sinking. What kind of high-level dungeon is this? Why are the beasts getting stronger and stronger? But, this Moon Devouring Demon Wolf was undeniably cool. Its appearance, glossy jet-black fur, blood-red eyes, and a muscular build was practically a dream beast. While admiring the moon-devouring demon wolf's appearance, Ning Chen swiftly shifted into combat mode. He knew that a cool appearance didn't mean weak power. This moon-devouring demon wolf was definitely not to be underestimated. Argwa! A deafening roar erupted without warning. Its sheer ferocity surpassed even the dragon's might emanating from Làtiáo's presence. The sonic waves crashed down upon Ning Chen like an invisible hammer. Boom! Ning Chen's eardrums instantly buzzed like countless steel needles piercing his skull, the excruciating pain shooting straight to the crown of his head. The hard black stones beneath his feet cracked like spider webs under the roar, shattering into pieces with a series of sharp snaps. Ancient trees shook violently around him, shedding dead leaves like a falling rain. What a devastatingly powerful intimidation skill! Ning Chen's expression shifted slightly as spiritual energy surged within him. A pale blue protective barrier swiftly coalesced before him. However, boom! Almost the instant it formed, the seemingly sturdy shield couldn't hold for even a second, exploding into a sky full of sparkling points of light. The residual shockwave pierced through, still causing his blood to surge violently. Ning Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. Damn it! This moon-devouring demon wolf is ridiculously powerful. At merely level 15, its roar skill possessed such devastating power that it instantly shattered his spirit energy shield. What if it keeps growing stronger? Instead of fear, an unprecedented surge of fervor ignited within Ning Chen. He must tame it. Such a rare gem, such a dream beast absolutely cannot let it slip away. It must serve me. Killing intent and possessiveness intertwined within him, yet Ning Chen's movements remained utterly composed. He thrust his foot forward, transforming into a blurred afterimage. Instead of retreating, he advanced, charging straight toward it. A cold gleam flashed through the air. The Apocalypse poison blade in his hand, gleaming with a sinister green light, traced a vicious arc, striking directly at the moon-devouring demon wolf's relatively soft flank. Yet the next instant halted Ning Chen's assault abruptly. Clang! The world-destroying poison blade struck the moon-devouring demon wolf's jet-black fur, yet it felt as though it had struck a piece of tempered steel, sending sparks flying everywhere. Not only did it fail to breach the defense, it didn't even leave a single white mark. A flicker of human-like contempt flashed through the moon-devouring demon wolf's crimson crescent eyes. Then, overwhelming fury erupted. This insignificant human dared to provoke it. Roar! Amidst the furious roar, a surge of black energy erupted from the moon-devouring demon wolf's body. Speed burst. Its form instantly blurred, moving so fast it left only streaks of black afterimages as it darted wildly around Ning Chen. Its claws tore through the air, whistling sharply. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed as he pushed his mental energy to its absolute limit, barely tracking the wolf's attack patterns. His footwork shifted, dodging the deadly claws time and again by mere inches. While dodging, his mind raced. This creature's defense was absurdly high, physical attacks were practically useless. Moreover, I can't strike it fatally. Such a perfect beast, crippling it would be utterly unprofitable. He needed a way to subdue it without causing substantial harm. Got it! A sharp gleam flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. In the blink of an eye, a summoning array materialized beside him. Come forth, Wang Zai. Chapter 120, The Demon Wolf's Fierce Assault. The light dissipated, revealing Wang Zai before him. The moment Wang Zai materialized, his massive frame instantly made the moon-devouring demon wolf appear as small as a puppy. Yet the moon-devouring demon wolf's savage nature showed no sign of being intimidated by the size difference. Seeing this sudden colossal presence, the blood-red pupils in its eyes flashed with a murderous intent that only intensified. It regarded Wang Zai as a new, more formidable target. Arg! The moon-devouring demon wolf thrust its four legs with tremendous force, leaping high into the air like a black cannonball, charging straight for Wang Zai's back. Claw attack. Its claws, gleaming with a metallic coldness, tore viciously into Wang Zai's golden skin. Clang! A shrill metallic screech echoed throughout the entire forest. The moon-devouring demon wolf's claws, sharp enough to tear through steel, left only a few shallow white marks on Wang Zai's back. Ning Chen's heart tightened. What powerful claws! They nearly broke through Wang Zai's defenses. Don't hurt my Wang Zai! Frustrated by its failed strike, the moon-devouring demon wolf grew increasingly frenzied. It circled Wang Zai relentlessly, its claws leaving a trail of shrill scraping sounds and sparks as they lashed out. Ning Chen's heart raced with anxiety. This couldn't go on. Though Wang Zai had high defense, constantly taking hits passively drained his spiritual energy. Sooner or later, this beast would wear him down. He must find its weakness immediately. Ning Chen's eyes locked onto the moon-devouring demon wolf's lightning-fast movements, scrutinizing every detail, desperately searching for that fleeting opening amidst the storm of attacks. Just as anxiety threatened to overwhelm his mind, his pupils suddenly contracted. Found it! Within the moon-devouring demon wolf's attack sequence, so fast it blurred into a continuous streak of light, there existed an almost imperceptible pause. That pause was shorter than 1/10 of a second. The accumulation of dark magic. Ning Chen's heart skipped a beat at that very instant. This was it. In the blink of an eye, a bold and intricate plan took shape in Ning Chen's mind. His gaze instantly sharpened like an eagle's. Through their mental link, an unhesitating command shot to Wang Zai, who was currently on the defensive. Now! Use your tongue! Wang Zai, enduring a storm of relentless attacks, had been seething with pent-up rage. The instant the command reached him, a flicker of excitement shot through his massive golden eyes. Rib bit! A deep, resonant croak echoed like the beating of war drums. The instant the moon-devouring demon wolf paused in its signature stance, Wang Zai moved. Whoosh! A golden afterimage shot from its massive jaws at a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow. It was the sacred golden toad's signature skill, giant tongue venom. This strike wasn't aimed at the moon-devouring demon wolf's body. Instead, it coiled with pinpoint precision toward the open ground before it, then yanked violently. Crack! The golden tongue lashed viciously against the ground, sending shards of rock flying and erupting in a deafening boom. This sudden counterattack completely disrupted the moon-devouring demon wolf's rhythm. Its attention snapped to the golden fat creature daring to resist, its blood-red pupils locked onto the target as a threatening growl rumbled from its throat. Opportunity! Now! The moment the moon-devouring demon wolf's entire focus was drawn to Wang Zai, Ning Chen's figure moved. He seemed to merge with the surrounding darkness, making not a single sound. Like a ghostly apparition, he silently slipped behind the moon-devouring demon wolf. A faint green cold light flashed through the air. The apocalypse poison blade in his hand, devoid of any flourish, plunged downward at a vicious, ruthless angle, striking the moon-devouring demon wolf's completely unguarded back. This time, there was no dull clang of metal meeting metal. Splatter! The sound of blade-piercing flesh rang out, clear and piercing. Ning Chen felt immense resistance in his wrist, but the world-destroying poison blade's sharpness ultimately pierced through that seemingly impenetrable coat of fur, sinking deep into its flesh. Arg! A piercing, agonized howl echoed through the entire deathly silent forest. The moon-devouring demon wolf's massive body stiffened abruptly. The black aura swirling around it instantly dissipated, its blood-red pupils filled with disbelief and agony. Ning Chen's gaze was icy, without a shred of hesitation. He yanked the poison blade free. As the moon-devouring demon wolf froze in agony, he raised his left hand and bit through his own index finger without a second thought. A single drop of crimson blood, imbued with his potent spiritual energy, was precisely dripped into the bone deep wound on the moon-devouring demon wolf's back. Hum! The instant the blood touched the wound, a crimson micro-magic array flared briefly on the moon-devouring demon wolf's back before vanishing, merging completely into its body. The beast-taming ritual was complete. Almost simultaneously, that familiar, pleasant mechanical voice sounded in Ning Chen's mind as promised. Congratulations, player Ning Chen, on successfully completing the 3rd stage. Experience gained, plus 1000. Acquired Spirit Beast, Moon-Devouring Demon Wolf. Success!
Hearing the notification in his mind, the tension in Ning Chen's face finally relaxed, replaced by an uncontrollable, satisfied smile. He recalled Wang Zai and slowly approached the moon-devouring demon wolf, which was temporarily weakened by the contract's power. Though still fierce, the madness in its eyes had faded, replaced by a hint of exhaustion. "From this day forward, you are my beast." In high spirits, Ning Chen reached out and patted the moon-devouring demon wolf's massive head, as if he were patting a spicy snack. However, roar! Just as his palm was about to touch the wolf's head, the moon-devouring demon wolf suddenly jerked its head up, opened its gaping maw, and lunged at his wrist. Holy! Ning Chen's pupils contracted. Acting almost purely on instinct, he lightning fast withdrew his hand, narrowly avoiding the sharp wolf fangs. He froze in shock. Hadn't he already tamed it? Why was it still biting him? Ning Chen opened his beast control panel, displaying the moon-devouring demon wolf's information. Moon-devouring demon wolf juvenile. Level, LV.15. Bloodline, SSS grade. Strength, 5000. Speed, 10,000. Defense, 480. Spirit, 520. Loyalty, 0. Skills, Roar of Intimidation, Claw Attack, Speed Burst, Dark Magic. Holy crap! This was the first time he'd ever received a spirit beast with 0 loyalty. 0 loyalty? Ning Chen's mouth twitched, a rare flicker of bewilderment crossing his eyes. Staring at the jarring loyalty, 0 on the Beastmaster panel, he found himself torn between laughter and tears. An SSS-tier spirit beast forcibly subdued through the beast-taming ritual was proving far from easy to handle. This beast was untamable, its innate ferocity not diminished in the slightest by the contract. Ning Chen stared into its blood-red pupils, filled with alertness and murderous intent, and slowly withdrew his hand. Forget it. Rome wasn't built in a day. Since it was already his beast, he'd have plenty of time and methods to train it properly later. He refused to believe that with the power of his god-tier talent, infinite entries, he couldn't tame a mere wolf cub. With a flick of his thoughts, Ning Chen activated his beast taming space. A flash of light erupted, and before the moon-devouring demon wolf could react, it vanished into the void, disappearing from sight. Chapter 121. With that minor incident resolved, Ning Chen turned his gaze toward the depths of the forest. There, a massive gate unlike any he'd seen before stood silently, a monstrous structure woven from twisted vines and white bones, radiating an ominous aura. The fourth gate. What would the next challenge be? Without lingering, he adjusted his breathing, took a step forward, and walked straight through the massive bone gate. The scene before him twisted and shifted. When his vision cleared, he found himself in a completely different world. Gone was the forest's deathly silence, replaced by an endless expanse of gray marshland. Thick white mist shrouded the land, visibility extremely low. A nauseating stench, a mix of dampness and rotting vegetation, assaulted his senses. The ground beneath his feet was slick and muddy, each step sank him halfway in. Ning Chen's brow furrowed slightly as his spiritual energy spread out like a tide, alert to any possible movement around him. He carefully chose each foothold, advancing step by step into the heart of the mist. The instant he took his 7th step. Splash! The muddy surface ahead of him suddenly erupted. Dozens of dark shadows shot out like arrows from the murky mud, their gaping jaws filled with razor-sharp teeth. A foul stench filled the air as they lunged madly toward Ning Chen. Crocodiles. A pack of swamp crocodiles, each at least LV.15 or higher. Their movements were lightning fast. Combined with the surrounding mist, they instantly sealed off all of Ning Chen's escape routes. Ning Chen's pupils contracted sharply. In the blink of an eye, Ning Chen's form slid backward like a ghostly apparition. His toes dug into the muddy ground, propelling his entire body backward in an instant. Dozens of gaping maws snapped at his hem, their razor-sharp fangs clashing together with a teeth-grinding metallic screech. The foul-smelling saliva mixed with mud splattered all over him. Regaining his footing, Ning Chen's eyes held no trace of surprise, only utter composure. Such blinding speed. Such overwhelming explosive power. A chill ran through his heart. Each of these swamp demon crocodiles was at least LV.15. In terms of raw strength and instantaneous killing speed alone, they were already on par with some elite-level spirit beasts he had encountered in the secret realm before. A crocodile horde. Those 3 words instantly conjured a vivid image in his mind. Outside the coastal city, during the deadly battle against those black-clad figures, the blood domain demon crocodile they had summoned. That creature had caused him no small amount of trouble. But Ning Chen's mental energy swept over the crocodile horde before him, and his eyebrows raised slightly. Well, that's something. These creatures before him, aside from their absurdly large numbers, seemed to possess no special abilities. No blood domains, no bizarre skills. Just pure, brute physical strength. Could it be that the previous stages were too difficult? So this 4th stage resorts to such a crude, numbers-based tactic to make up for it? The thought flashed through Ning Chen's mind. While effortlessly dodging wave after wave of crocodile lunges, he raced to devise a counter-strategy. Go toe-to-toe? Only a fool would do that. Surrounded by dozens of monsters above level 15, even if he played all his trump cards, he'd inevitably be worn down and killed here.
He had to find a way out.
His gaze swept rapidly across the chaotic battlefield, taking in every movement of each demon crocodile. Their attacks were fierce but utterly chaotic, driven purely by bloodthirsty instinct.
Any living thing entering their attack range would be met with a reckless charge and savage bite. Without regard for anything.
A cold curve formed at the corner of Ning Chen's mouth.
A bold plan formed in his mind.
The next instant, instead of retreating and dodging, he crouched low and charged headlong into the thickest cluster of crocodiles. Like an elusive loach, he darted nimbly between the crocodiles' massive bodies. At times, he sidestepped a snapping jaw at others. He used the back of a demon crocodile as a springboard, leaping high to evade a sweeping tail strike from the opposite side. Roar! Ning Chen's actions completely enraged this mindless horde of beasts. They grew even more frenzied, their attacks growing increasingly savage. But they had only one enemy, and only one target. Thus, a chaotic scene unfolded. A demon crocodile snapped its gaping maw, aiming to bite Ning Chen as he darted past its flank. Yet Ning Chen's extreme evasive maneuver caused the beast to bite down hard on the tail of another demon crocodile beside it.
Arg! The accidentally injured monster crocodile, seething with pain, instantly flew into a rage. It whipped its head around and locked jaws with its own comrade. In an instant, the murky swamp erupted into chaos. Water splashed everywhere, mud churned violently. Lured by Ning Chen, they began attacking each other with frenzied ferocity. Now! A sharp gleam flashed in Ning Chen's eyes as he seized the perfect opportunity. One demon crocodile was knocked to the ground amidst the frenzied maw-to-maw struggle, exposing its relatively soft underbelly. It struggled to right itself. It was isolated. Ning Chen thrust his feet forward, his form shooting forward like an arrow released from its string, instantly closing the distance to the demon crocodile. A cold gleam flashed in his hand as the apocalypse poison blade silently materialized. Without a moment's hesitation, he thrust the blade glowing with an eerie green light with all his might into the demon crocodile's belly. Splash! The distinct sound of blade-piercing flesh echoed clearly. Arg! The swamp demon crocodile let out a short, shrill scream. Its massive body stiffened abruptly, its limbs twitching wildly a few times before its dark green eyes rapidly lost all life. Within mere seconds, it lay utterly still, silent and motionless in the muddy swamp. The attack had worked. Ning Chen looked at the fallen demon crocodile, a surge of joy filling his heart. Finally, he'd found the weakness of these thick-skinned beasts. The deadly venom of the world-destroying poison blade proved remarkably effective against them. Without pausing for a moment, he seized the chaos among the crocodiles and flashed forward again, repeating the same tactic. Splash! Another demon crocodile, disoriented from being knocked around by its companions, was struck through the eye socket with a single thrust, killed instantly. Thud! The third! Yet the crocodiles were simply too numerous. They charged without fear of death, eyes bloodshot, madly surging toward Ning Chen, the sole living target, even as their fallen comrades lay at their feet. Ning Chen's breathing grew increasingly labored. The mud beneath his feet seemed to possess an endless suction, each step feeling heavier than the last. He felt his strength waning. Just as Ning Chen felt his lungs burning like they were on fire, his limbs heavy as if filled with lead, and he was about to be completely swallowed by the endless horde of crocodiles. A cold, emotionless mechanical voice abruptly exploded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, player Ning Chen, on triggering the hidden quest Rescue the Dungeon Spirit. Quest hint: completing this quest is the only way to proceed to the 5th stage. A hidden quest? Ning Chen's pupils instantly contracted. His body, pushed to its limits, felt as though it had been injected with a shot of adrenaline. The only way to reach the 5th stage. So that's how it is. This wasn't some meaningless numbers game at all, but a thorough and complete trial. Chapter 122, Encountering the Dungeon Spirit. A test of whether he could discover this sole glimmer of hope amidst utter despair. His gaze instantly sharpened like an eagle's. His mental energy no longer scanned the battlefield aimlessly but shot forward like an invisible probe, piercing toward the faintly guided direction in his mind. Found it! Behind the most frenzied, central zone of the crocodile horde, beneath a low stone wall covered in deep green vines, lay an extremely concealed opening. There, a faint, nearly imperceptible trace of life emanated. With his target clear, Ning Chen hesitated not a moment longer. He bit down hard on his tongue. The searing pain jolted his senses, and from the depths of his will, he squeezed out the last ounce of strength from his nearly depleted body. Roar! A foul-smelling giant jaws of a demon crocodile, possessing a bite force capable of tearing through steel, lunged at him from the side. This time, Ning Chen chose not to dodge. He planted his feet firmly, kicking up a small pit in the deep mud. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, deliberately meeting the gaping maw head-on. As the fangs were about to touch his body, he crouched down to his absolute limit, sliding past the demon crocodile's rough jaw like a ghostly apparition. Rip! The sharp teeth tore a long gash through the fabric on his back. But he had no time to care. Using the momentum of his forward charge, he narrowly slipped through. He plunged directly into the tiny cave concealed beneath layers of swamp vegetation.
Inside, the light was dim, and the air was thick with the damp scent of earth. It felt like a different world from the bloodshed outside. Ning Chen leaned against the cold stone wall, gasping for breath as his chest rose and fell like bellows. The brief respite allowed his taut nerves to relax slightly. He lifted his head, his gaze drifting toward the corner of the cave. There, a humanoid creature barely half a meter tall, entirely emerald green with strange patterns covering its skin, was curled into a ball, trembling violently. It possessed a pair of disproportionately large, obsidian-like eyes. At this moment, those eyes were filled with utter terror and despair. This was the dungeon sprite? Ning Chen's heart stirred as he slowly approached, trying to make his voice sound as gentle as possible. "Don't be afraid. I'm not here to hurt you." Hearing the voice, the dungeon spirit trembled even more violently, yet timidly lifted its head, its pure yet terrified eyes fixed on Ning Chen. "Hello, I am the guardian spirit of this place. I've been trapped by those terrifying creatures. I can't escape." "Guardian spirit?" Hearing this, Ning Chen gave a wry smile and inwardly rolled his eyes. What the hell? Even the dungeon's guardian spirit could be trapped by the monsters within its own dungeon? Was this dereliction of duty? He came here to level up, to grow stronger, to tame even mightier spirit beasts. And now, he was actually being forced into some hero rescues the damsel in distress scenario? Rescue the spirit? He'd be better off checking outside to see if any of those magic crocodiles are worth contracting as pets. This is utterly troublesome. But the mere thought of that damn quest prompt, the only path to the 5th stage. Ning Chen felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Forget it. For the experience, for the rewards, for the next stage. This trivial matter, I'll handle it. He took a deep breath to steady his racing heart, then nodded to the spirit. "Follow me. I'll get you out." With that, he wasted no more words and turned toward the cave entrance. The dungeon spirit watched Ning Chen's resolute back, its obsidian eyes sparkling with disbelief. It scrambled up from the corner, its slender legs scurrying to keep pace as it clung tightly to Ning Chen's heels. Man and spirit reappeared at the cave entrance. Roar! Almost the instant they materialized, the pack of magic crocodiles outside, having lost their target, instantly fixed their enraged gazes upon this spot. Dozens of level 15 plus swamp fiends surged toward the tiny cave entrance. The earth shook violently. The dungeon spirit behind Ning Chen froze in terror, nearly collapsing to the ground. But Ning Chen's face bore none of his earlier disarray. His eyes blazed with murderous intent. Since it was a mission, it had to be dealt with swiftly. "Stay right here. Don't move," he whispered to the spirit, then flipped his wrist. Hum. The apocalyptic poison blade, flickering with an ominous emerald glow, slid silently into his palm. In the next instant, he was no longer prey, but transformed into the Grim Reaper, reaping lives. He charged out of the cave's shelter, confronting the devastating tide of crocodiles and striking with ruthless fury. "You're asking for death." A cold glint flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. Splash! His form flickered, evading the lunge of the lead demon crocodile like a ghost. The apocalyptic poison blade in his hand traced a devious arc, piercing precisely into the eye socket of the demon crocodile's gaping maw. The blade sank in, hilt deep. Arg! The piercing scream abruptly ceased. One strike, one kill. Ning Chen paused not a moment, planting his toes on the freshly fallen crocodile's carcass to propel himself upward. Thud! Thud! Twisting midair, he gripped the poison blades in reverse and plunged them viciously into the crowns of the other 2 demon crocodiles below. The venom erupted instantly. 2 more demon crocodiles crashed to the ground. Ning Chen's figure darted wildly through the crocodile horde like a black lightning bolt, each flash accompanied by the fall of another demon crocodile. His body was already drenched in the foul-smelling blood, indistinguishable whether it was his own or his enemy's. Yet the battle lust and killing intent in his eyes burned ever more fiercely. Time seemed to stand still. When the last swamp demon crocodile let out a final, unwilling wail and its massive body crashed heavily into the muddy swamp, the entire world finally fell silent. Ning Chen knelt on one knee, clutching his poison blade, gasping for breath. Around him, the corpses of the demon crocodiles lay scattered in every direction, forming a scene that could only be described as hellish. And he was the sole king of this hell. He lifted his head and gazed toward the cave entrance. The instant spirit gazed at him with reverence, its eyes sparkling like brilliant stars. Ding! Congratulations to player Ning Chen for successfully clearing the 4th stage, Grey Swamp. Gained plus 2000 EXP. Detected maximum experience points reached. Level up. Current level, LV12. Obtain special reward, Dungeon Spirit X1. Boom! A wave of warmth instantly surged through his limbs, washing over his muscles aching from exhaustion. The healing effect of leveling up instantly relaxed his tense body. Dungeon Spirit? Ning Chen curved his lips slightly, his gaze settling on the tiny figure by the cave entrance. Is this the reward? What use is it? Just a mascot? As if sensing his thoughts, the emerald green form of the dungeon spirit transformed into a streak of light, cheerfully flying to Ning Chen's side and circling him twice. A youthful, joyful thought transmitted directly into Ning Chen's mind. Master! Master! Thank you so much for saving me.
From now on, I'm your very own dungeon spirit, Chui Chui. Chapter 123, Acquiring the Spirit Chui Chui.
Ning Chen instinctively reached out, stroking its smooth little head.
It felt warm and slippery to the touch. Chui Chui?
He smacked his lips.
What a downright corny name. It was kind of fun to have around, though it was a bit small.
It didn't look nearly as imposing as his 9 heavens flame dragon named Spicy Strip.
What can you do?
Whatever master wants to know, Chui Chui understands. Ning Chen heard this and thought, hey, that's perfect. His biggest worry right now was the loyalty of his newly acquired spirit beasts.
Alright, then tell me, how can I get these spirit beasts to unite with me faster?
Of course, Chui Chui's voice sounded rather pleased.
Plenty of ways.
Playing with them and feeding them tasty treats are just the basics, they take too long to work.
For faster results, you gotta play to their strengths. Take that wolf, for instance. It's got fighting in its blood.
Taking it out for a few brawls will work wonders far better than feeding it 10 sumptuous meals.
Hold on.
Chui Chui was about to continue, but Ning Chen raised his hand to interrupt. The surrounding marshland began to shift. Gray sludge and stagnant water, as if stirred by an invisible hand, slowly disintegrated and vanished. Not far away, the air warped with intense heat. A blazing orb of light materialized out of thin air, gradually stretching into the outline of a door. Ning Chen stood up, brushing the wet mud from his trouser legs. Information was important, but securing the passage reward was the priority now.
Alright. Chui Chui will accompany you, master.
The little creature was quick to understand, transforming into a green streak of light before settling obediently on his shoulder. Ning Chen wasted no time, carrying his newfound little companion toward the portal, its heat already washing over him.
The 6 gates of Lei Zhe.
The first 4 gates had already yielded rich rewards.
What kind of challenge would this 5th gate present?
He took a step forward. The scene before him shifted instantly. The blood-soaked swamp vanished, replaced by an endless expanse of barren desert.
The scorching sun hung overhead, mercilessly baking the earth. Rolling heat waves distorted the very air. The sand beneath his feet was scorching hot. Ning Chen's brow instantly furrowed. This environment was utterly grueling. Fighting in a place like this would multiply physical exertion exponentially.
He narrowed his eyes, his mental energy spreading out like a tide as he scanned the silent sea of sand with vigilance. Amidst the wind, beyond the scorching heat, there seemed to be a faint, almost imperceptible, scent of danger.
Ning Chen did not rashly summon any spirit beasts.
Instead, he cautiously took steps forward alone, venturing deeper into the desert.
Dead silence.
The desert was so still that even the wind seemed frozen.
Ning Chen's pupils contracted slightly as his spiritual energy intensified.
The sense of danger he perceived felt like a venomous snake lurking beneath the sandy expanse, poised to strike at any moment.
Suddenly, without warning, a violent storm erupted.
Whoa! The wind howled like ghostly whales, sweeping the sky-high yellow sand into a terrifying wall that instantly swallowed the entire world.
Visibility plummeted to 0 in an instant.
Ning Chen immediately closed his eyes, shielding his face with one hand while the other gripped the apocalyptic poison blade at his waist. The sand pelting his body delivered a series of sharp, stinging pains. This wind, something was terribly wrong. After an unknown duration, the violent hurricane abruptly ceased, and the yellow sand fell like rain.
Ning Chen's eyes snapped open.
Less than 10 meters ahead, a colossal beast, its size comparable to a heavy-duty truck, stood silently.
Its jet-black carapace reflected a cold, eerie sheen under the blazing sun.
2 massive claws glinted with a metallic chill, while the high-arched tail hook glowed an unsettling, heart-stopping blue. A pair of blood-red compound eyes locked onto him with deadly precision. A cold, emotionless mechanical voice exploded in his mind at that precise moment.
Welcome player Ning Chen to the 5th gate, Endless Sand Sea. 5th stage Guardian Beast Desert Poison Scorpion. Level, LV.20. Skills, Venomous Tail Sting, Sandstorm Cover, Rapid Stealth, Corrosive Venom. LV.20. Ning Chen's heart sank abruptly. This level was a full 8 levels higher than his own. An 8-level gap in power meant the disparity was far from simple arithmetic.
This wasn't a challenge anymore, it was a death trap.
SSS-hh.
The desert poison scorpion emitted a shrill hiss, giving Ning Chen no chance to catch his breath.
Its massive body charged forward at a terrifying speed utterly disproportionate to its size.
That sinister blue venomous tail transformed into a pitch-black, deadly lightning bolt, tearing through the air as it stabbed straight toward Ning Chen's face.
Fast. As fast as humanly possible. Ning Chen's pupils instantly contracted to pinpricks.
In the blink of an eye, driven by combat instincts far surpassing those of ordinary men, his body arched backward to its absolute limit, nearly parallel to the ground.
Whoosh!
The deadly poisonous tail, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, narrowly grazed past the tip of his nose. The gust of wind stung his cheeks.
That was close.
Ning Chen rolled backward on the spot, creating distance, his gaze instantly turning grim. Without hesitation, he gripped the apocalypse blade in reverse, thrusting his feet forward. His form surged forward like a ghostly apparition, the short blade in his hand transforming into a jade-green streak of light, striking directly at the weak point where the desert scorpion's abdomen met its carapace. But then, clang! A sharp metallic clang. Sparks flew. Ning Chen felt immense force surge through the blade, instantly numbing his palm. His entire body flew backward uncontrollably. His full power strike hadn't even managed to break through the opponent's defense. Damn it! Not only is he fast, but his defense is absurdly strong too. Ning Chen cursed inwardly. The desert scorpion, its first strike thwarted, flashed a savage glint in its crimson compound eyes. Its massive claws swept out in a sweeping arc as it opened its gaping maw, unleashing a jet of dark green venom like a high-pressure water cannon. Wherever the venom passed, even the air hissed with a corrosive sound. Ning Chen dared not meet it head-on, his form flickering repeatedly as he scrambled to dodge the barrage of venom. Just then, a frantic thought from Cui Cui reached his shoulder. Master! Use Sandstorm! Its skill set includes Sandstorm cover, meaning it can see through sandstorms. But you can also use the sandstorm to disrupt its perception. Chapter 124, Làtiáo in Peril. Exactly. A sharp gleam flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. He plunged the apocalypse poison blade into the sand beneath his feet, channeling spiritual energy to violently thrust upward. Boom! A torrent of yellow sand erupted skyward, instantly forming a small sand curtain that enveloped both him and the desert scorpion. Though his vision was obstructed, Ning Chen's spiritual senses spread out, pinpointing the desert scorpion's location with precision. Now! He lunged forward again, the world-destroying poison blade in his hand silently stabbing toward the perceived target. Thud! This time, the blade pierced flesh. Yet Ning Chen's face showed no trace of joy. Instead, it grew even more grim. What he had struck was the giant claw the desert scorpion used for defense. Though it pierced the outer layer, it inflicted no real damage. The instant his attack connected, the desert scorpion's venomous tail had already struck first, sweeping back with deadly precision from an impossibly angle. A warning bell rang in Ning Chen's mind as he leapt backward in a desperate retreat. But it was too late. The edge of the tail hook lashed viciously across his arm. Rip! A deep gash, exposing bone, instantly appeared, blood gushing forth. Physical attacks are ineffective. The level suppression is too overwhelming. Ning Chen clutched his arm, cold sweat beading on his forehead as his realization grew sharper. It seemed he had no choice but to fight to the death. With a flicker of intent, a brilliant crimson magic array unfolded before him. Come forth! Spicy snack! Roar! A dragon's roar, youthful yet filled with supreme majesty, echoed across the entire sand sea. The innate SSS great dragon's might descended like an invisible mountain, crushing down upon the desert poison scorpion. The savage beast's movements visibly stiffened. For the first time, a flicker of surprise and apprehension flickered within its blood-red compound eyes. But only a flicker. The level 20 power disparity swiftly shook off the dragon's aura's influence, instead igniting its savage fury. Roar! The desert poison scorpion abandoned Ning Chen, fixing its target on the spicy snack that now threatened it. Spicy snack! Burn it! Ning Chen issued the command. Làtiáo understood, opening its dragon maw to unleash a torrent of searing crimson dragon breath, hurtling straight toward the desert poison scorpion. Yet the scorpion merely crossed its massive pincers in front of its body, withstanding the scorching breath. Aside from its carapace turning slightly red, it remained utterly unscathed. The next instant, it charged forward, its massive pincers like two battering rams, smashing viciously toward Làtiáo. Crash! Làtiáo was sent flying, tumbling several times across the sand. Ding! Your spirit beast, the sacred spirit ancestral dragon, has taken a heavy blow, triggering the passive skill Chaos Dragon Scales. Damage reduced by 50%. Ding! Your spirit beast, the sacred spirit ancestral dragon, has less than 30% health, triggering the passive skill Indestructible Will. All attributes increased by 30% for 10 minutes. The system notifications rang out one after another, yet Ning Chen's heart sank to the bottom. After just one exchange, Làtiáo had already used both of his survival skills. How could he possibly fight like this? Watching Làtiáo, radiating a faint golden glow, charge back into battle with the desert poison scorpion only to be relentlessly overwhelmed, Ning Chen grew frantic as his mind raced. No! This way, Làtiáo will die. His gaze swept across the endless desert, then over the crimson spirit flames burning on Làtiáo's body. A mad idea flashed through his mind like lightning. 5 elements. The Great 5 Elements technique. Làtiáo's SSS-tier talent wasn't just fire control. This is the desert. Endless yellow sands. The place where the earth element is most concentrated. Làtiáo! Ning Chen roared with all his might toward the center of the battlefield. Quickly use the Great 5 Elements technique. Harness the power of earth. Lottie, who had been steadily pushed back by Poison Tail, heard his master's cry. A flash of understanding flickered in his golden dragon eyes. It suddenly let out a piercing roar to the heavens. Roar! This dragon's roar was no longer merely an intimidation, it resonated like an ancient echo. The entire sand sea began to tremble violently. Rumble! Beneath the desert scorpion's feet, the sand suddenly began spinning wildly and sinking, forming a massive quicksand vortex that trapped its movements. Then, before Ning Chen's stunned gaze, endless yellow sand began to coalesce before Làtiáo. In the blink of an eye, a colossal spear tens of meters long and composed entirely of high-density sandstone suspended itself midair, its tip pointing directly at the desert-poisoned scorpion trapped in the quicksand. Earth Spear. Hum. The spear of sand tore through the sky, carrying unmatched weight and sharpness as it plunged viciously toward the desert scorpion. But it was too late. Put. Its indestructible black carapace proved as fragile as paper before the sand spear, infused with the power of the 5 elements. The massive spear pierced through its head, emerged from its abdomen, spurting a torrent of dark green blood, pinning it lifelessly to the desert sands. The scorpion's massive body convulsed violently several times. Its crimson compound eyes rapidly dimmed, finally extinguishing all signs of life. Victory! Finally! I've cleared the 5th stage. The entire world fell silent once more. Ning Chen gasped for breath, mental exhaustion surging like a tidal wave, nearly overwhelming him. Just then, the cold mechanical voice finally echoed in his mind once more. Congratulations to player Ning Chen for successfully completing the 5th stage, Endless Sand Sea. Experience points plus 1,500. Acquired special skill Sandstorm Cover. Sandstorm Cover, active skill. Consumes spiritual energy to create a 50 by 50 meter sandstorm zone with extremely low visibility, blocking most detection methods. You and your spirit beast remain unaffected within the storm. Finally, it's over. A faint smile touched Ning Chen's lips. Though the ordeal had been perilous, the rewards were immense. Not only did he gain massive amounts of experience points, but he also snagged an incredibly powerful tactical skill for free. Whether for pursuit or escape, the sandstorm cover was nothing short of a god-tier skill. But there was still the final stage. Its difficulty might reach a truly despairing level. But the thought of the immense power gain awaiting him upon clearing it instantly replaced the weariness in Ning Chen's eyes with a burning desire. Grow stronger. Only by continuously growing stronger could one truly seize control of one's destiny in this world. He forced himself to his feet, brushed the sand from his clothes, and returned the exhausted spicy strips to his beast-taming space to rest. His gaze was already fixed resolutely on the end of the desert. There, the gate to the 6th stage was slowly opening. No monstrous gate, no gloomy cavern entrance. Instead, an archway formed entirely of soft light quietly materialized between heaven and earth. Within the gate, light swirled and shimmered, emanating an aura utterly distinct from the previous 5 gates. It was not death, nor tyranny, but a near-sacred tranquility. Ning Chen's pupils narrowed slightly. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped through the luminous gateway. The scene before him suddenly opened up. Here lay an endless expanse of vast grasslands. A gentle breeze swept across the grass, causing it to undulate like waves. The air was filled with a faint, refreshing floral scent, while strange plants glowing with a soft, luminous light dotted the landscape, creating a dreamlike, ethereal scene. Ning Chen's taut nerves relaxed just a fraction in this tranquil setting. This place felt like a reward after clearing a stage? Chapter 125, Entering the Illusion of the Heart. The thought barely formed when that familiar cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind, dousing any lingering hope with icy coldness. Welcome, player Ning Chen, to the 6th gate, the Illusion of the Heart. Note, this stage is a pure illusionary trial. Everything you see and feel is false. Clearance condition: within the illusion, locate and defeat the soul reality. The relief that had just settled in Ning Chen's heart instantly shot back up to his throat. The slight ease on his face vanished instantly, replaced by bone-chilling vigilance. An illusion stage. Damn it, I knew it wouldn't be this simple. He scanned his surroundings warily. This serene grassland now looked no different to him than a den of tigers and dragons. In the distant waves of grass, things began to emerge. Squirrels with bushy tails scampered among the glowing blades of grass, while snow-white rabbits chased each other playfully. Above, small blue birds circled the sky, their chirps as clear and lifelike as could be. Not a trace of malevolence lingered on these creatures. Their eyes were clear and brimming with the essence of life. Yet Ning Chen's brow furrowed deeply. These were all illusions? He dared not move rashly, silently spreading his spiritual energy outward, probing toward the seemingly most harmless group of jade rabbits. The result made his eyelid twitch. Empty. Nothing at all. His psychic energy swept over the lively creatures as though passing through air, detecting not even a ripple of energy. TSK. Ning Chen's heart sank as he finally understood. These seemingly lifelike things were indeed all fake. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. The condition for clearing the stage was to find the one true reality. But as he looked up, the entire grassland was filled with illusions impervious to psychic detection. Finding that one genuine thing in this place? What the hell was the difference between this and looking for a needle in a haystack? Looking for a needle in a haystack?
Ning Chen's brow furrowed into a deep crease. No, that's not right.
The person who designed this level wouldn't set up a dead end that relied purely on luck. If that were the case, the test would lose all meaning. Since psychic probing proved ineffective, it meant the key to solving the puzzle lay not in the illusions themselves.
There must be some kind of switch.
Just as his thoughts raced, a clear, ethereal voice rang directly within his mind. Master, though these lights and shadows are illusions, the energy forming this grassland is real.
If a genuine spirit beast lurks within, there must be a corresponding mechanism to trigger its emergence. It was Cui.
The voice of this dungeon spirit, captured in the fourth stage, sounded like heavenly music, instantly awakening Ning Chen.
A mechanism. How could he have forgotten that?
The confusion before Ning Chen vanished, replaced by the sharp focus of a hunter. His gaze scanned the grassland beneath his feet like the most precise scanner, inch by inch, scrutinizing every strange, glowing plant. The wind swept through, rippling the grassy waves.
Everything appeared so natural and harmonious.
But he knew that absolute harmony itself was a form of disharmony. He began walking across the grassland at a steady pace, neither fast nor slow, his mind intensely focused, absorbing every detail of his surroundings. After about 100 meters, his footsteps abruptly halted. This was the spot. His gaze locked onto a patch of grass 3 meters ahead on his left. The grass there was slightly raised by about a centimeter compared to the surrounding area, and the swaying of the blades was imperceptibly out of sync with the rhythm of the wind. Had his observational skills not been pushed to their absolute limit, he would never have noticed such a subtle detail. Ning Chen's heart stirred, and he quickened his pace. Without hesitation, he bent down and pushed aside the slightly raised patch of turf. Beneath the soil lay not rock or roots, but a smooth slab of obsidian.
Engraved upon the slab were 9 distinct runes, arranged in an arcane sequence.
Between them, an invisible energy seemed to flow slowly.
This was it. Ning Chen's pupils suddenly contracted.
The arrangement of these runes, seemingly chaotic, secretly corresponded to some celestial trajectory.
He didn't gamble on luck.
Instead, he immersed his mental energy within, sensing the direction of that energy flow and simulating their operational trajectories in his mind. Moments later, he raised his finger and decisively tapped each rune in the sequence he had deduced.
The instant his fingertip touched the 9th rune, buzz!
A blinding white light erupted from the center of the obsidian slab, instantly engulfing the entire grassland.
Ning Chen instinctively closed his eyes.
When he opened them again, the surrounding landscape had been utterly transformed.
The ethereal, shimmering light spirits that had been mere illusions moments before had now solidified into tangible forms.
The texture of their fur, the cold gleam of their scales, the bulging muscles, even the hot breath they exhaled washed over him. The deep, rumbling roars were no longer hallucinations, they had become tangible sound waves, making the air buzz with vibration.
They had come to life. Ning Chen's heart sank.
It seemed he had indeed triggered the true mechanism to clear this stage.
Yet before he could assume any defensive posture, another transformation occurred.
The fiery lion closest to him began to shimmer, then suddenly disintegrated like sand sculptures scattered by the wind. It exploded into billions of crimson sparks, swirling upward into the sky.
It seemed like a signal.
All the points of light, as if pulled by an invisible force, converged madly toward the center of the grassland. A colossal vortex of light formed. The light reached its peak brilliance, only to be swallowed in the next instant by a single point of pure blackness born at the vortex's core. The darkness expanded rapidly, greedily sucking in every last speck of light until it coalesced into a colossal shadow vast enough to blot out the sun. Ning Chen's pupils dilated to their limit, his heart clenched as if by an invisible giant hand.
Indescribable shock. It was a spirit beast beyond description. Its form towered like a mountain, its body seemingly composed of the purest shadows and void. It possessed no fixed shape, constantly shifting and writhing. Its entire being radiated a devouring black light, save for its 2 eyes. Like 2 black holes in the depths of the cosmos, they were profoundly empty, devoid of any emotion.
Merely one glance felt like it could pull one's very soul into its abyss.
Without a doubt, this was the ultimate trial of the 6th gate.
Ning Chen held his breath, every muscle tensing instantly as he entered combat readiness. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the colossal shadow spirit beast did not immediately unleash a thunderous assault. It merely hovered there silently, its abyssal eyes fixed upon him. A chill ran down Ning Chen's spine as he felt utterly exposed.
Something was off. This thing possesses intelligence? Or perhaps its very existence transcends the realm of ordinary spirit beasts?
He tentatively took 2 steps forward, attempting to transmit a thread of communicative intent through his spiritual energy.
What do you want?
His words fell on deaf ears. The shadow spirit beast showed no reaction, maintaining its timeless, unchanging posture, as if Ning Chen were nothing more than an insignificant speck of dust before its eyes.
Communication failed.
Ning Chen's eyes narrowed sharply, all illusions shattered.
Come out, spicy strips. Chapter 126, Hidden Level.
At his command, the space before him violently warped.
A crimson formation unfolded, accompanied by a piercing, resonant dragon's roar.
Làtiáo's sleek, powerful dragon form burst onto the scene. Its majestic presence radiated, and a scorching aura instantly swept out, causing the surrounding temperature to rise several degrees. Yet, the moment Làtiáo's majestic dragon eyes locked with the shadow spirit beast, its piercing dragon's roar abruptly halted, as if its throat had been clamped shut. A shudder born of primal instinct clearly emanated from its body. Facing this colossal shadow, even Làtiáo, a dragon of the dragon clan, seemed utterly powerless. Ning Chen's heart sank. A head-on confrontation would be suicide. We must outwit it. Find its weakness. Làtiáo, probe it with dragon breath. Receiving the command, Làtiáo suppressed his inner fear. His dragon maw opened wide, unleashing a torrent of crimson dragon breath powerful enough to melt gold and iron. But what followed made Ning Chen's pupils shrink to pinpricks. That ferocious dragon's breath, just 3 meters from the shadow spirit beast, vanished as if swallowed by invisible space, silently extinguished without so much as a ripple. Simultaneously, the shadow spirit beast moved. Without warning, a pitch-black tentacle split from its writhing body, instantly crossing space to lash out at Ning Chen's flank. Blindingly fast. Devastatingly precise. Ning Chen rolled aside almost purely on combat instinct. The pitch-black tentacle grazed the hem of his robe, leaving a bottomless, inky fissure in the ground. All life vanished instantly from the edges of the crack. Failing to land the blow, the tentacle instantly dissipated, returning to its host. Before Ning Chen could steady himself, an invisible mental shockwave slammed into his mind like a sledgehammer. Ning Chen grunted, feeling the world spin and darkness cloud his vision. He immediately summoned his mental energy to defend his mind, barely managing to withstand the assault. Physical assault, psychic assault. Ning Chen retreated rapidly, creating distance from the shadow spirit beast. His mind raced, desperately trying to analyze its attack patterns. Yet, to his horror, he discovered that this creature's attacks followed no discernible pattern whatsoever. Each strike was utterly different, seemingly whimsical and unpredictable, leaving no room for defense. Ning Chen's heart sank deeper and deeper. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before he was worn down and defeated. Tick. Cold sweat trickled down Ning Chen's temple, shattering on the grass blades. This way, death was certain. His mind was racing at full capacity, yet no matter how he analyzed the situation, the outcome remained the same. He would be worn down to death by this illogical shadow spirit beast, whose relentless barrage of bizarre attacks showed no sign of stopping. At this critical moment, a crisp, youthful yet crystal clear thought flowed into his mind like sweet spring water. Master, this spirit beast is a fusion of illusion and reality. It was Cui Cui, the dungeon spirit he had saved. Ning Chen's heart jolted violently. Its weakness lies within its eyes. Therein resides the very core of its existence. Its eyes. Those two hollow orbs, like black holes devouring all light and emotion. In an instant, all the clues connected in Ning Chen's mind. Why did all the light and shadow spirit beasts converge into it? Because it is the true core, absorbing all illusions. Why were its attacks so unpredictable? Because its attack patterns were formed by the random combinations of those devoured spirit beast illusions. So that's it. The confusion in Ning Chen's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by a wolf-like resolve. Spicy strips. Without a moment's hesitation, he issued a mental command with brutal precision. Dragon breath, don't spread. Focus it into a single point target, the left eye. Roar. Receiving the clear command, Làtiáo shed all confusion and fear. It reared its dragon head, and endless crimson flames violently coalesced within its maw into a slender, hair-thin beam, a scarlet needle of light containing the ultimate destructive energy. Whoosh! The beam tore through the air with a piercing screech, striking the shadow spirit beast's abyssal left eye at a speed surpassing any previous attack. The shadow spirit beast seemed to sense the deadly threat. Its massive body convulsed violently as several pitch-black tentacles materialized from different directions, attempting to intercept the attack. But it was too late. Ning Chen's judgment and Làtiáo's execution were flawlessly synchronized. Splash! A faint pop, like a drop of cold water splashing into boiling oil. The dragon's breath beam, condensed to its absolute limit, pierced the shadow spirit beast's left eye with pinpoint accuracy. Roar! This time, it wasn't a silent pressure, it was a piercing scream of agony that echoed throughout the entire space. The sound didn't travel through the air, it exploded directly within Ning Chen's sea of consciousness, shaking his very soul. Effective! Ning Chen's pupils flared with an unprecedented intensity. Its existence had become unstable. Now! Don't give it a chance to breathe. Ning Chen pressed his advantage, his eyes boiling with murderous intent. Làtiáo, one more time, aim for the right eye. In that very instant. Whoosh! The second crimson light needle, carrying the momentum to end everything, ruthlessly pierced its right eye. An even more piercing, more desperate howl echoed across the heavens. Both eyes, the very core of its being, were utterly destroyed. The colossal shadow that had obscured the sky seemed to have all its support ripped away. With a thunderous crash, it began to collapse from within. It no longer disintegrated into specks of light, but dissolved into the purest void, crumbling to dust. Within mere seconds, the entire grassland returned to its original state, as if the terrifying colossus that had brought endless despair had never existed.
Ning Chen's chest heaved violently.
The mental exhaustion and backlash left his face pale, yet a slow, uncontrollable curve lifted at the corners of his mouth. Victory! At that very moment, the familiar mechanical voice arrived as promised. Congratulations to player Ning Chen for successfully passing the 6th stage, Illusion of Light and Shadow. Experience points plus 2,500. Congratulations to player Ning Chen for triggering the hidden stage, the 7th stage, Final Trial. Clear the hidden stage to receive a mysterious grand gift package. This dungeon run had been well worth it.
He didn't rush to rest.
First, he stowed away the spicy strips, took a moment to catch his breath, then fixed his gaze on the edge of the grassland. Where the massive creature had vanished, the air glowed faintly. The light seemed to take on a life of its own, twisting into the shape of a door. With a hum, the door opened. Blinding white light flooded the interior, obscuring everything else. Without a second thought, Ning Chen stepped right in. The white light flickered and vanished. The next second, a scorching pressure squeezed in from all directions, so heavy it made the joints in his bones creak. This sensation was entirely different from the sneaky attack moments before. It was pure, unyielding force, terrifyingly overpowering.
Ning Chen forced his head up against the crushing pressure.
Not far away, atop a high platform, a colossal beast coiled. Each scale on its body gleamed like solid gold, radiating a blinding light, while golden flames burned lazily across its form. The beast lazily lifted its eyelids, revealing a pair of scorching golden vertical pupils. Under that gaze, Ning Chen felt the blood in his entire body nearly boil.
Well, this must be the hidden stage. Chapter 127, successfully cleared the dungeon.
Those scorching golden vertical pupils, like two blazing suns suspended above a high platform, instantly locked onto Ning Chen.
The air seemed to solidify into scorching glass, while an intangible pressure solidified into tangible force, squeezing every inch of his bones until they groaned under the unbearable strain. The final trial.
Ning Chen's pupils abruptly contracted. With a flicker of thought, a short blade entirely pitch-black save for a wisp of eerie purple aura swirling along its edge slipped silently into his palm. World-destroying poison blade. The rank of this golden colossus far surpassed any being he had encountered before, an absolute crushing superiority at the very level of existence.
Retreat? The word retreat did not exist in Ning Chen's vocabulary.
His gaze held not a flicker of wavering, instead igniting with a cold, burning flame.
Without a word, Ning Chen's form shifted. He thrust his feet into the ground, and the apocalypse poison blade in his hand traced an impossibly precise arc, striking directly at the joint of the beast's foreleg. But, shoo! The blade sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, only to strike the golden afterimage the beast had left behind. So fast! Ning Chen's heart lurched as a scorching gust of wind slammed into his face. Before he could even turn, the beast's massive tail, covered in golden scales, swept toward him with the force to incinerate mountains and boil seas. In a split second, Ning Chen channeled all his strength into his legs, forcing his body to twist at an impossible angle. By the narrowest of margins, he evaded the deadly blow. Boom! The tail slammed into the spot where he had stood moments before. The ground exploded violently, sending searing golden flames skyward that instantly reduced the grassland to scorched earth. The mere shockwave stunned Ning Chen's cheeks. Alarm bells rang in his mind. If this continued, he wouldn't even get close enough to engage the opponent, he'd be worn down to death. As his mind raced for a solution, Cui Chui's clear voice echoed in his thoughts once more. Master! Use Sandstorm! Use that skill you just acquired to disrupt its vision. Sandstorm cover! Ning Chen's eyes lit up. Without a moment's hesitation, his mental energy instantly connected to the brand new skill rune. Rise! He barked the command, slamming his palm down onto the ground. In an instant, a violent wind swept across the land. Endless yellow sand surged from nowhere, instantly forming a colossal sandstorm that obscured the sky and swallowed the golden beast whole. Vision was completely severed. Yet before Ning Chen could catch his breath, an even more terrifying sense of danger exploded from the depths of his being. Within the sandstorm, a golden beam pierced through layer upon layer of the sand curtain without warning, striking his forehead with pinpoint accuracy. How could this be? Ning Chen's pupils contracted to pinpricks as he jerked his head back at the last moment. The golden beam whizzed past his nose, leaving a bottomless, molten hole in the ground behind him. This sandstorm was completely ineffective against it. This creature's targeting didn't rely on sight at all. In desperation, Ning Chen held nothing back. Làtiáo, get out! Roar! A piercing dragon's roar echoed throughout the entire space. The colossal form of the Sacred Spirit Ancestral Dragon, Làtiáo, materialized out of thin air. Its sacred and majestic dragon aura instantly radiated outward, colliding head-on with the domineering presence of the golden colossus. The moment Làtiáo entered the fray, it sensed the terrifying pressure emanating from its opponent. Its crimson dragon eyes narrowed with gravity, yet it showed no sign of retreat. Opening its maw, it unleashed a torrent of scorching dragon breath, charging toward the colossal beast within the sandstorm. Boom! The sandstorm was instantly torn apart by the two terrifying forces, revealing the scene within.
Facing Làtiáo's dragon's breath, the golden beast merely opened its jaws with impatience, unleashing an even denser, more dazzling torrent of golden flame.
Bang!
Làtiáo was struck head-on by the golden flames, letting out a pained roar. Its massive dragon body was violently knocked back dozens of meters, its scales scorched black.
Even Làtiáo was being suppressed. Ning Chen's heart sank, but he didn't panic.
His eyes remained fixed on the battlefield, not missing a single detail.
He forced himself to calm down, recalling every clash from moments before.
The sandstorm proved ineffective, meaning it possessed a unique locking mechanism. The golden flame's power far surpassed the spicy strip's dragon breath.
Speed, power, completely overwhelming. Where exactly was the weakness?
Ning Chen's gaze locked onto the golden beast, scanning its shimmering scales, its limbs ablaze with fire, and its proud head.
Wait! The eyes.
Ning Chen's gaze suddenly froze upon that pair of golden vertical pupils. He recalled clearly, whether it was the golden light that had pierced through the sandstorm moments ago, or the golden flame that had suppressed the spicy strips just now, in the instant before each attack was unleashed, the beast's eyes would flicker with an extremely brief flash.
That wasn't mere reflection. It was the sign of energy intensely coalescing. Its source of power lay within its eyes. Found it!
The icy glint in Ning Chen's eyes instantly transformed into boiling murderous intent.
There was only one chance. Spicy strips. Without uttering a sound, he issued a resolute mental command. Hear my command, primordial dragon breath. At that very moment, Ning Chen moved.
He no longer concealed his form, instead charging head-on toward the golden colossus, the apocalyptic poison blade in hand.
He was using himself as bait. The golden beast clearly hadn't anticipated Ning Chen daring to provoke it.
A flicker of contempt passed through its golden vertical pupils. Its massive jaws opened once more, preparing to vaporize Ning Chen with a mouthful of golden flames.
Now! In the instant, the beast's eyes blazed with intense light. Fire! Target, eyes.
Ning Chen's mental command thundered through Làtiáo's mind like a bolt of lightning. Already poised for action, Làtiáo surged forward with speed beyond limits, striking first despite starting later.
Whoosh! Put!
The dragon's breath transformed into a razor-sharp needle, piercing both eyes of the golden beast with pinpoint accuracy.
Arg!
A roar unlike any heard before reverberated throughout the entire trial space. The golden flames about to erupt instantly spiraled out of control, exploding violently within its maw and tearing its jaws to bloody shreds.
Effective! Ning Chen's eyes flashed with intensity. The opportunity had arrived. Spicy snack, don't stop. Keep attacking.
He lunged forward himself, the apocalyptic poison blade in his hand glowing intensely with purple energy. Seizing the moment when the colossal beast froze in agony, he plunged the blade deep into the wound previously torn open by the golden flames. The poison blade pierced its flesh, and the eerie purple aura spread wildly.
Arg!
The golden beast descended into utter madness. Its massive form began to twist violently, the golden flames upon its body flickering erratically, as if ready to extinguish at any moment.
Its very existence became unstable. Ning Chen, having landed his strike, showed no inclination to linger in battle. He swiftly withdrew. But Làtiáo's second wave of attacks had already descended.
This time, instead of light needles, dozens of dragon breath beams descended like a storm, engulfing the beast's entire head.
Boom! 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 Finally, the once mighty golden beast, towering like a mountain, trembled violently. Its colossal form dissolved into a swirling cascade of golden sparks, slowly dissipating into the air. Final trial, passed. A mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Congratulations to player Ning Chen for successfully completing the hidden stage and clearing the dungeon. You have earned a mysterious gift package. Shall the player open it immediately? Ning Chen exhaled deeply. After all his hard work to get this far, this mysterious gift pack was precisely what he'd been striving for. Open it now. Chapter 128, Overnight Fortune. Opening the mystery gift pack. Congratulations!
Player Ning Chen has obtained Spirit Beast Ingredients $9.99, Rare Materials $99.99, Premium Spirit Beast Egg 1, Spirit Beast Enhancement Skill Book 1, Spirit Beast Attribute Forging 1, Advanced Dungeon Keys 2. A barrage of system notifications exploded in Ning Chen's mind. A smile spread across his face, impossible to suppress. This wasn't just a windfall, it was overnight riches. The massive haul of ingredients and materials would elevate his Spirit Beast's diet by more than one tier, and that Premium Spirit Beast Egg was an unexpected bonus. But the two high-level dungeon keys, now those were truly priceless treasures. After all, the loot from a single high-level instance could provide a lifetime of comfort for an ordinary adventurer's family. It was a treasure trove coveted by all the powerful. Ning Chen's eyes nearly overflowed with excitement. With these treasures, his power would surge at a terrifying rate. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Chen's thoughts flickered, and the items instantly vanished into his storage space. As the rewards were fully stored, the entire trial space began to violently tremble. The next second, the light faded. Ning Chen found himself back in the cultivation room of the Yunding Mountain Villa. He instinctively glanced at the digital clock on the wall. The date had advanced by a full week. The entire Lazy dungeon had consumed a full 7 days of his time. Only 2 days remained before the start of the new semester. 2 days. He wondered what he could possibly accomplish in that time. Just then, gurgle. An untimely rumble echoed from Ning Chen's stomach. He chuckled and shook his head. After a week of intense combat and constant mental strain, without a drop of water, it was high time to reward his stomach. But just as he stood up, a crisp, urgent knock sounded at the door.
Knock knock knock. Ning Chen raised an eyebrow. Who could it be at this hour? He walked over and opened the door. There stood Làtiáo, arms crossed over her chest. Her expensive custom outdoor gear accentuated her stunning figure to perfection. Her chin was slightly raised, her fair neck forming an elegant curve, yet her gaze drifted to the side, brimming with pride and arrogance. Hey, school starts soon. I'm heading out camping now, and we're short one person in the group. Want to come alone? Ning Chen looked at her haughty demeanor and instantly understood. Camping was just an excuse, asking him to join her was the real goal.
This young lady, even her invitations were so roundabout, truly interesting. A playful smile curved his lips.
No.
Ning Chen shrugged, his reply crisp and decisive, without a hint of hesitation. Those 2 words landed like 2 heavy hammers, smashing down hard on Làtiáo's heart, which had been trying so hard to appear proud. You! Làtiáo whipped her head around, her beautiful phoenix-like eyes widening in fury. She stomped her foot in place, seething. Hey!
Ning Chen! What did I ever do to you? Why do you always reject me?
She was on the verge of losing her cool, her feigned arrogance crumbling instantly.
A hint of hurt even crept into her tone. Ning Chen's smile deepened. Reject?
He leaned casually against the doorframe.
Is that how you invite someone? What do you mean one more person needed and asked me to fill the spot? Miss AO, are you dreaming?
His words cut straight to the heart, mercilessly exposing her petty scheme. Làtiáo's cheeks flared crimson, her hackles rising like a cat whose tail had been stepped on.
Ning Chen! Don't be so ungrateful.
She stomped her foot in anger, her voice rising an octave.
Do you have any idea how many people would kill to go out with me, Làtiáo? I'm giving you a chance.
Hearing this, the smile slowly faded from Ning Chen's face, replaced by a hint of faint annoyance.
None of my business.
What he hated most was this condescending tone of charity. This young lady was cute when she was being cute, but this haughty attitude of hers was truly impossible to like. When words fail to connect, even half a sentence is too much.
Ning Chen couldn't be bothered to waste any more words on her and reached out to close the door. Bang!
Just as the door was about to close, a slender, pale hand suddenly clamped onto the edge, halting his movement. Làtiáo bit her lower lip, stubbornly bracing against the door to keep it from closing. Wait! Ning Chen paused, his gaze settling on the hand straining to block the door before lifting to meet hers, expressionless. What else is there?
Miss AO? Làtiáo hesitated for a moment.
The knuckles of her door-blocking hand had turned slightly white from the pressure. She bit down hard on her lower lip, her pearly teeth nearly sinking into the soft flesh. Her phoenix-like eyes, usually brimming with pride, now churned with inner conflict.
As if she had finally made some monumental decision.
She drew a deep breath, her voice thin as a mosquito's buzz.
I didn't ask you to fill in. I only called you.
The faint, barely perceptible tremor in her voice pierced Ning Chen's eardrums with precision. He heard it clearly. But he refused to acknowledge it.
Ning Chen couldn't help but curve his lips, that playful smile returning to his face.
He tilted his head in feigned confusion and reached up to scratch his ear.
What did you say? The wind's too loud, I didn't catch that. Boom! Those words exploded in Làtiáo's mind like a fuse igniting gunpowder. You!
She stomped her foot in fury.
Ning Chen! You're doing this on purpose. Are you going or not?
Seeing this proud little wildcat truly on the verge of losing her temper, Ning Chen knew when to stop. He reached out and tapped her smooth forehead with just the right amount of force.
Why be so fierce, young lady?
His voice carried a hint of resigned indulgence.
I've saved you several times now. Could you be a little gentler with me?
With that, he ignored the stunned Làtiáo standing in place, walked straight past her, and slammed the door shut behind him. Turning back, he saw Làtiáo still standing there dumbstruck, one hand pressed over the spot he'd tapped, her face frozen in utter disbelief.
Ning Chen chuckled. What are you standing there for? Let's go already. He patted his rumbling stomach. I'm starving. Ha! Oh! Làtiáo snapped out of her daze. The flush on her cheeks not only refused to fade but seemed to spread toward her neck. She scurried over to Ning Chen, as if to mask her embarrassment, and raised her delicate fist, delivering a light yet firm punch to his chest. Put!
She lifted her chin haughtily once more, though the laughter in her eyes was impossible to hide.
Now, you should be thanking this lady. If I hadn't brought you to eat, you'd be starving.
Ning Chen watched her contradictory display, the smile on his lips growing more genuine.
Yes. Thank you ever so much, Miss AO, for treating me to dinner. That's more like it.
Ao Yao Yao let out a satisfied little snort, though inside she was already bursting with joy, as if countless pink bubbles were bubbling up inside her. She fought to keep her lips from curling upward, racing ahead to the fiery red supercar parked at the villa entrance. She yanked open the door, then flicked her head back at Ning Chen.
Come on, get in. Let's go. Chapter 129. Ning Chen shook his head with a smile, pulled open the passenger door, and slid inside. The engine roared with a deep growl. The next second, the fiery red supercar shot out of the Yunding Mountain Villa complex like an arrow released from its bow, speeding away. Shortly after their departure, curtains on the second floor of a neighboring villa abruptly parted. Jiang Hui stood behind the window, watching the rapidly fading red silhouette of the car. His handsome face was clouded with anger. He had transferred back from overseas specifically to gain an advantage in pursuing Ao Yao Yao. But who could have imagined that Ning Chen would suddenly appear out of nowhere? Not only had he forced the esteemed young master of the Jiang family to live in this cramped, humiliating place, but now he had to watch helplessly as his target ran off with another man. Damn it! Jiang Hui cursed under his breath, immediately turning to descend the stairs. Moments later, a black coupe followed him out of the villa, tailing the red car closely. The fiery red supercar sliced through the night like a streak of light, its roaring engine proclaiming its extraordinary nature as it swiftly entered the brightly lit downtown area of Haicheng. Ning Chen leaned back in the plush passenger seat, propping his chin on one hand as his gaze idly swept over the neon-lit streets rushing past the window. 7 consecutive days of intense dungeon battles had kept his nerves on edge, and this rare moment of relaxation only intensified his hunger. He was pondering what to order when his peripheral vision suddenly froze. Beside a bustling open-air barbecue stall at the street corner, a familiar yet haggard figure came into view. It was Wang Xiaomei, Su Wanan's mother. At that moment, she was surrounded by several rowdy youths, her face filled with panic as if pleading for something. Ning Chen's brows instantly knitted into a deep frown. The leisurely ease that had just begun to settle vanished, replaced by a chill that ran through him. Yao Yao, pull over. I need to get out and check on her. He blurted it out almost instinctively, his voice carrying an urgent tone that brooked no argument. Yao Yao? Ao Yao Yao, who had been intently focused on the roar of the engine, felt her heart skip a beat at the sound of that name. He called me Yao Yao? Not the distant Miss Ao, nor the cold hey, but the intimate and natural Yao Yao. An indescribable thrill of delight shot through her like an electric current. Before she could even ponder why Ning Chen had stopped, she slammed on the brakes. Squay. The million-dollar supercar screeched to a halt with a shrill screech, coming to a steady stop by the roadside and drawing the stares of passers-by. But the two inside the car were completely oblivious. Ning Chen pushed open the door and strode purposefully toward the barbecue restaurant, Ao Yao Yao following close behind. Before they drew near, a crude curse rang out clearly. You damn! Don't you have eyes? How dare you spill that damn wine on my shoes? A bald bully with a face full of fleshy rolls and a blue scorpion tattooed on his arm shoved Wang Xiaomei to the ground. Her frail body knocked over a plastic stool as she landed awkwardly on the grease-stained floor. Listen up! The bald bully thrust his finger nearly into Wang Xiaomei's nose. This isn't over. Either you get down on your knees right now and lick my shoes clean, or you send your pretty little daughter over to keep me company for the night. You choose. Tears welled up instantly in Wang Xiaomei's eyes. Struggling to rise, her voice trembled with sobs. I'm sorry, big brother. I truly didn't mean it. I apologize. Whatever your shoes cost, I'll pay double compensation. Please, just let me go. Compensate? Can you even afford it? The bald thug sneered savagely, then stomped down hard on the back of Wang Xiaomei's hand as she braced herself against the floor. Ah! Wang Xiaomei let out a piercing scream of agony. I don't want money. The bully's eyes gleamed with lecherous intent. I want your pretty daughter. I've heard all about you, Su Wanling, the school beauty of Haicheng #1 High School. TSK, that little face, that petite figure. You'd better do as I say. Tonight, you'll clean her up and send her straight to my bed. Maybe then I'll be gentle with her. Otherwise, I've got plenty of ways to make sure she can't survive in Haicheng. She'll regret this. Boom! Those filthy words exploded like dynamite, instantly igniting murderous intent in Ning Chen's eyes. His clenched fists cracked with the sharp pop of knuckles grinding together. A bone-chilling aura radiated from him, the surrounding air seemingly dropping several degrees in temperature. Just as he prepared to step forward and crush the foot and the leg it belonged to that was crushing Wang Xiaomei's hand, a fiery red figure darted past him. Ao Yao Yao was faster than him. Put! Her sharp spit echoed as she deftly rolled up the sleeves of her expensive coat, revealing a sliver of snow-white wrist. Her exquisitely carved face, usually etched with pride, was now covered in undisguised contempt. Bullying a defenseless ant in broad daylight, and you still have the nerve to spout such nonsense here. You must be tired of living and want to die. And you think you can sleep with Su Wanling? Ha! Look at yourself in the mirror. Do you even deserve it, you pig dog scum? Ao Yao Yao's tirade came fast and sharp as she charged straight toward the group of bullies, shielding the trembling Wang Xiaomei behind her. Ning Chen's footsteps faltered slightly.
Watching Ao Yao Yao, all fangs bared and claws outstretched, a playful curve involuntarily tugged at the corner of his mouth. Who would have thought this proud, fierce little wildcat had this side to her? She really was a tough-talking softie. In the blink of an eye, just as the bald bully froze in shock from the tirade and opened his mouth to retort, Ao Yao Yao had already moved. Her right leg whipped through the air with a sharp whistle, delivering a merciless kick straight to the bald bully's gut. Thud! A dull thud echoed as the burly man, weighing over 200 pounds, stumbled backward from the single kick. He crashed to the ground, clutching his stomach and wailing like a pig being slaughtered. Seizing the moment, Ning Chen darted forward and carefully helped Wang Xiaomei up from the ground. When his gaze fell upon the back of her hand, red and swollen from being stomped, the last trace of a smile vanished from his face. His deep, dark eyes held nothing but a chilling, heart-stopping murderous intent. Daring to lay a hand on his future mother-in-law? These scumbags really had a death wish. The bald bully clutched his stomach, grimacing in pain, his fleshy face contorted beyond recognition. He tried to curse, but when he looked up, his gaze locked with Ao Yao Yao's impossibly exquisite face. The bully's brain short-circuited instantly. The excruciating pain in his stomach seemed to vanish, replaced by a single thought filling his mind. This chick, she's gorgeous. Even hotter than Su Wanling in the photos. Hey! He struggled to his feet, the pain-racked expression on his face instantly replaced by a sickeningly lecherous grin. Rubbing his hands together, he bared a row of yellow teeth as he inched closer to Ao Yao Yao, his cloudy eyes roaming shamelessly over her body. Where'd this hot chick come from? Got some spunk too. I like it. Chapter 130, My Hand's Broken. He grinned, extending his uninjured, filthy hand, reaching out to touch Ao Yao Yao's flawless, delicate cheek. Give me a smile, sweetheart. Tonight, I'll make sure you're thoroughly satisfied. A flash of bone-chilling disgust flickered in Ao Yao Yao's eyes. Scorching fire elemental energy began gathering in her palm, poised to roast that filthy hand right then and there. But her reaction was a split second too slow. A dark shadow flashed. Snap! A bone-chilling crack, sharp enough to make teeth ache, reverberated throughout the entire barbecue stall. Immediately followed by the bald bully's blood-curdling scream. My hand. My hand's broken. His hand, which had reached out toward Ao Yao Yao, now bent backward at an unnatural angle. The stark white bone stub had even pierced through the skin, exposed to the air. Ning Chen, who had appeared before Ao Yao Yao at some point, stood like an insurmountable mountain. His right hand, which had just crushed the bully's bones, remained clenched in a claw-like grip. Drops of blood trickled through his fingers, yet he seemed utterly oblivious. He slowly raised his eyes, his pitch-black gaze devoid of any warmth. He stared at the bully writhing on the ground, clutching his severed hand. His voice was low, yet it cut like an icicle in winter, each word striking deep into everyone's heart. You dare touch her? Boom! Those words struck like a bolt of lightning, piercing straight into Ao Yao Yao's heart. He's protecting me? What he just said meant I'm his? Ao Yao Yao froze completely, the fire element she'd been about to unleash dissipating into thin air. A wave of scorching heat surged from the soles of her feet to the crown of her head, causing her fair cheeks to flush with an intoxicating crimson at a visible pace. Her heart began to pound wildly, as if it might leap out of her throat. She instinctively lifted her head, gazing at Ning Chen's broad, solid back. That unprecedented sense of security quietly melted a corner of her once proud defenses. You bastard, you're killing me! The bald bully on the ground writhed in agony, snarling at Ning Chen with a hideous expression. You know who the hell I am? You dare cripple my hand! You bastards! What the hell are you standing around for? Get him! Kill him! I'll take the fall! The bald thug's roar ignited the situation like lighting a fuse. Seeing their leader's pitiful state, the stunned thug's eyes turned red. One by one, they leaped up, snarling and growling. Damn it, you dare touch our boss! All together now, cripple him! With a buzzing hum, several chaotic streaks of light flared up. A wind blade sliced low across the ground, followed by two earth spikes popping up beside it, crackling with sparks of electricity. Combined with the fists and kicks of several attackers, the onslaught converged on Ning Chen. But Ning Chen simply stood his ground, calmly sidestepping to the left. With that single step, every attack struck the empty ground behind him, exploding into craters and sending showers of gravel flying. As effortless as dodging a puddle during a stroll. Oh! Ning Chen turned his head, a cold curve lifting the corners of his mouth. His eyes held a hint of amusement as he swept his gaze over the panting thugs. So you're just a bunch of second-rate job changers, thinking you can lord it over ordinary folks just because you've got a little strength? His voice was low, yet each of them heard it clearly. In that case, I can't let you off the hook. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Ning Chen's figure vanished from where he stood. In the next instant, he materialized before the yellow-haired thug who had unleashed the wind blade. Before the man could react, a hand like an iron clamp seized his throat and slammed him hard onto the ground. Thud! The back of the blonde-haired man's head made intimate contact with the hard concrete floor. His eyes rolled back and he passed out instantly. What? The remaining men were stunned, unable to regroup before a fiery figure burst into the fray. Ao Yaoyao had long been fed up with this bunch of useless trash.
More importantly, how could she let Ning Chen hog all the glory? This lady is an SS rank blazing flame dragon maiden. All of you, get down.
Her command rang out in a sharp, commanding voice, her movements as swift and ruthless as lightning. A graceful spinning kick, trailing faint sparks, landed precisely on the face of the kid playing with lightning.
He flew 3 meters backward, 2 teeth knocked loose.
Without pause, she closed in, unleashing a brutal display of force that sent the so-called job changers screaming in pain, utterly helpless to fight back.
Ning Chen casually disposed of the last would-be ambusher before folding his arms, watching Ao Yaoyao's solo performance with keen interest. Less than 10 seconds later, the battle ended.
The barbecue stall was littered with bodies sprawled haphazardly on the ground, whimpering pitifully, their earlier arrogance completely gone.
Ao Yaoyao exhaled sharply, clapping her hands as if brushing off some filth.
Hands on her hips, chin held high, she strode toward the group. Her expensive shoes lifted lightly, and she tapped the tip of one to the forehead of one of them.
Is this all you've got? A few half-baked tricks? And you dare show your faces in public?
Her voice rang clear, the contempt in her words utterly unmasked. You can't even control your psychic energy properly, casting spells all over the place.
You're an embarrassment to us class changers.
The man on the ground flushed alternately crimson and ashen at her scolding, unable to utter a single word. Only the bald man, both hands crippled by Ning Chen, clung stubbornly to his feet. He glared at them with venom, forcing the words through gritted teeth.
Fine, very fine. If you've got the guts, don't leave. Just wait.
I'll make you pay for this sooner or later. His threat remained unfinished.
Wait? Ao Yaoyao raised an eyebrow, as if hearing the most laughable joke imaginable.
She extended her slender jade-like finger and flicked lightly toward the bald leader's crotch.
Sizzle!
A cluster of orange-red flames materialized out of thin air, landing precisely on the bald leader's pants before erupting violently. A blood-curdling scream pierced the air, 100 times more shrill than when his hand had been severed.
Fire! It's on fire! My pants!
The bald leader was terrified out of his wits, scrambling and rolling frantically on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames.
His henchmen were equally terrified, scrambling to help.
But the flames seemed to have eyes. The closer they got, the fiercer the fire burned.
Cut the crap!
Ao Yaoyao folded her arms, looking down on the farce with utter contempt.
Don't let me catch you in Haichang again. If you do, you'll get beaten every single time.
The bizarre flames seemed alive. No matter how hard they slapped or rolled, they couldn't be extinguished. The thugs, utterly terrified, scrambled to their feet, stumbling and crawling as they helped their leader, his but still ablaze away. Like a pack of stray dogs, they fled the street in a panic, their shrieks echoing behind them. The air was thick with the acrid smell of burnt fabric.
The world fell silent in an instant. Chapter 131, Playing This Big? Ning Chen watched their disheveled retreating figures, then turned to gaze at Ao Yaoyao with a faint, mocking smile. Miss Ao, playing this big? Aren't you afraid you'll actually burn someone to death? Put. Ao Yaoyao snorted disdainfully, her usual haughty attitude resurfacing. This lady is an SS rank blazing flame dragon maiden. Do you even comprehend my mastery over fire? Those flames only look terrifying, they carry no heat whatsoever. They're pure energy entities.
I programmed them to cling to those bodies and burn for 3 days.
Once the timer's up, they'll extinguish themselves.
Ning Chen's smile deepened at her words. This girl wasn't just powerful, she was also quite cunning. Never would have guessed, he said sincerely.
You're quite the prankster. You bet.
Ao Yaoyao abruptly turned her head, presenting Ning Chen with a beautiful profile and slightly flushed ears. Her chin lifted high, her eyes brimming with pride. As Ning Chen watched her, about to tease her further, a series of hurried footsteps echoed from the street corner.
Mom!
A clear, urgent female voice rang out, followed by a graceful figure dashing over like a whirlwind. Su Wanning came to a breathless halt before the barbecue stall, her beautiful face etched with worry. She didn't even glance at Ning Chen and Ao Yaoyao beside her, her eyes fixed intently on her mother, Wang Xiaomei, scanning her up and down.
Mom, are you okay?
Aunt Zhang from next door just ran over to tell me someone was causing trouble and harassing you here.
I was terrified and rushed right over. Seeing her daughter, Wang Xiaomei's tense nerves finally relaxed completely, and a relieved smile spread across her face. I'm fine, Wanling. Don't worry. Thanks to your classmate. Don't worry, Auntie is perfectly fine.
Before Wang Xiaomei could finish her sentence, a crisp, slightly boastful voice cut her off. Ao Yaoyao crossed her arms and stepped forward halfway, positioning herself between Ning Chen and Su Wanling. She tilted her chin towards Su Wanling, a triumphant smile playing at the corners of her mouth.
Ning Chen and I helped chase away those blind bullies for you.
She deliberately emphasized the words Ning Chen and I, as if staking a claim of ownership, her eyes flashing with a hint of subtle provocation.
He and I, we're the ones who belong together. And you?
You're just an outsider who came running at the sound of trouble. Su Wanning's gaze finally shifted away from her mother, landing on the two figures standing side by side.
As her gaze swept over Ao Yaoyao's bold, confident face and then settled on Ning Chen's faintly amused expression, the light in her eyes visibly dimmed.
A trace of disappointment was impossible to hide. She lowered her eyelids, her voice softening.
Thank you both. The gratitude was polite, yet distant. The atmosphere in the air instantly felt off. Who was Ning Chen?
He had sensed Su Wanling's emotional shift the instant it happened. This girl was wonderful in every way, except she liked to keep her worries bottled up inside. His brow furrowed imperceptibly.
The next second, he completely ignored Ao Yaoyao beside him and strode purposefully over to Su Wanling.
Under the stunned gazes of everyone present, especially Ao Yaoyao, Ning Chen extended his arm and casually draped it around Su Wanling's shoulder, pulling her closer. Cheer up, he murmured, his gaze fixed on Su Wanling, his voice tinged with an unusual tenderness.
Everything's fine now, isn't it? Stop looking so gloomy. Besides, Miss Ao said she'd treat us to barbecue. Want to join?
The gesture, the tone, it all felt perfectly natural and intimate.
The smile on Ao Yaoyao's face froze instantly. Treating you guys to barbecue? When did I ever say I'd bring Su Wanling along? And your hand? Where the hell is your hand?
Ao Yaoyao felt like her lungs were about to explode with rage, a surge of uncontrollable fury shooting straight to the top of her head. She glared fiercely at Ning Chen's hand draped over Su Wanling's shoulder, her eyes practically shooting flames.
Want barbecue, huh? I'll make sure you get your fill.
Ao Yaoyao took a few steps forward and plopped down on the cleanest little stool at the barbecue stall.
Since you're already here, just eat with Auntie. Running around is such a hassle.
As if venting her frustration, she pulled a stack of red bills from her limited edition handbag, tore off 10, and slammed them down on the greasy table. Auntie, she lifted her head, her face once again adorned with that impeccable smile, looking at the flustered Wang Xiaomei, here's 1,000 yuan.
Just bring us whatever you're best at. Wang Xiaomei was startled by the display.
Staring at the thick stack of cash on the table, she waved her hands repeatedly.
Oh my goodness, this won't do. Absolutely not.
You're Wan Ning's classmates and you've helped me so much, it's my turn to treat you.
Put it away. No need, Auntie.
Ao Yaoyao curved her lips, but the smile didn't reach her eyes.
Tuition is so expensive these days. It's tough for everyone. As classmates, we should help each other out. Please take this. Consider it a token of our appreciation. Just serve whatever you think is best.
Her words sounded polite, but the condescending tone of charity was impossible to mask.
Wang Xiaomei's face flushed alternately red and white.
She didn't know whether to accept or refuse, so flustered she didn't know where to put her hands.
This. Auntie, please just take it.
Seeing the situation escalate, Ning Chen wasted no time. He reached out, grabbed the stack of bills from the table, and without another word, shoved them into the pocket of Wang Xiaomei's apron.
This is Miss Ao's kind gesture. If you refuse, she'll be upset.
With those few words, he broke the deadlock.
Then, pulling the still-dazed Su Wanling, he sat down right beside Ao Yaoyao, positioning Su Wanling squarely between himself and Ao Yaoyao.
The narrow table felt cramped with three people squeezed together, instantly making the atmosphere feel even more awkward. Seated between them, Su Wanling felt the familiar scent emanating from Ning Chen on her left and the faint, oppressive perfume of Ao Yaoyao on her right. Her entire body stiffened, making her feel as if she were sitting on pins and needles. She dared not lift her head. After a few seconds of silence, she abruptly stood up.
I'm going to help my mom with the skewers.
With those words, she practically fled, darting behind the narrow curtain at the back of the barbecue stall.
The entire world seemed to shrink down to just Ning Chen and Ao Yaoyao. Watching Su Wanling's retreating figure, a smug curve involuntarily touched Ao Yaoyao's lips.
But when she turned to see Ning Chen standing beside her, perfectly composed, that same surge of anger flared up again.
She stood up too. I'm going to the restroom.
Without waiting for Ning Chen's response, she walked straight behind the curtain. Behind the barbecue stall lay a makeshift dwelling. Just as Su Wanling picked up a few bamboo skewers, intending to occupy herself to calm her nerves, a fiery figure abruptly blocked her path.
Chapter 132.
Ao Yaoyao stood leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed over her chest, her gaze sharp as she studied Su Wanling.
Su Wanling lifted her head to meet Ao Yaoyao's scrutinizing gaze.
Taking a deep breath, she spoke calmly, her expression unreadable.
Ms. Ao, thank you for your help with this matter.
Ao Yaoyao heard the lukewarm thanks and let a playful smile curve her lips. She looked down at the girl in front of her, dressed in a faded school uniform.
You're welcome. Her light chuckle carried an air of self-assured superiority. It's only right to help someone in need, especially when we're classmates.
She paused, then shifted her tone abruptly, the sharp pressure of her words stabbing through instantly.
But the gap between us, I'm sure you saw it today.
Ao Yaoyao leaned in slightly, lowering her voice as if sharing a secret, yet each word felt like a needle piercing her skin.
What do you think makes you worthy of Ning Chen?
Watching Su Wanling's pupils suddenly contract, the smile on her lips deepened. Take my advice, leave him sooner rather than later.
If you're smart enough, I might even consider being your friend. Friends? What a pitiful handout. To abandon what I cherish most in exchange for your condescending pity?
Su Wanning slowly lifted her lowered eyelids. The previous gloom had vanished from her clear eyes, replaced by a startling resolve. She stared silently at Ao Yaoyao, as if she could see right through every layer of her feigned pride. Ms. Ao, her voice remained soft yet each word was distinct. I know I may fall short in many ways compared to you. Family background, connections, even professional standing.
But my feelings for Ning Chen are genuine. I will not give up. What was this? A declaration of war? The smile on Ao Yaoyao's face froze instantly.
She had anticipated Su Wanning might cry, retreat in self-doubt, or even lash out in anger. But she never imagined this seemingly delicate girl would utter such audacious words with such calm composure. A surge of offended fury shot straight to her temples, tightening her beautiful features. You! Ao Yaoyao gritted her teeth, forcing back the words ingrate that threatened to spill from her lips. She drew a deep breath, her rage turning to a bitter laugh. Ha! What good is your stubbornness? Love? Can love put food on the table? Can it make him stronger? Given enough time, you'll come to understand the chasm between us, a gap you couldn't bridge even if you spent your entire life striving. Su Wanning didn't argue back. She met Ao Yaoyao's nearly fiery glare with another deep breath, her slender chest rising and falling slightly. Regardless, I'll keep striving. Try? How laughably naive. Fine. Ao Yaoyao sneered coldly, taking a step back as she folded her arms once more, resuming her haughty, spoiled child demeanor. Then we'll each rely on our own abilities. With that, she turned without a backward glance, swept aside the curtain, and strode out swiftly, as if lingering a single second longer would be an insult to herself. The curtain fell, sealing out the outside clamor. Su Wanning watched Ao Yaoyao's retreating figure until the tension finally eased from her body. A complex flicker passed through her eyes. She had liked Ning Chen for a very, very long time. Give up? Impossible. The lamb skewers sizzled over the stove, their fat dripping onto the charcoal and releasing a rich aroma that snapped Su Wanning out of her thoughts. Carrying a large platter of freshly grilled skewers, she carefully lifted the curtain and stepped outside. Her gaze immediately fell upon the small table where Ning Chen and Ao Yaoyao were deep in conversation. Whatever Ao Yaoyao said made her laugh so hard she was shaking, while Ning Chen listened intently, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Under the lamplight, one radiant and flamboyant, the other handsome and composed, they formed a damnably harmonious pair. Her heart felt like it had been wrenched by something. Su Wanning's footsteps halted instinctively, but she summoned her courage and walked over. Wanning, you're back. Ning Chen spotted her immediately, his smile growing warmer. Come sit down. We were waiting for you. He patted the spot beside him, the one he'd deliberately saved for her, sandwiched between him and Ao Yaoyao. No, thank you. Su Wanning forced a smile that looked worse than crying, shook her head, and placed the tray in her hands on the table. You guys go ahead and eat. There's still some food that'll be grilled soon. With that, she turned and slipped back behind the curtain as if fleeing something. One after another, steaming hot grilled oysters, pork skewers, corn on the cob, were brought out by her, quickly piling up into a small mountain on the tiny table. Ao Yaoyao surveyed the spread, picked up a charred pork skewer, took a bite, and her eyes lit up. She didn't hold back her praise. Not bad at all. She glanced toward the curtain and smiled meaningfully. Thanks for the treat. The meal concluded in this peculiar atmosphere. After everyone finished eating, just as Ao Yaoyao was about to rise, Su Wanning emerged from behind the stall. In her hand was the exact 1,000 yuan bill Ning Chen had slipped into Wang Xiaomei's pocket earlier, not a penny more or less. She walked to the table, placed the stack of bills on it, and slid it toward Ao Yaoyao. The awkwardness had vanished from Su Wanning's face, replaced by an icy detachment. Her eyes were like a frozen pond, the impassive expression she only wore during combat. Ms. Ao? Her voice was icy as she spoke, enunciating each word deliberately. This meal today, consider it my treat. From now on, we're even. You're welcome to come again next time. These words felt like a silent slap across Ao Yaoyao's proud face. The air around them seemed to freeze solid. Ning Chen's gaze swept between the two girls, his eyebrows involuntarily arching. Interesting. This Su Wanning, who usually appeared so delicate and timid, blushing shyly only in his presence, did she actually have such a fierce side? Ao Yaoyao froze for a moment. A flash of anger flickered across her radiant, captivating face, but she quickly suppressed it. Instead, she curved her lips into an even more playful smile, one that held 3 parts mockery and 7 parts provocation. She extended her slender white fingertips and tapped lightly on the stack of crisp bills on the table, producing a soft click. Mr. Su, once something leaves my hands, Ao Yaoyao never takes it back. Her voice was soft, yet it carried the authority of a queen's decree, leaving no room for argument. I said I'd treat, so I'll treat. With that, she didn't even spare Su Wanning another glance, as if the other woman was no longer worthy of being her rival. She turned with effortless grace and strode directly toward the eye-catching red sports car parked by the roadside. The door swung open, and she slid in with grace. The engine roared to life with a deep growl, proclaiming its superiority. Immediately, the window slid down slowly, revealing Ao Yaoyao's exquisite yet slightly angry profile. Her gaze swept past Su Wanning, locking directly onto Ning Chen.
Hey, she tilted her chin, are we going or what? Chapter 133, The Final Test. This was the final test, the last ultimatum. Walking with me in front of Su Wannin would be your declaration of choice.
Ning Chen's gaze shifted away from Su Wannin's face, which was masking her vulnerability with a forced strength. He glanced at the barbecue spread across the table, barely touched, and suddenly smiled.
That smile held a hint of understanding.
You go ahead, he replied flatly.
I have some business to attend to. Boom. Yaoyao felt as if the string-labeled reason in her mind had snapped completely. She glared fiercely at Ning Chen, her eyes burning with rage, resentment, and a hint of hurt she hadn't even noticed herself. This man. He actually rejected her for that penniless girl.
The next second, she slammed the car window shut, blocking all sight. The red sports car roared to life with a deafening roar, its tires screeching against the pavement like a red arrow released from its bow.
It shot forward in an instant, vanishing into the night.
As the roar of the engine faded into the distance, the bustle of the night market seemed to surge back, yet it could never fill the silence lingering around this small table. Ning Chen turned to look at Su Wannin. The girl's back, which had been held perfectly straight moments ago, seemed to lose all its strength the instant Yaoyao left, slumping slightly.
She said nothing, silently tidying the mess on the table.
She picked up each skewered stick one by one, her movements stiff, as if trying to hide all her emotions within the clinking bowls and plates. Her lonely demeanor softened a certain part of Ning Chen's heart. He stepped forward and naturally took a stack of greasy plates from her hands.
Wan Ning, he began, his voice gentler than usual, don't pay attention to her childish tantrums.
She's just been spoiled rotten by her family.
Hearing Ning Chen's words, Su Wanling slowly lifted her head.
Under the lamplight, her eyes were slightly reddened, yet she forced a smile that looked even more painful than crying.
I'm fine.
A barely perceptible tremor ran through her voice, as if afraid he might see her vulnerability. Still putting on a brave face.
Ning Chen found it amusing. That fierce resolve she'd shown moments ago during her standoff with Yaoyao, how could it have deflated so quickly?
He said nothing more, silently picking up a rag to help her clear the table. His movements were swift and efficient, without a hint of disgust. Greasy bamboo skewers and empty drink bottles were gathered together in no time. The night breeze swept through the market, carrying the smoky aroma of grilled food and the bustling energy of everyday life. Ning Chen wiped the table while casually suggesting, "Auntie runs this stall alone.
With all sorts of people around, you're bound to encounter some reckless folks. I think you should leave your moon shadow rabbit here to protect Auntie." Su Wanning's cleaning motions froze abruptly.
She stared blankly at Ning Chen, her mind buzzing.
Right. The moon shadow rabbit. Why hadn't I thought of that? He actually considered something like this for me.
A wave of warmth instantly flooded her entire body, washing away all the resentment she'd felt moments before. This man's care never remained mere words, but was hidden in these unassuming details.
I'll go right away.
Su Wanning's eyes lit up instantly, as if she'd found her anchor. She quickly summoned Moon Shadow Rabbit and solemnly briefed it on the task. After all, the Moon Shadow Rabbit was an A-grade spirit beast, intelligent, understanding, and possessing formidable combat prowess. With it guarding her, ordinary thugs and ruffians wouldn't stand a chance against a single swipe of its paw. After making these arrangements, night had deepened. Only then did Ning Chen bid farewell to Su Wannin and return to the Yunding Mountain Villa district. But the moment he reached his villa's entrance, his footsteps halted. Before the gate of the neighboring villa stood a striking figure, arms crossed, looking thoroughly annoyed.
Who else could it be but Yaoyao?
The streetlight stretched her shadow long and thin, while her legs, clad in high heels, remained strikingly straight and slender even in the night. Spotting Ning Chen approaching, she immediately shot him a huge, rolling wide-eyed glare before turning her head away, chin held high.
Ning Chen was utterly baffled. What was this princess up to now?
He stepped forward, observing Yaoyao's face, which radiated an aura of keep your distance.
He raised an eyebrow. Hey, why are you glaring at me? I don't want to see you. Yaoyao wouldn't even spare him a glance out of the corner of her eye, her voice sharp and hard. Ning Chen didn't get angry.
Instead, he curved his lips into an amused smile.
He waved the takeout bag in his hand, its plastic emanating an enticing aroma. Here, I brought this for you.
He held the bag out in front of her. You barely touched the barbecue spread.
Since you were the one who invited me, I can't very well let you go home hungry, can I?
Yaoyao's gaze darted toward the bag before her nose snorted in disdain.
This lady doesn't eat leftovers. Yes. Miss Ao, a delicate flower, wouldn't eat such things.
Ning Chen shrugged helplessly, casually setting the bag on the steps outside her door before changing the subject.
But this isn't leftovers.
Wan Ning saw you hadn't eaten and specially grilled this for you. It tastes really good.
I'm leaving it here. If you don't want it, just throw it away. School starts soon. We'll see each other then. With that, Ning Chen didn't even glance back at her.
He turned, fished out his keys, unlocked his own door, stepped inside, and slammed it shut. It was swift and decisive, without a hint of hesitation. Outside, Yaoyao stood frozen in place. The evening breeze carried the tantalizing aroma of grilled food, wafting into her nostrils and teasing her taste buds. She stared at the plain plastic bag on the steps, then at the tightly shut door beside her. Her teeth clenched against her lips as anger and frustration boiled inside her. That bastard. He just left like that? Couldn't he have said one more soothing word to me? And that Su-won Nin. Was she flaunting it in my face? Inside the door, Ning Chen had long since cast the haughty young lady from his mind. Returning to the living room, he tossed his keys onto the entryway cabinet and sank into the plush sofa. With a thought, he retrieved an old, weathered book from his storage space. This was the very Spirit Beast skill book he'd brought back from the dungeon. The pages were yellowed, covered in strange, incomprehensible symbols that looked like gibberish. He flipped to a page showing a sharp claw surrounded by crackling lightning bolts, labeled Lightning Claw. The next page showed a shadow vanishing into darkness, labeled Shadow Strike. Oomph, items from high-level dungeons were truly something else. Any single skill here would have a rank professional's fighting tooth and nail for it. If I could enhance all these skills with infinite modifiers and teach them to my spirit beast. Ning Chen stroked his chin, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He was completely engrossed, flipping through page after page, his fingers lightly tracing the intricate runes as he pondered their secrets. When he finally looked up, darkness had fallen outside, with only the stars still shining brightly in the sky. Just as Ning Chen was lost in fantasies of skill enhancement, ready to study this skill book thoroughly in one go. Buzz. Buzz. The phone tossed on the sofa suddenly vibrated, shattering the late-night silence. He reached out and grabbed it. The screen flashed with 3 characters, Su Wanling. Chapter 134, Is something wrong with Moon Shadow Rabbit? Why was she calling so late? Was there a problem with the Moon Shadow Rabbit? A flicker of doubt crossed Ning Chen's mind as he swiped to answer. Hello? Ning Chen. Do you have time right now? Su Wanling's voice sounded urgent on the other end. I need your help. Speak. Ning Chen's voice was as concise as ever. It's my mom. She's been closing up shop really late lately, and I'm worried. I just called her, but she didn't answer. I've been looking everywhere for her, but I can't find her. I don't know what to do. Su Wanling's voice grew quieter, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Ning Chen's brow instantly furrowed. Not home this late and not answering her phone? First run into thugs during the day, now trouble at night? He almost instinctively linked the two incidents together. Wait for me. Ning Chen's voice betrayed no emotion, but his actions spoke volumes. He rose abruptly from the sofa, grabbed a jacket, and walked straight out. The next second, he materialized before the familiar barbecue stall at the night market. Teleporting to get there was just that unreasonable. Under the dim streetlight, Su Wanling stood arms crossed, pacing anxiously in place. Tiny beads of sweat glistened on her delicate nose. She was clearly beside herself with worry. Seeing Ning Chen materialize as if out of thin air, she jumped in fright before recognizing him. Her eyes instantly lit up with radiant hope, as if she'd found her anchor. Ning Chen! Ning Chen strode quickly to her side. Seeing her on the verge of tears, he spoke directly. Wan Ning, don't worry. Let's go. Su Wanling nodded firmly, the panic in her eyes largely dispelled. She immediately turned and led the way ahead. The two walked one behind the other, heading toward the alley where Su Wanling's mother might have gone. Mom's always punctual. Even if she's late, she'd call me. I don't know what's wrong today. The more I think about it, the more scared I get. Su Wanling explained softly along the way, her voice still trembling with lingering fear. Ning Chen offered no comforting words, merely listening quietly as his sharp gaze scanned the dim surroundings with vigilance. Before she could finish, they turned into an alley where most of the streetlights were broken. At that very moment, Su Wanling's feet froze solid in place. Deep within the alley, a man clad in a floral shirt and a face full of fleshy bulges was cornering her mother, Wang Xiaomei, against the wall. He wore a sinister grin, and one greasy, filthy hand was already reaching out, nearly touching Wang Xiaomei's shoulder. What are you doing? Blood rushed to Su Wanling's head. Without a second thought, she lunged forward, spreading her arms wide to shield her mother behind her. Mom! Are you okay? The man in the floral shirt was startled by the sudden commotion. Seeing Su Wanling charging forward and Ning Chen following calmly behind. A flicker of panic crossed his eyes, but it vanished instantly when he recognized them as two half-grown students. The panic quickly morphed into an even more arrogant, vicious grin. Oh? Who's this little brat coming to stick her nose in her mom's business? The man eyed Su Wanling up and down, his gaze brimming with aggression. Hey, kid, you're kinda cute. Su Wanling felt her skin crawl under his disgusting gaze, but she summoned her courage, stepped in front of her mother, and glared at him. Get the hell out of here. Or I won't be polite. Don't hold back? The man snorted as if he'd heard the biggest joke in the world. He pointed at his own nose. Little brat, go ask around. On this street, no one dares talk to me like that. Humph, another blind fool. Ning Chen sneered inwardly. Just a thug who hadn't even reached the threshold of being a professional, relying on brute strength to lord it over others here, and he dared to be so arrogant?
He couldn't be bothered with further nonsense.
Stepping over to Su Wanning's side, he stood shoulder to shoulder with her. Her calm demeanor made it seem as though the menacing figure before them was nothing more than a wisp of air. He didn't even glance at the man, merely speaking in a low, clear voice that echoed through the entire alley.
Well, today you've seen it. This statement, deceptively calm yet brimming with arrogance, froze the smile on the man in the floral shirt.
Ning Chen's eyes, as still as an ancient well, made him feel uneasy deep inside. It was an instinctive fear faced with a natural enemy, causing him to instinctively take a small step back. But soon, the ruthlessness honed by years of bullying others overpowered his fear. How could he back down in front of the girl he had his eye on? You little punk, you're asking for trouble. The man steadied himself, his voice a hollow threat. Don't push your luck. I'm the kingpin on this street. Mess with me, and I guarantee you two won't get away with it. You won't be able to handle it? Ning Chen reacted as if he'd heard the biggest joke in the world. A hint of mocking ripples finally appeared in his previously still, well-like eyes. He appraised the blustering man from head to toe, from his greasy hair to the worn-out leather shoes on his feet, and the playful curve of his lips grew more pronounced. Big shot? Ning Chen chuckled softly. The sound was faint, yet it pierced like a needle, puncturing the man's inflated bravado. You look like you're past your prime, don't you? Put. The mockery was subtle, yet the insult was brutal. The man in the floral shirt's jowls twitched violently. His face, already flushed with rage, instantly turned the color of liver. He'd survived the streets all these years on sheer ruthlessness. When had he ever been publicly humiliated like this by some kid who hadn't even grown a full beard? Especially in front of a beautiful woman. How the hell could he put up with this? You little bastard. I'll rip your mouth off today. Rage consumed the last shred of his sanity. With a roar, his fist larger than a sandbag slashed through the air like a vicious wind, hurtling straight toward Ning Chen's face. He put every ounce of strength into that punch. Yet it didn't even graze a strand of Ning Chen's hair, it swung completely empty. How could this be? A warning bell rang in the man's mind, a chill shooting from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. He tried to pull his fist back, but the sheer force of his swing propelled him forward, sending him stumbling a step. That opening was all Ning Chen needed. Without even looking, Ning Chen reached back with lightning speed. His hand closed like iron pincers, seizing the man's empty wrist with pinpoint precision. Ah! The man felt as if his wrist had been clamped by a red-hot branding iron. An overwhelming force, impossible to resist, pinned him in place. Before he could react, Ning Chen twisted his wrist outward with explosive force. Snap! A bone-jarring crack, sharp enough to make teeth ache, echoed through the silent alley. My hand! My hand's broken! Chapter 135, Come Out, Egg Yolk Pie. The heart-wrenching scream instantly pierced the night sky. The man in the floral shirt, weighing over 180 pounds, collapsed to his knees as if his bones had been pulled out, his other arm clutching his own twisted limb at an unnatural angle. He writhed on the ground in agony, snot and tears smearing his face. The entire sequence unfolded in less than a second. The alley was suddenly filled only with the man's blood-curdling wails. Su Wanning and Wang Xiaomei, standing nearby, were utterly dumbfounded. Wang Xiaomei was petrified. As a law-abiding businesswoman, she had never witnessed such a scene before, her face drained of color. Su Wanning, however, was utterly stunned. She knew Ning Chen was powerful after all, he was an SSS-tier Beastmaster. A sense of security surged through her like never before. Ning Chen looked down at the man writhing on the ground with utter disdain. His eyes held not a shred of pity, only cold indifference. He slowly crouched down, leaning close to the man's ear. In a voice only the two of them could hear, he spoke indifferently. Stay away from them. Otherwise, every time I see you, I'll beat you. The voice carried no emotion, yet it sent a chill through the man deeper than the most biting winter wind. Please, spare me, sir. I won't dare again. I swear I won't. The man writhed in agony, desperately kowtowing for mercy, every trace of his earlier arrogance as the boss utterly vanquished. Ning Chen rose to his feet, brushing his hands as if shaking off filth, and didn't spare him another glance. Get out. That single word felt like a royal pardon. The man in the floral shirt scrambled to his feet as if granted a reprieve, clutching his useless arm. Without a backward glance, he fled deeper into the alley's darkness, not daring to utter a single threat. Su Wanling looked at the man before her and spoke. Ning Chen, thank you. It's nothing. Ning Chen turned away, the icy aloofness that had once radiated from his face now replaced by the unique gentleness he reserved for her. Wanling, is Auntie all right? His gaze fell on Wang Xiaomei, who stood nearby, still visibly shaken. Only then did Wang Xiaomei snap out of it. She waved her hands urgently, her face radiating sincere gratitude. I'm fine. Young man, today, I really can't thank you enough. Glad to hear it. Ning Chen nodded, though his brow furrowed slightly. But Auntie, how did you get involved with these people? Was it that group extorting protection money earlier today, coming back for revenge tonight? It was his most direct guess, given how coincidental the timing seemed. Hearing Ning Chen's question, the gratitude that had just appeared on Wang Xiaomei's face faded. She sighed heavily.
Ah, it wasn't those guys from earlier. They're the landlord's people, here to collect the rent. Rent collectors? Ning Chen and Su Wanning exchanged surprised glances.
Wang Xiaomei rubbed her hands together, her face a mix of distress and lingering fear.
Business at the night market has been slow lately.
Everyone's tight on cash, so the stall rent was a few days late. He's already come to demand payments several times, each time hurling the most vile insults.
Today, he actually cornered me here, saying if I didn't pay up, he'd.
She didn't finish her sentence, but the humiliation was plain for all to see.
Ning Chen's gaze turned cold.
He glanced at Su Wanning beside him, her lips pale with anger, then back at Wang Xiaomei's sorrowful face. That protective instinct surged within him once more. Ning Chen suddenly smiled, still wearing that fearless expression.
Auntie, you shouldn't get involved in this.
If he dares show his face again, I'll take care of him once and for all. Ning Chen's voice was calm, yet it carried an unwavering certainty that brooked no argument.
Wang Xiaomei opened her mouth to speak, but Su Wanning gently pulled her back. Su Wanning looked at Ning Chen.
In her beautiful eyes, beyond gratitude, there was an overwhelming sense of complete trust. She nodded firmly, a reassuring smile replacing the 1,000 words on her lips. He would see the favor through to the end, but that was a matter for tomorrow.
Ning Chen politely declined Wang Xiaomei's invitation for a late-night snack and headed straight home.
The night passed without incident. Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep. The next day, as dawn broke, a frantic alarm clock jolted Ning Chen from deep sleep. Still half asleep, he sat up in bed and, relying on muscle memory, reached out to silence the frantically vibrating phone on his nightstand. The screen displayed the time, 6:30. Ning Chen stretched lazily, his bones cracking with a satisfying pop. The whole sensation felt blissfully good. Man, this blissful vacation sure flies by. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath, but the thought of school starting soon made the corners of his mouth curl upward despite himself. But I'll get to see Wan Ning soon, so it's worth it. The memory of Su Wanning's exquisitely delicate features flashed through his mind, especially that adorable look after he'd ruffled her hair. She tried to dodge his touch yet dared not, her cheeks flushing crimson enough to drip blood, steam practically rising from her head. Instantly, Ning Chen's mood lifted. Without another word, he sprang out of bed with a single leap, brushing his teeth, washing up, and changing into his school uniform in one fluid motion. Once everything was in order, Ning Chen stood on his balcony, a thought crossing his mind. Come out, egg yolk pie. Buzz. Golden ripples rippled through the air. Instantly, a dazzling burst of golden light flashed and a majestic giant bird appeared out of thin air beyond the balcony, hovering mid-air. Its wingspan exceeded 3 meters, and its entire body burned with sacred golden flames. It was Ning Chen's second mount, the sacred golden phoenix egg yolk pie. Let's go to school. Ning Chen leapt forward, landing steadily on egg yolk pie's broad back. The golden phoenix let out a clear, resonant cry. With a flap of its wings, it transformed into a golden streak of light, racing toward the direction of Haicheng First High School. Minutes later, the golden streak descended from the sky above the vast playground of Haicheng No. 1 High School. Egg yolk pie gracefully folded its wings and landed steadily in the center of the field, the turbulent air it stirred kicking up dust around it. In that instant, the entire campus seemed frozen in time. Every student passing by froze in place as if petrified, mouths gaping wide enough to swallow an egg, eyes fixed intently on the majestic golden phoenix. Silence. Deadly silence. Seconds later, a thunderous roar of astonishment erupted, shaking the entire campus. Holy! What the hell is that? A phoenix? A golden phoenix? Those feathers, that divine radiance. Its grade must be mythical. So beautiful. Seeing this once in my lifetime is worth it. Whose is it? Whose spirit beast is that? Such an incredible being is it from our school? Amidst the frenzy of speculation, Ning Chen calmly leapt down from the phoenix's back. He merely glanced at the erupting playground, his expression impassive, radiating an aura that made others instinctively keep their distance. The moment they recognized his face, the crowd's roar surged several decibels higher. It's Ning Chen. I knew it. Who else but Ning Chen could have such an impressive mount? Chapter 136. Wang Xinxin and Lin Wanner, who had just walked through the school gates hand in hand, froze in place. Both girls' mouths formed perfect O's in astonishment. Wang Xinxin rubbed her eyes hard, utterly incredulous. Oh my gosh. Did Brother Chen raid a divine beast nest this summer? How did he get another spirit beast this gorgeous? Beside her, Lin Wanner wore an expression of fervent adoration, her eyes sparkling. Ning Chen. You never cease to amaze me. I declare, starting today, you are my one and only idol. Listening to the unabashed admiration around him, especially from the girls, Ning Chen felt a surge of pride nearly overflowing. But outwardly, he remained cool as ever. He merely gave a light chuckle in Wang Xinxin's direction, waved casually, then with a flick of his thoughts, summoned the massive egg yolk pie back into his beast taming space. Ah, no big deal. Routine stuff. Everyone, chill. Ning Chen's voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly to everyone nearby. Alright, class is about to start. Everyone, disperse and hurry to your classrooms. His nonchalant, show-off attitude made the girls present swoon with hearts in their eyes. On the other side, several male classmates shot Ning Chen glances filled with unmasked jealousy and venom. "What's he so cocky about?" spat a boy named Li Ming, his voice dripping with sourness. "He's just a freeloader living off the AO family's heiress. If it weren't for the AO family throwing resources at him, where would he be today?" Another boy beside him immediately chimed in coldly, "Exactly. If you ask me, our class 1's Zhang Hua is the real deal. Now that's a true prodigy and SSS-tier Phantom King with both a prestigious background and formidable strength. That's how he ended up with Miss AO." Ning Chen didn't even spare these losers a glance out of the corner of his eye as he strode straight into the rocket class classroom. His gaze swept the room, locking precisely onto the prime window seat in the back row. That was the throne of the champion. Without a word, Ning Chen strode over, tossed his backpack inside, claimed the seat, and casually blocked the adjacent seat with a book. It was obvious who it was reserved for. Yet, the moment he sat down, a figure entered the classroom doorway that no one had anticipated. A tall, stunningly beautiful girl with an icy demeanor. She wore an exquisite dress clearly not part of Haicheng First High School's uniform, her high heels clicking steadily through the deathly silence as she strode straight toward the back row of the classroom. Her target was as clear as day. Ning Chen stared at that familiar yet unfamiliar, breathtakingly beautiful face, completely frozen in place, his expression one of utter bewilderment. 1,000 questions instantly flooded his mind. Yun Meng? How did she end up at First High? And why did she barge straight into our rocket class classroom? Under the stunned gazes of the entire class, Yun Meng walked to Ning Chen's desk, halting her steps. Those mesmerizing eyes fixed on him, staring straight through him. Ning Chen felt uneasy under her gaze and finally blurted out, his voice thick with uncontrollable surprise. Yun Meng? What are you doing here? Aren't you at number 2 high? In the deathly silence that fell over the entire class, Ning Chen's astonished question echoed through the empty classroom. Instead of displeasure, Yun Meng's icy features suddenly curved into a smile that could outshine 100 blooms. Her crimson lips parted, her voice tinged with an indescribable allure, to repay a debt of gratitude. "I heard you were here, so I transferred." Boom! The moment those words left her mouth, Rocket Class 3 erupted in chaos. Paying a debt of gratitude? Transferring here to repay a debt? This was too much to process. When did Ning Chen run up this kind of romantic debt outside? And judging by this girl's demeanor and attire, she's definitely no ordinary person. Ning Chen himself was dumbfounded. Paying me back? When did I ever need you to repay me? Sure, I saved you, but the bounty was pretty hefty. While Ning Chen's mind raced, Yun Meng had already strided purposefully toward the empty seat beside him, clearly intending to sit down. The movement was as natural as if she'd rehearsed it countless times. Ning Chen's pupils contracted sharply. Almost instinctively, he reached out and placed his hand on the tabletop of that empty seat. Are you kidding me? This seat was reserved for Wan Ning. No one else could sit here. He forced a slightly stiff smile, trying to make his voice sound as polite as possible. Miss Yun, I'm terribly sorry, but I've already reserved this seat for someone. Yun Meng's advancing steps halted abruptly. She stared at Ning Chen's arm blocking the table, then at his smiling face, yet his eyes held an uncompromising resolve. For the first time, a genuine flicker of surprise danced in those captivating eyes. She froze in place, unsure whether to extend her leg or pull it back, momentarily at a loss. The entire class stared in stunned silence. Holy crap! A stunning beauty like that throws herself at him, and Ning Chen actually rejects her? Is he even human? Ning Chen sensed the awkwardness too. After all, she was a girl, he couldn't just leave her hanging like this. He pointed to the empty seat directly in front of him, trying to smooth things over. How about, you sit here? It's still open. The frozen air seemed to melt away at the sight of Yun Meng's self-deprecating smile. She glanced at Ning Chen, then at the empty seat before him. Her long lashes fluttered before she gave a resigned smile, her voice devoid of emotion. All right. Without another word, she turned gracefully, her skirt sweeping in an elegant arc as she settled into the seat directly across from Ning Chen. A faint, elusive fragrance drifted into Ning Chen's nostrils with her movement. Was his luck with women just too good? The rest of the class couldn't help but gape in astonishment. Just then, a sharp female voice cut through the air. Make way for me. Ao Yaoyao's striking red hair, paired with her expensive designer outfit, instantly captured everyone's attention. Her gaze locked onto Ning Chen in the back row. Just as the corners of her mouth began to curl upward, her eyes swept past him to Yun Meng. Ha! Ao Yaoyao's brows instantly knotted into a frown. Wasn't that little vixen from the Yun family at second high? How did she end up at first high? And transferred into the top tier class? Look at her seat right next to Ning Chen. Great, another one after Ning Chen. What the hell is so great about that jerk? Why are they all swarming him like flies to honey? So annoying. Chapter 137, Starting School with a Dungeon Run. A surge of inexplicable anger flared within Ao Yaoyao, and she let out a heavy snort. She strode with her long legs straight to the back row, plopping down with a thud in the empty seat across the aisle from Ning Chen. Her backpack slammed onto the desk with a loud thump. The noise was loud enough to declare her displeasure to the entire world. Jiang Huai, who followed Ao Yaoyaoan, glanced silently at the back row which resembled a battlefield and wisely took a seat beside her. Yet Ning Chen, lost in his own world, paid no attention to the increasingly tense atmosphere around him. His eyes were glued to the doorway, fixed and unblinking. His anticipation was unmistakable. Hurry up, Wan Ning. If you don't come soon, your man is about to be snatched away. Finally, a familiar figure appeared at the doorway. Su Wanling wore her school uniform, her cheeks flushed with the glow of a recent run. A few strands of hair clung to her smooth forehead, damp with sweat, making her look even more pure and lovely. The moment Ning Chen saw Su Wanling, all the coldness melted from his face. He sprang to his feet, his unmistakable delight evident as he waved vigorously at her. Wan Nin. Over here. Quick, come. I saved you a seat. His voice was so gentle it could melt butter, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. Su Wannin's face immediately broke into a radiant smile. But the next second, as her gaze swept over the lineup beside Ning Chen, Ice Queen Yun Meng in front, proud dragon maiden Ao Yaoyao beside him, her smile froze instantly, her eyes turning cold. An invisible chill spread silently from her, radiating outward. She stood rooted to the spot, hesitating for barely a second. So what if he had many admirers? This boy is mine, and no one will take him away. Su Wanning took a deep breath, straightened her back, and lifted her chin slightly. Ignoring the scrutinizing glances from Yun Meng and Ao Yaoyao, she strode purposefully toward Ning Chen, step by step, and sat down calmly. As if declaring her ownership. Now, the back row had completely become the center of attention for the entire class. Immediately after, class monitor Wang Xinxin and Lin Wanner entered. Exchanging a glance, they sat down around Ning Chen's area with tacit understanding, subtly forming a circle of encirclement. The boys in the entire class nearly popped their eyes out of their sockets. Their looks of envy, jealousy, and resentment were intense enough to burn through Ning Chen. In a corner, Wu Haoren nudged Li Shaoan beside him with a sour expression. Man, Li Xiao, just look at Ning Chen's charm, it's insane. The top beauties in the class are all circling around him. Even that new SSS-level transfer student came over to sit next to him. And us. Li Shaoan stared fixedly at Ning Chen, surrounded by beauties. Seeing Su Wanning sitting beside him with such natural ease, his face darkened until it seemed it might drip with venom. He clenched his fist so tightly his knuckles cracked, grinding out through gritted teeth. So what? Su Wanning will be mine someday. His sidekick, Ho Liangping, immediately chimed in, exactly. Young Master Li, we'll take him down sooner or later. What else can that guy do besides act like a big shot? Another henchman named Zhang Feng grinned obsequiously, exactly. This semester, we'll get our chance. We'll beat him so badly he'll be crawling on the floor looking for his teeth. Only Dong Liang offered a faint, unreadable smile. He said nothing, silently returning to his seat, his thoughts impenetrable. Just as the murderous intent in Li Shaoan's crew was about to solidify, the crisp click-clack of high heels approached from afar, shattering the frozen, eerie atmosphere. Click, click, click. Everyone instinctively turned toward the doorway. A woman in a tailored skirt suit entered, her figure graceful and elegant, her face framed by gold-rimmed glasses. She strode directly to the podium, placing her lesson plan on the surface with a soft thud. She adjusted her glasses, her sharp gaze sweeping across the room. Lingering half a second longer on the back row, where beautiful women sat, a faint, almost imperceptible smile touched her lips. Class, quiet. The cool, familiar voice sent a shiver down Ning Chen's spine. I'm your homeroom teacher, He Ting. At those words, Ning Chen, Su Wanling, Lin Wanner, and Wang Xinxin all wore expressions as if they'd seen a ghost. Teacher He? What was she doing here? Ning Chen was the first to lose his composure. Almost instinctively, he blurted out, his voice brimming with unmasked astonishment. Miss He, why are you teaching the rocket class? Aren't you teaching class 3 anymore? Hearing that familiar voice, He Ting's gaze locked precisely onto Ning Chen. Behind her glasses, her eyes curved into crescent moons, her smile growing even warmer. What's the matter, Ning Chen? You don't seem very happy to see your teacher? This. How was he supposed to respond? Ning Chen scratched his head awkwardly, a rare flicker of embarrassment crossing his face. Not at all. It's just a bit unexpected. He Ting understood perfectly well. How could the school administration overlook her, the teacher who had guided both the top-ranked and fourth-ranked students in the entire school? Promoting her from a regular class straight to the elite of the elite, the rocket class, was both a reward and absolute recognition of her abilities. Frankly, her appointment to lead the rocket class was largely thanks to Ning Chen's achievements. He Ting smiled and steered the conversation back on track. Alright, enough small talk. Starting today, I will lead you all through the rest of your high school journey, learning together, progressing together. Her tone paused, and the gaze behind her glasses suddenly sharpened. On this first day of school, to prevent certain students from getting too wild over the break, the school has prepared a little surprise for everyone, a beginner-level dungeon combat training session. Let's see if anyone has slacked off during the vacation. Boom! He Ting's words exploded like a thunderclap across the calm classroom, instantly sending the entire room into an uproar. No way? A dungeon run on the very first day? Damn it, my gear's still sitting in storage.
This is way too sudden. I'm dead. I pulled an all-nighter gaming yesterday and my head's still spinning. How am I supposed to fight like this?
The classroom was filled with groans and complaints. Most students' faces fell, their expressions sour beyond description. Yet to Ning Chen, hearing all this only elicited a dismissive curl of his lip.
A beginner dungeon? What a joke. He'd cleared advanced dungeons before.
This beginner-level dungeon, meant for noobs to play house with, was no different than strolling through his backyard.
It was a complete waste of time.
Yet, while some were dismayed, others were thrilled. Jian Huai, seated beside Ao Yaoyao, instantly perked up at the words dungeon competition. His gaze, sharp as a tempered blade, shot toward Ning Chen, who sat beside him looking utterly indifferent.
Perfect. This was a perfect opportunity. Chapter 138.
Ning Chen, you, the man shrouded in myth and legend, let me see for myself what you're truly capable of. He Ting paid no heed to the reactions below the stage. She had anticipated this very scene. Continuing in her measured tone, her voice carried clearly to every ear.
This dungeon has only one stage, a simple one.
Your task inside is to fight fiercely for every resource you see. Afterward, the school will tailor your future training based on your performance in this dungeon. Her gaze swept across the room, finally settling on Wang Xinxin.
Alright, everyone, prepare yourselves.
Class monitor, come up and distribute the game wristbands. As He Ting finished speaking, all eyes turned to Wang Xinxin. Wang Xinxin froze for a moment before snapping to attention.
She stood up immediately and responded with a crisp, yes.
She strode to the front of the classroom, took a box filled with silver metal wristbands from He Ting, and began distributing them. Some students examined their bracelets nervously, turning them over and over, while others wore excited expressions, eager to put theirs on immediately. Standing at the podium, He Ting folded her arms. Her gaze swept over the students below her, framed by her gold-rimmed glasses, before she spoke with a smile.
The bracelets are your gateways. The instance will open in 10 seconds. Get moving, everyone.
Her voice wasn't loud, but it sent the classroom into an uproar.
10 seconds? No way, teacher, you're serious? Hurry up, how do you put this thing on? Students scrambled to snap the silver bracelets onto their wrists.
A beep sounded as the bracelets locked automatically, their screens lighting up with a crimson countdown.
10. 09. Amidst the chaos, Ning Chen stood out as an anomaly.
He casually picked up the bracelet, twirling it once on his fingertip, his expression unchanged. For a transfigured adventurer who had conquered high-level dungeons, this scene held little excitement. Su Wanning shot him a nervous glance and whispered, Ning Chen, should we?
Ning Chen flashed her a smile. Hang in there. It's simple. Su Wanning's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded firmly.
Ao Yaoyao, watching from the side, clenched her teeth in frustration, her grip on her own bracelet so tight it left marks.
All show.
Just wait until we're inside the dungeon, we'll see how calm you stay then.
03. 02. 01.
Wishing you all the best of luck, He Ting said with a slight curl of her lips. With a hum, a burst of white light erupted from every student wearing the bracelet. As the light faded, the classroom emptied instantly, leaving only rows of empty chairs. Only then did Ning Chen leisurely snap the bracelet onto his wrist.
The next second, the familiar tugging sensation returned.
The classroom before his eyes twisted and shattered, swirling into a colorful vortex. When his feet touched solid ground again, he found himself in a primeval forest.
Towering ancient trees blocked out the sky, sunlight sliced into scattered fragments.
The air carried the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, while the distant roar of beasts echoed in the distance.
A beginner dungeon? Ning Chen scanned his surroundings, a faint smile playing on his lips. The setting was decent enough, but he wondered if the surprises inside would be substantial enough. He didn't bother summoning his spirit beast.
Hands in his pockets, he strolled deeper into the forest as if taking a leisurely walk. His goal was straightforward, find the final boss, punch it to smithereens, grab the highest rating, and head back for some sleep. Just as Ning Chen began to find the task tedious, a gaze brimming with combat intent locked onto his back. Not far away, a figure emerged from another glow, none other than the transfer student, Jian Huai. The moment he touched down, he spotted Ning Chen, strolling with casual ease.
Found him. Jian Huai's eyes blazed with an almost frightening intensity, filled entirely with fire. This was the feeling. While everyone else was tense, only he remained calm, like an outsider. Ning Chen, top student in the entire school, SSS-tier, surrounded by beauties. Let me see what you're really made of. Ao Yaoyao can only be mine. If I defeat you, she'll come back to me for sure. Jian Huai crouched low, like a predatory leopard, silently charging toward Ning Chen. While his battle fervor surged, elsewhere in the dungeon, classmates were already busy with their own tasks. By a stream valley dotted with luminous plants, Su Wanning, Wang Xinxin, and Lin Wanner carefully gathered herbs. Xinxin, Wanner, look. It's moonlight grass. Su Wanning pointed at a plant emitting a soft silver glow, her voice brimming with delight. Wang Xinxin, a life skills specialist, knew these materials inside out. She directed Lin Wanner to assist while keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. On another rocky slope, Li Shaowen was leading his two henchmen around, rummaging through the area. Boss, shouldn't we hunt monsters for experience points? Is just searching for chests really worth it? Hol Yongping asked breathlessly after moving a large boulder. What the hell do you know? Li Shaoan spat. How many points do you get from killing monsters? Finding a rare piece of gear is worth a whole day of their grinding. This is smart hunting. Meanwhile, in the most chaotic hunting ground of the dungeon, 3 figures surrounded a 3-meter-tall iron-armored wild bull. Boom! A crimson flame whip lashed the beast's back, leaving scorched black marks. Làtiáo hovered mid-air, wielding her whip, radiating the undeniable aura of an SS-tier blazing dragon maiden. Below, Wu Haorun's wind blades relentlessly sliced at the beast's limbs, while Lu Yan's lightning whip consistently paralyzed its movements. Roar! The ironclad savage bull let out a mournful bellow of defiance before crashing to the ground. Làtiáo landed lightly, surveying the spoils of battle before curling her lip in disappointment. Too weak. Not even worth a warm-up. Her gaze drifted involuntarily toward the forest steps. Ning Chen, what are you doing right now? Deep within the forest, Ning Chen remained in his usual relaxed posture, hands tucked into his pockets. He ignored the faintly glowing basic materials lining the path. Things like dew-catching grass and ironwood vine were no different from roadside weeds in his eyes. Too low grade. Just as he rounded a giant tree that would take 3 men to encircle, a sudden, foul-smelling gust of wind lashed out from the side. Roar! A black-striped panther, as large as a small car, leapt from the shadows. Its razor-sharp claws sliced through the air in 5 flashes of cold light, aiming straight for Ning Chen's throat. For any other new recruit, facing such a surprise attack would mean only one outcome. But Ning Chen didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. His form shifted sideways like a ghost, evading the black-striped panther's lethal strike with perfect timing. In the instant they passed each other, his right hand, tucked in his pocket, shot out like lightning. A dark purple streak of light flashed and vanished. SSSH. The black-striped panther lunged into thin air. Its massive body froze mid-air for a split second. The next second, a fine line of blood appeared at its throat, then suddenly burst open. Thud. The corpse hit the ground, lifeless and unmoving, its vitality extinguished. Ning Chen shook his hand, as if merely brushing off dust. He curved his lips, a hint of boredom flickering in his eyes. A beginner's dungeon. Truly no challenge at all. Under his apocalyptic poison blade, it couldn't even withstand a single strike. Truly tedious. Chapter 139. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Congratulations to player Ning Chen for defeating the black-striped panther. Rewards, Beginner Spirit Stones X2, Beginner Forging Material Panther Bone X1. He casually waved his hand, storing the dropped items into his bracelet's spatial pocket before continuing forward. Time ticked by second. SSSSH. Another lurking swamp crocodile met its end as his sword severed its head. Thud. A carnivorous plant disguised as a tree trunk was severed at its roots just as it opened its gaping maw. Monsters in the forest were efficiently cleared away one after another, while he himself remained utterly unruffled. Not even his breathing faltered. He glanced at the ever-growing pile of materials in his bracelet storage space. Not a single useful thing among them. Ning Chen chuckled softly, already formulating a plan in his mind. Once we're out, I'll distribute them to Wang Xinxin and the others. At least they'll be put to good use. As he strolled leisurely through the woods, the rankings on his bracelet quietly shifted. Ning Chen summoned the rankings with a thought. Supplies collection rankings. Number 1, Ning Chen. Number 2, Làtiáo. Number 3, Li Shaoan. In less than 10 minutes. He didn't even bother to actively collect them, he simply picked up the packages that came knocking on their own. And yet, he was already number 1. Ah, invincible. How lonely. Ning Chen shook his head with a hint of amusement, about to delve deeper. Whoosh. A piercing sound split the air behind him. A figure as swift as the wind flashed before him in mere moments. The newcomer wore tight-fitting battle gear, black hair flying wildly, eyes sharp as blades, radiating an unabashed aura of combat intent. It was Jiang Huai. Ning Chen, Jiang Huai's voice carried a hint of unchecked excitement. At last, I have the chance to measure myself against you. His gaze locked firmly on Ning Chen. Ning Chen looked back, the casual expression fading from his face, replaced by an amused smile. All right then, Jiang. His voice was calm, yet it carried a confidence that sent shivers down one's spine. I've been looking forward to this for a long time too. He was equally curious about the true strength of an SSS rank Phantom King. The moment the words fell, the air between them seemed to freeze. The next second, Jiang Huai moved. His form blurred instantly, transforming into an afterimage too swift for the naked eye to follow. Like teleportation, he materialized at Ning Chen's right side, delivering a vicious karate chop aimed straight for Ning Chen's carotid artery. Fast. Too fast. Ning Chen's pupils contracted slightly, but his body reacted faster than his brain could process. He swung his arm back, blocking the karate chop. Thud. A dull thud echoed. His strike missed, and Jiang Huai vanished once more. Instantly, illusions of him appeared from all directions simultaneously. Swish. Swish. Swish.
Dozens of blurred figures surged from every corner of the forest, attacking Ning Chen simultaneously from impossibly angles. Each strike tore through the air with a piercing whistle.
Ning Chen's eyebrow finally twitched. This is interesting. He no longer underestimated his opponents.
As his body shot backward, a dark purple dagger had materialized in his hand.
Clang! 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 Clang!
A barrage of metallic clashes erupted through the forest, sparks flying everywhere. Ning Chen's figure darted and parried amidst the assault of dozens of phantom strikes. Though his defense seemed strained, he always managed to block the deadliest blows at the most critical moments. This Jianhui truly had some skills. His ghostly speed and storm-like barrage of attacks were enough to overwhelm any opponent of equal rank in an instant. Suddenly, all attacks ceased abruptly. The swarm of illusions coalesced into one, and Jianhui reappeared before Ning Chen, maintaining a 10-meter distance. His gaze grew fiercer as he studied Ning Chen, whose breathing remained steady.
Ning Chen.
Jianhui spoke slowly, his voice tinged with a hint of unsatisfied craving.
Show me what you're really made of. Aren't you a Beastmaster?
Stop messing with me using these low-grade physical techniques.
Show me your true strength. Jianhui's fighting spirit was practically overflowing.
Ning Chen, too, shed his casual demeanor, a faint curve lifting the corners of his mouth, a hint of anticipation for the spectacle to come.
Fine. I'll show you.
His voice was barely audible, and he didn't even bother with a hand gesture. The shadows beneath his feet moved of their own accord, suddenly bursting forth into two dark figures.
Squeak!
The shrill screech pierced the ears.
Two pitch-black bats circled midair. Small in size, their red eyes flickered in and out of the shadows. Their bodies seemed to float, as if they could dissolve into the darkness at any moment.
Jianhui glanced at them, not even bothering to raise an eyebrow.
Is that all you've got?
No sooner had the words left his mouth than the bats transformed into black streaks, darting left and right toward his eyes and throat at impossibly sharp angles. Jianhui snorted coldly, his figure flickering as he vanished from the spot. The lingering afterimage was torn to shreds by the bat's claws. Meanwhile, he had silently materialized behind the bats. Two lightning-fast hand blades, mere white streaks, cleanly sliced through the bats' necks. The creatures didn't even have time to make a sound before they puffed out into two clouds of black mist. Jianhui steadied himself once more, the disappointment in his eyes deepening. He looked at Ning Chen with growing impatience.
I'm not messing around with you. He cut himself off mid-sentence.
Because the two wisps of black mist, which should have dissipated, were slowly drifting back together.
Squeak!
This time, the screech was sharper and more frenzied than before. The bats re-emerging from the black mist were noticeably larger, their eyes glowing red like flames, and their malevolent aura far stronger than before.
Can't be killed? Jianhui's expression finally darkened.
He struck again, faster and more ruthless than before. The forest echoed with the dull thuds of human figures colliding with dark shadows. Jianhui scattered the bats with pinpoint accuracy each time, but within seconds, they would re-emerge from the black mist, growing stronger with every return. In less than half a minute, the bats' wingspan had ballooned to nearly 2 meters.
The gusts from their flapping wings were deepening shallow gullies in the ground.
Jianhui's breathing began to falter.
At this rate, he would be worn down to death sooner or later. So that's how it is.
A knowing curve touched Jianhui's lips.
An interesting trait, but all I need to do is devour it.
He abruptly pulled away from the bat, clasping his hands before his chest.
Infinite black hole. Hum.
A sphere the size of a human head, pitch black and capable of swallowing even light, instantly materialized in his palms. The surrounding air began to warp as a terrifying suction force erupted. The two shadow-winged bats poised to strike froze in place, utterly powerless against the devouring force. Screeching, they were sucked into the black hole, vanishing without a trace. After completing this, a confident smile spread across Jianhui's face. He raised his hand, aiming the relentlessly spinning black hole directly at Ning Chen.
Ning Chen, a tit for tat. Chapter 140.
The next instant, the black hole violently convulsed, violently expelling the two shadow-winged bats it had just swallowed. But this time, the red glow in their eyes had turned into hollow, pitch-black voids. Their target had shifted, it was now their master, Ning Chen.
Oh no!
Ning Chen's face flashed with perfectly timed panic as he leapt backward, as if fleeing some raging beast. His right hand swept swiftly before him, a ripple of space flickering as he barely managed to pull the two crazed bats back into his beast-taming space. He stared at Jianhui, who remained calm and composed, his face filled with astonishment.
Mr. Jiang, impressive.
The praise held a grain of sincerity. To instantly analyze the shadow-wing bat's traits and counter them flawlessly with his own skill, this transfer student possessed remarkably high combat intelligence. Believing he had gained the upper hand, Jianhui declared arrogantly, "Your little tricks are useless against me."
Ning Chen smiled at his words.
It was the smile of a hunter who, seeing his prey fall into the trap, finally felt no need to hide his true intentions.
"Is that so?" he murmured softly.
"But black holes have their own way of being dealt with.
In the face of absolute power, any technique is nothing but a joke." The moment the words fell, Ning Chen's gaze sharpened like an eagle's. He slowly raised his right hand, uttering two words. Come out, spicy strips. Boom!
The entire instance space trembled violently at that moment. An indescribable, terrifying pressure descended like the sky collapsing, crushing down upon Jianghuai's heart. His pride, his speed felt as if it had been weighed down with lead, making even the slightest movement of a finger an agonizing struggle. The sky darkened. A colossal fissure tore open in the heavens, from which a golden dragon claw, as if forged from molten metal, slowly emerged. That single claw alone seemed capable of obscuring the sun and moon. Jianghuai's face instantly drained of all color, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks with sheer terror. What is this? He forced himself to look up and saw the colossal creature descending slowly from the spatial fissure.
It was a true dragon.
Its entire body was covered in golden scales that seemed forged from divine metal. Its wings, vast enough to obscure the sky, slowly unfolded. A pair of vertical pupils, gazing down upon all living things, shone brighter than the sun itself. The sacred ancestral dragon Làtiáo. As this divine beast-tier entity fully descended, the entire instance space wailed in agony, as if it might shatter at any moment under the weight of its power. Jianghuai's throat made a gulp sound. All the excitement in his heart was crushed into the mud beneath that descending dragon claw. He had never encountered a spirit beast of this caliber before. He never imagined Ning Chen would possess one.
Well,
Ning Chen stood within the dragon's shadow, his voice flat.
Still think this is child's play?
He couldn't be bothered with further words, merely raising a finger toward the frozen Jianghuai.
Spicy snack, instant shadow dragon claw.
The dragon's roar still echoed in the sky, yet the colossal beast had vanished without a trace. A fleeting golden light flashed in Jianghuai's pupils before his chest exploded. A dull thud echoed as the force hurled him backward, slamming him straight into a stone wall 100 meters away. Cracks spread like ripples from the impact point, causing the entire wall to collapse. A deluge of rubble buried him completely.
Ning Chen didn't even glance at the pile of rocks.
He knew this guy was tough as nails. He tilted his head back, his voice as cold as ice.
Spicy snack, primordial dragon breath.
The dragon opened its maw, a golden light igniting within its throat. It swelled and grew, the surrounding air sizzling as if scorched.
The rubble exploded violently.
Jianghuai coughed up blood as he forced open a crooked black hole. But the golden beam of light had already erupted forth. Jianghuai's black hole vanished without a sound upon contact with the beam. The golden light poured down, plowing through the entire expanse of land. The light dispersed.
A bottomless pit gouged into the earth, its smooth edges reflecting like a mirror.
Jianghuai lay at the bottom of the pit, charred black like a piece of coal. Blood-tinged foam still bubbled from his mouth as he lay unconscious. The forest was deathly quiet. After a long moment, a mechanical voice, devoid of emotion, sounded out slowly. Congratulations to player Ning Chen for defeating player Jianghuai and earning 10,000 points.
As the emotionless mechanical voice faded, the entire instance fell into a deathly silence. Everyone froze, as if choked, unable to react. Seconds later, as if someone had pressed a start button, a tidal wave of murmurs erupted. What just happened? Ning Chen actually defeated Jianghuai. I saw it.
Jianghuai was one shot by Ning Chen's Sacred Spirit Ancestral Dragon.
What? One move? He didn't even get a chance to fight back? Isn't he supposed to be a genius? Yeah, and he finished the great exam in the same time as Ning Chen. Now I get it, Jianghuai only finished the dungeon at the same time as Ning Chen, not because they were evenly matched. It was pure luck he never faced an opponent worthy of his moves. Whispers rippled through the crowd as the students unknowingly approached the trial ground where Ning Chen and Jianghuai had faced off. Jianghuai staggered to his feet from the pile of rubble, his face as pale as paper. Though he had temporarily healed his wounds, the terror of being crushed by overwhelming power still sent chills down his spine. His gaze fell on Ning Chen nearby, filled with complexity. That innate pride had been utterly crushed. He took a deep breath, his step stiff as he approached Ning Chen, and forced out a single sentence through gritted teeth. Ning, you truly are unfathomable. A faint, almost imperceptible curve touched the corner of Ning Chen's lips, as if he'd just finished some trivial task. He reached out and patted Jianghuai on the shoulder. And you, Jiang, are the most gifted talent I've ever encountered. This time, it wasn't mere flattery. This kid's black hole ability devouring, countering was utterly bizarre. If he continued to grow, he would undoubtedly become a formidable force to be reckoned with. But before they could react, the entire dungeon space shook violently. Boom! A shrill alarm pierced the air, and the entire space began to shake violently. A mechanical voice echoed in the students' ears. Warning! Detected runaway residual energy in the instance space. Hidden boss Abyssal Corrosion Colossus has awakened. The shrill alarm pierced like a demonic chant, tearing at the eardrums of everyone present. Boom! From the depths of the massive crater gouged by the spicy snack's claw, dense, ink-black abyssal energy surged skyward, forming an ominous pillar of darkness. Within the pillar, a colossal, suffocating silhouette rapidly coalesced into form. It was a colossal beast beyond description. Its body seemed stitched together from countless pieces of rotting flesh and shattered carapaces, its surface slick with viscous, foul-smelling black fluid.
Countless pallid arms protruded haphazardly from every part of its body, mindlessly clawing at the air. Its head was a writhing mass of flesh, covered in crimson, single-eyed growths. Abyssal Corrosion Beast. Chapter 141, The Colossus's Impenetrable Defense. Merely staring at the screen, the nauseating stench of decay assaulted their senses, turning many students pale and triggering waves of dry heaves. You've got to be kidding me. Why is a boss of this caliber appearing in our beginner trial dungeon? What the hell is the school doing? Are there bugs like this every time? Panic spread like a plague in an instant. Yet at the heart of this chaos, Ning Chen and Jiang Huai stood like two immovable rocks. Their gazes locked midair. Without a word, they understood the resolve burning in each other's eyes. Take it down. The next instant, Jiang Huai moved. The pride crushed by Ning Chen was now replaced by a purer, more primal fighting spirit. He accepted defeat to Ning Chen. He was simply outclassed, no excuses needed. But if he couldn't even slay an unexpectedly appearing boss, then his reputation as an SSS-tier genius would become a complete laughingstock. Ha! With a thunderous roar, Jiang Huai's figure transformed into a jet-black streak of light, charging headlong toward the fearsome colossus looming on the screen. The space around him began to warp as multiple skills erupted simultaneously. Annihilation Singularity. Gravity Tier. Spatial Fracture. Black energy spheres rained down relentlessly, hurled by Jiang Huai like they were worthless, smashing viciously into the Abyssal Corrosion Beast. Explosions echoed ceaselessly, light and darkness wildly intertwining upon the colossus's form. Ning Chen stood with arms crossed, watching it all unfold with a calm gaze. First place was already his for the taking. Whether he claimed this hidden boss's points or not was irrelevant. He could use this opportunity to gauge the true strength of this SSS-tier black hole master. Yet the scene unfolding on the screen sent a chill through everyone present. Jiang Huai's ferocious attack, powerful enough to instantly annihilate peers of equal strength, slammed into the colossal beast only to vanish like a stone thrown into the sea. The black hole was instantly dissolved by the corrosive slime. The gravitational field could only cause its colossal body to pause momentarily. The spatial rift merely left a faint white mark on its mountain-like carapace. Roar! As if enraged by this ant's provocation, the beast's hundreds of crimson eyes instantly locked onto Jiang Huai, unleashing a roar that shattered the heavens. A rotting claw, larger than a battering ram, brought down with a stinking gale. Jiang Huai's face paled as he leapt backward, narrowly evading the world-shattering blow. The claw slammed into the ground, causing the earth itself to wail in agony as bottomless fissures spread like a spider web. Witnessing this scene, despair washed over the faces of the surrounding students. If only they'd stayed put searching for supplies instead of coming here to watch these two fight. Now what? If this colossal beast swept them up in its fury, they'd be finished. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Tough hide, extremely high energy resistance, and astonishing physical defense. He analyzed swiftly in his mind. This colossal beast had nearly maxed out its defenses. Jiang Huai's attacks were bizarre, but lacking in penetration power, making the fight twice the effort for half the result. If this continued, even if Jiang Huai managed to kill it, his own energy would be depleted. Enough. This beast is a tough one. Killing a boss at the cost of severe injury isn't worth it. Ning Chen reached his conclusion. Give him a hand. Just as Jiang Huai gritted his teeth to charge once more, he caught sight of Ning Chen nearby. The figure suddenly blurred, slipping silently like a ghost toward the opposite side of the battlefield, emerging behind the colossal beast. What was he up to? The next second, Ning Chen flicked his hand lightly. A pitch-black portal silently opened before him. Instantly, hundreds upon hundreds of bats entirely black save for crimson glowing dots in their eyes surged forth like a black tide, overwhelming the sky. Shadowing bats. They made no sound, yet emitted ultrasonic waves specifically targeting mental and spiritual essence, instantly enveloping the entire colossal beast. Roar! The Abyssal Corrosion Beast, which had been pursuing Jiang Huai, froze abruptly. For the first time, irritation flickered across its hundreds of eyes. Its massive body began to turn clumsily, attempting to crush these incessantly harassing insects with its giant claws. Now! Ning Chen's gaze sharpened like a blade. His figure moved, so swiftly it left a trail of afterimages in the air. He swiftly summoned the world-destroying poison blade, channeling every ounce of his strength into it. Hand raised, blade fell. No earth-shattering roar. No dazzling, spectacular light effects. Only an icy cold flash, swift beyond measure, flickered across the junction of the colossal beast's waist and abdomen before vanishing. Swish! After the strike, Ning Chen's figure had already appeared on the other side of the colossal beast, slowly sheathing his blade as he stood. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. The beast's movements halted. Jiang Huai's attack froze. Everyone's breath caught in their throats. 1 second later, a faint energy line emerged at the point where the beast had been struck. Instantly, the line expanded rapidly. Corrosive abyssal energy surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, only to be utterly annihilated the instant it touched the air. The colossal upper half of the beast slid slowly downward along that perfectly smooth cut. Crashing to the ground, it shattered into a cloud of black dust that dispersed in the wind.
The hidden boss was instantly defeated. The entire space fell deathly silent. Until that cold, mechanical voice echoed across the heavens once more. Player Ning Chen has successfully defeated the hidden boss Abyssal Corrosion Colossus. Final settlement for the trial instance begins. As the announcement faded, the entire instance seemed to tremble violently. Every pair of eyes fixed on the figure standing with sword sheathed as if witnessing a ghost. If summoning the spirit beast had been awe-inspiring, then this seemingly effortless strike was enough to make everyone feel fear. It was a power beyond even Ning Chen's own comprehension. Amidst the stunned stares, Ning Chen sheathed the apocalyptic poison blade, a faint smile curling his lips. Silence fell over the scene. Moments later, the dungeon world began to collapse, and the students were transported back to the classroom almost simultaneously. They stared at the wristbands on their arms, the events unfolding before their eyes still vividly etched in their minds. Many eyes turned in unison toward Ning Chen, seated in the back row, their expressions frozen in shock. If Jiang Huai was the genius they looked up to, then Ning Chen was a god they couldn't comprehend, one they dared not even look at directly. The classroom fell into an eerie silence, so thick you could hear every breath. Clap, clap, clap. A sudden burst of crisp applause shattered the suffocating atmosphere. Chapter 142, The Ranking of the Trial by Fire. Everyone turned toward the sound. Class monitor He Ting had quietly taken her place at the front of the classroom. Dressed in a sharp business suit, her face wore an unmistakable smile of satisfaction. Her gaze swept across the class, lingering a few seconds longer on Ning Chen, Jiang Huai, and Yun Meng before she spoke with evident satisfaction. Excellent. It seems this opening assessment has yielded very positive results. Whether it's adaptability or teamwork, you've all exceeded my expectations. Everyone has made progress. Her voice was soft, yet it flowed like a warm current into the hearts of her students. With a wave of her hand, the virtual display screen at the front of the classroom lit up, revealing the final rankings from the trial. Now, I will announce the final rankings. The moment she finished speaking, everyone instinctively held their breath. Golden characters danced across the screen, gleaming brightly. First place, Ning Chen. Points, 1,250,000. This outcome surprised no one. In fact, it felt inevitable. The single strike that felled the hidden boss alone was enough to crush the entire field. Staring at that astronomical point total, everyone felt nothing but numbness and awe. Second place, Jiang Huai. Points, 386,000. Third place, Yun Meng. Points, 355,000. The moment these names appeared, a small stir rippled through the crowd. Especially Ao Yaoyao, her proud eyes narrowed instantly, her gaze sharp as a blade, fixing on Yun Meng, who always wore a faint smile. Phantom Spirit Enchanter? A class focused on support and control, yet her points surpassed his own pure damage-dealing build? Interesting. A distinctly aggressive curve formed at the corners of Ao Yaoyao's mouth. Seems like that SSS-tier player from Haichang No. 2 High School isn't just bluffing. I'll have to find time to spar with her properly. But as her gaze drifted downward, that competitive smile instantly froze on her face. Fourth place, Ao Yaoyao. Points, 312,000. Fourth place, Su Wanning. Points, 312,000. Tied for fourth? She was tied with that S-rank Su Wannin? Ao Yaoyao's pupils contracted as if she'd witnessed something utterly unbelievable. She could accept losing to Ning Chen. She could even tolerate being edged out by the mysterious Yun Meng. But she absolutely could not accept being tied by Su Wannin. That girl who, in her eyes, was nothing more than Ning Chen's sidekick. A searing wave of humiliation washed over her. Ao Yaoyao gritted her teeth, shooting a fierce glare at Su Wannin nearby. Her eyes seemed to scream, "Just you wait. I'll never let you catch up to me." Fifth place, Lu Yen. Points, 298,000. Sixth place, Wu Haoren. Points, 285,000. As the rankings concluded, the classroom atmosphere grew tense once more. A chair scraped back across the floor with a shrill screech. Jiang Huai took a deep breath and walked directly to Ning Chen's seat. Under everyone's astonished gaze, he solemnly extended his hand. "Ning," he said, "you are truly formidable." His voice was slightly hoarse, but his gaze was utterly sincere. Ning Chen lifted his eyelids, meeting the complex gaze of the transfer student before him. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Instead of shaking hands, he raised his own hand and gave Jiang Huai a firm yet gentle pat on the shoulder. "Jiang, don't lose heart. You're quite strong too. We'll meet again next time." His tone was as matter-of-fact as if discussing the most ordinary thing in the world, devoid of any boastfulness, yet radiating an undeniable confidence. Jiang Huai's outstretched hand froze mid-air before slowly retracting, clenching tightly into a fist. He nodded firmly, a flame of stubborn determination igniting deep within his eyes. He would train relentlessly. Sleep nor rest. He would surpass Ning Chen. He would make Ao Yaoyao, who had never even deigned to look at him properly, see him in a new light. The first day of school's dungeon training concluded amidst this complex mix of emotions. The oppressive atmosphere finally dissipated.
Students returned to their seats in small groups, and the buzz of chatter finally brought some of the vitality expected of an accelerated class to the room.
Students.
He Ting's voice rose from the podium, instantly silencing all chatter.
All eyes turned to her once more.
Quiet, please. A mysterious smile touched He Ting's lips.
The appetizer is over. Now, I will announce the formal training schedule.
The words formal training schedule landed like a pebble tossed into a tranquil lake, sending invisible ripples through the classroom of Class 3. The students, who had only just begun to recover from the shock of the dungeon, felt their hearts involuntarily leap. Every spine straightened instinctively.
If the appetizer was already a hellish hidden boss, what on earth would the main course be?
At the lectern, He Ting adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose, a sharp gleam flashing behind the lenses. She relished this atmosphere of rapt attention.
First, I have an announcement to make.
Her voice was clear and commanding, echoing through the deathly quiet classroom. Next month, the school will select representatives to participate in the annual Professional Practitioners Tournament jointly hosted by the entire Eastern Theater Command.
The professional skills competition? A gasp escaped someone in the crowd. That was the highest hallowed ground for Dragon Nation's new generation of professionals.
A battlefield where true geniuses gather, a fierce contest of dragons and tigers.
To represent First High School in this competition was an honor beyond compare. In an instant, fiery determination ignited in nearly every pair of eyes.
He Ting took in everyone's reactions, the smile on her lips deepening.
And our rocket class, as the strongest reserve force in the entire school, will select 8 students to represent Beihai First High School in this competition.
All subsequent training will be centered around preparation, conducted in small groups, and will involve the most intense specialized drills. As soon as she finished speaking, her white-gloved hand swept across the screen. The ranking points vanished instantly, replaced by a brand new list. Now, I announce the roster for the first echelon, the expedition team for this mission.
Ning Chen. The first name was announced without a ripple of surprise. Everyone felt that if he wasn't the first name on the list, something would be seriously wrong. Yun Meng. This name drew many surprised glances. The transfer student who always wore a faint smile and remained enigmatic, her abilities had apparently earned such recognition from teacher He. Su Wanning. Su Wanning's cheeks instantly flushed crimson.
She stole a glance at Ning Chen, but seeing no reaction from him, she felt a pang of disappointment mixed with renewed determination.
Jiang Huai.
Jiang Huai clenched his fist so tightly his knuckles turned white, the fighting spirit in his eyes nearly solidifying. This was his best chance to catch up.
Ao Yao Yao.
The young miss let out a barely audible cold snort, her tacit agreement clear.
The chance to crush more geniuses on a grander stage? She wouldn't refuse. Lu Yen.
The Thunder Spirit Snake Princess, called by name, snapped her head up, her face first frozen in disbelief before being overwhelmed by immense elation.
Wu Haoran. Lin Wanner.
The above 8 individuals will form the first tier.
Chapter 143, Rigorous Training Schedule.
He Ting's voice fell as the roster was finalized. Where there was joy, there was also disappointment. Just then, a tearful, aggrieved voice cut through the tense atmosphere.
Teacher He.
Everyone turned to see Wang Xinxin, the class monitor, abruptly leap from her seat, her eyes red with distress.
Why wasn't I included? I've always been in the same group with Ning, Su, and Lin. Now that I've been separated from them, how am I supposed to work with others?
Her words brimmed with dependence and unease. An SSS-tier life professional was rare, but in a selection process purely focused on combat strength, she certainly didn't hold an advantage.
Wang Xinxin's tearful accusation pierced the classroom's tense atmosphere like a needle bursting a bubble.
All eyes focused on the flushed, tear-stricken class monitor. Indeed, an SSS-tier life profession sounded incredibly prestigious, but in a team full of combat maniacs, it seemed there really wasn't much of a place for it. Before He Ting at the lectern could speak, an untimely voice, dripping with obvious sarcasm, cut through the air. Teacher He. Li Shaoan leaned lazily back in his chair, arms crossed over his chest, a mocking smirk playing on his lips.
Since our dear class monitor Wang can't bear to be apart from Ning Chen, why not just let her join? A worthless life-oriented profession, as long as she doesn't slow us down on the battlefield, that's all that matters. His voice wasn't loud, but in the deathly quiet room, it reached every ear with crystal clarity. It was jarring, dripping with an air of superiority. Swish! A piercing gaze, sharp as a tangible blade, instantly fixed itself on Li Shaoan. Ning Chen slowly raised her head. His expression remained unchanged, yet the air around him seemed to plummet several degrees in temperature. A fool coveting one Ning, weak in power yet scheming with underhanded tricks, and you dare come here with your sarcastic remarks? Ning Chen didn't even glance at Wang Xinxin's aggrieved expression. He fixed his gaze solely on Li Shaoan as he rose to his feet. Li Shaoan, Ning Chen's voice was flat, yet carried an undeniable weight of pressure. Do you hold such contempt for the life of a professional that you plan to live off the land, starving to death on the battlefield? Li Shaoan's face instantly turned the color of liver. He jerked upright from his seat, glaring back with vicious eyes. His mouth opened, as if to spew even harsher insults. But the instant his gaze met Ning Chen's deep, impassive eyes, a chill shot from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head.
Uncontrollably, his mind flashed back to the trial instance, that blade that sliced through the heavens and split the earth, that abyssal beast that even Jiang Hui couldn't handle, how it had been effortlessly dispatched by the man before him, as easily as slicing tofu. The words in his throat instantly choked off, not a single syllable escaping. His strength fell short. In the end, Li Shaoan could only manage a hollow, angry snort. He turned his head away in frustration, unable to muster the courage to say another word. The entire hall fell deathly silent, the atmosphere thick with oppressive tension. Just then, Ning Chen's icy gaze shifted to Yi Ting, who stood solemnly at the lectern. Teacher He, Ning Chen's voice returned to its usual calm, devoid of emotion. The professional tournament is a team battle. We have attackers and support members, but logistical support is also part of our strength. Having the class monitor join us is better safe than sorry. He didn't overstate his case, using only the phrase better safe than sorry, yet it provided ample room for compromise. Yi Ting pushed her gold-rimmed glasses up her nose. A flicker of hesitation passed behind the lenses, but it vanished instantly, replaced by a knowing smile. Her red lips curved slightly as her clear voice broke the tension. All right. Since our team's anchor, Ning Chen, has spoken, I certainly have no objections. Her tone shifted as she turned to Wang Xinxin. Wang Xinxin, you are officially joining the first echelon as the team's logistics specialist. Ah. Wang Xinxin snapped her head up, her eyes brimming with tears of grievance widening in disbelief. The next second, overwhelming joy swept away all her grievances. Her eyes reddened, and a tear fell with a soft plop, yet her face blossomed into a radiant smile. She swiftly wiped her tears with the back of her hand, her gaze fixed intently on Ning Chen. The admiration in her eyes was almost tangible, enveloping him. Whoa! Ning Chen instinctively averted his gaze from that intense stare, a fleeting, barely perceptible flicker of awkwardness crossing his face. What the hell? What kind of look is that? I just really crave your cooking, that's all. During the last spring outing, this girl's cooking skills were absolutely incredible. She could turn ordinary energy jerky into a 5-star feast. If we end up in a place like the Eastern Theater Command, where you can't eat well or sleep well, how the hell are we supposed to compete? I'm just investing in my stomach ahead of time, nothing else. Ning Chen's subtle awkwardness caught Su Wanan's eye, causing the corners of her mouth to lift in an involuntary smile. She knew Ning Chen was like this, silent on the surface, yet softer than anyone inside. Meanwhile, in another classroom, Ao Yaoyao watched the scene unfold on the screen. The competitive streak of the spoiled heiress flared up again. She pursed her lips and muttered under her breath, so what if he can cook? What's so great about that? I'll just find 10 Michelin-starred chefs. Before she could finish, her own deflation set in. She knew it wasn't the same. The classroom commotion subsided. Yi Ting cleared her throat, drawing everyone's attention back to the podium. Alright, now that the final list of 8 has been confirmed, I hereby announce that Ning Chen will serve as captain of the first-tier preparation team. The appointment caused no ripples, it was well-deserved and entirely expected. Yi Ting nodded with satisfaction before dropping a bombshell. Starting today and continuing until the tournament begins, every afternoon after school, all members of the first team will assemble in the school's Greater Gravity training room for 2 hours of skill proficiency drills and physical conditioning training. Weekends are no exception. Boom! The classroom erupted in a chorus of wails, as if the sky had fallen. What? No way, Teacher He. 2 hours every day? Even on weekends? Good heavens, this is worse than senior year cram sessions. Are you trying to train us to death? Amidst the cacophony of wails and groans, Ning Chen remained slumped lazily against his chair, his fingertips tapping rhythmically on the desk surface, producing a steady patter of taps. Whatever. He'd be alone at home anyway, what difference did it make where he spent his time? The training room at least had some life to it, unlike his empty house. He even found this arrangement rather agreeable. Beside him, Su Waning's clear eyes held no trace of complaint either. Instead, a bright flame ignited within them. She stole a glance at Ning Chen's indifferent profile, her small, pale fist clenching slightly beneath the table. Perfect. I get to train with Ning Chen. Chapter 144. 2 hours daily, plus weekends. As long as she could improve faster, just a little faster, and stay by his side longer, that would be enough. On the podium, Yi Ting anticipated her students' reactions. A kind smile curved the corners of her lips, painted in fiery red. She raised her hand and clapped lightly. Clap. Clap. The crisp clap, though not loud, seemed to carry a certain magic, instantly silencing all the noise. The classroom fell silent once more, quiet enough to hear a pin drop. I know you all have some complaints about this arrangement. Yi Ting pushed her gold-rimmed glasses up her nose, her gaze sharp as a blade behind the lenses as she swept it across every face filled with complaints. She paused, then her voice rose abruptly, carrying an undeniable sense of pressure. But this isn't just about our first high school standing out in this year's citywide vocational competition, it's about your own futures. You are the cream of the crop, the hope for tomorrow. If you can't endure this little hardship, what future can you possibly talk about? Yi Ting's gaze locked onto Ning Chen with precision, like two searchlights. Ning Chen, as the leader of this training group, you must set an example. Ensure everyone trains diligently, no slacking off. Is that clear?
Ning Chen, called out by name, finally snapped out of his daydreaming state and lazily lifted his eyelids.
A single syllable, devoid of even a hint of emotion. He casually scanned the group of future teammates beside him, the starlight in Su Wanning's eyes, Lin Wanner's excitement, Ao Yaoyao's disdain, and that newcomer, Yun Meng.
Just a bunch of kids.
A faint, almost imperceptible curve touched his lips, but inside, he snorted in disdain.
Great. Leading the team? Couldn't be easier.
He still held 2 untouched high-level dungeon passes in his hands.
Pick anyone, lead this bunch of rookies on a tour inside, and wouldn't their levels skyrocket by the time they came out? Strengthening their abilities? That was no big deal at all. But
these dungeon resources were his personal stash. Why should he share them with this bunch? He'd have to see how they performed first.
Ting on the podium didn't seem surprised by Ning Chen's attitude.
Perhaps in her eyes, the eccentricity of the strong was only natural. Alright, that covers the group assignments and training plans.
Implementation begins tomorrow. This afternoon is free time. Dismissed.
No sooner had the words left her lips than she strode out of the classroom, her high heels clicking sharply on the floor. Her posture was sharp and decisive, without a hint of hesitation. The moment she left, the oppressive atmosphere in the classroom exploded like a boiling kettle, the roar of voices nearly shaking the roof off.
Ning Chen! Ning Chen! I'm so in awe of you.
A wave of perfume wafted over as Lin Wanner practically bounced to Ning Chen's desk, her eyes sparkling with admiration. If you hadn't spoken up to Teacher He earlier, Shishin and I would never have gotten into this rocket class.
And being grouped with so many big shots? It's like a dream come true. Seeing her unabashedly joyful expression, Ning Chen. No big deal. Lin Wanner's smile grew even brighter.
She winked mischievously before turning her gaze to the quiet girl sitting next to her, who had remained silent since earlier.
Hey, you must be Yun Meng. I've heard about you, aren't you that legendary SSS-tier phantom spirit enchanter from Second High?
Suddenly thrust into the spotlight, Yun Meng visibly froze. A faint blush spread across her fair cheeks as she nodded stiffly.
Yes, I'm Yun Meng. Hello, Lin. Nice to meet you. I hope we can get along well. Great. Great.
Lin Wanner grabbed Yun Meng's hand with familiar ease, her face beaming with excitement.
Since we're free this afternoon, why don't we go out together? I heard a super luxury resort just opened in Baiguan district. How about we go check it out?
Before she could finish, a haughty female voice cut in.
That place? Everyone turned to see Ao Yaoyao slowly turning from her seat in the front row.
She flicked her fiery red hair and let a proud curve lift the corners of her mouth.
No need to check it out, it's my family's business.
With that, she nonchalantly pulled out the latest model phone and tapped its screen lightly with her slender white fingers. I'll call right now and arrange the highest grade presidential suite for you. Lin Wanner's eyes widened in astonishment. The look she shot Ao Yaoyao was even more exaggerated than the one she'd given Ning Chen earlier.
Holy cow! Miss Ao, you're my hero. Such flattery flattered Ao Yaoyao immensely, lifting her chin even higher.
She pulled out her phone, dialed a number without hesitation, gave a few brief instructions, and hung up decisively. She raised an eyebrow at the stunned group.
All set. The car's on its way.
And so, this motley crew of temporary allies walked out of the school gates together. At the entrance, 2 sleek black SUVs waited silently, drawing curious glances from passing students.
The doors slid open with a hiss. Ao Yaoyao looked smug as she lifted her chin at them. What are you all standing around for? Get in. Ning Chen scoffed dismissively. What kind of scene was this? Let her see what he was made of. He didn't even glance at the 2 expensive business vehicles. The next second, a dazzling golden light erupted from thin air before him. Within the radiance, an intricate and ancient formation materialized instantly, its sacred and majestic aura surging outward like a tidal wave. Boom! Accompanied by a clear, piercing phoenix cry, a magnificent giant bird, its entire body ablaze with golden flames and as large as a small aircraft, soared out of the formation, its wings unfurling. Its wings spread wide, each feather seemingly forged from pure gold, radiating a sacred glow. Its golden pupils, proud and cold, surveyed all below as if a deity had descended. The entire school entrance fell instantly silent. Every passing student, including the 2 black-clad chauffeurs pulling open the car doors, froze solid on the spot. Their mouths gaped wide enough to swallow an egg, eyes bulging nearly from their sockets. What the hell is that? A spirit beast? You've got to be kidding me. When did Haicheng ever have spirit beasts of this caliber? Egg yolk pie, come here. Amidst the horrified stares of the crowd, Ning Chen spoke calmly. The majestic golden phoenix, whose overwhelming aura had dominated the sky, responded to his call. It instantly reigned in its fierceness, gently lowering its noble head to nuzzle Ning Chen's arm. The sudden contrast nearly made everyone's jaws drop. Ning Chen took a long stride, deftly flipping himself onto its back. Sitting steadily atop the golden phoenix's broad back, he swept a condescending glance over the crowd. Finally, his gaze settled on the girl who had been watching him with sparkling eyes since earlier. He extended his hand toward her, his voice quiet yet clear enough for every ear to catch. Wan Ning, come up. Chapter 145.
Su Wanling felt as though her heart had been struck by a hammer. All sound vanished from the world, leaving only his outstretched hand. Her cheeks flushed crimson, heat surging to her scalp, yet she hesitated not a moment. Taking 2 quick steps, she gently placed her hand into Ning Chen's warm palm. Ning Chen flexed his wrist, and a gentle pull drew Su Wanling lightly to rest before him. Only then did her teammates, who had been frozen in shock, finally regain their voices.
Holy Ning Chen. Ao Yaoyao's voice trembled. For the first time, her usually proud face showed an expression called shock. This is your spirit beast? Where the hell did you get it? The aura emanating from this thing was overwhelmingly powerful. This was no ordinary student's possession. Jiang Huai's pupils shrank to pinpricks. He stared fixedly at the golden giant bird, his heart pounding wildly. That pure, sacred aura of power sent a chill down the spine of even him, an SSS-tier Phantom King. This was no ordinary spirit beast. Ning Chen felt the soft touch against his back, a playful curve lifting the corners of his mouth. He turned his head lazily toward Ao Yaoyao, whose face was etched with utter disbelief. Miss Ao, this is what you call impressive. Got it? Before his words faded, he gave the golden phoenix a light pat on the neck. Let's go, egg yolk pie. Chirp. The sacred golden phoenix let out a piercing cry, its wings beating fiercely. A sudden gale swept through, nearly blinding everyone present. In the next instant, it had transformed into a golden streak of light, carrying both riders skyward before vanishing into the horizon. Only a light-hearted remark lingered behind, along with a group of mortals left disheveled by the wind. The wind died down. Ao Yaoyao stared at the empty sky, clenching her fists so tightly her knuckles cracked. Her beautiful face twisted with jealousy and fury, ultimately settling into a stubborn refusal to concede defeat. Gritting her teeth, she ground out the words through clenched jaws. Ning Chen, just you wait. You'll be mine sooner or later. With that, she stomped her foot angrily and turned to dive into the business van she had once been so proud of, but now found utterly humiliating. Jiang Huai, standing nearby, wore a face so dark it seemed ready to rain. A Beastmaster. He had always believed it was nothing more than a useless profession with an SSS-tier title. But today, Ning Chen had taught him a lesson. It wasn't the profession that was worthless, but the person. A Beastmaster capable of commanding such a divine beast possessed strength that likely surpassed his wildest imagination. He clenched his jaw tightly, his eyes blazing with fierce determination. Very well. Ning Chen, huh? We'll see about that. In another corner, Yun Meng's expression was equally grim. Her small hands twisted at her sleeve hem, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Envy, jealousy, and a hint of hurt. So, Su Wanling held such an important place in his heart? That broad, warm back, that exclusive spot he wouldn't let anyone else touch. So it was meant for her all along? Why? Lin Wanner and Wang Xinxian exchanged glances, seeing identical resignation in each other's eyes. Sai, compared to Ning Chen, were practically ants crawling on the ground. Lin Wanner shook her head, then pulled Wang Xinxian toward another car. Let's go. If we stay any longer, I fear my little heart won't be able to take it. When Ao Yaoyao and her group arrived at the hotel, seething with pent-up frustration, they were greeted by Ning Chen and Su Wanning, leisurely sipping juice on the luxurious sofas in the lobby. The scene was painfully harmonious. Ao Yaoyao stomped over in her high heels, hands on her hips, cheeks puffed out. It was less a confrontation and more a pouty complaint. Ning Chen. We agreed to do group activities. You have such an amazing ride and didn't even bring us along, you just took off on your own. How selfish can you be? Ning Chen lifted his eyelids, watching her puffed-up expression, and couldn't help but smile. Fine, my bad. He set down his juice, his tone tinged with the soothing tone of a parent calming a child. Don't worry, when we get another chance, I'll give each of you one. Deal? Put. Lin Wanner nearly spit out the mouthful of juice she'd just taken. One each? Ning Chen, do you think it's cabbage? That's the sacred spirit golden phoenix. Ao Yaoyao was also taken aback by his bold claim. She wanted to retort but couldn't find the words. Finally, she could only pout, snort, and then plop down right next to Ning Chen, squeezing in and claiming half his seat. Once seated, her prim and proper demeanor instantly returned. She lifted her chin toward the hotel manager who had rushed over at the commotion and ordered. Go. Prepare your finest set menu for us. I'm dining with my classmate. And clear the swimming pool immediately, not a single guest is to remain inside. We'll be using it shortly. Yes, miss. The manager bowed respectfully, then gestured for them to follow as he led the eclectic group toward the hotel's most exclusive private dining room. The opulence of the top-tier private room clearly exceeded Lin Wanner and Wang Xinxian's expectations, though for individuals of Ao Yaoyao and Jiang Huai's stature, it was merely par for the course. This elegant private room comfortably seated 10. Beyond the massive floor-to-ceiling windows lay the hotel's meticulously crafted sky garden, offering a pleasant view. Before anyone could react, Ao Yaoyao had already strided forward with long, confident steps. Like a little female cat marking her territory, she beat everyone to the seat at Ning Chen's right, plopping down with a thud. She then shot a triumphant, raised eyebrow in Su Wannin's direction.
The message in her eyes couldn't be clearer: no one steals the seat this lady has claimed.
Su Wannin merely gave her a faint glance, saying nothing.
She walked at a measured pace and silently took her seat to Ning Chen's left. Though she neither competed nor vied, her composed calmness silently conveyed to everyone present that no matter who sat beside him, she was the one closest to his heart. An invisible tension began to permeate the dining table. Yun Mang watched Ning Chen sandwiched between his two bodyguards, a flicker of gloom crossing her eyes. She silently took the seat furthest from him. The others sensed the tension and took their seats accordingly. What should have been a team-building dinner started off with a palpable atmosphere of hostility.
Shall we discuss the training plan first?
Lin Wanner cautiously broke the awkward silence, her voice careful.
Ning Chen, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, Wang Xinqing chimed in quickly. Teacher, he told us all to listen to you.
Chapter 146, Sudden Change. All eyes instantly turned to Ning Chen. However, as they chatted sporadically, the conversation kept circling around the upcoming city-wide competition. Yet Su Wanning, seated beside Ning Chen, was unusually quiet. She kept her head down, her pale fingers swiftly swiping across her phone screen, seemingly uninterested in the group's discussion. Ning Chen's eyebrow lifted imperceptibly.
He cleared his throat softly, not loudly, yet it succeeded in silencing everyone. His gaze shifted to the girl beside him, his tone carrying a hint of affection he himself hadn't quite noticed. Wanling, why aren't you speaking?
Do you have any thoughts about the training?
Whoosh! All eyes instantly shifted from Ning Chen to Su Wanling. Especially Ao Yaoyao, her beautiful phoenix eyes nearly shot flames.
Why the hell does she get to be the center of attention? Why does this man only have eyes for her? Does this lady sitting here look like air? Su Wannin seemed to sense the intense glare.
She slowly lifted her head, her exquisite face showing no trace of awkwardness at being singled out.
Instead, a faint, sweet smile blossomed on her lips.
The next moment, under everyone's stunned gazes, she reached out her soft little hand and directly took Ning Chen's large hand resting on the table, their fingers interlocking tightly.
After this bold gesture, she finally turned to Ning Chen.
Her voice was soft yet carried clearly to every ear, carrying an undeniable declaration. Whether you're the team leader or my boyfriend, I'll listen to you. The words exploded like a depth charge in the quiet private room. Ning Chen's heart surged with overwhelming joy at that moment, nearly leaping out of his throat.
Awesome! Absolutely awesome! Is Su Wanling.
The girl who blushed fiercely at the slightest touch of her head, stammering shyly into incoherence she had finally learned to take the initiative to possess. He fought the urge to pull her into his arms and kiss her fiercely right then and there, instead tightening his grip on her small hand. The smile he couldn't suppress playing at the corners of his mouth spoke volumes. The expressions on the others' faces, however, were far from pleasant.
Snap! The silver cutlery in Ao Yaoyao's hand was twisted out of shape by her tight grip.
She glared fiercely at their clasped hands, the flames of jealousy in her beautiful eyes nearly bursting forth into tangible form.
Boyfriend? Damn Ning Chen! Damn Su Wanling!
On the other side, Yun Meng's face drained of color in an instant, turning deathly pale. Her fingers clenched the hem of her dress so tightly her knuckles turned white. Long lashes lowered, concealing the bitter sorrow and hurt churning in her eyes. So, she was already his girlfriend? That explained why he'd reached out to her so naturally at the school gate. That broad, warm back, that reserved spot, had never been meant for anyone else. Just as the tension in the air grew thick enough to cut with a knife, the door to the private room opened politely.
Good evening, sir and madam. Your dishes are being served. Led by the head waiter, a line of impeccably dressed servers in white gloves entered in orderly succession. Their movements were fluid and precise as they placed exquisite dishes, each a feast for the eyes and nose, onto the table. Dragon's Roar sashimi platter, deep sea grouper, a 5 wagyu beef. Each dish was a work of art, its enticing aroma alone enough to make one's mouth water. The aroma of the food, like an invisible hand, forcibly stirred the stagnant air. Wow! It's the belly of bluefin tuna. As an SSS-tier lifestyle professional, Wang Xinqing's sensitivity to top-tier ingredients far surpassed the average person. Her eyes lit up, momentarily pushing aside the earlier shock. And this it must be smoked with century-old fireweed. Such meticulous technique. Xinqing, you're amazing, you can tell all that. Lin Wanner immediately chimed in to flatter her friend, glancing cautiously at Ning Chen and Su Wanling before shooting a sidelong glance at the sulking Ao Yaoyao, attempting to ease the tension with talk of fine cuisine. Ao Yaoyao snorted coldly, shooting a dismissive glance at the two overreacting women. Country bumpkins, never seen the world. But, that damn Ning Chen, daring to flirt with another woman right in front of me. It infuriates me. Her anger flared as she picked up her chopsticks, viciously speared the largest piece of wagyu beef, shoved it into her mouth, and chewed with such force it seemed she was devouring not meat, but some despicable creature. This lady won't lose to you. Just you wait. Someday, you won't be good enough for Ning Chen. Su Wanning merely smiled faintly at the scene. She picked up a piece of fish, carefully removing imaginary bones, then placed it into Ning Chen's bowl with the utmost naturalness. Try this. Sure.
Ning Chen's reply was crisp and decisive, his eyes sparkling with a smile that could drown a person.
Put. Ao Yao Yao nearly spit out the beef in her mouth. She felt like she was about to have a heart attack from the sheer frustration these two were causing her. Yet, as dish after dish arrived, everyone savored the rare delicacies while engaging in casual conversation. Miraculously, the atmosphere at the table grew genuinely harmonious. Watching this scene, Ning Chen felt a rare warmth rise within him. These people would be his teammates from now on. This city-wide competition wasn't just about the honor of first high, it was their makeshift team's first battle. If they could pull together as one, winning an award wasn't impossible. With that thought, Ning Chen picked up the glass of freshly squeezed juice in front of him and stood up. Instantly, all eyes turned to him once more. He surveyed the room, his voice clear and resonant. I know everyone has their own thoughts, but starting today, we are one team. His gaze swept over each person, finally resting on Su Wanan's face. His expression softened for a moment before returning to the steady composure of a captain. Come on, everyone, raise your glasses. To the upcoming competition, and to ourselves, cheers. Cheers. We have to win. Go for it. Wang Xinxin and Lin Wanner were the first to respond, excitedly raising their glasses. Though still wearing a stern expression, Ao Yao Yao raised her glass with a touch of pride and huffed, of course. With this lady here, the championship isn't going anywhere. Su Wannin smiled, gently clinking her glass against Ning Chen's, her eyes brimming with support. Even Yun Meng silently raised her glass. The glasses hovered mid-air, poised to meet, each face bearing a hint of hopeful anticipation for what lay ahead. Suddenly, a shriek pierced the air from the main hall, followed by the clatter of chairs and tables being violently overturned and the shattering crash of something breaking. Chaos erupted. What's happening? Wang Xinxin startled, her glass wobbling in her hand. Chapter 147, The Ao Family's Wrath. Ning Chen's brow furrowed. Just as his psychic energy began to spread, the massive floor-to-ceiling glass wall of their private room shattered inward with a loud crash. A cold wind swept in, carrying shards of glass, as a shadow moved so fast it was impossible to follow with the eye, skimming the floor and vanishing in an instant. Its target was terrifyingly precise. It showed no mercy. Before anyone could react, it had already swept two people away. Two chairs were overturned by an invisible force, their juice glasses shattering into the floor. Orange liquid mixed with broken glass splattered everywhere. Lin Wanner and Wang Xinxin, who had been seated there moments before, vanished right before everyone's eyes. The entire sequence unfolded in an absurdly short span, less than half a second. The lively dinner table fell silent in an instant, so quiet you could hear your own heartbeat. The air turned as cold as ice. The 7 people at the table stared blankly at the 2 empty chairs. Ning Chen slowly set down the glass in his hand, his gaze turning icy cold. The murderous intent radiating from him seemed capable of freezing the very air. To attempt an abduction on his turf right before his eyes? They were asking for death. In a split second, Ning Chen reacted with inhuman speed. Without even glancing at the gaping hole, his left hand shot out like lightning, seizing Su Wanling's wrist beside him. He yanked her backward with such force that her entire slender frame was pulled into his embrace. Everyone, be careful. His voice was quiet, yet it pierced the dead silence like a sharp spike. Almost simultaneously, 2 other figures moved. Swish! Ao Yao Yao kicked her chair aside, her crimson spiritual energy erupting instantly. The scorching airwaves curled the nearby tablecloth as her golden dragon eyes locked onto the shattered floor-to-ceiling window, assuming a battle stance. In the corner, Yun Meng moved silently. Her form flickered, transforming into a shadowy figure. Several butterflies, glowing with a faint blue phosphorescence, flew from her sleeves, circling vigilantly around her. At that moment, several figures sprinted across the lounge area on the opposite side of the private room. Leading them was none other than the transfer student, Zhang Huai. His gaze swept over the wreckage and the 2 empty chairs, his brow furrowing. His eyes finally settled on Ning Chen, the only one in the room who seemed remotely composed. Who is this? Zhang Huai's voice was deep and heavy. Ning Chen's gaze swept toward the direction where the shadow had vanished, the warmth in his eyes plummeting to freezing point. Instead of answering Zhang Huai, he spoke as if to himself or perhaps to some unseen enemy, each word dripping with unchecked fury. Those cowardly bastards again, daring to mess with the dragon's lair time and again? Have they grown tired of living? Those bastards pulled a stunt in the Fire Spirit secret realm last time, and now they dare to show their faces again? And their strength was significantly greater than last time. To snatch 2 living people right from under the noses of so many experts, in an instant, without giving them even a chance to resist. This was beyond the capabilities of mere S-rankers. It seems whoever's backing them is dead set on pursuing forbidden arts. Su Wanning clutched Ning Chen's sleeve tightly. The shock had made her heart race, but feeling the warmth of his embrace, she quickly calmed down. She tilted her head up, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Ning Chen. Could this be the same group we encountered in the Fire Spirit's secret realm? Ning Chen took a deep breath, patted her hand reassuringly, and gave her a confirming look. Yes. That single word instantly ignited a powder keg beside them. Damn it! Ao Yao Yao exploded upon hearing this, her beautiful face flushing crimson with fury.
So it was those bastards who kidnapped this lady last time. How dare they? They hadn't even settled the score from last time, and now they dared show up at my doorstep again? Trying to kidnap someone right in front of me? This is provocation. This is slapping the AO family in the face. These reckless fools. The more AO Yaoyao thought about it, the angrier she became. Without another word, she pulled out her latest diamond-encrusted phone and dialed a number. The moment the call connected, she cut straight to the chase, barking orders in a commanding tone. Listen up. New Century Resort Hotel in Northgate District. Mobilize every available officer immediately. Seal off the entire place, not a single fly is to escape. Search every inch. Find those men in black, no matter what it takes. With a sharp click, she hung up. Her movements were crisp and decisive, radiating sheer authority. Ning Chen watched from the side, his eye twitching. Damn, he almost forgot this girl was the daughter of Haicheng's wealthiest tycoon, a bona fide cash cow. Her efficiency was truly beyond compare. I'll go chase them down first.
Zhang Huai paid no attention to AO Yaoyao's actions.
He stepped forward, opened his right hand, and a fist-sized, constantly spinning black vortex appeared out of thin air, seeming to devour all light. My black hole has a perception function that can track residual spatial fluctuations. I'll go to every possible location they might appear. I'll hold them off first and send you their coordinates once I find them. Ning Chen glanced at him and nodded decisively.
All right. Zhang, these black-clad figures are unpredictable. We're coming with you. Wu Haoren and the nearby Thunder Serpent Princess Lu Yan exchanged glances before stepping forward, their expressions grave. Zhang Huai said nothing, merely enlarging the black hole in his hand. The three nodded to Ning Chen, then without hesitation stepped forward into the eerie black vortex, their figures vanishing instantly. Almost simultaneously with their disappearance, Yun Meng moved. Her hands formed intricate seals. The phantom butterflies circling her emitted a crisp chirp, flapped their wings, and transformed into streaks of blue light, darting off in different directions. One flew straight toward the shattered window. Follow me.
The words barely left her lips before Yun Meng's figure shot forward, following the phantom butterfly that had flown out the window without hesitation. Ning Chen wrapped his arms around Su Wanling's waist, thrusting his feet against the ground. His entire body blurred into a trail of afterimages as he followed closely behind.
Hey! Wait for this lady. Ao Yaoyao stomped her foot in frustration, immediately giving chase.
Crimson spiritual energy gathered beneath her feet as she accelerated at an astonishing speed.
What the hell is going on?
A perfectly good meal had been ruined. First two people were snatched away, and now they were chasing after criminals for dear life. What infuriated her most was that these people were clearly targeting her, yet they chose to strike at those closest to her instead. This was a direct slap in her face. Ning Chen's heart burned with rage, yet his mind grew increasingly calm. Their modus operandi was clear: abduct, then immediately evacuate via spatial means to rendezvous elsewhere. Zhang Huai and the others were chasing the first spatial drop point, but the enemy clearly had a backup plan.
A diversionary tactic?
No, this felt more like a deliberate attempt to split our forces.
What exactly were they after? Just to capture two non-combatant girls? Chapter 148. Moving with blinding speed, the phantom butterfly led the way, navigating the hotel's opulent corridors with precision. They weaved through the panicked crowds, heading straight for the rear of the building. The moment they burst through the back door into the hotel courtyard, the sight before them made their pupils contract sharply. The entire backyard lay in utter ruin. The once exquisite garden landscaping lay utterly destroyed. Huge claw marks gouged the lawn, while the hard stone pavement appeared as if plowed by some beast. Overturned flower pots and shattered metal railings littered the ground. Clearly, a fierce battle had just erupted here. Here! Ao Yaoyao, with her keen eyes, spotted the target first. She dashed over and found Lin Wanner unconscious beneath a decorative tree that had been knocked over. She hurried forward, carefully lifting Lin Wanner up. Her face was pale, a trace of blood still clinging to the corner of her mouth. Clearly she'd suffered a blow. Thankfully, her breathing remained steady. Lin Wanner! Wake up! Ao Yaoyao's voice carried suppressed fury. Damn bastards! My friend Ao Yaoyao, is someone you cowardly scum can just lay a finger on? Just then, a dark figure darted out of the shadows nearby, moving with blinding speed toward the small grove beyond the backyard. Trying to run? Ning Chen's gaze instantly locked onto the dark figure, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Without another word, he shot forward like an arrow released from its string. Ning Chen! Su Wanling's heart clenched, and she immediately followed. Yun Meng wasted no time either, her form blurring into a phantom as several phantom butterflies fluttered around her. Her speed matched Ning Chen's every step. Damn it! Ao Yaoyao watched the three chase after the figure, then glanced at the unconscious Lin Wanner in her arms. Without hesitation, she pulled out her phone again and dialed the same number as before. I've found one person. She's in the hotel's back courtyard. Send the medical team immediately to assist. Fastest possible speed. After her brief instructions, she gently leaned Lin Wanner against a relatively intact wall. Turning on her heel, her face dark with fury, she charged off in the direction Ning Chen and the others had taken.
She dashed through a small grove of trees. Ahead, the path suddenly opened up into a vast, open grassy field. Under the moonlight, the dark figure finally came to a halt. With his back to the group, he held a petite figure in his arms, none other than the unconscious squad leader, Wang Xinxin. "Let her go!" Ning Chen's furious shout thundered like a bolt from the blue, shattering the silent night sky. Before the words faded, a piercing phoenix cry shredded the clouds. Brilliant golden light erupted beside him as the majestic sacred spirit golden phoenix egg yellow pie materialized from thin air. Golden divine flames flowed through its wings, its sharp phoenix eyes locked onto the black-clad figure ahead, unleashing a terrifying aura that instantly engulfed the entire scene. The dark figure seemed utterly unfazed by Egg Yolk Pie's sudden appearance. He slowly turned, revealing a hideous face covered in eerie black patterns. He grinned, letting out a hoarse, unpleasant laugh. Ha! Ning Chen, you little brats actually have some skill to track me down here." The black-clad figure let out a savage laugh, his raspy voice sounding like a broken bellows, dragging across the grass and piercing the ears. "What a pity! Such a fresh young girl, about to become my darling's meal." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the space behind him began to warp. A thick, indelible stench of blood surged forth. The ground shook violently as a colossal creature forced its way out of the void. It was a colossal crocodile, over 10 meters long, covered in dark red scales. Between the scales, blood-like energy seeped out. Its cloudy eyes radiated savage ferocity. Even more spine-chilling was the magical array formed by black runes slowly rotating atop the crocodile's head. At the array's center, two slender figures dangled midair, bound by black energy chains. It was Wang Xinxin and Class 5's S-rank Thunder Spirit Snake Princess, Lu Yan. Both had their eyes closed, their faces as pale as paper. Their life force was being drained by the formation, continuously flowing into the giant crocodile below. Damn it! Not only Wang Xinxin, but Lu Yan had been captured too. What the hell do these bastards want? Ning Chen's pupils instantly narrowed to pinpricks as a cold-killing intent surged from his core, the surrounding air seeming to freeze solid. This formation was draining their very lives and spiritual energy. If this dragged on, both of them would truly become nourishment for this beast. Ning Chen fixed his gaze on the black-clad figure, his voice devoid of emotion yet colder than the Siberian wind. "Enough talk. Today, either hand them over, or leave your life behind." Ha 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 ha. The black-clad figure burst into uncontrollable laughter as if hearing the most absurd joke, clutching his stomach and shaking with mirth. "Ning Chen, oh Ning Chen, you actually think you're something special? Cut the crap. You're nothing but a slightly stronger ant. What gives you the right to challenge me?" His laughter abruptly halted, his eyes instantly turning venomous. "Today, I'll make you watch with your own eyes as the people you care about become part of my power, piece by piece. Attack! Tear them apart!" The black-clad figure swung his arm violently. The blood domain crocodile let out a deafening roar, its massive body charging toward Ning Chen and the others with overwhelming force. "You think I'll just stand by and watch? You think you're worthy?" Ning Chen cursed inwardly, his face remaining impassive. "Egg Yolk Squad. Chirp!" The sacred golden phoenix let out a piercing cry. Without needing Ning Chen's command, its magnificent golden wings flapped, unleashing a torrent of golden divine flames. Like a falling sun, it charged straight toward the colossal crocodile, radiating boundless blood energy. Almost simultaneously, Su Wannin and Yun Mang also moved. All traces of coyness vanished from Su Wannin's face, replaced by a chill as deep as a frozen wasteland. Spreading her hands, she unleashed a bone-chilling cold that instantly spread outward. Countless ice spikes, glinting with frigid light, materialized from thin air and rained down like a storm upon the twisted, dark creatures emerging from the shadows beside the giant crocodile. Yun Mang was even more direct. The few phantom butterflies around her instantly multiplied into hundreds, even thousands, forming a dazzling yet deadly butterfly storm. Wherever it passed, the lower-level dark creatures' eyes immediately glazed over, and they began to turn on each other. "Dare to touch my people? Die!" A shrill cry echoed as Ao Yao Yao charged in fiercely. Crimson dragon flame energy coalesced in her hands into a wildly dancing fire dragon, carrying a savage aura that incinerated everything in its path. It slammed viciously into the pile of monsters. Chapter 149. In an instant, four distinct forces collided and intertwined upon the small grassy field. The energy ripples tore gaping, monstrous gashes into the ground, reducing the surrounding trees to ash in an instant. Among them, the battle between Egg Yolk Pie and the blood domain crocodile was particularly breathtaking. Each collision was a feast for the senses. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, a pitch-black spatial vortex abruptly ripped open at the edge of the battlefield. Two slightly disheveled figures burst out from within, none other than Zhang Huai and Wu Haoren. "Ning Chen!" Zhang Huai cried urgently the moment he landed. "How did it go?" "Our side was a trap. I barely managed to rescue Lin Wanner, but Wang Xinxin was snatched away through another spatial portal." Ning Chen shot a glance that forced back a sneaking monster, then took a moment to pat Zhang Huai's shoulder, his expression so grave it could have dripped water. "Got it. Damn it, it was a diversion after all." These bastards' plan was more meticulous than imagined. Not only did they kidnap people, but they also severely injured Jiang Huai and Wu Haoren in the process. And this black-clad figure's strength absolutely surpassed any opponent they'd faced before. The thick aura of blood on that crocodile was far beyond what could be cultivated normally. Who knew how many innocent girls had already fallen victim to his depravity? Ning Chen's voice rang out again, carrying an unquestionable command. Since you and Wu are injured, fall back and rest. Protect yourselves. We'll handle this here. Despite his words, Ning Chen's heart sank steadily. He had discovered an extremely troubling issue. The sacred spirit divine fire of the egg yolk sect, powerful enough to melt iron and burn through gold, had been unleashed upon the blood domain demon crocodile. Yet it could only scorch a few of its scales, leaving charred patches utterly incapable of inflicting a fatal wound. The colossal crocodile seemed utterly impervious to pain. Bolstered by the essence blood it had devoured, it relentlessly traded blows with egg yolk pie, inflicting wounds in exchange for wounds. Each of egg yolk sect's claw strikes fell to it like nothing more than a tickle. Damn it! This beast's defense is downright insane. Egg yolk pie's sacred spirit divine fire naturally countered dark creatures, yet even breaking its defense proved this arduous. Clearly, the blood domain demon crocodile had devoured an appalling amount of life essence. If this stalemate continues, egg yolk pie will be the first to collapse, especially with 2 health packs dangling above, constantly replenishing its vitality. We have to go to plan B. Though that thing is a bit uncontrollable. But now, there's no time for hesitation. Ning Chen's eyes sharpened as his resolve solidified. He abruptly raised his hand, and an even deeper, darker contract array instantly unfolded beneath his feet. Come forth! With his low command, a chill more bone-piercing than Su Wanning's ice spirit power crashed down. The entire battlefield's temperature plummeted, the air nearly freezing solid. Everyone's movements instinctively slowed by half a beat. They all turned their heads in unison, gazing toward Ning Chen's direction. From within the shadowy formation, a lithe and elegant figure slowly stepped forward. It was a giant wolf, its size rivaling that of a blood domain demon crocodile. Its entire body was pitch black, its fur so smooth it seemed to swallow all light. Not a single speck of color marred its form, save for a pair of deep blue eyes that gazed down with lofty disdain upon those before it. Even more spine-chilling was the faint upward curve at the wolf's mouth, forming a cruel, bloodthirsty grin. Moon-devouring demon wolf. This is still Ning Chen's spirit beast? Jiang Huai and Wu Haoren were utterly dumbfounded. A single SSS-tier sacred spirit golden phoenix was enough to shatter their understanding. Now, a demon wolf emerged, its aura so terrifying it made their very souls tremble? Is this even human? How could one person possibly contract so many top-tier spirit beasts? Jiang Huai's mouth opened, his throat parched as if smoke were rising from it. Not a single word could form. The shock he'd endured today surpassed everything he'd experienced in his entire life. It wasn't just him, even Ao Yao Yao was frozen in place. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the demon wolf, radiating boundless ferocity, the shock within her heart churning like a raging storm. This guy, just how many more hidden cards does he have up his sleeve? First, that noble and sacred golden phoenix. Now, this terrifying demon wolf radiating malevolent energy. One embodying righteousness, the other evil, 2 utterly opposing supreme powers coexisting within a single person. What kind of monster is this Ning Chen? Roar! The blood domain demon crocodile clearly sensed the deadly threat too. Abandoning its struggle with the golden phoenix, it turned and unleashed a roar filled with savagery and unease toward the moon-devouring demon wolf. Yet the moon-devouring demon wolf merely lifted its eyelids lazily, its deep blue eyes brimming with contempt. It moved. Without any earth-shattering fanfare, its movements were ghostly swift. Its forepaws pushed off the grass, and its entire body transformed into a black lightning bolt, silently pouncing toward the colossal beast. Ning Chen watched the scene unfold, his eyes blazing with murderous intent, his voice cold as ice, ground out between clenched teeth. Today, I'll let you taste its fury. Tear it apart for me. Boom! The black lightning and the dark red mountain of flesh collided in an instant. The force of the impact was 10 times more terrifying than the golden phoenix's earlier attack. A shrill, teeth-grinding screech of metal scraping metal erupted as the moon-devouring demon wolf's seemingly elegant claws carved 5 bone-deep gashes into the blood domain demon crocodile's prized scales. Sparks flew everywhere. Arg! For the first time, the blood domain demon crocodile let out a genuine cry of agony. Its massive tail lashed out like a steel whip, tearing through the air with a deafening roar as it struck viciously at the moon-devouring demon wolf's midsection. But the moon-devouring demon wolf reacted faster. Twisting its waist at an impossible angle, it dodged most of the force, allowing the massive tail to strike its hind legs with a dull thud. Using the momentum, it opened its gaping maw and sank its teeth into the giant crocodile's neck. Snap! The sound of shattered scales rang out clearly. The titans clashed in a brutal melee, each strike making the earth tremble. The primal, bloody combat left everyone watching utterly transfixed. Good. Su Wanning's spirits soared at the sight. She knew Ning Chen had played his trump card to end this quickly. She had to keep pace with Ning Chen. With a fierce cry, she pushed her mythic tier talent, Ice Heart Clarity, to its absolute limit. The surrounding temperature plummeted once more, and vast flakes of snow fell from the sky, heading straight for the dark creature.
Meanwhile, Yunmeng's phantom spirit butterflies altered their strategy.
Instead of creating chaos, they transformed into dazzling illusory mirrors, amplifying Ao Yaoyao's dragon flame attacks and instantly doubling their destructive power.
Just try hiding now. Ao Yaoyao cried out.
Seeing Ning Chen's demon wolf had completely suppressed the stupid crocodile, her competitive spirit flared. She locked her target directly onto the black-clad figure who had been hiding in the rear. Crimson dragon flames coalesced in her hands into a flaming spear over 3 meters long. The icy illusion intertwined with the raging dragon fire, transforming into a dazzling yet deadly streak of light that pierced straight toward the masked figure's face.
Damn it! Chapter 150, don't get too cocky. Blow it up. The black-clad figure's expression twisted in shock. He never imagined Ning Chen possessed a beastmaster of this caliber. The sheer pressure emanating from that demon wolf even made his heart skip a beat. As Ao Yaoyao and Yun Meng's combined attack closed in, he dared not delay. His hands flashed through seals, conjuring a shield of twisted, wailing shadows before him. Don't get too cocky. Explode for me.
While blocking the attack, he roared, channeling the energy from the formation above his head. He aimed to accelerate the extraction of Wang Xinxin and Luyan's life force, granting the blood domain demon crocodile its final enhancement. Yet, though he was fast, Ning Chen was faster. In the split second he was distracted, Ning Chen's figure vanished from his original position. Like a ghostly shadow, he slipped past the raging colossus and materialized silently behind him.
What are you staring at?
A cold voice rang in his ear. The black-clad figure's hair stood on end, a chill racing from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head.
That voice. When did he get behind me?
He whipped his head around, only to meet a pair of eyes more filled with tangible killing intent than the moon-devouring demon wolf's own icy blue pupils. Before he could react, however, the outcome on the other side of the battlefield had already been decided.
Roar! A wolf's howl, brimming with boundless ferocity, pierced the night sky. After dodging another sweeping attack from the blood domain demon crocodile, the moon-devouring demon wolf's body arched violently. Its hind legs erupted with earth-shattering power, transforming its massive form into an uncatchable black thunderbolt. Its gaping maw, like an abyss of razor-sharp blades, locked onto the blood domain demon crocodile's sole vulnerable point, its throat. Snap! Crunch! The sound of scales, bones, and flesh being crushed together. The blood domain demon crocodile's mountainous body thrashed and twisted in fury, its massive tail lashing wildly at the ground, sending clouds of dust and debris flying. Yet all was futile. The moon-devouring demon wolf's deep blue eyes flashed with savage light as its jaws continued to exert relentless pressure. Arg! Ugh! The piercing screams abruptly ceased. The blood domain demon and its massive form shook violently, then collapsed as if drained of all strength. Collapsing limply to the ground. Dark crimson blood instantly stained the vast expanse of grass beneath it. With its death, the crimson magic array suspended midair emitted a mournful wail. Like shattered glass, it cracked inch by inch, eventually dissipating into specks of red light that vanished into the air. The energy chains binding Wang Xinxin and Lu Yan disintegrated, and the two girls drifted down from the sky. Xinxin! Yun Meng cried out in alarm. With lightning-fast thought, countless phantom butterflies coalesced into 2 soft wings. They caught the 2 girls mid-air, gently lowering them to the ground. It's over. All over. The black-clad man watched helplessly as his greatest asset was torn apart alive, his heart stopping in his chest. Only one thought remained in his mind. Run. He must run. He could no longer spare a thought for Ning Chen before him, turning to vanish into the darkness like a shadow. Run? Did you ask me first? A flash of murderous intent flickered in Ning Chen's eyes. He planted his feet and surged forward, his speed far outpacing the black-clad figure. Thud. A dull thud echoed as Ning Chen delivered a merciless knee strike to the back of the black-clad figure's waist. The latter let out a muffled groan, crashing to the ground like a tumbling gourd. Speak. Who are you? Who sent you? Ning Chen pinned him down with one foot, immobilizing him. Leaning over, he yanked the man's collar, hoisting him halfway off the ground. His voice was as cold as ice shards. Ha, ha, ha. Trapped in knowing escape was impossible, the black-clad man twisted his face into a savage grin. The spiritual energy within him began surging wildly in an extremely unstable manner. Want to know? Go ask the king of hell in the underworld. At that moment, Yun Meng, who had been monitoring the entire scene with her phantom spirit butterflies, paled and urgently shouted a warning. Ning Chen, watch out. He's going to detonate his spiritual energy. Self-detonation? The explosion of a high-level practitioner's spiritual energy would be no less devastating than a heavy bomb. Everyone present, except Ning Chen himself, would likely be caught in the blast. Too late, the black-clad figure cackled. Yet, Ning Chen's eyes showed not a trace of panic, only utter composure. Trying to self-detonate in front of me? You're still too green. Before the words had fully left his mouth, his free hand shot out like lightning.
His fingers formed a blade-like point, striking with pinpoint accuracy at several critical pressure points on the back of the black-clad man's neck at an impossible angle. The violent surge of spiritual energy seemed to have its source severed in an instant, violently forced back into its source. The man in black's maniacal grin froze on his face, his eyes widening with sheer terror. How could he possibly seal my spirit veins? In the very instant Ning Chen sealed his spiritual veins, he caught sight of the inner side of the black-clad man's wrist as he struggled. There, a small, blood-red mark shaped like a plum blossom was etched. That mark, it looked so familiar. Ning Chen's brow furrowed sharply. He felt certain he had seen this mark somewhere before, a wave of intense unease washing over him. Before he could dwell on it, an aura 100 times more terrifying than the blood domain crocodile erupted from behind him, a mixture of overwhelming hatred and murderous intent. AOWW. The moon-devouring demon wolf has gone berserk. Its once sole blue eyes now blazed crimson, its hatred toward Ning Chen seething to the bone. As if Ning Chen were its sworn enemy. Having recuperated within the storage space for so long, its power was now incomparable to before. This full-blown eruption was solely to break free from the shackles of the contract and tear this master who dared to enslave it to pieces. This sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. Zhang Huai and Wu Haorun were utterly terrified. Just moments ago, they had been awestruck by Ning Chen's power, yet now this formidable beast had turned on its master? Ning Chen! Ao Yaoyao's shrill cry cracked with disbelief. She couldn't fathom why this was happening. In the blink of an eye, as the wolf's jaws, gleaming with a chilling light, closed in on Ning Chen's neck, a slender figure charged forward without hesitation. Ice crystal wall. Su Wanning's face showed no hesitation. Her mythical tear talon surged to its peak, instantly crystallizing a thick, impenetrable ice wall behind Ning Chen, blocking the moon-devouring demon wolf's path. Meanwhile, the black-clad figure seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A ruthless gleam flashed in his eyes as he employed some secret technique, transforming his body into a pool of black liquid that instantly merged with the ground, vanishing without a trace. Boom! The ice wall shattered instantly under the moon-devouring demon wolf's claws. The crimson wolf eyes locked onto Ning Chen, closing in relentlessly. The foul stench of blood assaulted Ning Chen's face. Ning Chen's pupils contracted sharply. He sensed the moon-devouring demon wolf's murderous intent and his heart surged with terror. But his greater concern now was the girl standing in front of him. Wan Ning, run! Chapter 151. Ning Chen's roar exploded in her ears, yet Su Wanling's feet seemed rooted to the spot, utterly immovable. Not only did she not retreat, she stepped forward, using her seemingly slender frame to shield Ning Chen even more completely behind her. Her lovely face bore an unprecedented look of unwavering resolve and determination. I won't leave. Her voice rang out crisply, yet carried an undeniable force. Before, you always protected me. This time, it's my turn to stand by your side. You silly girl. A wave of warmth instantly flooded Ning Chen's heart. But no matter how touched he felt, the Shuriwa demon wolf's current fury was far beyond what an S-rank like Su Wanling could withstand. In the blink of an eye, its blood-stained maw, trailing a foul wind, closed in to within inches. Yet, the instant it was about to touch Su Wanning, the girl instinctively raised her ice crystal staff to block it. Crack! A shrill cracking sound echoed. The staff, forged from pure ice energy, instantly cracked like a spiderweb under the moon-devouring demon wolf's terrifying bite. The wolf's fangs were now less than half an inch from Su Wanning's arm. Now! A sharp gleam flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. Without a second's hesitation, his bare left fingertip drew a slash across his right thumb, instantly creating a tiny wound. A drop of blood, imbued with his primal essence, shot forth like a ruby. Fast. Accurate. Deadly. The blood droplet traced a precise arc, landing squarely on the center of the moon-devouring demon wolf's forehead. Hum. A soft yet irresistible white light erupted suddenly, radiating outward from the blood droplet. A woo. Woo. Endless reluctance flashed in the moon-devouring demon wolf's crimson eyes, but ultimately, it was enveloped by an irresistible force. Its massive body transformed into a streak of light, forcibly recalled into the beast's taming space. The crisis was averted. Ning Chen exhaled a long, heavy breath as his taut nerves finally relaxed. He mentally scanned his beast's taming space. The next second, his lips twitched involuntarily. Damn it! This beast truly is untamable. Inside the beast's taming space, several rare spiritual herbs he had painstakingly saved for Egg Yolk Pie's advancement had been gnawed to shreds, their remains scattered everywhere. The bastard was healing inside, yet he'd treated my stash like an all-you-can-eat buffet. This moon-devouring demon wolf's temperament was even more unruly than that 1,000-year-old dragon he'd captured. But, it sure had some nerve. He knew spirit beasts were hard to tame, but he never imagined it would be this difficult. From the very start of the contract, its loyalty was zero, a complete rebel. Not only did it dare to turn on me, it even stole my spiritual medicines. It might as well have punched a hole through the sky. Who knows when he'll ever tame this moon-devouring demon wolf? Just as these thoughts raced through Ning Chen's mind, several figures closed in around him. Ning Chen, how are you? Are you okay? A wave of fragrance swept over him as Yun Meng rushed to his side first. Without a word, she grabbed his hand and examined him from head to toe, her beautiful eyes filled with unmasked concern. Meanwhile, Ao Yaoyao glared with displeasure at the direction the black-clad figure had vanished, her face icy cold as she clenched her teeth. Who the hell are these bastards? Attacking repeatedly in Haicheng, right on my Ao family's turf. Do they really think this lady is made of clay? Ning Chen shook his head, withdrawing the hand Yun Meng was holding, his expression turning grave once more. Their origins and motives remain unclear. The immediate priority isn't tracking them down. His gaze swept over everyone present, his voice steady and resolute. What we must do now is rapidly enhance our own strength. First, we must secure the championship in this citywide tournament hosted by the professional center. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful ourselves can we calmly confront any conspiracy. As soon as Ning Chen spoke, the palpable tension in the crowd dissipated. His voice wasn't loud, yet it inexplicably brought a sense of reassurance to everyone's hearts. Ao Yaoyao, who had been seething with anger moments before, felt her fury subside at his words. She clenched her fists. Getting worked up over those cowardly bastards hiding in the shadows was pointless. The real task was to catch them and give them a proper beating. Yun Meng watched him from the side, her eyes brimming with admiration she couldn't hide. This man always saw straight to the heart of the matter. As for Su Wanning, she needn't be mentioned. She drew closer to Ning Chen, standing quietly with her beautiful eyes brimming with trust. Just as the room settled, hurried footsteps echoed outside. Turning around, they saw Lin Wanner rushing over, lifting her skirt in her haste. She scanned the room, her expression visibly easing when she saw Ning Chen unharmed. Then, straightening up, she bowed deeply to everyone with solemn reverence. Thank you. Thank you all for saving me. This bow was a heartfelt expression of gratitude. Those present were momentarily taken aback, then waved their hands, signaling she needn't be so formal. Lin Wanner straightened up and quickly walked over to Zhang Huai and Wu Haoren, who were still leaning against the tree trunk, their faces looking a bit pale. Her expression was filled with apology and gratitude. Zhang, Wu, thank you both for risking your lives to save me just now. I'm fine now, let me treat your injuries. Both of them had taken the Black Shadow's attack head-on to save her, and now their breathing was uneven. Zhang Huai tugged at the corner of his mouth, wanting to offer some polite words, but Lin Wanner didn't give him a chance for formalities. Her pale fingers lifted gently, their tips glowing with a soft emerald green aura. Warm, life-giving spiritual energy surged forth, precisely entering Zhang Huai and Wu Haoren's bodies. Wherever the light touched, bruises faded and chaotic chi swiftly stabilized. Zhang Huai felt a warm current surge through his entire body. The spiritual energy that had been stagnant from directly absorbing the attack instantly flowed freely again, even bringing a healthy flush to his previously pale complexion. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. An A-grade support? The healing effect was actually this potent? This recovery speed was absurdly fast. Wu Haoren also wore an expression of disbelief. He flexed his shoulder, the wound that had burned fiercely moments ago now felt completely numb. He couldn't help but regard Lin Wanner with newfound respect. Meanwhile, Ning Chen wasn't idle either. He pulled 2 spirit herbs from his storage space and shoved them into the mouths of Lu Yan and Wang Xinxin, who had just regained their strength. Chew them up and swallow. They'll stabilize your damaged spirit veins. Only after completing these actions did he exhale a long, heavy breath. Glancing at the chaotic backyard, his brows furrowed. Damn it. He'd intended to come out for a meal and bond, but instead stumbled into this mess. Alright, no more lingering here. Ning Chen's voice wasn't loud, yet it silenced all the noise. Tonight's incident serves as a warning. Our enemies won't wait for us to be fully prepared before striking. Training officially begins tomorrow morning after classes start. Got it? Chapter 152, Pairing a Beastmaster with this lady? You know your place. His gaze swept over each person. Ao Yaoyao, Yun Meng, and Su Wanling all nodded instinctively. Even Lu Yan and Wang Xinxin, who had just been rescued, had fighting spirit ignited in their eyes. Understood. The group responded in unison. Tonight's terrifying ordeal had ironically become the perfect catalyst, binding this hastily assembled team together as one. With matters settled, they wasted no time lingering. Ao Yaoyao's car arrived swiftly, ferrying the still-shaken group back to their respective homes. The tense night had finally passed, but by the next morning, new trouble had found its way to their doorstep. Ning Chen yawned as he opened his front door, intending to summon his egg yolk pie to school as usual. The sight before him instantly sobered him. Standing on either side of the doorway were 2 breathtakingly beautiful women. On the left stood Ao Yaoyao, clad in a fiery red outfit that made her skin appear as white as snow. Her arms were crossed over her chest, her chin slightly raised, radiating an air of pure arrogance. On the right stood Yun Meng, draped in a pale purple gown. A faint, almost imperceptible smile played at the corners of her lips, and the way her eyes flickered seemed capable of stealing one's very soul. Ning Chen froze in place, rubbing his eyes. You, what are you doing here? Yun Meng took a step forward, her soft gaze sweeping over Ao Yaoyao beside her. The smile on her lips deepened as she addressed Ning Chen. We're in the same group now, aren't we? I thought it would be nice for us all to commute together from now on. Besides, Ning Chen, your mount may be impressive, but flying over like this every day is a bit too conspicuous. Why not ride together? We could discuss our upcoming training plans on the way, don't you think? Her words were flawless and perfectly reasonable. But Ao Yaoyao immediately bristled at the suggestion, rolling her eyes dramatically at Yun Meng. Put. A light snort, dripping with contempt. Smooth talker. Anyone listening would think the car was yours. You shamelessly tag along to hitch a ride with this lady, then come up with all these fancy excuses. You're something else, you sly fox. Ning Chen's eyelid twitched at the sound. Good grief, it's only the second day and the tension is already this thick? If I didn't get in the car, these two would probably start fighting right here at my doorstep. Just as expected, more women meant more trouble. He muttered the complaint inwardly, but his expression remained impassive. With a resigned sigh, he nodded. Fine. We'll go together. He paused, then added before either could speak again, but let's not make things so complicated going forward. I'm used to riding my egg yolk pie. Don't worry, once training gets properly underway, I'll find a way to get each of you your own mount. At this, admiration deepened in Yun Meng's eyes. Though Ao Yaoyao still wore her haughty expression, the slight lift of her lips betrayed her thoughts. Assigning a beast to this lady? You know your place. Ning Chen couldn't be bothered to watch their little power struggle. After speaking, he simply climbed into the luxury SUV parked nearby. Just as the door was about to close, a figure suddenly hurried over and reached out to block it. Wait! It was Jiang Huai. Dressed in a clean tracksuit today, he looked vibrant and energetic, a far cry from last night's disheveled state. He peered into the car and asked with a smile, since we're all on the same team, you probably don't mind one more, right? Ning Chen's eyes lit up the moment he saw him, his expression practically beaming as if he'd spotted a savior. Not at all. Get in. He practically pulled Jiang Huai into the car, his enthusiasm leaving Jiang Huai momentarily dazed. Perfect. Finally, a guy. Ning Chen's heart leapt with joy. Being sandwiched between two strong-willed beauties who clearly didn't get along, only he knew how unbearable that felt. Jiang Hui's arrival was like being rescued from the jaws of hell. As Jiang Huai climbed in, the tense atmosphere inside the car, which had been on the verge of exploding, instantly eased considerably. About 20 minutes later, amid a relatively harmonious atmosphere, the car pulled up slowly at the gates of Haicheng No. 1 High School. The four of them entered the school together and arrived at their classroom relatively early. The four walked straight toward Class 3's classroom, naturally drawing another wave of envious stares along the way. After all, Ao Yaoyao and Yun Meng, two prominent figures at First High, were the acknowledged campus beauty and the newly crowned goddess, respectively. Now, they were walking side by side with Ning Chen, creating a scene of overwhelming impact. Not to mention the presence of Jiang Huai, who, though low-key, possessed strength that could not be underestimated. This group was eye-catching no matter how you looked at it. Ning Chen automatically tuned out the probing stares around him. Stepping into the classroom, his gaze swept the room habitually before instantly locking onto that familiar figure by the window. Su Wanning had already arrived. She sat quietly at her desk, bathed in the morning light streaming through the window, as if a soft golden halo had been cast upon her. The moment he saw her, the slight irritation Ning Chen had felt from being sandwiched between two women vanished instantly. His steps grew lighter as he walked toward Su Wanning with renewed cheer. Images from the previous night involuntarily surfaced in his mind. This usually shy girl, who blushed at the slightest interaction with others, had been the first and only one to stand in front of him without hesitation when the moon-devouring demon wolf threatened to spiral out of control. That slender silhouette, that resolutely conjured ice wall, even now, recalling it, sent a wave of searing warmth surging through Ning Chen's heart. This girl was truly foolish, yet truly wonderful. Ning Chen approached her desk. Before he could speak, Su Wanning seemed to sense something and abruptly looked up. The moment she saw the unabashed smile on Ning Chen's face, her cheeks flushed crimson. Her eyes darted away, yet she still pulled a thermos lunchbox from her drawer and pushed it forward with her small hands. Here, for you. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, tinged with a barely perceptible nervousness. I know you live alone and probably skipped breakfast again. I brought it for you. Ning Chen's heart swelled with joy as he accepted it without hesitation. The familiar warmth from the lunchbox transferred to his palm, radiating a comforting heat. He unscrewed the lid and an enticing aroma immediately wafted out. Inside the box lay 2 golden egg pancakes, each generously stuffed with thick slices of ham, a sight that instantly whetted his appetite. Ha! Ning Chen picked one up, examining it curiously. They sell these in Haicheng? Wow, this looks way better than cafeteria food. Which shop is it? How come I've never seen it before? At this question, Su Wanning's cheeks flushed even redder, almost as if they might bleed. She awkwardly turned her head toward the window, her gaze shifting restlessly as she mumbled softly, "It's just a shop near my place." You haven't been there, so it's normal. Ning Chen didn't think much of it and took a big bite. Ha! This flavor, unlike anything he'd tasted at any breakfast spot before. There was an indescribable, home-cooked flavor to it. Chapter 153, Advanced Dungeon? Ning Chen froze for a moment, turning his head to glance at Su Wanning, whose cheeks were flushed as she pretended to admire the scenery.
Beneath those clear eyes were faint dark circles.
In that instant, Ning Chen understood everything. This wasn't bought from a breakfast shop. This was clearly something this silly girl had gotten up early to make for him herself. Judging by her appearance, she must have spent the entire morning fussing over these 2 pancakes. An indescribable warmth surged through him like a flood breaking through a dam, instantly washing away every last bit of his defenses. As an orphan who had traveled through time, living 2 lifetimes, this was the very first time he had ever felt what it was like to be cherished and cared for so deeply. From the very beginning, when everyone mocked him as a worthless failure, she had awkwardly stood up for him. Later, she had silently supported him, giving everything she had. And now, she rose before dawn and stayed up late just to make him a warm breakfast. This warmth of being cherished felt far too precious and rare to him. Ning Chen devoured the 2 egg pancakes in a few bites, leaving not a single crumb behind. Wiping his mouth, he looked at Su Wannin with an unprecedented tenderness in his eyes.
Just you wait. Once training ends today, I'll take you grinding levels. That S-rank Frost Singer? I'll gear you up to the max. No one will ever bully you. Just as Ning Chen made up his mind, another person walked into the classroom. It was class monitor Wang Xinxin. She looked quite energetic today, clearly having recovered most of her injuries from last night thanks to the healing herbs and Lin Wanner's treatment. She walked straight to Ning Chen's desk without a word, pulled a neatly wrapped sandwich and a carton of milk from her backpack, and slammed them down on his desk. Before Ning Chen could react, it was as if some strange switch had been flipped. Ning Chen, this is for you.
A girl blushed as she handed him a bag of freshly baked bread.
Ning Chen, I have cookies here, have some to tide you over. Me too. Me too. These are meat buns my mom made.
In a flurry, several girls from the class swarmed around him, hands full of breakfast items or bags of snacks.
Without a word, they began piling everything onto Ning Chen's desk. In the blink of an eye, a small mountain of food piled up on Ning Chen's desk. Ning Chen froze, staring at the mountain of food before him, then glancing at the enthusiastic faces around him. His lips twitched involuntarily. Scratching his head awkwardly, he looked at them with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Isn't this a bit much? Looks like I've got tomorrow's lunch covered already.
His half-joking remark made the already flushed girls gasp softly. They dropped their items onto the desk, turned, and dashed back to their seats, each practically burying their faces in their books. The classroom fell silent, leaving only Ning Chen staring blankly at the mountain of food and Su Wanning beside him, her ears nearly bleeding from embarrassment. The other boys in the class shot him looked so sour you could practically taste it. Their stares were like knives, all piercing into Ning Chen's back.
What's so great about him? Just a bit good looking and a bit strong, that's all.
Feeling the resentment behind him thickening into tangible hatred, Ning Chen's lips curved into a smirk.
Oof. So this is the world of the strong?
Back when he was a loser, no one gave him a second glance.
Now look at this kind of attention was impossible to avoid.
The shrill school bell pierced the tense atmosphere in the classroom. The moment it faded, crisp, decisive footsteps echoed down the hallway, tap, 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 growing louder as they approached. Class monitor He Ting, clutching her lesson plan, stepped onto the podium with her usual stern expression. Her sharp gaze swept across the class, lingering for a second on Ning Chen's desk piled high with food. She said nothing, merely cleared her throat, and her voice filled the room. Students, today marks the first day of the new semester and the beginning of your professional careers. Starting now, practical training will officially commence. Everyone, please retrieve the training wristbands distributed to you yesterday. He Ting's voice carried not a hint of emotion, embodying the sternness of a drill sergeant.
The bracelet system has automatically adjusted the dungeon difficulty based on your performance in last night's combat simulation. Each of you will now enter a trial space most suited to your current level. At this point, her gaze locked precisely onto Ning Chen. Ning Chen. Present. Ning Chen stood up instinctively.
As the temporary leader of your training group, He Ting's tone grew sharper. You will lead your team into the advanced dungeon specially prepared for you by the academy. Your objective is clear. Over the next month, you must give it your absolute all. I need to see tangible improvement from each of you as soon as possible.
Is that understood?
Ning Chen's eyes lit up instantly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn upward.
Advanced dungeon?
This was intriguing. He wondered what kind of surprises the school's best-kept secrets held.
He nodded, responding with a loud, clear voice, understood. Excellent.
He Ting nodded with satisfaction.
Now, listen to my orders. But before she could finish, Ning Chen had already turned impatiently, his gaze sweeping over the ready-to-go Su Wanning, Ao Yaoyao, Yun Meng, Zhang Huai, and the others. He had no patience to wait for the teacher to go through the motions slowly. Follow my command. Prepare to enter.
Ning Chen's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an unquestionable decisiveness.
3, 2, 1. Teleport.
The moment the words fell, the black bracelets on all 9 wrists simultaneously flashed with a blinding white light. The light flickered and vanished, and the 9 figures instantly disappeared from their original positions.
The next second, a dizzying sensation of spinning overwhelmed them.
When they opened their eyes again, the surroundings had completely transformed. Gone was the familiar classroom, replaced by an endless expanse of primeval forest. Towering ancient trees blocked out the sky, and the damp air was thick with the scent of earth and decaying leaves. From the distance came the occasional growl of unidentified beasts, filled with primal, savage danger. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice echoed simultaneously in the minds of all 9. "Welcome, players, to the Advanced Instance Dense Jungle."
That single sentence was all.
Beyond it, there was no explanation, no hint. Làtiáo and the others immediately assumed defensive stances, while Ning Chen remained calm and composed.
With a flick of his thoughts, a tiny elf no larger than a palm appeared out of thin air, glowing with a faint golden light. It circled him affectionately once. "Dense forest," Ning Chen asked directly, "what's the deal with this place? Tell me everything you know." The little spirit immediately halted before him and reported in a clear voice, "Master, the dense forest is one of the advanced dungeons catalogued in High City First High School's database. At its core grows a 1,000-year-old heaven and earth spirit tree." Chapter 154, Heavenly Spirit Tree? Heavenly Spirit Tree? Ning Chen raised an eyebrow.
"Yes, Master," the sprite continued, "this tree is a treasure born from absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Its fruit can rapidly increase a practitioner's total spiritual energy, purify the mind, and even eliminate the inner demons that arise during cultivation. It is remarkably effective for breaking through bottlenecks. The dungeon itself is rich in spiritual energy due to its presence, harboring numerous other rare treasures that can enhance spiritual power."
Hearing this, Làtiáo, Su Wannin, and the others' eyes lit up. Purifying inner demons, aiding breakthroughs.
This place seemed tailor-made for them.
But Ning Chen caught the crucial caveat and pressed on, "But?"
The elf's light flickered, and its tone grew solemn. "However, the dungeon is also teeming with monsters and is extremely perilous. Guarding the heavenly spirit tree are powerful demonic beasts, including many at the lord level. For you, this place is both an opportunity and a deadly trap. Players, please be thoroughly prepared." The moment the elf spoke, the air seemed to freeze. The excitement on Jiang Huai and Wu Haoran's faces instantly faded, replaced by solemn expressions. Though they were prodigies, the more gifted they were, the more acutely they understood what the term lord level truly signified. These were terrifying entities capable of slaughtering an entire ordinary town with ease. Even the fearless Làtiáo furrowed her beautiful brows. A wisp of crimson flame flared from her fingertips before she swiftly suppressed it.
This was no joke.
Su Wannin instinctively tightened her grip on Ning Chen's arm, her palm slightly sweaty, clearly at the peak of tension. Within the entire group, only Ning Chen and Yun Meng showed no change in expression. One remained composed and unhurried, the other perpetually indifferent. Feeling the soft pressure and dependence on his arm, Ning Chen chuckled inwardly, though his face remained impassive. He turned his hand and gently patted Su Wannin's wrist, giving her a reassuring look before turning his gaze to sweep across every team member's face.
"Listen up, everyone."
His voice was not loud, yet it anchored the group like a stabilizing force, instantly calming their restless hearts.
"We've heard the elves warning this place is dangerous.
From now on, everyone must stick together, watch each other's backs, and no one is to act on their own.
Our goal is the Heaven and Earth Spirit Tree. But before we find it, our primary mission is to survive. Be vigilant against any potential threats. Is that clear?"
Ning Chen's words were decisive, radiating an undeniable leadership presence.
"Ning Chen, we'll all follow your lead and work together."
Su Wanning tightened her grip on his hand, her icy blue eyes brimming with unwavering resolve and trust.
His reassurance had already eased most of her anxiety.
As long as she was by his side, even the greatest danger seemed insignificant.
Cut the chatter and let's get moving."
Làtiáo crossed her arms impatiently, though the golden fire in her eyes betrayed her true thoughts.
"I'm not spending all day here swatting mosquitoes." This woman was still as stubborn as ever.
Ning Chen silently rolled his eyes at her, though he kept his thoughts to himself. Jiang Huai and Yun Meng nodded in agreement. Seeing everyone settled, Ning Chen nodded in satisfaction. He turned his gaze to the little fairy floating in midair.
"Lead the way. Our target, the Heaven and Earth Spirit Tree."
"Yes, Master." The spirit transformed into a faint golden beam of light, shooting straight into the depths of the dense forest. The 9 followed behind. The moment they stepped into the forest, the air itself seemed to change. The surrounding trees towered absurdly high, their canopy completely obscuring the sky above.
The light grew dim and heavy.
The air was damp and stifling, carrying a pungent mix of rotting leaves and an indescribable, unsettling odor that made one feel uneasy. The mud beneath their feet was soft and rotten with each step, their calves nearly sank in. The forest was eerily quiet. Aside from the squelching sounds of their own footsteps in the mud and the faint echoes of their own labored breathing, there was nothing. This deathly stillness sent a chill down their spines, more unsettling than any monster's roar. Ning Chen and Su Wanling led the way, with Làtiáo and Yun Meng positioned in the middle, ready to act at a moment's notice. Jiang Huai and Lu Yan kept watch on both sides. Lin Wanner and the others, lacking combat ability, were tightly protected in the center of the group. As the group traversed an area overgrown with purple, bizarre mushrooms, a rustling sound sha emerged from the bushes not far ahead. The sound was deep and heavy, as if some massive creature was dragging itself along the ground.
"Stop!" Something's there.
Ning Chen's voice was barely above a whisper. Almost simultaneously with the sound, he raised his hand, signaling everyone to halt. The 8 people behind him instantly tensed, instinctively assuming defensive stances. The rustling grew louder and closer.
The bushes shook as something pushed against them from within. The next second. Roar!
With a thunderous crash, a monstrous creature smashed through the obstructing bushes and stood rigidly before them. Over 3 meters tall, its entire body was a twisted mass of black tree roots and green vines, its thick arms covered in sharp spikes. It had no face, only 2 crimson glowing points flashing wildly in its eye sockets, radiating a death-defying fury.
Almost simultaneously, an information panel appeared on Ning Chen's retina. Monster name, Senra Treyant. Level, LV.15. Skills, Thorns in Bloom, Life Drain, Nature's Resurgence. Seeing this panel, Ning Chen's brow instantly furrowed. Senra Treyant? What the hell is that? The school's database didn't seem to have any records of this kind of monster. But that wasn't the main point. The real issue was that this thing's skills sounded not particularly formidable. Its level 15 status would certainly be overwhelming for Jianghuai and the others, whose average level was barely 10. But for him, does this thing even deserve to be called a high-level dungeon guardian? The thought flashed through Ning Chen's mind. Before he could say anything, his teammates beside him erupted. Holy crap! What the hell is this thing? Wu Haoran let out a startled cry, his hand already tightening around the hilt of the sword at his waist, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. As an SS rank Stormblade warrior, he prided himself on having seen plenty of intense battles. Yet this thing, just its 3-meter height and twisted form alone, exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. And this was just the beginning of the dungeon. Some kind of ghostly trick. True to form, Ao Yao Yao was the first to act. The word fear simply didn't exist in the dictionary of this young miss from the Ao family. Her competitive spirit flared instantly. Without waiting for Ning Chen's command, she flipped her wrist. A golden red fireball the size of a basketball instantly formed in her palm, its scorching heat forcing Jiang Huai to step back half a pace. Watch this lady reduce it to charcoal. Chapter 155, The Order to Wipe Out Sun Luo. Just as the fireball was about to leave her grasp, a calm yet unquestionable voice rang out. Stop. It was Ning Chen. He didn't even turn around, merely uttering the 2 words in a detached tone. The voice wasn't loud, yet it carried a strange power that made Ao Yao Yao's raised arm freeze mid-air. She whipped her head around, her golden eyes blazing with fury. Ning Chen, what the hell? This little punk? I can handle him myself. Before she could finish, she met Ning Chen's pitch-black eyes. His gaze was as still as an ancient well, unfathomably deep. Though devoid of any discernible emotion, it sent an inexplicable jolt through Ao Yao Yao's heart, forcing the rest of her words back down her throat. What kind of look is that guy giving me? Ao Yao Yao muttered inwardly, pouting slightly in annoyance, yet obediently extinguishing the fireball in her hand. She didn't know why, but instinctively, she didn't want to defy this guy's orders. Everyone, stay calm. Ning Chen's gaze swept across the group, finally settling on the Sun Luo tree person that had already taken a step forward, preparing to charge. His mind raced. Follow my lead. Ning Chen's voice rang out again, this time rapid fire and commanding. Ao Yao Yao, lead the attack. Use your blazing dragon fire, hold nothing back. Burn it to death. Su Wanning, you handle control. Its skill is Thicket of Thorns. Use your frost magic to freeze the ground, restricting its movement and vine spread. Wu Haoran, Jiang Huai, the 2 of you, once the flames suppress it and hinder its movement, charge in from both sides and target its leg joints. That's its weak point. Lu Yan, use the Thunder Spirit Snake's paralyzing venom to support us. Look for an opening to interrupt its skills. Yun Meng, maintain perimeter vigilance against ambushes from other beasts. Lin Wanner, Wang Xinxin, position yourselves behind me, stand ready for healing and buffs at a moment's notice. A cascade of commands was issued within mere seconds. Not a hint of hesitation, every action was precise. The team, which had been flustered moments ago by the monster's appearance, instantly transformed into a precision machine. Each member found their gear and began to operate. Roger that. The group responded in unison, their voices filled with the reassuring calm that comes from being anchored by a steadfast leader. At that very moment, the Senro tree man moved. Roar! It let out a deep, rumbling roar as its 2 thick, vine-like arms slammed into the ground. Skill, Thicket of Thorns. Rustling. The ground instantly shattered, and countless sharp, dark green thorns rapidly spread toward everyone's feet. Wan Ning! Ning Chen barked. No need for him to repeat himself. Su Wanling's reaction was lightning fast. The moment Ning Chen spoke, her pale palm pressed against the damp ground. Frost Singer Absolute Zero. A visible, bone-chilling white frost spread out in a fan-shaped pattern from her center in an instant. Crack! Crack crack! Moisture in the air instantly crystallized into ice, freezing the wildly spreading thorn vines on the ground into solid ice sculptures. Even the Senro tree man's feet were firmly locked in place by thick layers of ice, rendering it completely immobile. Nice work! Ning Chen praised inwardly. Now! Ao Yao Yao. No need for you to shout.
Ao Yaoyao's sharp command unleashed her long-suppressed battle intent. The blazing dragon maiden bloodline within her surged to its peak, enveloping her entire body in crimson gold flames. She resembled a fiery goddess descended from the heavens.
Dragon's breath flaming explosion.
She opened her small mouth, but instead of a fireball, a surging torrent of golden flames erupted.
The flames seemed alive, striking the frozen Sanluo tree man with pinpoint accuracy. Boom!
Fire and frost collided, instantly vaporizing into a sky-filling white mist.
Squeak!
The Sanluo tree being let out a piercing, agonized scream.
Fire was its natural enemy and nemesis.
Its body, composed of roots and vines, ignited like kindling doused in oil the moment it touched the dragon's flames, bursting into a raging inferno.
Life drain? Nature's awakening?
Under the overwhelming firepower of the SS-rank blazing dragon maiden, it couldn't even unleash its skills.
Charge! Wu Haoran and Jiang Huai exchanged a glance, roaring simultaneously as they blurred into motion.
Like two streaks of light, they charged left and right toward the tree man engulfed in flames.
Razor edge gale slash.
Wu Haoran's blade whipped up a blue storm. Jiang Huai wielded a spear that thrust forth like a dragon. Their flawless coordination saw blade and spear strike simultaneously at the frozen leg joints of the Senro tree ant.
Snap!
With a crisp snap, the Sanluo tree man's massive body lost its balance and crashed down amidst the raging flames.
Its crimson eye points flickered wildly a few times before finally fading into darkness. The battle ended. From the moment the tree man appeared to its collapse, the entire sequence lasted less than 30 seconds. The air thickened with the acrid scent of charred vegetation and a faint chill. Wu Haoran and Jiang Huai gasped for breath, staring at the still smoldering colossal wreckage before them, their faces etched with utter shock. This was victory? That was a level 15 monster.
They felt they hadn't even exerted much effort. It was as easy as slicing through melons and vegetables.
Everything unfolded exactly as scripted by Ning Chen. Pathetic.
Ao Yaoyao extinguished her flames, folding her arms across her chest with her chin slightly raised, a look of pride and arrogance on her face. Yet, the corners of her eyes couldn't help but sneak glances at Ning Chen, as if waiting for a word of praise.
Su Wanning quietly approached Ning Chen.
Her face was slightly pale from the full power spell she'd just cast, yet her ice blue eyes shone with an astonishing brilliance, filled with unmistakable admiration.
Ning Chen didn't look at Ao Yaoyao.
Instead, he turned to Su Wanning, reaching out to ruffle her hair with effortless ease.
Well done. Su Wanning's face flushed instantly, steam seemingly rising from her head.
The cool, decisive S-rank frost singer of moments ago instantly reverted to the flustered steam princess who crashed at the slightest touch. She lowered her head, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her skirt. Only then did Ning Chen turn his gaze to everyone present.
Did you all see that?
His voice had regained its calm. As long as you follow orders and execute tactics properly, these so-called elite monsters are nothing more than experience-granting targets for us.
Put away your unnecessary tension and fear, and put away your personal heroics. He glanced at Ao Yaoyao. Here, we are one unit. My orders are the only rule.
Now, clear the battlefield, check your status, and we move forward.
There are plenty more experience packs in this forest.
With that, he turned and strode deeper into the dense forest, leaving behind a composed and utterly dependable figure. The others watched his retreating figure, then glanced at the massive monster carcass on the ground.
The last vestiges of fear toward the unknown vanished completely from their hearts.
In its place came an unprecedented sense of reassurance.
Indeed, what was there to fear? With this man around, the sky won't fall. This high-level dungeon didn't seem so terrifying after all. Chapter 156, Thorns Encircle, Bats Breakthrough. Just as the fiery battle fervor ignited by their initial victory had yet to subside, and they believed they could push forward unimpeded, the ground beneath their feet shook violently once more. Rumble. This commotion was 10 times louder than when the Sanluo tree men appeared earlier. Before they could react, the damp earth around the freshly cleared battlefield erupted violently. Countless dark green thorns, several times thicker than before and covered in backward-pointing barbs, swept in from all directions. The scene was dense and endless, as if the entire forest's roots had come alive, intent on strangling these invaders to death. Damn it! Again? Is this never going to end?
Wu Haoran's nerves, which had just relaxed, instantly tensed again, the ease on his face freezing in an instant. Without hesitation, he drew the wind lament blade. Azure wind blade shot from the hilt, slicing through the onrushing wall of thorns with a series of sharp whacks. The wind blades were indeed sharp, instantly slicing through a large section of thorns. But strangely, the severed thorns wriggled on the ground like a lizard's tail before burrowing back into the earth. Immediately, even more thorns surged forth from the same spots, growing more intense. They seemed alive, and no matter how many were cut down, they never ended.
Damn it! These things are impossible to kill. Wu Haoran retreated while swinging his sword to block, his expression turning grim. Ning Chen!
At that moment, Lu Yen, who had remained silent, suddenly cried out. Her voice carried a hint of suppressed panic. Unlike Wu Haoran's frantic scrambling, she stood rooted to the spot, her beautiful face etched with intense anxiety. The dungeon warning said this is a secret forest guarded by a 1,000-year-old heaven and earth spirit tree.
We can't cause widespread destruction. We can't use fire.
She paused, glancing at the lightning already flickering in her hands, her tone growing more urgent.
My thunder spirit serpent is the same.
If lightning strikes these trees, it will cause a massive fire.
What if the mission fails?
Lu Yan's words felt like a bucket of cold water dumped over everyone's heads.
Right. Fire was out of the question. Ao Yaoyao's raised arm froze mid-air.
Her dragon flames, capable of incinerating anything, now felt utterly useless. Without the absolute suppression of flames, relying solely on Wu Haoren and Zhang Huai's physical attacks against this endless sea of thorns was like scratching an itch.
All eyes instinctively turned to Ning Chen. Ning Chen's brow was now deeply furrowed. Damn it, this is trouble. Lu Yan was right, the core of high-level dungeons was often deeply tied to the environment.
If they set this forest ablaze, forget about rewards, they'd be lucky not to be instantly wiped out by the dungeon's mechanics.
But without fire, how could he handle this situation? Ning Chen's mind raced, sifting through his options one by one. No way. If that spicy snack guy unleashed his dragon flame, the scene would be even more spectacular than Ao Yaoyao's. The entire forest would turn into a barbecue. One's eye?
That guy's tank defense maxed out, attack power scraping the bottom of the barrel. Releasing him would just make him a target, useless in a fight.
As for egg yolk pie, forget it.
The moment that guy appeared, the dungeon's core would probably get roasted by him.
He'd be even more ruthless than Spicy Snack. Should I really deploy the nine-tailed rainbow fox? No. That's the ace up our sleeve. If we use it now, what happens when we face real danger later? We must save it.
Ning Chen's gaze grew intense as a wild thought flashed through his mind.
Moon-devouring demon wolf.
The thought was instantly squashed. No, that creature's loyalty remains a fatal flaw.
If unleashed and not controlled properly, what if it tears apart even its own allies?
That would only invite trouble.
What to do? Physical attacks were useless, and large-scale elemental assaults were limited. The sentinel tree spirit itself was hidden behind thorns, leaving no opening to strike. Everyone's hearts sank to their heels. Even Ao Yaoyao, who was usually fearless, wore a look of utter frustration on her beautiful face. She, the mighty SS-rank blazing flame dragon maiden, possessed the power to scorch the heavens and boil the seas, yet she was being held back by a bunch of worthless vines? What kind of nonsense was this?
Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, Ning Chen, who had been frowning intently, suddenly flashed a look of realization.
No. Who said there was no way out? Why should I clash head-on with these endless thorns? My goal is to take down the Senra tree spirit lurking behind them, not prune flowers and plants here. These thorns may regenerate endlessly, but they are ultimately controlled by the tree spirit itself. If we can draw the trend's full attention, leaving it no time to attack us, wouldn't that create an opening? But the problem is, what can we use to lure it? It must be durable, sufficiently irritating, and present in vast numbers. A thought flashed through Ning Chen's mind like lightning. That familiar, slightly wicked curve of his lips once again rose uncontrollably. Got it. Everyone step back and gather around me. Ning Chen's voice wasn't loud, yet it carried an undeniable penetrating force. Instinctively obeying the command, the crowd swiftly gathered around him. Ning Chen raised his right hand, palm forward, as a dark, profound shadow energy gathered in his palm. Space itself seemed to warp slightly. Come out, my little darlings. No sooner had the words left his lips than a swirling circular magic array materialized before him. Squeak, 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 squeak. The next second, a shrill, bone-chilling screech erupted from the array. Immediately, thousands of black shadows surged forth like a torrent of death. They were bats, each about the size of a palm, entirely pitch black except for a pair of blood-red eyes. Shadowing bats. Holy crap! Bats? Wu Haoren's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Ning Chen, what the hell are you doing? What's the point of these things? Are they supposed to be snacks for those thorns? It wasn't just him, even Ao Yaoyao and Su Wan Nin were stunned. They couldn't fathom how summoning a flock of seemingly fragile bats could be useful in this dire situation. Yet Ning Chen merely curved his lips into a faint smile, shooting Wu Haoren a look that said he was an idiot. The next moment, the swarm of bats blanketing the sky answered everyone's questions with action. Without a moment's hesitation, they transformed into black arrows, charging fearlessly into the surging sea of dark green thorns. Thud! 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 The imagined scene of bats being pierced by thorns never materialized. Instead, the shadow-winged bats used their razor-sharp wings and fangs to frantically gnaw at the resilient thorns. Thorns were severed, torn apart, green sap splattering everywhere. Of course, countless bats were also flung away or crushed by the thorns. But then, a bizarre spectacle unfolded. Chapter 157, The Spirit Tree appears, mutations arise. Those scattered bats dissolved into wisps of black smoke. Swirling in the air, they instantly coalesced anew, screeching as they plunged forward once more. Undying. Endless. This time, everyone was utterly dumbfounded. Is this even possible? The Senluo tree spirit, hidden deep within the sea of thorns, was clearly bewildered by this sudden turn of events.
It roared furiously, commanding more thorns to lash wildly at the black tide of bats. But it was utterly useless. These bats were like the most irritating flies, impossible to kill or drive away. They threw themselves at you relentlessly, draining your strength with frenzied abandon. The Sanluo tree spirit's entire focus was now locked onto the thousands of shadow-wing bats. It furiously swung its arms, utterly unable to spare any attention for attacking Ning Chen and his companions. Ning Chen surveyed the battlefield, now utterly thrown into chaos, and clapped his hands in satisfaction. Done. He turned his head to look at Yun Meng beside him. Her beautiful eyes hadn't left him since the bats appeared, and said casually, "Alright, nothing's blocking our path now. Lead us to that tree." "Ah. Oh. Sure." Yun Meng snapped out of her daze, her lovely face flushing slightly as her heart began to race uncontrollably. Once again, she gazed at Ning Chen with eyes brimming with admiration. This man, what kind of monster was he? How could he be so incredibly clever? Such wildly unconventional tactics, who in their right mind could ever conceive of them? And he just contracted a new spirit beast. From the initial moon-devouring demon wolf, to those formidable-sounding creatures like Làtiáo and Wang Zai just now, all the way to this relentless bat legion before her eyes. How many secrets does this man still conceal? He was like a bottomless vortex. Every time you thought you'd grasped his true strength, he'd pull out something even more astonishing, drawing you in irresistibly until you were utterly ensnared. A lingering blush still tinted Yun Mengshue's snow-white cheeks. Under Ning Chen's gaze, her heart skipped a beat as if struck by a startled fawn. She quickly regained her composure, and a crystal-clear phantom butterfly fluttered lightly from her fingertips, leading the way ahead. This way. This way. Ignoring the chaotic battlefield behind them, the group swiftly followed the fluttering phantom spirit butterfly deeper into the dense forest. The clamor behind them faded rapidly as everyone's attention became entirely absorbed by the unknown forest ahead. The deeper they ventured, the more eerie the surroundings became. Towering ancient trees stood with twisted branches, like silent giants devouring what little light filtered through the already dim canopy. The air was thick with the damp scent of earth, the silence broken only by the echo of their footsteps. Stay alert, everyone. Be careful. Ning Chen's voice cut through the silence like ice water poured over heads, instantly tightening the nerves of several members who had begun to relax. Something's off about this place. Don't let anything crawl out of the shadows. Su Wanning instinctively shifted half a step closer to Ning Chen, her fingertips already gathering a faint, icy blue chill. Ao Yao Yao, however, merely curled her lips in disdain. As if. What was she supposed to be afraid of? Even if something did crawl out, it'd just be perfect to whet my appetite. Wu Haoran wasn't so calm. He gripped his long sword tightly, his eyes darting warily around every shadow that might conceal danger. Suddenly, without warning, an eerie glow seeped from the impenetrable darkness ahead. The light was soft and gentle, like the first rays of dawn, yet it carried a palpable surge of spiritual energy so overwhelming it sent shivers down the spine, instantly dispelling the surrounding chill. Stop! Ning Chen's command came almost instinctively, his arm shooting out horizontally to halt everyone in their tracks. The group halted abruptly, shock etched on every face as they stared fixedly at the light source growing ever clearer. What was happening? A trap? Or was some treasure emerging? Every heartbeat skipped a beat involuntarily. Just then, the tiny light spirit egg that had been perched on Ning Chen's shoulder, disguised as an ordinary ornament, suddenly awoke from its slumber. Fluttering its translucent wings, it buzzed excitedly near Ning Chen's ear, emitting a series of excited, high-pitched thoughts only Ning Chen could understand. Master! Master! It's it! That scent! I sense it, the spiritual energy of the heavenly spirit tree. It's right ahead. I'm absolutely certain. Ning Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. The heaven and earth spirit tree? Wu Haoran, standing behind Ning Chen, was the first to lose his composure, letting out a startled cry. His tense expression instantly gave way to wild joy and greed. Holy crap! Team leader Ning, we're about to strike it rich. Wu Haoran's outburst snapped everyone back to reality from their awe of the divine artifact. Ning Chen's brow instantly knotted into a tight knot. He turned his head, shooting a piercingly cold glare in that direction. What else is in this guy's head besides getting rich? Doesn't he know that in a place like this, the louder you are, the faster you die? Wu Haoran shuddered under the glare, his euphoria doused by half. He sheepishly shut his mouth. I once saw it recorded in a rare volume from the Yun family. Yun Meng's voice carried a hint of uncontrollable excitement. She stared intently at the halo of light ahead, as if verifying an ancient legend. The text stated that the heavenly spirit tree not only allows practitioners to rapidly level up in a short time, but the spiritual energy it emits can purify spiritual power, expelling impurities and making one's foundation incredibly pure. I never imagined that our school's dungeon would actually hide such a heaven-defying treasure. Her words sent the already feverish atmosphere soaring. Wasn't the advanced instance dense forest supposedly lost to history long ago? Su Wanning's cool voice cut through the excitement. Unmoved by the frenzy, she studied the glowing area with an inquisitive gaze. Who would have thought our school actually incorporated it? Who cares about that? Wu Haoran couldn't hold back any longer, his face brimming with impatience.
Team leader Ning, don't waste time. Take us there now. Ning Chen didn't respond immediately. His deep eyes swept over the pitch-black forest once more. The silence was eerie. Beyond their own breaths, not even the faintest chirp of insects could be heard. Where there's smoke, there's fire. But fortune favors the bold, a truth he understood better than anyone. A divine treasure like the heavenly spirit tree was worth the risk. Stay close and stay alert. Ning Chen finally nodded, waving to the team members behind him to follow. His footsteps were light as a stalking cheetah, every muscle taut and ready to respond to any sudden threat. Suppressing their excitement, the group cautiously approached the glowing halo. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. But just as they were about to step into the glow's embrace, disaster struck. Roar! Chapter 158. Several ferocious shadows burst forth from behind the colossal spirit tree, blocking their path. No sooner had the words left their mouths than the dark figures converged midair, unleashing a howling gale that nearly forced everyone to shut their eyes. A colossal humanoid creature, composed entirely of pure wind element, materialized out of thin air, standing before the heaven and earth spirit tree. It possessed no facial features, only a pair of vortexes radiating an aura of destruction serving as eyes. Visible green currents swirled around its form, each breath accompanied by a piercing, shrill howl. Just as everyone's hearts trembled in shock, that emotionless mechanical voice abruptly echoed within each person's mind. Welcome, players, to the celestial spirit tree within the dense forest. This tree holds immense spiritual energy, absorbing it will grant you level ups. Guardian Beast of the Celestial Spirit Tree, Storm Sovereign. Level, LV.16. Skills, Howling Gale, Storm Vortex. The moment Wu Haoren heard the word Storm Sovereign, the fear in his eyes instantly gave way to a look of wild, awestruck excitement. Oh my, I found my kindred spirit. Far from being afraid, he licked his lips excitedly as azure wind elemental energy began to seep from his body. Damn it, an SS-rank Gale Blade warrior facing a wind elemental monster? Wasn't this like the heavens feeding him on a platter? If he could locate this creature's core, he might even achieve a breakthrough. Don't underestimate it. This is a level 16 monster. Ning Chen's icy voice poured over Wu Haoren like a bucket of cold water. These greenhorns, even Yun Meng, the highest level among them, was only level 13. Taking on a boss 3 levels above them? Did they think this was child's play? The school placing a guardian beast of this caliber in a freshman dungeon clearly had ulterior motives. Ning Chen wasted no words. With a flick of his thoughts, the beast summoning array on his right hand's back flared with blinding light. Roar! A dragon's roar that shook the mountains and forests echoed across the sky. A dragon over 10 meters long, covered in deep blue scales and sporting a rugged horn on its head, burst forth from the void. It coiled behind Ning Chen, its lantern-sized dragon eyes locked onto the storm dominator across the battlefield. The other team members immediately assumed combat stances upon seeing this. Multicolored spiritual energy flares flickered, instantly heightening the tension to a knife edge. The Storm Overlord, seemingly aware of their covetousness toward the spirit tree, offered no respite. A colossal hand formed from the very storm itself lashed out, unleashing a towering tornado that swept toward them, carrying shards of rock and splintered wood. Charge! At Ning Chen's command, the dragon behind him soared into the air, unleashing a thick column of water from its jaws. Like a high-pressure water cannon, it struck the core of the tornado with pinpoint accuracy. A frosty chill instantly spread across Su Wanning's exquisitely beautiful face. She moved almost the moment Ning Chen spoke. Her jade-like hand rose lightly, causing the air temperature to plummet. Countless ice spikes crystallized out of thin air, raining down like a storm toward the Storm Lord. Phantom Butterfly Dance. Thunder Serpent's Fong. Lu Yan and Yun Meng showed no weakness either, flanking the Storm Lord from both sides. Jiang Huai's figure dissolved entirely into an elusive shadow, exploiting his uncanny black hole ability to flicker relentlessly through the gaps in the raging winds. Each time he materialized, he perfectly drew the Storm Lord's attention, creating lethal openings for Su Wanling and the others to strike. Wu Haoren refrained from reckless advances, instead riding the winds to hover at the battlefield's edge. His eyes fixed intently on the constantly swirling eye within the Storm Sovereign's body, searching for that elemental weakness unique to wind. The entire battlefield raged fiercely, yet one person remained excluded. Ao Yaoyao stood at the rear of the formation, her pretty face flushed with anger as she stomped her foot fiercely in her expensive combat boots. Why the hell not? Why does everyone else get to fight while I'm stuck here watching? This Storm Overlord might be level 16, but she, Ao Yaoyao, was an SS-rank Blazing Flame Dragon Maiden. Facing higher-level foes was second nature to her. Ning Chen caught the sight of the young lady behind him, her face puffed up like a pufferfish from anger, and couldn't help but let a playful smile curve his lips. Young miss, isn't it better for you to rest in the rear as the commander-in-chief? His voice wasn't loud, yet it reached Ao Yaoyao's ears with pinpoint accuracy. If your Blazing Flame Dragon Maiden unleashes her world-shattering dragon flames, won't she burn down this entire forest? Ning Chen added slowly. Then what's the point of fighting? We might as well just have a bonfire party right here. You! Ao Yaoyao was so flustered by his words she nearly choked. She pointed at Ning Chen, her finger trembling, yet no rebuttal came out.
Because he was right, her flames truly posed a massive threat in this dense forest. In the end, all her fury erupted into a furious stomping of the ground beneath her feet. Ao Yao Yao stomped her feet several more times in fury, spitting out her grievance with a face twisted in indignation. What kind of crappy dungeon did the school pick? There's not even a place where I can fight freely. This is infuriating. Ning Chen had no time to spare for the spoiled princess stomping behind him like a pile driver. His entire focus was locked onto the Storm Overlord before him. Before Ao Yao Yao's complaints had fully faded, the Storm Overlord on the battlefield seemed to be thoroughly enraged by the stubborn resistance of this group of ants. Its vortex-like eyes suddenly narrowed, emitting a silent roar. The next instant, a scene that made everyone's scalp crawl unfolded. Whoosh! Dozens of miniature tornadoes erupted from behind the Storm Lord. Spinning at breakneck speeds, they emitted piercing howls. Each one swept up debris from the ground, forming an impenetrable wall of death that crushed toward the group. Wu Haoren was utterly dumbfounded. Holy! What the hell kind of move is this? As an SS-rank Gale Blade warrior, he prided himself on mastering wind elemental arts. Yet this monster before him seemed like the very father of wind itself. He struggled to conjure a single wind blade, yet this thing casually unleashed dozens of tornadoes at once. How was anyone supposed to survive this? This wasn't even a battle on the same plane. In the split second he froze, 2 tornadoes coiled around him, one on each side. Wu Haoren felt an irresistible, immense pulling force surge through him. Instantly lifted off the ground, he was swept into the raging whirlwind, the world spinning wildly around him. Ah! Lu Yan wasn't faring much better on the other side. Before her thunder serpent could fully materialize, a tornado struck her with pinpoint accuracy. Now mirroring Wu Haoren's plight, she spun violently through the air several times before being hurled violently onto the distant ground. She coughed up a mouthful of blood. Get up here! Chapter 159, this guy's defenses are stacked to the max. At the critical moment, Ning Chen's voice rang out with extreme calmness. Su Wanning and Yin Meng reacted with lightning speed, obeying the command almost instinctively. Their toes pushed off the ground, and they leapt lightly onto the coiling back of the dragon circling overhead. The dragon's massive body became the most stable fortress in the storm. Ning Chen stood atop the dragon's head, his gaze icy. With a flicker of intent. Roar! The dragon roared again, charging straight into the heart of the tornado. Its gaping maw unleashed a torrent of water elemental energy, a colossal column of water crashing directly toward the storm's core. Yet, a despairing scene unfolded. The water column, powerful enough to shatter mountains, was violently dispersed the moment it neared the storm's sovereign by the invisible wind barrier surrounding it. The thick water dragon instantly dissolved into a misty haze, not only failing to inflict any damage but instead making the entire forest feel even more damp and chilling. This creature's defenses were stacked to the max. Ning Chen's heart sank. The common knowledge that water overcomes wind was nothing but a joke in the face of such absolute power and elemental mastery. Thunder, come! Lu Yan, flung aside, struggled to her feet and launched another attack with stubborn determination. Purple lightning coalesced in the air into a ferocious thunder serpent, snarling as it lunged toward the tornado. Yet the whirlwinds acted like the most efficient deflection fields. The lightning serpent plunged in, only for its furious electrical power to be instantly diverted by the swirling currents, crackling and snapping as it struck empty air. This attack was nothing short of aiding the enemy. Meanwhile, Jiang Huai darted through the storm's gaps, suddenly appearing at the Storm Lord's flank. His right hand opened, forming a miniature black hole that attempted to swallow the rampaging tornadoes. However, the Storm Lord merely gave him a disdainful glance. The next instant, an overwhelming surge of wind elemental energy far exceeding Jiang Huai's absorption capacity flooded into the tiny black hole like a torrent seeking release. Ugh! Jiang Huai grunted. Feeling his spiritual energy being sucked away like a burst dam, the black hole flickered unsteadily twice before exploding with a loud bang. He was sent flying backward. A trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. What the hell? For the first time, terror flashed in Jiang Huai's eyes. His black hole could devour almost anything, yet it couldn't swallow this thing's attack? No, it wasn't that it couldn't be swallowed, it was that the opponent could endlessly generate wind to fill his black hole. In this dense forest, this guy was the god of wind. Dead silence fell over the entire scene. Jiang Huai clutched his chest, scrambling awkwardly to his feet. For the first time, his gaze toward the Storm Master was filled with a sense of utter helplessness. How could he possibly fight this? Infinite elements, unbreakable defenses, and an attack range that spanned the entire map. This wasn't a dungeon boss anymore, it was a deity descending. Just as everyone was contemplating retreat, a sharp, fiery shriek erupted unexpectedly from the rear of the battlefield. Bunch of useless fools. Watch this. You all. Ao Yao Yao. The young miss who'd been stuck in the rear since the battle began, stomping her feet in frustration, finally couldn't hold back. Amidst the chaos, she shot skyward with blinding speed. Her fiery red combat suit shone brighter than the sun itself in the dim forest. Ning Chen frowned, instinctively wanting to shout at her not to act rashly.
What the hell is this woman doing? Going up there now would be suicide. However, Ao Yaoyao's next words made him swallow the words on the tip of his tongue. Ning Chen, control your dragon and coordinate with me. Her voice carried an unquestionable authority, yet her gaze was more focused than ever before, locked firmly on the storm sovereign in the distance. Ning Chen met her gaze for a moment. The battle-fired intensity blazing in her eyes made his heart skip a beat. This girl, is she serious? There was no time for hesitation. Ning Chen made his decision almost instantly. Though this woman was stubbornly proud, the pride in her bones wouldn't let her make empty threats at a moment like this. Jialong, obey her command. The concise command traveled through the mental link to the dragon. Empowered by Ning Chen's authorization, Ao Yaoyao's lips curled into a defiant smile. Hovering midair, her slender, pale hands flashed before her chest, forming intricate seals so rapidly they left after images. In the name of Ao Yaoyao, I command all flames to obey my command. Dragon flame explosion. The air temperature surged violently. Centered on Ao Yaoyao, vast fire elements gathered wildly, forming a massive fireball over 3 meters in diameter. Go! Ao Yaoyao pointed her slender finger, and the terrifying dragon flame orb, radiating a power capable of scorching the 8 corners of the world, hurtled straight toward the Storm Sovereign's true form. The Storm Sovereign seemed to sense the threat, yet it dismissed the attack entirely. In its eyes, as long as the wall of death stood, any attack was futile. Yet what unfolded next left everyone, including the arrogant Storm Sovereign, staring wide-eyed. Those dozens of tornadoes acted like the most efficient fuel pumps, frantically shredding the dragon flame fireball's energy and evenly distributing it throughout every single tornado. Whoosh! In an instant, the once cyan wall of death transformed into a towering storm of flames. Dozens of fiery tornadoes, carrying scorching heat waves and a power to tear everything apart, swept toward the Storm Master himself at an even faster pace than before. What the hell is this? Borrowing wind to ignite fire? Wu Haoren and Jiang Huai's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Is that even possible? Turning an enemy's skill into his own fuel? This line of thinking, no. This combat talent is downright monstrous. The Storm Lord was stunned. For the first time, it roared in astonishment, trying to control those fiery tornadoes, but it was already too late. Wind fueled the flames, and flames harnessed the wind's might. The two had fused into a perfect union. Boom! 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 Dozens of fiery tornadoes slammed viciously into its own body. Roar! A piercing howl echoed throughout the dense forest. For the first time, the Storm Lord's body, forged from pure wind element, showed signs of instability. Countless chaotic air currents erupted from its form, shredding the surrounding trees to splinters. But trouble followed swiftly. The flames scattered by the Storm Lord's shockwaves splattered in all directions like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden. The entire forest was instantly engulfed in a sea of flames. Damn it! Ning Chen cursed under his breath. This woman's attack power was fierce enough, but the aftermath was far too troublesome. Jialong, put out the fire. No need for Ao Yaoyao's command. Ning Chen had already issued his order. The dragon soared upward, opening its maw to unleash an even more massive curtain of water. Like a torrential downpour, it poured down with pinpoint accuracy onto the burning trees. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Water and fire collided, instantly engulfing the entire battlefield in a thick, white steam so dense it was nearly impossible to see one's hand in front of one's face. Vision was completely stripped away. The air was hot and humid, making breathing difficult. Amidst this chaos, Ning Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Wait, water vapor? Chapter 160. High temperature, high pressure, penetrating everything. The Storm Dominator was a pure elemental form, possessing absurdly high physical defense and elemental deflection capabilities. But could its body, composed entirely of air currents, withstand this indiscriminate scorching heat? A daring plan crystallized instantly in Ning Chen's mind. Ao Yaoyao, fire another shot. Ning Chen's voice cut through the steam, calm and commanding. Ha? You're giving me orders? Ao Yaoyao instinctively wanted to retort, but remembering Ning Chen's decisive cooperation moments ago, she merely huffed and formed seals with both hands once more. Now, a sharp gleam flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. Instead of dodging, he summoned a pure spiritual flame within him, one not belonging to any beast, and met the fireball head-on. Simultaneously, his mind commanded again. Dragon, strike this fire with a torrent of water. Without hesitation, the Azure Dragon unleashed a compressed, even more ferocious water column from its mouth. It struck the core of the flame, created by the combined efforts of the two, with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! This time, there was no explosion, no burst of flames, only a thunderous, muffled roar echoed through the air. Under Ning Chen's precise control, water and fire did not annihilate each other. Instead, within an extremely confined space, they underwent the most extreme energy conversion. A visible, Superheated steam cannon, laced with scorching air currents, coalesced at supersonic speed. It tore through the thick fog before them, hurtling toward the Storm Sovereign, whose movements were slowed by excruciating pain. Hiss, roar. The Storm Sovereign seemed to sense the deadly threat and attempted to dodge, but half its body was already unstable from the flames, drastically slowing its movement. The next instant, that terrifying steam cannon slammed squarely into its core. No violent explosion erupted, only a series of hissing sounds. The Storm Lord's colossal form deflated like a punctured balloon, visibly dissipating at a visible pace. It let out a weak, strained roar. Its massive form could no longer hold itself together. With a thunderous crash, it collapsed into a faint whirlwind and fell to the ground. It wasn't over yet. Wan Ning! Ning Chen roared. Su Wanling had been poised for action. Almost the instant Ning Chen spoke, she soared into the air, her pale hand pressing downward mid-flight. Extreme ice seal. Crack, crack, crack. A bone-chilling cold swept out, instantly freezing the dying whirlwind into a colossal ice sculpture. Yun Meng, here I come. Yun Meng let out a delicate laugh as countless phantom butterflies, shimmering with eerie light, materialized out of thin air. Like the sharpest blades, they clung to the ice sculpture. Phantom butterfly dance. Shatter. Boom. The colossal ice sculpture, along with the storm dominator core sealed within, shattered into a sky filled with crystalline ice shards and pure wind element. All returned to stillness, gazing at the elemental core that had completely dissipated on the ground. Everyone exhaled a long breath, feeling utterly drained. They had won. Ning Chen walked over to Ao Yao Yao, who had also fallen from the sky, her face slightly pale. He patted her shoulder and a rare smile curved his lips. Seems our young miss isn't just good for spending money after all. Of course. Ao Yao Yao lifted her snow-white chin in triumph, letting out a proud little snort. She placed her hands on her hips, trying her best to puff out her not exactly impressive chest. This lady is an SS rank blazing flame dragon maiden. Without me, could you have defeated him so quickly? Hurry up and say thank you. Just then, that familiar, emotionless mechanical voice echoed in everyone's minds. Congratulations to player Ning Chen and party for successfully defeating the dungeon boss, Storm Sovereign. Ning Chen gains plus 10,000 EXP. Party experience plus 5,000. The coldness of the system notification starkly contrasted with the group's scorching relief at surviving the ordeal. A barely perceptible curve lifted at the corner of Ning Chen's lips. 10,000 experience points. Combined with his previous gains, he had now skyrocketed to level 13. Perfect. At that moment, Ning Chen's gaze landed precisely on the ancient tree, now looking somewhat dim after being drained of its energy by the Storm Lord. Wait, though the aura had weakened, it hadn't vanished entirely. A pure, shudder-inducing spiritual energy still seeped out in thin streams from the spring beneath the ancient tree. This was the most tangible reward after clearing the instance. Stop standing around. Ning Chen's voice instantly shattered the atmosphere, carrying an unquestionable command. Everyone, sit cross-legged immediately and absorb the spiritual energy. The group paused in surprise, but driven by their near-blind trust in Ning Chen, not a single voice questioned the order. Even Ao Yao Yao, who had been acting so haughty moments ago, merely gave a light snort before being the first to find a clean spot and sit down. The others followed suit, forming a circle around the spirit tree's source and swiftly entering a state of cultivation. Almost the instant they settled their minds, the previously faint spiritual tree source seemed to find an outlet, surging toward each person present. Wu Haoren and Zhang Huai felt a warm, colossal surge of life energy wash over their limbs and bones. The wounds torn by wind blades earlier were healing at an astonishing speed. As for Su Wannin and Ao Yao Yao, they felt as though a faucet had been turned on within their spiritual energy pools, flooding them with pure, concentrated energy. Time ticked by, second by second. After roughly half an hour, when the last vestige of light from the spirit tree's source finally faded completely, Ning Chen was the first to open his eyes. A terrifying gleam flashed in his eyes. Level 17. From level 13, he had surged straight to level 17. 4 levels in one go. This was faster than riding a rocket. The effects of this heavenly spirit tree were utterly overwhelming and defied all reason. One after another, the others began to awaken from their cultivation states. Level 11. I'm at level 11. Su Wanning felt the surging ice-cold spiritual energy within her body, a delighted flush spreading across her icy cheeks. Ao Yao Yao beside her stood up, feeling the even more scorching and violent dragon flame power within her body. She nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. This lady has reached level 11 too. This trip was totally worth it. If you want to level up, you need to do high-level dungeons like this. I'm level 15 now. Yun Meng said cheerfully. She had been quite high level to begin with, and this time she'd gained even more. Wu Haoren and Lu Yan exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. They had both broken through. stepping into the 9th level threshold.
Jiang Huai also smoothly leveled up to 12. But the most dramatic changes belonged to Lin Wanner and Wang Xinxin.
Oh my god, S rank. I actually broke through to S rank support?
Lin Wanner covered her mouth. Her eyes instantly reddening as tears the size of beans rolled down her cheeks uncontrollably.
It wasn't from excitement,
but from the release of long-suppressed emotions.
I'm finally not the only A rank in the rocket class anymore. Wah! Meanwhile, Wang Xinxin wore an expression of utter bewilderment and wonder.
She stared at her hands, their level jumping from a pitiful level 1 straight to level 5.
More importantly, her mind was suddenly filled with knowledge about alchemy. Alchemy skill. Unlocked?
Chapter 161, The Heavenly Spirit Tree's effects are no exaggeration.
Ning Chen looked at the excited,
thrilled faces around him, his heart filled with joy. His team's overall strength had taken a massive leap forward.
Wonderful, he exclaimed, clapping his hands.
The Heavenly Spirit Tree's effects are no exaggeration.
Yet, just as everyone was still basking in the euphoria of their sudden power surge, an unexpected turn of events occurred. SSSSH, SSSSH, SSSS. Without warning,
the ground beneath their feet was violently torn apart by waves of dark green,
razor-sharp thorns. Dozens of thorn vines, serpentine and venomous, shot up from the earth with a sharp whistling sound,
lashing out toward the nearest targets, Lin Wanner and Wang Xinxin.
Watch out! Ning Chen's pupils contracted sharply. In an almost instinctive reaction,
everyone erupted with speed far surpassing their previous limits.
Their figures blurred into afterimages as they instantly leapt backward. Thud! 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 The deadly thorns struck empty air, slamming viciously into the ground and leaving deep, gouged trenches in their wake. Boom!
The earth writhed like a living creature. Before the horrified stares of the group, colossal forms, twisted masses of dark green vines and decaying ancient wood slowly crawled out from beneath the torn ground.
Damn it! More Sun Luo tree men!
Ning Chen's expression instantly turned grim as he barked.
Everyone, prepare for battle. No further orders were needed.
Having only just emerged from their euphoria, everyone's nerves were already stretched to the limit.
Aodao's palms ignited with searing dragon flames,
while Su Wanning radiated a chill that spread outward.
Everyone assumed combat stances,
their eyes fixed intently on the monsters crawling from the earth. Each of these Sun Luo tree men radiated an oppressive aura far surpassing that of the storm sovereign they had just faced.
Ning Chen, what's going on? Su Wanning's cool voice carried a hint of urgency. Where are those shadow wing bats? Didn't they say they were immortal? Why are they all gone?
This question was also swirling in Ning Chen's mind.
Indeed, shadow wing bats were this dungeon's signature minions, though not particularly powerful.
Their strength lay in their sheer numbers and their inability to be completely eradicated. They would only scatter temporarily.
But now, not a single bat in sight, not even a ghostly shadow. Something was terribly wrong. Just then, the nearest Sun Luo tree ant fully emerged from the ground, its thick arms, those main vines, slowly raising. Only then did the group see clearly, bound among the dense, dark green vines were one shadow wing bat after another. Struggling in agony, shadow wing bats couldn't be killed or destroyed, so it had figured out how to capture them alive. Damn it! This thing really is humanoid, pretty smart. Ha! Wu Haorun cursed, yet his eyes flashed with excitement. He had just hit level 9 and was itching to unleash his newfound power. Freshly leveled up? Perfect, I'll test my new skills on you. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Wu Haorun transformed into a green whirlwind, charging headlong toward the Sun Luo tree spirit and bringing his blade down with a thunderous crash. Splash! The blade flashed, severing several vines binding the bats. Roar! The Sun Luo tree spirit, its vines severed, reacted as if its most vulnerable spot had been struck. The soul flame at its trunk's core surged violently, erupting in a deafening, deep roar. Its dozens of vine-like arms, like giant serpents come to life, whipped toward Wu Haorun with a sharp, piercing whistle. Bring it on! Wu Haorun charged forward instead of retreating, his face radiating fierce, unyielding combat intent. With a flick of his wrist, wind elemental energy surged wildly within him. Wind bind. The air before him instantly warped, a powerful gust precisely wrapping around the attacking vines. Dozens of wildly flailing vines seemed seized by an invisible giant hand, violently twisted, and forcibly tangled into a chaotic, inextricable knot. This move ignited the powder keg completely. The Sentinel tree spirit roared in fury. The next instant, the earth shook violently as thousands upon thousands of dark green thorn vines erupted madly from the ground in all directions, sweeping toward the group in an encircling assault. The sheer scale of the assault threatened to grind them into mincemeat. Jialong, deploy the water curtain to delay them. A cold gleam flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. Unflappable in the crisis, he issued his command without hesitation. Jialong let out a piercing dragon's roar, opening its mouth to spew forth a massive water curtain. Like a colossal blue wall, it slammed into the onrushing tide of thorns, Splash!
The colossal water curtain unleashed by the azure dragon crashed violently into the surging green tide of thorns. The collision of water and wood did not produce the expected thunderous roar, but instead an eerie hissing sound. The water curtain splashed like boiling oil onto a red-hot iron plate, instantly vaporizing into vast plumes of white mist. Mixed with the pungent stench of scorched vegetation, the odor permeated the entire forest. This wall of water succeeded in halting the unstoppable torrent of vines, but it was merely a pause. "You think this little trick will stop us?" Ao Yao Yao sneered, her lips curling in disdain, yet her hands moved with astonishing speed. She wasn't the type of young lady who just stood back and watched the show. Ning Chen's order was to delay, which meant the next act belonged to the main attackers. In the next instant, a searing ball of dragon flame erupted from Ao Yao Yao's pale palm, its fiery glow reflecting in her proud eyes. Without a second glance, she flicked the basketball-sized fireball backward, hurling it toward the Sanluo tree person on the left flank. The fireball traced a brilliant orange-red arc through the air, carrying the terrifying heat capable of incinerating everything in its path. It struck the tree man's main trunk with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! The flames exploded outward, sending countless sparks flying. The Sanluo tree spirit's trunk, as hard as iron, was blown open with a charred hole. Green sap spurted out like blood, and its agonized roar reverberated painfully in the ears. Almost simultaneously, Su Wannin moved on the other side. Seeing Ao Yao Yao's flames breach the defense, she raised her pale hand. The air temperature around her plummeted instantly, and shimmering ice crystals formed in midair. Frost spreads. A cold voice rang out as the ground beneath Su Wannin's feet cracked and creaked. A visible ice-blue frost trail spread at astonishing speed toward the Trent's position on the right flank. The wildly dancing thorn vines froze solid the moment they touched the frost trail, instantly losing all mobility and becoming utterly fragile. Fire and ice. Left and right, the two girls tore open two gaps in the Treyant encirclement. Well done. But crippling them isn't enough. Yunmeng let out a playful laugh as her figure began to blur and become ethereal. Choosing not to engage head-on, she formed an intricate seal with both hands. Countless phantom butterflies, radiating multicolored halos, surged forth from behind her, silently fluttering toward the Sanluo Treyants. These butterflies possessed no physical form, passing directly through the flailing vines to land upon the green soul flames at the center of the tree men's trunks. Buzz! The Sanluo tree person, now possessed by the phantom butterflies, froze abruptly. Then, like a drunken giant, it began wildly flailing its vines indiscriminately, lashing out violently at its own companions. In an instant, chaos erupted within the Treyant ranks. Now, clear a path. Chapter 162, Spicy Snack. Dinner's served. Luyan's shrill command was followed by a thick silver lightning serpent that shot from her hand, instantly charring several stray vines that had slipped through the net. Beside her, Zhang Huai acted even more decisively. He silently raised his hand, revealing a miniature, spinning black hole in his palm. Any vine that dared to approach was instantly swallowed, vanishing without a trace. One attacking, one defending. They blocked every stray assault attempting to disrupt the main assault. At the rear of the battlefield, Lin Wanner's face was slightly pale, yet her gaze was unusually resolute. Having just broken through to S rank, her psychic energy surged to unprecedented levels. Sacred prayer, battle zeal. She raised her staff high, and a gentle yet powerful golden halo radiated outward from her, enveloping everyone except Ning Chen. The instant the aura touched them, Ao Yao Yao, Su Wanning, and the others felt a jolt run through their bodies. The depleted spiritual energy within them actually recovered a fraction, and even the power of their attacks seemed to surge without warning. Every member of the team performed at their peak within their respective roles, except for one person. "Ah, don't come over, don't come over." Wang Xinxian crouched on the ground, clutching her head. The hellish scene before her left her trembling violently, her face as pale as paper. As a life-oriented class, she'd never witnessed anything like this. Her mind went blank. All she could do was scream and tremble in terror. Just as a vine was about to lash out at her, a translucent psychic shield materialized out of thin air, enveloping her securely within its protection. The vine struck the shield with a dull thud before slumping limply to the ground. Wang Xinxian lifted her head and met Ning Chen's face, as calm as ever. "Leave this place immediately." Ning Chen's voice was flat, devoid of emotion. "Search nearby for any rare medicinal herbs. Take care of yourself." This girl, lacking any offensive capabilities, truly needed proper protection. Letting her do what she was good at was actually the best way to protect her. Wang Xinxian started to protest, but saw the little light spirit named Dandan on Ning Chen's shoulder flutter toward her. It hovered briefly before darting off in a specific direction. She clenched her jaw and nodded firmly. She knew she couldn't help much. Not getting in the way was her greatest contribution. "Got it. You guys be careful too." With that, Wang Xinxian wasted no more time. Guided by the little light spirit, She scrambled and crawled deep into the dense forest, searching for any potential loot. Only after seeing this moving liability off did Ning Chen turn his gaze back to the battlefield. The battle had reached a fever pitch. The strength of these Sunluo tree men proved far more resilient than he had imagined.
Their regenerative abilities were downright monstrous. Wounds inflicted by their attacks healed at a visible pace,
though temporarily suppressed by the combined attacks of the group. This suppression came at the cost of severe spiritual energy depletion. This was unsustainable. They would be worn down to death sooner or later. Ning Chen's brows furrowed deeply as his mind raced, his gaze fixed intently on the green soul flames burning within the tree men's trunks.
That spiritual energy, brimming with the essence of life and nature. Wait, spiritual energy?
A bolt of lightning seemed to strike Ning Chen's mind,
and a wildly audacious thought surged uncontrollably to the surface.
The Sunluo tree people were so powerful precisely because of this spiritual energy.
What if he could claim this spiritual energy as his own? How much would that bloody level up him?
At this thought, a flicker of excitement, the kind belonging to a top predator, passed through Ning Chen's eyes,
unnoticed even by himself. Once this mad notion took root, it spread like wildfire across the prairie, utterly unstoppable. Fortune favors the bold. No, this wasn't ing risk at all, it was a colossal opportunity delivered right to his doorstep. The coolness in Ning Chen's eyes was replaced by a searing madness. Without a moment's hesitation,
he summoned his immense spiritual energy,
which instantly coalesced before him into an intricate, ancient summoning array. Come forth, spicy strips.
With Ning Chen's low command, the summoning array erupted with a dazzling golden light brighter than the sun itself.
The golden light shot skyward, instantly piercing the gloom of the forest and bathing the entire battlefield in a sacred sea of gold. Everyone was blinded by this sudden, overwhelming change. The sacred spirit ancestral dragon, Làtiáo,
emerged from the void.
Làtiáo
unleashed the great five elements technique. Ning Chen's voice carried not a hint of emotion, as if issuing the most routine of commands.
Roar! Làtiáo let out a soul-shaking dragon's roar. Its body trembled, and an invisible yet supremely domineering force of law instantly spread out, enveloping the entire battlefield. This dense forest was inherently a realm of flora and fauna,
where earth and wood elements reached their peak concentration.
Great five elements technique, mastery of earth. The next instant, a startling change occurred.
The dark green thorn vines that had been furiously attacking the crowd seemed to have their control snatched away in an instant.
They turned direction in unison, their countless sharp thorns flashing coldly as they violently whipped back toward their masters, the towering Sunluo tree men. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of blades piercing flesh rang out in rapid succession, sending chills down the spine. Arg! The Sunluo tree people let out howls 10 times more piercing than before. They couldn't comprehend why the vines they controlled would suddenly turn against them.
Countless vines coiled around their trunks like the most vicious pythons, sharp thorns piercing mercilessly into their flesh as thick streams of green sap gushed forth like fountains. Rich life energy escaped wildly with the green sap.
Opportunity.
A gleam flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. This was precisely what he had been waiting for.
Now, full force attack. Take them all out in one go.
Ning Chen's roar thundered like a clap of lightning in everyone's ears.
Ao Yaoyao was the first to react.
Staring at the Sunluo tree men, their movements slowed by her vines piercing through them.
Her face lit up with excitement. So this was Ning Chen's true killing move. Humph, you've got some skill.
Her competitive spirit ignited completely. Clasping her hands together, an unprecedentedly massive dragon flame bomb rapidly formed in her palms before she hurled it out with all her might.
Su Wanning showed no hesitation either.
With a flick of her jade-like hand, the frigid frost power no longer spread indiscriminately.
Instead, it crystallized into sharp ice spears, precisely piercing the wounds torn open by the vines on the treants.
This froze the wounds completely, preventing them from healing while simultaneously sealing the spiritual energy within their bodies. Wu Haoran's blood surged as his long sword whipped up a furious storm of razor-sharp blades,
slashing madly at a Trent's neck, each strike landing with brutal precision.
Under the concentrated assault of everyone, the already severely damaged Senra Treant formation collapsed instantly, their vitality visibly weakened at a rapid pace, their agonized roars gradually fading into feeble whimpers.
Ning Chen scanned the battlefield, his gaze locking onto Làtiáo once more. Làtiáo, dinner's served. Now's our chance. Chapter 163, the first to suffer backlash. Roar. Receiving the command, the sacred spirit ancestral dragon let out a joyful dragon's roar, opening its massive jaws and sucking in violently.
A massive vortex of golden light materialized out of thin air, the pure spiritual energy escaping from the Sunluo tree people,
as if finding an outlet,
surged madly into Làtiao's mouth.
Moments later,
Làtiao's body radiated brilliant light as his aura surged upward.
Ding! Your spirit beast, the sacred spirit ancestral dragon, has leveled up to LV2. Ding! Your spirit beast, the Holy Spirit Ancestral Dragon, has leveled up to LV 3. Ding. Your spirit beast, the Sacred Spirit Ancestral Dragon, has leveled up to LV 5. With a final agonized wail, the soul flame within the last Sanluo tree man extinguished completely. Its massive form crashed to the ground, smashing a huge pit into the earth before disintegrating into a pile of rotten wood. The battle was over. Surveying the devastation, everyone's faces lit up with the joy of victory. What a thrill! The moment the treant fell, Ning Chen swiftly recalled the spicy strips into his spirit beast space with a thought. Thankfully, after absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavenly spirit tree, he had awakened a new skill called spiritual energy plunder. Now, whenever he crippled a target, his spirit beast could forcibly absorb its spiritual energy to level up. With this skill, his spirit beast's leveling speed would reach terrifying heights unimaginable to others. This was the true foundation of his standing as an SSS-tier Beastmaster. After dismissing the battlefield, Ning Chen turned to the panting group, his face regaining its usual impassive calm. Good work, everyone, he said softly, yet his words carried clearly to each ear. I hope we can grow more and more in sync in the battles ahead. Ao Yaoyao pursed her lips, saying nothing, but the stubborn defiance in her eyes spoke volumes. Su Wanning nodded obediently, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. Wu Haoren and the others were thoroughly convinced, nodding in unanimous agreement. This battle had finally revealed the true terror of their captain. Wu Haoren leaned on his sword, gasping for breath, his eyes a mix of exhilaration and lingering fear. Damn, that was exhilarating. This was more heart-pounding than every dungeon he'd ever tackled combined. Ao Yaoyao dropped her combat stance, hands on her hips. Her face was slightly pale from the intense expenditure of spiritual energy, yet her proud eyes remained fixed on Ning Chen's retreating figure, her gaze tangled with complex emotions. Just how many more tricks does this guy have up his sleeve? 1,000 questions surged in her mind, but the words froze on her lips, swallowed back by that damn pride. Ning Chen surveyed the group, each member in varying states of exhaustion. His voice was quiet yet carried an undeniable calm. Rest here. Regenerate your spiritual energy. At his command, everyone found a relatively clean spot nearby to sit down, pulling out potions or simply closing their eyes to meditate. Ning Chen, however, did not sit down immediately. His gaze settled on Wang Xinxin, who was carefully sorting through a pile of herbs and plants in the corner. He strolled over, crouched down, and scanned the pile of herbs. Each herb glowed with abundant spiritual energy, its leaf veins clearly visible, emitting a refreshing medicinal fragrance. Blood-coagulating four-leaf clover, calming orchid, spirit-bursting fruit, all were rare, high-grade herbs extremely difficult to find in the wild. Wow! This quality was almost on par with what he and Su Wanling had gathered back in the medicine spirit secret realm. Truly worthy of an SSS-tier life skill, this talent was practically a walking treasure trove. Class leader. Ning Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement, his voice brimming with unchecked enthusiasm. Now that your alchemy skill has broken through, our team's future supply of pills will depend entirely on you. Wang Xinxin, still basking in the joy of her treasure haul and skill breakthrough, flushed bright red at Ning Chen's words. She waved her hands shyly. Not at all. If it weren't for joining everyone on this dungeon run, I wouldn't have had the chance to break through. Ning Chen, I should be thanking you. Her words came from the heart. If Ning Chen hadn't defied everyone's objections to bring along this deadweight, she'd never have known when such a stroke of luck might come her way. Just then, the trainee wristbands on everyone's wrists simultaneously glowed with a soft white light. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in each of their minds. Notice, Dungeon Dense Forest strategy completed. 30 seconds remaining. All trainees prepare to exit. Time to go, Wu Haoren said, rising reluctantly. The others finished their meditation and prepared to depart. Flashes of white light flickered as Ao Yaoyao, Su Wanning, Wu Haoren, and the others vanished one by one from their spots. Ning Chen gazed at the now empty clearing and raised his hand to touch his bracelet. Just then, a high-pitched, childlike voice urgently echoed in his mind. Master, Master, don't leave yet. It was the voice of the light spirit. Dandan, there are tons of spirit stones buried underground here, plus all kinds of medicinal herbs and ingredients that spirit beasts love. None of it's been discovered yet. Leaving now would be such a loss. A total ripoff. Ning Chen's departing motion froze instantly. A loss? What a joke. The words massive loss had never even appeared in Ning Chen's personal dictionary. A mischievous smile, imperceptible to others, slowly curled the corners of Ning Chen's mouth. Without another word, he focused his mind once more. A summoning array, infinitely smaller than before yet equally profound, glowed beneath his feet. He summoned Wangzi. Wangzi, dinner's served. Pack up every single valuable item in this dungeon and bring it all to me. Leave not a single drop behind. Quack! Wangzi let out an excited cry, and in the next instant, it opened its gaping maw. A bizarre scene unfolded. Everything transformed into a multicolored torrent, swallowed whole by it. The entire process took barely 10 seconds. The once lush jungle now resembled a field ravaged by locusts, barren and stripped bare. Even the topsoil scraped away. Ning Chen watched the scene with satisfaction before calmly recalling Wang Zai, who was now contentedly burping. Only after completing all this did he raise his hand and tap lightly on his wristband. With a final flash of white light, Ning Chen vanished from the dungeon, reappearing in his familiar seat within the simulation pod of the classroom. The classroom remained empty, occupied only by their small group. Ning Chen exhaled deeply, leaning back into the soft chair and closing his eyes. Though his body rested, his mind raced. The haul from this run was enormous. The storage space was a chaotic mess, filled with items swallowed by Wangzi. He'd have to sort through it all soon, organizing everything into proper categories. Otherwise, who knew if that moon-devouring demon wolf might mistake those rare treasures for snacks to gnaw on? The mere thought of the moon-devouring demon wolf made Ning Chen's brows furrow involuntarily. Another, far more pressing issue loomed large. Loyalty. The spicy strips were bound to a god-tier infinite talent slot, meaning their loyalty was inherently locked. But not the moon-devouring demon wolf. He had tamed it himself. The beast was leveling up far too quickly. At this rate, its power would eventually surpass the limits of his control. When that day came, if its loyalty faltered and it broke free from the contract's bonds, the first target of its backlash would be its master. He must find a way to max out its loyalty too. Chapter 164, Resolving the Loyalty Issue. Just as Ning Chen was agonizing over the moon-devouring demon wolf's loyalty issue, a brutal surge of spiritual energy erupted without warning from his storage space. Ning Chen's expression darkened, his heart sinking instantly. No! With a flick of his thoughts, his consciousness plunged into the storage space. The scene before him made his pupils contract sharply. The various rare treasures and precious herbs, originally neatly packed and stacked by Wang Zai, were now thrown into utter chaos. At the center of the mess, the moon-devouring demon wolf, its body swollen to twice its original size, was violently ramming its monstrous head against a spatial barrier. Over and over, its spiritual energy had fully recovered. Its blood-red wolf eyes locked onto a nearby pile of herbs shrouded in a halo of light, the spirit-exploding fruits Wang Xinxin had just gathered. Bursting with pure spiritual energy, they held a deadly allure for spirit beasts. Unbridled greed radiated from its entire being. Damn it, this beast recovered way too fast. In just a few minutes, it was back to its old, energetic self, and judging by its demeanor, this wasn't mere gluttony, it was testing the limits of the contract. If I let this continue, once its level far surpasses mine, it breaking free from the contract and backfiring on me is practically a certainty. No more waiting. I must immediately make its loyalty crystal clear. In an instant, countless plans flashed through Ning Chen's mind, finally settling on the simplest, most direct, and most effective method, feeding it. Nothing can't be fixed with a meal. If it does, then 2 meals will do the trick. At this thought, Ning Chen's furrowed brows suddenly relaxed. He snapped his eyes open, his gaze sharp as a blade, locking onto Wang Xinxin not far away, who was hugging a pile of medicinal herbs and grinning foolishly. Then, with a mere thought, without any visible movement, several large chunks of meat, along with mushrooms and herbs known to stimulate spirit beasts' appetites, materialized with a rustle on the empty ground before him. The rich scent of blood and spiritual energy instantly filled the air, instantly reviving the spirits of several classmates nearby who had just regained their composure. Without a word, Ning Chen carried the pile of premium ingredients over to Wang Xinxin in a few strides. He crouched down before her, meeting her stunned gaze. Class monitor. Ning Chen's tone carried a hint of non-negotiation, yet his eyes remained sincere. Do me a favor. Use your fastest speed to refine these into spirit beast food. Caught off guard by this sudden display, Wang Xinxin stared at the pile of astonishingly high-quality ingredients. Her face flushed briefly before she nodded vigorously. No problem. Leave it to me. She had always wanted to do something for Ning Chen, and now her chance had finally come. With that, Wang Xinxin immediately got to work. A soft emerald glow emanated from her hands. With a light flick of her fingertips, intricate alchemical arrays materialized out of thin air, enveloping all the ingredients. Her movements flowed seamlessly, swift enough to dazzle the eyes, without a hint of ordinary cooking smoke. In mere seconds, an indescribably rich, savory aroma mingled with the fresh scent of herbs suddenly filled the classroom. Neatly arranged on a jade platter were portions of spirit beast delicacies, each shaped into meatballs. Their surfaces glowed with a faint spiritual light, exuding an irresistible aroma. Ning Chen accepted the jade plate, feeling its warmth and the pure energy radiating from it. He couldn't help but praise sincerely. Class monitor, thanks. Your skills are incredible. Wang Xinxin blushed slightly at the praise, waving her hands in embarrassment, though her heart felt warm and sweet. Yet, In the very next moment, Ning Chen's brow furrowed once more. Food was secured, but a new problem arose. The moon-devouring demon wolf was now a ticking time bomb, its loyalty pitifully low. If he dared release it in this classroom, who knew if it would lunge at him first, then tear the entire room apart. He needed a foolproof plan, something that could completely subdue it, making it dare not make a single move. As Ning Chen's mind raced, calculating what trump card to play to control the situation, a gaze, cool yet tinged with languor, settled upon him. Yun Meng had turned around at some point, seemingly seeing right through his current predicament. Her red lips parted, her voice hushed yet clear enough to reach Ning Chen's ears. Ning Chen, come with me. Ning Chen froze, looking at her with utter confusion. What for? But when he met Yun Meng's unwavering gaze, he frowned slightly, nodded, and rose to follow her out of the classroom. This scene was precisely captured by the eyes of the other two girls in the classroom. Su Wanning, seated beside Ning Chen, watched their backs recede one after the other. The faint smile on her lips instantly tightened. She slowly lowered her head, her long lashes concealing the disappointment in her eyes. Couldn't they just talk here? Why did it have to be alone outside? Over on the other side, Ao Yaoyao's reaction was far more direct. Watching Yun Meng's swaying, graceful figure, she rolled her eyes dramatically, crossed her arms, and muttered sourly, her face radiating pure displeasure. Ugh, what a vixen! What could be so earth-shattering that it needs all this secrecy? Can't she just say it in front of everyone? The corridor, bathed in soft light, isolated from the tense yet excited atmosphere inside the classroom, felt unusually quiet. Yun Meng didn't rush to speak. Instead, she leaned lazily against the cool wall, her mesmerizing fox-like eyes darting around as she appraised Ning Chen. A faint, ambiguous smile played at the corners of her lips, carrying a hint of alluring charm. Ning Chen felt slightly uneasy under her gaze and broke the silence first. Yun Meng, what did you want to talk about? Giggle. Yun Meng emitted a melodious, soft laugh, her voice light and seductive, like feathers gently tickling the heart. Ning Chen, you were so eager to find Wang Xinxin to concoct that food earlier, was it for that disobedient little creature in your storage space? Wanting to increase its loyalty? The words barely left her lips before Ning Chen stiffened, his gaze toward Yun Meng shifting instantly. Holy crap, how did she know? Mind reading? No, it must be that SSS-tier Phantom Spirit Enchanter class trait of hers? That insight was absurd. He hadn't mentioned the moon-devouring demon wolf once. Ning Chen took a deep breath, suppressing his shock. His initial confusion shifted to solemnity and admiration. He nodded, admitting bluntly, yeah, you're sharp as a tack, aren't you? It's not my sharp eyes. Yun Meng extended a slender jade-like finger, shaking it slightly as her red lips parted. It's the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from you. A spiritual energy uniquely yours, desperately suppressing another wild and violent spiritual energy. Though subtle, I could sense it. So that's how it was. Ning Chen's eyes widened in realization, gaining fresh insight into the formidable power of this SSS-tier Phantom Spirit Enchanter profession. Chapter 165, absolutely a treasure. Seeing his understanding, Yun Meng stopped teasing him, her pale palm flipped lightly, twisting the storage ring on her finger. The next instant, a rope shimmering with a faint golden glow appeared in her palm, seemingly woven from pure spiritual energy. Thinner than a thumb, it bore intricate, ancient runes engraved across its length, emanating a peculiar vibration. Here, Yun Meng offered the cord to Ning Chen. This is our Yun family's spirit taming cord, specifically crafted to subdue those unruly spirit beasts. I think you could probably use it now. Ning Chen's eyes widened instantly. This thing was absolutely a treasure, and specifically designed for spirit beasts. Merely sensing the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from it, Ning Chen could tell this spirit binding rope could not only forcibly restrain spirit beasts but likely possessed special effects to intimidate their minds and forcibly establish communication channels. With this thing, why the hell would he fear the moon-devouring demon wolf's backlash? He'd just tie it up, pry its jaws open, and shove meatballs right in. Got a problem? Got a problem? I'll electrocute you. This was like someone delivering a pillow when you were sleepy, and a latex pillow at that. Ning Chen snatched the spirit binding cord. Its smooth, warm feel was like holding a piece of warm jade, unable to hide his wild excitement. His voice rose several pitches. Perfect. Yun Meng, this thing couldn't have come at a better time. With this, I won't have to worry about that beast going out of control. Yet, after the initial euphoria, Ning Chen stared at the spirit binding cord in his hand, then glanced at Yun Meng, suddenly feeling awkward. He scratched his head. Ahem. But, Yun Meng, this clearly isn't an ordinary item. It's so precious, you just handed it to me outright. How can I possibly? There's nothing to feel awkward about. Yun Meng smiled matter-of-factly. You saved my life. Giving you these things is only right. I hope they help you.
Her words warmed Ning Chen's heart, not one to beat around the bush. He stopped refusing immediately. With a smile, he patted Yunmeng's shoulder and said lightly, "Alright, no need for thanks for such a huge favor. I'll remember this. Thanks for your loyalty. When we get back, I'll make sure to get you a mighty mount as soon as possible." At the word steed, Yunmeng's eyes lit up. She playfully extended her slender, pale pinky finger toward Ning Chen, tilting her head. "Then, it's a deal. Pinky swear." Seeing this adorable side of her, so different from her usual cool and alluring demeanor, Ning Chen paused for a moment before chuckling softly. He extended his own pinky finger and gently hooked hers. "Cross my heart and hope to die. 100 years, no changing our word." Their fingertips had barely parted, the lingering, slightly solemn atmosphere still hanging in the air, when a somewhat stern voice came from the side. "You too. When did you come out? Is the simulation dungeon complete already?" Ning Chen and Yunmeng turned simultaneously to see their class monitor. Ting, emerging from the office with a stack of documents in her arms, her face plastered with undisguised surprise. Ning Chen withdrew his hooked fingers, slipped them into his pockets, and resumed his usual impassive composure. A faint smile touched his lips as he nodded at Ting. Of course. Ting's voice rose several pitches. She hurried over, her eyes darting back and forth between them, utterly incredulous. "Ning Chen, I assigned you the advanced difficulty simulation instance, with all those resource points and hidden quests inside. You really finished everything? You didn't miss any treasures, did you?" "Don't worry, teacher." Ning Chen chuckled softly, his smile carrying a hint of satisfaction only he understood. "We've leveled up significantly and made quite the haul. Not only did we leave nothing behind, we dug up every last scrap. Even the spiritual energy in the air was sucked dry by Wangzai. Treasures? The entire dungeon is now my treasure trove." Hearing Ning Chen's confident reply, Ting's tense expression finally relaxed, giving way to deep relief. She nodded, sighing softly. That's wonderful. Your performance this time truly exceeded my expectations. I thought it would take you at least a whole day to clear it." "Teacher it's all Ning Chen's doing." Yunmeng giggled softly, covering her mouth as her fox-like eyes curved into beautiful crescents. "He commanded us so well, we basically just followed his lead and racked up the experience points." Hearing this, Ning Chen felt a bit embarrassed. He scratched his head habitually. "Not at all. It was all thanks to everyone working together." Ting said, "Alright, since you've completed the dungeon, you may head back now. Remember to share your experience points to help your classmates level up quickly too." Ning Chen and Yunmeng nodded and turned toward the classroom. Upon returning to the classroom, they found several classmates had already exited the dungeon, and the room was gradually filling up. The two had just bid farewell to Ting and were walking side by side toward the classroom when, before their hands could even touch the doorknob, a flood of boastful chatter spilled out through the door crack like it was free. "Did you all see that? This is the new treasure this young master acquired in the dungeon, incredibly powerful." A triumphant voice boomed loudest. "And this time, my experience jumped by a full 4,000 points. Just 1,000 more, and I'll reach level 7. It was Làtiáo. Immediately, a fawning voice chimed in, dripping with flattery, truly worthy of the name. "Young Master Li, we're barely at level 5. Yet you're already level 6 and about to break through to 7. That speed is like riding a rocket." Ning Chen's footsteps halted. He exchanged a glance with Yunmeng beside him, her fox-like eyes brimming with amusement, clearly relishing the spectacle. Ning Chen's face remained expressionless, but inside, he sneered with disdain. 4,000 experience points? That's it? Even Lin Wanner, the least experienced member of our team, got 5,000. And that's not even counting me, the main force. A level 6 player on the verge of level 7 bragging to me, a level 17 player, is like a kindergarten kid showing off a 90 on a test. Pathetic. In the classroom, Làtiáo's bragging continued. As if desperate for everyone to know his glorious achievements, he pulled out a bird from his storage space, a bird with sparse feathers, looking malnourished or rather, practically bald. "See this. This spirit beast was conquered by yours truly, and the contract is complete." Làtiáo held the featherless bird high, his face beaming with pride. "Don't judge it by its appearance now, it possesses the noble bloodline of the phoenix." "Phoenix bloodline? This scruffy chicken? More likely some expired broiler chicken from the wet market underwent some freak mutation, right? Divine phoenix power? More like divine annoyance power, if you ask me." Chapter 166, Blatant Disregard. Ning Chen couldn't be bothered to listen to their awkward bragging. He pushed open the door and walked in expressionless. He walked straight through the crowd of students surrounding Làtiáo, his gaze fixed straight ahead as he made his way to his seat. His cold demeanor treated Làtiáo and his entourage as if they were invisible, instantly cooling the previously heated atmosphere by half. The smugness froze on Li Shaowen's face. He was the center of everyone's attention. How dare this Ning Chen, a worthless SSS-ranked beast tamer, ignore him? Watching Ning Chen sit down with such nonchalance, his calm demeanor was unbearably irritating. A surge of unnamed fury shot through him. Li Shaowen strode over, arms crossed, looking down on him as he taunted. Ning Chen, heard you lot went into that high-level dungeon? How'd it go? Didn't get scared out of your pants by the monsters in there? Did you? Got any good loot? Why not show it off and let us all have a look? To Li Shaowen's provocative taunt, Ning Chen didn't even bother lifting an eyelid. He merely gave him a dismissive glance, his gaze as if observing a chihuahua barking futilely by the roadside. Then he prepared to sidestep this obstacle and return to his seat. Ignoring him? What was this? Disregard? Utter, naked disregard. Li Shaowen felt like he'd punched a pile of cotton, wet, stinking cotton that made him sick to his stomach. A surge of unnamed rage shot straight to the top of his head, instantly scorching away all reason. His defenses crumbled. Ning Chen, don't you dare push your luck, Li Shaowen roared, his face turning the color of liver. With a fierce flick of his wrist, the bald bird he'd been holding in his hand was suddenly released. Chirp! A shrill yet hoarse cry pierced the air. The featherless bird flapped its wings mid-air. Its sparse feathers suddenly inflated like balloons, swelling unnaturally and enlarging its body several times over. They barely covered its bare skin, giving it an unhealthy, pallid white hue. It opened its beak, and a fist-sized fireball, chaotic with chaotic psychic energy, lolled crookedly toward Ning Chen's face. Attacking a classmate in the classroom? Everyone froze in shock. Even the henchmen trailing behind Li Shaowen jumped in fright. If this escalated, they'd face serious disciplinary action. Yet Ning Chen, standing directly in the attack's path, didn't even flinch. Is that it? A fireball so unstable it couldn't even hold its psychic energy together dared to threaten me? It wasn't even as hot as boiling water. Playing with fire in front of me? That's like showing off your axe in front of Lu Ban. Facing the rapidly approaching fireball, Ning Chen merely raised his right hand with impatience and casually waved it through the air. The motion was as casual as swatting away an annoying fly. An imperceptible gust of air materialized out of thin air, striking the fireball with pinpoint accuracy. There was no earth-shattering explosion, not even a whisper of sound. The fireball, which had seemed somewhat intimidating, burst like a soap bubble pricked by a pin. With a soft pop, it vanished mid-air, dissolving into a few fleeting sparks. Only then did Ning Chen leisurely straighten up, his gaze finally settling on Li Shaowen. A deeply mocking curve lifted the corners of his mouth. Li Shaowen, you have the nerve to brag about this featherless chicken in front of me? A spirit beast? More like a past its prime free-range chicken. With that single sentence, he pinned Li Shaowen to the pillar of shame. Li Shaowen's face instantly turned from crimson to ashen. Trembling with rage, he pointed a finger at Ning Chen, nearly shouting in defiance, "You, stop looking down on others. It possesses the power of the divine phoenix. It's phoenix blood. Sooner or later, it will transform into a true phoenix." His voice cracked with emotion, sounding absurdly comical. Phoenix bloodline? Ning Chen snorted in disdain, as if hearing the year's most laughable joke. Very well. Since you insist on humiliating yourself, I'll oblige. The next instant, Ning Chen's expression turned stern as he casually extended his right hand forward. A colossal, scorching aura, so noble it made souls tremble, crashed down upon the entire Class 3 classroom. The air seemed to ignite instantly, the temperature soaring. Behind Ning Chen, a colossal phantom phoenix materialized out of thin air, its entire form engulfed in brilliant golden red flames. Its form was elegant and noble, every feather composed of the purest flame, radiating an aura of supreme authority. Its golden eyes fluttered open and closed, merely as a phantom. The oppressive force emanating from its bloodline caused everyone present to hold their breath, their hearts skipping a beat. Li Shaowen's so-called phoenix-blooded bird, the bald-feathered creature, let out a pitiful chirp the instant this phantom appeared. Its feathers bristled, and it plummeted from midair, landing on the ground trembling so violently it could barely stand. The mere flicker of the sacred golden phoenix egg yolk sex aura had instantly revealed the stark disparity in power. The classroom fell into deathly silence before erupting into a roaring cacophony of whispers. Holy crap! That aura! That's a real phoenix! Holy crap! Look at that light! That demeanor, this is how a divine beast should appear. So freaking awesome! I'd heard rumors that big shot Ning Chen had a phoenix spirit beast, but I never imagined it would be this dazzling. Just that shadow alone nearly made me kneel. Check out Li Shaowen's bird. Ha 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 ha, compared to a real phoenix, it looks like a plucked chicken. Exactly. And he had the nerve to claim his bird had phoenix blood? All that bragging, and then the real deal shows up and he's scared out of his wits. How utterly embarrassing. If I were Li Shaowen, I'd have died on the spot. How could he still stand here with a face These fragmented yet crystal-clear whispers struck Li Shaoan like a series of resounding slaps across his face. His face drained, turning pale, then flushed crimson, finally darkening like the bottom of a pot. He could feel the gaze of the entire class upon him, filled with contempt. That trembling, featherless bird sprawled on the ground was now, just like him, a complete and utter laughingstock. Li Shaoan's lips trembled for a long moment, unable to utter a single word. Finally, consumed by endless shame and fury, he gritted his teeth and recalled his spirit beast. He shot Ning Chen a vicious glare, his eyes brimming with venom, then turned without a word. Amidst the collective laughter, he slunk back to his seat, watching Li Shaoan's expression, as if he'd swallowed a fly. Ning Chen merely curled his lips in disdain. With such meager cultivation, he dared to come out and show off, truly inviting humiliation upon himself. He withdrew the phoenix's lofty, world-defying aura. The suffocating pressure in the classroom instantly dissipated, and the air became breathable once more. Only then did Ning Chen lazily turn to his seat for some peace and quiet. But before he could take a step or sit down, classmates swarmed around him like flies to honey, forming layers upon layers until he was completely surrounded. Ning Chen. Big shot Ning. That phoenix of yours was so cool. Yeah. Ning Chen, how did you pull that off? That's a legendary phoenix. Big shot. Take me under your wing. I'll follow you from now on. The cacophony of flattery and sycophantic pleas made Ning Chen's temples throb. Among the crowd, one figure pushed his way through with particular zeal, wearing a sycophantic grin so obsequious it gave people goosebumps. It was none other than Dong Liang, the #1 lackey who had been trailing behind Li Shaoan just moments ago. And Ning, Dong Liang bowed low, his demeanor a stark contrast to the contempt he'd shown Ning Chen moments before. We're classmates, right? Could I ask how you guys cleared that dungeon? You came out so fast, there must be some secret trick. Share your experience, please? Ning Chen lifted an eyelid, giving him a dismissive glance. Oh, wasn't this the very same dog who'd been fawning over Li Shaoan just moments ago? His master had barely fallen, and already he was scrambling to switch sides. Even a fence-sitter wouldn't turn so fast. Interesting. Since you've come begging for a showdown, I won't hold back. End.